This year, at the age of 7, I took a watermelon knife and entered the world of cultivating immortals with my little sister. Originally, I was just a little beggar who robbed people on the road to fill my stomach. Unexpectedly, that day we robbed the elder of the Yamei Jiaxing lineage. Fortunately, he did not treat human life as insignificant, and did not kill the two of us. Instead, he felt helpless and said impatiently, "Do you two kids know who I am?" With snot running down my nose, I held the watermelon knife and coldly said, "This is Watermelon Village, and I am the tyrant of Watermelon Village, the blood-handed deer slayer, killing without blinking." My little sister, wearing a red crop top, also pretended, "My big brother is super fierce, chopping people every day. He won't eat until he chops someone." Yes, when my mother was still around, she used to beat me every day, but even when he beat me, I wouldn't eat until he finished chopping someone. Are you scared or not? The middle-aged cultivator Li Ming was speechless. How did he encounter these two weirdos? He was originally an elder of the Yamei Jiaxing lineage. Half an hour ago, his senior sister, the Yamei sect leader, talked to him, saying that he was hiding in his cave every day, drinking, sleeping, and reading erotic books. Otherwise, he would sneak to watch other female elders of different lineages bathe, not studying or practicing at all, causing the Jiaxing lineage, the oldest among the 9 major lineages of Yamei, to not have any new disciples for a full 20 years. Therefore, she asked him to go down the mountain to find disciples, and said that if he couldn't find any, he shouldn't bother coming back. Li Ming felt emotional at this moment. He had just left Yamei and encountered these two kids. In his senior sister's words, "This is called fate. Moreover, it has been almost half an hour since I left Yamei Mountain, and I suppose my senior sister should have calmed down by now. Women, there are always a few uncomfortable days every month. If these two kids are suitable, it's not a bad idea to take them back and settle the matter." Thinking of this, he looked at me in front of him and asked, "Are you called Lin Xiaolu?" "That's right," I said proudly with a watermelon knife in my hand. Li Mingru smiled, nodded, and then looked at my sister. "So what's your name?" "I'm called Xiaoyer," my sister said crisply. Li Mingru nodded in response, looked at the two of us and continued to smile, asking, "Why are you robbing people on this road?" I raised my eyebrows and snorted, "Because we are tough." Li Mingru almost laughed out loud in surprise. "This kid is quite courageous. Don't your parents take care of you?" "Our parents passed away," I said. "We are professionals who cause trouble in the village, especially me. People call me the tyrant of Donghua village, and Lin Xiaolu is known as the bloodthirsty killer." "That's right. My brother is the #1 tough guy in Shigua village. He has destroyed countless flowers with his ruthless hands, and he wants to chop people every day when he wakes up." Xiaoyer acutely joined in on the side. "The uncles in the village even wrote a biography specifically for my brother, titled Those Years, the Girls We Chopped Together. The naive words made Li Mingru feel both shocked and amused, and he was at a loss, with his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. These two kids are really talented. However, at the same time, he also felt a little bit emotional in his heart. The world is heartless, treating all things as mere straw dogs. These siblings are also pitiful. Looking at their pretentious appearance, perhaps it's because they lost their parents at a young age and are afraid of being bullied. Well, it's also considered picking up 2 disciples for himself for free, so he can directly bring them back to report to the senior sister of the sect. Thinking of this, he no longer beat around the bush, but directly smiled at us siblings and said, "I am Li Mingru, an elder of the Yamei Jiaxing lineage. Seeing the tragic background of you two siblings, I am willing to take you as my disciples. Join our Yamei sect. Are you willing?" With an eye patch and 2 lines of clear nasal mucus, I pointed at him with a watermelon knife and cursed, "Stop bragging. Let me tell you, I, Lin Xiaolu, am very powerful." Before I could finish my sentence, Li Mingru suddenly flicked his sleeve. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly rose around me, blowing away the eye patch I used to scare people with my one-eyed dragon. The siblings were instantly frightened by the scene before them. Seeing the fear on the faces of the 2 children, Li Mingru felt a bit pleased. With a wave of spiritual power, the strong wind dissipated instantly. "How about that? Do you know how powerful I am now?" I was stunned, with snot all over my face from being blown. The 5-year-old sister was even more terrified, and she knelt down directly. "Mercy, immortal sir, little fish won't dare anymore." The girl kept bowing her head in fear, her childish voice filled with sobs. Despite being a little older, I was trembling in fear, but I still endured the fear in my heart, reaching out to protect my sister. "What do you want?" "Everything was done by me alone. It has nothing to do with my sister. Misfortune should not befall family members. If there's anything, come at me. If I frown, I am no longer the blood-handed butcher." Li Mingru almost laughed at this amusing child. He glanced at me. Even though his legs were trembling with fear, I still firmly protected my sister. A hint of admiration appeared in his eyes. Not bad in character. A good brother. Li Ming stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a wise man, and smiled gracefully. Lin Xiaolu, I intend to take you and your sister as disciples, and worship together at the Amei sect. Are you willing? Seeing that he seemed not to want to harm me and my sister, I calmed down slightly, then looked at him strangely and said, Are you saying you want us to join you? Li Ming was almost choked. As a respectable Amei immortal, he intended to recruit disciples, but was made to sound like a gang recruiting members by this little guy. He glared at me impatiently. I intend to take you as my disciples. I blinked my wise eyes. So you will be our leader from now on? Not the leader, but the master. Li Mingru corrected with a headache. Damn, this brat is really something. All he thinks about in his little brain is the family's inherited gang. After complaining in my heart several times, he looked at my siblings and me again and asked, From now on, will you two follow me to practice by my side? Are you willing? I pulled up my kneeling sister and looked at the middle-aged cultivator in front of me. After a slight hesitation, I asked my final question with a light tone. Can practicing fill your stomach? Li Mingru was stunned by this question. His eyes trembled slightly, then he burst into laughter. His sleeves fluttered, and he led the siblings into a white rainbow soaring into the sky. Chapter 2 Sister Li Miao Xin. Amei, one of the 6 great immortal sects of the Divine Kingdom. In the Divine Kingdom of large and small sects and dynasties and the long-standing reputation, under the door of thousands of inner disciples, outer disciples are countless. Based on the Divine Kingdom has been 10,000 years, is a first-class immortal blessed land, the ancient and modern. In the middle of the huge pale earth, 10 lofty peaks rising up from the ground surrounded a ring, penetrating the sky and towering into the clouds, and the peculiarities of these mountain ranges were very obvious. Each mountain's body from the middle upwards was snow-covered, just like 10 snow-covered mountains, and the middle down is a clear-color emerald green dense forest, not affected by the snowy top, full of vitality. From a distance, on the white and green, as if the mirage of the scene. Here, it's the boundary of the immortal sect Amei. At this moment, 9 peaks of the northernmost lofty peaks, a blazing white rainbow cut through the sky, sped into a peak in the middle. Within the white rainbow, Li Mingru with Lin Xiaolu, Xiaoyuer's brother and sister, from the sky, in an instant landed in an antique courtyard, and as soon as they landed, you can hear Lin Xiaolu's clear cries. He was terrified. Long so big has not been so scared. Flying all the way, only 7 years old, he saw countless rivers and seas, mountains and rivers and exotic areas floating past under his feet. Scared him almost peeing in his pants. He could only keep covering his sister's eyes, and then he flew all the way over screaming miserably. Xiaoyuer looked at her wailing brother on the side. Some do not understand why her brother cried so miserable. She was Lin Xiaolu all the way to cover her eyes, did not see anything, but did not feel much fear. Shortly after the 3 of them landed, a young girl in a goose-yellow plain dress with a somewhat baby-fat face emerged from the courtyard and hurriedly ran to Li Mingru to pay her respects. The young girl looked curiously at the 2 children, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyuer. After paying her respects to Li Mingru, a hint of surprise hanging on her red face. Master, you're so powerful. You've received a disciple after only half an hour. Li Mingru nodded his head non-committally and said with his hands behind his back, Miao Xin. These 2 children will be your senior siblings from now on. Master will leave them in your charge. Teach them well. The young girl who was called Myriad Heart's face showed delight upon hearing this, and she hurriedly made a loud statement. Don't worry, Master. I know that junior brother junior sister must be a good seedling that Master has chosen by the thousands, and I will definitely teach her carefully, and will never dishonor the name of our star-picking lineage. Li Mingru's old face reddened when he heard the young girl's words, and he coughed in embarrassment before glaring at Lin Shalu, who was still crying out. Come on, haven't you cried enough? A bully in the village of Donghua? The boy's legs trembled and he grunted intermittently for a moment longer before he stopped crying and asked, crying through his tears, Where am I? Li Mingru didn't bother with him and spoke directly. Your brother and sister will reside here in the future. Follow your senior sister to cultivate properly, and don't cause any trouble, or else the master will not be lenient. After saying that, he was ready to go and hand over his duties to his sect master sister, and after doing so, he could go back to his cave to continue viewing the little yellow book. When Li Mingru turned around and turned into a white rainbow and rushed away into the sky, only the baby-fat maiden and their brother and sister were left in the ancient courtyard. And at this moment, Lin Xiaolu had also eased up and held her sister's hand to look at the maiden in front of her. The young girl also looked at the 2 of them curiously. Her bright face was full of surprises. With the tone of coaxing a small child, she laughed and said, Good day, senior brother and sister. Under the star-picking lineage Li Miao Xin. In the future, I will be your senior sister. What are your names? Ah. Hello sister, my name is Lin Xiaolu. Little Jade replied crisply, while blinking her big eyes curiously as she looked at her, thinking that this sister in front of her was so pretty, prettier than all those sisters in the village combined. Li Miao Xian was almost adorable by little Yuer's adorable appearance. Her heart was overjoyed, rubbing her round little brain before her beautiful eyes looked towards Lin Xiaolu. Junior brother, what's your name? Lyn Shalu wasn't so scared anymore at this moment. He looked at the young girl in front of him who was about 15 or 16 years old. His head tilted up and he coolly snorted, "Woman, you're not qualified to ask me questions." Li Miaoxin froze when she heard this, her face showing a brief expression of adorable dementia, and then exclaimed, "Ah, so cute." As soon as she hugged Lin Xiaolu, it was a rubbing, straight to the boys wailing, "Ha ha." The young girl took one in each hand after getting acquainted with the two children and happily led them both out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, all the way to the attic forest, green stone pavement, and flowers and grass fragrance. Like a fairyland, this magical scene is the siblings look at the mind. The heart of the nervousness and apprehension is also a few points less. Senior brothers and sisters, you guys should have had a hard time coming all the way here. Senior sister will first take you to the dining room to have your meal, and then take you to collect some living supplies. The moment they heard the words having a meal, the gazes of the siblings immediately brightened a few more points. Lin Xiaolu was led by Li Miao Xian, walking through the beautiful surroundings, and in her heart, she felt that this place seemed not bad. It's much better than the village, and you can still have meals. It's just that there doesn't seem to be much here, and all the way around, despite the beautiful surroundings, it's all empty, not a soul in sight. Woman, why is there no one here? He tugged at Li Miaoxin to voice out the question in his mind. Li Miao Xian pursed her red lips and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you have to call me senior sister." Lin Xiaolu's little face twisted, indicating her unwillingness, while Li Miao Xian laughed with a fond tone. "If you don't call me senior sister, then I'll ignore you." After saying that, she also followed the boy's example and gave a haughty twist of her head. This infuriated Lin Xiaolu, trying to break away from Li Miao Xian's hand, but she couldn't break away even after using all her strength. Unable to do so, in the spirit of the principle of a good man not being able to do anything beforehand, he only stifled his nose and grunted senior sister. Aha! Li Miaoxin, who was holding him, then agreed and laughed joyfully. "We are the star-picking lineage in MA, and this entire star-picking peak is ours. However, since senior master, his old man, is too lazy, hiding in his cave every day and not coming out, and he doesn't like to recruit disciples, and the star-picking lineage itself is quite special, so it leads to the fact that there are only 2 disciples in our entire star-picking lineage. One is the eldest senior brother, who's in seclusion, and the second one is senior sister, me, and, of course, there's more of the 2 of you right now." Lin Xiaolu sniffed. It seemed that this boss that he and his sister recognized was unreliable. The storyteller in the village had said that the most important thing when you come out to hang out is to follow the right people. So it seems that you will have to take your sister to a different boss in the future. He then asked, "What do my sister and I need to do every day when we come to you?" "For the time being, you don't need to do anything." Li Miaoxin explained, "You two are still young, so you will first go to the sect's literacy hall to learn how to read and write. Then you will learn some basic cultivation concepts, and occasionally you will need to do some miscellaneous chores that are within your means." "Big sister, are we learning from you?" Little Yuer, who was wearing a bib, asked curiously. The young girl pampered and pinched little Jade's little face and smiled as she said no. Literacy and learning cultivation concepts are learned in the sect alongside the inner disciples of other subdivisions, and it is only after you have reached the chi condensation realm that you will be taught the skills of the star-picking lineage by your senior sister. Understood. Lin Xiaolu gave an old-fashioned nod. It's similar to going to school in the village. While Li Miaoxin slowly nodded her head after thinking about it, junior brother is right. The preliminary stage is indeed similar to going to the academy. Chapter 3, I'm your father. The 3 of them walked and chatted, and it wasn't long before Lin Xiaolu followed Li Miao Xian down a stone staircase to an attic compound. Unlike just now, there were quite a few people coming in and out of this place, and it looked bustling with people's voices. This is the catering workshop for meals. Senior siblings can directly come here for meals when they are hungry in the future. Li Miao Xian warmly introduced to the siblings. Lin Shalu looked at the men and women coming in and out of the compound before she looked puzzled. "Didn't you say that we don't have many disciples in the star-picking lineage?" "Senior sister? Then who are these people?" "They are Amei's outer disciples who usually reside at the bottom of the mountain," Li Miaoxin introduced. Each of the 9 veins and 10 peaks of Amei has a large number of outer disciples. While saying that, Li Miao Xian led him and Xiao Yuer into the compound. This time seemed to be the right time for meals, and there were many so-called outer disciples sitting around in the courtyard. And as soon as they saw Li Miaoxin, A hint of awe hung on each of their faces. Sister, those people seem to be afraid of you. Xiaolu asked curiously. Because we are inner disciples. Lin Xiaolu smiled and spoke. Ame has a strict hierarchy, and unless one has excellent talent, everyone starts as an outer disciple. And an outer disciple can only be promoted to an inner disciple if he achieves the top 3 places in the annual sect trials. Then are my sister and I in the outer or inner sect? Lin Xiaolu asked. Of course it's the inner sect. Li Miaoxian then laughed. You are the disciples personally accepted by the master. Directly from the inner sect. You don't need to work, as long as you cultivate well. In Ame, the outer sect disciples are all recruited from the age of 16, while the inner sect disciples are different. There will be many small children who are as talented as you are, and they will become the inner sect disciples at a young age. Oh, Lyn Shalu nodded in satisfaction at the sound. He really is the material to be the boss. The starting line is higher than others. Directly is the inner disciple. Wahahaha. Li Miaoxian looked at the boy who stood there with his arms crossed, tilting his head and giggling with some tears and laughter, and admonished, Senior brother, even though you're an inner disciple you can't be greedy. Counting from tomorrow, if you can't enter the chi condensation realm within a year, even if you're a disciple personally taken in by the master, you'll be automatically downgraded and dropped to the outer sect. Ha 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 ha. The teenager's laughter came to an abrupt end, as if nothing had happened, and followed Li Miaoxin up to the attic where the inner disciples specialized in meals. Soon, the 3 of them came to the elegantly decorated 2nd floor, and as soon as they arrived at the 2nd floor, a green-clothed boy immediately ran over with a fawning face. Good day, senior sister Miaoxian. The green-clothed boy saluted with a smiling face and fawned. Senior brother woke up today and saw magpies chirping outside the window. It turned out to be senior sister Miaoxian who came to have her meal, so it's really a long way to go to welcome her. Li Miaoxian was amused by him and covered her mouth with a laugh. Monkey 3 children, let's play the poor mouth. You spend more of this ass-kissing effort on cultivation. You have long been promoted to the inner disciple. After saying that, she introduced to the boy, these 2 are Lin Xiaolu senior brother and Xiaolu senior sister. Both are my master's new disciples. In the future you treat them well. Don't neglect them. When the boy named Monkey Sanner heard this, he hurriedly bent down respectfully to the siblings and saluted. Outer disciple Monkey Sanner. Meet senior brother Lin Xiaolu. Meet senior sister Xiaolu. Little Yuer glanced at Monkey Sanner with some fear, and her small body hid behind Li Miaoxin, as if she was a frightened young beast. Looking straight at Li Miaoxin, she exclaimed that she was cute, and Lin Xiaolu was not so scared. He saw the monkey-like unknown object in front of him, honored himself, immediately put on a big brother posture, carrying a small hand dejectedly. Young man is not bad. From now on you will be with me. Monkey Sanner froze, and Li Miaoxin almost laughed out loud. This little senior brother of his is really too amusing. The 7-year-old Lin Shalu continued to arrogantly smile at Monkey Sanner. Come, call big brother. Monkey Sanner looked at the youngest senior brother in front of him who was only up to his own thighs in height, and after slightly hesitating for a moment he looked embarrassed and said, Big brother. Lin Xiaolu nodded contentedly, with a silly crooked smile. From now on, you'll hang out with me, and if anyone bullies you, just report my name as Lin Xiaolu. Li Miaoxian was so amused by this scene that her face turned red as she held back her laughter. She gasped for several breaths before interrupting Lin Xiaolu's magical laughter, and said to Monkey Sanner, Go and beat up a few portions of spirit food and send them to my compartment. Remember, make it softer. My senior sister is young and can't eat food that's too hard. Alright, 3 senior brothers and sisters please. The siblings and Li Miaoxin entered an elegant compartment, and as soon as they entered, Lin Xiaolu asked curiously, Elder sister, what is spirit food? Spirit food then is food irrigated with spiritual qi. Long-term consumption is greatly beneficial to our cultivation. Li Miaoxin introduced unhurriedly. Outer disciples can only enjoy 1 meal of spirit food per month, while inner disciples can enjoy 1 meal per day. In addition, those that exceed the quantity need to be exchanged with contribution points. And what are contribution points? Lin Xiaolu continued to pursue the question. Contribution points are the contributions you make to the clan. We can go and do tasks for the clan to get contribution points after practicing, and then we can exchange the spirit stones, magic weapons, techniques and such that we want. Lin Xiaolu's siblings were a bit confused. They were too young to understand this, but they were still more interested in food. When they were in the village they seldom even ate meat, let alone any spiritual food. Just hearing about it all felt not bad, so their hearts were all very much looking forward to it. And just as they waited in eager anticipation, a loud, ear-piercing laugh suddenly came from outside the compartment. Senior sister Miaoxian, a tall, thin cultivator wearing a navy blue robe walked in with a group of playful cultivators. As soon as he entered the room, the tall and thin cultivator couldn't wait and smiled grimly. Senior sister Miao Xin, I heard that your star-picking lineage finally received 2 disciples after 20 years. Senior brother, I came over to take a look at what kind of heavenly pride it is to be able to enter your star-picking's eyes. When these words came out, the others behind the tall and thin cultivator laughed out loud. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, looked at the group of people with a frown. Although she didn't want to admit it in her heart, the star remover lineage had always been the laughingstock of Ame. It couldn't be helped. Although the master teacher's strength was unique among the elders of the 9 veins, his old man was lazy by nature. Plus the Jedi of the star-picking vein was just too difficult to begin, so there had been no new disciples for more than 20 years, but she still wouldn't allow others to insult picking star. And at this moment, she even crossed her eyes and said in a cold voice, Senior brother Zhao, my master's recruitment of disciples, I still have to let you look at it. No, 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 senior sister, you've misunderstood. The tall and thin cultivator quickly waved his hand. Our senior brothers of the 9 infant lineage are just curious. The star-picking lineage hasn't had any disciples for 20 years, and today there are suddenly new disciples, and there are still 2 of them. So can I not come to take a look, senior brother? Bringing the senior brothers over for a long look. After he finished speaking, he looked at the timid little Yuer and then Lin Xiaolu and asked with a smile, are the 2 of you the new disciples of the star-picking lineage? Just after the question, the smile on his face abruptly ended and he shouted, Eastern egg, elder brother I am. In the crowd behind him, a little fat man in gorgeous clothes, probably around 10 years old, squeezed over. The little fat man had a fat face, squinting a pair of triangular eyes. The whole person was like a meatball, and the meat on his chin trembled when he walked. The tall and thin cultivator took the little fatty's shoulder and smiled at Lin Xiaolu. This is my master's new disciple, Dongfang Egg, born with an earth spirit body. Lin Xiaolu was shocked at the words. Her beautiful eyes were surprised to see this unimpressive little fatty. The earth spirit body among the 5 elemental spirit bodies. The 9 infant lineage had actually collected such a heavenly pride. Seeing her surprise, the tall and thin cultivator's eyes became even more rampant as he looked at Lin Xiaolu's siblings and snorted. Little egg, these 2 are the senior brothers and sisters who joined Ame on the same day as you. Go and say hello. The little fat man named Dongfang Egg understood, and arrogantly came to Lin Xiaolu. His little eyes first swept Lin Xiaolu's ragged clothes full of pudding, then his eyes showed contempt, and he said loudly and arrogantly, I am the son of the Prime Minister of the Great Yu country, born with the earth spirit body Dongfang Egg. Who are you? Behind the little fatty, the tall thin cultivator and a group of 9 infants disciples showed a look of watching the show, and Lin Xiaolu felt dissatisfied all of a sudden. This group of people were obviously here to bully people. She frowned her eyebrows and was just about to get angry, but Lin Xiaolu, who was being watched closely by little fatty, suddenly gave a crooked smile. I'm your father. Chapter 4, Dueling equals fighting. The moment these words came out, the compartment was deathly silent. Lin Xiaolu even almost giggled out loud, and that little fat man first froze when he heard it, and then looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was a head shorter than himself in front of him, and trembled with anger. This country wild child actually dared to scold himself. Behind him, the 9 infants' senior brothers were also furious, and the tall, thin cultivator who was leading them was even grim-faced as he said, a new disciple of the star-picking lineage. Very arrogant. Ha! Lin Xiaolu held her arms and snorted coldly, what's the matter? You want to bully the little one with the big one? Bullying my little senior brother? Zhao Jipeng. You 9 infants are too shameless. The cultivator called Zhao Jipeng didn't respond to Lin Xiaolu's words, but instead looked towards Lin Shalu, the corners of his mouth pulling out an intimidating sneer. I wouldn't dare to bully Star Picking's junior disciple. I just want our 9 infants' new disciple to spar with your Star Picking's new disciple. How about it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Xiaolu was completely enraged, pointing at Zhao Jipeng and cursing loudly. This little fatty is at least 10 years old, and my senior brother is only 7. You're clearly bullying the young with the old. You really don't even have a face anymore. As soon as these words came out, the other cultivators behind Zhao Jipeng sneered and retorted. Senior sisterly, that's just not right. Where do we cultivators spar in terms of age? That's right, cutting and sparring still depends on age. And you're not afraid of being laughed at. Senior sister Miao Xin, if you don't dare to spar, just don't dare. Our senior brother from 9 infants won't laugh at you. A group of people bustled and laughed, and the sound of their licentiousness was ear-piercing even to Monkey Sanner, who was carrying the spirit food outside the compartment. Lin Xiaolu was angry with her jade face delicately red, clenching her silver teeth and said angrily, my senior brother and your senior brother are both just entering Ame. They have not yet begun to cultivate, and there is no spiritual energy in their bodies at all. They are all children. And the sparring doesn't look at their age to see what they are looking at. You really shameless. Zhao Jipeng saw Lin Xiaolu's hands were trembling with anger. His voice was sharp and sarcastic. Sisterly, don't be anxious. Don't dare to cut the duel, just don't dare to do it. How big a thing. After saying that, he patted the little fatty's shoulder and said, little egg, seen your brother take you back to publicize the publicity. The same new disciple. The disciple of the star picking doesn't even have the courage to spar with you. Ha 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 ha. The little fat man also smiled with a frown on his face as he looked at Lin Xiaolu in front of him, who was a head shorter than his own 3 years younger, and arrogantly raised his head with a grunt, twisting his head as he prepared to leave with Zhao Jipeng. What does cutting mean? Ha? Just as the crowd was about to leave, Lin Xiaolu suddenly opened her mouth and asked. He and his sister were too young to quite understand what cutting meant, and 9 infants in his party even laughed out loud when they heard it, making Li Miaoxin's chest heaving with anger. Ha 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 ha. The new disciple of star picking can do it. He doesn't even know how to cut. Ha 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 ha. I thought that a pair of disciples taken in by the 20 years of star removal would be some kind of heavenly genius, but I didn't expect it to be a dullard. Zhao Jipeng also laughed and covered his stomach. Looking at Lin Xiaolu, he hummed. Cutting is when you fight with my senior brother. Understand? Lin Xiaolu nodded dumbfoundedly, then blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, then when can we cut? Any time. Zhao Jipeng shrugged off his hand and replied impatiently. He had originally come to pick a fight this time. At this moment, his purpose had been achieved and he didn't want to continue to spend time. He wanted to go back and proclaim that the new disciple of the star-picking vein was a wimp. And in the instant he had just finished answering, Lin Xiaolu suddenly copied the white jade porcelain pot on the table and slammed it against the chubby little fat guy in front of him. Clang! With a crunching sound, the porcelain pot split into pieces, while little fatty screamed miserably and fell headfirst to the ground, his face red with blood. This scene startled everyone, and they all froze in place for a moment. But they froze does not mean that Lin Xiaolu froze. In the little fat man covering his face screaming, 7-year-old him without hesitation, a foot on the kick over, straight to the little fat man kicked all over the ground rolling, tear snot plasma flow everywhere. While kicking, Lin Xiaolu is still cursing at the same time, crying your grandpa's crying, also don't inquire about who you messed with, and also cut with grandpa me? Grandpa, I started to cut people when I was born in my mother's womb. Mom's a bastard. Behind her, little you were, wearing a bib, blinking her bright eyes full of childish innocence, sat on a stool and wiggled her little feet, peacefully watching her brother fight. This kind of thing was not strange to her. Her brother used to fight with those big kids in the village to protect himself from bullies, and his hand was always fast and accurate. Stop. Fatty was kicked to death around the people counted to react. Angry Zhao Jipeng raised his hand to teach this brat in front of him, Li Miaoxin immediately ready to block, and Lin Xiaolu actually not afraid of the slightest. Zhao Jipeng raised his hand in a moment. He grabbed the teapot broken a piece of ceramic, squatting in front of the small fat man crying, directly to the ceramic against his eyes, and then lifted up the green and tender face to Zhao Jipeng said, what do you want? Zhao Jipeng froze for a moment, looking at the sharp and pointed porcelain tiles in the boy's hand. His hand that was halfway raised just froze there, hesitant to make a move. He was only a cultivator of the 3rd stage of qi condensation, and was not certain that he could save little fatty unharmed. Li Miaoxin was also startled, and her beautiful eyes looked at Lin Xiaolu full of surprise. Her own this little senior brother looks so fierce. The compartment was eerily quiet, with only little fatty's cries continuing. Half a minute later, Zhao Jipeng took a few deep breaths. His chest was heaving violently, and he said angrily, good. You new disciples of star picking are good. I'll definitely report this matter to the law enforcement hall. You'll just wait to be punished. He pointed at Lin Xiaolu and fumed loudly, wantonly beating a fellow disciple, lawless and without respect. You're finished. He spoke furiously, yet Lin Xiaolu did not show any look of panic, and there was not a single ripple on her small palm-sized face, only to wait for him to finish speaking, and then spoke lightly. Little you er, brother. The little girl called sweetly from behind him. Just now I asked this senior brother what cutting means. What did this senior brother say? Lin Xiaolu stared at Zhao Jipeng and asked. Senior brother said that cutting is fighting. Little Yuer replied in a milky voice. So, when can we fight? Lin Xiaolu asked again. Xiao Yuer's brain tilted and laughed. Senior brother said any time is fine. Zhao Jipeng immediately looked ugly, while the other senior brothers behind him helped him retort. Then you even used a weapon. Fighting with weapons isn't fighting? Lin Xiaolu continued to ask nonchalantly. The Taoist choked and stared at his eyes in disbelief as he couldn't answer. And Zhao Jipeng also reacted. He glared at Lin Xiaolu and said loudly and angrily. Using a weapon will kill you. It's not the same nature as fighting. And, is he dead? As soon as the calm words came out, Zhao Jipeng immediately choked again. The whole person was furious with anger. The finger pointing at Lin Xiaolu couldn't stop shaking, but he was hard to answer. Finally, Lin Xiaolu suddenly grinned and said with a sweet smile, "Senior brother, who won this duel?" Zhao Jipeng's body trembled. For some reason, looking at this teenager who hadn't even begun his formal cultivation, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. And when Lin Xiaolu saw that he didn't say anything, her smile suddenly disappeared, and the sharp porcelain piece in her hand slammed down. "I asked you who won." The little fat man with a face full of blood looked at the porcelain tile close at hand in front of the frightened not dare to move at all. The mouth is even more broken down and cried loudly, "You won! You won! You are my father! You are my father!" When he finished speaking, a foul odor came from within the crotch of the little fat man's pants. He was pissed off alive. Chapter 5, Picking the Star and the Nine Infants. When Zhao Jipeng and the disciples of the nine-infant lineage saw how humiliating little Fatty was, each of their faces rose to the color of pig's liver. Li Miaoxin, on the other hand, was completely devoid of the party's depression, and joyfully raised her smiling face and said, "Little dear, since Nine Infant's senior brother has already conceded defeat, let go of him. We, star-picking, are not the ones who can't be forgiven for being reasonable." For Li Miao Xin, Lin Xiaolu was still considered to be more obedient, which loosened the porcelain tiles in her hands and got up, while little Fatty also hurriedly rolled and crawled to Zhao Jipeng's side beside them. He was terrified. His round face was white with fear. After all, he was still a 10-year-old child. He had never seen such a ruthless person. Even when he ran back to Zhao Jipeng, he still cried non-stop, shivering and not daring to look at Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, deigned to stick her hands into her coat pockets, her little face full of disdain. What earth spirit body, but also so well, is simply a coward. Himself and his sister since childhood, lost his father and mother. Since childhood, we know that out of the mix is to have a bandit, a bold, fighting is to be ruthless. Either do not do it is bound to give the other side the opportunity to counterattack. Compared to this little fat man is really far from it. How's it going? Senior brother Zhao? Go back and remember to publicize and advertise that your new disciple from Nine Infants was scared out of his pants by my senior brother. Li Miaoxin said sarcastically with glee. Hearing Li Miaoxin's words, Zhao Jipeng's face was as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He glared at the young girl and coldly snorted. My senior brother was born with an earth spirit body, and in a few years, he will become the mainstay of our nine-infant lineage, and then, he will come back to fight you guys. After saying that, he gave Lin Shalu a deep look and left with a toss of his sleeve robe, and as soon as he left, the other nine-infant disciples also left one by one with gloomy faces. They no longer had the face to stay here. The little fat man named Dongfang Egg covered his still bleeding head, gave Lin Xiaolu a fearful look, and pouted his big buttocks as if he was escaping. Upon seeing these people leave, Li Miaoxin immediately let out a cheer. Wow, junior sister. You're so cool. She dotingly rubbed Lin Xiaolu's brain, her beautiful eyes full of joy. Today you've given senior sister a breath of bad luck. Lin Xiaodu's brain was rubbed around by the young girl as if she was rubbing dumplings. Her small mouth muttered in dissatisfaction, "Senior sister, don't rub my head, okay? I'm going to be a big brother in the future." Big brother? Li Miaoxin froze as she listened. A cute, briefly dumbfounded expression on her face. My brother's ideal is to be a gang big brother, collect protection money, and go to the market to eat candy canes without paying. On the side, Xiao Yuer crisply explained. Li Miaoxin cried and laughed after hearing this, stretching out her nice fingers to grab Lin Xiaolu's ears and scolded with a smile. How old are you? And you still want to learn how to be a big brother? Lin Xiaodu's ears were grabbed and his whole body was about to rise up. It hurt like hell. He forced himself to endure the pain, tilted his head and glared at Li Miaoxin with squinted eyes. Woman, I advise you that you'd better let go of me or I'll make you regret being born in this world. Li Miaoxin giggled and slapped him in the face. Call me sister, rude brat. Li Miaoxin was playing around with Lin Shalu, when Xiao Yuer on the side suddenly asked strangely, Senior sister, just now that bad cultivator said that we, star-picking, haven't received any new disciples for 20 years. Is this true or not? Of course it's true, Li Miaoxin laughed. What's wrong, little senior sister? But senior sister doesn't look like a 20-year-old adult either? Xiao Yuer allowed her fingers to speak out her doubts. Lin Shalu also reacted to this moment. Puzzled, yes. Senior sister, you are not 16 years old this year. And 20 years do not match. Li Miaoxin sniffed and scraped Lin Xiaolu's nose, smiled mysteriously at the siblings and said, when she was very, very young, senior sister suffered a very serious injury, and was saved by the master, his elder, and then sealed in 1,000-year-old ice. And it was only after 5 years that she was awakened by the master's use of a magic treasure. And during those 5 years, senior sister was stopping her growth. Both siblings listened with their mouths wide open in disbelief. And when Li Xian saw the two of them in this dumbfounded state, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. After the three of them joked for a while, Monkey Sanner walked in with spirit food. Senior sister Miao Xian, senior sister Xiao Yuer, senior brother Xiao Deer, the spirit food is ready. Li Miaoxin, who was teasing Lin Xiao, nodded her head with a smile. Thank you Monkey Sanner. He senior sister. You and I are still polite. You guys enjoy your meal. Monkey Sanner smiled as he placed the spiritual food on the table, and then retired to leave the room. At the table, once Lin Xiao and Xiao Yuer, who had long been hungry, saw the food on the table, they both couldn't wait to look at the table as well. And at that look, they were both instantly dismayed. There was a dinner plate on the table with 3 small bowls of rice on it and nothing else. The siblings were confused. This was the spiritual food that senior sister had been bragging about so much? No meat, not to mention, not even vegetables, and the rice was pitifully small. It looked like only a few dozen grains of rice, so I guess it was gone in one bite. The 7-year-old Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. I can't imagine that the immortal cultivation sect is actually so poor. This food is not as good as the food that he and Xiao Yuer ate in the village. This time, I really fell for that Li Mingru's trick. If I had known it was like this I shouldn't have come with my sister. Seeing that the siblings were looking at the spiritual food in the dinner plate with a bitter face, Li Xian immediately knew what they were thinking and introduced them with a smile. Senior brother and sister. This is spiritual food. It's made from spiritual rice. Don't look at it as mediocre. But it tastes very tasty, and it can weed out impurities from the body. And it's also very beneficial to cultivation. Lin Xiao skimmed her and pouted her lips without saying anything, while the starving Xiao Yuer couldn't care less anymore. Not knowing how to use chopsticks yet, she directly grabbed the small rice ball with her hands and threw it into her powdery mouth. A little senior sister. You don't know how to use chopsticks. Senior sister can feed you. Li Miaoxin wanted to stop her from grabbing with her hands, but didn't have time. At this moment, Xiao Yuer ate the small rice ball bark a few times, and then her eyes lit up. Her cute little face was full of surprise. I don't know what to do, but I'm not sure if I can do it, she said. Ni, this is delicious. Lin Xiao froze at his words and looked at Xiao Yuer's face in amazement. Because of the perennial wandering in the village, hungry and full, his own and his sister's body is not particularly good, and the skin has always been an unhealthy dark yellow color, and at this moment, his sister's skin actually in the naked eye to become white and moist red. This stuff is actually that amazing? He no longer hesitated and directly threw the rice into his mouth to savor it, and with this taste, his entire body was stunned. The rice slid into his mouth as a hot stream almost as soon as he entered the mouth, and the entire mouth immediately spread out an endless aroma, and his body warmed up, while the original hunger in his belly disappeared even more. How was it? Delicious, isn't it? Li Miaoxian asked from the side with a smile. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head repeatedly. It was too damn tasty. Li Miaoxian smiled even more happily. Both her eyes curved into 2 small crescent moons. She pushed her share of spirit food in front of her siblings. Nah, this one from senior sister is also for you. Lin Xiaolu looked at the crystal clear rice in front of her and queried. Aren't you going to eat, senior sister? Li Miaoxian held her fair chin and shook her head. Senior sister has been abstaining for a long time, and she also eats these every day, so she's long since gotten tired of eating them. Lin Xiao nodded and said thank you, then gave most of the rice grains to her sister, leaving a small portion for herself. Little Jade, say thank you, Lin Xiaolu said to her sister. Xiao Yuer smiled sweetly at Li Miaoxian. Thank you senior sister. Li Miaoxian dotingly touched little Yuer's head, her eyes full of love. Right senior sister. Just now that senior brother Zhao, and whatever other disciples of the 9 infants, why are they picking on us? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. Xiao Yuer, who was eating spiritual food, was also exasperated and said helpfully, yeah, they're looking all bad. Li Miaoxian smiled bitterly at his words. We, star picking, and the 9 infant lineage have had a long-standing relationship. You don't need to care about this, just turn around and cultivate properly. She didn't explain too much, not wanting to put pressure on her senior siblings. Then what is senior sister 9 infants? And what are we? Star catcher? Lin Xiao asked the question he had been curious about for a long time. He only knew until now that this place was called Ame, and that he belonged to the star-picking lineage of Ame. But what star-picking meant he had absolutely no idea. Chapter 6. See you tomorrow. Sister. Inside the compartment. After hearing Little Deer's question, Li Miaoxin recounted with a smile. What about picking star and 9 infants? They are actually both subdivisions of our Ame, and there are a total of 9 such subdivisions. They are Spirit Sword, Remnant Moon, Yang Shen, Star Picking, Pill Element, Talisman, 9 infants. passing demon, and Luo men. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu listened in a daze. Both of them couldn't understand a single word, and at the moment, they were both looking at the young girl in front of them as if they were demented. And Li Miaoxin saw the reaction of the two of them, also could not help but laugh out loud, covered his mouth and laughed. Senior brother and sister don't need to remember so much. You only need to know that although we have fewer people in Plucked Star, but our master on the strength of the 9 subveins of the strongest, and the sect leader compared to it is also no less than the same. Then senior sister, what's so special about our star picking? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. There is. The young girl laughed. The divine ability of our star picking lineage is called the star picking determination. It is the most difficult dharma among the 9 subveins, and is extremely powerful. Rumor has it that master, his old man, had once plucked a star in the sky, shocking the entire divine state. While the siblings let out a gasp. Lin Xiaolu couldn't even imagine plucking a star from the sky. What kind of a scene would it have to be? Li Miao Xin continued with a smile and said, senior brothers and sisters don't need to think too much. Grow up well, cultivate well, and in the future revitalize our star-picking lineage and become a great person like master. Li Miao Xin looked at Lin Xiaodir and Xiaoyuer in front of her. Her eyes were filled with fondness. During the weekdays, she was all alone in the sect to cultivate. Her master didn't care about anything, and her elder brother was always in seclusion, so she was actually very lonely. Although cultivation should be able to endure loneliness, but Li Miaoxin after all is still only a 16-year-old girl, like lively is the nature of her age. She usually see other people's inner disciples are in 2s and 3s in the cultivation together, do the clan tasks together, have a laugh in the clan play, has been envious of a long time, and now, she is also finally have their own senior siblings, really good. After eating the magical spirit food, Lin Xiaolu and her sister followed Li Miao Xin and left the attic. Before leaving, Lin Xiaolu also patted Monkey Sanner in an old-fashioned manner and said with a smile, young man is good, perform well in the future, big brother looks after you. It messed up Monkey Sanner's head. After leaving the dining room, Lin Xiaolu and her sister followed Li Miaoxin to the miscellaneous service courtyard to collect living supplies. There were also some outer disciples around the miscellaneous service courtyard, and as soon as Li Miaoxin appeared, the outer disciples greeted Li Miaoxin. Good day, senior sisterly. Good noon, senior sisterly. Senior sisterly has worked hard. Li Miao Xin nodded her head one by one and smiled in response, without the slightest bit of bravado, and was polite to everyone. Soon she led the siblings to a row of wooden side-by-side compartments and greeted a woman in the compartment who was rattling an abacus. Senior sister Lu. The woman who was called Lu's sister was startled when she heard the voice and looked up to see Li Miaoxin, immediately showing surprise. Sisterly, why are you free to come to my place today? Bringing my master's newly accepted senior brothers and sisters to receive living supplies, Li Miao Xin said with a smile. The woman with the surname Lu sniffed and looked at Lin Shalu and Xiaoyu outside the door. The corners of her mouth rose with a light smile. Your star-picking lineage has finally recruited a new disciple. Congratulations. Cluck 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 sister Lu, you're welcome. Are you still comfortable working here? It's okay. It's just that there's a lot more stuff to remember and it's a bit of a brain dump. Ha? Well, you could have gotten someone to help you. Forget it, senior sister. The contribution points for this job are only so little a month. I can't even support myself. Half an hour later. Senior sister, you heard about it. Yesterday evening Tong demon lineage of golden armor big trumpet slipped out of the blue water pool. Most of the night to go in the green hair basilisk turtle date. The result is just to be up to small solution of the elder Qiguan bumped into. Can be Qiguan elder to the gas. Wow, is it that powerful? Bastard and turtle? Qiguan elders have not seen what should not see things. Gee, that I don't know. Oh. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu watched as their own senior sister and the woman surnamed Lu chatted about gossips with great vigor. And a magical laughter came out from time to time, and helplessness was written all over the faces of the two of them. Little you Lin Xiaolu pulled her sister's hand and educated. In the future, you're not allowed to learn from your senior sister to chat about gossip. Do you know? I know. Little Jade agreed. Lin Xiaolu nodded, then looked at Li Miaoxin in front of her, who continued to chatter and chat with a blushing face, and a feeling of powerlessness welled up in her heart. This immortal cultivator seems to be no difference with the mortals. Chat gossip chat so energetic. Forget the time not to mention, but also non-stop chat yellow paragraph. Is thought to be young and sister do not understand it? Li Miaoxin chatting more and more energetic. Small mouth blah 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 endless, until the sun gradually sinking in the west, the surroundings darken. She only reacted to their own and Lu Sis chatting has been almost more than an hour, and hastily turned around to look at Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, and found that siblings do not know when they have already sat down on the ground, are snuggling together quietly asleep. The young girl felt regret, exasperated a slap on his forehead. The heart of self-hatred, Li Miao Xin ah Li Miao Xin. How do you do, sister? Chat gossip to the younger brothers and sisters are chatting to forget. The woman surnamed Lu on the side was also aware of the transgression, and even apologized to Lin Xiaolu, and then went to fetch the supplies. When Lin Xiaolu woke up the siblings, the woman with the surname Lu also took the supplies over with apologies, and then began to register the accounts on the side of the ledger, while remembering and chanting. 3 sets of costumes for the inner disciples of the plucked star. 1 token. A set of gold velvet futon. A set of household utensils. 1 box of dust cleansing pills. 30 cones of insect repellent and tranquilizing incense. Soon, to be all the supplies registered, Lu woman will be this mess of a pile of things into a large wooden box. After everything was packed up, Li Miao Xin smiled faintly. I'm grateful to senior sister Lu. Senior sister is not saying anything. It's my mouth that's too broken, making the 2 junior brothers and sisters wait for so long. The 2 large boxes were filled. Li Miao Xin raised her hand and pinched, storing both boxes inside the brocade tassel on her waistband, then bid farewell to the woman surnamed Lu and led her siblings back to the courtyard. Senior brothers and sisters, you guys will live here in the future. Li Miao Xin pointed at the classically and elegantly decorated houses in front of her and proudly smiled. We have fewer people in star picking, so there are especially many empty houses, so you guys can just choose wherever you want to live. After she finished speaking, she pointed to a small palace-like courtyard next door and smiled. Senior sister lives in that house, not far from you guys, so if you guys need any help in the future feel free to talk to senior sister. Xiaolu obediently said thank you to Lin Miao Xin. Lyn Shalu nodded her thanks as well. After that, Li Miao Xin was very enthusiastic about moving the living materials into the house chosen by the siblings. There are things that they do not know how to use. Li Miao Xin is also very patient and hand in hand to teach, like washing and bathing and washing clothes with the dust dan, to drive away snakes, insects and ants with the insect repellent Jingshan incense. These siblings have not seen the object. She is the same teaching. It was only until the sky grew late, the bright moon hung high, and everything was packed up, that Li Miao Xin smiled and prepared to leave. Little dear, little you are, already mixing well with the siblings. She affectionately smiled at the siblings and said, starting tomorrow you'll be going to the literacy hall to learn literacy along with the inner disciples from the other subdivisions. Have a good night's rest tonight. An elder sister will take you there first thing in the morning. Well, thank you senior sister. Senior sister by little Yuer waved her little hand in farewell. Lin Xiaolu also hummed her little nose and coolly said to Li Miao Xin, see you tomorrow, senior sister. Chapter 7 The Literacy Hall. Came to Amei's first night. Lin Xiaolu did not sleep well. He and his sister live in the house. Although it looks quite opulent, the bed is also very soft. Then the village environment is not many times better. But he just cannot sleep. Perhaps it is to sleep in the village of straw mattresses used to sleeping it. Fortunately, his sister did not feel anything, lying on his side sleeping soundly, and always let out a snort 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 laugh in his dreams, while Lin Xiaolu has been holding his sister in his arms, and kept his eyes open until the latter part of the night before slowly closing his eyes. Early in the morning of the second day, the melodious sound of a bell ringing out of nowhere echoed through the mountain peaks, spreading to every corner of Amei. Junior brother, junior sister. Get up. Li Miao Xin stepped into the house wearing a green long shirt, only to see the 2 little ones on the bed couch with their bare bottoms just as she walked into the compartment. Ah! She screamed in fear and subconsciously covered her eyes, her face blushing and jumping straight to her feet. Good morning senior sister. Xiaolu rubbed her eyes and got up from the bed, while Lin Xiaolu also yawned and sat up. You two quickly put on your clothes. Li Miao Xin, who did not dare to open her eyes, hurriedly urged. Little Yuer blankly changed into the inner disciple's small Dao robe, somewhat unable to understand why her senior sister was like this, and could only ask Lin Xiaolu beside her while putting on her clothes. Brother, what's wrong with senior sister? Lin Xiaolu, who was also putting on her clothes, crooked her little mouth and laughed very confidently. I guess I was shocked by the masculine aura on my body. Li Miao Xin almost spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard this. You're only 7 years old. Where did you get the masculinity from? With a red face, she urged. You guys quickly put on your clothes. Senior sister will take you to wash and comb your hair. Soon, the 2 little ones changed into their little navy blue Taoist robes, put on cloth shoes that fit just right, and then rinsed their mouths with the dust wash. Wash the dust dan is very magical. The appearance of the same as a transparent water ball, gently put into the mouth and swallowed. The body clothes on the dust will be dispersed on their own. Even the sludge and the nail cracks, hair strands and the dirty things will be dissipated. And once the 2 of them had finished washing up, Li Miao Xin began to carefully comb their hair. In front of the dresser's bronze mirror, Li Miao Xian looked at the mirror. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyuer heart slightly surprised. Yesterday's time could not see. Now these two little guys with the dust washing Dan wash clean after. He found that the two of them sell actually quite good. Xiaoyuer not to mention. The whole person grows with a pink little pill like especially cute. Bright jade-like eyes look as if they can speak. A stubborn smile between are not difficult to see that when you grow up will be a beautiful little beauty. And Lin Xiaolu's features were also very proper. Not to mention her red lips and white teeth. At a small age, her eyebrows actually had traces of sword eyebrows, giving her a sense of righteousness. Just his eyes are very strange. Childlike innocence only accounted for 3 points. Untamed but accounted for 7 points. So that his righteousness with a few points of evil. In the future, I am afraid that it will only be a little mischievous. The young girl was chatting cheekily with the two of them while combing their hair straight, coiling and tying it into small pills, and inserting 2 jade-colored hairpins, so that the 2 little Taoist children appeared completely in front of the eyes. Come, let's see if elder sister has dressed you up well. The young girl hugged little Yuer on her lap and smiled at the bronze mirror. While senior sister and really good looking, Xiao Yuer's eyes were glowing as she looked at herself in the mirror stinking beautifully, while Li Miaoxin laughed her head off. This little beauty complimented herself really without leaving any room for error. After putting down little jade child, Li Miao Xian opened her hand towards Lin Xiaolu again. Come, senior sister hug. Lin Shalu, who was hugging her arms, hummed disdainfully che. He opened his mouth and spat. Is it useful to look good? Our children of the Jianghu, out to mix is a righteousness. Good looking that are some useless things. The boy's serious demeanor straight away made Li Miao Xian's stomach hurt from laughing, and after pinching the boy's face despite his objections, she took the two of them together to the dining room for breakfast. At this moment, the time has just reached the morning dawn, the same as yesterday. Li Miaoxin is still holding one in one hand, afraid that they will be lost, took them to the dining room. Breakfast was light. A porcelain bowl of thin porridge of indescribable material and 2 plates of small pickled vegetables. It seemed that in order to replenish their bodies, Li Miao Xian also paid out of her own pocket and had Monkey San Air take 2 white jade Chengliang eggs and serve them up. This is the egg of a spirit beast. It's especially nourishing, and it's good for the body if senior siblings eat it. Xiao Yuer looked at the white tiny egg in the dish and thought it was so beautiful. She asked curiously, Senior sister, what kind of spirit beast's egg is this? Lin Xiaolu looked at the young girl with the same curiosity. Seeing that both siblings were interested, Li Miaoxin smiled proudly. Golden armored great bastard. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyuer stopped talking, lowered their heads in silence, and ate their own meals in peace. After finishing breakfast, Li Miaoxin took the siblings out of the dining room and took them to the literacy hall to learn how to read and write. The hall of literacy was built on Amei Peak, the main peak of Amei. Amei 9 veins 10 peaks, which 9 branches each a peak, and the 10th Amei peak is the Amei head of the residence of the practice place. Weekdays will also be used as a large-scale event, or hospitality guests, and so on. Amei Peak is surrounded by 9 peaks in the center, where each of the 9 peaks and there will be a green jade made of the road bridge, connected to the Amei Peak for the Amei disciples to and from. At this moment, Li Miao Xian was leading the brother and sister duo to walk in the green light and white jade, crystal clear path-seeking bridge. For this subtle jade bridge siblings are surprised, especially Lin Xiaolu. He listened to the village adults said, Jade this thing are old money, are the city's landlords, or the government like rare objects. A small piece of jade can be worth a year's harvest of a family. I did not think that this Amei is actually so rich. Direct use of jade to do the bridge, or the whole 9 bridges. Wow brother come over and look it's so beautiful here. Little Yuer was excitedly shouting, lying on the jade handrail in the bridge, looking at the smoky sea of clouds underneath the bridge, surprise written all over her little face. Li Miaoxin, who was following the two of them with a gentle expression, watched the brother and sister duo running around on the bridge, and for a moment, it was as if she had seen the picture of herself when she first came to this Tao-seeking bridge back then. At that time, he was also the size of Xiao Yuer, and the one who accompanied him at that time was his senior brother. Soon the three walked across the path-seeking bridge, up the middle section of Amei Peak, past a rocky beach with a cascading stream hanging over it, and arrived in front of the so-called Hall of Literacy. Li Miao Xian of the star-picking lineage, with the new disciples of star-picking, meet Mr. Young. In front of the ancient literacy hall, an old man who was sitting on a rocking chair and drinking tea opened his eyes, smilingly looked at Li Miao Xian who had a respectful attitude, and then looked at Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer beside her, and laughed softly. Old man, I heard that the star-picking lineage has finally recruited a new disciple after 20 years, and it's you 2 little dolls? Chapter 8 Pebbles. Xiao Yuer pulled Li Miao Xian's hand and glanced at the old man fearfully, not daring to squeak, while Lin Xiaolu admitted with a cocky face, That's right, it's me. In the face of the boy's dejection, the old man didn't get angry, but instead smiled with a kind face and said, "Your senior sister brought you here too early. It will still be a while before the inner disciples under the age of 10 from the other subdivisions will come." After saying that, the old man pinched the beard on his chin and laughed. "Also, the old man I first touch a bottom. Before you two entered literate? Auntie taught us to write our names," little Jade said. The old man nodded at his words. "Then the two of you still have a relatively poor foundation. No harm done. Turn around, old man, I'll make up for you." Li Miaoxin's heart rejoiced at the sound of this, and she hurriedly asked her siblings to say thank you. The siblings thanked the old man, who lay back in his rocking chair and lightly nodded his head a few times, then smiled and said, "The old man's surname is Young, so you can just call me Mr. Young." Little Jade sniffed and shouted crisply, "Hello, Mr. Yang. My name is Lin Xiaolu." Lyn Shalu nodded her head as well and spoke, "My name is Lin Xiaolu." The old man smiled, and the two parties sort of got to know each other. After a while, the sound of some children talking gradually came from the back. Li Miaoxin knew that this was the disciples under the age of 10 from other subdivisions who came to study. She squatted down and touched Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer's heads. "Study well in the literacy hall. Listen to the words of the teacher. And when it's Shin time, senior sister will come to pick you up." "No need to pick up. I remember the way," Lin Xiaolu arrogantly said. "I'll go back by myself with my sister. No need to trouble senior sister." Li Miaoxin laughed a little, fondly pinched the boy's small face and laughed. "Really know the way? That's for sure. Alright, senior sister, you go back." Li Miaoxin smiled at his words, then got up and rushed the old man in the rocking chair with a hug before turning to leave. Once Li Miaoxin had left, little Yuer tugged on Lin Xiaolu's hand tightly before allowing her fingers to look at the other children walking over. There were both male and female among these children. All of them were not very old. The oldest was only 10 years old. The others were almost all 7 or 8 years old like Lin Xiaolu, and there were also individual 4 or 5 years old as Xiao Yuer. One and all of them were wearing navy blue Taoist robes, hanging small cloth bags containing books, and they were exactly the same in terms of clothing. Only the embroidery on the chest area was different. For example, Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, their siblings, have the word picking stars embroidered on their chests. The embroidered characters of these little Taoist children were all kinds of different things, like what is the remnant moon, Yangshen, medicine yuan, talismans and other dazzling things, so that one could tell at a glance which subdivision they were from. "Ha, there's a new fellow student in the literacy hall?" A boy of 8 or 9 years old curiously looked at the embroidered characters on the chests of the siblings and asked in surprise, "Are you the new disciples of the star-picking lineage? Wow, it's you too." A group of young Taoist children exclaimed as they gathered around, curiously looking at little Yuer and Lin Xiaolu. Little Yuer rarely saw so many living people at once, so she was scared and hid straight behind Lin Xiaolu, and while Lin Xiaolu frowned, wanting to tell these people to get lost, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Brother Yanyun, the misters have all gone inside to prepare to teach. Let's go in first." Lin Xiaolu heard this voice, felt a little familiar. His eyes went through the crowd and found that it was the little fat man Dongfang Egg who was scared by his own pants yesterday. At this moment, Dongfang Egg, who was also wearing a navy blue Dao robe, saw Lin Xiaolu looking at himself, and straightaway his fat face trembled in fear, as if recalling his ruthlessness, and hurriedly trotted back to the Hall of Literacy. The few remaining Taoists were puzzled as they looked at the little fat man running away. What's wrong with Eastern Egg? Such a love of learning? In the crowd, the little Taoist boy known as Brother Yanyun did not look at Dongfang Egg, but looked at Lin Xiaolu's brother and sister and asked in a loud voice, "You two newcomers, what are your names?" The other little Taoist children also looked at the siblings once again when they heard him speak, each casting a curious gaze. Little Yuer didn't say anything, just quietly hiding behind her brother, while Lin Xiaolu crouched down under the curious gazes of a group of young Taoist children. He crouched down and then first observed the surrounding area before looking up at a small Taoist boy and saying, "Lift your feet." Oh, that little Taoist boy subconsciously raised his feet. As his foot lifted, Lin Xiaolu smoothly picked up the pebble at his feet that was just big enough to hold in her hand. The 10-year-old brother Yanyun and several other young Taoist children looked at Lin Xiaolu in confusion, wondering why he was picking up stones. And when little Yuer, who was on the side, saw her brother like this, she instantly stopped being afraid and instead smiled adorably at these little Taoist children. Under the crowd of children watching, Lin Xiaolu picked up the stone and turned it upside down in her hand, then spoke with a very indifferent expression. "Make way. I'm going in with my sister." As soon as these words came out, a group of Dao children immediately felt dissatisfied, thinking that these two new guys were also too arrogant, simply not putting themselves in their eyes. "Hey, newcomer, you haven't answered Big Brother Nyan question yet," a little Taoist boy said with his arms crossed. "Yeah, it's rude not to answer when someone asks you something. So you and this little girl are brother and sister?" We are the seniors of the literacy hall. You have to listen to our orders from now on. Quickly say, what are your names? Yeah, we won't let you go until you tell us. The surrounding little Taoist children urged the siblings one after another, while Lin Xiaolu glanced at them calmly, and finally looked at the so-called big brother Yanyun. Are you the boss here? Lin Xiaolu asked with big blinking eyes. The 10-year-old Taoist boy held his arms proudly and said, That's right. Lin Xiaolu nodded honestly at his words. Oh, not from today then. The Taoist boy froze. The others also froze for a moment. Do not know what the meaning of this new arrival. And the next second, Lin Xiaolu violently raised his hand. The pebbles in his hand ruthlessly smashed on the head of the Yanyun big brother. Ah! With a miserable cry, the 10-year-old Taoist boy fell to the ground on his butt, a touch of red soaring out from his forehead. The surrounding little Taoist children were frightened by this scene and backed away for a moment, while Lin Xiaolu continued to turn the bloodstained pebbles in her hand upside down one at a time, slowly looking over all of them. Now, do you still want to ask me and my sister our names? The Taoist children were all shivering in fear and were too scared to speak, but one of them, a female Taoist child of 8 or 9 years old, was unconvinced, pointing at Lin Xiaolu and threateningly saying, You hit people with a stone. I'm going to tell Mr. Lin Shalu smiled disdainfully at his words and tilted his mouth in the direction of the Hall of Literacy. Go. The female Taoist child seemed to not expect Lin Xiaolu to be so emboldened. First she was slightly stunned, then as if she was angered by his arrogance, she angrily stamped her foot and turned her head to run towards the door of the Hall of Literacy, but before she could run far, Lin Xiaolu violently copied the pebbles in her hand and then threw them with vigor. Whoosh! Dang! With a crunching sound, the female Taoist child who was halfway running screamed miserably, her small body flopping to the ground in a flash before clutching her ever-bleeding head and wailing with her mouth open. The clear cry was loud, and it also finally drew out Mr. Yang, who was preparing a lesson in the Hall of Literacy. Sir, this newcomer hit us with a rock. As soon as they saw the old man come out, the Taoist children shouted and gathered around as if they had found their backbone. Sir, after he beat up big brother Yanyun, he also beat up Chu Chu. Sir, look, big brother Yanyun and Chu Chu's heads are broken. Yes sir, you must punish these two newcomers. They've gone too far. Chapter 9, The Arrogant Lin Xiaolu. Mr. Yang looked at the two children whose heads were broken and bleeding, and then looked at the childish siblings. His face did not change much. He walked over to the girl named Chu Chu and lifted up his pale palm. A blazing light lit up in his palm, and within a short time, the girl's injured forehead was magically restored as before. Then, he used the same method to treat the Taoist child known as Big Brother Yanyun, and only after everything was taken care of did he come in front of Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, looking down on the two siblings and saying, Why did you fight? Lin Xiaolu lifted her palm-sized little face, raised her hand and pointed at the other Taoist children and said, My sister and I wanted to go in, but they wouldn't let us, and they even told us to say our names, saying that if I didn't listen to them they wouldn't let me go. Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. A young Taoist boy immediately retorted. It's clearly us who were curious about their names, and they refused to tell us and even beat us. That's right. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. It's just wrong of you to hit someone. That's right. Choo Choo is going to tell Mr. And you're smashing Choo Choo up. Shame on you for hitting a girl. The surrounding children were accusing the brother and sister duo with heated words, while the old man listened to them, but his gaze went to the Taoist child who had just recovered from his injuries at the side. Chen Yanyun, tell me what's going on. The Taoist boy named Chen Yanyun saw the old man ask himself, and without hesitation, he pointed at Lin Xiaolu and complained. Sir, this little him. Whoosh! A cracking sound rang out so steeply that before the old man could even react, a new pebble smashed into Chen Yanyun's face once again. Chen Yanyun screamed in pain on the spot, and in the next second, Lin Xiaolu's tiny size flew straight over and kicked Chen Yanyun down in front of Mr. Mother ********. The dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Looking for a fight. Lin Xiaolu directly cursed. He and his sister are fatherless and motherless orphans. In the village in the past, he hated it when someone called his siblings small. Angry teenager grabbed again injured Chen Yanyun lifted his hand as a slap. Pumping is not addicted. Writing on his body copied the pebbles to continue to smash. The surrounding Taoists looked shocked. All of them didn't expect this new disciple of Starcatcher to be so lawless, daring to beat up people in front of Mr. Stop. The old man who had just reacted opened his mouth and drank. Lin Xiaolu, who had already lifted the pebbles high in the air, heard the voice and stopped her movements, twisting her head to look at the immortal gentleman. The old man saw him stop. The original trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes dissipated a few points. Just now he was shocked. Did not expect that this little guy's nature is actually so wild. His own in front of him he dared to do it. In fact, He also knew that it was Chen Yanyun who was wrong in the party, and it was indeed excessive to insult others in public. But Lin Xiaolu had injured someone with violence and had done it with a vicious hand, so this was definitely a fault as well. At this moment, he looked serious and prepared to let Lin Xiaolu get up and speak, and just as he was about to open his mouth, Lin Xiaolu, who was riding on Chen Yanyun's waist, suddenly snorted coldly at him. Mother asterisk 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 her, mind your own business. After saying that, the boy raised his hand and smashed the pebble on Chen Yanyun's nose. Ka-ching! A crunching sound. The little Taoist boy's nose was directly smashed. The whole person let out a miserable scream. This bloody scene straight around the other Taoist boys are all to see the fear of heart, a shivering backward. After all, they were all just little children. When had they ever seen such a ferocious scene? At this moment, when they saw Lin Xiaolu being so fierce, they all unconsciously began to tremble in their little legs and stomachs. Especially that girl named Chu Chu. Even more so, she was no longer as bratty as she was just now, and was directly scared to tears. The old man with a head full of silver hair was also infuriated by what Lin Xiaolu had done, and his hands were shaking with anger. The old man looked angrily at Lin Xiaolu. Old man, I originally thought that you were being heavy-handed in order to protect your sister. After all, the cause of the incident was indeed Chen Yanyun's fault in the first place, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious, so disrespectful and lawless. You Starcatcher lineage. Old man, I can't teach you anymore. Go back where you came from. After saying that, the exasperated old man stopped paying attention to him and prepared to treat the blood-covered Chen Yanyun's injuries first. And when he realized that the siblings didn't move, he said in a cold voice, I told you to go back where you came from. Don't you understand? Under the crowd of Taoist children watching, Lin Xiaolu looked at the old man in front of her, suddenly snorted and spat, Bah! You old thing! As soon as the light words came out, all the Dao children in the room looked at Lin Xiaolu in front of them with disbelief. This guy, actually cursed mister. You should know that Mr. Yang of the Literacy Hall, although he is not a Jiedan realm cultivator like the Amei Nine Veins Elder, he is also a big man of the foundation establishment stage, and he has been working diligently in Amei for several decades. Even the sect master would respectfully call out to him as Sir. The reason why he teaches in the Hall of Literacy is also only because of the lack of cultivation talent, destined to have no hope of achieving Dan in this life, so he became a teacher to educate Amei's younger generation. And such an old man, who was highly respected throughout Amei, was actually being called an old thing by this new guy at this moment? The old man was also confused, staring blankly at Lin Xiaolu for a few seconds. Then a monstrous flame of anger instantly rose in his eyes, and cracks appeared on the round stones he stepped on under his feet. Lin Xiaodir was startled, and before he could run away, he heard a roar like rushing thunder ringing out. Little brat, today the old man I will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your master, Li Mingru. Lin Xiaodir's little face was scared white. He looked at the old man with long hair and white beard in front of him, and his whole body was shrinking back in fear. See, this old man seems to be really ready to strike. No, that cannot avoid the past. His eyes suddenly rose a trace of stubbornness. Hard across, hard to stretch. His neck shouted, Chen Yanyun scolded me small. I am older than he is small. To hit him is the hands of vicious. Then I scolded you old thing. You are still older than me it. You bully small, you count what? The tender child's voice resounded, causing the originally fiery old man to freeze for a moment, and the anger in his eyes trembled slightly. And Lin Xiaolu then angrily roared, You say I have no respect? I don't know you. Why should I respect you? Are you my grandfather or my grandpa? Did you feed me or clothe me? Even if you say you're my husband, I haven't even taken your class yet, and you haven't even taught me a single word yet. So what qualifications do you have to argue right and wrong with me here? Lin Xiaolu directly pulled up Xiao Yuer's hand and cursed under his breath. Literacy? Grandpa mother asterisk 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 or don't care. Yuck! After spitting, he glared at Chen Yanyun, who was beside him with a face full of blood, and said with a fierce little face, Next time, put your mouth cleaner for Grandpa, or Grandpa will bury you alive. Don't believe me? Just try it. After saying that, he pulled Xiao Yuer and left without looking back. And with that, little Yuer held her brother and turned back to the crowd while walking back with her brother, spitting out her tongue and making a little face slightly. Gradually, the figures of the siblings completely disappeared in the distance, while the old man's eyes flickered and flashed, and after a long time, he sighed as his face changed. Although he didn't really want to admit it, he suddenly felt that little guy, what he said seemed to be a bit reasonable too. Chapter 10, Tang Xin. After leaving the literacy hall, Lin Shalu with Xiao Yuer all the way jumping in the fairyland like a May peak running around, not the slightest bit worried about the meaning of fear. The two of them in the Donghua village on the fatherless and motherless have long been used to madness. At the moment, while playing in the mountains and rivers while following the memory of back to the picking stars in the peak of the direction of the progress, Within a short time, the brothers arrived in front of a jade path-seeking bridge. Seeing that this jade bridge was consistent with the one they remembered from their visit, the two siblings went up the bridge together, hand in hand. Walking over the jade bridge, the brother and sister continued to walk the route they remembered, and along the way, they also encountered many big brothers and sisters wearing Taoist robes. And yet, any cultivator who saw the siblings would almost always whisper a few words. Strange, why would a young disciple of Starcatcher Peak come to our place? I don't know, I guess it's for fun? Shouldn't they be in literacy school at their age? Can't figure it out. Ha ha, probably skipped class and ran out to play. We did not do this back then. Had. Also ha. Little Yuer listened to the whispers of the surrounding cultivators somewhat strangely, and looked up to Lin Xiaolu and said, "Brother, they all seem to be looking at us." Normal. Lin Xiaodir's little face hung with pride and said, "After all, it's our children of the Jianghu, full of kingly spirit, easy to be admired. So in the future this situation will be more and more. Little jade child, you have to learn to get used to it. Do you know?" "I know," the girl responded sweetly. The siblings talked and laughed the whole way onward. Soon they came to another fork in the road. Xiao Yuer looked at the two mountain paths in front of her and allowed her fingers to wonder. "Brother, was there this fork in the road when we came?" Well, Lin Xiaodir contemplated slightly before raising her hand and pointing to the mountain path on the left. "Take this one." After saying that, he was very confident and continued on his way with little Yuer. The two of them walked through a mountain path planted with many emerald bamboos, and it took them a great deal of effort to reach the top of the mountain path. And then they saw a huge round stone archway. "Brother, we're going the wrong way, aren't we?" Little Yuer cried, her little face, looking at the completely unfamiliar archway in front of her, and opened her mouth. "It seems like we can't find our way back." Lin Xiaodir was also a bit embarrassed for a while. He scratched his head before smiling sarcastically. "It's alright, Xiao Yuer. In a while we'll just find an adult to ask for directions." When he finished, he looked curiously at the round stone archway in front of him. He couldn't read yet, so naturally he couldn't read the plaque on the archway, but they were both curious enough to walk in. Passing through the circular archway, the siblings came to a long wooden platform, on either side of which were ponds planted with lotus flowers. "Brother, come look, there are fish here." Little Yuer squatted by the wooden platform and looked in surprise at the red carp swimming around in the pond. "Shoo!" Xiao Yuer was rejoicing when she suddenly heard a crisp chirp ringing in the air above her head, and when she looked up, she felt even more surprised. Wow, what a big sparrow! In the sky, a few red-headed white cranes that were circling and flying high almost didn't hit the trees after hearing the little girl's words. Where did this little girl come from to think she's a sparrow? They are all spirit beasts bred by Ma, with notable intelligence, and can understand human speech. And just as a few white cranes were getting depressed, the boy below rebuked the girl. "How can this be a big sparrow? Can a sparrow be this big?" The white cranes sniffed with slight joy, and a few of them even chirped a few times to the boy, praising the young boy for his eyesight. "Then what are these for, brother?" Little Jade asked curiously. Lin Xiaolu looked up at the flying white cranes. He could not say what this thing was. He and his sister had never been out of Donghua village for so long, and being young, they were able to recognize things that were more limited. At this moment, he then stroked his small chin, eyes slightly narrowed, and after contemplating for a while, he said to little Yuer, "Look at how white this chicken-like thing is. I think this should be a mutated white chicken." White crane in the sky. The white cranes were almost not angry, glaring at the little boy below as they flew. "Where did this little fool come from? Then brother, look at how red their heads are." Little Yuer continued to ask as she pointed at the white crane's head. Lin Xiaolu looked at the red head of the white crane and explained very confidently, "That should be because they fight a lot and then swollen and reddened each other's heads." Oh, little Yuer listened with a look of dawning understanding, then smiled happily at the boy. "Brother, you know so much." Shoo! A sharp and loud crane call rang out, and the cranes in the sky couldn't stand it any longer and swooped down, raising their long beaks and charging at the siblings. "Quickly run! The mutant white chicken is coming to beat us." 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu pulled up his sister and ran. The two siblings ran fast with their short legs on the wooden platform, stepping on the wooden planks on the wooden platform with a thump, and soon, the two of them ran all the way out of the wooden platform, and rushed out from a square gate. And seeing that they were out of the lotus garden, the cranes didn't pursue them any further. Xiao Yuer squatted on the ground and panted heavily. While panting, she opened her mouth and said, "Brother, this mutated white chicken is so fierce." Lin Xiaodir leaned on the edge of a wooden fence, equally panting and tired. After panting for a while, he nodded his head and said, "Yeah, they just reddened their brains because they're too aggressive and like to fight." Having said that, the slowed down Lin Xiaodir looked around herself curiously and realized that she was leaning on a long railing. This railing was big and long, so long that it seemed impossible to look at it. "Where is this place?" He looked around at the dense forest of green willows, densely covered with trees as far as his eyes could see, and then he curiously climbed up to the railing ready to take a look at what was behind it. Nay, he was too young and his legs were too short to climb, and he hung on with his little hands on the railing. Jade, come give me a hand. Oh, come on. Little Jade rushed over to push her brother's little butt in an effort to push him upwards. Finally, with his sister's help, Lin Xiaolu climbed up to the railing, and just as he was about to look inside the railing, a rushing beast roar suddenly sounded. Roar! In the next moment, a figure that covered the sky violently rushed out from within the railing, and the rising waves of air it entrained directly washed the brother and sister duo to the ground. Inside the railing, a huge monster lifted up half of its body. It was a huge python ogre. The exact length of its body was unknown, but the width and length alone was tens of meters, and its huge body was covered with purple and green scales that glowed in the sunlight, and its head was even more terrifying. It was as big as a house, directly blocking the dazzling sun, and at this moment, it was condescendingly staring at the fallen siblings with a pair of golden vertical pupils. Seeing this scene, the terrified Xiao Yue immediately shrieked out in shock and pounced into Lin Xiaolu's arms, while Lin Xiaolu hugged Xiao Yue and looked at this big monster covering the sky above her head, and her crown of teeth trembled and said, "No, don't allow to eat my sister." The python Jiao's huge golden vertical pupils revealed the figures of the brother and sister, seemingly thinking about something. After a while, the huge head of the python slowly descended, spitting out red snake letters from its gaping mouth that were even bigger than Lin Xiaodir's person, straightening up the boy's face. And just then, an urgent voice suddenly came from the distance. "Elder Zi Jinghua, please also keep your mouth shut." Lin Xiaodir was attracted by the sound and turned her head to look, only to see a wonderful young girl wearing a long blue dress and a cute pillhead flying at great speed from the distant dense forest, and upon arrival, she even directly blocked in front of herself and her sister, and raised her hand and cupped her fists at the big monster in front of her, saying, "Tong Demon Lineage Tang Xin, meet Zi Jinghua Sr. Chapter 11, The Rakshasa Ghost Woman." The large and terrifying Tong Tian python stared at Tang Xin for a while with its bizarre golden pupils open, and then looked at the terrified siblings for a long time before it slowly retreated. When it completely retreated behind the railing and disappeared, the young girl named Tang Xin breathed a huge sigh of relief, then angrily glared back at Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yue, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the embroidery on both of their clothes, and coldly droned, "Why are you two little dolls so ignorant of the importance of things? What if Elder Zi Jinghua injures you?" Xiao Yue was fierce by the young girl and hid in Lin Xiaolu's arms with tears rolling straight from her eyes, while Lin Xiaolu was unconvinced and sophomoric. "We went the wrong way and came in by accident." Tang Xin glared at him. Then seeing that the 5 or 6-year-old little girl in front of her was scared to tears by herself, her heart softened and she asked in a slightly softer tone, "You guys are the new disciples of the star-picking lineage?" "Right." Lin Xiaodir opened her mouth curiously and asked, "Who are you? What is this place?" "This is the Tong Demon Peak Spirit Beast Valley, a place specializing in raising spirit beasts. I'm Tang Xin, the eldest disciple of the Tong Demon lineage." After saying that, Tang Xin saw that the eyes of her 5-year-old little sister in front of her were still covered with a few mists of water, so she stretched out her jade hand that wore a few strings of purple beads. In the next second, a magical scene appeared, only to see a few beads of light spread out on her slightly cocked fingers, and a small fluttering butterfly converged above them. Wow! Xiao Yue was immediately attracted by the purple butterfly in front of her, wiping her tears in surprise as she watched the butterfly fluttering in front of her. The butterfly rested adorably on Jade's nose and seemed to be playing a game with her, while Jade's 2 big eyes were synthesized into a doe eye, looking at the little butterfly on the tip of her nose. Seeing that this little sister stopped crying, Tang Xin opened her mouth and asked, "What are your names?" "My name is Fan Lin." "My name is Lin Xiaolu." Tang Xin nodded at his words, then said with some curiosity, "If you don't study in the literacy hall at your age, won't Mr. scold you?" "Mr. didn't scold me. It was me who scolded Mr. and then got kicked out," Lin Xiaolu said bluntly, with a little pride in her tone. While Tang Xin listened, she was stunned, staring at Lin Xiaolu with wide-eyed disbelief. "You actually cursed Mr. Yang?" "Right." The boy tilted his head and continued arrogantly, "A fellow student scolded me. I beat him up. So Mr. Yang talked about me, and when I wasn't convinced, I scolded him for being an old thing. Pretty reasonable, right, Tang Xin? You're a big head. Respect the teacher. Understand you?" She stuck out her little tongue in surprise and looked at Lin Xiaolu in front of her heart lamenting, "This is too arrogant. Truly worthy of being a new disciple received by Starcatcher only 20 years ago." She helplessly said to Lin Xiaolu, "Little fellow, you're not doing this right. Turn around and your senior sister Li Miaoxin from Star Picking will definitely have to give you a hard lecture." After saying that, she held out her hand to Lin Xiaolu, "Elder sister, I'll send you guys back to the literacy hall. You guys admit your faults properly with Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang will forgive you. Don't. Lin Xiaolu directly twisted her head and gasped. I didn't make a mistake. So why should I admit it? That big stupid fork called what Chen Yanyun called me and my sister a small. I killed him is light. That Mr. Yang is still a scholar. Indiscriminately said that I am ruthless. Obviously Chen Yanyun scolded us words more ruthless. Such a person still expect me to respect him. I respect his grandmother's leg. Oh. Tang Xin looked at the boy with a cynical face in front of her, somewhat at a loss for words, only feeling that this little guy is really too arrogant. She smiled helplessly and opened her mouth to advise. Little fellow, you quickly stop sulking. If you take your sister back to Star Picking Peak now, Miao Xin will surely give you guys a lecture before taking you to Mr. Yang's door to apologize. After she finished speaking, she smiled at the siblings and said, so do you two want senior sister me to send you back to the literacy hall? Or after you return to Picking Star? Will your senior sister lecture you before sending you back? Lin Xiaolu and Xiaolu were a bit confused for a moment when they heard this. They really hadn't thought about this, and only reacted to it when they heard Tang Xin say this at this moment. Lin Xiaolu held her small chin for a slight moment in thought, then looked at Tang Xin and spoke. Then we won't go back. Ha! Tang Xin was stunned. Lin Xiaolu's little mouth blathered. My sister and I will play here, and my sister and I will go back when it's Shin time. Little Yor on the side also nodded her head straight in excitement and said in a milky voice, when tomorrow morning we will go to another peak to play for a day. Then we will play until Shenzhen and then go back without telling our senior sister. Lin Xiaolu crossed both her arms and tilted her head, laughing. We go out to play every day. Senior sister thought we went to school. It's really happy to think about it. Ho ha 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 ha. Xiao Yor also followed his example, crossing her arms, tilting her head, and letting out a ha 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 laugh. Looking at the two rampantly laughing little guys in front of her, Tang Xin didn't know what to say for an entire moment. It felt like from the moment she met this Lin Xiaolu, she felt like her three views had been broken over and over again. This new disciple of Stargazer is truly a rare sight for a May in 100 years. Finishing helplessly in her heart, she said to the two of them in a bad mood, you two little guys are also too lawless. Although I, Tang Xin, am not one of your star-picking people, but I am also considered your senior sister in a May. So today I will discipline you properly on behalf of your myriad heart senior sister. After saying that, she lifted her fingers that were as thin as jade shoots to teach a lesson, while Lin Xiaolu saw this and hurriedly pulled Xiaoyu to run away, shouting as she did so, the Rakshasa ghost woman is going to eat a child. Tang Xin was stunned. She was a Rakshasa ghost woman? This year's age 17 young girl suddenly angry nose crooked. She felt that today she must teach a lesson this bare child cannot be. She will be hard to whip his ass. Lin Xiaolu pulled Xiaoyu all the way to the dense forest, and soon the two of them came to a small garden full of strange rocks and weird forests. Tang Xin, who was following unhurriedly behind her, walked to the edge of the small garden, looked at the 6 large characters carved on the garden rockery, and the corner of her mouth sketched out a beautiful cold smile. The 6 big words are Four-Handed Monkey Park. At this moment, in the garden, among the strange rocks, rockery, and various towering banana trees, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu, 2 little guys in their Taoist robes, were running fast. Even though their legs were short, they were chattering fast, and it didn't take long for them to arrive in the depths of the garden. Little Yor, there's a small cave here. Let's quickly drill in and hide, Lin Shalu said as she pointed to a small cave in a wigwam. Okay brother. Little Yor was the first to climb into the slightly crowded cave after receiving the order, and then Lin Xiaolu also puckered her little butt and got in. The cave was small, just big enough for the siblings' child-sized bodies to squeeze into. At this moment, after the siblings squeezed in, they both lay down on their backs in the middle of the grass, looking out with wide, wary eyes. Lin Xiaolu stared out of the cave while whispering, Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. The Rakshasa ghost woman can't get in. Let's just think of it as hide and seek with her. Aha, okay brother. The two finished speaking to each other and then began to stare and wait in anxious anticipation. Chapter 12, The Black Duck. Lin Xiaolu silently plopped down for a while and realized that Tang Xin hadn't chased after her yet, so she couldn't help but feel a little strange. Why was this senior sister running so slowly? Could it be that her leg was actually a prosthetic? Then this prosthetic limb is really realistically made. I guess it's not cheap. Amei is really rich. The boy was already at an active age, and after lying down for a while he couldn't hold it in any longer, probing his head and trying to climb out of the hole to take a look, but suddenly felt something tapping his foot. Lying on his back, he shook off his little feet and probed and continued to try to get out to see what was going on, and that's when he was tapped on his own foot again. Xiaoyu, don't move. Brother, go out and take a look. Brother, I didn't move. Ah. Little Jade blinked her eyes strangely. At those words, Lin Xiaolu froze slightly. Seeing that her sister didn't look like she was lying, her heart was violently shocked. He could feel his feet still being tapped. Thinking of this, his scalp instantly tingled, while little Yor also sensed that something was wrong, and her palm-sized little face turned white with fear. The siblings held their breath and slowly peered down at their feet at the same time. Then they saw a face full of blood and red inside the dark little cave. After a short silence, "Ah, there's a ghost." Lin Xiaolu let out a scream and tugged Xiaoyuer to climb out of the cave in terror, running to the garden and patting her little chest in fear. And after they came out, the surrounding rockery also immediately came from the squeak sound. Immediately the brother and sister's scared hairs stand up. This ghost is still out there? Just when the two scared ready to turn around and escape, a rockery behind the rockery suddenly popped out a golden hair red face, long tail 4 hands of monkeys, one by one standing in the rockery, or lying on a banana tree, pointing down at the brother and sister. Squeak squeak laugh. Brother, little monkeys. Little Jade cheered as she pointed at the monkeys in surprise. Damn, it's actually a bunch of monkeys. Lin Xiaodu's face was unsightly, grief and anger written all over his small face. Exasperated. I can't imagine that Donghua Village's first bully hero for a lifetime, was actually scared by a group of monkeys. It's really exasperating. At this moment the monkeys all around condescendingly pointed at the siblings and laughed, and there was even a monkey that ran out from the cave where the siblings had just taken refuge, raising its 4 furry arms and bouncing around in a dignified manner. Lin Xiaolu saw the scene. Angry nose is crooked. It seems that he and his sister in the cave to see the bloody face is this monkey. Unconvinced, he rolled up his sleeve robe and wanted to go up on this monkey one-on-one, while the other monkeys see the situation but suddenly picked up the stone child, one by one to Lin Xiaolu. Strange. You who? How dare you guys pick up rocks? Do you know who Grandpa is? Lin Xiaolu stood out with a defiant face and said angrily with his chest out. Grandpa, I am a bully in Donghua Village. Lin Xiaolu, the butcher of bloody hands. Which one is not afraid to die and throw a stone to try? As soon as the words left his mouth, a little monkey copied a small stone and smashed it over. Lin Xiaodu was startled and hastily stepped back to avoid the stone. Holy, you've got some nerve. Before the words were out of his mouth, the other monkeys were the first to let out a strange cry and raise their rocks in preparation to hit the people. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu, without saying a word, pulled up Xiaoyuer and ran away. While running he also shouted, "You guys wait for me. Sooner or later I'll come to clean you up." The siblings ran all the way out of the strange rocky garden and then into a garden of birds and flowers. Of course they didn't know that above their heads, Tang Xin had been quietly flying and swinging in the air, looking down on them. This little fellow actually dares to say that he's a Rakshasa ghost woman. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be a big sister of the Tang demon lineage. Her beautiful eyes glared fiercely at Lin Xiaolu, whose little short legs were chattering fast below, and she decided in her heart that she would tease him a bit. Suffice it to say, Fawn Lin's next run with her sister never stopped. At the edge of a lush green lawn, the siblings see a rabbit the size of a house. The rabbit was grazing at the time, and when it saw the siblings it turned around and pooped on them both. The black pill-like balls of feces fell from the sky, frightening the siblings, who could only continue to run. While running, Lin Xiaolu cursed the rabbit for defecating. Then, on the bank of a river, the siblings met a big brown hippo with a smooth and shiny body, and when the hippo saw Lin Xiaolu, it actually gave him a middle finger in a humane way. Unconvinced, Lin Xiaodu scolded the hippo for being a mountain gunner, and then was whisked away by the hippo for another 2 miles or so. Along the way, the siblings encountered a variety of strange animals. There are swarms of ants in the grass together in the packaged dumplings to open the meal. There are also long 3 heads of the big dog. The 3 dog heads where the fight with each other. See Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyuer together woof woof chasing the siblings. They also saw a big bear pouting thick big ass, with a basin-sized bear claws holding up a bouquet of flowers. On one knee to a head garlanded panda. The results of the panda not only did not agree to the bear, but also kicked it in the ass a foot, and then a belly of fire of the bears on the chase siblings. At this moment, the two of them, Lin Xiaodu and Xiaoyuer, had been running for an unknown amount of time, having seen countless spirit beasts along the way, and were now tired and hungry, and the brand new Dao robes on their bodies had become dirty, just as if they had rolled around in a muddy pond. Brother, I can't walk anymore. Xiaoyuer squatted on the ice and complained. Her legs were sore from running and she didn't want to walk at once. At the moment they had unknowingly arrived at a white courtyard surrounded by small white snowy mountains. Lin Xiaodu couldn't walk anymore either. He fell on his butt and sat down on the icy ground, panting heavily while looking at the icy surroundings in confusion. Where the hell are we? How did you go from summer to winter for no reason? He also felt a little cold around him and felt like his nose was freezing out. Brother, look ahead. Little Yor suddenly pointed ahead and said in surprise, a lot of black ducklings. Puzzled, Lin Xiaolu glanced into the distance and realized that a group of strange black duck-like animals were walking upright and slowly towards themselves on two small feet. These strange animals, one by one, look dull. Walking look left and right swing very funny. The body is dark. Only the chest is oval white. One by one, chubby and flapping small wings, giving people a kind of wanna fly cannot fly the sense of dorkiness. Lyn Shalu was dumbfounded. What the hell is this? This what passes through the demon lineage? What kind of messed up ghosts are hiding? But these black ducks don't look as scary as the animals just now. At least they are not big, and they don't seem to be able to throw stones like monkeys. After discovering this, Lin Xiaolu suddenly got energized and rolled up his sleeves and robe in a spirited manner and said, Grandma, after running so far, I've finally met a guy that I, Dongwa village Yiba, can beat. Xiao Yuer, in. The youngest daughter rose and shouted petulantly, in a while brother, I'm going to beat these black ducks up a bit. Learn from them, and brother will come back and make you a roast duck to eat. Little Yuer instantly cheered upon hearing this, raising her small fists and shouting loudly, Go brother. Lin Xiaodu's heart was pleased with what he heard, and the corner of his mouth was even more evil and impetuous with a smile. I, Donghua Village 1 bully, am finally going to make a big kill again? Ha ha ha, just start with you black ducks. Chapter 13, Playing Crazy. A few minutes later, Lin Xiaodu, who had a bruised nose, swollen face, black bags under his eyes, and a nosebleed hanging from his nostrils, sat on the ground and looked at the black ducks who surrounded him and said in a serious manner, In fact, I grew up as a child who especially likes to spend time with animals, because I think we are all part of nature, and we should learn to get along with each other, and violence can only alienate us. When he finished, he wiped the nosebleed from his face and looked at the fattest duck in front of him with a kind smile. Brother duck, can you stop punching me in the face? The fat duck standing in front of him looked at him with contempt, and then spat out in a shrill voice, Duck what duck? I'm a penguin. Outside of the many penguin groups, Xiao Yuer jumped anxiously as she listened to them one by one calling her brother a fool, and just as the penguins were about to swarm up and beat Lin Shalu violently again, Tang Xin, who had been observing the battle from above, finally dropped down. At this moment, Tang Xin was already laughing so hard that she landed on the ground with one hand covering her stomach and one hand pointing at the bruised and swollen Lin Shalu, and she couldn't catch her breath from laughing. Laughing my ass off, with a little tiny cutie, like, ha 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 ha. The fat penguin in the lead saw Tang Xin and said bluntly, Tang girl, this can't be the new disciple of your Tang demon lineage, can it? Doesn't look very smart. Tang Xin laughed while saluting at the fat penguin. Elder Emperor Penguin has misunderstood. These are two new disciples of the star-picking lineage. Two naughty children. The late generation will take them away. After she said that, she picked up Lin Xiaolu, covered her mouth and scolded with a smile. Will you still be naughty in the future? The chubby Emperor Penguin also came to Lin Xiaolu with a left and right waddling duck step, humming dejectedly, Little doll still wants to make me into a roast duck. Why don't you go to heaven? The old man is a spirit beast of the foundation establishment stage. This time, considering that you are still young, I will let you go for now. Next time you come back to fool around, I guarantee that I will beat you up so much that you won't even recognize your own mother. The other penguins around him were all flapping their fleshy little wings and laughing at his lack of self-importance. Lin Xiaolu, whose face was full of injuries, glanced at the Emperor Penguins, huffed and puffed without saying anything, and thought in his heart that when he was powerful in the future, he would definitely come here again, beat up this group of guys called penguins violently, and then collect their protection fees every day, 8 times a day. Especially this what's-his-name Emperor Penguin. He had to roast it and eat it himself. Tang Xin smiled and said goodbye to the penguins, then carried Lin Shalu and led him and Xiao Yuer out of the ice and snow garden where the penguin spirit beasts were located, lifting her hand to treat Lin Xiaolu's injuries with her body's spiritual energy as she walked. Alright, now senior sister, I'm going to send the two of you back to the literacy hall to confess to Mr. Yang. Do the two of you have any objections? Tang Xin asked with a smile. I don't. In Tang Xin's surprised gaze, Lin Xiaolu shook off her hand, then pinched her small fists and said angrily, You think I'll be convinced like this? Rakshasa ghost woman, you underestimate me too much. I'm not going back to school. I'm going to play outside. Xiao Yuer. Brother, I am. The little girl ran to Lin Xiaolu's side. Lin Xiaolu pulled the little girl and shouted arrogantly at Tang Xin, Anyway, our siblings don't go to school, and we don't want to go back. Either you get me killed, my head falls off a bowl of scars, and 18 years later, Grandpa, I'm a good man again. After little Jade Child heard Lin Xiaolu's words, she blinked her big eyes, pulled down her brother's sleeve, and corrected herself in a serious manner. Brother, you're not a good man even now. You're only 7 years old this year, so you shouldn't say again, but rather you should say, after 18 years, I'm finally a good man. Lin Fawn. Tang Xin couldn't hold back her laughter once again. These two kids were just too funny. She looked at the embarrassed Lin Xiaolu in front of her, and the innocent Xiaolu, and immediately felt that both siblings were so cute. The brother was milky and ferocious, and the younger sister was dumb and cute, and she liked it in her heart, and laughed for a while before she reluctantly said, "Why don't we do it this way? Senior sister would like to think of a compromise. Today, senior sister will take you guys on a tour of our demon passing peak, and then send you two back at Shenzhen time in the afternoon. But tomorrow, you will honestly listen to Miaoxin and go to the literacy hall to learn how to read and write. Understand?" When Lin Xiaolu heard this, her heart was slightly hesitant, while Xiaolu obediently followed him around, looking like she was all listening to him. Tang Xin saw this little guy's face of hesitation. See, now also almost to the time of the meal. So open the mouth and laugh. Are you guys hungry? Elder sister will take you to my Tong Demon Peaks dining hall to have your meal? With temptation in her tone, she looked at the siblings and seduced them. Our Tong Demon lineage specializes in dealing with spirit beasts and demons, and there are birds and beasts in the mountain peaks, so the food can be much richer than your star-picking peak. Don't you two senior brothers and sisters want to have a taste? When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu's heart was suddenly moved, and Xiaolu also swallowed her saliva, but Lin Xiaolu had a good face. Even if her heart was moved, she didn't want to agree directly, so she carried her small hands, pretended to be a big brother and cleared her throat, and opened her mouth in an old-fashioned manner. Seeing as you're so sincere, I'll be reluctant to give you a face. Tang Xin cried and laughed at this, smiling and twisting Lin Xiaolu's little ear, scolding him for being impolite. After that, she also took the siblings to the Tong Demon lineage's dining room for their meal. In terms of just looking at the exterior, the Tong Demon Vein's meal hall was more or less the same as Plucking Stars, with the same two-story compound. Tang Xin entered with his siblings also just like Li Miao Xin yesterday, and was greeted by countless outer disciples scrambling along the way. Lin Shalu and Xiaolu learned from Tang Xin's mouth that Tang Xin was the eldest senior sister of the Tong Demon lineage, whose status in Amei was a bit higher than senior sister Li Miao Xin, and was on the same level as their yet-to-be-visible eldest senior brother from star picking. The two of them followed Tang Xin up to the second floor room, and then Tang Xin greeted a green-clothed boy who was similar to Monkey Sanner and ordered a few dishes. The names of the dishes she said that the siblings hadn't heard of before were all of the kind that seemed forced and full of flavor. Not long after, a delicate dishes on the table. Did not see the world of the two siblings immediately look at the eyes or straight, not waiting for Tang Xin greetings, they cannot wait to eat, to a large table of chicken, duck, fish and meat to feast, eat straight full of oil. Wow brother, this is delicious. Wow brother, this is also delicious. Wow, all of them are so delicious. Ni I. This meal was really for Lin Xiaolu and Xiaolu to eat high, all the way through the wind. When they left, the siblings were walking with a small belly. After lunch, Tang Xin and fulfill the promise. Take the two of them to take a good stroll around the Demon Peak. Take them to see a variety of magical spirit beasts, until almost to the afternoon when the time. Play crazy brother and sister two only followed Tang Xin reluctantly left, ready to go to the road bridge back to the peak. Remember to listen to your senior sister Miaoxin when you return. Tang Xin led the duo on the luscious jade bridge, smilingly instructing them as they walked. Rakshasa ghost lady, can my sister and I come back to play with you again? Lin Xiaolu asked, holding her hand. Chapter 14 Chastisement. Of course. Tang Xin laughed, I'm on good terms with Miaoxin. In the future, you guys can always come to Tong Demon Peak to find senior sister to play with. Ha ha, okay. Arriving at the mouth of the star-picking peak, Lin Xiaolu coolly waved a gesture and laughed, Rakshasa ghost woman. Help me tell that what's his name Emperor Penguin that sooner or later, I Hegeman of Donghua village, will come to chip it. Tang Xin covered her mouth and laughed, her beautiful eyes glaring at him, hurry up and take your sister back you. After saying that, she waved her hand at the two of them and left. Seeing that she was far away, Lin Xiaolu also turned her head back to pluck Star by holding little Yuer's hand. The time at this moment had just reached the afternoon hour. The sun was setting in the west, illuminating the entire star-picking peak into a golden color. And the two of them, Lin Xiaolu and Xiaolu, dressed in dirty Taoist robes, walked through the memorized pathway and returned to their own small courtyard with a smile on their faces. Little Yuer, in a moment, the two of us must unite our voices. We can't let senior sister know that we've scolded mister and haven't gone to class yet. Got it? No. Little Jade child sweetly responded, then asked curiously, then brother, are we going to listen to sister Tang Xin and go to school tomorrow? Of course not go. Lin Xiaolu did not hesitate to say, I was lying to the Rakshasa ghost woman. Not to lie to her. She really escorted us to apologize to the gentleman. That's how disgraceful. Brother, how can I be famous in the future? Ah. Oh, little Yu nodded her head obediently as she sniffed. The two children walked and chatted at the same time, and returned to the courtyard. Saw no one in the courtyard, then thought that Li's sister went out, and walked into their own houses together. And the siblings were talking and laughing and just entered the door, and saw Li Miao Xian sitting on a wooden chair in the hall, as well as Mr. Yang, who was drinking tea. Lin Xiaolu was startled when she saw the old man, pointing at him and exclaiming under her breath, "Old thing you." Before he could finish his words, Li Miao Xian glared at him fiercely. "Little dear, why don't you apologize to Mr. Yang?" Xiaolu saw that Li Miao Xian's face was slightly cold and seemed to be angry, so she was scared and busy hiding behind her brother. And Lin Xiaolu saw Li Miao Xian ferocious himself is also immediately fire. Subconsciously want to be ferocious back, but is drinking tea. Mr. Yang suddenly waved his hand. He looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was only 7 years old, in front of him, and after a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old man, my teaching time is not too long, not too short, but this is the first time I have encountered such a bold child like you." After saying that, he smiled with an apologetic tone. "Your name is Lin Xiaolu, right? I heard Girl Miao Xian talk about you and your sister's life, and I apologize to you, old man, for what happened today." Lin Xiaolu was slightly shocked when he heard the old man's words. This old man actually wanted to apologize to himself? Little Yu behind him heard these words and also curiously poked out half of her little head to peek at the old man. "You? Are you serious?" Lin Xiaolu looked at the old man in surprise and spoke hesitantly. "You want to apologize to me? A little kid? Aren't you adults? Aren't you all very self-righteous?" "Ha ha ha ha," the old man laughed freely. "Do you think your senior sister is self-righteous?" Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Miao Xian, who was on the side, then shook her head. Li Miao Xian was definitely not self-righteous. On the contrary, she was very nice to herself and her sister and respected them, which she could tell. The old man continued to laugh. "The old man, I am a cultivator of immortality, but I am also a reader, and both of them should know right and wrong, right and wrong." Instead of leaning on the old man and discussing the superiority or inferiority based on age, "Little dear, I apologize to you, old man, for what happened today. And tomorrow you continue to take your sister to the literacy hall to attend school, and turn over a new leaf, okay?" The boy pursed his lips and didn't say anything. Li Miao Xian saw that he was so stubborn and immediately said in a detailed and angry manner, "Still not quick to thank Mr. Or else I'll have to punish you. Senior sister. Today, you injured someone twice and took your sister to skip school. You already made a big mistake. If you fool around again, senior sister will just spank your ass." Lin Xiaolu saw the young girl scare himself. In his heart he also knew that elder sister is for his own good, but he was very facetious not to move. Dejected humph a bit, holding his arms, put on a look of the sky boss, "I am the oldest," and then said with reluctance, "Okay, elder sister, I'll give you face, tomorrow to go to school. Go to school tomorrow." After saying that, he looked at the old man again and asked, "If that Chen Yanyun curses me and my sister again, it's not too much for me to beat him up, right?" "Ha ha 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 ha." The old man laughed a few times and opened his mouth to promise, "Don't worry, little dear, they shouldn't dare to bully you anymore." Lin Xiaolu also let go of his heart when he heard this. In fact, he himself had a lot of experience in this area. When you meet someone who messes with you, you just need to beat him into submission once and for all. He will go around when he sees you in the future. People are all bullies, and so are immortal cultivators. Inside the hall, the old man continued to speak and instructed, "Little dear, although the other students in the academy shouldn't bully you anymore, you can't bully others, and even more so, you can't randomly beat or abuse others. Do you know that? As long as they don't mess with me, then naturally I won't hit them." The boy responded, hung back. The old man stroked his beard and nodded his head contentedly. "In that case, today's matter will end completely here, and from tomorrow onwards, the two of you will go to school normally, and you must not be late." When he finished, he leaned on his crutches and prepared to get up and leave. Seeing this, Li Miaoxin immediately and enthusiastically advised, "Are you leaving, Mr. Yang? Why don't you stay for a casual dinner?" "No la, go back." The old man smiled and glanced at Lin Xiaolu and Xiaolu as siblings, and sighed to Li Miao Xian, "Li Mingru, that bastard boy is also too out of tune. Collected a new disciple not to be properly taught, but instead threw it directly to you. Which of our Ame lineage of elders is so irresponsible like him? It's really not like that." Li Miao Xian smiled awkwardly. "Master has always been like this." The old man sighed, and then suddenly lowered his voice and said, "This Lin Shalu, unruly nature, has a crash through the south wall will not turn back of the ruthlessness. A small age eyes are full of lawlessness of the evil. Small Miao Xin, you can be good to introduce him into the right way." Li Miaoxin sniffed and froze. In her heart, She felt that Mr. Yang had said something serious. Xiao dear, a child of only 7 years old, which is so evil. However, she still respectfully promised on her face, I will follow Mr. Yang's teachings, and will definitely discipline my senior brother properly. Seeing Li Miao Xin agree, the old man only nodded before smilingly leaving. Only after the old man's figure disappeared did Li Miao Xin turn to look at the dirty siblings. Inside the spacious and elegant, antique-colored hallroom, only a large, too small and 3 people were left at once. Xiao Yuer felt that she had done something wrong, and at the moment, she was a little scared when Li Miao Xin stared at her, lowering her head and fiddling with her fingers without saying anything. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, continued to look like the old man was the best in the world, as if she didn't put Li Miao Xin in her eyes. Li Miao Xin looked at the 2 of them, but did not say anything else, took out 2 dust-washing pills, as if nothing had happened, smiled at the 2 of them and said, where have you 2 been all day today? Look at how dirty this body is. Quickly go and wash your body with the dust cleansing Dan. Senior sister will take you 2 to the evening meal. Both siblings were stunned when they heard this, and Lyn Shalu was even more surprised when she asked, you don't even chastise us, senior sister? Li Miaoxin looked at Lyn Xiaolu with a smile. Her red lips lightly opened and said, why should I chastise you guys? I'm your senior sister. You guys did something wrong. The one who should be chastised should be senior sister me. Chapter 15 Basics of Cultivation. Inside the meal hall at night, the siblings, who were elated because they had not been scolded, sat in the compartment and ate while telling Li Miaoxin about the events of this afternoon, including the interesting stories of how they had met Tang Xin, the monkey with 4 hands, the giant rabbit, the hippo with the middle finger, the dog with 3 heads, and the penguin. Li Miao Xin just listened gently, occasionally responding with a sentence or 2. That group of penguins, I'll have to settle the score with them sooner or later. Lyn Xiaolu yelled and opened her mouth. Senior sister, what level of cultivation do I have to reach in the future before I can defeat that group of penguins? Li Miaoxin laughed after thinking slightly. Senior Emperor Penguin is a Foundation Establishment stage spirit beast. So little dear, if you want to defeat Senior Emperor Penguin, you must at least reach the Foundation Establishment level. Is it hard to become a Foundation Establishment? Lyn Xiaolu asked curiously. Li Miaoxin nodded bitterly. Definitely difficult. Let's say senior sister me, 10 years old, began to cultivate. This year is already 16 years old. Cultivation for 6 years. And only just the 3rd layer of qi condensation. Lyn Xiaolu didn't listen very well. He didn't understand what the difference between qi condensation and foundation establishment was. And if he didn't understand, little Jade must have understood even less, being only 5 years old and sitting at the table just picking her food out of her little mouth. Seeing that Lyn Xiaolu didn't understand, Li Miaoxin smiled and explained to him, there is a realm division in cultivation, and at the beginning, it's the qi condensation stage from the 1st to the 10th level. After that, if you break through the 10th layer of qi condensation to build the Dao foundation, it's the foundation establishment stage. For example, the senior Emperor Penguin you met is the foundation establishment stage, and that's senior sister Tang Xin. She's also in the foundation establishment stage, including our senior brother who is still in seclusion in the star-picking lineage. He's also in the foundation establishment stage. Li Miaoxin said. In Ame, the chief great disciple of each lineage is a strong practitioner of the foundation establishment stage, and the mainstay of the entire Ame. Lyn Xiaolu was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Emperor Penguin and Rakshasa Ghost Woman to be so powerful. He thought that the 2 of them were similar to his senior sister. Then what is above senior sister's foundation building? Lyn Xiaolu asked. Above the foundation establishment is the Jiedan stage, like our master is at the Jiedan stage, including the elders of the other branch veins who are also at the Jiedan stage, of which our master is the strongest among the elders of the 9 veins. Li Miao Xin said proudly. Oh, Lyn Xiaolu nodded his head in realization. After the young girl's patient explanation, he had a general concept of cultivation. Li Miaoxin continued to open her mouth and laughed. Jiedan above words, is the first baby, the whole Ame. Only our master stepped into this realm. But this realm strength how? What magical powers sister is not clear. After all, sister, I worship Ame although there have been 7 years long, but have never seen the master shot. Then are there other realms above Yuaning? Lyn Xiaolu asked curiously. Naturally there are. Li Miaoxin nodded her head and replied, but what are those realms called? Sister isn't too clear. She only heard her master's old man mention a mouthful of it, and her master said that our Ame's old ancestor, that is, his and the sect leader's masters, left Ame in order to step into that realm above the Yuaning and went to the divine kingdom to look for a chance to go. Lyn Xiaolu listened with a dumbfounded look on her face, feeling as if she had opened the door to a new world. Qi condensation from the 1st to the 10th level, then foundation establishment, Jiedan, Yuaning, and the realm above Yuaning. He didn't realize that there were actually so many realm divisions in cultivation. In fact, Lin Xiaolu was still quite eager to cultivate immortality, and in the 2 days since he had entered Ame, he had already seen quite a few magical abilities, such as his master, Li Mingru, taking his siblings to fly to Ame as a white rainbow. Another example is the old man Yang from the Hall of Literacy who heals other people's injuries with the lift of his hand, and then like the Rakshasa ghost woman who changes butterflies between her fingers to make her sister laugh. These esoteric and mysterious abilities made him feel very eager. Just imagine, if he became so awesome in the future, flying in the sky and calling the wind and rain, what kind of feeling would it be? At that time, not to mention eating sugar gourds without paying, is to the mortal world at any small country, to go to become the emperor is probably not a problem. Senior sister, teach me to cultivate. The boy spoke up yearningly and excitedly. I want to become as powerful as them, to be able to fly, and heal people's wounds, and change into a butterfly. Li Xiaoxian couldn't help but laugh a little at his words and joked, this is not urgent. Senior brother, you learn to read well in the literacy hall. Only after you are literate can you read and understand the Dharma talismans and learn all kinds of wonders. Once you are somewhat basic in literacy, Mr. Yang will teach you to absorb the aura of heaven and earth and begin the most basic cultivation, thus testing your cultivation talent. Talent? Lin Xiaolu asked in confusion. What's a talent? Talent is the sensitivity to the aura of heaven and earth and whether or not one has a special spiritual body. These. Li Miaoxin smiled and explained, senior brother and sister, don't worry. I may collect inner disciples is very strict. Not talented people will never be directly recruited. And as you are the disciples recruited by the master after 20 years, you must be heavenly wizards. This is something that senior sister, I have absolute confidence in you. Aha. Lin Xiaodir also nodded after hearing this. He also felt that he and his sister must be awesome, and very shamelessly answered Li Miaoxian's words. Senior sister, then if you don't have talent, is it that you can't cultivate? Ah, Xiao Yuer, who was eating her meal at the side, suddenly asked in a vague manner. Right. Li Miaoxian nodded her head and explained with a smile. In fact, most mortals are unable to cultivate, because the vast majority of people are insensitive to the heaven and earth's aura, and are unable to store the heaven and earth's aura and turn it into their own, much less perform all kinds of esoteric spells. Then wouldn't mortals be pitiful? Lin Xiaolu asked. Mortals don't have spiritual power and can't cultivate, so if they meet some bad cultivators, won't they be bullied? Indeed. Li Miaoxian looked at her siblings and patiently explained to them. Cultivators pursue longevity, and their lifespan can be up to 1,000 years, whereas mortals only have a few dozen years of life, as if they are passing by in the blink of an eye. So in front of the cultivators, they tend to be like mole crickets, and they have no power to defend themselves, and even some of the imperial armies in the mortal world are not good enough to face the mighty cultivators, but hardly any cultivation sect would massacre mortals, not even the Devil's Way cultivators. Why? Lin Xiaolu was curious, is it because they're too strong to bother with mortals anymore? Of course not. Li Miaoxin laughed, the reason for this is complicated. There are 2 main points. She put up her pretty fingers and explained to the 2 children. The first point is that although mortals do not have the spiritual power to cultivate immortality, they can provide wishing power to the immortal cultivation sects in their area for blessings. For example, around the boundaries of our Ame land, there are several countries that are dependent on us. The object of their people's usual faith and worship is us Ame cultivators. Moreover, they call us Ame upper immortals, and the mortals' faith and worship will produce a kind of wishing power, which also belongs to the heaven and earth's spiritual chi, and can subconsciously help us to cultivate, while we need to protect them, and the winds and rains will be smooth and the country will be prosperous. After saying that, Li Miaoxian put up a second finger. The second point of words is that if the massacre of mortals will attract the Tao of Heaven's backlash, not only will there be a sinful fate, but also easy to cultivate in the future to produce the heart of the devil. We must know that the heart of the devil once possessed, light is 1,000 years of Taoist work a day to lose, the heavy is ashes into a handful of yellow earth. That's why it's precisely with the existence of wish power and sinful heart demons that almost no cultivator on the divine land would massacre living beings. Understand? Lin Xiaoxue sniffled and nodded with a dumbfounded look on her face. Chapter 16, Are You the Legend? Looking at Lin Xiaodir's silly face with a runny nose, Li Miaoxian couldn't help but burst out in joy, then pulled out a handkerchief embroidered with a painted bird to cover his little nose, and gently laughed. Push harder. Put. The boy obediently blew his nose, and after wiping his nose clean, Li Miaoxian continued to speak with a smile. In fact, all these cultivation concepts will be told to you by Mr. Yang in the academy in the future. The path of cultivation is long and long. Senior brothers and sisters don't need to think about it so much. Just go by the book and study happily and cultivate happily. Sooner or later in the future you'll all have high achievements. Lyn Xiaolu nodded as she listened to her senior sister's words, suddenly feeling that the senior sister at this moment was somewhat like the mother she remembered. I remember when I was a child. My mother wiped her nose tenderly like this. His impression of his mother was actually already a little blurry, and Xiao Yuer had even completely forgotten her mother's appearance, as she was only 3 years old when her mother and father passed away, and she didn't remember much yet. After the evening meal, the siblings went back to their residence with Lin Xiaolu, and after saying goodbye to her, the two children used the dust cleansing pill to wash themselves before both of them went up to their beds to rest. The night was silent, and in the early morning of the second day, the familiar sound of the bell once again echoed in the mountains. Lyn Xiaolu and his sister were woken up and got up in bed together, and just after they sleepily sat up from the bed, the senior sister arrived as promised to groom them both. After some jostling, Lin Xiaolu once again dressed up the siblings as two porcelain doll-like white little Taoist children, and then held the hands of the two children to go and have breakfast. After the light morning meal was consumed, Lyn Shalu refused Lin Xiaolu's request to send herself and her sister to the literacy hall, saying that she wanted to go on her own. Lin Xiaolu did not refuse either, smilingly agreeing. Listen well to the words of the teacher when you arrive at the school. Lin Xiaolu tenderly scraped the siblings' little noses, then watched them leave. Soon, the brother and sister once again walked across the arcane path-seeking bridge and happily made their way up to Amei Peak. And just as he reached the mountain road of Amei Peak, Lyn Xiaolu saw an old acquaintance. It was none other than the Eastern Egg, who had been scared out of his own pants last time. At this moment, Dongfang Egg was wearing the same navy blue small Taoist robe as him, with a small cloth bag on his shoulder. Walking in front of him, Lyn Xiaolu saw it and immediately shouted at him. Dead fatty! Dongfang Egg seemed to be startled by this sudden voice, angrily twisting his head fiercely. Who cursed me? And when he turned around and saw that Lyn Xiaolu was looking at herself with a smile, Dongfang Egg's fat face suddenly trembled, and his originally furious face became meek and soft within a second's time, and he smiled with a well-behaved and understanding face and said, Whoever scolds me, I, Dongfang Egg, will thank him. Little Yuer, who was hiding behind her brother, was amused by Dongfang Egg's words, her eyes curving into little crescent moons. Lin Xiaolu swaggered up to Dongfang Egg and looked at him twice in an old-fashioned manner, straightening the little fatty out. Dear, brother dear, what happened last time? It was all a misunderstanding. He wiped his cold sweat while saying in fear, Brother dear, you've also beaten me up, so let's clear the air. Dongfang Egg had already had his little legs and stomach shaking with fear. He couldn't help but be scared. This big brother in front of him was now completely famous in the literacy hall. On the first day of school, big brother Chen Yanyun, who was claimed to be the most gifted person in the spirit sword lineage for 300 years and who was born with an indestructible sword body, had his nose broken by him. There was also Yu Chu Chu, a female disciple of the pill element lineage, who was also hotly beaten by him. In the end, even Mr. Yang was not spared, and he was pointed at his nose and cursed in front of everyone. Now everyone knew that Li Mingru of the star-picking lineage had taken in a pair of new disciples after 20 years, and one of them was a ruthless man named Lin Xiaolu. He was vicious, brutal, genocidal, and lawless, and was called by all the students of the academy as Linda Ruthless Man. Just ask, how could oneself, a mere son of the prime minister of the great Yu country, a weakling born with an earth spirit body, stand in front of such a great and ruthless man and not kneel? Dongfang Egg looked at the boy in front of him, who was 3 years younger than himself and 3 inches shorter than himself, and was so afraid that he even gave his breath a pause, trembling and not daring to speak. Lead the way. I'm lost. Lyn Xiaolu suddenly spoke. Ha, Eastern Egg, who was scared, froze. I said I can't find my way to the academy. Lead the way. Lyn Xiaolu repeated again. Dongfang Egg was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly beckoned for the way. Dear brother, please follow me. Well, Lyn Xiaolu nodded his head in an old-fashioned manner, carrying his small hands and shaking his 2 small short legs dejectedly followed behind little fatty. While walking he said with satisfaction, Your kid's performance is not bad today. Brother dear's lesson is right. Dongfang Egg said with a pleasing face. In the future, I, Dongfang Egg, will hang out with brother dear, and I hope that brother dear will take care of me. Ah, well said. Lyn Xiaolu continued nodding her head. From now on, you'll be with me, and if you're bullied in the academy, you'll report my name. Good Lu dear brother. Dongfang Egg busy opening. Dear brother and little sister is my big brother and big sister of Dongfang Egg in the future. There are things to greet the little brother. The little brother is absolutely obliged. Lyn Xiaolu heard him praise himself so much. The arrogance in his heart was even greater. He felt that he was really too talented to be a big brother. It was only 2 days before he collected 2 little brothers. At this rate it is estimated that it won't be long before he can collect protection money in Amei. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, and walked while laughing boldly, ha 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 cough cough cough. He choked and coughed with his little red face. Brother, are you alright? Xiao Yuer patted his back with concern. Not in the way, not in the way. Lin Xiaolu smiled slightly awkwardly. Alas, originally wanted to learn the kind of heroes of the rivers and lakes bold smile. The results of their own choking half dead. They really want to grow up quickly. Arriving at the literacy hall, walking across the rocky beach with a hanging stream and waterfall, Lin Xiaolu pulled his sister, followed by the chubby Dongfang egg, and walked into the courtyard of the academy with a six-parent pace, as if he were a big brother in the Jianghu. By this time there were already quite a number of students in the academy who had arrived, and one by one they were sitting inside the brightly lit study hall for their morning reading. And when the 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu walked up to the doorway and saw the situation inside the study hall, he put on a show and coughed heavily. He coughed so loudly that the reading sounds of the 20 or so Taoist children in the study hall stopped at the same time, then looked at the door in unison. And at the sight of it being Lin Xiaolu, the Dao children were startled. Among them, Chen, Yanyun and Yu Chuchu were even more frightened and bloodless, their faces full of panic. At the very front row of the bookstore, a young Taoist boy who was not present yesterday looked at the boy curiously and asked suspiciously, "Hello, are you a new fellow student?" The corners of Lin Xiaolu's mouth rose slightly as she forcefully opened her mouth. "My name is Lin Xiaolu." The Taoist boy's jaw dropped when he heard it, and he shouted in surprise, "You're that legend." Lin Xiaolu smiled and nodded her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over every child in the bookstore before saying humbly, "Seeing is laughing." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Yuer and walked unhurriedly towards the most windowed position within the bookstore, while Dongfang Egg also followed with a pandering face. Throughout the process, none of the children in the bookstore dared to make a sound, and did not dare to breathe a bit, for fear that in accidental anger Lin the ruthless man was violently beaten. Chapter 17, First Day of Class. "Dear, I got your book." Dongfang Egg bumbled on the bookshelf and took a few literacy introductory books and put them in front of Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head in satisfaction, indicating that the little fatty was very insightful. The other Taoists in the bookstore all just quietly watched the scene. None of them dared to speak. The young Taoist named Chen Yanyun also just silently flipped through his textbook. He had already been psychologically beaten out by Lin Xiaolu. Inside the bookstore, Lin Xiaolu flipped through the textbooks on the table. Not knowing the words, he only glanced at it and then didn't bother to look at it again, chatting blindly with his sister cheekily, while Dongfang Egg was sitting behind the two of them, blowing a line or two of horse's ass from time to time, appearing to be very lively. Unlike the three of them who were laughing and making noise, the other students were too quiet to squeak, and the atmosphere appeared to be very depressing for a while, as if the crematorium was as dead and silent as a crematorium. Luckily, it wasn't long before Mr. Yang walked into the bookstore on time and on schedule, much to the relief of the other children. Mr. Yang, who had a head full of silver hair, entered the house and walked to a willow desk, first glancing at Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, who were sitting by the window, and seeing that the siblings were both there, he nodded his head gratefully, then smiled at the children. Beginning of the morning lesson. The children stood up in unison as soon as they heard this, and Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer followed the others' example and stood up together. Then the children bowed slowly and shouted, "Good day, sir." Mr. Yang also responded with a smiling bow. "Hello, student." After that, the brother and sister duo of Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer started their first class in their lives. There was a talk. Lin Xiaolu didn't understand what the gentleman was talking about the whole time. After all, it was the first time for both him and his sister to attend a class, and Mr. Yang's teaching followed the lessons of the other students, so they naturally couldn't understand. So it didn't take long for the class to start. Lin Xiaodir fell asleep on the table, and Xiao Yuer also lay on the table, taking the brush hanging on the pen holder and scribbling on the table, and even drew a few strokes on her sleeping brother's face, then looked at her brother who was drawn as a big cat's face and covered her mouth and laughed in a small voice. Mr. Yang was naturally oblivious to all of this, but he didn't stop it. He knew that the siblings had little foundation and couldn't possibly understand his current lesson, so he didn't say anything and continued to lead the other students in reciting the poem. Once he had led the students through the words and verses he was going to teach them today, Mr. Yang waved his hand and told them to copy and review on their own. He then took a step to the side of the siblings. At this time Xiao Yuer has almost painted Lin Xiaodir's face all over. What little white rabbit, little chickens, little ducks, little sparrows, everything. She was painting happily. Suddenly saw Mr. Yang come over, so she lifted up her pink little face to look at him. Mr. Yang also looked at her, and little Yuer with her little pill head was a little scared when she saw Mr. Yang staring at her, so she handed him the brush in her hand and asked with a timid look on her face, "Do you want to draw too, sir?" The old man was both angry and amused, helplessly shaking his head at little Yor before knocking on Lin Xiaolu's desk. Knock knock. The boy didn't wake up. The old man had no choice but to increase his efforts and knocked again. Knock. 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 A little jade child, stop it. Lin Xiaolu muttered and changed her position, continuing to huff and puff and snore. The surrounding children couldn't help but laugh at this scene. Each one wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, holding back their red faces and necks. Mr. Yang was also infuriated and no longer stayed his hand, lifting the boy upward by the ear. Ah, it hurts. Lin Xiaolu immediately woke up and wailed in pain. Mr. Yang let go of his hand and glared at him in an ungraceful manner. You too. Follow the old man and I to the bookstore next door to learn how to read and write. Oh, okay. Lin Xiaolu rubbed her ears and reluctantly followed Mr. Yang away with her sister. Upon arriving at the empty bookstore next door, Mr. Yang let the two of them find a seat and then began to give the siblings separate lessons. He started with the most basic classes, teaching some of the most basic words. Unexpectedly, the old man found that Lin Xiaolu's siblings were very fast at reading and writing, and they were quite intelligent, and it wasn't long before the two of them were able to mime some of the basic words that they had taught themselves, especially Lin Xiaolu. He seems to be very spiritual. The brain is also fast. For example, he taught him and Xiaoyuer to recognize the word Ming. Let them guess the meaning of this word. Just learned the sun and the moon. Lin Xiaolu immediately guessed that this is the sun and the moon together. It is the meaning of becoming particularly bright, very with the root of wisdom. Looking at the siblings who were lying on their backs in front of the desk, learning to write seriously with one stroke, a hint of appreciation appeared in the old man's eyes. It is a good seedling, but it is a pity that the boy's nature is too stubborn. In the future it is still necessary to be strictly disciplined. Gradually, the blazing sun hung in the sky, the sunlight sprinkled over the entire Amei Peak, and the time came to noon, so the old man no longer continued to teach, but instead asked the siblings to go and have their meal. The literacy hall is a special place for meals where students can eat at noon. Therefore, after getting off school, Lin Xiaolu took her sister along to the meal hall here. The meal hall here is not much different from the Tong Demon and Star Picking. It is just a little bit smaller, and there are also specialized outer disciples who work here as running boys. At this moment, the courtyard on the first floor of the meal hall was filled with little Taoist children who had come to have their meals, each one of them laughing and joking to the left and right. Brother dear, sister Yuer. Little fatty Dongfang egg ran over from nowhere. Brother dear, I found a good spot for you and sister Yuer. Let's have lunch together at noon. Lin Xiaolu looked at him, then looked up curiously at the second floor compartments and wondered, don't we inner disciples all eat in the compartments? How come everyone is eating in the first floor compound? Ah yes. The fellow students of the literacy hall are all inner disciples, so everyone is the same here. There is no distinction between the first and second floor. They are all used by inner disciples. Dongfang egg explained. Then let's go to the second floor? Lin Xiaoxue opened her mouth. The second floor is now reserved for the spirit sword vein. Dongfang egg said quickly. Among the 9 veins of Amei, the spirit sword vein is the most powerful one, and they have the most students. That's why the second floor, which was originally communal, was gradually taken over by Chen Yanyun and the spirit sword vein students, and no one was allowed to go up there except for the students they invited as a way of highlighting the excellence of their spirit sword vein. Lin Xiaolu was surprised. So overbearing? Actually occupying the common room? It's normal, brother dear. The spirit sword lineage is excellent. Dongfang egg looked like he was taking it for granted. Lin Xiaolu didn't say anything at that and nodded before twisting her head and heading up the wooden stairs. Xiaoyuer also followed him obediently. Dongfang egg first froze when he saw this scene, then seemed to think of something and excitedly followed. At this moment, inside the second floor compartment, the 10-year-old teenager Chen Yanyun was sitting at the main seat, savoring the exquisite meal in front of him with a displeased face. Beside him sat 4 other students from the spirit sword lineage, as well as Yu Chu Chu, who had been invited. Brother Yanyun, you don't have to put those 2 little bastards in your eyes, a Taoist child advised. You were born with the indestructible sword body physique, and in the future, you will surely be the chief great disciple of the spirit sword lineage, and it's not out of the question for you to even become a spirit sword elder. That Lin Xiaolu won't be able to walk around you when she sees you in the future? Right, Yanyun big brother? Why do you need to bother with that kind of wild child? Yu Chu Chu comforted in a thin voice. They are just relying on the fact that we haven't formally practiced yet to show off a little bit. When you formally practice in the future, that kind of person won't be in the same world as you. Chapter 18, Convincing People by Virtue. Chen Yanyun listened to his best friend on the table to persuade himself. His face looked slightly better, and lightly opened his mouth and said, don't worry, everyone, I won't put that little in my heart, and I've already felt the chi since that Mr. said recently. When these words came out, the few Taoists present were all shocked. My god. I haven't felt anything until now. It's only the 5th day and brother Yanyun has felt aura. This talent is too terrifying, a student said enviously. Yu Chuchu also praised with adoration on her face. Mr. has only been teaching us to feel the aura for 5 days. And big brother Yanyun feels the aura. Truly worthy of being the pride of the spirit sword lineage. The world-rare indestructible sword body is indeed formidable. Brother Yanyun will definitely succeed senior brother Gu in the future and become the new chief senior disciple of the entire spirit sword lineage. For a while the children were praising. Chen Yanyun's heart felt a bit pleased to hear it and smiled modestly. We are all fellow students. In the future if you have any difficulties in cultivation you can look for me. We will make progress together. Haha, then I'll thank big brother Yanyun first. The children were patting Chen Yanyun on the back, one after the other speaking compliments to him. Chen Yanyun also felt very flattered. And for a moment, he put all his fear of Lin Xiaolu behind him and responded to his little friends with a smile. And just as they were laughing and joking, there was a noise coming from outside the compartment. Several junior brothers. This is a place reserved for the spirit sword lineage. You're not allowed to come in. Go away, go away. Don't you know that the most powerful person in Ame right now is my big brother? Quickly let Chen Yanyun, that mountain cannon child, come over to see my big brother. Ah, this. What's this? Haven't you heard of my big brother Linda ruthless man's reputation? Believe it or not, when my big brother gets angry, he will smash this box for you. Go now. Inside the box, the children who were originally chatting happily were startled, and the originally lively and noisy box became extraordinarily quiet all of a sudden. It wasn't long before an outer disciple in running attire ran into the compartment in a panic and said respectfully to the crowd, several senior brothers and sisters, there's a young senior brother surnamed Lin outside, asking you to go see him. Upon hearing this, the children in the compartment had a hard look on their faces, one with constipation for a month as if. Chen Yanyun's face even became a green burst of red. In the main seat of the compartment, sitting like a needle and felt, did not dare to say a word. Everyone is scared. The atmosphere does not dare to breathe a bit, and even more people directly look up at the sky, as if in broad daylight to enjoy the sun. Chen Yanyun. Outside the compartment, Lyn Xiaolu's tender voice rang out. I'll count to 3. If you don't come out, I'll go look for you, and if I find you, I'll chop you up and string you on a candy cane to eat. The 10-year-old Chen Yanyun's body trembled in fear, and the little girl beside her, Yu Chuchu, also stammered and didn't dare to speak. The crisp teenage voice sounded again. Hearing this, Chen Yanyun was shocked and angry, as if he felt insulted because of his cowardice, violently slamming the table to get up and rushed out of the box, cursing under his breath. Don't you know no better? Surname Lin. Outside the box, Dong Fang Egg, Xiao Yuer were all there, while Lin Shalu saw Chen Yanyun and a few other children appear and coldly hummed with her small hands behind her back. Yo, shed come out? Surname Lin. I didn't mess with you this time. Chen Yanyun pointed at Lin Xiaolu and said angrily, if you dare to hit me, I'll tell Mr. to punish you. That's right, cure you. Let Mr. kick you out of the academy. Yu Chuchu also shouted in a spirited manner, and Lin Xiaolu still only smiled contemptuously at his words. The corners of his mouth tilted, and just like yesterday, he lightly spat out a sentence to Yu Chuchu, go. Yu Chuchu immediately choked, thinking of her own downfall yesterday, staring with a pair of beautiful eyes not daring to move. A spirit sword vein student on the side couldn't stand to watch, but didn't dare to offend Lin Xiaolu directly, so he could only try to reason. This is where our spirit sword vein eats. What do you want to do? Lin Xiaolu snorted directly at his words. From today onwards, this place is under my Lin Xiaolu's control, so all of you get the hell out of here. By what right? Chen Yanyun clenched her small fists and said angrily, the compartments on the second floor have always been reserved for our spirit sword lineage students, so what gives you the right to kick us out? Lin Xiaolu sniffed, puffing, and burst out laughing. The 7-year-old waved his hand at Chen Yanyun as if he were a fierce god. Come over here. I'll tell you what you have to do to come. Chen Yanyun's body shivered in fear and took a few steps back in fear. Don't roll yet? The chubby Eastern egg gave full play to his role as a little brother on the side, arrogantly scolding, if you don't get out you'll have to go out lying down. Eastern egg, how dare you talk to us like that? A student from the spirit sword lineage was shocked and angry. Yo-ho, what wouldn't I dare? The chubby Eastern egg, holding a small belly, went up and kicked the student hard. That student subconsciously dodged away. Dongfang Egg was furious when he saw it. I go, you still dare to dodge? He hugged that child and slammed him with his big fat head. Whoa, the 8-year-old child wailed at the impact, and the others around them just watched, not daring to care. Dongfang Egg rubbed his brain. A little bully look continued to scream, from today onwards. In the school hall Deer said, the second floor compartments use spirit sword lineage come up once to fight once. Fight until convinced. In addition, Dongfang Egg tone a pause. glanced at a few students in front of him, hummed, "Tomorrow when you go to the school, one person to bring some good things to dear. Sugar gourds, paper kites, slingshots, glass beads, crickets can be. Who does not bring? As this bench." After saying that, the little fat man kicked hard at the bench on the side. The bench was unharmed, but the little fat man's fat face went white with pain and he held his feet and jerked. Seeing this comical scene, Lin Xiaolu was slightly confused and felt a bit ashamed in her heart, so she coughed to cover up her embarrassment, then continued to look at the several people who dared to be angry with Chen Yanyun, holding her arms and arrogantly said, "Grandpa, I won't hide it from you. I'm going to set up a gang anime. I'll be the boss. The name will be Convinced by Virtue Gang. In the future you'll have to pay me protection money every 3 days or I'll beat you up. Get lost. Don't disturb Grandpa's meal. Where are you convincing people with virtue?" Chen Yanyun was furious and pointed at him angrily. Turning around, "I'm going to tell my master that your disciples from the star-picking lineage beat up their classmates and collect protection money." Hearing his rant, Lyn Shalu smiled calmly and said nothing, just silently picking up the bench on the side. This action once again scared Chen Yanyun and the other children, and one by one, they backed straight up. In the middle of the field, the boy was carrying a bench. The corner of his mouth smiled with evil impetuousness. "If you don't pay the protection fee, I'll beat you up. If you pay the protection fee, I'll protect you, so that you don't get beaten up by Lin Xiaolu. Convinced or not?" After saying that, he shouted to the little fat man on the side, "Eastern egg, dear, I'm here." Little fatty immediately stood up straight. "Today after school to find me a brick." In the brick carved a big moral word. "I will take this moral word to school. See who is not good, I will shoot who." This is called to convince people by virtue. Dongfang Egg listened to the adoration written all over his fat face and hurriedly shouted, "Yes." Chapter 19, Sunflower Field. After Dongfang Egg shouted, Lin Xiaolu saw Chen Yanyun's gang still standing still. Her big clear eyes suddenly glared, "Still not rolling? You guys are looking for a fight." Chen Yanyun was already so angry at the moment that he could hardly speak, while Yu Chu on the side helped him to fight back. "In a moment, all of us will go to tell Mr. Master about you. Okay? Feel free to sue." Lin Xiaolu dejectedly said, "You sue. My elder sister at most hit me a meal. Not afraid to tell you. My elder sister can love me. Absolutely can't afford to hit me. But I will come to find you to take revenge. Break your arms and legs are light." As soon as the ferocious threatening words came out, the crowd of children once again changed their faces in fear, while Lin Xiaolu continued to look at Chen Yanyun, scoffing at him. "I've heard that you're some kind of indestructible sword body, with a very high level of talent, but can it be any higher than mine?" Chen Yanyun shivered in fear at the words, and for a moment, she was really bluffed by Lin Xiaolu. And Lin Xiaolu then went up and looked at Chen Yanyun, who was a head taller than herself, and raised her small hand to slap his face, saying in a bully-like manner, "If I don't see the protection money tomorrow, I'll smear poop on your head. Got it?" The teenager's handsome face turned red, and after grunting and panting for a few breaths, he nodded in humiliation. "Knowing that, why don't you get lost?" Lin Xiaolu grunted. The teenager's body trembled when he heard this, then lowered his head and flew down the stairs, while the others followed when they saw him run away, all of them drooping their heads and not saying a word as they descended the stairs. Only after they all left did Lin Xiaolu drink to the frightened outer disciples on the side. "What are you still standing there for? Serve the food." That disciple was shocked and shivered, and hurriedly raised his hand in greeting. "Junior brother, junior sister. Inside please." The boy spiritedly pulled his sister into a clean compartment. As soon as he was seated, Dongfang Egg was full of admiration and said, "Dear brother, I really adore you too much. One person subdued so many people. Admiration, admiration, admiration." Lin Xiaolu arrogantly nodded his head, with the appearance of a big villain, and smiled at Dongfang Egg with how dejected he wanted to be. "Since you recognize me as your big brother, little egg, then big brother naturally wants to take you to eat fragrant food and drink sweet food." Little fatty was stunned. "Shouldn't dear be drinking spicy food?" Lin Xiaolu glanced at him. "The wine is so spicy and hard to drink." "Give it to you, do you drink it?" 10-year-old Dongfang Egg thought about it. His father is the prime minister of the Great Yu State. What kind of wine is not in the mansion? But he also does not love to drink alcohol, and prefers to drink desserts such as sour plum soup or green bean soup. In the afternoon, after lunch the Dao children returned to the study hall one after another. Lin Xiaolu finally swaggered back to the classroom, and as soon as he entered, immediately no one dared to open their mouths to speak, and the children all looked at him in horror. A group of students from the spirit sword lineage like Chen Yanyun were even more frightened by Lin Xiaolu, and they couldn't wait to dive headfirst into the table's stomach. Swaggering back to his seat by the window, the boy slumped comfortably into his chair, covered his textbook over his face and began to nap, while Jade continued to play with her brushes and drawings. Soon, snoring sounds resounded in the classroom. A few children saw Lyn Shaolu fell asleep. They wanted to whisper. Dongfang Egg immediately eyes glared. Whispered threateningly, to die ah, we help big brother with virtue in the nap. Is not it too long to live? A few students who were just about to speak immediately didn't dare to squeak and lowered their heads in silence. The afternoon lesson was similar to the morning. Mr. Yang first gave lessons to the other children in the study hall, and after that, he took Lyn Xiaolu and her siblings to the next study hall to teach them to read and write individually. Starting tomorrow, old man, I will indirectly teach you guys some methods of sensing spiritual energy. The old man looked at the siblings who were writing and said, in the future, you can try to cultivate, but remember, at the beginning of cultivation, you still need to focus on learning words and cultivation. Understand? Understood. Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu shouted obediently. Mr. Yan nodded, then stroked his beard and instructed, little dear, you are gifted and intelligent. Your understanding and speed in learning words is much faster than when Yanyun chu. I think that your talent in cultivation is also not bad. You must work hard and not be playful. Oh, Lin Xiaolu grabbed the brush and nodded her head, taking Mr. S praise for granted and continuing to write stroke by stroke. Soon, the time came to Shenzhen in the afternoon, the time for the end of the school day. Lin Xiaolu brought her sister and the other Dao children together to leave the literacy hall. 3 or 2 of the little Dao children talking and laughing together as they left in pairs, walking across the stream and rocky beach. The 20 or so young Daoist children went up to their own subveins Dao-seeking bridge one after another and gradually left. Lin Xiaolu also bid farewell to Dongfang Egg together with Xiaoyu and went up to the star-picking veins Dao-seeking bridge. Little Egg, don't forget to bring me a slate tomorrow, Lin Xiaoshui reminded. Don't worry dear. I can't forget, the little fatty responded with a wave of his hand. Saying goodbye to Dongfang Egg, Lin Xiaodu took her sister and ran all the way back to her own small courtyard, and as soon as she entered the courtyard door, she couldn't wait to yell. Senior sister were off to school. Inside a house with a large sunflower planted in front of the door, Li Miaoxin opened her beautiful eyes from her meditation and walked out of the room with a smile. Just as she left the room, she immediately saw 2 little ones, not even as tall as Sunflower, running happily towards her. Li Miaoxin waved towards her siblings and looked at the 2 children who had already run in and asked with a smile, how was it? Did you have fun on your first day of school? It's not bad. We learned a lot of words. Lin Xiaodu showed off. I learned the words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the words sun, moon and bright. Wow, so many words. Little dear is really good. Li Miaoxian squatted down and praised with a smile. On the side, Xiao Yu asked with blearily curiosity, elder sister, we're out of school. What are we doing now? Li Miaoxian pampered and pinched little Yuer's little face. You don't have to do anything. Oh, you can go out and play or review your homework. Then it's better to go out and play. Lin Xiaolu excitedly proposed. How about you take us to the Spirit Beast Valley at Ton Demon Peak to see the spirit beasts? Senior sister? No fun. Li Miaoxian smiled and refused. Senior sister, I still have to practice. Why don't you 2 play in the sunflower field for a while? Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth. What's so fun about a sunflower field? Sister's yard is full of sunflower. As far as the eye can see is a golden yellow, although it is very beautiful and pretty, but there is really nothing interesting. Seeing that the 2 siblings were not very interested, Li Miaoxian then smiled and said, why don't you 2 review your homework? Write down the words that Mr. Li taught you today 10 times? No. The siblings shouted at the same time, we don't want to write. Li Miaoxian smiled bitterly as she covered her face at the words. That indeed seemed like there was nothing left to do. And just as she was torn between having the siblings do something, Lin Xiaolu suddenly said with a blazing gaze, Senior sister, why don't you teach us cultivation? Chapter 20, Meditation. Your little dear is so active? Li Miaoxian laughed, there's no rush for this. Mr. Should be teaching you in the next 2 days, but I can't wait. Lin Xiaodu opened her little mouth in anticipation. I want to quickly cultivate, turn into a god, and then go out and bully people. Li Miaoxian giggled at the boy's words. It was the first time she had heard that cultivation was all about going out and bullying people. Alright, then senior sister will teach you guys cultivation in advance. Li Miaoxin helplessly agreed and affectionately narrated. The first step of cultivation is actually very simple. It's to simply meditate, and then gaze at your spirit and go to use your breath to feel the aura of heaven and earth. It's as simple as that. Lin Xiaolu was puzzled. How do you feel? This is something that no one can say. Li Miaoxian explained with a smile. This is a very esoteric feeling. Generally those who are gifted can quickly settle down while meditating and open up the 6th sense of the human body in order to perceive the aura of the heaven and earth. This is the gift. Let's say senior sister me. When I first started practicing, I couldn't sit in meditation for an hour every day, and then I could sit and fall asleep easily. But slowly, the time that senior sister could meditate became longer and longer. From 1 hour, to 2 hours, to a day and a night. Lyn Xiaolu was surprised. Senior sister, are your legs sore from sitting for so long? At first it would be sore, but not after I learned to settle down. And what's more, senior sister, I ended up feeling the aura of heaven and earth on the 42nd day, officially stepping into the path of cultivation. Lyn Xiaolu was taken aback when she heard this. Looking at the smug Li Miaoxin's small face in front of her, she collapsed and said, to actually have to meditate for over 40 days for that long? This is also too boring. On the side, Xiao Yuer also nodded along, stating that things like meditating sounded boring. This is already very impressive. Okay, Li Miaoxin proudly explained to the two of them. Most of the inner disciples, the first time they feel the aura of heaven and earth is when they are around 50 days old. Senior sister, I'm already at the middle to upper level. So how long does it take for the most gifted person to feel it? Lyn Xiaolu asked. Li Miaoxin tilted her head for a moment and thoughtfully spoke. Senior sister, I have seen myself. It should be our eldest senior brother of star picking. He is the one who felt the aura of the heaven and earth in 5 days, and was praised by his master as the most talented person of star picking for hundreds of years. Understood. Lin Xiaolu nodded and hummed, senior sister, if I were to cultivate, I would probably feel the aura of heaven and earth in a day at most. After all, I'm so smart that I would still collect protection money. After saying that, he also pulled Xiao Yuer dejected. My sister's words are estimated to be a little bit worse, but within 5 days the problem should not be too big. There is no way. Our siblings were born to be so witty and excellent. You and the master will be proud of our siblings in the future. Looking at the boy who had his little hands crossed and laughed out a pig's squeal, Li Miaoxin burst out in joy. She glared at Lyn Xiaolu beautifully and said, if you can feel the heaven and earth aura within 10 days, senior sister can wake up from dreaming with a smile. When she finished speaking, she got up and smiled at the siblings. Go inside with senior sister. Senior sister will teach you cultivation. Li Miaoxin lived in a relatively simple house, empty and very shabby. In addition to a bookshelf full of ancient books, and a few futons for meditation outside of nothing, not even a bed. The two of you follow senior sister's example and sit down. Li Miaoxin faced Lyn Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer and sat cross-legged in the middle of the futon, allowing the two of them to follow her posture and sit. For the first time in this position, the siblings both looked a bit clumsy, tossing and turning for a while before they sat down. And then, Li Miaoxin lightly opened her red lips and said, when you meditate, you have to close your eyes, and then slow down your breathing, and do everything you can to keep your body from moving, and even in your head try not to have any random thoughts, and allow yourself to feel the aura of the heaven and earth. After saying that, Li Miaoxin took out a saucer of incense burner from somewhere, placed it in front of the siblings, and inserted an incense burner on it. This is a tranquilizing incense. It can make you all more focused, and at the same time, it can serve as a timekeeper. This time we'll meditate for 1 incense burner's time first. After saying that, Li Miaoxin greeted the two of them and started practicing. Inside the house, Lyn Xiaolu went to meditate according to the posture Li Miaoxin said, and while meditating he mentally spat out a little. This cultivation turned out to be so simple, much simpler than he thought. Just sit still, which who will not not as technical as collecting protection money, especially for an absolute great cleverness like himself. It was not impossible for him to directly break through chi condensation and step into foundation establishment in the next second. His eyes were closed, his hands in the lotus gesture, and he was breathing calmly. And on the side, Xiao Yuer also joined him. Following Li Miaoxin's pattern of cultivation, the siblings' breathing slowed down more and more, and every inch of their bodies gradually returned to calm. After a while like this, Li Miaoxin heard a purring sound. Piggy-like snores rang out from the boy's nose, nearly blindsiding Li Miaoxin, who slapped Lyn Xiaolu hard, pending to wake him up and let him continue to feel good. Of course, she didn't expect these two children to feel the aura of heaven and earth immediately. After all, they were already an active age now, and it was already very rare for them to be able to sit motionless for a while at this age. So the first step of this cultivation is to polish the mind. Li Miaoxin estimated that the siblings would probably sit for 3 to 5 days before gradually adapting to this cultivation, and then they could learn the initial stage of meditation. And only after one has entered into meditation can one begin the next step of sensing the aura of heaven and earth. At the moment, Lyn Xiaolu is sitting so quietly, and his posture is also quite standard. But seriously, he is quite uncomfortable, for the simple reason that his legs are pressed and numb. His breathing wasn't as steady now as it had been at the beginning. Instead, it was becoming more and more irritable because of the persistent soreness in both legs. After all, it is a child's nature. After a while he could not help it. secretly opened one eye and looked around, but found that the incense in front of him was only burned to 1/5. He wondered in his heart, why did the time only pass so little? He was wondering why so little time had passed. He clearly felt that a long time had passed. The senior sister in front of her was also practicing with her eyes closed, and when Lin Xiaolu saw this, she secretly switched her legs to make herself more comfortable before proceeding to meditate, and not long after that, he felt that he was so bored sitting like this. If he had known, it would have been better to play in the sunflower field. His heart was in the right place. He once again sneakily opened his eyes, looked at his senior sister, and then looked at Xiaolu, and was surprised to find that Xiaolu's posture was very proper. Although he was only 5 years old, but he was just like a little Taoist nun, and he played this sitting in a decent manner. No, I have to cultivate properly. I can't be a bad example to my sister. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaolu hard forced herself to close her eyes, and then sank her heart to feel the heaven and earth aura properly. Soon, the feeling of aching legs and feet came again, but this time Lin Xiaolu didn't move anymore, but instead forced herself hard to be still. The intense soreness lasted for quite a while, then began to gradually become numb, and then, as if he had forgotten the physical soreness, his entire body suddenly became much lighter all of a sudden. It was quite comfortable, just like swimming in water. But just when Lin Xiaolu thought she felt something, her sister's scared voice rang out from inside the house. Elder sister, I feel like something is drilling into my brain. So scary. Chapter 21, Little Jade's Talent. Hearing little Jade child's words, Lin Xiaolu and Li Miaoxin opened their eyes at the same time. Lin Xiaolu was curious while Li Miaoxin's eyes carried some surprise. Little Jade child sat on the futon, her scared little face white as she spoke in an aggravated manner. Senior sister, I feel like there's something drilling inside my stomach. Li Miaoxin's good-looking eyebrows frowned as she stepped forward to take a closer look at the porcelain doll-like little girl, and then touched her brain. And this touch also caused the surprise in her beautiful eyes to become even more intense. Little you've absorbed the heaven and earth aura. Ha! Lin Xiaolu, who was at the side, had her mouth open after hearing this and looked at her sister with a dumbfounded expression. Xiaolu sat there in fear, not understanding what was happening and not daring to move a muscle. Li Miaoxin looked at her with a face of disbelief. The surprise in her heart could not be quelled for a long time. How long had little Yor only been practicing? Not even half a column. What is this situation? Since the establishment of MA, there had never been a disciple who had absorbed heaven and earth's spiritual qi in such a short period of time and stepped into the first level of qi condensation. Not even to mention MA, the land of God, the cultivation of sects and denominations thousands, no matter Buddha, Taoism, Confucianism, devil and demon, up to the heavenly passage down to the yellow springs, have never appeared such a thing. At this moment, Xiaolu saw Li Miaoxin's gloomy face, and thought she had gone wrong. Her tears of fear were straight in her eyes, and Lin Xiaolu on the side also probed her head and asked curiously, Senior sister, what's wrong with my sister? Little she seems to have sensed the aura of heaven and earth, and, moreover, has already begun to absorb it on her own. Li Miaoxin chest a wave of undulation. Still some did not come back to God. Lin Xiaolu see her a look of being shocked to the appearance, rolled his eyes contemptuous. I thought, what is the matter? Fuss. Our siblings so talented. My sister is a little bit better, that is not very normal. Losing senior sister, you're still a cultivator. You look like you've never seen the world. The young girl didn't care about the young deer's words, but spoke seriously. I haven't seen little Yor's situation either. In this case, senior sister will take you guys to see the master, so that the master can check little Yor's situation. Going to meet the boss? It's master teacher. Li Miaoxin twisted the boy's ear and corrected. Day in and day out. Who did you learn from? After saying that, Li Miaoxin led them both to stand up and walked outside the house together. Speaking of which, after coming to Amei, Lin Shalu hasn't seen Li Mingru again. When he left himself and his sister to his elder sister and ran away without looking back, he was really desperate enough. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu and his sister held Li Miaoxin's hand, and together they headed to the top of the mountain of the Star Picker. The top of the mountain of the Star Picker is a snowy mountain with lower temperatures. In order to prevent the siblings from getting cold, Li Miaoxin used her tactics to gather a transparent cover ball in front of the three of them that blocked the wind and snow and was specifically used to protect the two of them. Along the way, Li Miaoxin cared to ask about the situation of the little Jade child, for fear that she were uncomfortable. Well, in addition to the feeling of the little Jade child, there is something in her whole body wandering outside and nothing else uncomfortable. On the contrary, also feel the body is warm and quite comfortable, which also let Li Miaoxin more put some heart. Hiding in the transparent hooded sphere, Lin Xiaolu looked curiously at the white snowy mountains as he walked, thinking that it was quite beautiful, with white everywhere. And after he followed Li Miaoxin all the way up to the top of the plucked star, he saw a cave that was covered in snow. This is already the top of the star-picking peak, and you can have a glimpse of the endless scenery of the entire star-picking. And when you look down the mountain from here, you can also see the snow-white clouds that seem to be like cotton, slowly floating below, and the range is extremely wide, so wide that you can't see the edge of it at a glance. The scene looked like a huge sea of slowly floating clouds, giving Lin Xiaolu the dangerous idea of jumping on it and rolling around. Senior, my disciple has brought my junior brother and sister to see you, and has something to tell you. Li Miaoxin's voice of obeisance resounded at the entrance of the cave. After coming over for a while, Li Mingru's lazy voice came from within the cave. Miaoxin, come in. Li Miaoxian sniffed and then led Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu into the cave together. Unlike the snowy scenery outside the cave, the interior of this cave was quite large and bright, surrounded by densely packed wooden shelves, which were full of scrolls, bamboo slips and other books. And Li Mingru, who was wearing a green robe with a wine gourd hanging on his waist, was wearing a cloak of hair, looking like he had just woken up from a nap, and his body carried a strong smell of wine, making Lin Xiaolu and Xiaoyu sniff and cover their little noses. Master, you're drinking again. Li Miaoxin inserted her small savage waist and said in dissatisfaction. If you keep drinking like this sooner or later you'll become a confused person. Nonsense. Your master is a great man of the Jiedan stage. How could he be held by something like wine? The cloak Li Mingru finished glancing at Xiaoyu and then Lin Shalu, laughing and snickering. A bully in Dunghua village? Did you get into trouble? How? Lin Xiaolu crossed her arms and bragged, Boss, you don't know. My sister and I are very good. The teachers and students at the academy love me, and they can't wait to kiss me 8 times a day. Ha 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 ha. Li Mingru was amused by this little apprentice, and while laughing, he removed the wine gourd and took 2 sips. Hearing the words of Lin Xiaolu, Li Miaoxin was embarrassed. His own little master brother is also too able to brag, but also hate to kiss you 8 times a day. Mr. Young, to give you a lesson. It is estimated that on a day can be the first to break the life of 8 years. She hurriedly sidetracked the topic of this old and young, and spoke seriously. Master, today, my disciple taught my junior sister to cultivate, allowing her to sense the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, and as a result, my junior sister has now stepped into the first level of chi condensation. As soon as these words came out, Li Mingru, who was taking a wine gourd and pouring wine into his mouth, stopped his movements for a moment, and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he looked at Xiaoyu in front of him. There is actually this matter? Li Mingru seemed to be a bit confused as well, speaking with a shocked face. Little Yuer, tell me, how long have you been practicing? Little Yuer stammered and couldn't answer, so Li Miaoxin helped her out and said, calculating from the time she started meditating, little senior sister has practiced for less than half a pillar of incense in total. Dang! Li Mingru hands of wine gourd fell to the ground. Gourd crystal clear wine overflow. He also did not have the slightest reaction. The whole person as if they are all bewitched. He froze for a while before he came back to his senses, and then the pupils of his eyes changed, directly turning into reddish golden eyes as he once again looked at little Yuer's body. Li Mingru saw that at this moment, there was a faint trace of aura slowly running inside Xiao Yuer's body. That transparent colored aura flowed through Xiao Yuer's strange meridians and limbs, week after week, actually really reached the first level of chi condensation. Li Mingru's voice trembled slightly for a few moments. His surprise also let Li Miaoxin more convinced that the little sister incredible master is Jiedan realm of the great cultivator. In the Ame status is second only to the head of the door. Even if it is placed in the entire divine state, that is also a number of cultivator giants. But now the little sister of the situation can actually will be the master of the shocked voice trembling. This little sister. What kind of monster is she? Boss, isn't my sister awesome? See, sister and master are not talking. Lyn Shalu on the side of a smiling smug, powerful boss, you say it. Do not be embarrassed. We are all out of the mix. What to say, what well. Chapter 22, The Waste and the Heavenly Pride. Cough cough. Li Mingru choked and coughed at Lin Xiaolu's words, then spoke to them. Master, I'll go check first. You 3 little ones find your own place to sit for a while. After saying that, Li Mingru hurriedly drilled into the place where the bookshelves were placed and began to mess around. It could be seen that Li Mingru was thrilled that he had picked up a supreme talent. Senior brother and sister, sit down for a while first. Master teacher is expected to wait for a while. Li Miaoxin pulled her siblings to each find their own futon and sit down, while Li Mingru's figure shuttled back and forth amidst the slice of bookshelves, and every now and then books would be thrown by him, and all of them were the kind of books that just looked precious and ancient, and very age-old. Lin Xiaolu sat down in a cave against the wall, curiously looking east and west here, and found that there was nothing special. He idly looked around, trying to find something interesting, when a crumpled pamphlet caught his eye. The booklet was tucked away in the corner, very hidden. If not for Lin Xiaolu happened to sit in the corner, probably would not have found it. and he was interested because the pamphlet was different from other books, which were full of words that he couldn't read, and this pamphlet had very few words on it, basically all drawings, which instantly intrigued him, and he picked up the pamphlet to curiously flip through it. What are you looking at, little dear? Li Miaoxin on the side also looked over curiously when she saw him flipping through the book. I don't know, bosses. Lin Xiaolu looked at the little person on the booklet with some confusion. This booklet was so strange. How come none of the people on it were wearing clothes? Li Miaoxin also looked over curiously. While taking a look at the contents of the booklet, she immediately screamed, covering her eyes as she said, how can there still be this kind of book here? Master, quickly throw it away. On the side, Xiao Yuer also looked over and probed. What are you looking at, brother? Seeing this, Li Miaoxin held little Yuer to prevent her from passing, and on her lips she urged Lin Shalu, quickly throw it. Oh, Lin Xiaolu obediently threw it away. After a little more time had passed, Li Mingru, whose figure was passing back and forth through the bookshelves, finally walked out. At this moment, he had not yet recovered from the shock. As if he had discovered something unimaginable, Li Miaoxin curiously opened her mouth and asked, Senior, junior sister her? It's confirmed. Li Mingru took a deep breath. Slowly speaking, he said, this phenomenon of Xiao Yuer's is that of a single purely gifted demon, a peerless heavenly pride that is hard to come by in 10,000 years. But, Li Miaoxin was a bit stunned for a while, exclaiming, Junior sister, this is also a bit too demonic. She's only half a column of incense, half a column of incense to feel the heaven and earth aura. Li Mingru smiled and spoke, Miao Xin. Do you still remember how long it took your eldest senior brother to feel the aura of heaven and earth in the first place? 5 days. Li Miaoxin replied without hesitation. That's right. Li Mingru nodded his head and looked at Xiao Yuer in front of him as if she had won a treasure and excitedly said, it's really unexpected. I Li Mingru nature of laziness, love wine and beauty, like to enjoy life. When the head of the sister let me take charge of a line of picking the stars I was reluctant. It is the head of the sister said good and bad to give me a gift I reluctantly agreed. As a result, he has now taken in such an unheard of and unseen supreme heavenly pride as Xiao Yuer. If this goes on, my star-picking lineage really won't be allowed to keep a low profile even if I want to. Seeing Li Mingru happy, Li Miaoxin also smiled joyfully and said, congratulations to senior master for being blessed with a supreme talent like junior sister. Li Mingru laughed a few times and spoke in a dashing manner. Little Yuer, in the future, you will first follow your senior sister to cultivate properly. Be sure to use your efforts. Don't waste your talent. Understand? The girl nodded her head seemingly in understanding, looking well behaved. And then, Li Mingru raised his hand and a blue shimmering light lit up from his hand, and a small sword, a pill, and a talisman appeared in his palm. This is the Phoenix Blood Sword, the Bone Forging Pill, and the Transmission Talisman. Li Mingru introduced them one by one. The Phoenix Blood Sword. A drop of blood can make it recognize its owner, possessing the function of protecting its owner, automatically fighting against people, and cultivators below the foundation level are almost no match for the Phoenix Blood Sword. Bone Forging Pill. After consuming it, it can build a physical foundation for you, which will greatly benefit your cultivation in the future. Transmission Talisman. If you encounter any enemy that the Phoenix Blood Sword can't deal with, directly crush this talisman, within 300 miles of a maze boundaries. Master, I will arrive immediately. Quickly thank Master Teacher. Li Miaoxin hurriedly urged little Yuer after seeing this scene, while little Yuer hurriedly knelt down after hearing this and nodded her head obediently. Thank you, Master. Ha 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 ha. Li Mingru laughed cheerfully. These are ordinary magic weapons, but they are completely sufficient for you now. Disciple, cultivate well and give your master a long face in the future. After saying that, he seemed to have thought of something else and swept Lin Xiaolu on the side with the corner of his eye. At this moment Lin Xiaolu was also full of excited smiles. Li Mingru could see that he was genuinely happy for his sister. Not to mention jealousy, even envy could not be seen. His heart couldn't help but have a better impression of this child by a few points. Speaking of which, he himself did not expect that he had gone down the mountain to pick up 2 random disciples in order to cope with the sister sect master. But he ended up picking up such a supreme talent. This luck really made him even have to sigh. In this world, people with high face value even have good luck. After sighing in his heart, Li Mingru once again looked at Lin Shalu. This brother and sister duo were siblings, and if the younger sister was so gifted, then it was assumed that the older brother wouldn't be any worse. Even if it wasn't as exaggerated as little Jade Child, then it was estimated that it had to be about the same talent as one's eldest disciple, in which case it would be excellent. Just as well, today, after obtaining such a good disciple as Xiao Yuer, he would make an exception and use his guild pupil to take a look at this Lin Xiaolu's talent. Little dear, come over here. Li Mingru beckoned and said, Master used the guilt pupil to see how talented you are. Oh, okay. Lyn Xiaolu grinned broadly and stood towards Li Mingru, and said cheekily, I reckon it should be similar to my sister. Li Miaoxin, who was on the side, also smiled. Indeed, generally if one is a full blood relation like a brother and sister, the talent will not differ too much. At this moment, Li Mingru's eyes moved with his intention, and the original pitch-black pupils of his eyes were immediately flooded with a light golden liquid, and in an instant his eyes turned reddish-golden before he looked at Lin Xiaolu, and with this look, Li Mingru's entire body was once again startled. Lin Xiaodir's body was empty. Nothing. The worst thing was that the essence true qi in his body was a thick mess. The innate true qi is the innate breath of each person, and the thinner the native true qi was, the easier it was to sense the aura of heaven and earth, which was a type of innate talent. But most people's innate true qi was thicker, which was the main reason why most people were destined to be mortals in this life, unable to cultivate. And Lin Xiaolu's native true qi was the thickest that Li Mingru had ever seen in his life. It was like a wall. Such a person would be destined not to be sensitive to the aura of heaven and earth, and would even be rejected by the aura of heaven and earth. Not to mention not being able to cultivate immortality. A loser like him, after death, his body was struck by lightning and he probably couldn't even turn into a zombie. He and Jade are the two extremes. One is extra thick and one is extra thin. So from a cultivation perspective, Little Yor was the ultimate demonic heavenly pride, and Lin Xiaolu was the ultimate waste, and the incorrigible kind. Chapter 23, Talent and Effort. Looking at Li Mingru's shocked eyes, Lin Xiaolu stuck her hands in her pockets, the word drag written all over her small face. How about it, boss? Am I particularly good? Haha, I knew it. The young girl, Li Miaoxin, also looked at her master teacher curiously, curious about how talented Lin Xiaolu was. Under the gaze of a large and two small ones, Li Mingru sighed and opened his mouth to ask, Little dear, you and Little Yor, are you really biological siblings? Right. The boy tugged in reply. Okay. Li Mingru nodded his head, feeling that he was indeed asking for too much. These two dolls were casually picked up by himself. In fact, even if neither of them had any talent and couldn't cultivate, that would be normal. It was just that Xiao Yor was too stunning, and this made himself hold a hint of expectation for Lin Shalu as well, but this would have been all but unreasonable. With a calm gaze, he gazed at Lin Xiaolu and said, Xiaolu, you have too much native true qi and are destined to not be able to cultivate. After a year, you will probably go from being an inner disciple to an outer disciple, because it's impossible for you to set foot on the first level of qi condensation. When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu and Li Miaoxin froze at the same time, and Lin Xiaolu was even more surprised as she looked at Li Mingru. Boss, are you calling me a loser? Yes. There's no salvation? No. The arrogance on the boy's face flew away, and Li Miaoxin froze completely, looking at Lin Xiaolu in surprise. Xiao Yor on the side didn't quite understand what was happening. Her gaze was rather blank. Looking at the lost boy, Li Mingru coughed and softly consoled. There is no need to be so frustrated, little dear. Even though you will become an outer disciple and stay in Ame with the identity of a mortal, you are still the disciple of your master. In Ame, no one will bully you, and your sister, in the future, will become a great person in my star-picking lineage. So don't worry, with master here, you will definitely have a worry-free life, living in wealth and well-being. Lin Xiaolu's little face was still written with disappointment and frustration. Little Yor seemed to have sensed his unhappiness and gently pulled Lin Xiaolu's sleeve, tenderly shouting, Brother! For a long time, Lin Xiaodir suddenly sniffled and once again tugged and hummed, It's just that I can't be a fairy master. What's so great about it? It's enough that my sister is a fairy. Looking at the boy's forced smile, Li Miaoxin was intolerant and couldn't help but look at Li Mingru and ask, Senior, junior brother is very much yearning for those means of our cultivation. Can he learn some minor magical powers or something? Li Mingru shook his head and honestly explained, If Xiao Yor is the most gifted heavenly pride that I've ever seen, then Xiao Deer is the most wasted waste of talent that I've ever seen? Wasted. Desperate kind. These words were so lethal that they directly caused Lin Xiaodir to be dumbfounded. He felt that this boss of his was really excessive, not giving himself any mercy at all. Humph. Not just cannot cultivate immortality. Not to cultivate. Just do not cultivate. Li Miaoxin crouched down painfully, pulled Lin Xiaolu's small hand and comforted, It's okay, little senior brother. Bullying itself is not a good thing. In the future you will be a good boy. Grow up well in Ame. And later, when you reach adulthood, senior sister will find you a good match in the mortal world, marry and have children, and protect you for the rest of your life. Xiao Yor also looked at her brother with bated breath. She didn't quite understand what was happening, but felt her brother's loss. Li Mingru also sighed once again. If both siblings were scrappers, then Fan might not have felt too bad, but with her sister being a heavenly pride and herself being a scrapper. This sense of difference was very hurtful, but there was no way around it. Perhaps this was Fawn's fate. And also from the time little Yor stepped into the first level of chi condensation, the two siblings were not destined to be from the same world. Cultivators, who turn the aura of heaven and earth, through cultivation, into their own aura, can prolong their lives and gain a certain degree of longevity. With a rare talent in the world like Xiao Yuer, as long as she doesn't make any mistakes and cultivates properly, she will have no problem living for 1,000 years. As for Lin Xiaolu, in the future, she would surely grow old with the passage of time, and in less than 100 years at most, she would be reduced to a handful of yellow earth. Cultivation of immortality. Once in the immortal door deep like the sea, from now on the mortal relatives are parting. From the moment he stepped into the immortal sect, everything in the mundane world would become a passing cloud, forever sealed in the memories. So don't look at the siblings being so affectionate right now, but one day, Lin Xiaolu would only become an insignificant piece of the past, permanently buried in little Yuer's memory. After all, 100 years is too short for 1,000 years of life. I don't want to marry and have children. I want to bully people. Lin Xiaolu said dejectedly to Li Miaoxian, I can't cultivate immortality, how am I going to bully people in the future and collect protection money? Li Miaoxin couldn't help but cry and laugh. Just how big of an obsession did this little guy have with bullying people for protection money? She laughed bitterly. In the future, your senior sister is an immortal powerhouse. Who can't you bully if you want to? Don't. Lin Xiaolu played small, her mouth muttering, I just want to rely on my own skills to bully people and make others be my little brother. After saying that, he once again looked at Li Mingru blearily and asked, Boss, is there a way to make me powerful without cultivating immortality? No. Li Mingru replied succinctly. Lin Xiaolu was desperate, and her childish face was filled with loss. But there is another kind that can make you more powerful than the vast majority of mortals, but only limited to mortals. Li Mingru suddenly spoke again. Lin Xiaolu immediately brightened up again and said excitedly, What method, boss? Li Mingru looked at the boy for a long time, then spoke expressionlessly. Wudo. Lin Xiaolu was a bit confused. He wasn't quite sure what this martial arts path was. Li Miaoxin on the side didn't understand much either. She also worshipped under a Mei at a very young age, and she hadn't heard of this thing called martial arts at all. Seeing that his three disciples were all a bit puzzled, Li Mingru slowly recounted. Wudo is the method of improving one's fighting ability by exercising one's physical body, or practicing one's weaponry. The cultivation of this dharma is very painful, countless times more painful than our cultivation of heaven and earth auras. We cultivate the aura of heaven and earth, enduring solitude, loneliness, and exercising our state of mind. Cultivating martial arts, on the other hand, endures physical torture, injuries and pain, and exercises spiritual will. Lin Xiaolu's eyes lit up in surprise. In that case, martial arts is almost the same as immortal cultivation. Li Mingru shook his head, stating a fact without the slightest bit of mercy. The Buddha is learned by mortals who cannot cultivate it. He has great limitations and a low ceiling. A mortal who had practiced martial arts for 10 years was no match for an ordinary cultivator who had practiced for 1 year. Even for those martial arts masters in the mortal world, for us cultivators, that would be too much for us to handle. And any random cultivator of the foundation establishment stage could easily kill them as if they were dogs. Moreover, cultivators can easily have hundreds or thousands of years of lifespan. But what about those who practice martial arts? Even if their martial arts skills are high and their natural talent is good, usually after the age of 40, their body will start to go downhill, become weaker and weaker, and finally turn into a pile of withered bones just like other mortals. The way of the martial arts, therefore, can only be a momentary show of bravado among mortals. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded as he listened, and he asked with some disbelief, This isn't fair. Boss, I heard you say that practicing martial arts is a very painful thing, and the effort put in is only a little more than cultivation. But why can't those who practice martial arts acquire the same skills as cultivators? Shouldn't one reap what one sows? Hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, Li Mingru was slightly surprised for a moment. He didn't expect this guy to be able to say something like 1 point for every effort. It's just a shame that the reasoning is this. But reality often overrides the reasoning. And after all, only the weak will try to reason. Li Mingru looked at the 7-year-old child in front of him. His heart was not in the right place. But he still told a cruel truth. Effort, diligence, these are a joke in itself in front of true talent. Chapter 24, The Way of the Warrior. Practicing martial arts may be able to make you a little bit stronger than other mortals. But in the eyes of the cultivators, martial artists and other mortals there is no difference at all. Are lifting their hands between the existence of ashes, while you have to use a lot of time, sweat, in order to obtain this little bit of weak strong, and also, therefore, The road of practicing martial arts is destined to be a dead-end road. Little dear, under the shelter of your master, you can be rich and famous for the rest of your life, but practicing martial arts is too hard, too tiring, too difficult, too dangerous, and the effort and the reward are not proportional at all. Even so, do you still want to learn? Li Mingru said with a deep gaze. Hearing Li Mingru's words, Lyn Shalu silently lowered her head and rather reluctantly squeezed her small fists. He didn't really like what Li Mingru said. Diligence, hard work, was a joke in the face of true talent, a phrase he hated. He remembered that in the past, when Ama was still around, Ama was always planting in the fields, and its busy figure took up almost all of his memories of Ama. At that time he was curious about what Auntie was doing, and Auntie told him she was farming. Ask Auntie herself why she farms. Auntie said that you can have enough to eat by farming, and that you can get as much food as you want by farming, and as much food as you want by selling your labor. Anyang always admonished herself to be a hard worker in the future, because hard work will surely yield something, and if very little is gained, it only means that one's efforts are not enough. He wants to bully people. He wants to be a big brother and collect protection money. He is willing to work hard. Even if it's hard to practice martial arts, he still wants to practice, not for any other reason, just for bullying people. The boy looked up, clenching his small fists with an indignant gaze and said, "Boss, I've thought it over. I still want to practice martial arts." Li Mingru froze, seemingly surprised by Lin Xiaolu's decision. To know, mortals willing to practice martial arts, not to say all, but the vast majority are because of the poor life. No choice but to endure the heat and cold winter to practice martial arts, the future to join the army, or to go to work as a dark master, bodyguard and so on, as a way to beg for a meal. But why did he choose such a difficult path when he had clearly told the little fellow that he would promise him a lifetime of riches and honor? Li Mingru was really a bit confused, so he asked, "Why?" At the tender age of 7, Lin Xiaolu replied, "I want to bully and be the boss so that everyone else is afraid of me." "That's it?" "Right," Lin Xiaolu exclaimed. "What old man Zhang from our Donghua village said, bullies are the essence of happiness." "Put!" Li Mingru burst out laughing. "What kind of broken reason is this? It's a good thing that this guy doesn't have the talent to cultivate, otherwise he will definitely be a demonic cultivator in the future. However, children always have some unrealistic fantasies, and I guess it's just a 3-minute fever." He nodded and didn't take it to heart, smiled and opened his mouth. Okay, for the teacher's early years traveling through various countries, he did study some martial arts, and brought back some martial arts texts. "You and follow me." After saying that, he brought Lin Xiaolu to the cave's hidden bookshelf, rummaged around for a good while, and finally took out a few books from a large pile of dusty books and gave them to him. Here we have the horizontal qigong of the Taijayazwang of the Great Yu country, the 8 swords of the brocade guards learned by the brocade guards of the imperial capital of the northern Liang country, the Yuanyang steps of the Taoshan sect of the Chuan country, as well as the flying dagger technique of the Little Dagger Society of the Yuan country, and the 8 extreme fist technique of the Dali Temple of the Tang country. Li Mingru was not very concerned. After all, he only is a child playing, casually instructed, these secret books of martial arts. In the mortal world are rare treasures, which describes in detail the cultivation method. You take back to the first, do not rush to practice. The school is still going to go to. Literacy is the basis of the rest of the waiting for you to literacy on their own to see themselves practicing on the good. Lyn Shalu held a large pile of books and said cheekily, "Thank you, boss." Li Mingru nodded his head, and after thinking about it, he spoke again. "If you're really prepared to practice martial arts, then during this period of time, you can first make preparations and build a foundation." Lyn Xiaolu was curious, "How do you make the foundation, boss?" "It's nothing more than Zama Bu, standing stakes, running in these." Li Mingru knew everything and briefly elaborated on how to practice these things, and let Lyn Xiaolu go ahead and firm up her body. The meals in the meal hall are very helpful for you to practice martial arts, and you don't need to be afraid of practicing your body to death. After all, you are still an inner disciple now. Enjoy the treatment of an inner disciple. When you're hungry, go and eat and make up for it. 3 parts to practice and 7 parts to eat. Do you understand? Ooh, got it, boss. Lin Xiaoxue nodded her head in confusion. When the siblings and Li Miaoxin left the cave, it was already dark outside, and the time had reached 5 p.m. Li Miaoxin took the 2 of them to the catering hall to have their evening meal. All 3 of them also seemed to have put what had just happened behind them, and Li Miaoxin didn't intentionally say anything else, and ate the meal with her siblings, talking and laughing. Soon after returning to the small courtyard, Xiao Yuer followed Li Miaoxin and continued to go to meditate and settle down, while Lin Xiaolu couldn't wait to start exercising. Li Mingru had taught him several methods of practicing kung fu to build up his foundation, and he was ready to come back to it every night. It's still early, so let's practice him for an hour. Inside the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu, who had just eaten, knew that he couldn't exercise strenuously at this moment, so he chose a quieter way of practicing Zamabu. Li Mingru said it. Zamabu is a very good method of practicing the foundation. It can exercise the lower plate, exercise the legs, and exercise the core strength. The teenager then raises his hands, shoulder width apart, and extends them flat, with his legs outwardly bent downward at 90 degrees. The movements were standard, yet in less than 10 seconds he began to ache all over. The hands held flat in front of her body were sore and numb. The thigh muscles of her legs were beginning to wobble, and both legs ached as if they were filled with lead. Practicing martial arts was bitter. For a 7-year-old child it was even more bitter. After only a short while of stabbing, Lin Xiaolu bared her teeth in pain, and her entire body began to shake uncontrollably. If an ordinary person started exercising at his age, it would be easy to injure his body. But fortunately, the meals in the dining hall were rich in nutritional value, which gave Lin Xiaolu the capital to practice martial arts. Inside the courtyard, the boy struggled to hold on for a minute before his body's Taoist robes were completely wet with sweat, and his entire body began to spasm and twitch uncontrollably, and his movements began to distort. But Lin Xiaolu's character was stubborn, and both his loving senior sister and Li Mingru had underestimated his stubbornness and his obsession with bullying. Previously in the village, siblings fatherless and motherless, subjected to a lot of bullying, in order to protect his sister, the young Lin Xiaolu from childhood. Black heart, black hand, very ruthless to the enemy, never afraid of pain in the fight. Once the hands of a madman with the most ruthless. One time he was almost crippled by the people alive, but still holding the other side does not let go of the hand, and finally beat the other side with the weak to the strong, and its vicious and venomous strength to make him 6 years old on the time become the fierce and venomous strength made him become the bully of Donghua village when he was 6 years old. And he wasn't just hard on others, he was hard on himself as well. But it was also because of this acquired extreme character of Lin Xiaolu that he protected his sister as simple and well-behaved as a normal child. In the yard, the boy felt the soreness that felt like pins and needles all over his body, and eventually went limp with defiance in a roar of excruciating pain. Chapter 25 Exercise. The next day, just like yesterday, the siblings went to school hand in hand in their little navy blue doilies. On the jade path-seeking bridge, Lin Xiaolu's walking posture was very strange, taking 1 step and resting 2 steps, and she was crooked in pain. He was sore as soon as he woke up this morning, and his sister said it was because he worked out too much last night. Last night he zigzagged 3 times. I don't remember exactly how long, and each time he zigzagged until his body collapsed out of control. Then with all the aches and pains, he ran more than 30 laps around the small yard until he almost vomited and passed out. Li Miaoxin was shocked when she found him, and hurriedly took him to the meal hall to feed him his nightly snacks, and even bought him spiritual food out of her own pocket to warm him up. "How are you, brother?" Little Jade Child supported Lin Xiaolu with concern. "It's okay." The boy sucked in a cool breath of pain, walking in a posture similar to the group of penguins in the Spirit Beast Valley, wobbling left and right as he slowly moved toward the schoolhouse. Before they even crossed the path-seeking bridge, they saw the little fatty Dongfang Egg staggering over. Seeing the siblings, Dongfang Egg had a surprised look on his face, waving his hand and shouting, "Dear brother, here." While shouting he also took out a 4-square green brick from a small cloth bag, on which was engraved a large D character. In front of his little brother Lin Xiaolu naturally could not lose face, and he hurriedly forced himself to endure the pain, and hardened himself to act as if he was strutting, walked to the East egg in front of him, took the green brick in his hand and weighed it twice, arrogantly said, "Hey, I carved it for a long time yesterday." Dongfang Egg laughed, "Dear brother, today we are going to slap people with this slate?" "Yes, wait until after the schoolhouse and one person shoots once, all the way through." "Ah?" Dongfang Egg opened his mouth wide. He did not expect Dear actually so brutal. More than 20 students in the academy, one person to shoot once. That shall not be blood flow into the river. He was a bit scared and said, "Brother Dear, this isn't too good. The other students didn't mess with us either." Lin Xiaolu gave him a puzzled look, and then took the virtue brick and said with foresight, "I'm not taking precautionary measures to convince people with virtue in advance." Dongfang Egg listened to the brain straight cold sweat, fawning to advise, "Dear brother, if this whole thing is so, the matter will make a big mess. The elders of the various subveins will certainly not let us off." Lin Xiaolu thought about it, and could only helplessly give up the idea in her heart, and said with a small aggrieved face, "Forget it then. I'll shoot whoever bullies me at that time." Dongfang Egg heard. The heart was immediately written all over the speechless. "Heart sentimental, there are still people dare to bully you? Those fellow students see you not be scared of pissing their pants already counted as a good man." 3 people laughing and joking companion to the school. Lyn Xiaolu holding the atmosphere of the moral brick as soon as he entered the door. The just also read aloud the sound of reading immediately a quiet. All the children look at him with a face of horror. This little devil has come to the school with a brick? Is this going to be a killing spree in the schoolhouse? Lyn Xiaolu scanned through the children in the schoolhouse, her gaze especially looking at Chen Yanyun several people, immediately scaring these people into a pale complexion. But Lyn Xiaolu also did not really make things difficult for them. Proudly hum a little. With his sister out of the 6 relatives do not recognize the pace to their own seats. Will be in the hands of the brick snap. The class immediately shook and almost fell off their chairs. You guys don't need to be afraid. Lyn Xiaolu made a trip to the back of the chair. His face was filled with a wildly handsome and domineering tug, and with a disdainful look in his eyes, he sneered, Chen Yanyun, where is the protection fee for your spirit sword vein? Chen Yanyun and Yu Chu Chu, as well as several other disciples of the spirit sword lineage were horrified. Seeing that they didn't move, Dongfang Egg directly slapped the table and scolded. Brother dear asked you, where is your answer? Are you going to force us to convince people with virtue for a bit? Convincing people by virtue. These 4 words were so lethal that several of the children heard them and hurriedly pulled out what they had brought with them, and they were curtly lined up to send it to Lyn Xiaolu. Dear, here are my marbles, please smile. Lyn Xiaolu took it with a smile and casually tossed it to Xiaoyuer to play with, praising her. Not bad. Knows things. Dear, here's the candy cane I brought. Lyn Xiaolu took it with a kind face, and even patted the child's arm, saying have a heart. Then he gave the candy gourd to little Yuer to eat. Dear, this is the paper kite I brought. Well, the lad has promise. Dear, here's the sugar man I brought. Dear, this is the windmill I brought. Dear, this is what I brought. Yu Chu Chu aggrievedly took a shuttlecock and humiliatingly sent it to Lyn Xiaolu. Dear, brother dear, this is my shuttlecock. Lyn Xiaolu gave her a smiling look and casually picked it up, tossing it to her sister once again. At this point, these people all paid the protection fee. Chen Yanyun saw the ugly face, and finally in Lyn Xiaolu's sharp eyes and the small aggrieved get up, will be in the hollow wooden box of the crickets to give him, and then turned his head ready to leave. Wait, Lyn Xiaolu suddenly shouted lazily, tapping her small hand on the table. You seem to be forgetting something. Chen Yanyun's complexion gave a start. His fists clenched and unclenched for a split second, then clenched and unclenched again. After repeating this several times, he shouted with incomparable grief, Dear. Well, Lyn Xiaolu nodded with satisfaction, then smiled at all the children in the academy and said, in the future, you will pay the protection fee every 3 days, and whoever doesn't obey. He laughed as he held up the virtue brick and said, I'll try to convince people with virtue. This day, the doubt children in the academy were all in a state of tension and uneasiness. They didn't dare to tell Mr. Lyn Xiaolu about bringing the slate, for fear of retaliation afterwards. It was not until the end of the school day at Shenzhen that all breathed a great sigh of relief. After returning to the small courtyard after school, Xiaoyuer continued to go cultivate with Li Miaoxin, while Lyn Xiaolu also started her workout for the next day. There is one thing to be said for saying that the second day's workout is much more painful than the first day, as the second day's workout involves intense soreness throughout the body. This time, the Zamabu alone was several times more painful than yesterday, and Lyn Xiaolu didn't even know how he managed to hold it together, as he almost squeezed out tears several times due to the intense physical pain. After practicing the Zama stance, Lyn Xiaolu went for a run. Li Ningru said running can exercise his cardiopulmonary function, make his internal organs stronger, and is also an indispensable form of exercise. Lyn Xiaodeer, who had already begun to familiarize herself with the environment of Star Picking Peak, ran out of the courtyard where she lived and began to run on the mountain path of star picking, and this run lasted for more than half an hour, until the whole person was completely disengaged. At the hour of 5 o'clock, Li Miaoxin brought Xiaoyuer and Lyn Xiaolu together to the meal hall to have the evening meal, and after having the evening meal, Lyn Xiaolu started to continue her workout. At this moment his exercise began to focus on practicing strength. Practice method is also very simple, is to use 2 small hands each take a piece of slate, and then lie on the ground to do a kind of thing called push-ups, which is still Li Ningru taught him. Li Ningru is a cultivator who likes to travel the mountains and play in the water. In his early years he traveled around the countries of God's country. He has seen a lot. This push-ups is the practice method he saw in a small country. It is very effective for exercising the strength, and at the moment also passed it on to Lyn Xiaolu. Chapter 26 Ice Arrow. The bright moon hangs high, under the quiet beauty of the night, the boy's small figure silently doing push-ups, toward the thousands of difficulties and dangers of the road of martial arts, completely take a solid and fixed step. Over the next few days, his appetite began to grow larger and more capable of eating, and the aches and pains in his body from the workout began to fade away. But Lyn Xiaolu wasn't satisfied. because Li Mingru had said that the soreness produced by his muscles was proof that his physical fitness was progressing. So whenever his muscles stopped aching and his body gradually adapted to the workout at the moment, he would begin to increase the amount of workout, causing his body to produce soreness again. He wants to make sure he's always in the middle of progress. In addition to exercise, the rest of his life is to learn to read and write in the academy. Lin Xiaolu is indeed also very talented. His literacy speed is very fast. Perhaps it is because of the flexibility of the brain. Less than a month's time, he mastered more than 600 commonly used words. Although he cannot cultivate, but in terms of learning, it can be called the proper small genius level. The knowledge that he has acquired, and even exceeded the vast majority of the children in the academy. This period of time, brother and sister, two people's changes are very big. First of all is the little jade child, although only 5 years old, but the speed of cultivation can be called a demon. Just a few days on the breakthrough to the second layer of chi condensation is simply unprecedented. Of course, the little jade child in the academy has always been. The existence of a mountain does not show, and no one knows that this only 5 years old little girl has been the second layer of chi condensation of the cultivator. And although Lin Xiaolu wasn't as exaggerated as Xiao Yuer, his physical quality had been polished beyond what it used to be. Even Li Mingru was slightly surprised. He didn't even think that this little guy would actually really persevere. At first, he only thought that Lin Xiaolu practiced martial arts casually and for 3 minutes, but he never imagined that he was practicing for a month. You know, for a child who was just the age of mobility, Zama Bu, push-ups, running, these basic things are not only hard, but also boring. Do a day may be very easy, but to adhere to a month will not be so easy. But Lin Xiaolu did it. In this regard, Li Mingru was very pleased. He felt that although Xiao Deer could not cultivate, but this persistent spirit was also very rare. In the future, perhaps in the martial arts will really be quite good. I have already cultivated to the first level of chi condensation, and my master was greatly satisfied, and even taught me a set of spiritual techniques called the ice vibrancy arrow, which I have now mastered a bit. Wow, it's really worthy of brother Yanyun, really is our amaze premier genius. In the small courtyard of the academy, a group of children surrounded Chen Yanyun and exclaimed in amazement, straightly praising Chen Yanyun and making himself feel excellent. It was not long after school had ended, and instead of rushing back to their respective sub-veins, the children chose to play around in the courtyard outside the study hall, and at the moment many of them were clamoring for Chen Yanyun to show off his newly learned spirit technique. Everyone spread out a bit. I'll show you my ice arrow. The children immediately dispersed to clearing upon hearing this, each with wide eyes for fear of missing the spiritual laws display. In the middle of the field, Chen Yanyun was full of compulsion. Her small hand pinched. Then she shouted, "Ice spirit arrow, ha!" As he pinched a finger, the air in front of the finger cohesion of a conical ice thing whoosh. The sound shot out. A shot in a few meters away from the willow tree. Wow! Brother Yanyun is too powerful. The children were all wide-eyed and envious, and all sorts of compliments were thrown out. And Chen Yanyun was so pleased with what he heard. Just as I was having fun, the frigid arrow that was nailed to the willow tree fell off. Cough cough. The boy coughed, awkwardly explaining, "I've just started practicing this cold ice arrow. It's not very powerful yet. When it's practiced in place in the future, a single arrow will be able to shoot through this willow tree and freeze it." Right. Brother Yanyun is only 10 years old. This is already quite something. A Taoist child hurriedly bragged. Big brother Yanyun is worthy of being a role model for my MA. The future revitalization of MA will be left to big brother Yanyun. Brother Yanyun, can you teach us this cold ice arrow? Ah, we also want to learn. Ha ha, well said. Chen Yanyun was having fun joking around with a large group of children. And just as he was getting carried away and preparing to show off a bit more, a nightmare-like voice came from not too far away. Lin Xiaolu, Fang Egg, and Xiao Yuer swaggered over, and as soon as the three of them appeared, the originally lively joking and laughing sounds suddenly disappeared, and the children of the academy all looked at Lin Xiaolu in horror. The boy was holding a bunch of sugar thins in his hand, Xiao Yuer was holding a bunch of sugar gourds, and Fang Egg was holding a piece of sweet corn in his hand, and the three of them were walking and eating at the same time, walking with a rampant stride. "What are so many of you doing together?" the boy asked, licking his candy cane. Chen Yanyun saw that Lin Xiaolu was a bit scared and pursed her lips without saying anything, but Yu Chu beside him glared fiercely at Lin Xiaolu. This robber, the candy floss he licked was the protection fee he had paid up today. Seeing him licking happily, Yu Chu was furious. Her little face turned white and she said angrily, "Big brother Yanyun has already learned the spirit laws, so in the future, you will no longer be the boss in our academy." "That's right," the other children echoed. "None of us will ever pay you protection money again." The children screamed and shouted for Chen Yanyun to clean him up. Lin Xiaolu looked at Chen Yanyun after hearing this and curiously said, "You're going to clean me up?" 10-year-old Chen Yanyun almost scared his soul away. He looked at the devil-like child in front of him terrified. But so many brothers and sisters in their own side. If they wimped out, then in the future we'll really have no face to see people. Plus they did learn the spirit method, have some bottom, so his face does not move, and forced to pretend to be calm. Said, "I've practiced spirit magic now, you're no match for me, but considering that you're still young, I'll forget about the past. In the future." Bang! Ah! Chen Yanyun screamed miserably, covered his eyes, and dropped his butt to the ground, while Lin Xiaolu, who had finished punching him, said disdainfully, "I'm asking you if you're going to clean me up. What are you talking so much nonsense for?" Chen Yanyun covered his eyes in pain and sucked in cool air. His heart was full of anger. He was bullied by Lin Xiaolu for a month, and he still had to pay the protection fee every other day. He was already dissatisfied with him to the extreme, and at this moment he practiced the spirit method, but he was still beaten in public, which made him angry to the extreme. He climbed up, covered his beaten eyes with one hand, and with one hand, pointed to the boy who was licking the candied candy, and shouted, "Lin Xiaolu, I want to fight you one-on-one." The children around him applauded at the sound of it, yelling and cheering him on. Lin Xiaolu, however, didn't have much of a reaction, and only lightly said yes. "How to fight alone? You tell me. We'll just point and click like a maze cut." "That won't work." Lin Xiaolu held her little arms and hummed, "Eastern egg? Dear I am. Go and write me a pleading. Swords have no eyes. If you are injured or maimed the consequences are your own." Yes. Dongfang Egg immediately went back to the bookstore to write the pleading paper. Soon, he ran out with the written pleading paper and handed Lin Xiaolu the quill stick. The boy took the quill in his small hand and wrote his name crookedly. "Come over and sign it?" Seeing the paper, Chen Yanyun shivered a little. Some fear in the bottom of his heart. This injured and disabled or something. Sounds a little scary, but there are many people around. Good face he can only go forward to sign. Seeing Chen Yanyun sign without hesitation, Yu Chuchu immediately shouted adoringly, "Brother Yanyun will win." The other students also responded by shouting, "Big brother Yanyun will win." The two children double signed their names and then stood in front of each other, surrounded by school children, ready to fight one-on-one. "Can we start?" Lin asked as Fawn licked the candy cane. "Begin." After saying that, Chen Yanyun looked at the boy in front of her, who was 3 years younger than herself, and with determination in her eyes, she pinched her small hand and shouted, "Look at my spiritual technique Ice Spirit Arrow." Chapter 27. Shoo. Before the ice spirit arrow was even formed, a green brick engraved with the word virtue flew over, hitting the head with a brick. Ah! Chen Yanyun screamed miserably, and was directly smashed down by this brick, and then Lin Xiaolu rushed forward, lifting her foot to stomp on it. "I'll let you arrow. I'll make you arrow. I'll make you arrow." Chen Yanyun wailed as she was stepped on, lying on the ground doubled over and over, letting out pig-killing screams. He cried out, "You're cheating. You hit me before I even sent an arrow." Yu Chuchu on the side also shouted, "Right. Lin Xiaolu, you play a scoundrel. Before big brother Yanyun can send an arrow you hit someone. I asked him if he wanted to start, and he said start himself." Lin Xiaolu disliked the crowd with one sentence. I'm not convinced." Chen Yanyun cried as he covered his brain that was already oozing blood. "One more time. I won't submit this time." Dongfang Egg snorted, "Can't afford to lose, can you? Chen Yanyun, you're a disgrace. Anyway, I don't care. If you're capable of doing it, just come back with me one more time and let me coalesce the arrows before I do it." Chen Yanyun cried out. Lin Xiaolu hummed disdainfully, "Okay, I'm going to convince you this time." He picked up the virtue brick and returned to his original position. Chen Yanyun also climbed up with a bruised face, glaring at him with anger in her tears. This time he learned to be smart and silently pinched first, and when the narrow ice cone coalesced and molded at his fingertips, he shouted with a wipe of his eyes, "Can we start?" 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu snorted coldly, "Begin." Shoo. Whoosh. The moment the words fell, debricks and ice arrows flew out at the same time. Bang. The sharp ice arrow and the debrick collided in the air. The ice arrow shattered while the debrick bounced off. But the next second, Lin Xiaolu had already dashed forward, her tiny body leaping in place, grabbing the bounced debricks in the air and aiming at Chen Yanyun's cerebral melon with a brick to the head. Ah! There was another scream as Chen Yanyun was smashed for the second time and fell to the ground with his head covered in blood. "I'll let you arrow. I'll make you arrow. I'll give you an arrow." Lin Xiaolu may kai too, splitting his head and face another stomp. Chen Yanyun was beaten by his own mother. Do not recognize. Screams of misery are higher than one. The surrounding children one by one to see the heart of the heart is scared. "Convinced?" Lin Xiaolu asked arrogantly while stomping. "Convinced? I'm convinced." Chen Yanyun, who had a brain full of blood, cried out. Seeing that he was convinced, Lyn Xiaolu then deigned to stop the beating, and then her gaze swept around the surrounding children, causing them to back away in fear. Lyn Xiaolu stuck her hands in her pockets and looked at Chen Yanyun again, proudly pretending to be a bully. Having to force me to convince people with my virtue is simply self-defeating. Dongfang Egg on the side clapped his little hands and cheered. Deer can even use idioms. Applaud. He applauded a few times, and when he saw that the children around him were not moving, he immediately narrowed his fat eyes. The boy nodded dejectedly, and just left, leading Jade by the hand amidst a burst of applause. Only after he had completely walked away and disappeared did a few children from the spirit sword lineage dare to pick up the half-dead Chen Yanyun. Yu Chu supported Chen Yanyun, looking at his head broken and bloodied injuries heartbroken, shouting to her partners, quickly go find a gentleman to treat Yanyun's big brother's injuries. Mr. will return to his cave after school. A few spirit sword lineage disciples hesitantly said, let's just help brother Yanyun back to spirit sword peak so that master can treat his injuries. But then master teacher will go and trouble Lin Xiaolu, right? A child scratched his head and said, big brother Yanyun signed a writ with Lin Xiaolu. If we go and tell master teacher, isn't that not good? Big brother Yanyun is still bleeding. What if we don't tell master? A few children had divergent opinions and made a lot of noise, while Chen Yanyun had already fainted. Several children looked even more at a loss as to how to deal with it, and at that moment, a child on the periphery suddenly exclaimed, look! The crowd looked and realized that the child was holding the pleading paper in his hand. Lyn Xiaolu didn't take the pleading paper away. Seeing the piece of paper with Chen Yanyun, Lyn Xiaolu's name written on it, the group was stunned, while Yu Chu and the crowd's gaze flickered for a while, stepped forward to receive the paper, and directly tore it up under everyone's watchful eyes. Today's matter is Lin Xiaolu purposely beating up big brother Yanyun. There was never any fair one-on-one fight. Yu Chu looked at the group menacingly and said, understand? The children were stunned to hear this, and a hint of hesitation appeared in their eyes. Chu, this isn't good. Mr. Yang taught us that cultivators of our generation should keep their word of Chen. No. Mustn't what? The girl's almond eyes glared. Lin Xiaolu bullies us every day in the academy, collecting protection money and beating people up at will. We're doing the right thing for heaven. A child heard her words and raised his small fist in agreement. I agree. We will do justice to heaven. That's right. Let's go tell master teacher that Lin Xiaolu sneaked up on big brother Yanyun and have him punished. With big brother Yanyun injured like this, Lin Xiaolu will definitely be kicked out as an inner disciple, and he won't be able to bully us anymore in the future. All the children responded for a while, and Yu Chu was even more satisfied with the sneer. This matter is for everyone's benefit. The matter of single combat is absolutely not allowed to say anything. We have to be unanimous. Do you understand? Understood. Returning to the small courtyard where she lived, Lin Xiaolu began the same Zamabu exercise as before, while her sister meditated and practiced on her own inside the house. Now Lin Xiaolu's time spent on horse stances had far exceeded the time when she first started. In fact, according to the way Li Mingru had taught himself to exercise, Lin Xiaolu shouldn't have progressed that fast, but he could vaguely sense one thing, that he might not have much talent for immortal cultivation, but his body and bones were still very suitable for practicing martial arts. He was so disciplined that he practiced for a month at a time without anyone's admonition, and he didn't stop until he was weak every day, which led to his workouts increasing all the time. Now he was only 7 years old, but for workouts like push-ups, he could already do 30 of them in one breath. Running could also be done by jogging uninterruptedly for an hour in one breath. And the last time she took a bath, Lin Xiaolu realized that her body had begun to change. Gradually, whether it's the arms, the belly, or the back, it begins to take on some definition. Following the steps of the workout, and continuing like this for half a year, Lin Xiaolu felt that he would be able to start learning those secret martial arts books that his boss had given him. I wonder how effective those martial arts secrets are, the boy thought expectantly. After a while, after the first round of horse stance, he moved his legs and was ready to start a round of push-ups, when a blazing white rainbow sped through the distant sky, cutting through the blue sky and white clouds, heading straight to the top of the peak of star-picking. The scene moved so much that Li Xiaolu, who was practicing, was startled and walked out of the house to look up at the sky. Looking at the narrow white rainbow, she was puzzled in her mind. Which elder from which subdivision had come to look for her master? Chapter 28 Black-Robed Elder. Lin Xiaolu stood in the yard and looked around for a couple of moments, then didn't look any further and continued to do her own push-ups. And before he could do much, senior sister Li Miaoxin once again walked out of the courtyard and came straight to Lin Xiaolu. Elder sister, is it time to go to the evening meal? The boy asked as he got up with gusto. Li Miaoxin had an odd expression on her face and shook her head. Master asked me to take you to him. This time, Li Miaoxin did not bring little Yuer, but only brought Lin Xiaolu up to the snowy mountain by herself. Both of them were not clear about what had happened, but Li Miaoxin told him that when the master transmitted his voice to her, there was anger in his voice. Soon, a large and small group of people came to the cave and braved the wind and snow to enter the cave. Lin Xiaolu held Li Miaoxin's hand and realized that inside the cave, besides Li Mingru, who was sitting and drinking, there was also an old man dressed in black robes with graying temples, and as soon as he entered, the old man looked at himself with his deeply wrinkled eyes. Lin Xiaolu thought, look at your mother, look. Have not seen such a handsome boy. Li Miaoxin also glanced at this old man. Her eyes were slightly stunned. Then she paid her respects to Li Mingru, and after paying her respects to Li Mingru, she bowed to this black-robed old man. There were outsiders here, so Lin Xiaolu also took a rare moment of seriousness. First shouting at Li Mingru, disciple Lin Xiaolu pays his respects to the boss. After shouting and following his senior sister's words, he shouted good-naturedly to the black-robed elder. Star-picking disciple Lin Xiaolu, pay respects to Elder Fang. Upon hearing this, Elder Fang stared at Lin Xiaolu and sneered coldly, I'm not that capable of making you come and pay your respects. Lin Xiao dear froze, not knowing what this old undead meant. At this moment, Li Mingru, who was sitting on the futon, drank a mouthful of wine and opened his mouth with a cold face. Little dear, let me ask you, what have you learned in this month in the academy? Lin Xiaolu's small hands spread out. Literacy, what else can there be? Li Mingru didn't care about his casual look and nodded, continuing to ask, so, what did you do again? Lin Xiaolu was stunned. His lively mind reacted. It couldn't be that the matter of collecting protection money by himself was known by the boss? He didn't say anything for a while that elder fawn next to him looked at him and coldly snorted, what? Dare to do it but not dare to admit it? Is this your style of doing things and star picking? When Lin Xiaolu heard him talking to herself like this, her big eyes immediately glared at her, and she just wanted to say it's none of your business. But Li Mingru spoke up in time and said, little dear, what have you done and what have you done during this time? Honestly, tell your master. The boy pursed his lips and muttered, I set up a small gang, then bullied my classmates in the academy, an average of 8 times a day, collected protection money, and threatened and intimidated the spirit sword lineage disciples every day. Li Miaoxin froze as she listened on the sidelines. She looked at Lin Xiaolu, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. To her death, she wouldn't have imagined that after only a month of schooling, this little junior brother of hers had actually accomplished such a feat, even establishing a gang? Li Mingru was also listening to the straight roll eyes. Hey, their own received a good disciple, really damn is a talent. What have you done besides that? He continued to inquire helplessly. I didn't do anything else. Lin Xiaoxue replied with wide, innocent and pure eyes. The black-robed old man on the side sneered, didn't do anything? Then my disciple, Chen Yanyun, how come he was carried back today? After saying that, his pair of old eyes then looked at Li Mingru and said coldly, seniorly, you taught a good disciple. Beating my disciple to that state, that was him who wanted to fight me one-on-one. Lin Shalu shouted. We signed the paper at the time, and we all agreed that swords have no eyes and bear the consequences. You fart, the black-robed old man said angrily. So many disciples in the academy carried my apprentice Yanyun back, and everyone said that it was you who saw my apprentice's successful cultivation and became jealous, and used a slate to injure him in a sneak attack, and now you have the nerve to argue with the old man here. I'm sophomoric. You Lin Xiaoxu was just about to retort, but suddenly her whole body stiffened and was directly fixed, and the dirty words in her mouth were also hardened and stuck in her throat, unable to be uttered. The person who fixed him was none other than Li Mingru. Master, Fawn, Li Mingru shook his head at Li Miaoxin, who wanted to plead for mercy, stopping her pleas for mercy, and then droned to Lin Xiaolu, who was motionless and could only gurgle with her eyes. Little dear, you've been stubborn and mischievous, injuring fellow disciples and collecting protection fees. Master wants you to be confined for 3 months to properly repent. 3 months? The black-robed old man on the side sneered. Li Mingru. Li Mingru, you're really protective of your shortcomings. You're simply not putting elder brother me in your eyes. Li Mingru twisted his head at the words and looked at the black-robed old man, his face expressionless as he said, what does senior brother Fang want? How? The black-robed old man coldly said, I'm going to report him to the law enforcement hall and deprive him of his inner disciple status. Yes, Li Mingru directly agreed and spoke, but I'm going to request the sect leader to let her use the bright soul technique to check the memories of Lin Xiaolu and your disciple Chen Yanyun to see how the truth of this matter really is, and if it's really as you said, then we'll do as you said. Senior brother. The black-robed old man was instantly furious in his heart when he heard this. His pale body violently stood up, staring furiously at Li Mingru, ferociously saying, Li Mingru, what do you mean? Do you think I have wronged him? Or do you think that so many children in the academy would lie? Do you have me as your senior brother in your eyes or not? Looking at the furious black-clothed old man in front of him, Li Mingru still didn't have much of an expression on his face. He just calmly spoke. Whereas senior brother Fang's words, "I'm just trying to find out more powerful evidence." The black-robed old man's face turned ugly at his words. In fact, he himself had known from the beginning that Chen Yanyun had not been attacked by stealth. The reason is very simple. Chen Yanyun's injuries are mainly in the head, was smashed by the slate, and the wounds have a total of 2, and the 2 wounds all in the front face. People with a little bit of common sense should also understand that if Lin Xiaolu was really sneak attacking, she was definitely attacking from the back, and the injury should be in the back of her head, but both injuries were on the front face, so that meant that Lin Xiaolu wasn't a sneak attack at all, but rather, he had beaten his own disciple down squarely and unharmed, but he was not willing to admit it, and let him swallow this bad breath he could not do, so he relied on his seniority than Li Mingru to come to Peking Star to ask for punishment. At this moment, looking at Li Mingru's expressionless face in front of him, the black-robed old man clenched his fists in anger. Li Mingru, this asshole, is clearly threatening himself. If he pushes further, he will ask the sect leader to search his memory with the Ming Soul technique, in which case Lyn Shalu will definitely still be punished no doubt, but Chen Yanyun cannot hide the matter of being injured by Lyn Shalu, and it will be completely spread all over MA. At that time, the spirit sword lineage would completely become the laughingstock of the entire MA. When the time comes, people will say, Chen Yanyun, 10 years old this year, 1 year into cultivation, known as the most talented disciple of the spirit sword lineage, and Lyn Xiaolu, only 7 years old this year, 1 month into the cultivation, star-picking ordinary disciple. Then Lyn Xiaolu also defeated Chen Yanyun, still without injury. When compared to this, what will become of one's own spirit sword lineage? What kind of a joke will it be in the future? That's why he didn't even dare to let the sect leader use the bright soul technique to check. At this moment, the black-robed old man's chest was heaving with anger, while Li Mingru, as if he couldn't see his anger in the slightest, said to him with an expressionless face, Senior brother Fang, look at this punishment of disciplining an inferior disciple by senior brother. It's alright, isn't it? Chapter 29, Confinement. The black-robed old man was furious and didn't say a word. He gave Li Mingru an icy cold look and let out a cold snort. Then he looked at the motionless Lin Xiaolu. A hint of displeasure appeared in his eyes. Then he flung his long sleeves and turned around to stride out of the cave, stepping into the wind and leaving. After he left, Lin Xiaolu's fixed body was loosened, and as soon as he resumed action, he immediately took out his virtue brick and shouted, Grass old undead, I'm going to slaughter your spirit sword lineage today. Said to run out, Li Miaoxin hurriedly grabbed him with one hand and hurriedly advised, Stop it, little dear. You let go of me. You let go of me. Lin Shalu was held in the arms of Li Miaoxin angry wailed, boss also fixed me. Obviously is Chen Yanyun that himself wants to fight with me one-on-one. Cultivate the immortal. I cultivate your mother, a dog that cannot afford to lose. Looking at his lawless disciple, Li Mingru also sighed bitterly and helplessly said, Miao Xin. You go back first. Ha! Li Miaoxin froze for a moment, holding Lin Xiaoshui at a bit of a loss. During this period of time, little dear will stay here with master in confinement. You don't need to worry. Take good care of little jade child. Li Miao Xin sniffed and nodded obediently, then hugged the open-mouthed Lin Xiao dear and gently advised, Xiao dear, you stay well here with master. Master won't harm you. I don't. Lin Xiao dear cursed like an angry little boar. I don't want to cultivate immortality. I want to take my sister back to the village. Li Mingru listened to a headache, kindly said, Little dear, you first do not rush. For the teacher. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Shaolu rolled her eyes at him and then spat with a sound, seeing that he was disrespectful to his master. Li Miaoxin was also anxious and slapped him fiercely. Why is this child of yours such a jerk? How dare you offend your master? If you continue to be like this, senior sister will have to spank you. Li Mingru smiled, but he did not take into account the fact that a 7-year-old, fatherless child was disrespectful to him. Instead he spoke gently, Little dear, you may feel that master has wronged you, but you collect protection money and bully your classmates. These things are not false, are they? When Lin Xiao dear heard this, her struggling movements stopped and she clenched her small fists without squeaking again. Li Mingru continued to speak. 3 months of confinement. Do you really think it's your punishment for injuring the spirit sword disciples? That's your punishment for being a bully and collecting protection money. Do you recognize it? Lin Xiaoshui didn't say anything, sticking her little head out with an untamed face. For the following 3 months, you will stay here with your master. Don't you want to practice martial arts? Just work on your martial arts here. As your master can instruct you in martial arts, he can likewise instruct you in literacy. Lin Xiao dear sniffed and paused, finally didn't say anything else. Just spoke in an exasperated voice, my sister has never been separated from me. She can't sleep if I'm not there. Lin Xiaolu touched his head after hearing this, hugged him and smiled. Senior sister will take good care of little sister. Little dear, you should trust senior sister, right? Lin Xiaolu pouted and allowed his tiny body to be held by Lin Xiaolu. Only his undulating small pecs showed that he was still a bit unconvinced. This matter ends here. Li Mingru spoke. 3 months later, your senior sister will come to pick you up. Lin Xiaolu also squatted down and rubbed his head and laughed. Little dear is good. Listen to your master well and don't make your master angry. In the end, the exasperated Lin Xiaolu stayed in the cave and watched Lin Xiaolu leave. As soon as Lin Xiaolu left, in the cave, he and Li Mingru were the only two people left. A large and small one staring at each other. Li Mingru carried the wine gourd and tilted his head and drank a mouthful of the liquor before giving a spontaneous smile. Still angry with your teacher? Lin Xiaolu, who was sitting across from him, skimmed her small mouth and muttered, you're my boss. What kind of hero is it if you don't stand up for your little brother when he's being bullied? Li Mingru smiled a few times and looked at this little guy and opened his mouth and laughed. Little dear, master knows that you didn't sneak up on anyone. The reason for this is that when you grow up you will naturally understand. Less pretending. You clearly know that I didn't sneak attack. And you still don't refute that old black charcoal ghost. Lin Xiaolu gasped. You're such a wimp. It's not a matter of being a wimp or not. Li Mingru meticulously explained to him. For one thing, little dear, you did do something wrong and deserve to be punished. Secondly, even if it's a fair sparring one-on-one, you're too brutal with your hands. It's not right, and it'll also affect Pluck Star's relationship with the other subveins. Thirdly, you can defeat Spirit Sword's disciples now, but what about later? Li Mingru opened his mouth and said, you are destined to be unable to cultivate, so as time is postponed, you will definitely be gradually surpassed by others, which is a very cruel fact. Even if little Yuer will become a powerful cultivator in the future by virtue of her talent, in a short period of time, she will not be able to surpass a strong Jiedan realm practitioner like Fang Wuxiu, much less become your backer. That's why Master wants you to put away your stubborn nature and become a good person who is kind to others. But I'm just not convinced. Lin Xiaolu stood up and said fiercely, why is it that those who practice martial arts can't compare to those who cultivate immortality? We are all born and raised by our fathers and mothers. So why is it that those who are gifted in cultivation can easily obtain what others cannot obtain in their entire lives? Why should some people be born to be superior and I can't match them if I work hard at martial arts? Lin Xiaolu's little face hung with displeasure as she yelled. In the future, when I am successful in practicing martial arts, I'll beat up every one of the immortal cultivators I see. I just want to prove that hard work is more useful than talent. Li Mingru smelled surprised and looked at this little guy for a few eyes. Did not say anything for a while. Looking at the stormy child in front of him, he also felt a little sorry. Over this period of time, he had actually been paying attention to Lin Xiaolu's workouts, knowing the effort he put into practicing martial arts after school every day. It can be said that today he was able to defeat Chen Yanyun. It has to do with his exercise in this bout of time. His speed, reaction, and the accuracy of throwing the slate are all very good. If he could practice with this unconquerable energy of his, it is indeed promising, but it is a pity that he is unable to practice. Just like the same cultivation for a month Xiaoyuer, it every day as long as a light meditation. Meditation naturally became the second layer of qi condensation cultivator. That is, he did not let the wonderful heart to teach Xiaoyuer spirit method. Once taught, the current Xiaoyuer immediately can hang the school so the children, including Lin Xiaolu, that's the reality. It's too hard, to try to surpass talent with effort. What's more, the gap between martial arts and immortal cultivation, this is already completely not accomplished by effort, which is simply impossible. Boss, seemingly tired of arguing, Lin Xiaolu lowered her head and asked in a frustrated voice, has there really never been a mortal like me who used martial arts to defeat a cultivator? Li Mingru didn't say anything, and the cave became incredibly quiet for a while. After a long time, Li Mingru sighed and slowly recounted. 30 years ago, when my master traveled around various countries, he once met 1,000 household of a small mortal country. At that time, there was a demonic beast in that small country, killing countless people, and coarsening the lives of the people. That 1,000 household was a martial arts expert. At that time, he stood out unhesitatingly, fighting with the demonic beast to the death. And finally, with 20 years of exquisite martial arts, at the cost of his own life, he was able to kill the demonic beast of the Foundation Establishment realm. And that is also the strongest martial artist that Master has ever seen. Chapter 30, The Domineering Little Yuer. Lin Xiaolu was a bit confused after hearing this. He wasn't quite sure what kind of existence a Foundation Establishment realm demonic beast was. So Li Mingru explained for him in detail, the strength of that demonic beast can be worth a 10,000 person army. But if a Mei were to deal with this matter, they could easily encircle and annihilate it by casually discharging a few of the inner sect's great disciples. Therefore, the limit of a martial artist is approximately equal to the strength of a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. And if he encounters a Jidan realm cultivator like Master, he will surely be killed as easily as a mole cricket. Lin Xiaodir's heart was shocked after hearing this. Hearing Li Mingru say this, he probably knew how weak martial artists were. The master and disciple fell silent once again, and after a long time had passed, Li Mingru looked at the still stubborn Lin Xiaolu and suddenly sighed, pulling out a worn-out tome from within his coat pocket. The tome was only half a book, tattered to the extreme, as if it was about to go up in smoke at any moment. This is a remnant scroll that Master unintentionally obtained in the early years. Li Mingru opened his mouth and said, it contains some rather treacherous and peculiar methods that seem to be able to enhance the quality of the body. If you still want to continue to learn martial arts and have managed to stick to it for a year, then my master will use the methods in this remnant scroll to gift you with a creation. And as for whether you can achieve something in the end, it's up to you. Lin Xiaodir froze, then clenched her small fists and said, boss, I'll definitely work hard. Li Mingru smiled and tilted his head back to drink. For the next few days, Lyn Shalu stayed in the cave and practiced kung fu, and Li Mingru was very conscientious. Every morning, he would personally teach Lin Xiaolu how to read and write, while from the afternoon onwards, he would instruct him in exercising, push-ups, horse stance, running, and lifting weights while holding a big stone and so on in turn. A practice is a few hours. Almost every day Lin Xiaolu tossed as good as dead. Of course, food was essential for such an exercise, and Lin Xiaolu soon realized that every day, Monkey Sanner, who was responsible for delivering food to him, would bring him a special spiritual food. In addition to that, there were also eggs of all kinds of spiritual beasts and meat of spiritual beasts, to nourish his body. Lin Xiaolu knew that this must be Li Mingru's own pocket, which also made him less dissatisfied with his cheap boss. After all, even though he was in confinement, he was eating really well, with spiritual food all the time. Who could have this treatment? Time gradually moved on. About a month later, Li Mingru added one more item to Lin Xiaolu's original workout. He would pop out from between his fingers a channel of air arrows to shoot Lin Xiaolu, while Lin Xiaolu has to dodge these air arrows. This air arrow's speed, and almost no entity is difficult to see. At first Lin Xiaolu is a cannot avoid, frequently will be hit by the air arrows, and this thing is also quite powerful. Hit once although will not be injured, but also can make him grin with pain. Gradually, because of this training, Lin Xiaolu's reaction speed became faster and faster, but even with his rapid progress, by the time he dodged his first chi arrow, it was half a month later. Ha 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 ha. Inside the cave, Lin Xiaodir with her small hands crossed laughed up to the sky. Boss, I've been shot by you for half a month, and I've finally dodged your chi arrows. Li Mingru, who was sitting on the futon, also smiled. The speed at which he shot the chi arrow was approximately equivalent to the fastest speed of a mortal bow and arrow. It was indeed not easy for the 7-year-old Lin Xiaolu to dodge it. However, he wouldn't praise him so much on his face. Instead, he poured a pot of cold water on him and said, what's the point of being complacent? Yesterday, Miao Xian told me that your sister has already reached the 3rd level of chi condensation, and you're satisfied with just this much progress? Lin Xiaodir sniffed humph, tilted her head and arrogantly said, anyway, I'm not afraid of your chi arrows anymore. If you have the ability to come back and shoot me again. Li Mingru smiled faintly and took a sip of his wine gourd before casually waving his sleeve robe. Shoo, 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 shoo. Lin Xiaolu looked at the 6 chi arrows whistling in front of her, her tender face falling into deep contemplation. I'm only 7 years old. Inside the schoolhouse, the chubby Eastern egg looked sad as he listened to Mr. Lecture, while little Ewer was lying on her back in front of him happily scribbling with a brush. He sighed, feeling that the days of Deer's absence were so hard to bear, now that the 2nd floor of the academy had been snatched back by Chen, Yanyun and the others, and they still taunted and mocked themselves every day. Xiao Ewer and the others didn't pay much attention to them. I guess it was because of her young age, and they practically hung on to the grudge they had against Lin Xiaolu. Of course, they weren't so bad as to beat themselves up. After all, they all knew in their hearts that Lin Shalu was still coming back. That's all for today's lesson. When we go back, everyone remember to consolidate more. After the gentleman finished speaking, he left in a hurry, and as soon as he left, the children in the school hall were also yelling happily, and in 2s and 3s, they were ready to leave school and go home. Little Ewer, when will your brother come back? Dongfang Egg walked out of the bookstore with a small cloth bag on his back, sadness written all over his face. I don't know. Xiao Ewer said in frustration. My senior sister said that my brother was confined for 3 months. and now I don't know how many days have passed. AI Dongfang Egg sighed with a lifeless face. It was really boring without deer. Ha ha, he's afraid he won't be able to come out. An ear-piercing mocking sound suddenly rang out as Chen Yanyun, Yu Chu Chu, and a few other disciples from the spirit sword lineage walked over. Chen Yanyun laughed with a small dejected face. Lin Xiaolu, this big devil, has finally lost in the hands of justice. Dongfang Egg was not happy to hear this, and his fat stomach stood up and scolded. Chen Yanyun, what are you so great at? Dear brothers defeated only. The other children by Chen Yanyun's side were not happy when they heard this, and each one of them looked angrily at him and said, Dongfang Egg, have you drifted? Dare to talk to our big brother Yanyun like this? That's right, you've been practicing for a month, haven't you? And you haven't even reached the first level of chi condensation. What a waste. Dongfang Egg sniffing angry fat face red, pointing at them ironic, I again waste will not tear off the pleadings wrongly accused people. Dare to do not dare to admit the villain. Bah! Once these words came out, Chen Yanyun and the others were all red in the face and stammered for a while without saying anything, while the spirited Yu Chu Chu seemed to be stepped on as if she had been stepped on a sore point, and became irritated and said, Do you have evidence? Dead fat man, you take out the evidence. That's right, you can't frame us without evidence. The others also blushed and chimed in. You have no evidence. You have to apologize to us. Dongfang Egg was almost laughed at. These scoundrels actually asked themselves to apologize to them? He also went out on a limb today, directly pointing at Chen Yanyun's nose and cursing. Chen Yanyun, I'm telling you, you spirit sword and you Chu Chu, you're all a bunch of despicable people who dare to do things but don't dare to admit it. Chen Yanyun's face was hard to see when he listened to it. His forehead rippled with veins and said angrily, Dongfang Egg, you're looking for death. After saying that, he was about to raise his hand to teach this dead fat man who didn't know the heights of heaven a lesson, while the 5-year-old little Yuer stepped out, her small body blocking in front of Dongfang Egg. Chen Yanyun looked at the little girl in front of him and said angrily, Stinky girl, get out of my way. I don't want to bully the little one with the big one. Xiao Yuer raised her palm-sized little face and looked at Chen Yanyun, who was much taller than herself, and crisply opened her mouth. If you want to hit my brother's little brother, then hit me first, but after you hit me, you'll have to endure my brother's revenge. Chen Yanyun's heart froze when he heard this, and he hesitantly did not dare to make a move, and Xiao Yuer looked at the others again, humming contemptuously, I advise you to eat whatever you want for a while, or else when my brother finishes his confinement, you won't be able to eat anymore. Chapter 31, Hitting is Kissing is Loving. When these words came out, everyone's hearts tightened, and one looked hesitant. Yu Chu Chu was also a little white with fear, forcing her fear to return the favor and said, If he hits us again, we'll go tell master again. It can be. Little Yuer smiled sweetly, so many of you spirit swords, cultivating earlier than my brother, older than my brother, and ending up being beaten up by my brother to tell on him. Let's see how the other students in the academy look at you then. After saying that, she then looked at Chen Yanyun and said, Even one like you is considered a heavenly pride? Still the undying sword body, my brother hasn't even started practicing yet, you can't even beat it. What a waste. Chen Yanyun was furious after hearing this. His teeth were clenched and his chest rose and fell violently, and just as he wanted to say something, Xiao Yuer directly turned her head and left, not giving him a chance to retort at all. Dongfang Egg also pooh again at them, humming, I thought the spirit sword lineage was so powerful. He hummed, I thought the spirit sword lineage was so powerful, but it turns out to be just a group of shameless villains who dare to do but not recognize. I, Dongfang Egg, don't care to be with you. After saying that, he also turned his head and followed Xiao Yuer to leave, leaving behind Chen Yanyun and the others who were extremely ashamed, looking at the back of little Jade Child and Dongfang Egg's departure. Although the group of people were angry, they did have children who were alarmed and said, What can we do now? Originally thought that after suing Lin Xiaolu would be stripped of his inner disciple status, but it turned out that he was only confined. If he comes back, then what are you afraid of? Yu Chu Chu's beautiful eyes glared, that devil Lin Xiaolu is going to be imprisoned for 3 months. By then brother Yanyun will have mastered the ice arrow completely, so I'm still afraid that I won't be able to deal with him? All the children heard, all looked at Chen Yanyun, one by one in the eyes or as if with the last hope, and Chen Yanyun was stared at by so many people, can only harden his head and bitterly said, Everyone rest assured, I was defeated by Lin Xiaolu has been practicing diligently. These days has been almost completely mastered ice phenomenon arrow. By the time he came out we will be together to clean him up. I work out here every day, very hard. My boss also said that I have excellent bones, a dragon and phoenix in the people, 100 years hard to come by, but also said that I am the most talented disciple he has ever seen. Every time he sees me work out are thrilled with a handful of snot and a tear. Said that his ancestral tuned fraudulent corpse in order to receive such a good disciple as me. I was embarrassed by the compliments every time, and could only comfort my boss and tell him to relax. But I can understand him. After all, I was so outstanding. It was as if I was gold covered in, and it was normal operation for him to be grateful. Lyn Xiaolu said this while gnawing on a chicken thigh, while Monkey Sanner, who was serving him food, listened in awe. Senior brother Shaolin, did elderly really say that? That there is still false. My boss said, like me such talent worship is simply the blessing of but I am more low-key, generally do not bother to brag with people. This point my boss is also very satisfied. Every night sleep talking in his sleep will say a sentence except the apprentice when except Lin Xiaolu. A speech that made Monkey Sanner listen in amazement, looking at the boy with a gaze full of admiration, exclaiming, Senior brother Shaolin is truly worthy of being the disciple that elderly received after 20 years. In the future, he will definitely be a great person in my Ha ha. Lin Xiaolu, who had eaten a full stomach, laughed. Monkey Sanner, don't worry, your big brother I'm a man of righteousness. Mr. Storyteller often says that when a dog is rich and powerful, he can't forget the other dogs, so in the future, when I'm developed as a dog, I'll also bring you a dog to develop with me. Monkey Sanner froze at hearing this and hesitantly spoke up. Senior brother Shaolin is talking about Go Rouge. Don't forget each other, right? Right. Monkey Sanner, after eating a spiritual food, a plate of white-cut chicken, and a bowl of vegetable soup, Lyn Shalu was satisfied and patted his little belly back to the cave. Inside the cave, Li Mingru was studying a book with only pictures and no words. When he saw Lyn Xiaolu return, he asked without lifting his head, had enough? Eat up boss. Lyn Xiaolu beautiful humming, just now monkey 3 children see me, said I now change a lot. Arm powerful, eyes like bronze bells, eyebrows like a sword, all body is full of the king of the air, have become the master of the posture, but also said that I was born to admire, holding my legs live to let me accept him as a little brother. I shirked, but also see his attitude is sincere on the reluctance to agree with him. Li Mingru hummed disdainfully, less bragging, more reading. Lyn Xiaolu nodded at his words, then looked curiously at the book in Li Mingru's hand and curiously said, what is this book you're reading, boss? Cough cough. Li Mingru's old face reddened, coughed twice and hummed, just had a full meal. Don't do too strenuous exercise. Go and tie a horse stance for half an hour. Okay. In the cave, Lyn Xiaolu honestly began to take horse stances, allowing the food he had just eaten to fully transform into nutrients and nourish his body through exercise. Li Mingru, on the other hand, quietly held a scroll and flipped through it, saying softly under his breath, when a few more days pass, the teacher will give you another workout. Lyn Xiaolu, who was in a horse stance, was delighted to hear this. What kind of exercise, boss? Take a beating. Forest fawn? This is to exercise your body's resistance to blows. Li Mingru explained unhurriedly. Taking a beating can improve your body's resistance, laying the foundation for learning horizontal training techniques in the future. Lyn Xiaolu froze for a moment and looked at Li Mingru hesitantly. Boss, can you tell the truth? The master has itchy hands. Forest fawn? There is a saying that there is no armor in the mountains, and the cold is over without knowing the year. Lyn Xiaolu in the cave daily literacy. Exercise, eating, sleeping, living a very regular life, for a time to forget the time. Perhaps because of the intensity of the workout, the teenager has been eating more and more since this period of time, like a small rice bucket, and sleep is also very fragrant. Every day after the workout with the dust washing dan to wash themselves, and then dipped into the bed to sleep, asleep until dawn. The physical quality has become more and more powerful. Do not know that it is to the last of the 3 months of the last January, and this last January, Li Mingru added a new lesson to his repertoire, getting beaten. To say that hitting people, in Lyn Xiaolu's 7-year-old cognition, it was usually fighting with fists or something, and it never occurred to him that his old man would have so many tricks up his sleeve. Now Lyn Xiaolu would spend about half an hour every day being hit by various chi arrows shot by Li Mingru and holding her head. Fist-shaped chi arrows, palm-shaped chi arrows, and foot-shaped chi arrows, causing Lyn Xiaolu to feel as if she was being surrounded by a group of people on a daily basis. He wailed and dodged back and forth, but Li Mingru shot too many chi arrows, a dozen rounds of air arrows in one shot. Searching, who can withstand that? The 7-year-old child was shot wailing every day. His arms, legs, chest muscles, everywhere was shot with a piece of blue and purple. Even if he dodged with all his might, he could not dodge at all. And I don't know whether it was an illusion or not, but he felt that the speed of the air arrows shot by Li Mingru seemed to be getting faster and faster, and his own dodging ability was growing stronger and stronger. This led to the fact that every time Monkey Saner came up to bring food, the boy came out to eat bruised and swollen like an oriental egg. This time, Monkey Saner looked at Lyn Xiaolu whose head was like a pig's head, and said with an unforgiving heart, "Junior brother Lin, did elderly beat you again?" Lyn Shalu wolfed down the food in his mouth while dejectedly saying, "Boss expects too much from me. He said that I must be stricter with such a good talent and build me up to be Amei's next sect leader. He also said that if it's a disciple with no talent, he won't even bother. This is called beating is kissing, scolding is loving. You can understand, right?" Monkey Sanner nodded repeatedly as he listened. Understood. Understood. Eating a full stomach, the bruised Lin Xiaolu twisted his head and went into the cave. And soon after, the child's miserable shouts came from inside once again. "Ah, boss, I'm wrong. Don't shoot." Monkey Sanner, who was outside the cave, shivered in fear when he heard this miserable cry, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Elderly really loves little Lin's senior brother so much. Chapter 32, Greeting Master Lin to the Mountain. The last month of confinement is how deep and hot. Perhaps only Lin Xiaolu himself knows clearly. He was beaten every day, exercise every day, finally survived to the end of confinement. Li Mingru also said to him, said he can already start to learn those martial arts secret books, to get further improvement. That afternoon, junior sister Li Miaoxin picked up Lin Xiaolu, who had been locked up for 3 months, back to the small courtyard and gave him a little reception in the meal hall. "Elder sister, I have made very great progress in these 3 months. I now tie a horse stance casually. A tie is half an hour. The boss are scared by my talent and perseverance piss, and literacy speed is also very fast. Confinement of 3 months. Illiteracy has reached 1000. The boss said that I have the talent of the scholar. Call me a May small Confucian saint." Inside the compartment, Lin Xiaolu was spitting and bragging while eating a chicken leg. Li Miaoxian was just smiling as she served him soup, while Xiao Yuer on the side was listening in awe. "Wow, my brother is so powerful," little Yuer exclaimed with her eyes wide open. Lin Xiaolu first smiled proudly, then her small face became proper and serious again, admonishing, "Little Yuer, don't boast about your brother indiscriminately. We need to learn to keep a lower profile, otherwise people will think I'm bragging." "Okay, brother." Little Jade knows. Li Miaoxian almost laughed out loud when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes glared at this bare child and hummed, "Junior brother, tomorrow when you go to the academy to attend classes, don't bully your classmates anymore. Don't worry, senior sister. I've been studying hard lately and have learned a lot of truths. I won't bully people randomly in the future. I want to convince people with virtue." Li Miaoxin's heart rejoiced at the sound of this, and she praised Fawn for her understanding. "By the way, junior brother, there's something senior sister wants to talk to you about." She suddenly spoke. "Elder sister, please speak. In the future little Yuer will live in the same house as senior sister." Li Miaoxin said, "Although you are brother and sister, but after all, there is a difference between male and female. It's inappropriate to live in the same house when you're this old." Lin Xiaolu nodded at the words, directly expressed his agreement. In fact, he also knew that it was inappropriate. In the past, there was no way. The siblings were alone and dependent on each other. Now there are conditions naturally have to sleep separately. Soon, after dinner, full of wine and rice, Lin Xiaolu patted his little belly out of the compartment, and monkey 3 children bragged for a while about their own bravery, and senior sister, Xiaoyer together back to the small courtyard. After returning to the small courtyard, Li Miaoxin went back to her field house to cultivate, and gave Xiao Yuer and Lin Xiaolu a night's vacation to let the two of them have a good time. So then Lin Xiaolu began to rub her fists in the courtyard, preparing to return to the school tomorrow to take revenge. Looking at Lin Xiaolu, who was playing with his fists in the yard, Xiao Yuer squatted on the ground, holding her small head in curiosity. "Brother, didn't you say that you wouldn't bully people at will anymore? Was that random bullying on my part? That's me convincing people with virtue and giving them an education in love." Xiao Yuer nodded with a sudden realization at her words, and Lin Xiaolu asked curiously while juggling his fists, "Little Yuer, boss said you've already condensed your chi to the 3rd layer. Do you know any spells now?" "Won't Xiao Yuer shook her head and said, "Senior sister said that spirit magic is only a means to an end. Cultivation is the proper path, and said that when I reach the 5th level of chi condensation, she'll let senior teach me the star-picking determination in person." Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth. "That's fine. Sister, do you want to see a somersault?" Xiao Yuer was delighted to hear this and stood up in surprise. "Brother, you can even do a somersault? Ha ha, how hard can it be? Come on, brother will show you one." With that, the boy yelled and tumbled up and down the yard. "Wow, brother is so powerful." Little Yuer joyfully clapped her little hands straight. "That's right, it's no worse than what the village theater troupe turns out, is it? It's even better than the theater troupe's flip." After 3 months, finally going back to the school literacy hall, Lin Xiaolu was very excited. Early in the morning, can't wait to get up. Take Xiao Yuer to set off. He came early, when the sky is still dark. Together with Xiao Yuer, blocked in the place where classmates pass through the literacy hall must pass through. At this moment, sleepy-eyed little Yuer squatted on a rocky beach aside, listening to the sound of running water from the waterfall and watching the tiny ants moving in the cracks of the rocks, while Lyn Xiaolu stuck one hand in her pocket and up and down the debris with the other hand, quietly waiting for the schoolchildren to pass by. Soon, the first child to come to school arrived. The child saw Lyn Xiaolu from afar and was scared to death. The sleepiness all dissipated, turned around and wanted to run. "Come here!" Lyn Xiaolu let out a shout. "I won't hit you." The child in the navy blue Taoist robe didn't dare to run anymore once he heard that, and shivered as he walked over. Lyn Xiaolu looked at him with a scared look on his face and laughed. "Today I'm here to educate Chen Yanyun's gang. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Go over there." The child was greatly relieved to hear this, and hurriedly said with gratitude, "Thank you for dear brother's mercy." After saying this, he ran away in a huff. After a while, the other students appeared one by one. Almost every child appeared to be surprised by the roadblocker Lyn Xiaolu, but fortunately he did not bully anyone today. The children passed by one in fear. Frequently thanked Lyn Xiaolu. There are also children who stayed beside Lyn Xiaolu with great interest, wanting to see the fun. Lyn Xiaolu didn't mind. Instead she was happy to have so many people watching. "Dear brother." The chubby Eastern egg also came. As soon as he saw Lyn Xiaolu he was surprised with a sniffle and a tear, flying over and then kneeling on one knee, raising his hands and clasping his fists to pay his respects. "Welcome Master Lyn to the mountain." The other children around them also shouted, "Welcome Master Lyn to the mountain." The boy's heart was happy to hear this, and he looked around at the surrounding children with a smile. "You guys also want to join my Conquerors by Virtue gang? Gang Master, during your absence, the Spirit Sword lineage Chen Yanyun often bullied us, comparing to your evil deeds back then. We are willing to join the gang to cut down Yanyun and get rid of the Spirit Sword." "Good." Lyn Xiaolu laughed out loud with an imposing voice. "Eastern egg. In the last few days you've been putting in more effort to make a virtue brick for each of the brothers. I'll make you the gang's third brother after this is accomplished." Little Fatty shouted excitedly upon hearing this. Eastern egg obeys. Lyn Xiaolu continued to laugh. "Brothers, in the future, we'll be rich together as dogs, and we won't forget each other." A group of half-grown children have happily shouted, "Dogs are rich and not forgotten." Just as a group of small children were shouting most enthusiastically, Chen Yanyun and Yu Chu Chu, as well as the disciples of the Spirit Sword lineage walked over from the distance, talking and laughing. A Spirit Sword disciple beside them looked at a group of people standing on the rocky beach and chattering, and wondered, "Big brother Yanyun, why are so many people gathered there?" "It's probably to greet us." Yu Chu Chu proudly laughed. "Now that we are the dominant family in the academy, the disciples of the other subdivisions are probably afraid of us, so they greeted us early to please us." Chen Yanyun nodded and complimented with a smile. "These guys are quite knowledgeable." When he finished speaking, he swaggered over to lead a group of people. Having walked all the way to the front of the crowd, he was just about to open his mouth to say a few pretentious words when the crowd suddenly dispersed, revealing Lyn Xiaolu in the middle of the crowd, who was carrying a debris with a smile on her face. Chen Yanyun, who was just about to open her mouth, froze in place when she saw Lyn Xiaolu. Chapter 33, I'm invincible below Yuaning. Yu Chu Chu was also scared and her little face turned white for a while, and the other Spirit Sword disciples around them were even more nearly scared to pee, and one by one they backed up. Lyn Xiaolu looked at Chen Yanyun, who was a head taller than herself in front of her, and revealed a cold smile as she slowly walked forward while humming, "Little brat, long time no see." Chen Yanyun looked at Lyn Xiaolu who was getting closer and closer and also started to back away in fear, while Lyn Xiaolu continued to sneer as she walked. "In the last one-on-one, you didn't dare to admit when you lost, and you tore up the writ, right?" Chen Yanyun stammered and couldn't speak. Yu Chu Chu on the side was fearful at the sight of the situation, but remained unconvinced, and boldly and fiercely said, "Who lost? Anyway, Yanyun big brother didn't lose. We also never fought with you one-on-one. It's you who sneak attacked Yanyun big brother." Lyn Xiaolu sniffed and glanced at Yu Chu Chu, who also blared back, shrewishly saying, "What, you still want to hit me? You dare to move me a little try. If you dare to move me I'll go and tell my master again and deprive you of your inner disciple." Pop! With a muffled sound, Yu Chu Chu, who hadn't even finished speaking, was slammed down on the rocky beach by Lyn Xiaolu, and a little bit of scarlet seeped out of her pigtailed brain. "Oh wow!" Yu Chu Chu instantly cried loudly and painfully, clutching her bleeding head, her voice shrill to the extreme. "Cry your eyes out." Lyn Xiaolu casually copied a brick and flung it at Yu Chu Chu. Another brick to the head, smashing her head in an instant. The surrounding children were stunned, not realizing that Lyn Xiaolu was still so ferocious after being confined for 3 months. After ruthlessly stepping on her twice, Lyn Xiaolu ferociously scolded, "You like to tattle, right, Grandpa? I'll give you a ride. After saying that, he picked up Yu Chu, who was wailing and crying, and dragged her like a dead dog to the stream and waterfall. This scene completely frightened the crowd. Even Eastern Egg was shocked. Dear brother, don't be impulsive. Dear will die. Dear, little Yu who was squatting on the boulder, also raised her head to look at her brother, and when she saw that he was just scaring Yu Chu, she stopped looking and continued to look down at the ants moving in the cracks of the stone. Practicing martial arts for more than 4 months, the small strong body bones of Lin Xiaolu threw Yu Chu into the shallows of the stream as soon as he could, then stomped on the back of her neck, stepping on her entire body into the water, her hands and feet flopping about in the water. Woo woo, snappy. Lin Xiaolu let go of her foot, and the soaked Yu Chu immediately climbed up, coughing loudly. How's that? Are you convinced? Still snitching and accusing people? Lin Xiaolu crossed her small hands and condescendingly ferociously said, cough. Yu Chu gasped for air, snot and tears flying out of her nose, and just as she wanted to cry out, Lin Xiaolu once again stomped her into the water. Yu Chu also once again flailed about with her hands and feet, and soon her tiny body convulsed, and a stream of filth spilled out of her crotch and floated in the stream. She pooped. The children around them exclaimed. Lin Xiaolu once again loosened her foot and shouted with a ferocious little face, I'll give you one more chance. Serve or not. If you don't serve me, I'll completely drown you. See if I dare. Lin Xiaolu saw her begging for forgiveness before she dejectedly hummed, then turned her head to look at Chen Yanyun. Chen Yanyun, who was only 10 years old, was almost not scared to death, and immediately cried out loudly, Dear, I'm wrong dear. I don't dare to do it anymore. Really don't dare to do it anymore. Really. Lin Xiaolu didn't listen to his explanation and directly flew up, her small body leaping high into the air and kicking him in the face. Ah! Chen Yanyun screamed in pain and was kicked by Lin Xiaolu and fell on his butt. After falling to the ground, he once again cried out, Brother dear, I'm wrong brother dear. I won't dare to do it again. Lin Xiaolu looked down on him, her small mouth spat, then coldly snorted at the other disciples of the spirit sword lineage in front of her. Which one of you wants to go and sue? Feel free to do so, but you'd better think it through, and if you do, don't be afraid of being retaliated against by me in the future. He shouted sternly, whoever dares to sue me, Lin Xiaolu, will get him killed. I'll do what I say. All the spirit sword disciples shuddered at the sound of it, while Lin Xiaolu greeted Dongfang Egg Xiaoyur when she finished speaking and swaggered back to the academy with the children who had just joined the gang. After they left, the remaining spirit sword lineage disciples, after looking at Chen Yanyun and then Yu Chu, who was sitting at the edge of the stream drenched in water and panting heavily, left one by one. They were completely scared this time and did not dare to follow Chen Yanyun blindly. They came to cultivate for longevity, not to seek death. Yu Chu covered a head of blood, sitting on the edge of the rocky beach silently crying. Her heart was equally full of panic. Just now for a moment, she really thought that she was going to be killed by Lin Xiaolu. In one of the empty rooms of the academy, Mr. Yang, who was over 100 years old, treated Yu Chu's injuries and let her change into clean clothes by herself, then frowned and said, How could you be so careless and fall into the stream? Yu Chu shivered in aggravation and said, Just walking, my feet slipped and fell in, and then my head also knocked on a rock. Mr. Yang looked at her twice and asked, Did Lin Shalu bully you? Yu Chu's body trembled in fear when she heard Lin Xiaolu's name and hurriedly denied it. No sir, it was my own carelessness that made me slip. Mr. Yang saw this little girl scared like this, also helpless. Yu Chu's temperament he knows very well. Before worshipping Ame, she was originally the 6th princess of the mortal dust gene country. From childhood she was favored by thousands of people, so she also grew up with a bratty and capricious character, but such a proud little girl. Now hearing Lin Xiaolu's name but can be scared like this, it seems that this time it is not a simple thing. You get some rest and skip class for today. Thank you sir. Yu Chu whispered her thanks. Mr. Yang left and went to the study room with a big stride. At this moment the children in the study room should be reading in the morning, but he approached but failed to hear the sound of reading. Instead, he heard some other sounds. Gangmaster, do you think the force is still appropriate? Not bad. Press it well. Gangmaster, I'll steal my senior brother's jade ruins tomorrow and come over for you to play with. Knowing things. Gangmaster, it must have been hard for you to be confined for these 3 months, right? Fortunately, after all, I'm gifted. My master's father doesn't want to punish me at all. When he was begging me to come to Ame with a handful of sniffles and tears, my master's father said that even if a talent like me lowers his IQ by half, that is also destined to be the one who will remain in the history of the world. Whoa, Gangmaster is awesome. Gangmaster is blessed with great fortune. It's truly a blessing for us to have a Gangmaster to lead us. You must be very capable of fighting now. Gangmaster, this is hard to say. It depends on the state. When the state is bad, I guess, in the whole of Plucked Star, I'm only under one person. My master. Wow, so what if it's in good shape? Good condition? I'm invincible below Yuaning. 1 for 1 above Yuaning. Oh, wow. The Gangmaster is awesome. Gangmaster awesome. Chapter 34, Yokozuna and the 8th grade. Hearing this, Mr. Yang just couldn't listen any longer and walked into the study room, coughing coldly. Ahem. The children were immediately startled and hurriedly scattered back to their respective seats, while Lyn Xiaolu also gave face and lowered her legs. Only after the group of children were all seated did Mr. Yang look at Lyn Xiaolu and said expressionlessly, Xiaolu, come out with me for a moment. Lyn Xiaolu got up with a sniff, put her hands behind her back, tossed her head as she walked, and followed the gentleman out of the study with a 6-fold stride. Coming outside the bookstore, Mr. Yang looked at him and said, Did you injure you Choo-Choo? No. Lyn Xiaodir's face was innocent. Her little mouth blathered. Why would Mr. suspect me? I'm only 7 years old. How could I possibly beat classmate Choo-Choo? Mr. Yang sniffed and looked at him as he continued to speak. You'd better tell the truth to the old man. If the old man finds out, I won't forgive you lightly. Mr. Feel free to check. Lyn Xiaolu arrogantly said. Her injury definitely has nothing to do with me. Mr. Yang glared at him and left a sentence. Wait here for a while. After saying that, he once again entered the bookstore. Who will tell me how you Choo-Choo got hurt? It was quiet in the bookstore and all the children were silent until the voice of the Eastern egg rang out. Sir, you Choo-Choo fell by herself. The other children of the Virtue Gang responded. That's right, sir. She fell on her own. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. Yes, I can prove it too. Mr. Yang's face turned blue with anger at his words and shouted. Chen Yanyun, tell me, how did you Choo-Choo get injured? Chen Yanyun's face trembled in fear as he slowly stood up. His face changed for a moment, and the children within the bookstore all looked at him, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered out. You Choo-Choo fell on her own. Mr. Yang listened to the stunned. Chen Yanyun's answer was out of his expectation. He looked at Chen Yanyun. His heart was a little surprised. Is it possible that he really suspected wrongly? After a long time, he sighed and told the children to continue reading and not to gossip and fool around, and then he went out of the study once again, walking up to the dejected Lyn Shalu. Mr. Yang glanced at him and didn't mention Yu Choo-Choo's matter again, but instead additionally hummed. Old man, I just heard that the students are addressing you as the master of the gang? Yes, sir. Lyn Xiaolu spoke eloquently. I created a convincing people by virtue gang because I want my students to be able to conduct themselves with virtue in the world in the future. After that, he yelled into the bookstore to prove his words. Brothers, what is the purpose of our gang? Convinced by virtue. Listening to the children's neat and tidy shouts, Lyn Xiaolu smiled with her eyebrows and happily laughed at the gentleman. Sir, this is what our gang is all about. Mr. Yang's face changed, and for a while he was actually somewhat speechless. Could it be that he had really misunderstood this little guy? This virtue to conquer gang sounds like an organization that encourages people to be good, but why do I always feel that there is something strange about it? He suspiciously looked at this little guy twice, coughed and said softly, convincing people with virtue is indeed good. I hope you can stick to it and do everything in the future to convince people with virtue. Lyn Xiaolu immediately revealed a harmless and cute smiling face upon hearing this. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely stick to it, and in the future, when I grow up, I will go out every day to convince people with virtue. The first day of returning to the literacy hall ended like this, and at Shenzhen in the afternoon, Lin Xiaodir and Xiao Yuer returned to the small courtyard where they lived together, and without stopping, they began their respective cultivation. Xiao Yuer naturally went to cultivate the heaven and earth aura with Li Miao Xin, while Lyn Xiaolu began to continue her own martial arts cultivation. He first went out and ran a lap of steps and took a half-hour horse stance to warm up. Then he began to formally practice martial arts. The first thing he practiced was the horizontal training technique of the Tai Jia Zhuang of the Great Yu country, and the 8 extreme fist technique of the Dali Temple of the Tang country. Li Mingru had told him that both of these martial arts belonged to the Dharma that could improve physical fitness, and were more suitable for practicing as a child's kung fu from a young age, so that he could lay a good foundation. Among them, Tai Jia Zhuang's horizontal training skill belongs to a kind of hard qigong. Of course, the qi here is not any heaven and earth spiritual qi, but the innate true qi of the human body. It is through a special way of exercising, so that the innate true qi of the human body fills up one's own skin and blood and flesh. so as to achieve the effect of the body being like steel, and the body being like iron. The secret book clearly said, horizontal practice method practiced to the extreme. The flesh can block the mortal iron without injury. To 1 against 100 is not a matter of course. In addition to this, Lyn Xiaolu also had to learn the 8 extremes fist technique of the Tang Kingdom's Dilizi. Similar to the horizontal training method, 8-pole boxing is also extremely fierce martial arts discipline. Explosive force is very great. It's practiced to the great success of the person, with the power to promote tendons and break bones. In the mortal world has always been a shake the bladder to hit the sky down. Stomping feet shocked the 9 states. The saying, inside the courtyard, Lyn Xiaolu began to breathe according to the breathing techniques in the secret book of horizontal training. This was a very painful process, because its breathing completely reversed the normal breathing rhythm. The practitioner would feel that their breathing was obstructed, as if they were buried in the sand practicing kung fu. Performing a slow kung fu exercise at the time of this kind of breathing, and before a while Lyn Xiaolu began to sweat profusely, and his body's Taoist robes were drenched in sweat. Phew! A mouthful of turbid breath was exhaled, and after panting slightly for a while, he began to continue practicing over and over again, and this time, it was an hour. Time. Lyn Xiaolu and sister, Li Miaoxin went to eat together. The teenager's appetite once again skyrocketed. A person eating, as if a starving piglet. Li Miaoxin are scared. A forceful towards him shouted slowly eat. After dinner, and then breathing with the breathing method of the horizontal training chi, and taking half an hour's horse stance to digest the food thoroughly, he began to practice the 8 extremes fist. Ha! Drink! Ha! Inside the courtyard, Lyn Xiaolu shouted and practiced boxing. His body bones are now very strong. Can afford this kind of high-intensity exercise? Its punches and kicks are not as soft as other children, but instead of hitting the tiger, some time passed. The bright moon hung high. The cool moonlight illuminated the small courtyard in a silver white. Li Miao Xin, who had finished repairing the round, walked out of the house door to see how Fawn's workout was going, and as soon as she came out, she saw that Lin Fawn was standing under a willow tree, closing her eyes to breathe calmly and slowly exerting her body. She didn't interrupt, but watched with interest. Soon, the 7-year-old little guy suddenly shook his torso, as if the muscles of his entire body suddenly tightened up, and then lunged forward, sidestepping and slamming against the willow tree with the dorsal position of his shoulder. Ha! A childish shout rang out, and the huge willow tree was instantly hit with a muffled sound. For a time the willow leaves flew, the branches shook sharply, and the whole skyscraping weeping willow was violently trembled by the impact. Chapter 35, Ame Supreme. This scene straightened Li Miao Xian's beautiful eyes, somewhat surprised at the power of Lin Xiaodir's collision. Who under the willow tree? Lin Xiaodir dispersed her chi to transform her work and opened her eyes after exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Ha! Why are you here? Junior sister? Lyn Xiaolu, who opened her eyes, was curious. Li Miaoxin smiled gently. Senior sister came to see how your cultivation is going. After she finished speaking she said with some surprise, this blow of yours just now was quite powerful. What kind of martial arts is it? This is the Iron Mountain leaning from the 8 extremes fist. Lyn Xiaolu dejectedly laughed. I've only just learned this thing, and I can't perform it to the extreme yet. Do you think this move can beat you immortal cultivators? Senior sister? Li Miaoxin thought about it and didn't discourage him, smiling and cheering him up. Cheer well. Okay. Li Miaoxin watched him continue to exercise in the yard, and secretly made some comparisons in her mind. There was no denying that Lyn Xiaolu's slam was amazingly powerful, but it was only for children, and it had to be an ordinary child. It was certain that the vast majority of children would not be able to withstand this collision. But what if it was little Jade facing it? Xiao Yur has not yet practiced the spirit method against the enemy, but with her current cultivation of the 3rd level of Qi condensation, he casually taught her a body protection method. Lin Xiaodir could not break it, and even the power just now could not play any role when multiplied by 10. Looking at the courtyard actively practicing the little guy, Li Miao Xin heart, emotionally, his own little brother, really good effort also can suffer, but perhaps as the master said, the martial arts, after all, is not into the small way, difficult to reach the hall of elegance. For a few days after that, Lin Xiaolu desperately practiced Hengjian Gongfu and Bajiquan every day, in which Hengjian Gongfu required the coordination of resistance to blows. That is, when breathing with a special breathing technique, you needed to find someone to beat you up. For this reason Lin Xiaolu specially went to ask Li Miaoxin to beat him up, but Li Miaoxin was always heartbroken and couldn't lay a heavy hand on him at all. So every day after school he climbed to the top of the mountain alone and went to let Li Mingru beat him up. Li Mingru beat up that will not hurt at all. Every time can beat Lin Xiaolu's nose and face. Wailing. Time flowed unhurriedly like this, and Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yur, the 2 siblings, slowly and thoroughly integrated into the life of Ame. Ha! 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 Inside the yard, Lin Xiaolu, naked, hit the willow tree again and again. Straight to the willow tree swayed. Today was a day off. No school. Lyn Shalu woke up early to start practicing, and had already practiced for more than an hour. Little Ewer squatted in the courtyard, grabbing a bunch of sugar gourds in her hand and licking them, watching her brother practice as she did so. Ha! Willow shuddered violently, her branches dropping sharply. The boy took a break and used the dust wash to expel the sweat from his clothes. Dear! Dear! Dongfang Eg's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard, and Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh a little when she heard this guy's voice. Today is a day off. Yesterday after school the children in the school hall together to discuss where to go to play today, and finally Lin Xiaolu proposed to take the group together to go to the Tong Demon Peak Spirit Beast Valley to play. The big group unanimously agreed to come to Picking the Stars this morning to find Lin Xiaolu to meet up. At this moment Dongfang Egg, dressed in a rather splendid garment, led 24 children to run over, all of whom were members of the Virtue Gang. Li Miao Xin, who was practicing inside the house, heard the commotion and walked to the door of the room to take a look. After seeing that it was the young disciples of the other subdivision, she was ready to go back to continue practicing and just let them go play by themselves, but just as she was about to turn around, she saw a strange scene. Inside the courtyard, Dongfang Egg ran to Lin Xiaolu, knelt on one knee, raised his hands and clasped his fists and said loudly and respectfully, Dongfang Egg pays his respects to the gangmaster. The 20-odd children behind Dongfang Egg were also kneeling on one knee and spoke loudly and neatly. Greetings to the gangmaster. Lin Xiao dear, on the other hand, carried his small hands and stood in front of the children, first letting out a burst of arrogant and domineering giggles, then waved his small hand. Brothers, today we'll go to Tong Demon Peak Spiritual Beasts Valley together to play. We all must come up with the momentum of our virtue convincing gang. Yes. The group of children finished hotly and left together with a 6-footed stride. Li Miaoxin looked at the whole person is not good. His own this little senior brother, every day in the school hall did what? In the Tong Demon Peak, 17 or 18-year-old cultivators of the Tong Demon lineage were discussing the cultivation method of channeling with demonic beasts and transforming them into spirit beasts. The two of them were walking and chatting, and they were in the midst of chatting, when they suddenly heard a clear, childish cry coming from the distance. Ame Supreme, convince people with virtue, divine powers are vast, boundless magic power. Ame Supreme, convince people with virtue, divine powers are vast, boundless magic power. In the distance, a 7-year-old boy with his hands behind his back, forcefully stepped onto the stone steps and came, and he was followed on both sides by more than 20 shouting children, who shouted neat slogans, and for a while, their momentum was amazing, as if they were traveling with the big brother of the world. In the midst of the shouts, Dongfang Egg, who was following the teenager, saw the two dumbfounded cultivators looking curiously in front of him, and with a fat face, he cursed, "What are you looking at? Haven't seen such a handsome Ame Supreme? Hurry up and make way." "Oh sorry. The two cultivators hurriedly got out of the way and watched the vast procession in front of them pass in front of them. When the team was far away, a cultivator asked curiously, "Senior brother, who is this Ame Supreme? Does our Ame have such a person?" Another cultivator was also not quite sure, rubbing his head in confusion. "Strange, I haven't heard of this whatsoever Ame Supreme either, but listening to the name is quite impressive." Lin Xiaolu led the children all the way to shout all the way. For a time Tong Demon up and down heard that arrogant to the extreme slogans, attracted countless Tong Demon disciples or out of the cultivation residents out to watch, have been curious about this Ame Supreme God is what the gods. I know. A young Taoist child of the Tong Demon who was attending school in the academy bragged to his senior brothers and sisters, "The Supreme Ame is Brother Deer." "Deer? Who's Deer?" That little Taoist boy proudly said. "Brother Deer is the boss of our academy. Very powerful. Chen Yanyun can't even beat him." "Oh, is he highly gifted? What kind of physique is it?" A senior brother was curious. The little Taoist boy was also a bit confused when he heard this. He was also not sure how talented Deer was and what kind of physique he had, but he looked at his classmates all playing together and felt envious, and said blearily, "Elder brother, I also want to go and play with them." A few senior brothers smiled at his words. "Go ahead and go. Don't cause any trouble, ha." The little Taoist boy nodded his head in surprise, and said aha, and then dashed to the team with his short legs, and followed the group with a loud shouting of the slogan, "The most powerful slogan in the world is the most powerful slogan in the world. Ame Supreme, convince people with virtue, divine powers are vast, boundless magic power." Chapter 36 Fishing for Goldfish. Fawn Lin. Just as a group of children were shouting and preparing to break into the Spirit Beast Valley, a dainty cry came in time. A wonderful woman in a long blue dress with a pillboxed head fell from the sky and stepped in front of the children. What are you guys arguing about early in the morning? Tang Xin huffed and puffed looking at this group of children. She was arranging for a few outer disciples to milk the vine-green cow in the valley, but the result was that she heard the noise from afar, and the vine-green cow was startled, kicked back and scared out of its milk. Lyn Xiaolu also froze for a moment when she saw Tang Xin. Her small face surprised. A Rakshasa ghost woman. It's actually you. The children looked at Tang Xin in awe, not daring to continue shouting blindly. And Dongfang Egg was even more afraid. Brother dear, who is this senior sister? Before Tang Xin could speak, Lyn Xiaolu hummed with her small hands behind her back. This senior sister is called Tang Xin. She's the Rakshasa ghost woman of the passing demon peak. I've seen her once before. Dear brother, this senior sister looks so fierce, a child said in fear. Lyn Xiao dear roar laughed. Tender little mouth arrays, indeed quite fierce. When I just met her, she was shocked by my body of the king of the air. Dead face want to recognize me as a big brother. Want to follow me to mix, but I see her temperament is too bad so did not agree to. The crowd of children immediately exclaimed in shock and praised Lin Xiaolu's bravery, while Lin Xiaolu smiled up to the sky with his small hands behind his back, and for a while, he was as imposing as a big brother. This scene straight to Tang Xin angry small fists began to squeeze tight. This dead brat is really good to beat I want to beat him However, she didn't lose her temper with the children after all, and opened her mouth with a cold voice and asked, what are you doing here in my Tong Demon Peak lineage? Lin Xiaolu saw her talking arrogantly. Fierce little hand across waist, woman, please pay attention to the attitude you talk to me. Do you know that I'm the master of the virtue convincing gang? Ame Supreme Lin Xiaolu. As soon as the boy's words fell, the other children immediately shouted with glee, Ame Supreme. Convince people with virtue. Divine powers are vast. Boundless magical power. Stop. Tang Xin was on the verge of exploding with anger as she shouted. If any of you make any more noise, this senior sister will send someone to your respective spirit veins masters to tell them off. The clamor quieted again. Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth and despised it in her heart, snorting disdainfully. Woman, get out of the way. We're going in to see the spirit beasts. Tang Xin huffed and puffed and gasped twice, her gaze glaring fiercely at Lin Xiaolu, then said to the children, it's fine to go in and play. No fooling around, and no approaching the habitat of the various spirit beast seniors, especially the Zinnia seniors and the Emperor Penguin seniors. Got it? Understood. The children shouted happily, then walked towards the spirit beast valley with a cheeky smile, and as Tang Xin glanced at the tugging Lin Xiaolu, she suddenly turned her beautiful eyes around and spread her face and smiled gently. Junior brother Xiaolu, senior sister has a big treasure here. Do you want to take a look at it? Lin Xiao dear froze, her little face showing suspicion. What kind of treasure? Come over here. Senior sister can only show it to you alone. Tang Xin waved at him. Lin Xiao dear thought for a moment, then commanded the other children. Brothers, you go in first. This gang master will be right behind you. The children shouted. Yes, sir. Lin Xiao dear followed Tang Xin to a small courtyard hidden in a bamboo forest, then raised her head and curiously said, Rakshasa ghost woman, what treasure are you going to show this gangmaster? Tang Xin smiled gently, then extended her hand at him. Lin Xiaolu looked at the white and slender hand in front of her, and after grabbing it and looking at it repeatedly, there was nothing in this hand? And in the next second, this beautiful jade hand slowly began to clench, eventually turning into a pink fist. So the Rakshasa ghost woman was lying to me. Her real purpose was to beat me up, but am I that easy to beat up? I'm the Ame Supreme, even though there's a relatively large age difference between me and her. But under my strong resistance, the Rakshasa ghost woman also suffered serious injuries, and we barely fought a 50-50, I guess, with no one taking advantage. Lin Xiao dear, whose eyes were bruised black and hung with a nosebleed, said to the children. The children have revealed a look of awe. The Eastern egg is even exclaimed, worthy of being a dear brother is extraordinary, only worshipped in the Ame a few months, and Canon Tang's sister 50-50, is really unparalleled in the world. Hearing this, Tang Xin on the side almost couldn't hold back her laughter, holding her arms and lazily ignoring these little guys. Some of the children looked at Tang Xin in awe and asked suspiciously, Gang master, I see how senior sister Tang has no injuries on her face. You have injuries all over your face. After hearing this, the children looked at Tang Xin and saw that Tang Xin's face was not injured at all, and some doubts arose in their hearts. Wasn't it a 50-50 split? How come dear's face was bruised and bleeding, but Tang Xin's face was fine? In response, Lin Xiaolu didn't panic in the slightest and explained in a serious manner. The Rakshasa ghost woman suffered from internal injuries. Oh, the children realized. Tang Xin pursed her pretty red lips and covered her mouth as she almost laughed out loud. After that, Lin Xiaolu played with the children in the Spirit Beast Valley, enjoying watching the various strange spirit beasts. In order to prevent the children from playing blindly and being attacked by the spirit beasts, Tang Xin followed behind the children throughout the whole process, watching them play blindly. At this moment, Lyn Xiaolu just looked at a huge kingbird in front of her showing a contemplative expression. This is a big king's 8 with a golden body. The length is also very huge. It can be up to the small yard that one lives in broad daylight. Its golden yellow king's 8 shells are nicknamed in the sunlight, and the people who look at it are slightly unable to open their eyes. This spirit beast seemed to have a relatively docile character as well. Its big round eyes took one look at Lyn Xiaolu and then didn't bother to look at it anymore, lazily lying down on the lawn. Dear, what are you thinking about? Dongfang Egg, who was on the side, asked curiously. I want to climb up on the king's shell and play. Dongfang Egg took a look at the big Wang Bao in front of him and said with some fear, will this Wang Bao attack us? Lyn Xiaolu shook her head, indicating that she was not sure. On the other side, Xiao Yuer was working with several children, using a small netting to fish for goldfish by the pond, and Tang Xin quietly watched from the sidelines, just in case any of the children accidentally fell into the pond. Not long after, little Jade managed to fish up a reddish goldfish, giggling in surprise. The surrounding children were also envious. Wow, little Yuer is really great, fishing for the little goldfish so quickly. Yeah, I've been fishing for a long time and I can't get any. These goldfish swim so fast. Jade, are you going to take the goldfish back and keep it? Little Yuer nodded her head joyfully, then seemed to remember something and looked timidly at Tang Xin, senior sister. Can I take the little goldfish back to raise it? Tang Xin agreed with a smile and gave her a fishbowl. Put it in there and keep it, but it's best to fish out another one. Otherwise the goldfish will be lonely with only one. Xiao Yuer joyfully took the fishbowl and said goodbye in a good manner. Chapter 37, Military Counselor Tang Hanqing. The children joyfully fished for goldfish, while after a while, suddenly a child raised his hand in surprise and pointed, I'll go. You guys, look at deer. The children looked behind them, then exclaimed in surprise, wow, it's really worthy of deer. Tang Xin was startled and hurriedly turned to look, only to see behind the spacious lawn, Lyn Xiaolu and Dongfang Egg do not know when to climb on the golden big Wang Bao 8 shell. Lyn Xiaolu is even shouting standing in the 8 shell on the ghost shouted, charge ah, kill. Tang Xin was startled and shouted angrily with her willow eyebrows raised. Lyn Xiaolu, you quickly come down to me. Want to die are you? After saying that she directly rose up in the air and flew up to the king's shell, grabbing Dongfang Egg and Lyn Xiaolu and dragging them both down. You two are going to die, Tang Xin scolded pugnaciously, all without the gentleness of the party. Lyn Shalu was unconvinced. Rakshasa ghost woman, what are you stopping me for? I want to ride the big Wangba. I'll ride your ass. Tang Xin fiercely grabbed Lyn Xiaolu's ears, day after day of fooling around. Can you let me save some heart? After scolding the two simpletons, Tang Xin told them to stay with the other children and not to leave her sight again. The morning passed quickly, and at noon, Tang Xin led the children together to the Tong Demon's meal hall to have their meals. In the compartment, more than 20 children gathered around a large round table, chattering and talking while eating. There were too many children, making the whole compartment noisy. Straight to Tang Xin's headache, Xiao Yuer held the fish tank. Inside there was a red and a gold. Two small goldfish were alive and kicking in the bathtub swimming. She crisply smiled at Lin Xiaolu. Brother, let's give these two goldfish a name. On the side, Dongfang Egg suggested while gnawing on a large chicken leg. How about calling Little Red and Little Gold? Brother Egg, you're too vulgar. A child with a snotty nose and cockeyes suggested. I think Little Yuer, as the second leader of our virtue-convincing gang, the pet she keeps should also have a pushy name. What do you call it then? Eastern Egg asked. How about just Red Thunder? Gold Lightning? Thunderbolt Lightning? Lin Xiaolu pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. Not bad. Let's call these two names. After he finished speaking, he looked at the child and complimented him. I can't imagine you're quite intelligent. What's your name? He. Back to brother dear. I'm a disciple of the pill element lineage. My name is Tang Hanqing, the child said respectfully. Lin Xiaolu nodded with an old-fashioned air. Relief on her small face. I didn't expect that our Conquerors by Virtue gang would have such a talented person with great wisdom just after it was established. Tang Hanqing. From today onwards, you're the military advisor of my Virtue gang, and I hope that you'll continue to advise the gang in the future. The child was overjoyed at his words, flinging a line of snot and excitedly saying, Thank you brother dear for being able to give me this opportunity. I will definitely do a good job of advising the gang and will never dishonor your trust. The other children also clasped their fists to express congratulations to Tang Hanqing, and each one of them was full of respect for him, making the boy's beauty a snot bubble. At the dinner table, Tang Xin held her chin and looked at the snotty, erect doe-eyed giggling child helplessly. This kid doesn't look like he has any intelligence at all. He's still a military advisor. But he's just another dumbass. AI, but I can't blame Lin Xiaolu. The average age of their kids is less than 8 years old. And none of their IQs are very high. So it's really a case of pulling a general out of a dwarf. After lunch, a group of children once again went to the Spirit Beast Valley, fooling around all the way, yelling and running wildly inside. The 20 or so people became 3 and 3, watching the hippopotamus and the lions. And Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Egg, and Tang Xin, the 3 top leaders of the Eldritch Gang, were squatting together in a meeting, working together to figure out how to carry the Eldritch Gang forward. As for the location of their meeting, it was a donkey farm. Outside the rows of fences, a black-bodied, white-faced burro was peeking its big head over the fence, gazing at the 3 children in front of it, who were squatting in a circle on the grass, making their respective comments in a serious manner. Tang Xin sniffled and put up a pair of cockeyes and proposed, "Brother dear, I think that in order to develop the gang, we need to find a stable path to making a fortune first. Currently the protection fee collected is too little." "Right, brother dear," Dongfang Egg agreed. "Now that most of the students in the academy have joined us, we can only collect protection money from the spirit sword lineage. It's too little." Lin Xiaolu also nodded at his words. Tang Xin said, "I think we can take in outer disciples. The inner disciples are bigger than us. We can't bully them, but the outer disciples are different. Although they are just as bigger than us, they are all afraid of us. This won't work." Lin Xiaolu directly vetoed. "Outer disciples already live a harder life. Charging them for protection is inappropriate. I don't bully the weak." Tang Xin was surprised. "Brother dear, we're a gang. You don't bully the weak, who do you bully?" Lin Xiaolu's little nose flared. "Whoever is powerful bullies who?" Confusion hung on Dongfang Egg's fat face. "Who's powerful then? Elder brothers and sisters are powerful. So can we bully them? Bullying doesn't work." "Yeah, what about that?" For a while, the 3 small gang cadres were caught in a dilemma. Dog-headed warlord Tang Xin pondered bitterly for a while, and suddenly his cockatoo eyes lit up, and he proposed in surprise. "Or let's go to the pit." "Pit people?" Lin Xiaolu was puzzled. "How?" Tang Xin smiled. "Brother dear, you know I'm from the pill element lineage, right?" "I know." Lin Xiaolu nodded. "Then does dear know what the medicine elemental lineage does?" Lin Xiaolu froze and hesitantly shook his head. This he really didn't know. Tang Xin looked at Dongfang Egg again. "Does Brother Egg know about this?" Eastern Egg also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Tang Xin hee a smile, hanging snot to both of them to explain. "We medicine Yuan lineage mainly is to learn all kinds of spiritual grass pharmacology, and then master the alchemy of the law of the sublineage. Little brother is not talented. At present, can already be refined some of the basics of the elixir? We can take these elixirs to pit people." Lin Xiaolu was quite interested and asked curiously, "What kind of pills can you refine?" Tang Xin smiled braggadociously. "Little brother once followed his senior brother to learn to refine the concentration pill. This is an elixir used to assist a person in focusing on cultivation. It is the most basic spirit elixir. At that time, little brother refined a total of 10, scrapping 8 of them, and there were still 2 left that were refined. But they both had some minor problems." "What's the problem?" Eastern Egg asked curiously. "One of them will grow hemorrhoids after eating it." Tang Xin said and gestured his small fist. "A hemorrhoid about this big." Hissed the duo of Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Egg covered their little buttocks at the same time, their eyes filled with horror. "There's also one that when you take it you'll be as drunk as if you were drunk. And you'll say whatever you're asked. And you'll tell the big truth for 3 days in a row." An evil smile appeared on Tang Xin's small face. "We can find someone to cooperate in the drama. Pit people that they have inadvertently obtained a divine elixir that can enhance their cultivation, and then sell it at a high price." Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu immediately brightened up, brainstorming the image of Chen Yanyun growing hemorrhoids the size of her fist after taking the elixir. "Wow!" He excitedly slapped Tang Xin's shoulder and praised loudly. "Truly worthy of being the military division of my virtue-convincing gang, truly resourceful and terrifying as well." Chapter 38 Immortal Pills. After a moment of deliberation and silent planning of a scene, the 3 dolls began to look forward immensely to the second day. After playing around for the whole afternoon, the children only returned to their respective subveins at Shenzhen in the afternoon, each going back to their own homes and looking for their own moms. Lin Xiaolu also brought little Yuer back to the small courtyard, and started today's workout right afterward, running to the top of the mountain, running outside Li Mingru's cave for half an hour, then entering the cave to work on his breathing technique, letting Li Mingru beat himself up violently for half an hour, making sure that every inch of his body was reasonably beaten up before going back for his evening meal. After eating the evening meal, in the small courtyard, half an hour of horse stance, and then work out the 8 extremes fist for a whole hour, during which hit the willow tree more than 100 times. The day's training will be completely over. sore body back to the house to rest. Such was his daily life now, with all kinds of exercise, from shin time in the afternoon until o time at night. A full 3 hours, non-stop all day, very regular. Early in the morning of the second day, he jumped up from his bed, washed up and put on his own little Taoist robe, and went out of the mountain gate with little Yuer in high spirits. "Brother, you don't seem to be the same as before," little Yuer said as she tugged on Lin Xiaolu's hand. On the white, translucent and delicate pathfinding bridge, Lin Xiaolu smiled evilly and impetuously. "I found it too. I've almost got abs now, and my body has become so sturdy." Speaking of which, Lin Xiaolu intended to show off with her sister. Her small hands crossed her waist, took a deep breath, tensed her muscles and said, "Xiao Yuer, come on, hit me." "Ha?" Little Jade looked at him in surprise. "Don't be afraid. I won't be hurt if you hit me." "Oh, good." After saying that, Xiao Yuer raised her small hand and slapped him. "Pa." The sound is crisp and pleasant. "Forest fawn?" His face was slapped and he looked at his sister with a confused face. "You, how do you slap?" Xiao Yuer was puzzled. "Wasn't it you who told me to beat you, brother?" Lin Fawn. "Well, what a sister." Walking across the path-seeking bridge, the siblings came to the middle of a May peak and waited for a while before the chubby Dongfang egg came over with a cloth bag. When he saw Lin Xiaolu, he cheerfully greeted the two of them. "Brother dear, Xiao Yuer." Little Jade waved her hand adorably at him, and Lin Xiaolu nodded her head as she clasped her arms. "Come, egg." After Lin Xiaolu saw Dongfang egg, she said to him mysteriously at the edge of the mountain path, "I've discovered something." "What is it, dear?" "Come on, you hit me," Lin Xiaolu said with her small hands crossed. Eastern egg was a little confused. "It's okay, you hit me. Come on," Lin Xiaolu urged. Dongfang egg raised his meaty little fist and punched Lin Xiaolu's chest. Lin Xiaolu didn't move and showed off. "See, it doesn't hurt at all. You know why? Because I found that when I will be my body's muscles are tense, so I can improve my defense." After saying that, he asked with a green light in his eyes, "Do you want to try it, egg?" "Hey, good ah." Silly oriental egg also began to force top their body fat, hard with the teeth, big fat face are given to suffocate red. Lin Xiaolu clapped her hands on the side to give him a boost. "Come on and push hard. Tighten your muscles. Tighten your muscles." Ah. The little fat man exerted his entire body with fury and hissed in indignation. Ready dear. Really ready? Really ready? Ready for me to come? Come on dear." "Aha, pa." Lin Xiaolu raised her hand and slapped him. Eastern egg was confused. Ha. Lin Xiaolu, who had finished slapping her, covered her stomach and laughed without coming up for air, and the whole person happily jumped straight in place. Dongfang egg covered his face with a sad face. "Dear brother doesn't take you to bully people like this." The three of them joked on the side of the road for a while, and after a while, they waited for the late arrival of the little Taoist boy. "Tang Hanqing, sourdough you hurry up," Lin Xiaolu urged. Tang Yuan, the nickname of Tang Hanqing in the schoolhouse. "Coming brother dear." Tang Hanqing came to several people in a burst of jogging. Lin Xiaolu asked expectantly, "Did you bring the pills?" "Brought dear." Tang Hanqing took out two nice-looking little brocade boxes and sent them to Lin Xiaolu as if offering treasure. Lin Xiaolu looked at the brocade box and complimented. "This packaging is good ah. It looks quite exquisite." He. Tang Hanqing put up his wise cockeye and flung his snot bubble and laughed, as the old saying goes. People rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. Making the appearance of the elixir look good will only reflect the extraordinary nature of this thing, and Chen Yanyun will be able to be better fooled at that time. Not bad. Lin Xiaolu patted his small shoulder and gave a thumbs up in praise. Truly worthy of being our virtue-based gang's warlord. Great wisdom. A few people walked while discussing the plot arrangement in a while. Lin Xiaolu said that the group must cooperate well and absolutely not make any mistakes. Soon they were in deliberation all the way to the Hall of Literacy and into the study. At this moment in the bookstore has come a lot of students. Chen Yanyun is also in, and the three one after another into the schoolhouse. Immediately according to the script began to act. Tang Yuan, do you still have the immortal pills you picked up? Lin Xiaolu asked after Tang Hanqing. Yes, what is it dear? Tang Hanqing returned. Can you give me some more? Lin Xiaolu looked excited and said, yesterday I ate that immortal elixir and immediately felt like I had become much stronger. And when I woke up this morning, I was able to split bricks. When these words came out, everyone in the bookstore looked curiously at Lin Xiaolu. Even Chen Yanyun couldn't help but look over, intent on showing off. Lin Xiaolu lifted up her own Taoist robe as soon as she did so, revealing her little tummy to all the children. The girls inside the bookstore shrieked and covered their faces, while the boys all exclaimed in surprise that Lin Xiaolu actually did have abs on her small stomach. Lyn Shalu he smiled and continued to say loudly to Tang Xin, after I ate the immortal dan that you gave me, my body has changed a lot. And my master also specially gave me a check on my body, saying that my physique has become very strong and healthy, and also said that this immortal dan you picked up should be a legendary immortal dan, and that you can become stronger if you eat one of them. Can become stronger? You can give me 2 more. Tang Xin had a difficult face after hearing this. Brother dear, it's not that I won't give it to you, it's just that I've picked up a total of 3 of this elixir, and now that I've given 1 to you, there are still 2 more that I'd like to keep to sell for a good price. Sell it to me, sell it to me. Dongfang Egg, who was on the side, said excitedly, soup dumplings, you sell it to me. The children in the bookstore were also interested in seeing it, and they were all pleasantly surprised, saying, sourdough, sourdough, sell me. How much do you charge for this elixir? You make a price, ah. Sourdough, sourdough, you sell me. Tang Xin looked at the students who loudly wanted to buy it and shouted at the top of his voice, you guys make your bids. I'll sell it to whoever gives the highest price. I'll give you 10 strings of candy canes. Play aside. This is an elixir of immortality. 10 strings of sugar gourds and you want to buy an immortal elixir? You're crazy. Soup dumplings. I'll offer 20 strings. Plus a rattle. Tang Yuan. I'm offering a pair of tiger shoes. My master just made them for me. They're so pretty. Soup dumplings, soup dumplings. I'll put out a clay figure. My senior brother needed it for me, I love it. It's especially fun. Chapter 39, The Old Thing. For a time the children in the bookstore have shouted to bid, and just when the price out of the higher and higher, Chen Yanyun's voice suddenly sounded. Immortal pills, naturally, are obtained by those who can. He dashingly pulled out a delicate jade plate from his bosom and placed it in front of the crowd, with the word Spirit Sword engraved on the plate. This token is called the Spirit Sword Talisman, and it allows you to go to the hidden sword pavilion of my Spirit Sword lineage and pick any lower grade Spirit Sword that is given to you by my master. After saying that, Chen Yanyun looked at Tang Xin with an arrogant expression and said, Tang Yuan, I want to take a look at your immortal pill first. The children looked at the token in surprise. They all knew that the hidden sword pavilion's lower grade spirit swords were treasures that could be used all the way up to the 10th level of the chi condensation realm, and were worth a lot of money. And Tang Xin was very impressed, yelling for the group to disperse, then carefully pulled out 2 small, exquisitely crafted boxes. Chen Yanyun and the children present were all shocked upon seeing the box, although he hadn't seen the immortal pill yet. Just by looking at the small red brocade box with exquisite workmanship, he could feel the extraordinary nature of this item. Tang Xin carefully opened the 2 boxes, revealing the smooth and rounded pills inside, and for a moment the entire study room was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Tang Xin then immediately covered the box and opened his mouth to explain. This immortal elixir can't be exposed to the dust for too long, or its effect will diminish. Chen Yanyun nodded and laughed loudly. Understandable. Treasures like immortal dan are naturally more delicate. After that he asked, Tang Yuan, where did you pick up this immortal pill? I picked it up from our Pill Element Peak Spirit Grass Field, Tang Xin said with a nose. At that time, I was watering the spirit grasses in the field. Then I inadvertently found 3 of these brocade boxes. At first I wasn't sure what kind of elixir it was, but Deer directly asked for a box, and as a result, Deer's body changed magically after he took it. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaolu was beside him and cooperated to show off. Yesterday I was still a 7-year-old kid, but now, I have become a kid who can flip a heel. After saying this, he huffed and puffed as he flipped up his heels. His movements were dashing and his hands were sharp, and he won the applause of the whole hall for a while. A child from the Spirit Sword lineage scared when he saw it. Brother Yanyun, it seems that this immortal dan really isn't a mortal object. I reckon that this is an immortal dan that was refined by a certain great figure of the pill element, and then accidentally dropped it when he passed by in the spirit grass field. Chen Yanyun nodded with a smile on his face. My brother thinks the same way. At this moment, the children of the study room almost all of the 2 boxes show salivation, while the sight of the Yu Chu Chu but suspiciously glanced at the Tang Xin. She always feel we're not quite right, but cannot say too much. She is also a medicinal Yuan lineage of disciples. Only in Tang Xin is not a senior brother with just a moment ago. This box opened the moment she smelled the fragrance of the medicine. The feeling is almost the same as ordinary heart-condensing dan, but the abs on Lin Xiaolu's body, as well as the heel he just turned over she could not explain. After all, killing her would not have thought that Lin Xiaolu was not a cultivator of immortals at all, but a ING martial arts practitioner. He has been practicing for months. Well, do you guys want to buy it? Tang Xin opened his mouth blearily, and the other children within the bookstore also looked at Chen Yanyun in unison. Can't sell it to him. Before Chen Yanyun could speak, Lyn Shalu yelled from the sidelines. Soup dumplings can be sold to whoever you want, just not to Chen Yanyun. Tang Yuan froze in shock. A trace of fear appeared on his small face. Stammered and didn't dare to speak, obediently preparing to put away the brocade box. This time could make Chen Yanyun anxious. Originally he was still a bit hesitant, thinking that he still had to consider it. After all, the spirit sword talisman bestowed on him by his master was not a mortal object, but now that Lin Xiaolu had spoken out, he immediately did not dare to hesitate. Lin Xiaolu had only eaten one and his body had become so strong. His cultivation had only skyrocketed. If he continued like this, wouldn't he be bullied by him all the time? Anyway, the spirit sword talisman was bestowed by his master, and if he relied on these two immortal pills to bring his cultivation to the next level, his master would surely be overjoyed, and then he would still be afraid of not having a spirit sword to use? Thinking of this, he hastily shouted, "Wait!" He then flung the spirit sword talisman at Tang Xin and directly snatched the two brocade boxes in his hand. Lin Xiaolu immediately became anxious as she took a look. Her small hand slapped the table fiercely, pointing at Chen Yanyun and shouting angrily, "Chen Yanyun, you think you can defeat me just because you got the immortal pill today? I'm coming to rob you of your immortal pills now." When he finished speaking, he pulled out his German brick and wailed, looking like he was going to pounce and fight for his life. Chen Yanyun originally thought to go back and study it again. At this moment, seeing Lin Xiaolu look like she was going to come up and forcefully snatch it, she didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and as soon as she opened the brocade box, she swallowed the two pills in one gulp. My immortal Danov. Lin Xiaolu pounded his chest and was sad. His little face was full of grief and anger, while Chen Yanyun patted his belly and burped, laughed out loud and said, "Lin Xiaolu, you wait for me. When my cultivation skyrocketed, I'll come and find you to take revenge. Ha 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 ha." Everyone, please turn your books to the next page. Inside the bookstore, Mr. Yang was quietly teaching the children a lesson, while at this moment, Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Egg, Tang Xin, and even Xiao Yuer, they were all secretly observing Chen Yanyun out of the corners of their eyes while teaching the lesson. Sure enough, only about 10 minutes into the class, Chen Yanyun's face slowly began to change. At first he had only frowned, but now it had become obvious that something was wrong. Not only did he turn pale, but his butt moved around on the stool as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Lin Xiaolu stifled her laughter and just quietly waited until the elixir kicked in. The son said learning without thinking is confusing. Thinking without learning is dangerous. Do you guys know? What does that mean? Mr. Yang asked, smiling at the children. The children were dumbfounded. One as if they were little darlings, as if they were sitting still, and just as the gentleman was helpless, and thought that rotten wood could not be carved. One man raised his hand tremblingly. The gentleman took a look and said with a happy heart, "It's still Yanyun who is studying seriously. Come on, Chen Yanyun, come and tell everyone what this sentence means." At this moment, Chen Yanyun was sweating profusely and his face was pale to the extreme. He shivered and stood up and said, "Sir, I'm not feeling well. I want to go and take a rest." Lin Xiaolu and the others who saw this scene were stifling their laughter, especially Lin Xiaolu, who almost laughed out loud when he noticed an extra bulge behind Chen Yanyun's buttocks. Haha, that must be a hemorrhoid the size of a fist. Hearing Chen Yanyun's words, Mr. Yang froze for a moment as he looked at the teenager who didn't look quite right in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" I don't know." Chen Yanyun looked squirmy, her lips slightly trembling as she said, "It's just, I. Noticing that something was wrong, Mr. Yang rushed forward to check it out, and soon discovered the bulge on the back of his Taoist robe, surrounded by all the children. Mr. Yang was confused. "What is this?" Chen Yanyun's face was a shade of white and a shade of red. He felt his buttocks hot and painful, and just when he wanted to say something, Mr. Yang suddenly raised his hand and touched the bulge. He instantly jumped into the air covering his ass, his whole body letting out a heartbreaking scream as tears crumbled out of his eyes. Mr. Yang was also taken aback by his reaction and hurriedly prepared to apologize to him, but just as he was about to open his mouth, Chen Yanyun suddenly turned his head to look at him and said angrily, "Old thing, you're touching your mom." At these words, the room fell silent. Lin Xiaolu let out a giggle, then pretended to be a good boy and said seriously with her hands crossed, "Chen Yanyun, how dare you insult Mr. Chen like that? Don't be quick to apologize to Sir." Chapter 40, The Difficulty of Martial Arts. Chen Yanyun covered her buttocks and said with a cross gaze, "Apologize? Why should I apologize to him? This old thing hurt me and he apologized? Who does he count as?" The children within the class were dumbfounded. Chen Yanyun is actually so brave today. Even Mr. Dare to dislike him so hard. So manly. Mr. Yang at this moment has been angry face black. The whole person began to tremble slightly. Silver hair white beard is also windless. Fists are pinched to death. And Chen Yanyun was shocked to discover his gaffe. Covering his buttocks he wanted to apologize. but for some reason he couldn't contain his heart when he just opened his mouth. Look, 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 don't you see that my ass is hurting? Don't come over and lick it for me. You're too old to have any sense of humor. You're really living like a dog. When these words came out, the children in the room were even more filled with shock, and even Lin Xiaolu gave him 2 thumbs up, and after a burst of violent gasping, Mr. Yang finally couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and shouted, "Sinful disciple." As soon as he sucked Chen Yanyun into his hands, he threw down a sentence to the children, "You and the others are here to review the text." Afterward, he yanked Chen Yanyun's collar and rushed up into the sky, heading straight for Spirit Sword Peak. Ha 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 ha! As soon as the gentleman left, Lin Xiaolu finally couldn't hold it in, lying on the desk and laughing, "Straight to death." Dong Fang Egg, Tang Yuan and the others also held their stomachs and laughed. At this moment, on the towering Spirit Sword Peak, Mr. Yang dragged Chen Yanyun all the way up the mountain path, and many passing Spirit Sword disciples saw this strange scene. All of these disciples naturally knew Mr. Yang and Chen Yanyun, and when they saw Chen Yanyun cursing with his small mouth, and Mr. Yang tugging at him without a word on his face, they all had bewildered faces, not knowing what was going on. Mr. Yang, a green-clothed, long-shirted cultivator with a handsome face happened to be passing by, and after seeing that the situation was not right, he hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully said, "Mr. Yang, this young master of mine is?" Mr. Yang gave the cultivator a cold glance. Then as he threw Chen Yanyun to the ground, he spoke in a cold voice, "Have your master come and see me." The cultivator froze for a moment, looking at his own junior apprentice brother who was thrown on the green stone steps, covering his buttocks, not knowing what had happened. In fact, according to cultivation, Mr. Yang was no match for the Spirit Sword Elder, but if according to status and sex seniority, the two were the same, so he hesitated for a moment and asked respectfully, "Mr. Yang, Mingy used to learn the characters from you as well, and was considered to have a teacher-student relationship, and Yanyun is Mingy's senior, so can Mr. Yang tell Mingy if Yanyun has done something wrong?" Mr. Yang sniffed and looked at this outstanding young man in front of him, and seeing so many Spirit Sword disciples around him looking at him, his angry face slightly eased for a few minutes, but just as he was about to open his mouth, Chen Yanyun, who was on the side, suddenly twisted his head, pointing at him and shouting curses, "You old undead, if you dare to complain to my senior brother, I'll get you killed when I'm powerful in the future." All the Spirit Sword disciples were dumbfounded, and each of them looked at Chen Yanyun, who was lying on his back, with disbelief. His own junior apprentice brother was actually so raw, bold. The cultivator named Zhang Mingyi was also startled by Chen Yanyun and raised his hand to teach him a lesson after an angry shout. Instead, Chen Yanyun directly pointed at Zhang Mingyi and yelled, "Asterisk asterisk 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 Zhang Mingyi, you dare to touch me. I'm Master's personal disciple. I am the indestructible sword body physique. If you dare to touch me, I'll let Master Teacher punish you." As the second senior brother of the Spirit Sword lineage, where would Zhang Mingyi be afraid of him as a junior? He was directly ready to make a move, but just as he was about to raise his hand to teach his unknowing junior brother a lesson, Mr. Yang stopped him. Then, in front of everyone, Mr. Yang looked at the towering mountain peak and said loudly and angrily, "Fang Wuxiu, what a good disciple you taught. Old me doesn't deserve to be his sir anymore. You teach him yourself." After saying that, Mr. Yang twisted his head and was ready to leave, while a pale voice immediately came from the middle of the pale mountain peaks. "Mr. Yang, stay back." A stern old man in black robes flew from the top of Spirit Sword Peak, and after he landed, he hurriedly cupped his fists and apologized to Mr. Yang, and after stabilizing him for the time being, he looked at Chen Yanyun, and his gaze condensed, saying, "Yanyun, what have you done?" Chen Yanyun climbed up and cursed, "Master, I didn't do anything. I just had a pain in my ass and then this old thing." When the black-robed old man heard that he still dared to call Mr. Yang an old thing, he angrily shouted, "Shut up!" He pointed at Chen Yanyun, his fingers trembling with anger. "Master is giving you a chance. Say it again. What should you call Mr. Yang?" Chen Yanyun's neck shrank in fear, opening his mouth to say sir, but as a result, just as soon as he opened his mouth disobeyed and uttered a large number of epithets. "I should have called Mr. Old Thing, Old Man, Old Man, Old Undead, Old Shameless, Old." Boom! With a loud bang, Chen Yanyun's tiny body was directly blown away by a wave of air. Escort him down to the old man, receive 30 strokes of the cane, and be confined, the black-robed old man said angrily with a reddened face. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyi, who was on the side, hesitated and said, "Senior, how long do we have to lock up senior brother Chen?" "Lock him up until he dies. The black-robed old man cursed angrily. This inferior disciple. To have no respect for his elders and to insult Mr. in public. Heaven forbid. I'll give him a good lesson. After saying that, the black-robed old man only turned to Mr. Yang. His pale face hung with apology and spoke. Sorry Mr. Yang. It is Mr. Fang who has taught him poorly. On a later date, Mr. Fang will definitely bring this evil disciple to you in person to make amends and apologize. And I hope that you will take it easy. Mr. Yang looked at him twice, snorted coldly, and directly flung his sleeves away. For a long time after that, the children in the academy did not see Chen Yanyun again, and when they saw him again, it was already half a year later. Drink! Under the silver-white halo of the moonlight, the naked boy roared, with the side of the back of the position of the hard impact on the willow tree. Its enormous force not only hit the willow tree clattering, and even hit a dent. He hit it over and over again, using his whole body with each stroke, and didn't stop even when his side and back were red from where he hit it. Phew! Only after crashing 100 times did Lin Xiaolu exhale a cloudy breath, sweating and moving her body a few times before ending her workout for the day. At this moment, Xiao Yuer's cultivation was also finished. Listening to senior sister Miao Xin, Xiao Yuer's speed of progress was very scary. Currently the fourth layer of qi condensation was already vaguely showing signs of loosening. Li Miaoxin commented. 5 years old at the fourth level of qi condensation. In a May whether there is no comber after her she does not know, but it must be called unprecedented. Inside the courtyard, Lin Xiaolu washed herself with the dust cleansing pill and sat on the steps by the courtyard door with Xiao Yuer, laughing and joking together as they spent the night. The way of wushu is difficult, 10,000 times more difficult than the way of immortality, and the way of wushu is bitter, also 10,000 times more bitter than the way of immortality. Winter practice 3 volts, summer practice 39, Lin Xiaolu to sweat to pave the way to hard work for the heart, daily literacy, martial arts, week after week, day after day. Head into this look at the direction of the road to martial arts, and this tie, and then tie into the half a year of light. Chapter 41, Defeating Everyone. In the north of Star Extracting Peak, in a stream and rocky beach called Broken Cliff Falls, turbulent waterfalls of falling water gushed out from the 100-meter-high broken cliffs and smashed angrily as much as they could into the stream and rocky beach, and the sound of the waves was unceasing, and in the midst of that waterfall's giant waves' fury, there was a small figure standing, bearing the waterfall's giant waves' fury to death. It could be seen that even though it was covered by the waterfall, the figure was still gritting its teeth and supporting its body, straightening up to let out a childish beastly roar. Li Miaoxin looked at the scene in front of her. Junior brother has only just reached the age of 8 this year. His body hasn't fully grown out yet, and the broken cliff waterfall is so sharp that it will crush his body bones. Hearing the young girl's worried words, Li Mingru, who was cloaked at the side, held a wine gourd, tilted his head and poured a mouthful of wine, and laughed softly. If you're injured, the master can also cure it. It's not a matter of whether it can be cured or not. The young girl looked flustered and said, such a heavy waterfall. Even an adult martial artist in the mortal world wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it off. Right. Little senior brother is only 8 years old. Li Miaoxin's heart was burning with anxiety, but Li Mingru's face still didn't change much when he heard this. And he just lightly said, mortal martial artists practicing martial arts eat mortal rice and eat mortal things. And the deer? In this year, he has eaten quite a lot of spiritual food. Spiritual beast eggs, spiritual chickens, ducks and fish, right? Although he can't absorb the spiritual chi from these things, it's always possible to strengthen his body. Don't worry, master, I know what's in my heart. But, no buts. Li Mingru stood in a stubborn rock and looked at Lin Xiaolu in the waterfall and laughed. Miaoxin, let me ask you, why did master know that Xiaolu was destined to not be able to cultivate, and could only be an unimpressive martial artist in the future? Yet he still did not mince words, and was willing to feed him those priceless spiritual food out of his own pocket? This, Li Miaoxin hesitated for a moment. For a moment some can't answer. In fact, this problem she also had doubts, but she at first just thought that Li Mingru's character is so. After all, May 9 veins of the elders in Li Mingru is famous for his spontaneity. Day after day, he only cares about drinking wine and reading pornographic books all day long, and doesn't care about anything else. To know that someone like Lin Xiaolu, who was destined to be unable to cultivate, in any other lineage, would have been kicked out long ago, and to feed him spiritual food to help him practice martial arts? It was simply a waste. Master should be more appreciative of Fang, right? She guessed. Li Mingru smiled sagely at his words. Indeed. Frankly speaking, master, I never expected Lin Xiaolu to persevere. From the very beginning, with regards to little deer wanting to practice martial arts, Sifu thought that it was just a child's interest, thinking that he would get lazy and slack off before too long. and eventually give up. But what's the result? Miao we are all wrong. This year, the deer in the case of no one to urge, no one to supervise the situation buried in hard practice. One day never slack. This is what kind of perseverance. In fact, if he slacked off even for a day, Master I would have cut him off from the provision of spiritual food. But this child, he has truly taught Master a lesson. The more Li Mingru said, the more his eyes showed appreciation when he looked at Lin Xiaolu. This is so rare and uncommon for a child to realize that even adults are rarely as disciplined, diligent, and hardworking as he is, and that he possesses great perseverance. Laziness is human nature, and Fang's ability to break that nature and overcome himself at this age has earned him respect as a teacher. Therefore, as long as little deer is willing to continue to work hard, as a master, I will naturally spare no effort in helping him with his martial arts training. At the end of his words, Li Mingru even complimented with a twinkle in his eyes. Miao little deer isn't a waste of talent. He's a genius. He's a genius who works hard. Ah! A clear and childish animal roar came from the waterfall, and among the huge waves of the waterfall, the boy who had been bent at the spine rose violently and hissed as he swung a fist toward the sky above his head. Put! Wow! The child's fist and the falling water of the waterfall collided with a loud bang, and the falling water immediately formed a vortex that swirled and rose up into the air, splashing water in all directions, and the entire giant wave waterfall was struck with a vaguely countercurrent trend. Li Mingru's eyes lit up when he saw this scene, and he looked at Li Miaoxin and snickered. Miaoxin, how is this punch from little deer? Li Miaoxian looked at the 8-year-old child who walked out of the waterfall. Her heart was slightly stunned, and surprise was written all over her beautiful eyes. After a long time, she commented, if one is approached below the 5th level of chi condensation, those who receive this punch die. Ha 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 ha. Boss, I've been zipping around in the waterfall for half an hour. Lin Xiaolu ran over with his 2 little bear bladders and shouted with glee. Are you going to compliment me now? Come on, I'm ready. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's dejected look, Li Mingru lifted his wine gourd and scolded with a laugh. You're not modest at all. Li Miaoxin went up and wrapped him in his clothes and squatted down to help him dry his body and hair, rubbing it while snickering. Little dear, you have to learn to keep a lower profile, understand? Being a human being can't be so arrogant. Elder sister, I'm working so hard just to be arrogant. If I'm working so hard in the end just to keep a low profile, then I don't want to work so hard. Li Miaoxin couldn't help but laugh out loud, scraping his little nose fiercely. Just your kid has a lot of crooked reasoning. Hee. Lin Shalu giggled twice as she looked at Li Miaoxin, who was wiping her body. Looking at the picture of these 2 siblings, Li Mingru tilted his head, gulp, poured a mouthful of wine. After drinking some pain, look subtle, said, another month. You and little jade child into the MA officially full of a year. A month later you will accept the MA's test. When you fail to reach the first layer of chi condensation, will be removed from the identity of the inner disciples to the outer disciples. Do you know? Will be removed from the status of inner disciple and turned into an outer disciple. You know that, right? Lin Xiaolu nodded. I know. Senior sister told me about it. Li Mingru smiled and asked, then what are you going to do? You can't cultivate, so naturally you won't step into the first level of chi condensation, and according to the regulations, you'll definitely have to turn into an outer disciple. Lin Xiaolu sniffed and lowered her head and stopped squeaking. Her small fists pinched to death, defiance written all over her small face. Li Mingru saw his look of bitterness and hatred. He couldn't help but laugh twice, and opened his mouth to say, for the month after that, you don't need to go to the literacy hall to get literate. Mr. Yang said that you're very quick at getting literate, and that you've basically mastered all the current lessons, so you'll just practice martial arts, and you'll do your best, and you'll do your horse stance for half an hour every day underneath this waterfall, and all the rest of the time is used for practicing martial arts as well. Boss, aren't I all set to be turned into an outer disciple? Lin Xiaolu said dejectedly, there's no use practicing martial arts anymore, right? That's true, but if you can defeat all of Amei's junior disciples who are participating in the test with you, Master will have a reason to apply to the sect leader to allow you to continue as an inner disciple. Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Mingru for a second. Beat everyone? Yeah, beat everyone. Li Mingru laughed. Haven't you always wanted to prove that practicing martial arts is not inferior to cultivating immortality? Then prove it to everyone and use your hard work this year to defeat all your classmates. Lin Xiaolu was delighted at his words and laughed out loud with his small hands crossed. Is it not easy to defeat them? I feel like I'm number 1 in the world now. Oh ho 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 ho. When Li Mingru saw this dejected look of his, he immediately felt some hand itching. This kid tries real hard, but he also owes a real beating. Chapter 42. Eldest brother emerges. The next day, another sunny day, Lin Xiaolu woke up and instead of going to the academy to learn to read and write as usual, she began her full day of cultivation. In the morning, after breakfast he started running around the entire star-picking peak, greeting the busy outer disciples along the way. Lyn Xiaolu, although usually not much tone, there are all kinds of small faults, but in the outer disciples of the popularity is still good. Many of the outer disciples feel that he is easygoing, but also like to listen to his bragging, so he this way greeted constantly, enough to run for half an hour. This was followed by another half hour of horseplay. Then he frog-hopped on the steps of the mountain path all the way to the top of the snowy mountain and began practicing yokai no ki with Li Mingru, which was, to put it bluntly, getting beat up. Beaten all morning, he began to do push-ups, weightlifting and other strength exercises, straight practice sweaty exhaustion, and then go to the dining hall lunch. After lunch, nap for half an hour, and then go to the cliff under the waterfalls and horse stance for half an hour, and then began to exercise the 8 extremes boxing, and Lushu sparring. Now although he is still young, but the body bones have been exceptionally strong. Can empty-handed hammering willow tree without injury? A fast fist down straight to the willow tree hammering frequently. A long afternoon passed. After the evening meal, he took half an hour of horse stance, and then went to let Li Mingru beat him violently for half an hour, and then continued to practice push-ups and weightlifting, torturing himself to death, until the evening when the day's training was finally over. These days were undoubtedly very painful, long and tortured, the harshest of drudgery, but the boy relished them for no other reason than that he could feel himself getting stronger. Moreover, Li Mingru had said that after he passed the test and defeated all of his classmates, he would be bestowed with a creation that would further his path of martial arts, so he was very much looking forward to it. At this stage now, the students in the academy had basically all grown to the first level of qi condensation, and many of them had also learned a wide variety of spirit techniques, and Lin Xiaolu had heard about some of them, which were quite amazing. For example, Dongfang Egg, who was born with an earth spirit body, had learned a spirit technique called mud loam body protection, which allowed him to build a circular earth wall around himself to protect himself. Lin Xiaolu was listening to Xiaoyer. He did not go to the academy, naturally cannot see, and do not know this clay soil body protection. There is no one of their own all the horizontal training qi to the strong. Ka-ching. On the second night, in the small courtyard, a green brick was split by the boy's hand, and he did not feel the slightest pain. His little hand was still pink and white, and he could not see that it was a hand that could split bricks. This was the horizontal training qi. Through guidance, one could make the innate true qi mobilize to the position one wanted to use, making that position impregnable and very good for both attack and defense. Brother, you are so powerful now. Xiaoyer sat on the courtyard steps, holding her small face and said, you can even split bricks. When will you show me a chest-breaking boulder? Hey, any time. Chest-breaking pairs like that are child's play for me. While little Jade's eyes lit up as she listened, Lin Xiaolu washed herself with the dust cleansing pill, sat next to Xiaoyer and asked, how has it been in the academy these past few days? It's not bad, but there are a lot of students who have left from the academy like you and are concentrating on cultivation, so there are a lot fewer people. Lin Xiaolu nodded. It's normal. Sooner or later, the brothers are going to return to their respective subveins to cultivate. After saying that, he looked at little Yer curiously and asked, how is your cultivation now? The 5th level of qi condensation is also about to loosen up. Little Yer blinked her big eyes and said, I think I'll be able to break through to the 5th level of qi condensation when the test comes around. He. Then let's make a splash together. Lin Xiaolu said happily. At that time, sister, you will be the first person to cultivate immortality, and I can defeat all my classmates except you. It will be awesome. Little Yer nodded her head at the words and said goodbye in a good manner. Day after day of bitter cultivation continued, and after about a week, Lin Xiaolu, who was banging on the willow tree in the courtyard, received a piece of news. Eldest senior brother had come out of the gate. He was quite surprised to get this news. To say that the siblings have joined Ame for almost a year, but have never seen the legendary big brother. From the two of them to join the Ame since the mysterious big brother is in seclusion. At this moment, Li Miaoxian brought Lin Xiaoyer's siblings, to a very hidden cave in front of the mountain peak to greet the eldest senior brother who had just emerged from the customs. The siblings watched in confusion as their senior sibling spoke to a handsome man in a navy blue Dao robe. The man's appearance is extremely handsome, giving a clear and gentle meaning. Every move is full of modest gentleman wind. Strangers such as Jade, the gentleman world is matchless, said the estimation is that he is such a person. Senior sister Miao Xian, who was talking to him on the side, was also blushing scarlet at the moment, looking at him with little stars in her beautiful eyes. Xiaoyer tugged on Lin Xiaolu's sleeve and marveled. Brother, this master brother is so good looking. This is the first time I've seen someone so good looking. Yes, This eldest senior brother's face value makes even I have to temporarily back off from him. Lyn Xiaolu commented in a serious manner. Xiaolu sniffed and looked at Lin Xiaolu, then covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, when you grow up a bit you should be as good looking as big brother. You're growing like a potato now. Lin Xiaolu instantly glared at Xiaolu upon hearing this. Have you ever seen such a handsome potato? The siblings were whispering quietly, when Li Mingru's serious voice suddenly came over. Little dear, little you come over and pay respects to your eldest senior brother. Hearing this, the siblings hurriedly stopped laughing and scolding and curiously came over to pay their respects. Greetings, eldest brother. The handsome man also smiled and clasped his fists. My name is Li Yaoshi. Meet the senior brothers and sisters. My name is little Yuer. The 6-year-old little Yuer looked at the eldest senior brother in front of her and opened her mouth. Lin Xiaolu also smiled and introduced himself. Hello eldest brother, my name is Lin Xiaolu. Pa. Li Mingru nonchalantly slapped Lin Xiaolu's head. No big deal. Speak properly. Master is not in the way. Senior brother is still small. Li Yaoshi said smilingly. I this time closed for a full 3 years long. I did not expect that we Pickstar received 2 more disciples. Really good thing. After saying that, he raised his hand and with a flash of streaming light in his palm, 2 orange-colored stones appeared and laughed. Meeting for the first time, I, being a senior brother, naturally have to prepare a meeting gift for the 2 senior siblings. Come, little dear, little jade child. Li Miaoxin beside him looked at his 2 small orange-colored stones and was taken aback. Elder brother, you're also too generous with your hand. This all of a sudden 2 top-grade spirit stones were given out? What are you talking about? Senior sister, little dear and little Yuer are both our own people from Pluck Star. If I give it to them, it's the same as giving it to myself. Seeing him say this, Li Mingru on the side nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with his great disciple, as he said to Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer, why don't you thank your great senior brother? The siblings hurriedly thanked him and accepted the 2 seemingly precious stones. Ha ha, small things. Li Yaoshi laughed and asked, what are the current cultivation levels of the senior brothers and sisters? Chapter 43, Belittled. Xiao Yuer held the small stone and respectfully said, back to eldest senior brother. I am now at the 4th level of chi condensation. Li Yaoshi's pretty eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with surprise on his face, 4th level of chi condensation? Little sister is good at this. At such a young age, she is at the 4th level of chi condensation. She is really a youngster. Li Mingru also smiled and said, these 2 disciples were both chosen by the master by thousands. Their natural talent is naturally not bad. TSK, 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 it's true that it's still you, master, who has a sharp eye. Li Yaoshi complimented Li Mingru, then looked at Lin Xiaolu and asked, where's junior brother? What is his cultivation level now? Lin Xiaolu crossed her arms and raised her head. I'm not a cultivator of anything. I can't cultivate immortality at all. So I'm just asking if you're surprised? Li Yaoshi froze and didn't react for a moment. Li Mingru coughed awkwardly from the side and spoke. Your senior brother has no talent for cultivation and is a practitioner of martial arts. Li Yaoshi didn't say anything for a while at his words. The raised corners of his mouth lowered, and his eyes gradually lost their luster when he looked at Lin Xiaolu. And then he stopped paying attention to him and continued to talk to Li Mingru Li Miao Xin. Lin Xiaolu pursed her lips when she saw this reaction of his and suddenly tossed the spirit stone in her hand. Li Yaoshi, who was joking and talking, subconsciously received the spirit stone and looked at Lin Xiaolu with an expressionless face. What is this about brother Fang? After he finished his words, Li Mingru, who was carrying a wine gourd, glanced at him, apparently noticing that he didn't address Fang as senior brother anymore, but instead addressed him as brother Fang. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu stunk with a small face and coldly snorted. I can't cultivate, so I won't waste senior brother's spirit stones. After saying that, she pulled on little Yule and left, not giving Li Yaoshi the slightest bit of face, and Li Yaoshi just smiled blandly, looked at Lin Xiaolu's tiny back and said, good thing, brother Xiaolu is quite self-aware. At these words, the boy's steps lurched, slightly twisting half of his face before pulling little Yuer away with a big stride. After the siblings left, Li Miaoxin glared at Li Yaoshi angrily. Senior brother, why are you bullying junior brother like this? The good-looking Li Yaoshi smiled. What a thing for a senior sister to say. My brother is just unwilling to deal with a mortal. Li Mingru, who was on the side, frowned and said in a deep voice, he is your senior brother. Knowing that he had lost his words, Li Yaoshi respectfully bowed towards Li Mingru and smilingly said, as you wish, master. Inside the yard, Lin Xiaolu crazy like a small fist violently beat the willow tree. Fist shadow cross, wind and rain, straight to the thick willow tree shaking, wood debris flying. What a big brother. What's the big deal? Drag your big brother. Angry child roared, pounding after a fierce leap. small body in the air, spinning, kicked a beautiful roundhouse kick, only to hear click, a sound. The thick willow tree crumbled out a crack. Ooh. Upon landing, the boy panted and exhaled a few times, while aside, little Jade froze and watched her brother freak out. Damn it, sooner or later, one day, I'm going to show this despising guy the power of a martial artist. Little Yuer tilted her little head in thought and curiously said, what is brother going to do? That goes without asking. Lyn Xiaolu crossed her arms fiercely and said, of course it's to work out well, then beat this Li Yaoshi to death, and collect his protection money every day, 8 times a day. With that said, he began to wail on his workout and mentally vowed that he would show everyone how powerful a martial artist could be. In the days that followed, Lyn Xiaolu continued his grueling workouts day in and day out, and he was secretly giving himself extra training. From the dawning of the day, he practiced until the evening of the night, a full 6 hours, exercising without a moment's pause. He tortured himself every day. His horizontal training kung fu became more and more refined in the midst of polishing time and again, and his body would be as hard as iron and indestructible once he tensed his strength. 8 extreme fist has also been practiced by him, now more and more skillful. One move is wide open, strong wind, fierce as a tiger, and he has not used the willow tree to practice Iron Mountain leaning now, but used the mountain rock of the Picking Star Peak to exercise. Every day over and over again, don't want to hit the mountain rock, which makes his Iron Mountain leaning more and more ferocious. At the age of 8, he had thoroughly mastered the 2 martial arts of Yokozuna and Baji Quan at this moment. He was indeed a wizard in practicing martial arts, coupled with the daily feeding of a large amount of rare food and the great perseverance of practicing day in and day out without thinking of himself as a human being. He froze and practiced these 2 martial arts to an extremely high level in only 1 year's time. Mother said that if your efforts don't bear fruit, don't complain. It only means that your efforts are not enough. Dang! Ka-ching! With a loud bang, on the last day of the month, a piece of granite mountain rock in the mountain wall of Star-Picking Peak was finally crumbled into spiderweb-like cracks by the 8-year-old Lyn Xiaolu, with a full-strength Iron Mountain lean. Phew! The boy exhaled a cloudy breath, then clenched his small fists. Tomorrow was the day of the MA test, and one had to beat all the children. Get the great creation that master said. Continue to be an inner disciple. Slap all the cultivators who look down on martial artists in the face. In the evening, inside the meal hall, Lin Xiaolu sat in the middle of the compartment, eating alone. Lyn Shalu dealt with a pot of chicken soup while wondering, little Yuer, where is senior sister Miao Xin? Senior sister Miao Xin and eldest brother are practicing together, little Jade child said as she nibbled on a carrot in small bites. They both don't need to eat anymore. Lyn Xiaolu grunted, Li Yaoshi that, sooner or later, I will get him dead. Xiao Yuer nodded in confusion and just wanted to speak, when Monkey Sanner, who happened to be bringing in the dishes outside the compartment, exclaimed, my little brother Lin you can't say that. Monkey Sanner set a pot of boiled beef on the table and said with a terrified expression, if senior brother Li hears about this, he'll find you in trouble. Pull back, I'm not afraid of him. Lin Xiaolu pouted and hummed, that bastard dares to mess with me. I'll whip him to death. Monkey Sanner smiled awkwardly at his words. Brother Monkey Sanner, you seem to be afraid of big brother? Little Jade child opened her mouth curiously. Monkey Sanner laughed bitterly. Which outer disciple isn't afraid of him? Xiao Yuer was even more puzzled when she heard it. Although Li Yaoshi seemed to look down on her own brother, she was still good to herself and to senior sister Miao Xin. So why did she feel that he had a bad reputation from Monkey Sanner's mouth? Seeing the siblings' curiosity, Monkey Sanner carefully looked around, then whispered, although senior brother Li treats you guys pretty well, but he treats us outer disciples differently. He doesn't treat us outer disciples as human beings from the bottom of his bones. The siblings were stunned to hear that there was actually such a thing. Does he bully you guys a lot? Lyn Xiaolu asked. Monkey Sanner shook his head inside. It can't be considered a deliberate attempt to bully. It's just that he doesn't treat us as human beings. For example, he sometimes comes to the meal hall to take his meals, and if we outer sect disciples slightly do something that makes him unsatisfied, he'll find an excuse to have the sundry room side deduct our contribution points, making us work in vain for this month. Lyn Xiaolu was shocked to hear this. Don't senior sister Miao Xin and boss care? Chapter 44, The 9 Veins Gather. They don't know. Monkey Sanner said with a sad face, elderly has been living in the mountaintop cave without asking questions. We did mention it to senior sister Miao Xin, but senior sister Miao Xin didn't dare to disobey elder brother's wishes. Many times she was shelling out a portion of her own contribution points to make up for our losses. Lyn Xiaolu was dumbfounded by what she heard and said incredulously, is senior sister Miao Xin that stupid? Why is she so much nicer to the dog than big senior brother? Monkey Sanner scratched his head, and didn't have the heart to directly say why. Lyn Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer were both still young, and it wasn't convenient for him to talk to them both about these adult topics. After Monkey Sanner left, Lyn Shaolu ate beef with a huff while her little mouth blared. This dog than big senior brother really isn't a good thing. He's full of evil and star picking, and actually bullied the outer disciples. Xiaoyu nodded her head repeatedly and spat out while scooping the porridge with a soup spoon. How good of a person brother Monkey Sanner is, and he's still bullying brother Monkey Sanner. I've decided. Lin Xiaolu slapped the small table with a cynical face. When I'm good at practicing martial arts in the future, I'll charge him 20 times a day for protection and make him cry. Aha! Yes. On the second day, Lin Xiaolu woke up early from her bed as usual, and after washing up, she ran around the mountainside, and then zipped around for half an hour afterwards. After the horse stance was finished, the big bell of Star Picking Peak was also rung in time, and the melodious sound of the bell spread to every corner of Star Picking, and soon after that, Li Miao Xian brought little Yuer out from the residence and started to comb the hair of the two of them. Today is the day to test your cultivation, so you have to dress more formally. Li Miaoxin smiled as she tied Lin Xiaolu's little pill head while saying, in a little while, master, sister, and your eldest senior brother will take you to Amei Peak. At that time, the elders of the 9 veins of Amei will all be there. Even the sect leader will also be there. So remember to be careful with what you say and what you do. I know. Senior sister. You're so nagging. Lin Xiaolu sat on the high bench, stomping her little legs with an impatient face. Li Miao Xian didn't get angry when she heard this and continued to tie his hair with a smile. Senior sister, is that Li Yaoshi guy going too? Lin Xiaolu suddenly asked. Li Miao Xian twisted his ear when she heard his address and snapped. He's your senior brother. How do you talk like this, child? He is not looking down on me. Then why should I look up to him? Lin Xiaolu faced the bronze mirror, drumming her face and said, in the school, Mr. taught us that respect is mutual. If others don't respect me, then I don't have to respect others. Li Miao Xian sniffed and pursed her red lips, didn't speak again for a while, carefully combed his hair. Not long after, she dressed Lin Xiaolu into a red lips and teeth, cute and lovely little Taoist boy, then carried him off the stool, and carried Xiaoyu to sit up again, then combed Xiaoyu's hair. Senior sister, what kind of person is the sect leader? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. He had been in Amei for almost a year and had yet to see the sect leader. Li Miao Xian spoke gently. The sect master is our master's elder sister. You don't need to be nervous. Lin Xiaolu, indicating understanding. Soon, the siblings were all dressed up, clean little navy blue Taoist robes, with light blue hair bows tied under their round little pill heads, all powdered and carved, standing together as good as golden girls. At this time, Li Mingru's shouts also came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Yuer, a bully from Donghua village. Several people rushed out of the courtyard at the sound of the voice and paid their respects to Li Mingru and Li Yaoshi. Lin Xiaolu only paid his respects to Li Mingru, ignoring Li Yaoshi, who also gave him a cold look and seemed to be too lazy to care about him. Today is the day of your test. Although we, picking star, are few in number, we have always been united in this kind of big event. Let's go together. After saying that, Li Mingru poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth in a bold manner. Lin Xiaolu saw Li Mingru start drinking early in the morning while holding a wine gourd and spat out. Boss, you'll drink yourself to death if you get up early in the morning and drink. Ha 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 ha. Not in the way, not in the way. Li Mingru laughed and looked at Lin Xiaolu and spoke. Are you ready, little kid? Use your martial arts to hit and fly all the immortal cultivators. Lin Xiaoxue crossed her small hands, tilted her head and shouted. I'm ready. Eldest senior brother Li Yaoshi grunted and said to Li Mingru, Master, you're really spoiling this child too much. You should have let him recognize the reality earlier, or else he'll only suffer more in the future when his basket is empty. Screw! Lin Xiaolu suddenly became furious, and broke into tears before Li Mingru could get back to Li Yaoshi's words. He looked at this Li Yaoshi is not happy for a long time. Mom's a son of a all-day eccentric. What things? At the moment he temper. Directly pointing at Li Yaoshi no scolded. Ing again force Lai believe it or not old man smoke you. Li Yaoshi's eyes glared when he heard it. He didn't expect that his youngest disciple was actually so wild in nature, daring to scold himself in front of his master, only to see his eyes flushed with cold, raising his hand to teach this young junior brother who didn't know the sky and the earth a lesson, but was interrupted by Li Mingru on the side in time. Alright, both of you cut the crap. After saying that, Li Mingru looked at the sky and urged, it's getting late, let's set off. Li Yaoshi could only give up and hummed resentfully, no longer paying attention to this brat. Picking the star 5 people, Li Mingru carried a wine gourd and drank as he walked, leading his party across the path-seeking bridge to Amei Peak. At this moment, the elders of other subdivisions also brought their respective disciples to this place, and the mountain path was bustling with people coming and going. Elder Fang, I've heard that you've recently refined a few more top-grade spirit swords. I'm impressed. What is it that Senior Liao says? I heard that Senior Liao's son Luo Wanxiang has gone up another level. This is the blessing of my MA. Zenith Zhao. Some time ago your 9-infant lineage took in a disciple who was born with an earth spirit body. It's really enviable to me. Ha 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 ha. That's not as good as Elder Son. You have heavenly means. And those dragon fish pills that you gifted to me last time are truly marvelous. Ha 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 ha. Zenith Zhao is polite. In the mountain path, the elders of each subdivision were chatting enthusiastically, full of cheerful sounds, a peaceful scene, and just as many MA greats were chatting happily. Li Mingru, who was tilting his head back and drinking, suddenly appeared and walked over with a debauched and uninhibited stride. When the elders saw Li Mingru, they were all stunned, and for a moment, their conversations all stopped and they all looked at him. Frankly speaking, there were only 4 disciples beside Li Mingru: Li Yaoxi, Li Miaoxin, Lin Xiaolu, and Xiao Yuer. Compared to the number of disciples surrounding the other elders, it was really a bit inadequate. Under each of these elders, the inner disciples could reach hundreds. Among them, individuals like the spirit sword lineage prospered, and even had thousands of inner disciples. So they only brought this time need to participate in the test of small disciples. But even so, that is also more than Li Mingru most of the platoon, won by the disciples of the front and back surrounded. Compared to each other, Li Mingru's 4 disciples, it really seems a bit shabby. But that didn't mean they dared to underestimate Li Mingru. The reason is simple. Li Mingru can fight. He's famous for his ability to fight. And Li Mingru is not only famous in MA. Look at the entire state of God, the 6 major immortal sects, Taoist sects, and Buddhist sects, Confucian sects, as well as countless small sects, and even the evil cultivators of the devil sect cultivators, all know that Li Mingru this number of characters. It was no exaggeration to say that other sect cultivators in the divine state might not be clear about who the elders of the Yamei spirit sword, pill dollar, and 9-infant subveins were, but they must have heard of Li Mingru's name. Of course, now Li Mingru's age is getting longer. These years gradually began to retreat. Temperament has become relatively mild and introverted. Think of the time when he was young, but very arrogant and arrogant. Many elders have been beaten by him, and over time, they picked the stars of the lineage. Has also been sidelined by the other sublineage. In addition to the Yangshan, through the demon, other sublineage of the people do not like to interact with the star picking. Chapter 45 Iron Mountain Leaning. At this moment, as soon as Li Mingru appeared with his disciples, no one spoke again for a while, except for Elder Qiguan of the Tong Demon vein, and Master Zhang of the Yangshan vein, who greeted him. Everyone else was oblivious to him, as if he could not see them. And just as the atmosphere started to get a little awkward, a childish shout suddenly rang out. Eastern Egg pays his respects to the gangmaster. This sudden voice startled many people, and Elder Zhao of the 9-infant lineage was even looking at Dongfang Egg with a confused expression, not knowing what the hell was wrong with his little disciple, and followed by shout after shout of, Tang Hanqing pays his respects to the gangmaster. Sun Jinning pays his respects to the gangmaster. Lu Shuai, pay respects to the gangmaster. The children shouted one after another. And almost every new disciple from every subdivision respectfully greeted Lyn Shalu, a scene that caused the elders to look at each other as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell is going on here? At this moment, Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi both looked at Lyn Shalu as well, and even Li Mingru looked at him in surprise. 8-year-old boy was surrounded by so many immortal cultivation power, but also not stage fright, small hands behind the back, spirited to the children smiling and nodding, all show immortal posture. Do not know. Thought he is also a certain line of elders. The elders were surprised and then rushed to ask about their youngest disciples. So the children told their respective elders about Lin Xiaolu's establishment of a virtue-based gang in the academy, and that he himself was a brother in the gang. Hearing the elaborations of the surrounding children, eldest senior brother Li Yaoxi glanced at the tiny Lin Xiaolu and coldly snorted. Crooked ways? What a shame. Lin Xiaolu's temper flared up when he heard that, and just when he wanted to greet his parents, an elder in the mountain path came over in anger to ask for punishment. Li Mingru, your disciple snubbed my disciple into joining some kind of virtue-serving gang. Won't you give me an explanation? The person who spoke was the elder of the talisman lineage, and as soon as he finished speaking, the few children behind him hurriedly explained. Master, it's us who voluntarily joined. For a moment, the talisman elder's face was ugly, and he twisted his head to glare at his disciples. Inferior. Shut up. The other elders are also have come forward to ask for a statement, in which the 9 infants, the remnant of the moon, Medicine Yuan and other clamor the most ferocious, one by one, loudly questioned, verbally attacked with Li Mingru to account for, convincing people by virtue. Old me thinks that's a good concept. An old crone in Taoist robes advised, why do you all need to make things difficult for a child? Elder Zhang. That's not how words are spoken. An old man grunted, Li Mingru. This young disciple looks a few years younger than my disciple. How can he have the virtue to be the head of a gang and come to discipline his disciples on behalf of the old man? What Elder Zhao said is exactly right. Li Mingru, this young disciple is not very old, but he is teaching the disciples of our other subdivisions. What is his intention? Is it possible that he thinks that Ame is dominated by his starcatcher lineage? For a while, the elders of all the veins accused the star removal vein of meddling in their own affairs and having ulterior motives, pointing their fingers at Lin Xiaolu and cursing at him, almost as if they were directly saying that Li Mingru wanted to be the Ame sect leader. Facing the questioning of so many elders, Li Mingru also frowned slightly, putting down his wine gourd and preparing to open his mouth, while Lin Xiaolu suddenly jumped out, her small hands crossed, and screamed at a group of elders. I'll put your mother's fart. The childish voice was so loud that it actually covered the accusations of all the elders for a while. This time even Li Mingru was shocked and looked at his young disciple in surprise. Little Jade stood quietly behind her brother, blinking her big eyes as she watched. Dongfang Egg, Tang Xin, and his own other children also looked at Lin Xiaolu with surprise, their eyes filled with admiration. Truly worthy of being the gang leader. It's really too powerful. Little brat, you dare to scold the old man. An elder who was over 100 years old was the first to react. His voice began to tremble with anger, and he almost made a move, while the other elders also looked at the bold boy with unfavorable expressions. What's wrong with scolding you? Didn't you hear Lu Shuai say that he voluntarily joined me to convince people by virtue? Are you deaf? If you're deaf, go see a doctor. Don't infect others here. Lyn Shalu was so angry that he cursed and then pointed at another elder and cursed. You want to accuse my boss directly, say where the yin and yang call. You call so unmanly, how not to go to do eunuchs. Then he pointed at another elder and cursed. What do you mean I'm fooling your disciple? You're pretending to be your mother with me here, and you ask me what I am capable of. Grandpa can run 2 miles without wiping his ass after taking a. Can you? Unbridled. One of the elders completely couldn't contain his anger. His eyes glared as he raised his hand and waved out a colorful rippling stream of light, killing Lin Xiaolu straight in the face. Lin Xiaolu was startled. Looking at the blazing light in front of him, his frightened little body shivered a few times, and just as the stream of light was about to blast onto his body, Li Mingru beside him lightly said, scatter. As if the ancient flood sound general sound waves quickly spread out, rushing blazing rapid flight of the stream of light instantly suppressed, and then even in a burst of violent trembling directly after the broken, into several streams of light flying around, and finally dispersed in the air. At this sight, all the elders looked at Li Mingru with disbelief, and the elder who had cast the spirit law earlier was even more horrified as his face began to turn blue. Li Mingru, getting stronger again. All the shouting and cursing stopped for a while, and the elders all looked at Li Mingru with scornful faces. After a long time, the black-robed elder of the spirit sword lineage, Fang Wuxiu, coldly opened his eyes and looked at Li Mingru and coldly said, I can't imagine that senior brother Li's cultivation is actually so profound. For my elder brother, I am now somewhat convinced of the rumor that senior brother Li had once used the star-picking decision to pick a star from the sky. Li Mingru smiled and took a sip of wine with his gourd. Senior brother Fang is overpraising. After saying that, he looked at the elders in front of him, who were also looking at him in shock and anger. Just when the atmosphere between the two sides was getting more and more wrong, and it seemed like the swords were about to be drawn at any moment, the sound of an atmospheric bell came from Ame Peak. Dang! Spirit Sword Elder Fang Wuxiu smiled at the sound and said, Gentlemen, the sect leader has called out to us. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's all go up the mountain first. A few old men sniffed and said nothing. One stinking face, or cold snort, or sleeve robe flung up the mountain, and Li Mingru gave Lin Xiaolu an expressionless look before leading the two of them, brother and sister, up the mountain. Behind him, Li Yaoshi coldly snorted while walking. A loser, can't cultivate, but is number one in messing things up, has no respect for his elders, insults Amaze seniors, and invites trouble to us, star picking, and still thinks he's very powerful. It's really laughable to the extreme. Lin Xiaolu's body gave a start and twisted her head to look at Li Yaoshi. Li Yaoshi, on the other hand, lightly skimmed him, seemingly wasting time even looking at him, and directly walked past him. Feeling insulted, Lin Xiaoshui immediately clenched her small fists and her small chest rose and fell violently a few times. Beside her, Li Miao Xian saw this and squatted down, touched his head and softly advised, Little dear, don't take your elder brother's words to heart, just do your own well. Senior sister will always support you. Xiao Yuer also sensed Lin Xiaolu's unhappiness and timidly tugged on the corner of his coat to show her comfort. After a while, Lin Xiaodir hummed and looked at Li Miao Xian and opened her mouth. Senior sister, Mr. Yang said that a gentleman's revenge is not too late in 10 years. I'm not a gentleman. and I have to report on the same day if I have a grudge. After saying that, he shook off Li Miaoxin's hand and quickly ran towards Li Yaoxi. Seeing this, Li Miaoxian lost her face in fear and exclaimed loudly, "Little dear! Iron! Mountain! Asterisk 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 asterisk." Chapter 46, Master Yi Qingwan. Clang! A loud bang came from Li Yaoxi, who was dashing up the hill. His buttocks were violently bumped by Lin Xiaolu. Caught off guard, his whole body directly fell forward. His hands subconsciously yanked on Li Mingru's pants in front of him. Wow! Li Mingru's pants were instantly removed by Li Yaoxi, revealing the large red pants inside, which were also embroidered with a delicate lotus flower. Li Miaoxin, Xiao Yuer, and Lin Xiaolu were all confused, staring dumbfounded at the scene in front of them. Li Yaoxi hurriedly climbed up from the mountain path, looking at Li Mingru, who had a black face in front of him and silently raised his pants in fear. He was startled and shouted in a hurry, "Master, it's Lin Xiaolu, that rabbit." Inferior. Li Mingru let out a furious cry and kicked Li Yaoxi, sending him shooting out, before looking angrily at Lin Xiaolu. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu still maintained the posture of Iron Mountain leaning. He saw Li Mingru looking at himself, quickly put away his stance. A smile, cute threatened, "Boss, if you hit me, I'll tell Monkey Sanner and the others that you're wearing red pants." Gada! A crunching sound. It was the sound of Li Mingru clenching his fists. "Little dear." Li Miaoxin hurriedly stepped forward and slapped him. "How dare you sneak up on your senior brother and threaten seniors?" Li Miaoxin's face flushed red as she chided while not daring to look at Li Mingru. Li Mingru, on the other hand, had a black face the whole time and looked at Lin Shalu and angrily grunted. "If you don't bring honor to your master's face today, then go back and let your master know what it means to stir-fry shredded meat on an iron plate." After saying that, Li Mingru sulked and twisted his head up the mountain. Li Miaoxin looked at the still cheeky Lin Shalu, and nodded his head in a bad mood. "Shalu, you really are. Before I came here, I told you to be careful with your words." "Careful with your words? Look at you. You know how to cause trouble all day long." Lin Xiaolu brain melon by Li Miaoxin point. Depressed pouting mouth said, "That cannot blame me. Is Li Yaoxi that first find me trouble? I did not provoke him." "But you embarrassed master." "Blame me?" Lin Xiaodir rolled her eyes with a defiant face and hummed. "It's not like I told him to wear red pants. Who's to blame for him wanting to wear them? If it were up to me, I'd just stop wearing them." Cough. Li Mingru, who was walking in front, coughed twice, and his calm voice came out. "Lin Xiaolu, when this is over, you'll be in charge of cleaning up the night fragrance of all the disciples in the entire plucked star, including the outer disciples, for a period of 1 month. Lin Xiaolu froze at hearing this. What is night fragrance? Li Mingru didn't pay any more attention to him, while Li Miaoxin rubbed his head with a red face and lamented. "It's been bitter for you, little dear." On a May peak, in the middle of the square of the main hall called the Green Luan Hall, under the 12 glazed Pandragon pillars, the junior disciples of the 9 veins of Amei sat neatly cross-legged on the clean glazed brick floor, surrounding a huge Chinese white jade platform, and in the middle of the main seat on the high platform on the Green Luan Hall, there were sitting the 9 elders of the Amei 9 veins, as well as a stunningly beautiful Taoist nun wearing a clean white robe. Unable to see her exact age, this Taoist nun seemed to be very young, with a head of black hair and a wrinkle-free face, and was talking cordially with the surrounding elders, while the surrounding elders, except for Li Mingru, who was middle-aged in appearance, the rest of the elders were basically old, forming a stark contrast with the young and beautiful Taoist nun. Amidst the bustling crowd, Li Miaoxian whispered to her junior siblings and introduced them. "That Taoist nun is our Amei sect leader." Lin Shalu was surprised. "Senior sister, why does this sect leader of ours look so young? It feels like he's not much older than you." Li Miaoxian smiled and explained to the siblings. "The sect leader is actually very old. Only that she is a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage and can survive for 1,000 years. That's why she looks so young. While in reality, she's already over 200 years old." "Ha?" Lin Xiaodir was startled and stretched her neck curiously to look at the sect master. "Hey!" Li Miaoxian slapped Lin Xiaodir. "Don't stare at the sect leader like that. What if the sect leader punishes you if you're discovered?" At the moment, above the platform, Yi Qingwan smiled as she sat on the palm of the throne, listening to the spirit of the sword elder Fang Wuxiu talk to himself, although she actually do not know what this guy said. But no way, they are ultimately to give him some face, the palm of the door, or the need to be a little more decent. Yi Qingwan, who was more than 200 years old, was wearing her trademark smile as she listened to this dead old man patting herself on the back while sneaking a glance at her senior brother out of the corner of her eye. Damn, this one's actually sneaking a drink. At this moment, Li Mingru was sitting quietly on the side, his head hanging down, with a wine gourd clutched in his arms, and with a slight opening of his mouth, a hidden line of wine flew out of the gourd and was inhaled into his mouth. Yi Qingwan was about to explode with anger when she saw this scene. I am here to be annoyed by them. You are good. Every day idle to death. It is not easy to meet with the senior sister once, but also do not talk to the senior sister. They're alone to drink. Really angry people. Soon, Mr. Yang, who was on crutches, also arrived and came over to pay his respects to Yi Qingwan. Please sit down. Sir, Sect Master Yi Qingwan greeted with surprise. And when Mr. Yang sat down, she stood up, and as soon as she got up, the elders of the 9 Ma veins, including Li Mingru, all got up as well. Yi Qingwan glanced at the depressed Li Mingru and was pleased in her heart. Are you drinking again? Humph. Shame on you. You don't give a damn about yourself as the master's sister. After spitting in her heart, Yi Qingwan stood in front of the high platform with a cute and loving face, swept her eyes around the nearly 50 children below, and then cleared her throat. Aha! Seeing the sect leader vocalizing, the children got up and stood up. Most of them were also seeing the sect leader for the first time. Almost every child's eyes looking at the sect leader were filled with nervousness and admiration. Of course, except for Lin Xiaolu. The pretty-faced Daoist nun smiled and scanned the circle of children, nodding her head in satisfaction before raising her small hand and saying, "Let the test begin." When she finished speaking, she sat back down on her palm seat, crossed her legs, and peeled an orange in a leisurely manner. The elders of all the major sub-veins looked at each other for a while, each with a subtle expression, or helpless, or a bitter smile as they sat down. Only Li Mingru was still in the same dead look, holding the wine gourd and secretly drinking there. At this moment, the square alabaster stage, a cultivator stood in the center of the field position. To the children below the cupped fists and smiled and said, "All the little brothers and sisters do not need to be nervous. In a moment, the senior brother reads to the name of whoever comes up to cast their own absorbed spiritual power on the line. It's very simple." After saying that, he turned over the roster in his hand and read, "Broken Moon Vein, Lu Shui." At the sound of the words, a young Taoist boy of about 8 or 9 years of age stood up from among the children, nervously and uneasily climbed up onto the alabaster platform, then came to the center of the platform, and made a lovely bow facing the sect masters and elders on the high platform. Then with a squeeze of his small fists, he shouted out, "Ha!" In the next second, a light golden aura blossomed out from his tiny body. While the senior brother on the side saw this, he directly said, "Qi Condensation Layer 1. Test passed." Chapter 47, Tests. This test is much simpler than expected. After all, it is only a test of the cultivation of the first level of Qi Condensation. Lin Xiaolu sat cross-legged with his younger sister. He held his chin with one hand, and was quite bored as he watched his fellow students around him go up to the stage one after another. On top of the platform, all the great elders and masters didn't pay too much attention to this place. Almost all of them were chatting with each other, and only when it was the turn of their own subdivision's disciples to go up to the stage, would they occasionally look at them. The test for the first level of Qi Condensation was relatively easy, and the children who had come up to the stage so far had all reached the first level of Qi Condensation. 9 Infant Lineage Eastern Egg. After the elder brother in charge of hosting finished reading, the round Eastern Egg hummed and puffed his way up to the stage, saluted at the elders and sect masters on the high stage, and then as if he had pooped, his fat face held its redness as he shouted, "Ha!" In the next moment, an earth-colored gas began to emanate around his body. Qi Condensation Layer 1. Test passed. The presiding senior brother shouted loudly. On top of the high platform, Yi Qingwan, who was stuffing oranges into her red lips, looked at the elder of the 9 infants with a smile and joked, "Zhao Xuani, is this little fatty the earth spirit body disciple you took in?" The old man named Zhao Xiani nodded proudly. Back to the sect leader. "This son's name is Dongfang Egg, the youngest son of the prime minister of Dongfang of the Great Yu country, born with an earth spirit body." Yi Qingwan nodded, glanced at Zhao Xuani, and complimented, "You old boy has a pretty good eye. Sect leader is too kind." Zhao Xiani smiled and cupped his fist, then looked to the side of the closed eyes of the spirit of the sword elders, praised, to say vision, that has to be Fang's senior brother. Now the entire MA. Who does not know the spirit of the sword lineage out of a small doll named Chen Yanyun? Not only is the talent is extremely high, but also has 100 years of rare encounter of the indestructible sword body physique, compared with the false senior brother, the old man this point of vision. But it cannot be counted for anything. Yi Qingwan gave him a non-committal look, didn't say anything, and continued to eat the orange. Soon after, the presiding inner disciple called out a few more children to the stage for testing before continuing to call out the next name. Pill Elemental Lineage, Yu Chu Chu. The crowd of children looked towards a small girl, who came onto the stage with a well-behaved smile on her face and bowed sweetly to the elders and the sect leader, before playfully exerting her internal aura. As a lavender aura emanated from her body, the elder brother presiding at the side froze and shouted, Second level of qi condensation, test passed. The moment these words came out, many of the children below were startled. Yu Chuchu had actually reached the second level of qi condensation? When did this happen? On the high platform, the elders clasped their fists in congratulations to Pill Elemental Elder Sun Tangliang, praising him for accepting a good disciple. Yi Qingwan also teased a sentence, Sun Tangliang, can I you? Not bad. This little girl good cultivation. In the future we may more alchemy power. Ha 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 ha, sect master is polite. Sun Tangliang touched his beard and said modestly, Chu this girl. Talent is actually general. Only cultivation is more hard-working just. For alchemy, pharmacology and other academic understanding, is not as good as the old man. Another disciple Tang Xin. Yi Qingwan almost burst out in joy at his words. Snickering, you're quite low-key, but why does this sect leader always feel that you're showing off? Ha 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 ha, don't dare to dare. Sun Tangliang laughingly waved his hands. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu looked at the sect leader on the high platform and saw her stilted on her legs, peeling oranges while chatting with the other gray-haired old men. She always felt that something was wrong. This scene, how to look at it, is not like the Amei sect leader but rather like a group of old grandpas and their granddaughters chatting. And why does this headmaster look like he's not very smart? Shouldn't the headmaster be the kind that's very serious? Or very kind and compassionate? How can you still stub your legs? He looked at Li Miao Xian beside him and voiced the doubts in his heart. Elder sister, why does this sect master of ours look like he's not very serious? He even stretches his legs. I'm not even stilting. Li Miao Xian sniffed and laughed in a low voice. That's because although our sect leader is old, her mind, in fact, is only 16 or 17 years old. Ha! Lin Xiaodir's small mouth opened wide as she looked at Li Miao Xian with an incredulous expression. Over 200 years old with a 16 or 17-year-old mind? What the is that? Seeing that he didn't understand, Li Miaoxin carefully explained to him. Our sect leader is almost always in seclusion and hard cultivation on weekdays. It's said that for more than 200 years. In addition to the cultivation, the time she comes out to contact people and live, adds up to only a dozen or so years of light. And this leads to the fact that even though the sect leader is older, she speaks and does things, most of the time, just like a little girl. Lin Xiaolu froze at his words. He simply couldn't imagine that after more than 200 years of bitter cultivation, the time he spent coming out to enjoy life only added up to 10 years? That's with several years of childhood to be removed, right? That means this headmaster has enjoyed a normal life for about 10 years in over 200 years? Then is there really any point in practicing immortality? In living forever? He stared flabbergastedly at the high platform where every move he made was similar to that of the big sister next door sect master, and a hint of confusion was revealed in his 8-year-old's eyes. In the field, the host continued to call out the names of several children, but without exception, they were all at the first level of qi condensation, and for a while there was no one at the second level of qi condensation like Yu Chuchu. It wasn't until the children had almost been shouted out and the host's roster had turned to the last page that he read again. Spirit Sword Lineage, Chen Yanyun. As soon as the shouts came out, both the children in the arena and the elders on the high platform above began to pay attention. People saw that at the edge of the field, a teenager in a Dao robe stepped out. As soon as the teenager appeared, the children looked around curiously and talked. Even Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but look twice. He hadn't seen Chen Yanyun for most of the year. Since the last time he fooled this big and small cutie, he hadn't appeared since he ate the 2 pills from Tang Yuan and then he was taken away after he insulted Mr. in class. Seeing Chen Yanyun again at this moment made Lin Xiaolu feel a little bit emotional, and his heart sighed slightly. You've grown so much since we last met. I'm so happy for you. On the high stage, the elders looked at the imposing young man on the stage and also praised him, saying outright that the Spirit Sword lineage had taken in a good disciple. Yi Qingwan glanced at Spirit Sword Elder Fang Wuxiu and also laughed. Wuxiu, is this your disciple with the indestructible sword body physique? Fang Wuxiu opened his cloudy eyes and turned to Yi Qingwan and smiled. Back to sect leader's words. Yanyun does indeed possess the indestructible sword body physique and is a natural sword cultivator. Ha 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 ha. Our Amei has produced another teenage pride. Senior brother Yi is to be congratulated. Zhao Xianyi praised as he patted his horse's ass. When he finished speaking, Elder Wu Ming of the Talisman lineage also began to praise Chen Yanyun greatly. I observe that this young man has a steady pace and an upright posture. At such a young age, his every move already has a hidden sense of sword intent. It is truly extraordinary. I am really envious that senior brother Fang can receive such a good disciple. Chapter 48, Picking the Star. Lin Xiaolu. The elders of the other subdivisions also complimented the youngsters below one after another, while Fang Wuxiu's pale face didn't have much of an expression, but instead glanced at Li Mingru, who was sneaking a drink at the side, and seemed to smile and not laugh as he said, Yanyun is indeed not bad, but in my opinion, It is definitely not as good as senior brother Li's disciple. After all, Master Li only took in 2 disciples after 20 years, so he must be a generation of heavenly talents. Even if this young disciple of mine is an indestructible sword body, I'm afraid that it's only far inferior. Li Mingru, who was sneaking a drink, didn't say anything when he heard this and continued to tilt his head back and pour wine into his mouth, while the elders of the other subveins laughed and said that senior brother Fang was modest, and outside of their words, they also began to sneer at the disciple that Li Mingru had taken in. Yi Qingwan, who finished eating the orange and started carrying the sugar cane to nibble on it, laughed out loud as she listened, her beautiful eyes looking towards her senior disciple who only cared about drinking, and asked, Li Mingru, didn't your big disciple Li Yaoshi come out of the customs a while ago? What is his cultivation level now? Li Mingru sipped his wine and casually returned. Not sure. I haven't asked yet. Yi Qingwan burst out laughing. The cane stick in her hand pointed at Li Mingru and laughed out loud. How do you even behave as a human master? You don't even bring to ask when your disciple is out of the gate. Ha 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 ha. The other elders also sneered. Senior brother Li is really spontaneous. His disciple has left the gate without even asking. Truly worthy of being a star picker. Ha 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 ha. Worthy of being the senior brother Li who was known as lifting his hand to pick the stars and disturbing the people in the sky. Is extraordinary. For a time the elders of the crowd on Li Mingru ridicule constantly. Li Mingru also do not say anything. Their own drink their own wine. A lazy take care of their appearance. But it is through the demon lineage of Qiguan elder looked at these elders. No good gas said. I've seen that scion Li Yaoshi, and as the chief disciple of the same subdivision, my great disciple Tang Xin of the Tong demon lineage is inferior to Li Yaoshi. Dare I ask a few elders, how many of your disciples are Li Yaoshi's rivals? When Elder Qiguan said this, the laughter of the elders abruptly stopped, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while, and the elder of the Yangshan lineage, Master Zhang Mabai also continued to snort coldly. In terms of cultivation, we are all Jiadan stage cultivators. Can you beat Mingru? In terms of disciples, the chief disciples of each subdivision are also at the foundation establishment stage, and the strength of star-picking Li Yaoshi is among the top 3 among the chief disciples, so I don't know where you guys get the old face to mock Mingru. This word, the elders are even more ugly face, one by one on Zhang Mabai, Qi Guan Yundun, Li Mingru. 3 people look at angrily, but Zhang Mabai master in Ame is a famous iron lady, character strong incomparable, although the strength in the elders can only be considered average, but she that moved to the life of the character also let a person quite afraid. At this moment is even more outspoken said, I just don't like you guys, all day long this and that will just play smart. Senior brother Li is just too lazy to take care of you. If he is still the same temper, you still dare to talk to him like this? In the entire MA, aside from the sect leader, who dares to say that they can receive the might of a heavenly star from senior brother Li? Truly unaware of death, the elders were immediately furious. Their faces turned blue, their chests were heaving and their fists were clenched, but they froze and were unable to reply. They could only stare there in anger. Even the spirit sword elder, Fang Wuxiu, opened his eyes, and after his eyes trembled for a few moments, he closed them once again, not daring to pick up on this. Alright, you guys stop arguing. Yi Qingwan sat on the sect leader's throne, her mouth stuffed with sugarcane, and said vaguely, after arguing for almost 100 years, aren't you all tired? Here, Chen Yanyun is starting to cast aura. Only when the elders heard this did they resentfully stop arguing and looked at the young man on the stage. At this moment, in the middle of the white jade stage, Chen Yanyun, who was 11 years old this year, stood with an extraordinary aura, bowing to the elder sect masters on the high stage, and then with a gaze, the aura on his body began to boil, and in the next second, a reddish golden aura vaporized above his body. Compared to the auras of the other children and Yu Chu Chu, Chen Yanyun's aura was much purer and thicker, and even more miraculously, the reddish golden aura actually slowly coalesced into the shape of a sword 3 inches above his head in a mysterious and incomparable manner. The elders on the high platform are looking at the straight amazement, have each other without monastic high. Senior brother Fang has really taken in a good seedling. This little doll looks to be only 11 or 12 years old and can actually transform aura into a native spirit sword. Truly a heavenly talent. Senior brother Fang has added another powerful sword cultivator to my MA. It is truly a blessing for my MA to have an elder like senior brother Fang. As Fang Wuxiu listened to the elder's appreciation of his disciples, he also humbly responded one by one and smiled unhurriedly, saying, don't flatter my brother. Let's take a look at Master Mingru's disciples later. Master Mingru only accepted 2 new disciples after 20 years. My brother truly thinks it's not simple. If it's too much better than Yanyun later on, then my brother won't have the face to stay here. The elders laughed out loud at this and praised senior brother Fang for his humor. Master Zhang Mabai watched them play their mouths openly and secretly and hummed with contempt in her eyes. At this moment, amongst the children below, Lin Xiaolu watched as Chen Yanyun used his aura to condense a sword 3 inches above his head, and was also amazed. Is this the indestructible sword body? It looks so hanged. He silently pulled out the virtue brick from within his robes, waited twice, and looked at the teenager on the stage with a certain amount of giddiness. Wouldn't it be fun to throw a brick at him right now and make his brain bleed? Third level of Qi condensation. Test passed. The host shouted and announced Chen Yanyun's results. TSK TSK TSK, an 11-year-old at the third level of Qi condensation. 9 infant elder Zhao Xianyi stroked his beard and sighed. It seems that among this batch of disciples, this son is deservedly number 1. That goes without saying. After all, it's senior brother Fang's beloved disciple. Another elder on the side also laughed. Gentlemen, we don't need to watch the next test, right? I dare to bet that it's impossible for a disciple with a higher cultivation level than Chen Yanyun to appear again. When Fang Wuxiu heard this, he pretended to laugh and scolded. What is Senior Liao Ping saying? Senior Ming Ru's 2 disciples haven't even been tested yet. Maybe Senior Ming Ru's disciples will show their astounding talent in this test. I am very confident in Senior Ming Ru. That is. Ha 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 ha. The crowd of elders laughed out loud and narrowed their eyes, saying, fine, fine. Then we few old guys will see what's going on today. After 20 years, what kind of heavenly pride has Brother Mingru's star-picking lineage found? The elders were looking forward to the show, looking ready to watch, while the inner disciple in charge of presiding below looked at the last 2 names on the roster and read aloud. The star-picking lineage, Lin Xiaolu. As soon as the words fell, everyone looked towards the white jade platform. Even Yi Qingwan looked over with interest. She was also curious about what Li Mingru's 2 disciples looked like, and remembered that a year ago, she had lifted Li Mingru out of his cave and forced this lazy master brother to leave Amei in search of a disciple, and as a result, the guy had found his way back in less than half a day. At that time, she felt that Li Mingru was fooling himself, but the result was that this bastard swore that he had gone through thousands of dangers, 9 deaths, and almost broke his old life to find these 2 absolute heavenly pride. Today, she would like to see what kind of heavenly pride this senior brother of hers had found in half a day's time. Chapter 49, the 5th level of Qi condensation. I'm going up. Brother. Okay, Lu Xiaoyuer, go and let them open their eyes. Aha. 6-year-old Jade ran over to the alabaster platform, looked at the platform in front of her, which was almost up to her chest, and climbed up with a grunt and a whimper. Yi Qingwan on the high platform looked at her beautiful eyes and said in surprise, what a cute little girl. Ah. Zhao Xianyi on the side laughed. Sect leader. I've heard that the 2 disciples that Brother Mingru has taken in are a pair of siblings, where the older brother's name is Lin Xiaolu, who is 8 years old, and the younger sister, Xiao Yuer, who is 6 years old. Oh so look at this little girl's appearance is indeed quite pleasing to the eye. Just don't know how the cultivation is. Yi Qingwan laughed. Under the stage, the children were also looking expectantly, and coincidentally at this time, Li Yaoshi had also rushed back. He covered his chest, sat cross-legged beside Li Miao Xin, and glared fiercely at Lin Shalu who was on the side. Senior brother, you rushed back Li Miaoxin looked at him snidely. Let senior sister laugh. Li Yaoshi covered his chest and said, that kick from senior sister was indeed a bit heavy. It hurt so much that I couldn't get up for a long time. After saying that he glared at Lin Xiaolu again, his eyes filled with anger, but Lin Xiaolu didn't bother to pay attention to him, and gave her full attention to her sister on the stage. Li Miaoxin then smiled at Li Yaoshi and said, little Yuer is going to start casting her spiritual power. Senior brother, you came back just in time. Looking at the little girl on the stage who was carved out of pink and jade, Li Yaoshi proudly nodded. This time, little sister will definitely shock everyone in MA, truly making a name for herself in the entire MA, and letting everyone know how powerful we are at plucking star. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Shalu again and sneered. Certain people can be considered a bit of a credit. After all, they took care of a future MA sect leader, but since they know that they can't cultivate immortality anymore, they should retire in time, instead of following with a deadbeat and becoming a blot on my little sister's life. People should be self-aware. Senior brother. Li Miaoxin glared at Li Yaoshi angrily when she heard this, and Li Yaoshi snorted coldly without saying anything else. On the side, Lin Shalu went in the left ear and out the right ear, looking at his sister on the stage and lazily ignoring him. He planned to wait for his sister and himself to both end the test, and then come back to this to settle the score. At this moment, the little jade child with short legs running toward the center of the white jade stage. All eyes are staring at her, and just when she is about to reach the position, suddenly 2 short legs mixed flopping sound. The small body directly flopped down on the stage. Ha 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 ha. Whether it was on the high stage or under the white jade stage, everyone was amused by little Yuer's appearance. and her adorable appearance won everyone's favor, especially sect leader Yi Qingwan, who only felt that her heart was about to be adorned by little Yuer. Ha 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 ha. The elders laughed non-stop, recounting how funny the girl was. 9 Infant Elder Zhao Xianyi looked at Li Mingru and laughed out loud, saying, "Senior brother Mingru, your disciple wouldn't only be able to take it out to be cute, right? Ha 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 ha." Laughing at old man. "This walking is still not good enough. Brother Mingru, this is the disciple that you, star picking, took in after 20 years? It's truly extraordinary. Ha 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 ha." Laughing makes my old man's stomach hurt. An elder followed up the conversation and laughed. "This doll is still too young. Only 6 years old. If it can reach the first level of chi condensation, it can already be called a heavenly pride." For a while, almost all the elders were laughing at Li Mingru, who still didn't reply. As if he was resigned to his fate, he rested there and drank alone. The inner disciple in charge of presiding picked little Yuer up, cried and laughed as he patted the dust on her body, and then had her bow to the sect masters and elders on the high stage. Only then did little Yuer begin to exert the spiritual energy within her body in full view of everyone. By this time, the elders had also stopped looking at her, and seemed to have decided that a child as young as her was at most a chi condensation layer. So each of them were gossiping and talking. And just as a few elders were discussing paying a visit to Spirit Sword Peak in a while, an eye-catching rainbow light suddenly lit up under the stage. The rainbow light that blossomed entirely from the aura lit up abruptly, as if it was a pillar of light through the sky, startling everyone. The elders who were chatting idly were all taken aback, staring dumbfounded at the situation below. So rich in spiritual energy, pure to the extreme. It was simply several times stronger than the Chen Yanyun of the party. The Spirit Sword Elder, who had been keeping his eyes closed, also directly stood up at this moment, looking incredulously at the 6-year-old female doll below. Everyone was dumbfounded, and many of the children watching by the side of the stage were even startled by the rainbow light shining out from little Yuer's body, and one of them wowed out. Even the inner disciple in charge of hosting was stunned on the spot, looking at Xiao Yuer as if she had seen a ghost. What the is going on here? Why is it that this little doll who still falls down when he walks is actually not below himself in terms of cultivation? I'm 20 years old. One has been practicing for more than 10 years. How long has this girl doll been practicing? Above the platform, the elders were all dumbfounded, especially the elders who had just desperately mocked Li Mingru. Their faces were all uncertain. Among them, Zhao Xuani, who was the most aggressive in his clamor, almost crushed the armrests of the seat, his old face as ugly as if he had swallowed a fly. The atmosphere was awkward to the extreme for a while, and it took a long time before someone broke the deathly silence. Li Mingru, I didn't expect this little disciple of yours to actually have such talent. Yi Qingwan looked at her senior brother who was still drinking and laughed. Senior sister, I'll believe your bull asterisk for now. Your star-picking lineage. You really have found a good heir. Tong Demon's elder Qiguan also marveled. 6-year-old chi condensation 5th layer. Old me, I have lived for more than 100 years, have not met such a heavenly pride. Absolutely no one. Absolutely no one. Zhang Mabai of the Yangshan lineage even laughed at the elders with embarrassed faces and said, Gentlemen, does the old face hurt? Elders. In the center of the field, the host was surprised for a long time before he finally shouted, 5th level of chi condensation, test passed. When the elders heard this shout, even if their mouths were not convinced, they had to sigh in their hearts. 6 years old. A 6-year-old at the 5th level of chi condensation. What kind of luck did this Li Mingru have? He actually accepted such a demonic disciple. And until this moment, Li Mingru also finally put down the wine gourd in his hand, and showed a kind smile to Fang Wuxiu, whose face was incredibly gloomy. Senior brother Fang. Senior brother, I'm really impressed. You bad old man's calculations are really damn accurate. My Li Mingru's disciple is indeed better than your disciple. Do you think it's infuriating? Fang Wuxiu's eyelids jumped, only to hear a click sound. The seat armrest was pinched by his palm to make a crack, while Li Mingru continued to lie on the armrest of his seat, smiling cheaply at him. How did you calculate so accurately? Senior brother Fang, teach me? Why don't you say something? Are you shy? Mr. Fang? Don't be so stingy, elder brother Fang. The other elders revealed bitter smiles when they saw the scene. This Li Mingru really knows how to kill and kill. Chapter 50, Picking the Stars. Lin Xiaolu. In the middle of the field, little Yuer ran down the stage under the shocked gaze of the children. Li Yaoshi hurriedly greeted her and smiled proudly. Little sister is really giving senior brother me a long face. Turn back to senior brother me. Before he finished speaking, little Yuer crisply shouted, Brother. Then he went around Li Yaoshi and jumped headfirst into Lin Xiaolu's arms, looking at him and giggling. The boy held his sister. Cold face reprimanded, Smile, smile, smile. Smile, what smile? So big walking still fall down. In the future, big brother, how to take you out to cut people. He little Yuer grinned, her little head rubbing right up against Lin Xiaolu's clothes. Li Yao she was quite upset at this scene and looked at Lin Xiaolu and coldly grunted. Little jade child has given our picking star a long face. But what happens after that? What can you bring to us? When I think that amongst this group of children, you are the only one who failed to reach the first level of chi condensation. I feel ashamed. The face of our lifting star is going to be lost to you. What are you talking nonsense about? Senior brother. Li Miaoxin finally couldn't help herself and glared at Li Yaoxi. If you keep this up I'll tell my senior that you're bullying junior brother. Li Yaoxi skimmed his lips, which made him not squeak again, and Lin Xiaolu didn't say anything. He was about to get ready to go on stage and plan to take revenge on Li Yaoxi afterwards. This is indeed too disgusting. More disgusting than Chen Yanyun. He decided, when the test is finished, he will find an opportunity to find a hole to brick into Li Yaoxi's chrysanthemum. In the center of the field, the disciple in charge of presiding also finally regained his senses from Xiao Yuer's talent, and continued to turn over the roster, looking at the last name and reading it aloud. Star-picking lineage, Lin Xiaolu. When the voice came together, Lin Xiaolu put down her sister, put her small hands behind her back, and walked towards the alabaster platform with her head held high and her chest held high. And as soon as he came out, Dong Fang Egg, Tang Xin, and all the children in the field all looked over, even the two of them, Yu Chuchu and Chen Yanyun, who were on the side of the child, looked towards the not-so-tall figure. Such a strange scene naturally fell into the eyes of the elders on the high platform, and even Yi Qingluan felt a bit curious. This child is Lin Xiaoyu's brother? Zhao Xianyi, who was at the side, spoke up, back to the sect leader. This son's name is Lin Xiaolu, and he is indeed Lin Xiaoyu's older brother. Yi Qingluan sniffed and nodded as she bit the sugarcane. She felt that this child was also quite cute, walking with a funny strut, a bit like the emperor penguin of the Spirit Beast Valley. Looking at the reactions of the children below, she spoke with a surprised look on her face. As soon as this child appeared, the disciples below were all eyeing him, and this sect leader has noticed that many of the disciples' eyes are filled with awe. This child can't be even more gifted than Lin Xiaoyu, can he? The elders first froze for a moment when they heard this before an elder spoke up, back to the sect leader. As far as I know, this Lin Xiaolu once created a gang called the Convincing by Virtue Gang when he was learning words in the literacy hall, and the response was so great that almost all of the disciples joined this gang. Yes, and not only is he the leader of this virtue convincing gang, but the disciples often refer to him as a May Supreme. A May Supreme? Then it seems that this child is truly not simple. Yi Qingluan said with anticipation, to be able to make so many disciples obey him, he is probably also a person of amazing talent. I'm only afraid that he won't be much worse than his sister. With Lin Xiaoyu's earlier smack in the face, the elders had learned their lesson this time, and one by one, they were very confident that Lin Xiaolu was definitely not bad. Elder Zhao Xianyi opened his mouth and laughed. This son and Lin Xiaoyu are siblings. Their talents will never be too different, and this son was able to found a gang at such a young age, and can still be called the Amei Supreme, so his talent is probably only stronger than Lin Xiaoyu's. What elder brother Zhao said is very true. Old me thinks the same way. Yin Chodhan, an elder of the remnant moon vein, said very confidently, Old me estimates that this child can have a cultivation level of the 6th level of chi condensation. Less. On the side of the talisman line of elders, Wu Ming stroked his beard, looking at the boy below strutting, slowly opened his mouth and said, Yin Junior eyes are still low. I watch the son's pace is light, calm and collected, to vaguely have so a stream of immortal style. I dare to conclude that this son at least condensation of the 7th layer of chi. When Wu Ming's words came out, the crowd was astonished, and the broken moon, Pil Yuan, Luo Men, and a host of other elders were envious of Li Mingru. Ai, when will old me receive such a heavenly pride disciple? Senior brother Mingru is truly enviable, truly worthy of being a new disciple received after an interval of 20 years. It is truly extraordinary. With these two disciples, within the next 100 years, Mayame will definitely become the #1 great Tao sect immortal sect in the divine state. 100 years? Are you kidding me, Senior Liao? With these two disciples, it's practically a matter of days before Mayame becomes the #1 Tao immortal sect in the divine state. Fang Wuxiu of the Spirit Sword lineage glanced coldly at the elders who were bragging loudly, his heart slightly unhappy. This group of people who are old enough to be smart, but also really enough wallflower. See Li Mingru these two disciples in the future is not extraordinary, then hurry to show goodwill with him, for their own disciples in the future to lay down the relationship. Really a small man's face. A group of elders continued to talk and comment, words full of admiration. Yi Qingluan also listened with great interest. After a while, she looked at Li Mingru with a smile. Senior brother, my good senior brother, just tell the sister sect master, Lin Shalu this child. In the end, what cultivation level is it? Li Mingru didn't say anything, holding the wine gourd with his head hanging down, drinking to himself. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother Mingru is not speaking anymore. It must have been guessed by the old man. Wu Ming of the talisman lineage laughed at Yi Qingwan. You too, sect master. We all guessed it. What else can senior brother Mingru say? You are not making it difficult for senior brother Mingru. After saying that, he then continued to look at the youngster below and sked, an 8-year-old at the 7th level of chi condensation. Even if it's the year of the master, you don't see that you can have such a talent, right? Truly the heavens have blessed my MA. The elders heard also have sighed. One by one swore that MA will be how to shake the divine state in the future. The ancient and modern. Yi Qingwan also listened with more and more joy in her heart, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she looked down to the 8-year-old child below, filled with anticipation. At this moment, Lyn Xiaolu walked to the center of the stage with a 6-fold pace, bowed slightly to the sect masters and elders on the high stage, and then slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. Zhao Xianyi laughed. All of you must watch. The time to witness the birth of Amaze pride has arrived. As soon as these words came out, the elders immediately opened their eyes wide, each looking at the boy below with unblinking eyes, and Lin Xiaolu saw everyone looking at him, also finally no longer hesitate. After the evil impetuous smile, he then violently inhaled, then clenched both fists, shouted out, "Aha!" Under the white jade stage, Dongfang Egg, Tang Xin, and all the children all stood up, each looking at the shouting deer on the stage with immense anticipation. Even Yu Chuchu and Chen Yanyun got up, especially Chen Yanyun, who was also curious as to what Lin Xiaolu's cultivation level was at this moment. Looking at Lin Xiaolu without blinking, the entire Green Luan Hall, everyone was staring at the child in the center of the stage. The shouts made by the children, moreover, reached everyone's ears, and their clear and tender voices resounded through the clouds and covered the universe. Chapter 51, The Martial Artist. Lin Xiaolu's cries continued as the elders on the high platform continued to give their comments. This Lin Xiaolu is young, but he is full of vigor in his middle voice, and his shouts are as loud and clear as if he were killing a pig, with an unending stream, so he is really extraordinary. That's not true. As soon as the old man took a look at his aura, he knew that his cultivation was absolutely rare in the world in his age group. Say no more. This one is absolutely awesome. By the side of the white jade stage, everyone was paying close attention to the boy's shouts, and were looking forward to his display of aura, except for Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi, who were both looking at Lin Xiaolu on the stage, with a somewhat odd expression on their faces. The childish cries continued, and it was only after a long time that people began to gradually feel that something was wrong. Why hadn't this one cast an aura yet? The hosts who had been watching Lin Xiaoxue up close were confused, not knowing what the little, clenched fists and wailing little guy in front of them was ghost shouting. On the high platform, Yi Qingwan also looked at the little boy below, her face hesitant. Why did he scream for so long? Zhao Xianyi pondered slightly. It's probably because his talent is too high, and he's holding back his big moves at the moment, preparing to release them all in one breath. Aha! Lin Xiaolu shouted with her little face flushed red. The whole person couldn't help but start trembling slightly, finally shouting to the bottom in one breath, and then coughing loudly in full view of everyone. Cough cough cough, shouting so long in one breath. Tired grandpa. Everyone? Whether it was Yi Qingwan and the elders on the high stage, or the young disciples under the stage, or the hosts were all at a loss. What the hell is this guy doing? In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu took another deep breath before she shouted once more. Aha! At this moment, everyone's face finally looked wrong. This little guy had been shouting off and on for a minute. The spirit sword elder Fang Wuxiu on the high platform also finally became impatient as he stood up and loudly reprimanded the wailing children below him. Stop shouting. You quickly cast your aura. Only after these words came out did the shouting come to an abrupt end. And Lin Xiaolu also raised her head and looked at the elders and sect masters on the high stage, with wide eyes and a face of innocence. I don't have an aura. All, whether it was the elders, disciples, or the sect leader, everyone who heard these words revealed a stunned expression for a moment, and each of them froze there as if they were just as demented. Li Mingru, who was drinking in his seat, couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at the bewildered elders and laughed. Gentlemen, surprised? Surprised or not? My Li Mingru's disciples are meant to elude you. They are meant to amaze you. When the group of elders heard Li Mingru's words, their faces became hard to see, and they felt that they had been tricked. It's amazing that this guy can't cultivate immortality. At this moment, when the elders thought about how they had just blown this little guy out of the sky and onto the ground, they felt ashamed. 9 infants lineage of Zhao Xianyi is even more angry as slapseat stand up, looking at the child below the loud angry rebuke. You have no aura, you ghost scream. What? The children under the alabaster stage were also confused. Deer actually doesn't have an aura? He's actually a regular guy? The children were also completely dumbfounded, and each one of them froze with their little mouths open as they looked at the boy on the stage. All along all of them had thought that Lyn Xiaolu must be particularly strong. After all, Chen Yanyun, who had learned the spirit laws in the first place, had been beaten by him and begged for mercy. But as it turns out, Deer is still an ordinary person? How is that possible? At this moment, many of the elders on the high platform were glaring angrily at Lin Xiaolu, and when they thought of how they had even praised him when he wailed just now, they couldn't wait to find a place to drill into. Lin Xiaolu put her small hand behind her back and grunted with her head up at the elders. I saw that everyone who came up here shouted a bit, so I shouted along. How about it? Did I shout the most bravado? Magnificent? Magnificent your ass. In hell. The elders of several veins have been furious, and they are just in the way of their identity. Not good to take care of this little man, or else they would have rushed off the stage to hang him and beat him. For a while, these elders blew their beards and glared at Lin Xiaolu. Okay. Fang Wuxiu, the most senior among the elders, opened his mouth expressionlessly. Since this disciple of senior brother Mingru has not reached the first level of qi condensation, let's follow the rules and deprive the inner disciple status and go to the outer sect to cultivate. Yi Qingwan was wearing embroidered shoes, sitting on the throne of the headmaster, eating sugarcane while spitting the chewed dry sugarcane into her hand. Looking at the boy below, her eyes showed a trace of reluctance. AI, quite an interesting little guy. It's just a pity that he doesn't have the talent to cultivate. And just as she was about to give the order, Li Mingru suddenly opened his mouth in a flat voice. Sect master, this disciple of mine is immortal, destined by nature to not be able to cultivate, but is a good seedling for practicing martial arts. His kung fu is not bad, and he can also endure hardships. He is already hard to compete with at the same age stage. I would like to implore the sect master to make an exception and allow him to continue to be an inner disciple. Yi Qingwan froze for a moment at his words, her beautiful eyes staring at Li Mingru in surprise. She and Li Mingru had known each other for over 200 years, and Li Mingru knew what she wanted to say as soon as he looked at her. What she is saying now with her eyes is, Li Mingru, are you serious? Letting a martial artist be my amaze inner disciple? Are you kidding me? And before Yi Qingwan could say anything, several other elders snorted out a laugh. It's really worthy of being senior brother Mingru. You just know how to play. Letting a waste of martial arts practice be the inner disciple. Li Mingru, are you alright in the head? Ha. The old man is also convinced. The inner disciples have a high status in MA. They can enjoy quality resources, monthly spirit food, magic weapons, pills, talismans, spirit stones, which are all consumables like real money. Our MA spends a lot of effort to train inner disciples in order for them to serve the MA in the future and become the mainstay of the MA. But what can a martial artist do? Any random disciple at the 6th or 7th level of qi condensation can annihilate all those martial arts sects in the mortal world. Li Mingru, you want MA to spend a great deal of effort to cultivate a loser? What are your intentions? For a time, Li Mingru was accused of 1,000 things, and even Elder Qi Guan and Elder Zhang Mabai, who were on better terms with him, didn't help him this time. It wasn't that the two of them didn't want to speak, but the other elders did speak the truth even though their words were a bit harsh. How can a martial arts practitioner compare to an immortal cultivator? The two are simply not of the same world. The taunts of the elders were also clearly heard by Lyn Shalu in the stage below, causing him to unconsciously clench his small fists. At this moment, not only on the stage, the children under the stage are also talking a lot. Dong Fang egg, Tang Hanqing a few okay, but the other children cannot help but out of the sound. I thought Lyn Xiaolu how powerful it is. It turns out that he can't even cultivate, at the expense of me still shouting at him every day with a mouthful of dear brother. Now I think about it, it's really embarrassing. No, turn around and we'll quit the virtue gang. Lyn Xiaolu will definitely no longer be an inner disciple this time, and from now on we're not destined to be in the same world. That's right. I'd rather recognize Xiao Yor as the boss. After all, Xiao Yor is a solid qi condensation 5th layer. Lyn Xiaolu is just an ordinary person. Yu Chu Chu, one of the children, even sneered at Chen Yanyun, brother Yanyun, when Lyn Xiaolu becomes an outer disciple. How about we go bully him every day? Chen Yanyun was silent at his words and didn't say anything for a while Yu Chu Chu then laughed. I guess he's no match for us now. After all, brother Yanyun, you are at the 3rd level of qi condensation, and I'm also at the 2nd level of qi condensation. I'm going to go and find him to avenge his death when the test is over. Chapter 52, Waste. In the face of the crowd's taunts and ridicule, Li Mingru didn't say anything and just drank to himself. After a group of elders had talked him down, the helpless Yi Qingwan also finally got down from her throne and looked at the teenager under the stage. Her red lips lightly opened and said, according to Amaze regulations, the star-picking disciple Lyn Xiaolu, due to insufficient heavenly beauty, is deprived of his inner disciple status, and has been relegated to the position of an outer disciple since then. When she finished, she sat down again and began to nibble on a duck pear. The other elders also stopped looking at the boy under the stage, joking with each other and preparing to get up and leave. Junior brother, you can step down now, the senior brother in charge of hosting said to the lone Lin Xiaolu. He also felt quite a pity. Generally speaking, the test of the first layer of qi condensation is rarely someone who does not pass. After all, the various elders looking for inner disciples are carefully selected. Lyn Shalu is estimated to be the first one in the past few years who does not pass. At this moment, he was ready to greet the kid off the stage. I'm not convinced. The tender voice suddenly rang out, and everyone in the room froze for a moment as they listened. The elders' movements as they prepared to disperse also paused, and their gazes once again fell on the children on the stage. Li Mingru sipped his own wine without saying a word. At this moment, Fang Wuxiu looked at the child and said expressionlessly, you didn't become the first level of qi condensation, and according to the rules you should be, so what makes you disobey? Underneath the field, all the children were also quietly looking at Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu stood up straight, her little face red, and shouted angrily at the people on the high stage, just by the fact that the ones at the same stage as me can't beat me. Everyone was stunned when these words came out. 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu's face was full of anger. Just now the elders on the stage taunted his words he heard clearly, shouting at himself a waste of a mouth, but also shouted so rightfully, he has long been unhappy. This time he directly brain all spit out, pointing at the elders on the stage to continue shouting. You guys think that immortal cultivators are powerful? Then let the ones at the same stage of immortal cultivation fight me. Let's see who's the loser. On top of the high platform, the elders all changed their faces and were staggered. Yi Qingwan was sitting on the seat, nibbling on a duck pear while revealing a smile. This little guy is really interesting. A martial arts practitioner actually wants to fight with an immortal cultivator. Li Mingru also put down the wine gourd in his hand and looked at the elders and laughed. Gentlemen, my little disciple is naturally stubborn. He's not convinced. What do you think? Humph. Zhao Xianyi directly snorted coldly. Not convinced? Fine. Just rely on this little guy and arrange for a few little disciples to let him know how powerful he is. The other elders didn't have much of an opinion. This little guy was only 8 years old. There was no way he could defeat a cultivator of the same age group. Even Fang Wuxiu felt the same way. Okay, let him be convinced. He looked at the boy on the stage and smiled softly. Who do you want to fight? Lin Xiaolu looked up at him, then turned to look at the 50 or so children on the stage before turning her gaze back to the high platform once more. Everyone except my sister. The tender words rang out in the Green Luan Hall, and the entire room was shocked. Even Li Mingru was startled. He had originally wanted Little Deer to defeat the other children one by one, but it turned out that this little guy was actually so arrogant that he wanted to beat 50 of them one by one. At this moment, both on and off the stage were in shock. The hosts even stiffened in place. Li Xiaoxian was all surprised and almost stood up. The kid's crazy. On the high platform, the elders sucked in a breath of cool air. A martial artist beating up 50 cultivators. Who on earth gave him the guts? Yi Qingwan looked at the boy. Her beautiful eyes brightened slightly and she called out interestingly. After being surprised, Zhao Xianyi glanced at Li Mingru and laughed coldly. Worthy of being senior brother Mingru's disciple, you really are arrogant enough. Just a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. An elder stroked his white beard and sneered. I dare to assert that this child will only be crippled in a single glance. Children, I can understand if you are not convinced in your heart, old man, but you still have to be somewhat self-aware. Talisman Elder Wu Ming laughed. If he wants to challenge all the children in the academy, just give him the chance. It won't get in the way. Humph. Being defeated by 50 cultivators is something to say. The elders spoke and joked without haste, not taking this little guy's stubbornness to heart at all. Yi Qingwan, however, waited impatiently and urged. This kid wants to challenge it. You guys quickly let the disciple on the stage off. Fang Wuxiu smiled at his words and said yes to Yi Qingwan, then walked to the edge of the high platform, his cloudy eyes looking down at the 50 or so children below, and indifferently opened his mouth. All disciples listened to the order, except for Lin Xiaolu. All others go up to the stage to spar with Lin Shalu. They must not intentionally hide their strength. They must go all out, point to point. Under the stage, the children heard the order to get up, and then one by one climbed on the white jade platform. This scene straightly Miao Xian look anxious as hell. This little senior brother of his own is confused. Although his martial arts are indeed not bad, but one person to fight 50 cultivators, how can this be done? These kids had basically learned some spirit magic by now, so how could he possibly beat them? Li Yaoxi on the side laughed coldly. It is true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, thinking that after practicing a little bit of furry kung fu he can challenge an immortal cultivator. He really doesn't know how to die. The gulf between a martial artist and a cultivator is not something that can be bridged by effort alone. On the white jade stage, 50 or so little Taoist children all stood opposite Lin Xiaolu. So many children, almost half of the stage, a vast expanse. In comparison, the lonely boy appears to be a little single, but also let the bottom of the heart of Li Miaoxin feel heartbroken. Dong Fang Egg, Tang Xin, and a few children who were on better terms with Lin Xiaolu stood in the crowd with bitter little faces, and didn't know what they should do. Just now, the elders said that they must go all out. If they secretly let go of the water, will they be discovered by the elders? Yu Chuchu stood at the front of the crowd, looking at the boy in front of him with an agitated face and eyes full of ferocity. At the second level of qi condensation, she could not hold back her desire for revenge at this moment. She wanted to beat this guy down in a single shot. At the very back of the 50 or so children, Chen Yanyun stood silently, already 11 years old. His eyes were haunted and he didn't know what he was thinking. Above the high platform, the elders couldn't help but tsk a bit as they watched the pair of 50 scenes below. There's one thing to say, this son is only 8 years old this year, yet he can face 50 child cultivators alone without changing his face. But he does have the unyielding spirit of a person practicing martial arts. Yes, and more than half of these 50 child cultivators are a few years older than him. This spirit of bravery is really not bad. Spirit? Spirit is useless. Zhao Xianyi laughed coldly. Among mortals, any successful martial artist? Which one is not a hardcore person who is not afraid of death? Which one is not a man with a strong iron bone? But is it useful? It's still a bunch of trash. With a casual wave of my hand, I can kill a piece of martial arts masters. When he finished speaking, he looked to Fang Wuxiu who was fawning to the side and said, Senior brother Fang, don't you think that's the truth? Dressed in a long black robe, Fang Wuxiu did not respond, but stood at the edge of the high platform, looking at the lone figure below the stage, and expressionlessly gave his own assessment. How dare a mortal fleshly body look directly at the changes of our immortals? Chapter 53 1 against 50. In the middle of the field, Lyn Shalu looked at the 50 or so children in front of him and relaxed, shaking his wrists, twisting his ankles, and then stretching again, as he tried to let his body adjust to its best condition. And the senior brother in charge of hosting, after seeing that both sides were ready, looked up to the elders on the high platform. After receiving the instructions from the elders' eyes, he no longer hesitated and shouted, Cutting, begin. The moment the words fell, the 50 or so children raised their palms in unison in preparation for their respective chokes to cast spells, each yelling and shouting to the heavens. And with a strange cry, Lin Xiaodu's tiny body flew straight up, facing the 50 people in front of him straight on, raising his own fists high. Yu Chu, who was the most forwardly positioned among the children, had just shouted out the name of her spiritual law, when Lin Xiaolu had already run in front of her, and its brandished fist with the sound of the wind went straight to her face, which also caused this little girl to directly freeze on the spot, and for a while the whole person's brain went blank. The elders on the high platform also froze for a moment, each looking at the scene below in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xiaolu to face more than 50 people who would be so unchanged, directly choosing to take the lead. And obviously, these children below had no experience at all in sparring and fighting with people, and all of a sudden being approached, they all forgot their own means in fear. Bang! Warm nosebleeds splashed out, and Yu Chuchu was sent flying out of the room by Lin Xiaolu in just one look. At the moment, what was going through her mind was, what's the situation? Shouldn't she be the one who beat Lin Xiaolu into wailing? Yu Chuchu fell to the ground. The boy did not hesitate to burst into the midst of 50 or so children, dodging left and right. His fist swung continuously with the sound of the wind, wide open and fast. In just a few seconds there were a number of children who were directly put down. They didn't have time to cast spells. Lin Xiaolu's speed was too fast. Her fists and elbows were like knives, and she was hurt when touched. This scene was obviously not expected by the elders on the high platform. This Lin Xiaolu under the stage was not only agile, but also had extremely fast reactions and had moves. Most importantly, he dared to do it. On the contrary, their own disciples, although they have spiritual magic, but they simply do not know how to fight. Real combat experience is too little. Now Lin Xiaolu rushed into the crowd. It is even worse to cast spells at will, easy to injure teammates. The whole picture actually looks like some tigers into the flock of sheep. This also made their faces look bad. Immortal cultivators, actually being beaten by a martial arts practitioner. Drink! With a bellowing cry, Lin Xiaolu's tiny body leapt high, dodging the aura cast by one of the children, and then kicked out a beautiful backward swinging leg in the air, sweeping across the child's neck with the sound of the wind whistling into the air. Boom! The child let out a muffled grunt and flew directly backwards, his body even pouncing on a large number of people. Pop! Dang! Bang! A sound of blows came from the field as the children were put down by the teenager one after another. A child shouted and was just about to raise his hand to cast a means, when Lyn Xiaolu was struck in the neck with a horizontal kick, and immediately rolled his eyes. His body fell to the ground limply, and the spells condensed in his hand to the halfway point also directly dissipated. This scene surprised everyone to the core. This disciple of Li Mingru was actually so crazy, facing 50 children who had learned spiritual laws. Originally Lin Xiaolu was supposed to be the one who was intimidated, but at the moment it was frozen as if 50 children were the weaker party, and he, in one, bullied 50 of his peers. Everyone spread out and cast a spell, seeing Lin Xiaolu's valor in battle, putting down nearly a dozen children in one breath. Someone immediately shouted, "Spread out and cast spells, attack him from a distance." The children heard immediately dispersed in all directions, after pulling away from the distance finally cast their respective spiritual methods, a time of variety of bright and colorful means in the field, and accompanied by a number of children's screams released. Wanxiang Skill, Arc Moon Blade Chi, Bright Flame, True Yuan Hua Flash, the Phoenix Vector. The names of various spells were shouted out. Although because of the children's lower cultivation level, the power of all these spells was still not very big, but the victory was in the number of extremely large. More than 40 streams of light flew towards this teenager like a sky and earth. Seeing this scene, the elders on the high platform finally revealed a hint of a smile. Just now Lin Xiaolu's performance was unexpected by all of them, but fortunately, these little disciples of their own were not stupid, and at this moment, after reacting to it, they immediately found a corresponding way. Underneath the white jade stage, Li Miaoxin watched with nervousness, fearing that her senior brother would be injured. Li Yaoxi, however, looked at the flowing image and sneered, "It can be over." Little jade child sat cross-legged, holding her little head in a daze, seemingly not understanding what was happening on the stage. The presiding senior brother also had his gaze fixed, ready to raise his hand to save Lin Xiaolu and prevent him from being injured by these spirit spells. "Brother Mingru, your disciple is about to lose." Zhao Xianyi spoke with a smile. Li Mingru didn't pay any attention to him, tilting his head back and drinking to himself, his mind recalling the scene in the cave where he had waved his sleeve and shot a dozen or so chi arrows to hone his reflexes and dodging ability in order to exercise little deer's reflexes and dodging ability. Immortal cultivators can underestimate martial artists. However, in the early stages, it was best not to underestimate a martial artist who worked hard enough. That would be a big loss. In the middle of the field, looking at the 40-odd flowing light spirit techniques in front of him, Lin Xiaolu's pupils shrunk slightly, and then her stance moved in a heck of a way. Boom! Several streams of light fell into the air and blasted on the alabaster stage. Lin Xiaolu seemed like a nimble little monkey, her body dodging one stream of light spirit method after another. Heel turn, slide shovel, split fork, jump up and down, flip and prancing between all kinds of evasive means. Flow of light spirit method all by him to avoid. Speed is not like an 8-year-old child at all. This scene once again took everyone by surprise. It's amazing that this kid can do this. A child threw spirit laws straight with both hands. One circular blade chi after another was slapped out by him with his little hands, while Lin Xiaolu's speed of dodging froze faster and faster. And in the end, he hardened himself to rush in front of him. The boy was startled and raised his hand to combine his efforts to cast the spell. Lin Xiaolu directly stepped forward with an arrow and grabbed his wrist that was about to pinch the spell. Then with a shake of his shoulder, he violently slammed it against him. Ha! Bang! The boy instantly screamed in pain, and his entire body was directly knocked out, his body even knocking the children behind him who were preparing to cast spells apart. Shoo! A piercing cracking sound came from the left and right again. Lin Xiaodir's body leaped, a horizontal turn in the air to avoid it, and then flew forward. Lifting his hand was an elbow, and another child was sent flying by the top of his elbow. Grade 8 top center elbow. At this moment, the children on the field were all panicked. They were all at the first level of chi condensation, and originally had less spiritual chi in their bodies, and after casting those spiritual chi in one breath just now, there was simply no more spiritual energy available at this moment. The elders on the high platform were also watching with growing alarm, and Zhao Xianyi's two lines of eyebrows were even tightly knitted together. "Don't be afraid, everyone, there's more of us, let's go together," the children shouted and pounced on Lin Xiaolu, without any cultivator's demeanor, and one by one, they swung their king's fists and pounced on Lin Xiaolu, and Lin Xiaodir didn't hold back, her little arms and legs flailing about, crackling and punching them all over the place. More than 50 children were put down by him one after another. Although they were many and their fists seemed to rain down on Lin Xiaolu's body, but it was useless in the slightest. He was full of horizontal training chi. His body was as hard as a mountain rock. He was not afraid of the unusual punches and kicks. Instead, he chopped his head and hammered the children around him, and for a time the whole alabaster platform was in chaos. and the sound of children being beaten and cried was overflowing everywhere. Chapter 54, Sword Cultivator Chen Yanyun. Ah! In the chaos, two children cleverly hold Lyn Xiaolu's two short legs. Combined efforts want to trip him down, but Lyn Xiaolu breath sinks. The whole person immediately becomes as stable as Mount Taishan. The body does not move at all. And as this seems to be rooted in the horse stance kung fu, no matter how much force the two children cannot allow him to move half an inch. But was his bang bang two punches directly on the ground. Two punches directly hit the ground, shaking off the two little witches. Lin Xiaolu once again roared and wailed as she chased after the children. The entire alabaster stage instantly turned into a one-sided bully. Straight fists, swinging fists, elbow strikes, knee strikes, horizontal kicks, leg kicks. Under the skillful coordination of various moves, the children were knocked down in pieces as if they were ragdolls. Brother dear, I'm wrong. Brother dear, I'm wrong, a child wailed, running around on the stage with his short legs, tears everywhere. Behind, Lin Xiaolu took an arrow step to catch up, grabbed the back of his collar, and then lifted his hand and slapped him on the head. The child fell to the ground with a loud thump, holding his head. The child fell to the ground with a thud, holding his head and crying. By now, there were only a few remaining children left on the stage, led by Dongfang Egg. Dear brother, hit me lightly. Dongfang Egg looked at the incomparably valiant Lin Xiaolu in front of him and cried out, I don't dare disobey the elder's orders. You have to beat people gently in a while. Dear brother, don't beat me up. I'll bring you refined spirit pills every day from now on, the kind that doesn't grow hemorrhoids. Tang Yuan blinked his cockatoo eyes and said in a serious manner. At this moment, the entire alabaster platform was filled with children with bruised noses and swollen faces, each crying out, making the people on the high platform look confused. One man beat 50. This little guy actually did it. The faces of the elders on the high platform all became a bit ugly, but Yi Qingwan spoke with quite a bit of interest. This little guy really does still have a couple of skills. Li Mingru, you've actually taught a formidable martial artist. Li Mingru smiled and didn't say anything, but Fang Wuxiu on the side of the stage looked at the remaining children on the stage and slowly made a sound. All of you get off the field. Chen Yanyun, disciple here. On the high platform, Chen Yanyun, who hadn't made a move, respectfully saluted. Fang Wuxiu condescendingly gave orders. You come and practice with this little doll. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and a flash of green light emerged to vanish into the field, flying to Chen Yanyun's face and transforming into a silver-white spirit sword. Let's use this inferior spirit sword to show this little doll what it means to be the difference between immortal and mortal. When the elders on the high platform saw this, they glanced at Fang Wuxiu in surprise. Zhang Mabai, of the Yangshan lineage, looked at Fang Wuxiu with disdain in his eyes and said, Senior brother Fang, are you afraid that Chen Yanyun will lose to this Lin Xiaolu? So you purposely let him use a spirit sword to cut? What is senior sister Zhang saying? Fang Wuxiu responded indifferently. My spirit sword lineage is originally a sword cultivator, and it's only right to use swords to spar. The elders didn't say anything for a while at his words. It would be a total no contest. Lin Shalu was 8 years old and Chen Yanyun was 11. Chen Yanyun was currently at the 3rd level of chi condensation and had a spirit sword to help him in his battle, while Lin Xiaolu was empty-handed with only a so-called martial art. However, they also understood Fang Wuxiu's reason for doing so. If it was true that Lin Xiaolu had defeated all the children present today, it would be an insult to them. It would even make their disciples doubt themselves and wonder if immortal cultivation was really more powerful than the martial way, which was something that would shake the heart of the Tao. Of course the elders certainly didn't think so. In their opinion, the reason Lin Xiaolu was able to defeat his own disciple was solely due to the fact that his disciple had too little experience in actual combat. Budo was something practiced by mortals, destined to be a means to no end with its limitations and room for growth. So there was no way they would agree to let Lin Xiaolu defeat Chen Yanyun. And for that reason, in this match today, Lin Xiaolu must lose. Yi Qingwan looked at Chen Yanyun, who was holding a spirit sword on the stage, and then looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was empty-handed, and smiled at Li Mingru. Mingru, why don't you find a blade for Lin Xiaolu as well? When Zhao Xianyi, who was on the side, heard this, he immediately revealed a sneering smile. Forget it, sect leader. Lin Xiaolu doesn't have any spiritual energy in his body, so even if you give him a top-grade spiritual sword, it would be similar to a burning stick in his hands. Yi Qingwan thought so, and did not speak again, dropping the gnawed duck pear in his hand and leisurely peeling up the banana. On the high stage, the children went down one after another. Dongfang Egg, Tang Yuan, Lu Shuai and others also went down the stage. Several of them hit at the end, did not have a hand with Lin Xiaolu, at the moment one by one. Before they went down the stage, they all gave him a cheer. Dear, Chen Yanyun to death. I'm watching you. Dear, don't be a wimp. You beat him up so many times before. You can beat him up just as much now. Dear brother, I still have the elixir for growing hemorrhoids here. Why don't you try fooling him into eating it again? And then he'll make sure he can't beat you. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes at the group of unreliable juniors before looking at the last person in the field, Chen Yanyun. Chen Yanyun also looked at the boy in front of him with his own long-standing grudges. Silently holding the spirit of the sword in his hand, did not say anything. At this moment, although his age is still small, but standing in the stage has been hidden, so a hint of the swordsman style. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, gave him a smiling look and joked, "It's really been a long time since I've seen you, Chen Yanyun. I'm coming to beat you up again today." Chen Yanyun pursed her lips, then looked at the boy in front of her and opened her mouth. "Lin Xiao dear, I'm now at the 3rd level of Qi condensation, and I've already initially mastered the Twilight Spirit Sword technique of my Spirit Sword lineage. You're not my opponent, and I'm not willing to bully the small with the big, so admit defeat on your own." Lin Xiaolu sniffed suspiciously and tilted her little head, looking at Chen Yanyun to reveal a hint of curiosity. "You weren't like this before. Before you would definitely wail and pounce up to find me to fight, and now how do you talk like an adult? Because I've grown up, ah." Chen Yanyun exhaled a cloudy breath and said, "I was confined by my master for most of the year, and now I'm 11 years old. So naturally I won't be able to talk to 8 or 9-year-old kids like you." Lin Xiaodir nodded blankly after hearing this, then began to move his wrists, ankles, body joints and other parts of his body. While doing so he said with a smile, "You this big poor indeed, not as nasty as before. Okay, Grandpa will be a little lighter when he beats you up in a while." Chen Yanyun also laughed helplessly and said, "You're still the same as before, with such a cheap mouth." After saying that, he held his sword and stood proudly still, silently waiting for Lin Xiaolu to recover her physical state, and the dashing gesture of his posture also made the elders on the high platform nod their heads. "This Chen Yanyun is indeed good. I already see a hint of sword intent in his body." Senior brother Fang, Pilyuan elder son Tang Liang looked at Fang Wuxiu and asked, "How much has this disciple of yours learned the Twilight Spirit Sword technique?" Fang Wuxiu looked at his disciple below and responded with an expressionless face, "Has acquired the Twilight Snow Whisk from the Twilight Spirit Sword technique." When these words came out, the elders were all stunned, and even Li Mingru stopped drinking and raised his eyes to Fang Wuxiu. Yi Qingwan even said with her beautiful eyes slightly bright, "This little guy has even mastered the Twilight Snow Whisk?" Fang Wuxiu nodded in agreement. Yanyun's cultivation talent may not be as demonic as senior brother Mingru's Lin Xiaolu, but he is a born sword cultivator, and his talent for learning sword-type spirit techniques is definitely deservedly number 1. After he finished speaking, he seemed to think it was not enough, and added a sentence that shocked the whole audience after a slight meditation. "In less than 100 years, Yanyun will be able to surpass me and become the number 1 sword cultivator in MA." At this, the elders sucked in a breath of cool air, each stunned. They didn't expect Fang Wuxiu to think so highly of this young disciple and actually give him such a high evaluation. After being stunned, Zhao Xianyi was even more joyful, truly worthy of being senior brother Fang's senior disciple. It seems that the end of this duel is already destined. After saying that, he once again looked at Li Mingru. With provocation in his eyes, he lightly said, "Senior brother Mingru, this punk disciple of yours is going to lose. What are you going to do?" Chapter 55, Feet on Flying Swords. Li Mingru remained silent, and under his slightly drunken gaze, he always revealed a sprightly clear mane. Sometimes being defeated in learning a lesson isn't always a bad thing. In the middle of the field, the cuts had already begun, and this time too, Lin Xiaolu was still taking the initiative. That's the kind of character he is, always believing in the principle of striking first and suffering later. "Drink ah. The teenager wailed and rushed towards Chen Yanyun in a straight line, his fists raised high, his small body resembling a cheetah out of its cage. While Chen Yanyun looked at the figure flying in front of him, he sighed softly in a forced voice, "You are no longer my opponent, so why be so persistent?" Then his gaze moved slightly, and the hand holding the scabbard shook violently. Miso, the silver-white spirit sword left its sheath and flew out, hovering straight in front of him, and in the next moment, Chen Yanyun waved his hand with a sword trick, and the spirit sword flew out with a sharp whistling sound. The children on stage watched in awe. It appeared, the spirit sword spirit method unique to the spirit sword lineage. Wiping her nosebleed, Yu Chuchu looked at the flying sword on the stage and shouted, "Brother Yanyun beat him to death. Beat Lin Xiaolu to death." Above the high platform, the elders saw the spirit sword unsheathe and fly away as a streak of silver-white light, and instantly understood that this duel had come to an end. The Twilight Snow Whisk no longer needed to be used. The flying swords had been used, and this was no longer something a mortal could resist. Although Lin Xiaolu could be called a martial arts prodigy, it was like what Fang Wuxiu had said. In the end, it was only mortal flesh. You have a horizontal chi. Your body is like a mountain rock. You can withstand ordinary blades without being hurt, but you can't block flying swords. Your posture is flexible. Your pace is light. And your dodging speed is fast, but you can't be as fast as a flying sword. Regardless of which immortal cultivation sect, flying swords, sword cultivators, that was a proper killing weapon. In front of such a great killing weapon, martial artists, spirit, will, and effort would all become a complete joke. Li Mingru sighed in his heart as he looked at the scene under the field. Shoo! The flying sword that was as fast as lightning was about to fly in front of her eyes. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback that this thing was actually so fast. He knew that he could not avoid this thing, and even if he avoided it, Chen Yanyun would probably manipulate the flying swords to chase after him and cut him, and he would definitely still be unable to carry it at that time. Since this is the case, he might as well directly fight head-on. So what if the flying swords are so what? I'll make you unable to fly. He looked at the silver-white flying swords that were blades on the left and right sides, flat on the top and bottom, and suddenly shouted as his body ran forward. Drink! The boy's childish shout was loud and clear to the extreme, attracting the eyes of everyone in the arena, and in full view of this crowd, the teenager's right leg was violently lifted while his torso pushed forward to face the flying sword. Phew! The 8-year-old boy's small short legs set off a gale, drawing a semicircle from bottom to top, straightening his leg over his head, then aiming at the flying sword. A fierce downward chop. Ka! The moment the flying sword was about to stab Lin Xiaolu's heel, it was actually stepped on by his foot and stepped on the stage. I'll go. Everyone was shocked. Such an exaggerated scene, so that everyone's eyes are almost to stare out. The children under the stage, the elders on the high platform, all of them rose up, looking at that foot on the flying sword proudly standing young man. The heart for a long time cannot be calmed. Off stage, Li Yaoshi looked at the scene in front of him with nearly 2 eyes. Chen Yanyun's flying sword, even in his view as a foundation establishment stage cultivator that was very good, yet it was trampled by Lin Xiaolu, a martial artist. This scene almost broke his perception of martial artists. It was simply breathtaking. On the high stage, 9 infant elder Zhao Xinyi's face had also become extremely hard to see, and even Fang Wuxiu, who had been so old and calm, had begun to turn slightly dark. At this moment, Tong Demon, Yang Shen, Remnant Moon, Luo Men, Talisman, Pil Yuan, and the other elders of the 9 veins were all shocked beyond words. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't have thought that Lin Xiaolu would not only receive the flying sword, but also receive it in such a domineering manner. Li Mingru held the wine gourd, looked at the situation under the child stage, and silently continued to tilt his head back and drink. Li Mingru, what kind of monster have you taught? Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock, feeling like the banana in her hand didn't even smell good anymore. Li Mingru's gaze was ethereal as he looked at the teenager below and slowly spoke. Rather than me teaching him, it's more likely that this child is exceptionally gifted. Talent? Yi Qingwan's face was blank. This child can't even cultivate immortality. Where does he get talent? Li Mingru smiled. Whoever stipulated that only immortal cultivation can be called a talent, effort, is also a gift. Yi Qingwan's face was stunned when she heard this, and her beautiful eyes flickered for a few moments before she once again looked at the competition in the arena. At this moment, Chen Yanyun's heart was horrified beyond measure. His right hand that was pinching the sword trick was constantly shaking, and he had been trying to maneuver the flying sword to withdraw it. However, it simply couldn't be maneuvered. The spirit sword under the teenager's feet trembled continuously, but it was stomped under his feet to death, unable to move in life. Chen Yanyun panicked. If his spirit sword couldn't return, then how could he fight Lin Xiaolu? The Twilight Snow Whisk can't even be performed. In the field, the teenager stepped on his flying sword, holding his arms and dejectedly said, Chen Yanyun, are you convinced? Ha ha, your dad is still your dad after all. Chen Yanyun was sweating profusely as he tried to withdraw his spirit sword, while Lin Xiaolu saw that the spirit sword under her feet was not being honest and directly jumped in place. Clang, clang, clang. In the field, the teenager kept jumping in place, violently stepping on the spirit sword. Every time he jumped up, the spirit sword immediately flew up, but just as soon as it flew up it was stepped on again by Lin Xiaolu, and so on, week after week, over and over again. And while stepping on it, Lin Xiaolu also cursed, I'll let you fly. I'll let you fool around. I'll let you be awesome. I'll let you push yourself higher than me. This scene straightened everyone out. Senior sister, this sword is so pitiful. Under the stage, little Yuer blinked her big eyes and said, it feels like it's about to be played to death by brother. Li Miaoxin was also holding her forehead and smiling bitterly. This scene on the stage right now, it really did have the look of a spirit sword being bullied by a bare child. In the end, Lin Xiaolu even violently raised her leg, deliberately letting go of the spirit sword, and then the moment it was just about to be retrieved by Chen Yanyun, She directly tugged on the hilt of the sword to prevent it from flying away. Oing 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 oing, the spirit sword trembled uncontrollably, but it was frozen in a firm grip by the bear child's 2 hands, unable to escape. Ha 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 ha, the boy tugged on his spirit sword with an imp-like grin. Lin Xiaolu, you let go. The sweaty Chen Yanyun said angrily. I grabbed the sword with my ability. Why should it be loose? After saying that, Lin Xiaolu grabbed the sword that couldn't stop shaking and wailed and plunged it into the ground. Ka-ching! The silver-white spirit sword was directly inserted several inches into the alabaster platform, and after Lin Xiaolu inserted it into the platform, she pressed it down with one hand to prevent it from flying away, and with one hand, she pulled out the debrick from her bosom, then ruthlessly slapped it towards the end of the spirit sword's hilt. Chapter 56, Victory. In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu was like hitting a nail with a hammer, using the side of the narrow head of the debrick that was not easy to break, and ruthlessly hitting the round end of the hilt of the spirit sword, and soon smashing the spirit sword into the stage inch by inch, not getting into half of the sword body all the time. Chen Yanyun was desperate. He was only at the 3rd level of chi condensation. The spiritual energy in his body was not very sufficient. At this moment, the spirit sword was firmly inserted into the platform. His maneuvering was not enough to draw the spirit sword back at all, and he could only watch as the spirit sword swayed. On the high stage, Fang Wuxiu's face was also getting darker and darker, his old face black with anger as he watched the scene, and after all this busy work, Lin Xiaolu then stuck one hand in his pocket, tossed a debrick with one hand, and gave Chen Yanyun a kind smile. Tell me, do you want to die or not want to live now? A trace of bitterness appeared on the face of the stifled teenager. After several attempts he completely gave up on retrieving his spirit sword and looked at Lin Xiaolu in front of him in shock and anger. Losing his spirit sword didn't mean he admitted defeat, but he roared out, Ice Spirit Arrow! Arrow? I'll arrow your ass! Lin Xiaolu excitedly copied the virtue brick and rushed up, wailing that he was going to start convincing people with virtue. Shoo! Ice pick arrows flew as Chen Yanyun waved his hand. Lin Xiaolu made a sharp turn and flashed through with a sideways turn, then leapt up and raised the debrick to slap at him. Clang! With a muffled thud, the debrick smashed into a semicircular golden hood. Lin Xiaolu froze and looked at Chen Yanyun, who was hiding in the hood and holding a mantle in his hand, and said in surprise, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. On the high platform, the elders also glanced at Fang Wuxiu in surprise. Elder brother Fang, Yanyun is using the magic weapon Vajra Bowl? Fang Wuxiu coldly didn't answer. The other elders didn't say anything. Chen Yanyun was now forced to use even the magic weapon bestowed by his master, so there was nothing more to say. It's already clear who's winning and who's losing. In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu slapped at Chen Yanyun's golden cover in a frantic manner, and straightly slapped the cover with a clanging sound, and while slapping his mouth, he also recited the words, I'm not sure if you've ever seen this before. He said, Confucius said, fighting with bricks should not be messy, light face, hard, left hand, right hand, cannot be a person alone. There are friends together. And then, the death of pulling down. This scene caused the eyes of the elders on the high platform to flutter violently. Ah ha ha, laughing me to death. This little guy is really funny. Yi Qingluan was even sitting on the throne laughing and covering her stomach, her beautiful feet in embroidered shoes stomping straight. After tapping for a while, Chen Yanyun's golden cover remained motionless. Seeing this, Fang Wuxiu on the high platform also coughed and looked at Yi Qingluan. Sect Master, Lin Xiaolu couldn't break Yanyun's Vajra mantle, and Yanyun can't defeat him now. So you see, how about awarding the two a tie? Fang Wuxiu, don't be shameless. Yangshan's Zhang Mabai didn't hesitate to interrupt him and said with spirited contempt, a sparring match is about a fair and just one. Your disciple has the nerve to ask the sect leader to award a tie even after using the magic weapon you bestowed on him? Why are you so shameless? Can't afford to lose? Fang Wuxiu's face turned ugly at his words as he looked straight at Zhang Mabai and said, Senior Sister Zhang, please be careful with your words. What's wrong, Fang Wuxiu? You think I'm not afraid of you? The white-haired Zhang Mabai revealed a stance to make a move and scolded. You think we immortal cultivators are ashamed of losing to martial artists? Let me tell you, I think it's even more humiliating for me to lose and not recognize it. Fang Wuxiu heard the anger of the chest a wave of ups and downs. Withered fists are pinched crunching, but froze a sentence should not come up. Looking to press the hands of the other elders rushed to come up to persuade, and just at this time, a green voice came from the stage. Sect leader, if I knock this guy out of the ring, does it count as my win? Lin Xiaolu shouted from the stage towards Yi Qingluan. Yi Qingluan held her snow-white chin and looked at this little guy with a smile and opened her mouth. Count. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head at that and spat out a long O word. Zhao Xianyi sneered disdainfully. Does this little guy still intend to push Chen Yanyun off the jade stage? He really thinks that he's invincible after practicing martial arts for a year? How ridiculous. The elder of the Tong demon lineage, Qi Guan Yundun, glanced at Zhao Xuani and advised with some goodwill. Senior brother Zhao, my elder brother feels that you've been punched in the face enough times today, and you don't need to add more. Zhao Xuani heard the face of a black humph a little no longer squeak. On the white jade stage, Lin Xiaolu turned to Chen Yanyun, who was hiding in the hood, and took a deep breath. Then her stance spread out, and all the joints of her body slowly twisted, and finally took a stance of preparing to launch her power. Level 8 Iron Mountain leaning. With a violent roar, the boy slammed into the ground, his side muscles behind him resembling a hammer, and blasted hard against the golden hood. Boom! The golden cover shuddered violently and uncontrollably, and the Chen Yanyun inside felt a strong impulse, and along with it, the entire cover moved back a few inches. This scene once again shocked everyone's jaws off, and Spirit Sword Elder Fang Wuxiu's eyes were even glazed over as he watched. Go deer! Go deer! Dong Fang Egg, Tang Xin, Lu Shui, and many children lying on the edge of the stage waving their fists and shouting. Ha! Lin Xiaodu's breath didn't stop, and he made another ferocious collision against the cover. The loud crashing sound was as thick and powerful as if it was the bells of the daily morning, and the semicircular metal cover moved back once again. Come, come, the brothers of the virtue convincing gang stand up. Let's line up in formation together. Dongfang Egg called out to the children. I'll shout 1, 2, 3, and everyone will shout the slogan with me. Come on. 1, 2, 3, up. Ame Supreme. Convince people with virtue. Divine powers are vast. Boundless magic power. Under the field. The children shouted in unison, and Lin Xiaolu once again slammed her Iron Mountain lean against Chen Yanyun's hood. Boom! Ame Supreme. Convince people with virtue. Divine powers are vast. Boundless magic power. Boom! Ame Supreme. Convince people with virtue. Divine powers are vast. Boundless magic power. Boom! The children's shouts are getting more and more energetic, while Chen Yanyun inside the hood is showing despair. He has been knocked to the edge of the stage. Lin Xiaodu exhaled a cloudy breath. Her stance spread out, then twisted her hips once again and slammed. Boom! The hood moved again, the small half of the section moving off the edge of the stage. Chen Yanyun's entire body was ashen, as if he had resigned himself to his fate. He finally lost, confined for half a year, still could not beat this guy. Lin Xiaolu shouted. Iron Mountain lean. Boom! Chen Yanyun was completely knocked off the stage and landed on the ground. The children burst into blazing cheers, shouting, Ame Supreme. Convince people with virtue. Divine powers are vast. Boundless magical power. And Lin Xiaodu was also spirited, carrying her hands, standing proudly on the entire Chinese alabaster platform, raising her hair out, ooh of pig laughter. Li Yaoxi under the stage looked at the rampant Lin Xiaolu and skimmed her mouth. Senior sister. Look at his look. He really owes it. Li Miaoxian ignored him and gave applause with joyful eyes. After laughing for a while, Lin Xiaolu looked towards Yi Qingluan who was eating grapes proudly on the high platform and said, Sect Master, I defeated all the people in the same stage. Now I can continue to be an inner disciple. Right. Yi Qingluan gave him a smiling look, then looked at the several elders and smiled. Several elders? What do you think? Zhao Xiani kept his face cold and didn't say anything. He had been hit in the face so many times today that he didn't want to talk now. The other elders didn't say much either. Most of them had been slapped in the face, and one by one, they said that they didn't want to open their mouths. Instead, it was Zhang Maobai who took the initiative to open his mouth and laughed. Cultivators of my generation should keep their promises. Lin Xiaolu defeated all the disciples of the same stage with his own skills. He is indeed not bad, and to continue to be an inner disciple, this is what he deserves. Chapter 57. Spirit Sword Elder Fang Wuxiu moved his lips under his beard, then he opened his mouth in an old-fashioned manner. This little guy did surprise us a little bit and had something to offer, which we recognize. However, it is still necessary to say back, martial arts practitioners, life expectancy is destined to be less than 100 years, and from about 40 years old, the physical function will be rapidly reduced. What's more, there's no need to wait for him to reach the age of 40. Within 2 years, when the other junior disciples have some experience against the enemy and their cultivation is a bit higher, he'll never be able to defeat everyone like he did today. It's just destiny. But he did defeat everyone. There's no reason why we shouldn't allow him to become an inner disciple. Yi Qingluan revealed a cute thoughtful expression. Tilting her chin and frowning slightly, she said, if we still have to deprive him of his status as an inner disciple, I'm afraid that he'll be unconvinced. Sect leader, you're too soft-hearted. Zhao Xiani opened his mouth and spoke. Why do we care if a loser serves or not? But if this child is a waste, then what is the disciple he defeated? Qiguan Yundan looked at Zhao Xiani and said with a playful expression. Zhao Xiani choked on hearing this and his eyes glared out. This is two different things. The inner disciples all need to pour in a lot of supplies to cultivate them. Asking us to cultivate a martial artist who has only been useful for 20 or 30 years is damaging Amei's interests. Yi Qingluan sat on the throne and listened to several elders arguing. For a moment she felt her brain hurt. She looked to the side of Li Mingru, who was still drinking to death. Her cheeks bulged with anger. Li Mingru, aren't you going to say anything? That's your disciple. Li Mingru barred his mouth twice, seemingly savoring the strong aroma of the liquor, and casually spoke. What's there to say? Just watch. It's not true that it's my disciple, but I'm not the sect leader. Yi Qingluan, damn, this stinky senior brother of his own is so tugging, looking genuinely want to beat him up. Boing boing. Alright, you guys stop arguing. After getting angry, Yi Qingluan looked at the elders who were still arguing and exasperated. It's annoying to quarrel every day. She jumped down from her throne to the edge of the high platform. Her beautiful eyes looked down to Lin Xiaolu and a group of children on the stage, and directly opened her mouth. Lin Xiaolu, by the decision of this sect master, temporarily retain your identity as an inner disciple. The temporary time will be 5 years. 5 years later to see how your cultivation is then determined. Down on the field, the 8-year-old boy tilted his head in excitement at her words. It's true that I'm still powerful. He. This time, the chance of creation that the boss promised to give himself should be no problem. On the stage, Yi Qingluan continued to say the closing words of this test, and then said something to encourage the group to cultivate well. And so this test came to a complete end, and the children on the field followed their masters one after another to leave. Li Mingru carried a wine gourd, and when all the elders on the high platform had left, he looked at Yi Qingluan twice, and asked with a slight drunkenness, "Senior sister, are you going back to the cave?" Yi Qingluan glared at him. What if I don't return to the cave? How can I continue to be the sect leader for our Amei if I don't hurry up and cultivate to improve myself? Li Mingru's old face reddened at his words, hung up some apologies, and was silent. If there's nothing else, I'll continue to return to my cave retreat. Yi Qingluan pouted, a hint of despondency hanging in her eyes as she stepped on her white embroidered shoes and prepared to leave. Li Mingru looked at her somewhat depressed silhouette, and for a moment, his heart couldn't bear it, so he suddenly shouted, "Senior sister." Yi Qingluan paused in her footsteps, her little head twisted, revealing her flawless and exquisite side face, waiting for him to speak. Li Mingru scratched his head. Do you have something to do in the next 2 days? I want to try a method recorded in the remnants of a secret method on Little Deer to see if it can help him improve his martial arts. Will you help me study it together? This thing you can do it yourself. Yi Qingluan turned around, holding her arms arrogantly said, how can I compare with you? You traveled around the world to see a lot of knowledge. I'm just along so big has never been out of Amei's bumpkin. Li Mingru froze at his words and nodded awkwardly. In that case, senior brother, I will. Go, we'll go now. Before he finished speaking, Yi Qingluan suddenly pulled him towards the bottom of the high stage with a joyful face, causing Li Mingru to be confused. What's going on here? I thought you weren't going? He looked at the bouncing Yi Qingluan and laughed bitterly. The mind of the senior sister of his was really similar to that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. For so many years, the position of the sect leader, the heavy responsibility of leading Amei, and the endless closed-door cultivation had really pushed her too hard. The duo stepped down from the high stage, and as soon as they stepped off, Lyn Shalu ran over with a loud shout. Boss, am I awesome? Lyn Xiaolu was just about to properly brag about his bravery to Li Mingru, but he realized that Yi Qingluan was also beside him, which made him swallow the words on his lips. Li Miaoxin and Li Yaoxi were also shocked to see Yi Qingluan and hurriedly came over to pay their respects. Only Xiao Yuer looked at Yi Qingluan with a dumbfounded look. Li Mingru drank a mouthful of wine and said, Little dear, you have performed well today. This afternoon, Master will bestow that creation upon you. Lin Xiaodir let out a long O and Li Mingru looked at Xiao Yuer again. Little Yuer, from tomorrow onwards, you will follow your master in practicing the star-picking skill. Little Yuer let out a long O just like her brother. In front of the disciples, Li Mingru was not in a good position to call Yi Qingluan's senior sister. Turning his head to introduce her, Sect Master, these are the two inferior disciples under me. Yi Qingluan bent down and looked fondly at little Yuer, then looked at Lin Xiaolu. This creation that Mingru is going to bestow upon you, this sect leader will also participate in it, so you should cultivate well, and you must not fail Mingru's intentions. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head repeatedly after hearing this, then looked at Yi Qingluan in front of her and curiously said, Sect leader, are you a Yuaning stage cultivator? Yeah. Yi Qingluan smiled and spoke. Lin Xiaolu looked her up and down a few times, thinking that Yuaning stage cultivators were nothing special. Unlike his disbelief, Li Miaoxin, Li Yaoxi both had adoration in their eyes. This was the first time that the two of them had seen the sect leader so closely, and met this only Yuaning stage bigwig in the entire Amei. It was rumored that the Yuaning stage could be an ancestor-level existence in any clan in the divine state. possessing all sorts of godly and unpredictable abilities, and was the ultimate dream of every cultivator. A few people briefly joked and laughed for a while before leaving together. It seemed that it was because of the fight to come out and play. Yi Qingwan was in a good mood and followed the star-picking party down a May Peak, and Li Mingru headed to star-picking peak with a smile and a laugh. Of course what they both said, no matter if it was little sister Li Miao Xin, or little Jade Lin Xiaolu could not understand. Most of what they talked about was the cultivation of the law. Esoteric. Even if it has reached the foundation of Li Yao, she also listened to a half-understanding. All the way Yi Qingwan was chattering and talking to Li Mingru, until she walked up to the Dao-seeking bridge. Lyn Xiaolu suddenly asked in a very uninformed manner, "Boss, are we going to the meal hall to eat first, or are we going to pass on the creation to me first?" It was midday, and he'd been hungry for a long time. Chapter 58, Tiger's Blood. In reality, either Li Mingru or Yi Qingwan, or Li Yaoxi Li Miaoxin could do without eating, but Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer were different. They still needed to eat. Li Mingru laughed. "In a moment, Master will take you to the meal hall to have your meal. Eating a full stomach is also a very important thing. You can't put the cart before the horse. Speaking of which, this sect leader hasn't eaten spirit food for over 100 years. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes brightened slightly as she said, "I've almost forgotten the taste of food. Then let's have a meal together." Li Mingru looked at Lin Xiaolu smilingly and said, "Xiaolu, in a while you try to eat as much as you can, so that you can maximize your ability to withstand the creation when the time comes." "Boss, what exactly is this creation you speak of?" Lin Xiaodir asked curiously. Li Mingru smiled without saying anything and tilted his head back to take another sip of wine. Soon, several people arrived at the meal hall, and the appearance of the two bigwigs, Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan, immediately drew out countless outer disciples to pay their respects. The outer disciple in charge of cooking in the meal hall, and the store assistant Monkey Sanner were all about to pee in fear, and each of them almost rolled over to pay their respects. Yi Qingwan and Li Mingru are not much of a rack, a self-concerned drink. A smiling let the group do what. On the contrary, Li Yaoxi looked at the outer disciples with a hint of disdain on his face, as if even looking at them one more time would dirty his eyes. At the table, the group all took a few shallow bites of their meals, almost all of them watching Xiao Yuer and Lin Shalu eating, because Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan and the reason. Today's meal than the past but also better on a lot. Siat responsible for cooking the outer disciple is taken out of the family skills. A beautiful dish's color and flavor not to mention, and the amount is also great. Lin Xiaolu holding a roast goose nibbled happily, while grinning and laughing, with the two little cute, spiritual food, fruits and vegetables, mushroom and chicken soup, roast goose, soy sauce beef a hard to eat and stuffed. Yi Qingwan all looked surprised. She stared at her beautiful eyes in amazement. Is this little guy hiding a storage spell in his stomach? It can actually eat like this. Little dear is a martial arts practitioner. Naturally his meal size is quite a bit larger than an ordinary person. Li Mingru finished looking at the boy and smiled. Today you have given your master a long face. Eat as much as you can. Only when you are full will you have the strength to accept the creation bestowed upon you by your master. Ha ha ha, thank you boss. After saying that, Lin Xiaodir picked up a big bowl of chicken soup and poured it into his mouth. Gulp gulp gulp. Drinking a bowl of chicken soup he shouted again with bravado, "This drinking chicken soup. What a beautiful thing. Monkey Saner, give me 10 more gold. Grandpa has been weak lately. He needs to make up for it." After saying that, he thought about it and shouted on, "Another acre of leeks. Grandpa also wants to strengthen his aphrodisiacs." Li Miaoxin and Yi Qingwan heard at the same time giggle a laugh. Li Miaoxin even scolded with a smile, "Sect master are in it. You this child to speak properly." Yi Qingwan was smiling and smiling, thinking that this child was just too interesting. She hadn't been this happy for a long time. It's a good thing that Ame has a big family, otherwise they wouldn't necessarily be able to afford him. Li Mingru smiled at Yi Qingwan as he sipped his wine. Little dear is still an inner disciple now, but there are many resources he doesn't need to use, like any magic weapon, pills, talismans and so on. So just take those resources and turn them into food for him. Yi Qingwan covered her mouth and laughed straight. You're raising a little rice bucket. After a while, Lin Xiaolu finally ate his fill. His small stomach eaten round, he held his waist with one hand and touched his belly with the other. When he walked out of the dining hall, he also pointed to the roasted duck and bacon hanging on the kitchen window and grunted, "That's enough for today. I'll come back and clean you up tomorrow." A group of people returned to the middle part of the star-picking peak. Li Miao Xin, Li Yaoxi as well as Xiao Yuer stayed behind. Lin Xiaodir followed Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan up to the snowy mountain. All the way he was chattering and asking Li Mingru what kind of creations he was going to bestow upon himself, but Li Mingru kept smiling without saying anything. In fact, Yi Qingwan didn't know what medicine Li Mingru was selling in his gourd. In her opinion, the lack of aura in his body doomed the magic weapon to be useless to Lin Shalu. including the vast majority of pills and talismans that he couldn't use. So she was also puzzled as to what the creation Li Mingru was preparing was. Arriving at the top of the snow-covered Picking Star Peak, Li Mingru led Lyn Shalu to a circular mound. The barrow was more than half a meter deep, and probably about a meter in area as well. It's not snowing at the moment, so there's no snow in the mound. In a few moments you will sit within this mound and not come up without my order. Lin Xiaolu nodded blankly. Afterward, Li Mingru smiled faintly and lifted his palm to wave it, and a touch of gauze that seemed like transparent tulle fell within the mound. Take your clothes off and sit in it. Lin Xiaolu obediently did as she was told. Taking off her Taoist robe and shoes and socks, wearing only a pair of cream-colored pants and sitting cross-legged in the mound, he realized that the soil pit seemed to be padded with a thin layer of something by Li Mingru, and when he sat on it himself, he couldn't touch the soil at all, but he could feel the soil's presence. Then, Li Mingru raised his hand again and a transparent barrier enveloped the entire mound. He then looked at Lin Xiaolu inside the pit and preached, "No matter how painful it is in a while, you must endure it and must not come up. Understand?" Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan outside the pit with a dumbfounded face, her little brain twitching as she said in horror, "Boss, you're not going to bury me, are you?" Li Mingru, puffing ha 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 ha. Yi Qingwan laughed out loud as she listened, her fragrant shoulders shaking as she laughed. Li Mingru glared at this little bastard without any good reason. Then his right hand glowed with a bright light, and from within his palm, a scarlet hot blood gushed out, spraying towards the pit. Lin Xiaolu looked confused, and just as she was about to ask what this was, her body was touched by hot blood, and her entire body felt a sharp, blazing pain. Ah! He was just about to jump up in pain when Li Mingru snapped, "Endure it!" Yi Qingwan watched as Li Mingru kept spewing out plasma from his palm, and surprise hung on his delicate face. "Mingru, this is the blood of the red-eyed white tiger." Red-eyed white tiger? Yi Qingwan was startled. "Li Mingru, are you crazy? You're going to let Lin Xiaolu take a bath with the tiger blood of the red-eyed white tiger? That's a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast. Lin Xiaolu is only 8 years old, can't carry it." Li Mingru smiled and winked at her. "The meaning was obvious, that's why I asked you to come over and watch this kid with me, to prevent him from having problems." He slowly spoke. "According to the description in the remnants of that ancient law I obtained, whether it's a mortal or a cultivator, if you soak your body with the blood of a strong demonic beast or consume its flesh and blood, there will be 2 results. A. Body could not withstand it and exploded. 2. Physiques are dramatically enhanced." He looked at the pool that was about to be filled with tiger's blood and narrated, "More than 30 years ago, I once saw a hunter who had inadvertently soaked in the blood of a chi condensation realm demonic beast, and not only did he not die, but his body became abnormally strong, and he could carry a buffalo. It's still not as good as a cultivator, though. However, the strange power in his body and his resistance to blows were strong as if he were a humanoid demonic beast, and later on, he also leaped to become one of the top martial arts masters in the Jianghu without having learned any martial arts. And this time, I'm going to let little dear immerse in the blood of a Foundation establishment demon beast that's even more powerful than chi condensation, and as long as he endures it, his physical qualities will grow by leaps and bounds, and after that, I'll feed him the rest of the tiger's blood again, so that his physique will soar once again, helping him to break through to the mortal martial way once and for all." Chapter 59, Lifting a 1,000-pound Stone. Within the pool of blood, the amount of blood had already drowned up to Lin Xiaodu's shoulders, and at the moment, he was wailing as he dipped. Oh, wow, it hurts, Grandpa." He felt like he was sitting in a fireplace. The bean-sized teardrops were falling down, and he was crying with a handful of snot and a handful of tears. Li Mingru nodded his head at the sight. With such a loud cry, it seems like the little guy should last a long time. Yi Qingwan squatted by the blood pool, her small hands resting on her knees, and laughed. "Be sure to hold back a little, dear. Or if you can't compare to the other disciples 5 years later, this sect leader will deprive you of your identity as an inner disciple. Yes, little dear. Think about the scene when you're awesome and later go bully people, collect protection money, and wherever you go people call you big brother. How awesome. You must hold on." Li Mingru also advised from the side, holding back his laughter. "Aha, I'm in pain." Lin Xiaolu had already cried for almost an hour. The whole person was crying a little up and down. After soaking for so long, the temperature inside the blood pool had already begun to slowly drop. Li Mingru was also very satisfied with his performance. At such a young age, the willpower was actually strong to such an extent. It was really somewhat rare. The teenager within the pool of blood had tears in his eyes. His expression was the same as if he had died his own father. He cried while he was soaking, and it was only after a while longer that his cries finally began to fade, and his body began to stifle the slight twitching of his entire body. "Mingru, the little dear will be all right." Seeing the scene, Yi Qingwan was startled. Just now this little guy was still wailing in pain. crying loud and clear. But now he had started rolling his eyes. His cries were gone. Strong willpower was definitely a good thing, but it was something that could destroy the body if it went beyond the physical limits of a normal human being, and the boy was only 8 years old now, so she couldn't help but worry. In the pool, Lin Xiaolu's howling had completely stopped, and now seemed to be on the verge of passing out. Li Mingru was also slightly worried when he saw this. Red-eye white tiger is a great evil beast, the body of the huge up to a small mountain peak. The physical body is even more robust to the extreme. Whether it is speed or strength, that is a first-class tough. Its blood is also incandescent hot. The human body slightly touch will feel the pain, as if by the iron hot like. Taking a dip in such a pool would not necessarily be tolerated by many adults, let alone an 8-year-old. He looked at Lin Xiaolu, who already seemed to be dead, and his gaze became more and more worried. Cracks had begun to gradually appear on this little guy's skin. At this moment, reddish-golden cracks appeared on Lin Xiaolu's body, who had her head hung low, and they spread all the way to the sides of her cheeks. Li Mingru was startled to see the scene. This was the tendency to explode and die. He clenched his fists nervously, hesitating to fish Lin Xiaolu out. Nosebleed. Fawn has a nosebleed. After another moment, Yi Qingwan suddenly pointed at the unconscious teenager and shrieked. Li Mingru was startled and raised his hand to fish Lin Xiaolu up. Ah! Just as Li Mingru was about to raise his hand to fish for someone, the teenager inside the pool suddenly groaned and slowly opened his moist eyes. Little dear, how do you feel now? Seeing that he had woken up, Li Mingru hurriedly asked in a worried voice. In the blood pool, the teenager spat out a breath through his nose, and the two small nostrils actually sprayed out 2 air waves visible to the naked eye, blowing the plasma in the blood pool to scatter a piece of it, and trembling out of a burst of ripples. Only then did he look at Li Mingru by the pool, puffing his little face out in exasperation. How does it feel? Whoever soaks knows. Li Mingru. Yi Qingwan pursed her lips and smiled. This little guy became full of vigor again in an instant. It seems that he has already survived, and judging from the white waves of air that had just erupted from his nose, he had indeed gotten stronger as well. Now this little guy. It was only feared that he had already turned into a humanoid little ferocious beast. Li Mingru carefully observed the youngster inside the pool. Seeing that the cracks on his body were gradually recovering and his face was starting to become rosy, he sighed in relief and said, in a moment, after you come out of the pool, Master will give you white tiger essence blood. After you drink it you feel your organs dry and hot, and then you go under the breakneck falls and work out for as long as you can. Let the waterfall rinse the temperature off of you, and use the exercise to fully absorb the white tiger's essence blood you've taken. Understand? Why do we need to exercise, boss? Lin Xiaolu asked with blinking eyes. Shouldn't you just become stronger after drinking that tiger blood? Why do we still need to exercise? If you don't exercise, the tiger's blood you drink will only be excreted by you for nothing. Li Mingru patiently explained, in the future, Master will let you eat a lot of jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, and fierce beasts of the deep mountains, and every time you eat, you must go and exercise, and keep on exercising until you use up all the strength in your body until you can't crawl up completely. This way it can be fully absorbed. Understand? The moment he heard of eating, Lin Xiaolu was energized, nodding his head while he giggling. After roughly another half an hour of immersion, the originally steaming blood pool completely lost its effect, and Lin Xiaolu, who was covered in tiger's blood, climbed up from within the pool, and then used a dust cleansing elixir on himself to wash the blood off his body. How does it feel now? Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan were both looking at him curiously, curious as to whether or not this guy's body had become stronger. Lin Xiaolu stood in the snow bare little bladder, wearing only a pantsuit all over his body, but froze without feeling a trace of cold. On the contrary, he felt that his body has endless strength. It feels okay. Li Mingru raised his hand and pointed to a huge rock covered in snow next to him. Go try to see if you can move that rock. Oh, okay, the teenager agreed, running with his short legs towards the rock that was taller than his entire body. Yi Qingwan measured the size of the rock and curiously said, Senior brother, that rock must weigh thousands of pounds, right? Li Mingru nodded his head and looked at the youngster's small figure and said softly, 1,023 pounds. Yi Qingwan glanced at him in surprise. You weighed in? Li Mingru let out a hum. At the edge of the rock, Lin Xiaolu shook her arms, then raised her small hands to hug the huge rock with a fierce push. Ha! The 1,000-pound boulder was suddenly picked up by his hands and violently thrown above his head, relying only on his 2 small hands. Yi Qingwan's beautiful eyes were startled. Li Mingru's face was delighted. I can't imagine that the blood of demonic beasts can actually be used in this way. Li Mingru couldn't help but say with joy. He himself seemed to have really given this little guy a path that could break through the limits of his physical body. Of course, it is indeed also very dangerous. Just now Lin Xiaolu was really close to bursting his body. Fortunately, he practiced martial arts for a year. His body bones are strong enough, and ate so many big tonic things, and willpower tenacious amazing, which barely withstood it. If it were anyone else, they would have died many times over. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu also noticed his difference. He held up the huge rock and tilted his head back to giggle there, smiley face. I'm so good, ah ha 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 ha. Chapter 60, Waterfall Reversal. After laughing wildly for a while, the teenager dropped the boulder and ran his ass over to Li Mingru. Boss, please feed me tiger blood. Li Mingru smiled. His palm stretched out in front of him, and a ball of blood slowly coalesced 3 inches from the center of his palm. Looking at the constantly rotating blood ball in front of her, Lin Xiaolu came closer and inhaled her nose, realizing that there wasn't that kind of bloody smell. Instead there was a faint fragrance. Boss, where do you keep all this tiger blood? He asked curiously. Li Mingru smiled. Master has a nascent sacred ring that can hold a few things. After saying that, he waved the ball of blood in his palm towards Lin Xiaolu. Drink it quickly. The essence blood of this demonic beast is free of odor. Lin Xiaolu did not hesitate when he heard this, pouting his little mouth and stretching his neck. After his lips touched the blood ball and slightly sucked it, the blood ball flowed into his mouth as a whole and was directly swallowed by him. He was taken aback, not realizing that he just drank it down and hadn't tasted anything himself. Just as he was about to smash his mouth back together, a sudden surge of rising heat came from within him. I'll go. Ouch, 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 ouch. This rising heat came very quickly and instantly filled his entire body, causing him to wail in pain once again. Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan also saw the change in Lin Xiaolu. At this moment, the teenager's originally snow-white skin was turning red with the naked eye, and curls of green smoke were also rising. Even those clear eyes had become blood red. Lin Xiaolu wailed and rolled all over the ground, unable to say complete words, and hammered the ground straight as if he was crazy, and one punch actually made cracks in the mountain rock under the thick snow. Hiss! He was already growling. The 8-year-old's body curled up and let out a small beastly roar. Seeing this, Li Mingru opened his mouth. Go to the Broken Cliff waterfall and work out until you're off your feet. Hurry! Lin Xiaolu couldn't care less about replying, turned around and flew towards the Broken Cliff waterfall north of Star-Picking Peak. He was so overwhelmed that he felt as if his belly would explode at any moment, and running and wailing all the way, he darted under the scanty waterfall with his bare little bladder and dashed headlong into the current. Snort! The cool stream of water rose directly after touching his hot body, sending large patches of smoke rising in all directions. Hit so hard. Lin Xiaolu flew under the waterfall's wash and did push-ups so fast that the constantly undulating young body almost appeared as a stump. The cascading water slammed into his young spine over and over again, but it froze and couldn't bend him. His body continued to smoke. Letting the waterfall running water source constantly flushing is not good, but instead, let his whole person with the same as being wrapped in steam. Under the waterfall white, nothing can be seen. Roar! Lin Xiaolu was in a rush of pain and couldn't help but roar out once again. Then with a handful of the huge rock next to him, he raised it high above his head and practiced weightlifting against the waterfall. Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan also came to the Broken Cliff waterfall without any hurry at this moment. The two of them looked at the white steam under the waterfall and listened to the hissing sound that kept coming out from inside. Their gazes both revealed a trace of worry. This little guy won't give a bad patch, right? Yi Qingluan glanced at Li Mingru and said, you're giving him too much tonic at once. I'm afraid he won't last. Li Mingru carried the wine gourd and said with an expressionless face, practicing martial arts is supposed to be swimming against the current, and if you want to match the immortal cultivators, you need to have great perseverance and suffer great hardships. As they say in the Analects of Confucius, if you take it from the top, you get it from the middle. If you take it from the top, you get it from the bottom. If you take it from the bottom, you gain nothing. Yi Qingluan blankly glanced at him and hummed, you're really a weirdo too. Senior brother, you're obviously a cultivator, but now you seem to be the same as a mundane martial artist master. Elder sister, I have seen and interacted with some powerful martial artists when I traveled through various countries, so I will have some insights. Yi Qingluan nodded, listening to the tender voice that kept hissing under the waterfall, and curiously said, then after this, how are you going to exercise, little dear? Li Mingru poured a mouthful of wine into his mouth and smiled leisurely and softly. Confidentiality. Yi Qingluan. That day, Lin Xiaolu did not go back to the small courtyard. All night he was under the waterfall crazy workout, lifting a 1,000-pound boulder to do deep squats, do push-ups, and even hard straight pounding the ground. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day, when he was so hyper-energetic that he had worked out for a dozen hours or so, that he was completely back to normal. Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan stayed with him the entire time, watching him work out without a moment's pause, and witnessing him finally shouting angrily and punching the waterfall above his head. This punch caused the entire waterfall to flow backwards into the sky, and the waves of water soared all the way up into the clouds. It made Ji Qingwan's heart flutter as she looked at him. It was only after this that the drenched little boy finally stepped out of the waterfall, his bare little bladder and belly, lifting his bright, clear eyes and looking at Li Mingru and Yi Qingwan in confusion, slowly grinning a smile. Boss, Sister Palm, am I good? In the afternoon, inside the small courtyard of Picking Star Peak, Xiao Yuer, Dongfang Egg, Tang Hanqing, Lu Shuai, and a group of other children sat in rows on small benches with faces of adoration as they listened to Lin Xiaolu talk about things. They all listened extraordinarily attentively, shock written all over their little faces. After the boss gave me a creation, he was deeply shocked by my qualifications and efforts, saying that although I can't cultivate immortality, I am a rare martial arts training wizard in 100 years, possessing the supreme qualification of transforming decay into magic, and will surely become a great man in the future. Even the boss's elder sister was infected by my temperament, and not only sighing at her own inferiority, but also expressed her desire to join my Conquerors of Virtue gang. But I saw that she was the boss's senior sister, so I didn't agree. After all, if the boss's senior sister became my subordinate, then the boss would lose face. As you all know, I, Lin Xiaolu, am the most righteous, so I very much gave face to the boss and refused the palm sister. Brother, is that sister palmistress sad that you rejected her? Little Yuer asked, holding her little brain. Lin Xiaodir's little face then sighed sadly when she heard that, smiley face, sad for sure. At that time she cried her eyes out and wanted to seek death, saying something like she couldn't join the Virtue to Conquer gang. Even if she was a Yuaning stage big shot and the head of a Mei, she didn't have the intention to live. The boss and I persuaded her for a while before we could barely persuade her to stop. Dongfang Egg's surprised fat faces shake. Open mouth trembling said, Aiko did not expect deer has been so powerful. Applaud. Clap. 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 The children's unanimous applause rang out in the courtyard. Gang master? Then you can't even cultivate in the back and can only practice martial arts. How is Elder Li going to teach you? Tang Hanqing shook his snot bubble and blinked his cockatoo eyes full of wisdom as he asked. That's something the boss hasn't said yet. Lin Xiaodir arrogantly opened his mouth. The boss said that a talent like me is really powerful a bit too much, making the workout methods he originally prepared a bit unworthy. So he's going to go and look for another method, and he'll tell me about it tomorrow. Chapter 61, Fighting the Beast. The next day, inside the cave at the top of the plucked star peak, Lin Xiaolu, who had just finished her morning exercise, revealed a contemplative expression as she looked at the set of attire in front of her. This armor weighs a total of 500 pounds, the two arm armors, 50 pounds each, the two leg armors, 100 pounds each, and the breast armor weighs 200 pounds. Li Mingru sat cross-legged, holding his chin in one hand and holding a wine gourd in the other, and slowly spoke. From today onwards, you will wear this weighted armor, and in the future, unless it comes to an important juncture, you may not take it off no matter if you are having a meal, going to bed, or practicing martial arts. Lin Xiaodir's little face crumpled when he heard this, but he didn't have much to say, and reluctantly dressed himself in this blackened armor. 500 pounds of weight. If it was the previous him wearing it would definitely be hard to get up, but after he had taken the white tiger essence blood, his strength was capable of lifting a tripod, and this 500 pounds of armor only made him feel slightly heavier. Boss, this can't be the workout you have in store for me. It's so cheesy. The teenager in his armor spat as he moved his arms and legs inside the cave. Of course it's more than that simple. Li Mingru smiled and said softly, from today onwards, your workout is divided into two parts, morning and afternoon. First of all, in the morning, the master wants you to get up at the daily dawn, wash up, have your morning meal, and then start exercising. Wear this weighted armor and zigzag for half an hour. Running, half an hour. Push-ups, half an hour. After doing this, the time will be at the 6th hour. Then what do I do after the 6th hour? Lin Xiaodir asked with her mouth open. They went to the meal hall every day at noon to eat, and from the 6th hour to noon, there was still an hour long in between. Li Mingru smiled. His mouth flicked towards Lin Xiaolu's side. Here, there's a teleportation array over there. Do you see it? Lin Xiaolu looked towards a circular stone altar within the cave, indicating that she saw it. This is what Master asked the sect master to help build together yesterday, connecting to a primitive forest thousands of miles away from Amei. After the 6th hour, you'll wear your armor and head through the teleportation array to the primitive forest to hunt and physically fight and kill fierce beasts. Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu directly froze, while Li Mingru continued to open his mouth leisurely. Practicing martial arts requires a lot of practical experience. You can't practice alone with your head buried in the sand, but Amei doesn't have any martial artists. So the master arranged for you to practice with the beasts of the deep mountains against you. Are you touched? Lin Xiaolu looked sad and angry. bulging her face and glaring angrily at Li Mingru. "You're asking me, an 8-year-old, to fight a fierce beast with empty hands? Right. And with this armor? Exactly. Lin Xiaolu. I. Li Mingru looked at the exasperated little guy in front of him and almost laughed out loud. He stifled his laughter and spoke pleasantly. After you go to the deep mountains every day, you must not be lazy, because the meals you will enjoy in the dining hall in the future will depend on what kind of hunts you have retrieved. Forest fawn? Li Mingru laughed freely. If you didn't hunt back the prey, then at noon that day, you wouldn't have any food. If you hunt back, let the meal hall do it for you. Lin Fawn. His eyes were wide and his whole body was about to bulge with anger. Aha, so angry. So much that I wanted to pour all that stash of my boss's wine and give him some piss in the bottle. What about the afternoon? What am I doing in the afternoon? The teenager huffed and continued to ask. Every afternoon, you'll practice the 8 extreme fist and the crossing chi for half an hour each, and then go learn the Yuanyang steps of the Peach Mountain sect of the Chuan Kingdom, as well as the flying dagger technique of the Little Dagger Society of the Yuan Kingdom. Li Mingru smiled and said, practiced until 10 p.m. And went to the evening meal, and after the evening meal, half an hour of running, half an hour of horse stance and half an hour of push-ups. This day's exercise before it can end. Lin Xiaolu sniffing angry brain is almost smoke. Together every day a little bit of time to go out to play do not give their own. Really enough absolute. Li Mingru took a sip of wine after he finished speaking, got up from the cushion and greeted him with a smile. What are you waiting for? Get on the teleportation array. Lin Xiaolu, who was wearing a black painted armor, hummed at him, pouted her little buttocks, and climbed onto the round stone altar that was plastered with talismans. Li Mingru also went up with him. The first time Xiaolu went, he must send him, and let him go to the primitive forest by himself later. After a large and a small group of people got on the teleportation array, Li Mingru taught Lin Xiaolu to twist one of the array mountain stones on it by hand. Click 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 click. As the mountain stone rotated and made a few crunching sounds, the talismans affixed around the stone altar lit up with golden light, and the two of them were even more radiant under their feet. And the next second, they disappeared amidst the light. A fallen leaf, carved with a fine texture, hovered and fell from high above, slowly covering the teenager's face. Lin Xiaolu uncovered the leaves and looked at the lush, leafy dense forest in front of her, her eyes bulging out in surprise. Cultivation is amazing too. He himself had actually come to the primeval forest all of a sudden. At this moment, he and Li Mingru were standing on top of a stone altar in a dense forest. This place is called Savage Mountain, a very primitive forest. Li Mingru gave him an introduction. Master has covered the entire mountain with his divine sense. This place is vast and vibrant. There are no demonic beasts, devil cultivators, or ghosts. There are only an endless number of ferocious beasts and animals. It's very safe. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes at him after hearing this. Nice and safe, boss. From now on, when you're done hunting, just teleport back from this stone altar. After saying that, Li Mingru thought slightly and threw him another jade token. If you are in danger, such as being bitten by a poisonous snake or insect, just hold on to this token and shout the word "Ame," and the master will come to your rescue immediately. Lin Xiaolu nodded, sadness on her small face. Li Mingru, on the other hand, smilingly touched his head and, have a good hunt little dear. Master still has to go back and teach little jade child the star-picking decree, so I'll slip away first. After saying that, he drove Lin Xiaolu down the teleportation formation, then twisted the formation's eye and disappeared in a blazing light. The 8-year-old boy watched him disappear. Then his little mouth flattened and he cursed at the empty teleportation array. ******** Boss. You go eat you. After cursing he turned his head toward the depths of the dense forest, striding his short legs, his cheeks bulging high with anger, muttering while walking, I'm only 8 years old. Let me fight with jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards, and don't give me a weapon. And also let me wear 500 pounds of weight. Boss, you're really a talent. Lin Xiaolu walked all the way, cursing all the way, and he didn't walk for long before a strange rustling sound came from the dense forest behind him. The teenager's ears twitched and he was just about to turn his head when the next second a blast of wind came from behind him. Hiss! A slender yellow body descended from the sky and viciously pounced on the 8-year-old. Lin Xiaolu's reaction was still fast. Her two small arms spread violently, and her muscles instantly tensed up. Put! Hiss! In that instant, he felt as if something had bitten him in the brain and turned to look. Good guy. It was actually a leopard with a golden body. Chapter 62, Killing a Black Bear Alone. This leopard was golden in color, and its 4 sturdy and slender paws were lying on the grass, hissing incessantly at the child in front of it. At the same time, its pair of leopard eyes also flashed a trace of doubt. Just now he clearly bit the human cub's cerebral melon. Why can't he bite into it? It was the same as biting into a rock. Lin Xiaolu at this moment is also a happy face. Fortunately he is not only good-looking, will blow powerful, but also very resourceful. Flesh body is also strong. Feel wrong at the first time to mobilize the transverse chi, or else just rely on the current physical body. I'm afraid that it will still be bitten by this leopard through the skin. In the middle of the dense forest, a person and a leopard looked at each other, and the leopard with a beautiful fur was stared at by the little boy for a while, suddenly stayed, and the original fierce leopard face slowly revealed a color of panic, and began to slowly step back, as if it had seen some ancient ferocious beasts. Fawn looked at it, slowly grinned, and laughed. Panther, you're in a big mess. Ha! Ho ho ho! The leopard reversed its 4 legs and turned around to run. Its speed was astonishingly fast, and while running, it also wailed, as if the one chasing it was not any human cub at all, but a humanoid ferocious beast, and Lin Xiaolu waved her little arms behind her and wailed after her. While chasing, she shouted, "Don't run, little leopard, don't run, I'll eat you gently." The two of them, one after the other, weaving through the dense green forest with thick foliage, crossing one stump-rotten ditch after another. Both of them were incredibly fast, but Lin Xiaolu froze and couldn't catch up with it. The leopard's speed was too fast, and it didn't take long before it was far away from him. Watching the leopard's figure disappear at the end of the dense forest, Lin Xiaolu was suddenly anxious. He's carrying too much weight. It's 500 pounds. You can't really catch up with a leopard running at full speed with a 500-pound load on your back. Damn. One wouldn't fail to catch a single prey today. Lin Xiaolu had a sad face and helplessly continued to blindly sneak around in the dense forest. While sneaking around he shouted randomly, "Is there any coming to eat me? Did you come to eat me? I'm delicious. As soon as I can eat." After shouting for a while, there was no movement, but he suddenly came to a big tree, lifted the small Taoist robe, took off his pants, and peed against the tree. After peeing and shaking, "You will live to 99 in the future." The bear child was humming comfortably when he suddenly heard the sound of a branch being stepped on from behind him. Lin Xiaolu lifted up his pants and looked back. His clear eyes immediately revealed a fine light, and his harumps almost flowed out. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was a big dog bear with a dark body. Roar! The big black bear with thick fat and oily fur hissed at him, not being affected by the aura on his body like the cheetah, and turned to Lin Xiaolu in front of him, erecting his huge body and showing a look of eagerness to try. Lin Xiaolu, who was only as big as the dog bear's thigh, was also excited and surprised. "Ha, big dog bear, you're finished. I can't outrun a leopard. Can't I still outrun you? Ha! Roar!" Without saying a word, one person and one bear directly pounced towards each other. Leaping forward, Lin Xiaolu swung his fist high, while the bear also swung his bear paw with an area as big as half of his body. Bang! Pop! 2 muffled sounds. Both sides took a hit each and landed on the ground at the same time. And the moment they landed, Lin Xiaolu wailed and pounced on them again. His current physique was amazingly strong, and he was slapped by this bear's paw like nothing. Hissing, the dog bear roared angrily and swung its palm to meet the attack, but the small Lin Xiaolu directly passed through its crotch with a sliding shovel, and then slammed hard against the dog bear, which was as thick as a black wall. Grade 8 Iron Mountain Leaning. Before consuming the tiger's blood, Lin Xiaolu's Iron Mountain reliance could already crack rocks, and after consuming the tiger's blood it was even better. Even with a 500-pound load, he directly knocked this adult dog bear to the ground. Then Lin Xiaolu mounted up as soon as she could, riding on the bear's neck, raising her 2 small fists, and striking the bear left and right. Sprinkles wants a roasted bear paw today. Hiss! The dog bear was hit and kept growling. This little guy's punches were too heavy. Each one of them was no less powerful than its bear paw at full strength. It only made it dizzy. As the bear struggled, its huge body lashed out, and Lin Xiaolu stumbled and rolled off its neck. Ho ho ho! Getting up, the big bear growled at him before wiggling his big ass and turning around. Looking at that big fat ass, Lin Xiaolu first froze, seemingly did not expect this big dog bear actually ran so dry. After a short moment of stagnation he threw up his short legs and chased after him. Ah ha ha ha, don't run if you can. Wah ha 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 ha. In the middle of the dense forest, the fat and meaty bear inverted 4 thick bear legs running wildly, but its speed is not as fast as the cheetah. After all, looking at the tiger's blood will be drinking the Lin Xiaolu to catch up. It immediately turned the direction, rushed to a thick and incomparable sky-high tree, and then meaty bear claws grasping the trunk, twisting the big buttocks to climb up. I'll go. You can actually climb trees. Lin Xiaolu, who chased over, was taken aback, looking at the dog bear on the tree trunk and exclaiming in shock. The bear climbed very quickly. In the twinkling of an eye climbed to a high place, holding the trunk of the tree wailed. Its tears are almost soaring out. The whole bear looks as if it has suffered a great aggression. Below, Lin Xiaolu looked at the crying big dog bear, and also revealed an impish smile. The had big dog bear, you scream, no one will come to your rescue if you scream your throat out. Wah ha 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 ha. After a few loud laughs, the teenager took a deep breath and then threw his arms out. Grade 8 Iron Mountain leaning. Clang. The thick sky-high tree immediately issued a click sound, and the body of the tree also began to shake violently. Ow 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 ow, the bear was frightened, screaming miserably to the extreme. For bear claws dead whole tree trunks do not dare to spread, like a small daughter-in-law by domestic violence. Clang. Lin Xiaolu slammed again. The entire tree's body once again click. The dog bear's cry was even more miserable, shakily clinging to the tree trunk. The smile in Lin Xiaolu's eyes grew stronger and stronger. Then she took another deep breath, twisted her body, and unfolded her arms. Oh, ha, boom. The giant tree in the sky fell down with a sound. The big dog bear also involuntarily fell down from a high place, and ruthlessly fell on the ground. Lin Xiaolu saw the situation and immediately pounced over, and the two small short hands ruthlessly hooped its thick neck. Ow 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 ow. The big dog bear struggled desperately, its body standing upright once again, while Lin Xiaolu, who was hanging on its back, cried out angrily, and its tiny body erupted with astonishing strength. Boom! The bear's huge body was directly wrenched down by the 8-year-old boy, and fell to the ground headfirst on all fours, while Lin Xiaolu was lying underneath it, deadlocked around its neck, and shrinking tighter and tighter. Inside the cave, Li Mingru cozily sipped his wine while admiring the pictures on a juvenile booklet. While this one picture is not only finely drawn, but the appearance of the figure on the picture is also depicted exquisitely, profoundly embodying the hardship of the old man's hard labor, causing the viewer to shed a tear, when it's really not bad. After he finished his evaluation, he flipped through the pages of the book, then his eyes lit up and he once again stared in wonder. This picture of the goddess is actually so ghostly. I can see that the artist of this ink treasure is not only good at drawing, but also very good at line carving. The divine maiden on the painting has an elegant posture, extraordinary instrumentation, and her expression is lifelike. It actually reminds the seat of the vastness of the universe and the insignificance of human beings. Rare. He was reading with great interest and was about to turn the page again when the teleportation array inside the cave suddenly flashed with golden light and a young body appeared. Chapter 63. In the middle section of the plucked star peak, inside the meal hall, it was almost time for the lunchtime meal, and the outer disciples in charge of cooking in the meal hall were busy in a frenzy. You've got all the ingredients for today, right? Cuisine is ready for dinner anytime. Elder brother. Haha, that's good. Remember to prepare more. Our senior brother Shaolin has been eating more and more lately. He alone can eat 3 chickens and 2 ducks in one sitting, plus the existence of 7 or 8 elbows in sauce. Haha, don't worry senior brother. The brethren are ready. Inside the dining hall is in full swing. Outside the dining hall is also an endless stream of people coming and going. Talking noises everywhere. Among them there are 2 outer disciples are exchanging their own cultivation progress, while waiting for the meal to start. And just as the 2 of them spit and spluttered halfway through the exchanges, one of them suddenly seemed to see something extraordinary, raised his hand and shouted, "I'll be damned. You guys!" The surrounding disciples were startled by this loud voice, and when they raised their eyes in confusion, all of them were suddenly stunned on the spot. In the distance, on the mountain path, there is a small figure carrying a huge dog bear towards here. Lin Xiaolu carried the black bear, drooling happily, and behind him, Xiaolu followed him with a bounce. Arriving at the entrance of the meal hall, in the eyes of a group of outer disciples who were surprised, he threw the bear, which weighed 400 to 500 pounds, ruthlessly to the ground. Boom! The ground seemed to tremble. All the people surprised to come forward to watch. Monkey Saner also stared at the eyes and ran out, looking at the black bear on the ground floor tilted to the sky shocked. Senior brother Shaolin, what are you doing? Monkey Saner, have the brothers cooked this big dog bear? For bear paws for me and my sister, and the other parts for the brothers to add to their meals. Lin Xiaolu said with a proud face. When these words came out, the outer disciples were overjoyed and said happily, "Such a big dog bear, did you go hunting? Senior brother Shaolin?" Senior brother Shaolin is only 8 years old, but he can actually hunt such a large dog bear, worthy of being a heavenly pride that defeats all disciples of the same age. Ah, I'm blessed with a mouthful of food. Thank you senior brother Shaolin. Being praised by the outer disciples, Lin Xiaolu was also overjoyed. He crossed his small hands and laughed loudly. My boss told me to go hunting in the primitive forest and fight with jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards with my empty hands, so I brought back this black bear. You don't know. The scene was not to mention how thrilling. I was surrounded by 100 dog bears, 100 wild boars, 100 big tigers, a full 300 beasts hissed at me to eat me, and then I was born to be courageous, not the slightest bit of fear, and beat them all with my bare hands and cried out, and finally chose one of the fatter dog bears to bring back. The outer disciples were suddenly numb from hearing this, and each of them looked at Lyn Xiaolu with a dumbfounded expression. My goodness! Senior brother Shaolin actually defeated 300 fierce beasts by himself. Terrifying as hell. People compared to people are really going to be pissed off. To think that when I was 8 years old I was still flinging little birds around, but senior brother Shaolin was already tearing tigers and leopards alive. Awesome. Really awesome. The disciples were talking and commenting. Lyn Xiaolu was also talking cheekily with the group, while Xiao Yuer was squatting on the side, listening to her brother's storytelling with a smile on her brow, and admiration was written all over her beautiful eyes. Soon, the monkey three children will greet the siblings to go to the compartment to prepare meals. Before leaving, Lyn Xiaolu also smiled and said to the group that they will bring game to them every day to eat. The dog is rich, not to forget each other. At noon that day, each of the outer disciples of Star-Picking Peak got a piece of fragrant bear meat. The group was overjoyed. Lyn Xiaolu even ate 3 huge roasted bear paws by herself. Xiao Yuer couldn't finish one and only ate a small portion of it, and the remaining portion was given to him as well. After lunch, the teenager went on to start his afternoon workout as well. He first went to Li Mingru and asked him to beat himself up to practice his horizontal training chi, and after being beaten up for half an hour he went to practice his Baji Quan for another half an hour. He then began to learn new martial arts, the Mandarin duck step and the flying dagger technique. Flying knife art is flying knives. Li Mingru prepared for him 12 slightly curved blade, cold light flying knives. Each flying knife is specially made. There are 10 pounds, and then led him in accordance with the book of the power way, resting on a distance of 10 meters towards a brick to throw. Yuan Yang step, on the other hand, is a lightweight skill in the mortal world, and Li Mingru also let him start by laying the foundation, letting him learn to climb trees and mountain rocks, and also brought him to a half-meter high sapling, letting him wear a 500-pound iron armor to keep jumping over the sapling. Li Mingru told him that the sapling could grow to 2 meters high within 2 years, and as long as he insisted on jumping around every day and practiced along with the sapling's growth cycle, he could also jump more than 2 meters high in 2 years. Still, in the case of wearing weights, by that time, his lightness would already belong to a very good point, and when combined with the technique of the Mandarin steps, he would be able to completely fly over the eaves and walk on the walls, becoming a lightness expert. Lyn Xiaolu practiced very seriously as well. No matter how boring and tasteless the training was, he put forth 12 points of concentration. Is it hard to learn martial arts? It's really hard. Originally, he thought that it would be very easy for him to learn martial arts after he drank the tiger's blood, but this was not the case at all, because his goal was never an ordinary martial artist, but an immortal cultivator. He was bearing a load of 500 pounds, throwing special flying daggers weighing 10 pounds over and over again, and it didn't take long for his wrists to become sore, his fingers to become soft, and his delicate fingertips to wear out blood blisters, which were fiery and painful to the touch. He also had to jump high repeatedly against the branches of trees, or climb around like a little monkey on the mountain rock. Arms, knees, I do not know how many times on the mountain rock friction bleeding, straight to toss himself all over the body. Its sweat was also dampened layer after layer, but Li Mingru just quietly watched, without the slightest intention of letting him relax a bit. Trying to match talent with effort is unrealistic. What then? Simple. Match one talent with 10 times the effort. By the time the night was at 10 o'clock, when Lyn Xiaolu went to the meal hall to have his evening meal, his fingers couldn't even hold the chopsticks due to the pain that was drilling through them, and it was Xiao Yuer who fed him the rice one bite at a time. And after dinner, it's the last of the old 3. Tie up the horse for half an hour, run for half an hour, push-ups for half an hour, and all while wearing weights. Master is really too much. Too much. How did he toss you into this state? You're only 8 years old. Inside the room, Li Miaoxin picked the blood blisters on Lyn Xiaolu's fingertips while heartbreakingly advising, Junior apprentice brother, you quickly take off the weights. Senior sister, I can't take it off. Lyn Xiaodir was picking at her blood blisters and sucked in cool air in pain. I'm going to wear this armor to bed. I can't even take it off unless it comes to a critical moment. You say you are also. If you can't cultivate, then don't cultivate. Grow up properly. Why do you need to suffer this crime? Speaking here, Li Miaoxian's eyes are almost red. She was really distressed. The child's 10 fingers were all covered with blood blisters, and his arms, legs, shoulders, everywhere was bloody, and there was not a single piece of good place on his entire body. What's even more outrageous is that Master Teacher still won't allow himself to use his spiritual power to treat him, saying that enduring pain is also an integral part of practicing martial arts, and that it can exercise the will. Chapter 64, Famous Ame. Exercise willpower. Is this what an 8-year-old should be doing? At his age, Fawn deserved a good childhood full of laughter, not fighting wild animals and doing all that dangerous training every day. What if he falls while running? What if he's attacked by a wild animal? What if he misses and falls while climbing? Li Xiaolu didn't even dare to think about that image. Lyn Shalu was not feeling anything. The pain straight inhale also do not scream bitter. Or that kind of heartless smile. Cheeky said, sister in fact, I do not work hard. In the anime is quite good. You can eat a full stomach, but also can learn to bully the skills of the people. You little brat. All you do is think about bullying people all day long are you? Li Xiaolu glared at him and seriously admonished. Even if you become a powerful martial artist in the future, you can't think about bullying people all day long. But the village storyteller said, is Mr. Storyteller treating you well or is sister treating you well? Li Xiaolu glared at him in exasperation. The teenager froze for a moment at his words, looking at Li Xiaolu whose eyes were red in front of him. His small mouth pouted and said softly, elder sister you're good to me, count on you. This dead kid, to still have some conscience. Li Xiaolu put the embroidery needle down, then carefully applied the ointment to Lin Xiao dear, blowing gently on him as she did so, and said, Xiao dear, bullying is not right. If you are unable to cultivate in the future and leave MA for the secular world, do not bully people based on your martial arts skills. Although senior sister doesn't know martial arts, she also knows that many people practicing martial arts are chivalrous people who help others when they see injustice. You have the courage to swing your fists at others. Do you have the courage, then, to help those who are truly in need of help? Lyn Shalu froze after hearing this, then shook her head decisively. Elder sister, you don't know that good people don't get good rewards. That's what happened to my parents. His small mouth straight blah blah. To Li Xiaolu recounted, my parents used to be in the village for people can be good, often do good deeds, help a lot of people, and then my father to help other people build a house, accidentally fell from a high place, broke his neck and died. My mother did not take a long time to also die of depression. After my parents died, those who had been favored by my parents initially offered to take care of my sister and me, but then they left us alone after a long time, leaving our siblings to fend for themselves, and at the most ruthless time, a villager even tried to sell my sister to the city to be a child bride for a big family. Lin Shaolu crooked little mouth said, that villager used to be with my father relationship can be good. Every day with my father brother and brother. The results of my parents died actually hit my sister's idea, so I secretly set fire to his home. If not that run fast, would have burned him to death. I have to say that his life is really hard. Hearing Lin Xiaolu's past, Li Xiaolu froze slightly, and for a moment, she actually felt some fear in her heart. Her movements of applying the ointment stopped, and her whole body looked at the heartless teenager in front of her with a desire to speak. Looking at the cheeky, smiling face, her nose turned sour for no reason. This kid, who has really experienced the coldness and warmth of human beings, perhaps that's why he has developed this extreme character. Confronted with his past, Li Xiaolu was at a loss for a moment as to how to teach him to be good. She didn't speak again for a long time, and only after a while did she speak hesitantly. In the future, then, Fang, you can be a person who has a clear distinction between grudges and whoever treats you well, and whoever treats you badly. You, Lin Xiaolu grinned and gave Li Xiaolu a simple smile. I'll just cut off the roots. After saying that, he smiled sweetly. Senior sister you treat me well you're the best person I've met in MA who treats me and my sister the best. Better than the boss treats us all. When you become an old woman in the future, my sister and I will give you old age. Li Xiaolu laughed out with a p and pinched his little nose lovingly. You, day in and day out. You are good at playing with your mouth. Hiss. The huge, arch-backed, black-haired boar plowed the ground with all four hooves and charged viciously at the boy in front of him, who had given himself the middle finger. The boy was also not the least bit afraid, wailing and yelling as he rushed up, raising his two little short hands, grabbing the boar's two thick tusks that were curved upward, and fighting with it. Hissing, hissing, wild boar crazy roar, four thick hooves desperately planing the ground, straight planing the mud splash. And the boy's body was also forced by its huge force slowly backward. A pair of small short legs is in the mud stamped out a deep ditch. The boar was still arching, desperately flinging its huge pig's head, but Lin Xiaolu held him in a death grip, squealing even more fiercely than it did, shouting, Big fat pig, Grandpa is going to eat you today. After saying that, the teenager's muscles were violently tensed, his steps were withdrawn, his waist and belly were turned, and he yanked the boar's two tusks and threw them with vigor. Ha! Ho 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 ho! The boar's huge body rose up from the ground and was lifted above his head, drawing a semicircle in the air under the four hooves stomping chaotically, and then ruthlessly slammed on the ground. At noon, Lin Xiaolu dragged the thick large boar and trotted all the way to the meal hall, laughing at the outer disciples in the meal hall as she ran. Brothers, dogs are rich and famous, while long live senior brother Kobayashi. For a long time after that, Lin Xiaolu would bring all kinds of wild game to eat with the outer disciples every day. What kind of dogs and bears and wild boars and big tigers? Every day without any repetition, which made his relationship with the outer disciples become better and better, even more than just picking star. May other several lines have heard, picking star out of a strange inner disciple, born unable to cultivate, but by virtue of an excellent martial arts froze to beat all his peers, but also every day to run out to hunt, and then bring a variety of wild game and outer disciples to share together, usually cheeky and not much frame. We all like this cute and brash little guy. This caused the outer disciples of the other subdivisions to envy Plucked Star, and the most they said when they saw Plucked Star's outer disciples now was, "What kind of delicious food did senior brother Shaolin bring you guys today?" And what Lin Xiaolu did, after it reached Li Mingru's ears, also made him feel satisfied. He used to tell others that Xiaolu worked hard. Xiaolu worked hard, as if there was nothing to praise this disciple of his except for his efforts. But it's different now. When he talks about Lin Xiaolu to others, besides praising his efforts, he will also add another paragraph. Although the young deer is young, he knows the hard work of an outer disciple. Although he is unruly, his nature is still kind and he knows how to share with others, which is really good. This also made Lin Xiaolu's name begin to grow louder and louder in Ma. And all of Ma knew that Plucking Star had a strange disciple who hunted every day. Of course, his workout was not slack in the slightest. Every day he meticulously followed the plan laid down by Li Mingru to work out, not stealing a bit of laziness, and often got himself bruised all over the place. But this also let his flying dagger practice more and more accurate. Within 10 meters is almost where to shoot. Knife without false. Climbing mountain rock speed is also faster and faster. Mandarin duck step has been vaguely a small success of the trend, and this time filled with laughter passed so unhurriedly that soon another month or so passed. Chapter 65, Eggs. Boss, do you want to give me another tiger's blood? Inside the star-picking cave, Lin Xiaolu, who had just finished being beaten up, said with a bruised nose and swollen face in anticipation, "It's been a month since I drank the tiger's blood, and I don't feel like I'm progressing as fast as I was before." In front of the teenager, Li Mingru was sitting cross-legged, carefully scrutinizing the little yellow book, and hearing his request for wanting to drink more tiger blood, he casually replied, "You can't drink too much of that stuff. It's just a foundation for you." Lin Xiaolu nodded in confusion and said, "Oh." Then he once again asked curiously, "Boss, I went out with Dongfang Egg and the others 2 days ago, and I realized that they still couldn't beat me. Boss, I think you can teach the method of drinking demonic beast blood to those outer disciples who are slow to cultivate like me, so that everyone can become as powerful as the immortal cultivators." Li Mingru was happy to hear this. "Aren't you afraid that everyone else will become stronger and then surpass you?" "What is there to be afraid of?" Lin Xiaolu lifted up his nosebleed face and dejectedly said, "We all compete fairly, and like me, I'm handsome, but also righteous, and will also blow powerful people. Ordinary people can't surpass me." Li Mingru almost laughed out loud at his words and glared at him without any good reason. Then he put away his books and looked at him meaningfully, saying softly, "Little dear, master thinks you've gotten a little cocky lately." Lin Xiaolu froze and scratched his head without squeaking. "Ever since last month, when you defeated more than 50 disciples and Chen Yanyun on the test, you've become a bit inflated. And after you drank the tiger's blood and your body's strength increased greatly, the whole person is even more tugging. This is not good. You need to have a clear perception of yourself. You must not be overly ambitious." Lin Xiaolu blinked twice and said somewhat unconvincingly, "Boss, I don't think I'm any worse than an immortal cultivator anymore. I can even tear tigers and leopards alive now, and neither Eastern Egg nor Tang Yuan can do it." Li Mingru smiled at his words. He knew that this disciple of his had fallen into a misunderstanding, and of course he blamed himself for not telling him clearly. Understandable. After all, he is now really powerful in the same stage of immortal cultivators, not to say invincible, but also really hard to beat. Inflate some is indeed justifiable. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "Drinking demonic beast blood. If it was really that easy to make the outer disciples grow, we would have promoted it long ago. After all, the number of outer disciples is extremely high. If they all became stronger, it would be a good thing for the entire MA. No one is a little cutie, but why not promote it? There must be a reason." Li Mingru looked at the boy in front of him and laughed. "Do you remember how you felt when you dipped into tiger blood and took it?" "Remember." Lin Xiaolu crossed her legs, her hands resting on her little brain, her little mouth pouting, saying, "At that time, I was in pain. I felt like I was going to die, and I was thinking about turning into a ghost after I died, and coming to look for boss on the 7th day of the first head, and taking boss you with me as well." Li Mingru? Damn. I taught myself a good disciple. Ah, really ing filial piety. Grass. He even breathed a few sighs of relief, repeating to himself several times in his mind about the child's words before he slowed down and continued to speak. Taking demonic beast bloodlines to enhance the quality of the body is indeed useful, but it is also very dangerous. One must be strong-willed and have great perseverance to endure it, or else it is very easy to burst and die. I'm just a thief with perseverance. Lin Xiaolu had a complacent look. Li Mingru also laughed a little when he saw this appearance. Indeed, this kid, because of his unique childhood experience, his willpower is extraordinary, even stronger than many adults or quite a bit. This is also the main reason why he can persist. But surely things aren't just that simple. He then opened his mouth and spoke. Little dear, will is only one aspect. The most important point is that the method of taking demonic beast bloodline, generally speaking, it can't be more than 3 times at most. Lin Xiaolu stood up with a tang sound, staring with wide eyes and said anxiously, why? Hold your horses. Sit down. Sit down. Then won't I not be able to continue getting stronger in the future? Lin Xiaolu was furious at what she heard, her little face almost bulging into a ball. Li Mingru was silent for a moment when he heard this, before explaining to him, the vast majority of demonic beasts, within their blood carries the elements of madness, tyranny, and thirst for killing, and after consuming them for a long time, a person will gradually develop in the direction of demonic beasts, lose their sanity, and finally completely turn into a humanoid demonic beast. Lyn Shalu was shocked to hear this and looked at Li Mingru with disbelief. Boss, are you saying that if I drink too much I'll turn into a demon too? Li Mingru nodded. You've already used the demonic beast's blood and flesh once, and every time you use it again in the future, the pain it endures will double, and the chances of it bursting into flames will become greater, and the more likely it is to become crazy, and by then it will require a firmer will to suppress it. After saying that, he pulled out the remnant scroll and introduced it to the teenager. It was recorded in this remnant scroll that there was once a teenager who was as unwilling to be ordinary as you are, who went on a rampage to consume the blood and flesh of demonic beasts in order to gain power, and later on the 3rd time he consumed it, he was revolted by the insanity and tyranny in the blood and flesh, and transformed into a humanoid demonic beast, and was ultimately beheaded by his own enchanter's own hands. After Lin Xiaolu heard this, a hint of panic rose on her small face, and she depressedly stopped speaking. Originally, I thought I had found a path that could be comparable to that of an immortal cultivator, but it turned out to be an unworkable trail. Seeing his constipated face, Li Mingru sighed along with him, somewhat comforted by his heart. Fawn, don't think too much, just follow your own path. Exercise little by little, and use sweat and hard work to make yourself strong. External tonics, chances, magic treasures, these are ultimately just aids. Only what you have honed with your own time truly belongs to you, and no one can take it away. Li Mingru said, when you have practiced for 2 years, and your willpower is a bit stronger, when you reach the age of 10, my master will catch another foundation establishment stage demonic beast for you, and feed it to your blood and flesh. At that time, you will be able to defend yourself enough against the average cultivator below foundation establishment. And after that, you concentrate on martial arts and don't think about anything else. Lin Xiaolu clenched her small fists at his words and didn't say anything else. Sure enough, there were never any shortcuts along the martial arts path. I told you, how can you rely on eating demonic beasts every day to become stronger, and really need to be honed little by little? Brother dear, this is a new elixir I recently developed. After taking it, you can make a certain part of your body randomly bigger. It's very useful when fighting. For example, if your fist gets bigger, you can send someone flying with one punch. On the rocky beach of the waterfall outside the academy, Sourdough was recommending his elixir to his partners in a serious manner. It was a day off and they had arranged to come out and spear fish together. Lin Xiaolu, naked and wearing big pants, stepped in the cool stream water, holding a bamboo spear for spearing fish. At this moment, he looked at the elixir offered by Tang Yuan in front of him and revealed a contemplative expression. Tang Yuan, you won't grow hemorrhoids if you eat this elixir, right? Dongfang Egg, who was at the side, looked at the elixir with a somewhat horrified expression. Don't worry brother Egg, absolutely not, Tang Yuan said confidently. Although the location of the enlargement can't be fixed, it could be the arms getting bigger or the legs, but it's harmless. I've tried this myself. The onlookers were a little curious. Did your fist get bigger, brother Tang Yuan? No, it's other parts of me that got bigger. Wow, which part is it? The children asked with newfound curiosity. Sourdough's little face turned sad for a moment. Smiley face. Eggs. Chapter 66, Li Yaoshi. Hiss. When these words came out, the children sucked in a breath of cold air, looking at the soup dumplings in front of them. One by one, they stepped back, and Lin Xiaolu also showed her face in shock, her little body shivering in fear. He looked at the glaring, cockeyed, snotty bubbly soup dumplings and hesitantly asked, how many eggs have you gotten? Bigger? At these words, the expression on Sourdough's face became a little more tragic, and he said with tears in his eyes, 1. When the surrounding little friends heard it, they even felt their scalps tingling, and they all stared at him with disbelief. Eastern egg gulp swallowed saliva. Trembling voice continued to ask, that egg changed. How big? Woohoo! Tang Yuan suddenly bawled, as if he had remembered something horrible. He couldn't stop his tears, and while crying, he gestured with the potion. Getting as big as my ass. Oh wow TT. The children were all scared and confused. Eggs the size of asses. What on earth has Sourdough been through? At this moment, Tang Yuan cried while holding the elixir in his hand and shouted, which one of you wants to come and try it? It's very effective. Oh wow. The children were immediately terrified and backed away. One by one, they could not avoid it. Some girls were even more frightened and screamed out of breath. Soup dumplings, you stay away from me. Dongfang Egg looked at Tang Yuan who was running towards him and hissed, don't you come over. The rocky beach and stream were a whole mess, with children running around with their little bare feet being chased by dumplings, and crystal splashes flung everywhere. On the beach, Jade, who was sitting and stacking rocks, let out a snort when she saw everyone running in the water. At the moment everyone is avoiding Tang Yuan, and Tang Yuan is just like that holding the elixir, while chasing and crying, and shouting. Lin Xiaolu was almost scared to death. Where did she dare to listen? Her little short legs chattering in the stream. This military division of his own is really too fierce. Ruthless nah. Simply more ruthless than himself. He couldn't even imagine what it must be like to have two eggs. One normal-sized and one the size of his ass. Such a crouching dragon and phoenix chick can actually recognize themselves as the boss. It's really sinful. He cried out in terror as he ran. Tang Yuan, calm down, calm down. The elixir you refined is too precious. Such a heavenly treasure. I'm really not blessed to enjoy it. It's better for you to keep it for yourself. As soon as he heard that, the soup dumpling turned around and chased after Eastern Egg, who was swimming for his life. Brother Egg, come and try my newly concocted potion. It's fierce. Dongfang Egg yelled in terror as he swam towards deeper water. Tang Yuan, brothers have treated you well on weekdays. Please go pitch yourself against someone else. You don't come over. You do not come over ah. Oh wow. Come to people ah. Help ah. The morning was lived in the shadow of Tang Yuan. And at the end of the day no warrior dared to eat Tang Yuan's elixir, which made him cry. At noon, the children took the fish they caught to the Tong Demon's meal hall, so that the senior brothers in the meal hall could cook fish for them to eat. And in the afternoon they had to go to the Spirit Beast Valley to look for spirit beasts to play with. Tong Demon Peak, in front of Spirit Beast Valley. Why are you guys here again? Tang Xin looked at Lin Xiaolu in front of her, and the hordes of 50 or so children behind him, and felt like her entire being was bad. It's really enough for these little bitty guys to come over on their day off. Can't they go somewhere else to play? Lin Xiaolu, the leader of the children, raised his head and put his small hands behind his back, forcing himself to say, it's not fun elsewhere, so we're here to play with spirit beasts. Yeah, the other sub-veins aren't as fun as spirit beasts. Spirit Sword Peak is all swords, Talisman Peak is all paper, and Medicine Element Peak is all grass, none of which are fun. Sister Tang Xin, I want to see the rabbit poop. Tang Xin. Her face was helpless. She couldn't argue with these kids, and said in a bad mood, then it's the same old rules. In a while, you're not allowed to run blindly in there. Pay attention to safety. You're not allowed to disturb the powerful spirit beast seniors. You're not allowed to bully the spirit beast cubs. And that kid, yes, you're not allowed to feed the rabbit laxatives again like last time. The children neatly said, good one by one. They were well behaved. Lin Xiaolu and her buddies had a crazy afternoon in the Spirit Beast Valley, and everyone had a great time. He had wanted to go to the four-handed spirit monkey, and that emperor penguin to play, but was stopped by Tang Xin, saying something like he was still too weak and would be beaten up violently. Lin Xiaolu was not afraid. He felt that he could take revenge sooner or later in the future. As the sun dwindled in the west, the children left with a sense of satisfaction and a promise of a time for their next visit. After parting, Lin Xiaodir then went back to pluck star with Xiao Yuer, laughing and talking. At 5 p.m., it was time for the evening meal again. The siblings who had played all day went to have their evening meal hand in hand, and along the way, they met many outer disciples. Good day, elder brother Kobayashi. Good day, elder brother Kobayashi. The outer disciples all greeted Lin Xiaolu enthusiastically, and Lin Xiaolu responded one by one with a cheeky smile. He had gotten acquainted with a lot of outer disciples, and they all enjoyed listening to himself bragging. Nope. They liked to listen to themselves tell real stories. Junior sister Jade. As the siblings were cheekily approaching the meal hall, a piercing voice suddenly rang out. Lin Xiaolu and Xiao Yuer froze, looking aside in search of the voice, and saw the handsome-faced Li Yaoshi. Li Yaoshi somehow appeared here. At the moment he was wearing a navy blue long shirt toast robe, and holding a folding fan in his hand. The whole person looked graceful and elegant. He enthusiastically smiled at Xiaolu and said, "Senior sister, senior brother is also coming to the meal hall to have his meal today. Does senior sister want to join?" Little Jade, who was only up to his thighs, looked at Li Xiaolu flabbergasted, not quite understanding what he was talking about. Lin Xiaolu, however, had some disgust in her heart. He had disliked this Li Xiaolu for a long time, especially at this moment. He also looked as if he couldn't see himself. It was even more annoying. He rolled his eyes at Li Xiaolu and directly pulled Xiaolu away. And as Li Xiaolu looked at the backs of the siblings as they left, his bright eyes turned slightly cold. The youngest sister is still too young to understand that mortals only drag themselves down. This is not good. Like the youngest senior sister, such a heavenly pride, one can help the master to take good care of. Can no longer let her follow Lin Shalu every day. That countryside wild child to mix together in the future is going to affect the heart of the Tao. Inside the compartment of the meal hall, as soon as the siblings sat down, Monkey Sanner enthusiastically ran over to receive them. Over these days, he and Lin Xiaolu also mingled well, although he did not say it on his lips, but he had so much to look at Xiaolu as a younger brother. Before he came to Amei, he had a very good relationship with his own brother, and Xiaolu was about the same age, and it has not been seen for many years. Elder brother Shaolin, the bison meat that just arrived. It smells great. Would you like one? He. Okay. Lin Xiaolu looked at Xiaoyuer. What do you want to eat? Sister? I want to eat winter melon pork rib soup. Little Yuer milkily reported the name of the dish. Alright, don't worry senior sister Shaolin. I'll make sure that I'll have my brethren give you a lousy stew. Monkey Sanner patted his chest and laughed. Xiaoyuer's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she smiled sweetly at Monkey Sanner. Thank you brother Monkey Sanner. Ha ha ha. Small matter. You guys sit down for a while. I'll bring it over to you later ha. Monkey Sanner finished speaking and prepared to leave with a smile, and just as he turned around, he saw Li Xiaolu standing behind him. Monkey Sanner froze, and his originally cheeky smiling face suddenly became stiff, looking at the man in front of him with some fear. Li, senior brother Li, what are you doing? Li Xiaolu expressionlessly glanced at Monkey Sanner and grunted, "Go get me some more wine and food." The tone was as if he was making a dog. Then, Li Xiaolu stepped into the box and looked at the pinkish little Yuer and laughed. "Junior sister, the spirit stones that elder brother gave you a while ago, are they still working?" Chapter 67, Fawn Beaten. Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Xiaolu who entered the room and sat down directly. Her small mouth flattened. Why is this guy acting like a dog? At the dinner table, Xiaoyuer pulled out the spirit stone from her pocket and timidly said to Li Xiaolu, "I haven't used it yet. Senior sister Miao Xian said that I don't need the spiritual energy in the spirit stones yet." Ha ha ha. That's also true. Junior senior sister is gifted. She really can't use spirit stones. Li Xiaolu smiled kindly. Spirit stones are hard currency in our immortal cultivation world. Little senior sister keeps them for herself. She can use them as much as she wants in the future. No matter if it's to buy magic weapon pills or talisman spirit spells, they can all be used. After he finished his words, he was about to pour himself a cup of tea, but Xiaoyuer gently placed the spirit stone in her hand in front of him, and then spoke in a small voice. "Eldest brother, my brother doesn't like you. Little Yuer doesn't want anything from you." Li Xiaolu froze. "Hear that? We don't like playing with you. Please stay away." Lin Xiaolu grunted. Li Xiaolu was a bit embarrassed about his face when he was rejected outright, but he still didn't look at Lin Xiaolu and instead directly ignored him. "Junior sister, you're still young. You may not be able to understand that this brother of yours won't be able to accompany you for long, although he's related to you by blood. Your talent has doomed you and him to not be from the same world. How long will he live? The kinship of the mortal world will only become nothing more than a hindrance on our path of cultivation. Junior sister still needs to learn to recognize people." Li Shangun, Lin Xiaolu suddenly shouted out at the top of his voice. He couldn't help it at all. This guy was simply stomping on his nose, actually keeping his own sister away from him. He picked up the teapot and pointed at Li Xiaolu angrily saying, "I don't want to take care of you for the sake of senior sister and boss. Don't give a damn. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you're a foundation builder." Only then did Li Xiaolu look at the angry child and sneered coldly. "Little brother Lin, this should be said by me. I am unwilling to see eye to eye with you on account of your young age and ignorance, but you have to recognize your own position, and I hope that you can stay away from my little sister, or else. ************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ He was completely on fire. Even when he was wronged by the spirit sword elder Fang Wuxiu, he was not so angry, and this also let himself recognize his position. What kind of dog is he? If he doesn't beat the out of him today, he won't be called the bloody-handed manslayer. Inside the compartment, The teapot shattered instantly after it flew and threw itself in front of Li Yaoxi, without touching him in the slightest. And right after that Lin Xiaolu took a step and jumped up onto the table, raising the bench high and slamming it down towards Li Yaoxi with a furious roar. Clang! The bench shattered, but Li Yaoxi did not move at all, and a stream of light wrapped around his entire body, protecting him firmly. Looking at the angry teenager in front of him, Li Yaoxi leisurely put down the teacup in his hand, and the corners of his mouth began to rise slightly. Himself, not Chen Yanyun's gang of kids. He himself was a proper Foundation establishment stage cultivator, the eldest senior brother of the star-picking lineage. In the middle of the field, Lyn Shalu saw that this guy did not move at all when he went down on the bench. He was also shocked, and then, his tender little face went straight across and he jumped off the table and yelled, 8 extremes Iron Mountain leaning. You let go of me. You let go of me. Damn. I'll get you killed sooner or later. If you're capable, put me down for a one-on-one fight. Li Yaoxi Iu. Little Yuer looked at her brother who was floating in the air desperately struggling and hissing, shock hanging over her little face. As far as she could remember, her brother had never lost a fight, whether it was against the older kids in the village, or the village bully, Goose, or Wolfhound. She had never lost, and the current scene left her a little confused. Lin Xiaolu floated in the air. His body seemed to be held by a big invisible hand. No matter how much he hissed and struggled he couldn't move. Li Yaoxi, on the other hand, maintained the gesture of one hand outstretched and laughed at Xiao Yuer, senior sister. See? This is a martial artist. Mortal. Unbeatable. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Xiaolu and sneered coldly, little fellow, you have no respect. You don't know how to be polite. How dare you disrespect your senior brother? Then senior brother will have to reluctantly teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, and Lin Xiaolu, who was floating in the air, was immediately thrown out, her body flying and crashing out of the window of the compartment. Brother! Xiao Yuer screamed, jumped off the stool, ran to the window with her short legs, and with tears in her eyes, she lay on the window and looked at Lin Xiaolu, who had fallen in front of the entrance of the catering hall, and cried straight away. Junior sister, don't worry. This kid ate tiger's blood. His body is thick. He won't die from the fall. Li Yaoxi leisurely spoke. How about it, little senior sister? Now you should know the gap between him and cultivators like us. As soon as the words fell, little Yuer by the window turned around abruptly, staring at her big, tear-flashing eyes and crying loudly, you bullied my brother. I'll bite you to death. After saying that she pounced on Li Yaoxi laughed, and with a raised hand, he fixed the angry Xiao Yuer alive. Junior sister, don't worry. My brother just doesn't want your talent to pass in vain. When you grow up, you will naturally understand my brother's good intentions. Oh yeah, in the future, when you fight against people, you should still use spirit magic. Don't learn from that little brat who only knows how to use brute force. Outside the meal hall, the outer disciples looked at Lin Xiaolu, who had fallen out of the window, in surprise, and for a moment didn't know what had happened. Senior brother Shaolin, what's wrong with you? Is senior brother Shaolin alright? A few outer disciples were just about to come forward to help Lin Xiaolu up, when Lin Xiaolu directly climbed up from the ground, wailing and yelling as she prepared to rush into the meal hall once again. And before he could enter the gate, Li Yaoxi leapt down from the attic and landed in front of him with a graceful demeanor. When the surrounding outer disciples saw Li Yaoxi, they were all startled under the uncertainty and hurriedly paid their respects loudly. Good day, elder brotherly. Good day, elder brotherly. Greetings to senior brotherly. Lin Xiaolu looked at the cold and arrogant Li Yaoxi in front of her. Her eyes glared and she raised her fist and lunged. I dare you. The teenager's roar had just reached the halfway point, when Li Yaoxi raised his hand with a smile, and all of a sudden, it was as if an invisible palm had pinched Lin Xiaolu's neck, lifting his entire body in mid-air, and also pinched the words out of his mouth back in a raw manner. Such a dirty mouth. What an uneducated little bastard. I'll teach you well today on behalf of my master. When he finished speaking, he raised his other hand and swung it with force. Pop! Hanging in the air, the boy with his throat locked was slapped hard by an invisible palm. Remember, this slap is called a tao. Li Yaoxi finished with another swing. Pop! This slap is called righteousness. Outer disciples are confused. Lin Xiaolu with hanging in the air, tender face rose purple. Face was also slapped by Li Yaoxi out of the stripes of blood marks, but also cannot cry out. Can only be powerless stomping two small short legs. Senior brotherly has something to say. Put senior brother Shaolin down first. Right, senior brotherly. Senior brother Shaolin is still young. If there is anything that offends you, don't take it to heart. Outer disciples have begged for mercy. Lin Xiaolu is only 8 years old, although usually naughty a bit, but to them all is very good. never because he is an inner disciple to look down on them. Everyone loves him. At the moment Lyn Shaolu was beaten like this, they all look heartbroken. As for Li Yaoshi, he just coldly glared at the pleading outer disciples before coldly snorting. The way you guys are saying this, it's as if this seat is bullying him. This seat is educating him on behalf of his master. Do you understand? After saying that he raised his hand and swung it again. Pop. This slap is called a gift. Lin Xiaodu's little face turned viciously, and her originally pink face had now been pumped to continuously ooze blood. Chapter 68, Pig-Killing Fist. He was hanging in the air, and because of his strong physical qualities, he had supported himself hard until now, but the original small short legs that kept struggling had gradually run out of gas. Li Yaoshi's slaps were very heavy, making him feel as if he was being beaten with a hammer. Monkey Sanner and the crowd got anxious when he saw this and shouted angrily at Li Yaoshi, if you hit senior brother Shaolin again, I'll report to elderly. Li Yaoshi looked coldly at Monkey Sanner and snorted. A waist like you is also worthy of going to see master? After saying that, he once again looked at Lin Xiaolu, who had nearly fainted, and waved his hand again. Pop. That slap call. Lin Xiaodu's head tilted viciously, and a piercing splash of bright red was slapped out of her mouth. After 4 consecutive slaps, Li Yaoshi was satisfied and let go, allowing the boy's body to fall to the ground as if it were trash. Junior brother Lin, Monkey Sanner and a few outer disciples rushed over to help Lin Xiaolu up, and when they took a look at his injuries, the group was all shocked and angry. Lin Xiaolu's face has been smashed. No longer see the lovely appearance of the previous powder and jade. The whole face is bloody. The wound is still dripping down blood. There is also the fingerprints on the neck of being pinched purple. Li Yaoshi, the murderer of 1,000 knives, is really beating junior brother Lin to death. In the middle of the field, Li Yaoshi shook up his folding fan and comfortably fanned the breeze, looking at the fainting Lin Shaolu and sneered coldly. This lesson is called Tao, righteousness, etiquette, and law. In the future, if you dare to be disrespectful to my brother again, my brother will proceed to educate you. After he finished speaking, he looked at the outer sect disciples who dared to speak out of anger and laughed. What are you all still standing there for? Go and prepare the wine and food for this seat. Or, do you not want your contribution points this month? If you don't want it, you don't want it. Monkey Sanner suddenly roared out in anger, as he picked up Lin Xiaolu in his arms and got up, shouting angrily, brothers, if you have a handle, follow me to the top of the mountain, and look for elderly to make a decision for us. Right. Let's go find elderly. For a while the outer disciples responded. They were all truly enraged at this moment. In the Amei sect, it was true that senior brothers and sisters educated their disciples as a matter of course, but they had never beaten anyone up like this. Not to mention that Lin Xiaolu was only 8 years old. They could also see that Li Yaoshi dared to beat up senior brother Shaolin so recklessly solely because he couldn't cultivate immortality. In the middle of the field, hundreds of outer disciples were all ready to go to Li Mingru to complain at once. And this vast scene also made Li Yaoshi frown. This Lin Xiaolu actually has such high prestige among the outer disciples? That was a bit of a surprise. Humph. Mortals are mortals. After learning some martial arts they start giving small favors to the outer disciples in a vain attempt to gain their support so that they can take their place in Amei? This kind of unruly people have simply defiled my star picking. With a flash of his figure, he instantly blocked across in front of the crowd, then looked at Monkey Sanner, who was leading the group, and said coldly, this seat was unwilling to be generalized with you people, so don't be ungrateful, or else you'll know the consequences. The advancing bodies of the crowd froze slightly, looking at the handsome man in front of them angrily. One of them clenched their fists in death. Monkey Sanner looked at the severely injured boy in his arms, and was even more furious as his chest rose and fell. When Li Yaoshi saw them like this, his heart was even more disdainful. A bunch of rabble-rousers is hardly a big deal after all. He revealed an amiable appearance as he opened his mouth and laughed softly. You guys hand this little guy over to the seat, and this seat will treat his injuries with spiritual techniques. Monkey Sanner froze at hearing this, then said in shock and anger, you want to cure senior brother Shaolin and then have this matter completely turned over? The others were also shocked and angry, and one outer disciple even looked at Li Yaoshi and said angrily, you weren't even kind enough to heal junior brother Shaolin's injuries. You are afraid to let elderly know that you beat up junior brother Lin, so you want to use this method to hide it from the world. You are shameless. Right. You're mean. When Li Yaoshi saw that his idea was recognized, his heart was a bit irritated, and his eyes couldn't help but chill slightly. This seat is kindly treating my senior brother's injuries, but you losers are slandering this seat like this. Well then, all of you won't be able to use your contribution points this month. This seat will today. Li Yaoshi, all you up. A childish roar suddenly rang out, directly interrupting his words. Lin Xiaodu woke up at some point, and with bloodshot eyes, he rolled over and jumped down from Monkey Sanner's arms, once again pouncing on the jade like Li Yaoshi. Monkey Sanner was startled and quickly shouted, "Senior brother Shaolin, you can't beat him." The group reacted as well, but it was too late to stop them. The boy with the blood-red face had hissed and charged, and Lin Xiaolu was a bit surprised when he looked at the boy who darted towards him. He knew in his heart how heavy those 4 slaps were. All of them used a large amount of spiritual power, and this little bastard actually woke up so quickly? He froze, then let out a cold laugh and raised his hand, ready to perform the star-picking technique and hold the angry teenager once again. So what if he wakes up? The big deal is to reward him with a few more slaps of his own. But just as he was about to raise his hand, the running Lin Xiaolu suddenly waved her hand. Whoosh! A flying dagger with a cold light flung out from his hand. The speed was amazingly fast. The high-minded and proud Lin Xiaolu did not open the protective spirit method at the moment. The silver-white flying dagger was like a silver dragon, directly stabbed in his chest. Bang! The 10-pound flying dagger was thrown with all its might, and although the tip of the dagger failed to pierce his magic Dao clothes, it managed to smash him for a moment, which in turn caused his hand, which had just been preparing to perform the star-picking technique, to loosen. Drink! Recovering from the action, the forest fawn came flying up with a wail, holding the brick, and leaped forward. Lin Xiaolu was taken aback and looked at the boy who was leaping high and hastily raised his hand again, while in the next second, he was shocked to find that his body suddenly stiffened and his hand that was trying to blast the brat away was dragged a bit. In the distance, Xiao Yu appeared at an unknown time, facing him from afar, staring at him with fierce big eyes, and casting the star-picking technique that she had just learned not long ago. This time Lin Xiaolu finally changed his face. He looked at Lin Xiaolu's tender face full of scars and exclaimed, "Harpies, how dare you! I'll you up!" Pop! With a muffled sound, the thick brick ruthlessly slapped on Lin Xiaolu's head. The force was so great that it directly made the brick break from the middle, and Lin Xiaolu also grunted in pain with his head broken and bloodied, and his tall body retreated back and forth. "I'll get you killed today." A brick slapped. Lin Xiaolu wailed. A step out. All the muscles tightened, toes stomped on the ground, hissed and mobilized the strength of the whole body, from the bottom to the top, fiercely punched an uppercut. Aoi, pig-killing fist. A punch powerful enough to make the broken cliff waterfall flow backward rushed up into the sky, directly blasting Lin Xiaolu's chin. Woohoo! A stream of hot plasma mixed with teeth spewed out of Lin Xiaolu's mouth, and his body flew even higher into the air, and then, as if it were a drifting leaf, fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Air! After collapsing, Lin Xiaolu grunted twice before his eyes rolled over and he completely fainted. In the middle of the field, the outer disciples looked at this scene, and for a moment, all of their eyes glared out in shock. Senior brother Shaolin actually punched away Lin Xiaolu. The martial artist actually defeated a foundation establishment. Huffing, gasping for air, the 8-year-old spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva as he looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was on all fours with a mouth full of broken teeth, in front of him. He then endured the severe pain on his body, picked up the disconnected brick, kicked Lin Xiaolu over as if he were a dead dog, and started to peel off his pants with his back to the group. The outer disciples were a bit puzzled by this scene. What is senior brother Shaolin doing? I don't know. It seems like he is taking off Lin Xiaolu's pants, an outer disciple said with an odd expression. Xiao Yu was also very curious, wanting to go up and take a look. Monkey Sanner quickly held her to prevent her from going over, and also covered her big watery eyes. Subsequently, under the spectators of countless outer disciples, Lin Xiaolu then peeled off Lin Xiaolu's pants in broad daylight, and then ruthlessly inserted a large half of the German brick into his chrysanthemum. It seems that Lin Xiaolu's chrysanthemums are too small to be stuffed. After stuffing them, Lin Xiaolu also lifted her foot and stepped hard on the bricks to fix them, cursing while stepping on them. "I don't know how to do this, but I'm not sure how to do it. Come out and mingle. A word is a word. Said to shove a brick up your ass. Just shove it up your ass." The outer disciples looked at such a brawny scene and gulped in horror, feeling straight away that their chrysanthemums were also bubbling with cool air. Chapter 69, Cultivating Immortality. Being human first. At the top of the peak of the plucked star, inside the cave, Li Mingru sat cross-legged, carrying the blood-stained green brick in his hand, and looked at the large and small 2 people in front of him with an odd expression. These 2 men, one, was his own great disciple, the other, the little disciple who had the biggest headache of his own. The big disciple, a mouth of bright red, the mouth of the teeth were knocked out of 3, the buttocks are still unable to stop trembling. Also, such a big piece of brick was stuffed in, and was pulled out by himself. It must be a long time not able to close it. As for the youngest disciple, his cute and cuddly little face was also full of scars, which looked shocking and unbearable to look at. Looking at the miserable appearance of his 2 disciples, he sighed and opened his mouth rather helplessly. Today's matter, Master already knows the reason for it. Li Yaoxi, whose hips were still trembling, blanched and didn't dare to squeak. Li Mingru was also having a bit of a headache at the moment. He was a person who wasn't very good at educating his disciples, but he felt that he had to talk to these two disciples today no matter what. With a headache, he got up and briefly treated the duo's injuries first. Lyn Xiaolu's injury is fine. Just use spirit magic to repair it. While Li Yaoxi's chipped tooth is expected to be hard to grow out in a short period of time, and so is his hip. It will take some time before it slowly closes up. Also, it is good to eat a lesson. When he finished treating the injuries of the two, Li Mingru brushed the blood off of Little Deer's face and said softly to him, "Little Deer, go wait outside for a while, and when Master calls you, you can come in again." Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth and glared at Li Yaoxi with squinted eyes, then left with huffy short legs. After the teenager left and only Li Mingru and Li Yaoxi were left in the cave, Li Yaoxi immediately opened his mouth nervously and explained, "Master, today's matter is actually from Xiao Yuer's long-term consideration." Disciple. Li Mingru raised his face to look at him. This glance also made Li Yaoxi's words that were on the edge of his mouth suddenly stiffen, and he swallowed back raw. It had been a long time since he had seen such an angry look in his master's eyes. In his impression, Li Mingru was always very dashing and easygoing, looking indifferent to everything, but at this moment, this look made him understand that Li Mingru was really angry. Is it because you beat up that bastard Lin Xiaolu? Or was it because he despised mortals? Or was it both? Inside the cave, Li Mingru looked at Li Yaoxi for a long time before he spoke expressionlessly. "Yaoxi, how old were you when you followed your master?" "Back to master. Disciple was 4 years old when I followed you." "Well, it was a few years earlier than Little Deer's initiation." Li Mingru took a sip of the wine in his gourd, his face still showing little expression as he continued to ask, "How did you come to know master?" Li Yaoxi's face turned white at the words, and he responded with a trembling voice, "Disciple. Disciple was abducted by a man's teeth when I was young, broke both my legs, and forced to go out and beg. And then on the day of a heavy snowfall one year, I was rescued by my master." Li Mingru nodded and looked at this eldest disciple of his, opening his mouth to ask again, "So, what were you before you followed your master's cultivation?" Li Yaoxi's body trembled, drenched in sweat and didn't dare to say anything. Li Mingru's originally calm eyes glared violently, and his voice rose violently. "Say, what were you before you followed the master?" Li Yaoxi heart-creeping shockflop directly kneeled down, lowered his head and shouted, "Disciple no wrong. Please master forgive." Li Mingru, who was carrying a wine gourd, glared at Li Yaoxi, who was kneeling down in front of him, and his chest also rose and fell violently a few times. "I used to be too little to teach him. In the past only feel that their own this big disciple, mature and stable. Know the book, Cultivation is also considered hard work, has been released. Did not think that nowadays actually raised such a nature of the heart." He looked at Li Yaoxi, who was kneeling on the ground, his body constantly shivering, and spoke in a cold voice, "Regardless of whether it's for the master, or the sect leader, or the other elders of Ame, almost everyone came out from the mortal world. All of them started from mortals and stepped into the immortal sect. Where did you get the guts to look down on mortals and look down on the people of the world?" Li Mingru at this moment is the more he said the more angry. Straight angry chest or violent ups and downs a few times. Angrily drank. Even the mortal world and illiterate countryside villager know that the son does not dislike the mother's ugly. The dog does not dislike the family's poor reasoning. You're the chief senior disciple of Stargazer. You don't even understand that. What other immortality do you practice? What other dharma are you practicing? After saying that, the angry Li Mingru couldn't help but kick over, straightly kicking Li Yaoxi with a muffled grunt and falling on his butt on the ground. Li Yaoxi didn't dare to resist, and after being kicked, he hastily knelt down again, putting on a lowly and repentant appearance. Li Mingru stared at him and gasped violently for a few moments. After a long time, seeing his appearance of bowing his head and admitting his mistake, the anger in his heart only slightly dropped a few points, and he stated in a cold voice, "I'm not sure if you've ever heard of me, but I'm not sure if you've ever heard of me." He said, "You and Miaoxin were both taken in by the master at a very young age, because both of your parents were not present when you joined the master's disciples, plus you were too young to remember your names. The master let you two take the master's last name. Li, do you ever remember?" "Disciple remembers," Li Yaoxi hurriedly responded. "Then what is the meaning of master naming you Yaoxi?" Li Yaoxi's kneeling body trembled as he shivered and said in a shivering voice, "Master is trying to let my disciple, in the future, shine as brightly as the sunlight in the morning, and be a cultivator who is upright and has a heart for the world." Li Mingru glared at him, "Thanks for remembering." He tilted his head and took a hard gulp of wine from his gourd, as if trying to quench the anger in his heart. When the wine in the gourd was drunk, Li Mingru also finally calmed down and looked at his big disciple and continued, "Your natural talent is not bad. Your cultivation is much higher than myriad heart. but myriad heart is more homely than you. This is something you need to learn more from your senior sister. Understand? Disciple understands. Don't worry, master. Disciple will definitely not commit any more offenses in the future. It will definitely be worthy of the name bestowed by master. Li Yaoshi clasped his fists and answered loudly. When Li Mingru saw him say this, the anger on his face receded a little. Today, you assaulted junior brother and bullied the outer disciples. Master wanted to punish you, but since you have already learned your lesson, I will let it go for now. But master hopes that this is the last time, and if you do it again, master will abolish you with his own hands. Li Yaoshi's body stiffened and he even said that he didn't dare. Seeing this, Li Mingru waved his hand. You close yourself up for a period of time and reflect on yourself. Yes. Li Yaoshi respectfully got up and retreated until he reached the entrance of the cave, and had just turned around and was ready to leave, when Li Mingru's instructive voice came out once again. Yaoshi, you remember, cultivate immortal. First to be a human being. Li Yaoshi was first stunned when he heard these words, then his handsome eyebrows frowned slightly as he turned around and clasped his fists at Li Mingru. Disciple, keep in mind, outside the cave, Lin Xiaolu, who had fully recovered from her injuries, carried a pair of small short hands on her back and stood proudly on the top of the snowy mountain, looking up at the sky, showing off her immortal demeanor. Looking at the boundless sky, a trace of silence appeared on his tender little face. He himself is 8 years old this year, and he can already violently beat up a foundation establishment stage cultivator. So powerful, boom boom. If he waits until he grows up in the future, what's going to happen? Hey, why am I so good at this? It really gives me a headache just thinking about it. The boy sighed with a lonely face, but Li Mingru's voice suddenly came from the cave behind him. A bully from the village of Donghua. Get your ass in here. When Lin Xiaolu heard this, the original despondent look on his face was immediately swept away and replaced with a smiley face that was cute in a way, and he ran his ass off to the cave. Boss, I'm coming. Chapter 70, Li Mingru's injury. Lin Xiaolu ran into the cave with her short legs and ran to Li Mingru, looking at the big old man sitting cross-legged and laughing and shouting, Boss, you called out to me. Li Mingru smiled at him and nudged the padding at his feet. Sit. Lin Xiaolu was not polite and sat down with a big grin, looking at Li Mingru with a cheeky smile. He was certain in his heart that the boss would not be mean to him. Monkey Sanner and the others could all testify that it was Li Yaoshi's big mountain cannon that first provoked him, and that he was ridding himself of harm for the people. Li Mingru really wouldn't blame him either. His face was warm as he looked at the boy in front of him and smiled. How does it feel to have a fight with your eldest brother? It feels so good. Lin Xiaolu waved her little fist excitedly. Boss, you didn't see. That mountain gun child can be arrogant at the beginning, and then I was directly beaten by a punch to kill the pig. And finally I also stuffed the brick into his asshole. To say that this brick-stuffed chrysanthemum that can really be a technical work. Force, speed, precision are very important. More than one point will be stuck, less one point and stuffed into, but also cannot use brute force. To use cleverness. In addition to pay attention to the size of each person, chrysanthemum size of the difference between the size of the material and the brick. The extreme test of a person's skills and techniques. Simply difficult to force in this regard. I personally also summed up some of the experience. The first thing we two. Li Mingru looked at the boy in front of him who was even comparing, spitting, and his little mouth was straight blazing, and he couldn't help but fall into a deep thought. How could I have been so blind to accept such a thing? It's so evil. He sighed, helplessly interrupting the boy's colorful description to ask, Little dear, let me ask you, if you didn't have little Yuer to help you at the critical moment today, what would you have done? Lin Xiaolu's words were interrupted first. Then she grunted bitterly. I should be beaten up by Li Shangun. Li Mingru nodded in relief. This little disciple of his is still a bit self-aware. Well, it can still be saved. He spoke seriously. Little dear, your bravery, the spirit of daring to challenge a strong enemy, and perseverance, all of these are indeed worthy of recognition. But in the future, remember not to be this reckless. What if you don't have Jade's help in the future? What will you do? If in the future you are not facing your eldest senior brother, but a cultivator of the devil's way, a powerful demonic beast that eats people, will you still go up so directly and recklessly? That would only get you killed for nothing. Lin Xiaolu blinked her big eyes a few times, then pouted and nodded her head, indicating that she knew. When Li Mingru saw his demeanor, he knew that this little guy was still a bit unconvinced and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. Wildness is hard to tame. Himself as a master, can only be taught properly, he said in a serious tone. Little dear, when master was young, he was actually very similar to you. Lin Xiaolu first froze when she heard this, and then looked at Li Mingru with disbelief. Boss, you like to put slats in your ass too? Cough cough. Li Mingru almost didn't choke to death, and his entire body coughed violently. The cave was filled with the sound of his coughing. He almost didn't die from coughing alive. After a while he recovered and glared at Lin Xiaolu in tears and laughter. The teacher is talking about a good and courageous character. A brick in the ass? How dare you think of that? You're quite the little wit. He gasped for breath for a few moments and opened his mouth to recount. Back then, when my master was young and arrogant, and had a notable cultivation, he caused trouble everywhere in the divine state, and didn't put anyone in his eyes, and in the end, he paid a heavy price for his own recklessness. After that, he smiled and asked, "Little dear, have you ever heard the others from Amei talk about what master was capable of when he was young?" "I've heard of it," Lin Xiaolu said seriously. "I heard senior sister Miao Xin say that boss. You once plucked a star in the sky, shocking the divine kingdom, and was called lifting your hand to pluck a star and startling the people in the sky." When he finished speaking, his eyes brightened up and his little face was filled with anticipation as he said, "Boss, you pick one for me to see." Ha 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 ha. Li Mingru laughed freely a few times, as if he was thinking of his spirited self back then, and for a moment his eyes were filled with nostalgia. He laughed in a grandiose manner. "Not anymore. My master's strength has declined to the point of Jiedan, and he is no longer the Li Mingru of that year." Lin Xiaolu froze at his words, his large two eyes filled with doubt. "Boss, aren't you guys supposed to get stronger the more you cultivate? How can you still back off?" Li Mingru smiled bitterly upon hearing this question, then raised his hand and tugged on the collar of his Dao robe, pulling it downward to reveal his chest. On his chest, a narrow, hideous scar hung across the entire chest, all the way to its heart position, and there was a light red mark on the heart position that looked like embroidery. Lin Xiaolu looked shocked. "When I was young, I thought I was invincible among my peers, and I was once just as wild and untamed as you, and I ended up in this situation." Li Mingru finished speaking and pulled on his collar. "Boss, are you saying that you were injured by someone?" Lin Xiaolu's face also took a rare moment of seriousness and was filled with shock. "Boss, are you saying that you weren't a Jiedan in the past, and only retreated to Jiedan after being injured by someone?" "Exactly." Li Mingru looked at the curious boy in front of him and smiled kindly. "Little dear, this world is huge, and there are even more powerful people, so we must have a heart of reverence. A good and courageous fight will only bring woes for yourself, for those around you, for the teacher's end is considered good. At least it did not spread to the division, but also picked up a life. But you must learn from this. Understand?" Lin Xiaolu heard a big "oh," then opened his mouth to ask, "Boss, what realm were you in before? Was it Yuaning, or stronger than Yuaning? Who injured you? Tell me. When I grow up later, I'll go beat him up to avenge you." Li Mingru was amused by this little guy's serious appearance. He doted on him and looked at him to train. "This is not something you should think about, for the teacher only hoped that you will not be brave and ruthless in the future. Encountered things, to learn to think first. Understand?" Lin Xiaolu nodded her head obediently and repeatedly, indicating that she understood. Li Mingru also satisfied with the situation, and then leisurely open mouth, "In 2 days, is our Amei annual recruitment of disciples, to send people to the Great Yu country royal family to select new disciples. Tong demon lineage of the Tang girl will be the leader of the Amei, on behalf of our Amei to go." Lin Xiaolu froze, not knowing what the boss was telling himself about this for. Unlike in the past, this time, the sect leader wants to have Maiden Tang bring a few young disciples with accomplished cultivation to follow alone, to show those mortals in the mundane world the elegance of our Amei, and to make them feel at ease about sending their children to Amei. After saying that, Li Mingru glanced at Lin Xiaolu. "Master and sect leader have decided that you are also one of the disciples who will go forward to demonstrate." Lin Xiaolu was stunned to hear this, and looked at Li Mingru in confusion. "Boss, how can I display this as a martial arts student? What happened to learning martial arts?" Li Mingru said in a serious manner, "Xiao dear, don't underestimate yourself. You have to know that even a piece of hand paper has its own function. If you don't push yourself, you don't even know how good you are." Lin Xiao dear heard this confused nose dripped out. He always felt that this were not quite right, but a little unable to say, can only scratch his brain and asked, "Then I went to do what? It's very simple. When the other disciples are demonstrating various spiritual technique aptitudes with poise, you'll be on the sidelines performing a chest-breaking performance, golden spear stabbing throat, iron head skill, iron cloth shirt, so that the parents of those children in the mortal world will know that even if their children join Amei and perhaps cannot learn too strong a spirit technique because they are not gifted, or for some other reason, they will at least be able to learn a not bad martial art, and acquire a skill for their own personal use." Forest Fawn? Reader, Group 2, welcome, everyone. Chapter 71, Breakfast. Inside the cave, Lin Xiaolu confused look at Li Mingru for a while. Did not say anything? Go, as if it is out to play. Is not just a chest broken boulder well, What is the big deal? However, he was a bit relieved that Xiao Yuer couldn't be bothered, and asked in a depressed voice, "Boss, can I bring my sister along? My sister has never been separated from me before. You don't have to worry about that fawn." Li Mingru understood his feelings with Xiao Yuer and softly consoled, "Miao Xian will take good care of Xiao Yuer, not to mention that you're only going for a month. When you were confined by your master you were also confined for 3 months, so what do you have to be afraid of?" Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement once she thought about it. Li Mingru continued to instruct, "After you go, remember to listen to your senior sister Tang. You must not be naughty, fool around, and you must continue to persevere with your workouts. And when you return, Master will ask Tang Xin about your performance along the way, and if you do anything out of the ordinary, Master will not forgive you lightly." Lin Xiaolu disdainfully skimmed her mouth, holding her small arms and grunted, "How can a child as well behaved as me be naughty? Boss, don't you understand me? I'm not only well behaved, but I'm also a thief." When Li Mingru heard this, he immediately cried and laughed a little, and did not know exactly where this disciple of his own self-confidence. He did not have the good sense to say, "Don't play poor mouth. Turn around and change this swearing problem of yours. A small doll's family says these vulgar words every day. What's it like?" He Lin Xiaolu scratched his head in embarrassment and spat out his little tongue, then asked curiously, "Boss, besides me, who else will be going along with us this time when we go to the Great Yu country?" "There's Chen Yanyun from Spirit Sword, Yu Chuchu from Pill Element, and Dong Fang Egg from 9 Infants. All of them are the more outstanding among your batch of disciples." Li Mingru laughed. Originally when he heard Chen Yanyun and Yu Chuchu, the too big Lin Xiaolu was still a bit unhappy, but when he heard that Dong Fang Egg was also going, he immediately changed his eyebrows and smiled. "So Egg is also going, ah? That's not bad. Ha 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 ha." Seeing his face of joy, Li Mingru smiled and asked, "You play well with Eastern Egg?" "Yeah." The boy nodded solemnly. "He's the third leader of our virtue-based gang." Li Mingru finally couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard the name third boss. Dong Fang Egg's cultivation is still okay. His father is the prime minister of the Great Yu country. This time it is also a chance for him to return home with his clothes on his back, so that he can show his cultivation to the people of the Great Yu country, and so that people will know that we, Ame, are a prestigious sect, and that they can rest assured of handing their children over to us. Oh, Lin Xiaolu nodded, understanding written all over her soulful eyes. Lin Xiaolu and Li Yaoshi fight did not spread to the other branches of the Ame. After all, this is not something honorable, in line with the idea of family scandal. Li Mingru on the Ame up and down the gag order, but also to teach Lin Xiaolu must not wantonly brag with others. Whoosh! Inside the elegantly decorated, antique courtyard, an ear-piercing air-breaking sound rang out, and the 10-pound special flying dagger ruthlessly pierced through the target made of wooden boards, hitting the bullseye. "Brother, your flying dagger is getting more and more powerful." Little Jade Child sat in front of the house's main door, surprised and adoring. It's not too bad, right? It's only as powerful as a Yuaning or below who will surely die upon seeing it. The boy finished with the intention to show off. A turn of posture, both hands at the same time a wave. 2 flying daggers will seem like a silver dragon flying out again. Both hit the center of the target, accurate to the extreme. Xiao Yuer was also surprised once again and clapped her hands straight, exclaiming in surprise, "The boss said he's going to let me go down with the Rakshasa ghost woman and the others the day after tomorrow to go to Great Vietnam." Lin Xiaolu pulled the flying dagger off the target while saying to little Yuer, "After brother goes you have to listen to sister Miao Xian. You can't be naughty. You have to be an obedient, well-behaved, and damn good boy like brother. Do you know that?" "I know," little Yuer agreed in a milky voice. Lin Xiaolu nodded with satisfaction, put away the flying dagger, and hugged Xiao Yuer as she circled around the courtyard, making her giggle. He himself laughed happily. When brother comes back from the mountain, he will bring a gift for little Yuer de. Wahahaha. The next morning, Lin Xiaolu woke up and jumped up from her bed with her butt, and after washing up with the dust cleansing pill, she was ready to go and have her morning meal, because he had to wake up early every day for morning exercises. He was always the first inner disciple to come to the meal hall for meals. Of course, there were still a lot of outer disciples at this time of the day. When Lin Xiaolu came there were already quite a few people lined up at the entrance of the meal hall waiting for their meals. After all, only when you have a full stomach will you have the strength to work. He jumped down the stone steps of the mountain path with a bounce and trotted to the meal hall, while the outer disciples who saw him greeted him enthusiastically, and he responded with a smile one by one. "Senior brother Shaolin, I just made soybean milk. It's hot, come over and try it." Monkey Sanner waved at him enthusiastically upon seeing him. "Forget it, I'll just get in line first like everyone else," the boy said and went to the back of the line, joking and gossiping with the others in line. There were hardly any inner disciples for breakfast, so the compartments were not open. and everyone lined up to get their meals and then sat down to eat them at one of those open-air tables and chairs in the courtyard. At the moment, Lin Xiaolu's tiny body stood in front of a female disciple of the outer sect. The female disciple saw him lined up behind himself joyfully. Squatting down to dote on Lin Xiaolu smiled and said, "Little Lin's senior brother. Today we're going to go under the river to catch crabs. You come over to eat at noon." Lin Xiaolu's big eyes lit up when she heard this and said in surprise, "Yes, my sister and I want the biggest crabs. Ha ha ha, definitely keep it for junior brother Lin. We won't give it to anyone who comes." The others also laughed at the boy. "That's right. Save the biggest for senior brother and senior sister Shaolin, and give it to no one. The elders don't even give it to us when they come. And after we catch the crabs we hide the biggest ones and only give them to senior brother and sister Shaolin." Lin Xiaolu was so happy to hear this, and laughed dejectedly at the big guys. "Since everyone is so intentional, then this gang master will go and catch 2 big tigers this morning, to give everyone a strong aphrodisiac." Ha 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 ha, everyone couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. Soon, in the midst of some amicable atmosphere, the line reached him, and the person in charge of typing the meal inside the window was an outer disciple of the age of an uncle. And at this moment, as soon as he saw that it was Lin Xiaolu who had come to eat, he immediately yelled to the other master brothers who were making breakfast, "Elder brother Shaolin is here. Go, take out those big meat buns with the most filling." This exaggerated scene made Lin Xiaolu a little embarrassed. He gave a rare humble look and said with a smile, "Uncle Lu, there's no need to be like this. Junior brother Shaolin is just growing his body. He has to train for so long in the morning and go fight with wild beasts. How can he not eat a full meal?" The middle-aged disciple known as Uncle Lu laughed. "In the future, if senior brother Shaolin comes to eat every day, senior brother will prepare the best for you, guaranteed to smell good." The disciples behind Lin Xiaolu who were lining up and eating with the others laughed and cursed when they heard this. "Senior brother Lu, you're being too biased. Yeah, we want the best too. Go go go." Uncle Lu waved a large soup spoon and scolded with a laugh, "You guys less uproarious. Finish eating and hurry to work." Ha 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 ha, the group laughed merrily once again. Lin Xiaolu's current meal size was indeed huge, eating 26 large buns, 9 eggs, and drinking 6 bowls of soy milk in one meal. Having eaten and drunk enough, he rubbed his little belly with satisfaction, asked Uncle Lu for another breakfast to bring to his sister, and said a loud goodbye to the group. "Guys, I'm going back. I'll bring you the big tiger at noon. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Shaolin, take care. Yeah, don't hurt yourself, haha. It's time to be lazy. Don't get too tired. Senior brother Shaolin, remember to leave me the tiger whip, haha." Listening to the caring words of the group, Lin Xiaolu laughed happily. Chapter 72, Departure. On that day, Lin Xiaolu tossed herself around until late at night as she always did before returning to the small courtyard to rest. He was excited, coming to Amei for a year to finally go down to the mountains to play, which was full of fatal attraction for an active 8-year-old. And made him use a little more effort in hunting in the forest, bringing back 2 tigers, a porcupine, and a pangolin. However, he still held down his excitement because the boss had said that the path of practicing martial arts was like rowing a boat against the current. So even though he was excited and restless, he didn't relax his workout. Perhaps it was this rare self-discipline, as well as a little bit of quick thinking and a little bit of limbering up, that gave him, at the tender age of 8, abilities that were unimaginable to others. His current flying dagger could accurately shoot an apricot within 30 meters. The Yuanyang steps had also reached a small level of success, and with 500 pounds of weight on his back, his speed of going up a room and climbing a tree was no longer much slower than that of an ape. And all this ability is due to his extreme self-discipline and hard work. And, of course, there was the tiger's blood, the creation that had been risked and endured. Day 2. Morning. Lin Xiaolu briefly said goodbye to Li Miaoxin and Xiao Yuer, and then followed Li Mingru to a Mei Peak while eating an apple. Ka-ching! The crystal-clear pathfinding bridge, the sweet flesh of the fruit was bitten off by the boy, his mouth and cheeks stuffed with a bulge. Living like a small hamster, Li Mingru walked in front of him, and as he did so, he urged again, "Little dear, these 6 flying daggers bestowed upon you by your master are proper killing weapons. You may not take them out to play at will during normal times, and you may only use them when you encounter danger. Do you understand?" Lin Xiaolu nodded gravely at his words and said a long "oh." Li Mingru bestowed upon him 6 flying daggers, not the 10-pound practice items from before, but proper sharpened blades, all inserted in leather sheaths and placed on the outside of each thigh. 3 on the left and 3 on the right can be felt by dropping your hands naturally. Li Mingru introduced these flying daggers are much lighter than the practice supplies. The power is not bad. Under the same strength can fly faster and farther. "Boss, can you give me some other weapons?" Lin Xiaolu had fruit meat in her mouth and said vaguely, "I don't really like using flying daggers." Li Mingru carried the wine gourd and smiled casually, What weapon do you want? I want the machete. Lin Xiaolu said. I haven't learned my book of the 8 swords of the brocade guard yet. Li Mingru glanced at him in surprise at his words. Use a sword? Isn't it good to use a sword? Shouldn't all children your age like sword cultivators and swordsmen? Dashing, handsome, and righteous. I don't want a sword. Lin Xiaolu hugged the big red apple and shook her head straight, smiley face. Sword, this thing is not domineering at all. Mr. Storyteller said. Only girls use swords. Real men, out to mix is to cut people. Cut people to use the knife to cut. I want to be a cross sword, quick to revenge the swordsman. After all, a sharp blade in the hand is the kind of romance that belongs to a real man. Li Mingru looked at him with a grandiose retarded look and tried to hold back his laughter, then asked with some curiosity. You always say that this storyteller says this and that. Who exactly is he? He's old man Zhang from our village. Oh, and who is this old man? Old man Zhang is the storyteller of our village. Li Mingru. He did not ask further. Think ask also cannot ask a reason. I guess this stupid disciple himself does not know that the storyteller in the end of the name of Mr. Who? He said helplessly. Also, since you like the knife, the teacher will promise you this time to go down the mountain. Do not be naughty. At that time the teacher went to find a treasure blade for you, but only for self-protection, not to deceive others. Really? Lin Xiaodir's eyes lit up with surprise and looked at Li Mingru excitedly. Then boss, we keep our word. You find me a good knife, the kind that can cut down immortal cultivators, and I'll promise to listen to you in the future. Can you cut a cultivator? Li Mingru's face was embarrassed. Then he nodded his head stiffly. It would be a bit humiliating to take it back at this point after all the words have been said. It's just that this disciple of his doesn't have any spiritual power in his body, so naturally he can't activate a magic weapon, and the blades given to him are destined to be mortal blades only. But what kind of mortal blade could break through an immortal cultivator's protective aura and magic treasures? TSK, not too good to do. Feel the cowhide blown big. Li Mingru some headache. Think for a moment, did not have any clue, then decided to turn back and think again. First take Lin Shalu on a May peak. At this moment, outside the Qinghuan Hall at the top of a May peak, Yi Qinghuan, wearing a long white dress, was lying on a cool chair at the entrance of the main hall, stacking her small legs and nibbling on a scented melon with a shake. And in front of her stood several people respectfully. The great disciple of the Tong demon lineage, Tang Xin, spirit sword lineage disciple Chen Yanyun, master Fang Wuxiu, Yu Chu Chu, a disciple of the pill element lineage, master Sun Tangliang, disciple of the 9 infants lineage, Dongfang Egg, master Zhao Xianyi. They also just came not long ago. 3 sub-vein of the old man, as well as the younger generation. Tang Xin is casually talking to the words, and Chen Yanyun, Yu Chu Chu, Oriental Egg. 3 small disciples naturally do not dare to say much. A good and honest standing still. Soon after, Li Mingru slowly appeared with Lin Xiaolu, who immediately shouted happily upon seeing them. Rakshasa ghost woman, little egg. The shouts were so loud that they attracted everyone's attention for a while. Dongfang Egg was also excited to see Lin Xiaolu and was straight up happy, but his master teacher was still there, which made him only be able to punch Lin Xiaolu with a scowl, not daring to go forward to pay his respects. Tang Xin didn't have any worries, and after going up to Li Mingru and saluting him, she looked at Lin Xiaolu with a smile and pinched his little face. I didn't expect that you little troublemaker would also go with this senior sister to recruit disciples. Interesting. You must listen to senior sister on this journey. Understand? Lin Xiaodir's cheeks were pinched by her jade fingers, and with a defiant face, she hummed disdainfully, whether you listen or not, let's see how you behave then. When Tang Xin heard this, she immediately cried and laughed a little, but she wasn't Li Miao Xin's kind of soft character. At this moment, when she saw Lin Xiaodir being naughty, she immediately narrowed her cute big eyes and threatened, see how I behave? If you don't behave by then, senior sister, I'll hang you up and flick your little one. Lin Xiaolu first froze after hearing this, and then her cheeks bulged high, glaring angrily at Tang Xin with a look of being about to explode with anger. Hey, 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 Li Mingru, you're too slow. Yi Qinghuan on the cool chair ate her melon, muttering her little mouth and urging, you're the slowest every time. Are you drunk again? Li Mingru smiled apologetically at Yi Qinghuan, then patted Lin Xiaolu's head. Quickly pay your respects to the sect leader. Oh. Lin Xiaolu looked serious and knew how to be polite as she stepped forward and respectfully said, disciple, the leader of the virtue convincing gang and supreme May, Lin Xiaolu. I pay my respects to sister sect leader. Everyone present was stunned when these words came out. Yi Qinghuan even snorted a laugh out, lying on the cool chair laughing straight legs. On the side, Zhao Xuanyi, Fang Wuxiu, and Sun Tongliang's 3 elders looked at Lin Xiaolu and frowned, cursing that this master and disciple were one and the same. Fortunately, Yi Qinghuan did not get angry, and after laughing a few times instead felt amused and winked adorably at Lin Xiaolu. In the field, 11-year-old Chen Yanyun and 9-year-old Yu also looked at Lin Shalu for a few moments. Chen Yanyun didn't have much of an expression and didn't smile or laugh, looking like a small adult, while Yu eyes were a bit slightly chilled and she hummed in a small voice. Seeing that everyone was together, Yi Qingwan smiled at Tang Xin and said, "Tang girl, these 4 little ones will be given to you. You have to take good care of them along the way. Don't worry, sect leader. Disciple will definitely take good care of the several senior siblings." Tang Xin responded. Yi Qingwan then smiled at Lin Xiaolu and the other children. "Letting you go this time is a kind of recognition from this sect leader and a few elders. I hope you'll perform well. Listen to Sister Tang, and don't be naughty. Got it? Got it." The 4 children responded together. Yi Qingwan nodded with satisfaction. She didn't have much to say. It wasn't the first time that Tang Xin had gone to recruit disciples on behalf of Ame. She was experienced. There was nothing to worry about. She got down from the cool chair and patted the remnants of the melon on her hands. Then with a lift of her small hand, her hand suddenly blossomed with green aura, and an exquisite and flawless emerald jadeite ruyi blossomed out in her heart. Chapter 73, Honglu Temple. Above the cloudless blue sky, a huge emerald ruyi was flying at breakneck speed. Ruyi body green, curved narrow, natural, flying in the bright sun, perhaps by the sun's edge. This huge jadeite ruyi was illuminated by the flow of color, the beauty of the amazing. At the moment, Lin Xiaodir's 8-year-old body stood on the large disc at the head of the jade ruyi, standing proudly with a pair of small short hands on her back, looking straight up at the sky. He wasn't afraid of being blown down by the strong wind, because the jade ruin was wrapped by a transparent cover, which resisted most of the strong wind. But of course there would still be a small part of it blowing in, and at the moment, 2 rows of crystalline snot were blown right out of the teenager's nose, pulling straight up for a long time. Behind the teenager, the ball-like oriental egg marveled at his 2 long lines of snot, really worthy of being a deer. Is not the same. Not only the body is strong, even the snot is strong. These 2 lines of snot has been blown by the wind elongated 2 or 3 meters away, but froze constantly, as if 2 silver dragons that cannot stop trembling fluttering in the air. Simply unimaginable. He was marveling, but the posturing and domineering Lin Xiaodir sighed and opened her mouth, her voice filled with vicissitudes. "Little egg, how long have you been following this gangmaster?" "Back to the gangmaster. It has been more than a year," Dongfang Egg respectfully said. The boy with his hands behind his back, fluttering his nose and staring straight up at the heavens sighed slightly, then nodded his head in a lofty manner, his every move showing his big brotherliness. "A year ago, when this gangmaster first met you, you were still a 10-year-old brat. In the blink of an eye, you're so big now. Really the years have not spared us." Dongfang Egg listened with an odd expression on his face, unable to answer for a while. Lin Xiaolu then lamented, "Little egg, you say that this gangmaster is only 8 years old, has already become the head of a gang. Ame supreme. Literature can be exported. Martial arts can convince people with morality. Even boo-boo can be blasted through the stubborn stone. So powerful. This in the future. How can it be good? This, I don't know. Dongfang Egg confusedly scratched his big brain. Ai Lin Xiaodir once again heaved a sigh, fluttering 2 lines of snot lamented, "So lonely. Look at the world. Actually cannot find a worthy of this master of the gang." Dongfang Egg's mouth opened and reopened, looking at the 2 lines of flying snot, froze, unable to say a word. Below the ruyi disc, the winding jade body became larger as a jade bridge, as if it was a shrunken pathfinding bridge, and on the small disc at its end, there was a jade house that nickered under the sunlight. At this moment, Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, and Yu were all in this jade house. Unlike Lin Xiaolu's oriental egg, Chen Yanyun and Yu were well behaved after they got on the ruyi magic weapon, and had been sitting quietly. Yu would occasionally open her eyes and look east and west, but Chen Yanyun was completely motionless, her eyes closed from beginning to end. This also caused Tang Xin to be slightly surprised, as there were very few disciples who could ride the emerald ruyi for the first time without being excited and curious. Chen Yanyun, this little fellow, at such a young age, actually has such a heart. His future achievements are estimated to really not be low. She counted the time, pondering that she could arrive at the Great Yu country in half an hour, and was about to take a nap when Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Egg walked into the house with a smile on their faces. "Brother dear, how on earth did you manage to keep your snot going all the time? You ended up stretching 5 or 6 meters, floating around and still not stopping. That's awesome. This is to rely on the exercise, through the efforts, to make their own snot to play a catalytic force of the power of the bones. Think when in the village, many people ask me why I can be so powerful. I told them, young people do not want to think of a step to the sky. I can have today's ability, that are step by step out of the way. Wow, it's really worthy of dear. The movement of the duo talking and laughing was quite loud, and it also made Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, and Yu Chuchu all open their eyes. Lin Xiaolu directly ignored Yu Chuchu and Chen Yanyun and came to sit in front of Tang Xin, flashing her a cute smile and asking curiously, "Rakshasa ghost woman, how much longer until we arrive?" "It should be soon," Tang Xin lightly said. "In a moment, we will first arrive at the capital of the Great Yu State, and the Emperor of the Great Yu State and the civil and military officials will come to greet us." "Senior sister Tang, are my parents there too?" Dongfang asked excitedly. Tang Xin smiled gently. "Naturally, I am." After saying that, she looked at Lin Xiaolu again. "After arriving at the place in a while, none of you are allowed to run around, nor are you allowed to use means. If anyone disobeys, don't blame senior sister for punishing you." Lin Xiaolu first nodded his head to show that he understood. Then he was a bit puzzled when he saw that Tang Xin had been staring at him. "Rakshasa ghost woman, are you saying these words to me alone?" "No, I'm talking to all of you." "Then why are you staring at me alone when you talk?" "Because you're long and cute." Lin Xiaolu sniffed a little happy, but did not want to show it, arrogantly raised her small chin. "Humph, who does not know?" Half an hour's time passed in a flash. The jade ruyi finally arrived at the place and began to slowly fall from the height. Lin Xiaolu also ran out of the jade house together with Dongfang and came to the jade fence beside the ruyi to look downwards. Lin Xiaodir was so excited that he saw a huge capital city below him, and there were countless people the size of ants underneath the city who were cheering to greet them. At 5 p.m. In the evening, Honglu Temple, Daiwei Country. Honglu Temple was a place used by the Great Yu State to entertain foreign guests, and at the moment, Tang Xin and the others were temporarily staying here. There are still a few more days until the day of the disciple recruitment, so we'll stay here during this time. Inside the elegantly decorated compartment, Tang Xin looked at the three children in front of her who were having their evening meal and said, "Rakshasa ghost woman, why don't you accept the Emperor's lordship's banquet for us?" Lin Xiaodir asked in a depressed manner while gnawing on a chicken leg. Today they came to the Great Yu country after the Great Yu country's Emperor His Majesty held a grand banquet want to feast them, but was Rakshasa ghost woman refused. He cannot understand. Someone invited to dinner do not go. This is not stupid. Later, Dongfang also met his parents as expected. Tang Xin did promise to let him go back with his parents to use the family feast, stay at home for 2 days, and wait for the day after tomorrow to come back. So now there are only 4 people left themselves, Tang Xin, and Yu Chuchu Chen Yanyun. At the dinner table, Tang Xin glared at him. "You're eating in the palace. You're eating here. What's the difference? Still worried that senior sister can't afford to feed you? It's different." Lin Xiaolu munched on a chicken leg while slurring. "I haven't eaten with the Emperor Lord since I grew up. I was all set to toast him and ask him if it's cool to be the Emperor. I can't ask now." Tang Xin rolled her eyes helplessly, angry and not wanting to care about him. Instead, it was Chen Yanyun who broke the mold and opened her mouth to explain. Senior sister Tang didn't want to give His Majesty the opportunity to offer treasures and pull in favors, and didn't want to cause karma, which is why she declined the invitation. Hearing Chen Yanyun's explanation, Lin Xiaolu gave Chen Yanyun a rather surprised look. This guy actually took the initiative to talk to himself? He has not spoken since he met with Chen Yanyun Yu Chuchu, and he has been playing with Dongfang. At this moment, Yu Chuchu, who was drinking kanji, also looked at Chen Yanyun with considerable surprise, not knowing why brother Yanyun would take the initiative to speak to this asshole. On the marble-made dining table, Chen Yanyun took the initiative to open up to Lin Xiaolu, and Lin Xiaolu made a response after she froze. "Oh, so that's how it is." Chapter 74, Groveling Martial Artist. Tang Xin was holding her chin with one hand and reading a scroll with the other, while the 3 children continued to eat quietly. Yu Chuchu and Chen Yanyun didn't eat much. A bowl of clear porridge and 2 small dishes were settled. Lin Xiaolu had a large amount of rice, and naturally, there were 3 barilla chickens in front of her, as well as 2 yellowtail fish, and a few bowls of rice. Yu Chuchu drank 2 mouthfuls of kanji, and suddenly looked at Tang Xin expectantly and asked, "Senior sister Tang, it'll be a few more days before we can recruit disciples, so can we go out to play in these few free days? I want to go out with brother Yanyun and have a stroll." Tang Xin sniffed and cocked her head in thought, then looked at Lin Xiaolu, who had begun to gnaw on the second chicken leg. "Kid, you want to go out and play?" "I don't want it." Lin Xiaodir bulged her mouth and shook her head. "I want to exercise. The boss said that the path of martial arts practice is like rowing against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back." Tang Xin was a bit surprised that this naughty brat didn't want to go out and play. She laughed softly. "You guys came out this time. It's fine to have some fun once in a while, but senior sister has to be responsible for you, so we have to do everything together." It just so happens that tomorrow is the mortal world's Mid-Autumn Festival, and there will be a lantern festival at night, so we can go out to see the lanterns together. Wow! You choo-choo, who was on the side, instantly brightened her eyes and cried out in surprise, tomorrow is actually the Mid-Autumn Festival. I almost forgot. Chen Yanyun was also slightly delighted. They had been practicing anime for so long that they no longer remembered the festivals of the mortal world. Both kids looked happy, and even Tang Xin couldn't help but smile. And just as a large two small three people were joking about where to go tomorrow, a silly voice suddenly rang out. What is the Mid-Autumn Festival? Inside the bright compartment, Tang Xin, Yu Chu Chu, and Chen Yanyun all looked at Lin Xiaolu in surprise. Don't you know about the Mid-Autumn Festival, little dear? Tang Xin stared at her beautiful eyes in surprise. Lyn Xiaolu's eyes were wide open, confusion written in her eyes. But, ha 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 ha, you don't even know about the Mid-Autumn Festival. How stupid are you? Yu Chu Chu laughed out loud and taunted. Oh, from which nook or cranny did you and your sister come from? Laughing my ass off, ha 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 ha. Yu Chu Chu laughed so hard that she couldn't even straighten her back, her words full of contempt, which made Tang Xin beside her frown and twist her head to look at her. Yu Chu Chu hadn't reacted yet and was still laughing until Chen Yanyun pulled her sleeve. She came back to her senses and hurriedly stopped laughing and stopped talking, only looking at the teenager with a sneer. Chen Yanyun carefully glanced at Lin Xiaolu, slightly relieved after seeing that he wasn't angry, and spoke curiously. Have you and Xiaoyu never had a Mid-Autumn Festival? No. The boy's mouth was stuffed with food, and he slurred as he continued. What's the Mid-Autumn Festival? Mid-Autumn Festival it is. The Mid-Autumn Festival is the festival of having fun with your best friends. Tang Xin directly interrupted Chen Yanyun's words and recounted to Lin Xiaolu with a smile. Xiaolu, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, people will go out on the streets with their best friends in a group and then enjoy the moon and eat mooncakes together. Oh, Lin Xiaolu nodded with a sudden realization, and then was a little depressed. Dongfang Egg went home, and will come back only the day after tomorrow, and it seems that he doesn't have any friends around him, and the Rakshasa ghost woman should be counted as one, right? No, not really, at most half. She beat herself up last time at the demon passing peak, and asked herself if she was happy afterward, and her brain hurt when she saw her. But since I'm in time for this Mid-Autumn Festival or whatever it is, I'll go see the world for myself and tell my sister about it later. After the evening meal, a few children went back to their respective rooms led by the guards of Honlu Temple. The guards here appeared to be very reverent towards these immortal cultivators of anime. Just like the guards who entertained Lin Xiaolu, they didn't show the slightest bit of contempt because of his young age. Instead, they were as respectful as lackeys, and throughout the whole time they only dared to lower their heads to talk to him, not even daring to raise their heads to look at him. It made him uncomfortable, and he didn't like it much. Upper Immortal Lin, this is your bedroom. The tall-bodied guard led him to a luxurious chamber. Bowing his head respectfully, he said, if there is anything you need, Superior Immortal can summon Humble Servant at any time, and Humble Servant will always stand guard outside the door. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head and thanked the uncle in front of him, who was about 20 years older than himself. The guard was slightly surprised to hear the thank you and didn't say anything. Entering the opulent room of the compartment, Lin Xiaolu wandered around and felt that there was nothing special. On the contrary, the mung bean cake on the table was quite delicious. He ate several pieces and only stuffed his little mouth with bulging. While he was halfway through eating, he suddenly seemed to have remembered something, and ran out of the compartment with his short legs and found the guards who were on watch outside. The guards were keeping watch and froze slightly when they saw Lin Xiaolu come out. Just as she was about to open her mouth, Lin Xiaolu opened her mouth with a look of anticipation and asked, Uncle, have you practiced martial arts? The guard blinked, then lowered his head and responded, back to Supreme Immortal Lin. My official position is the 6th rank. I'm a member of the Imperial Forest Army, and I've learned some Jianghu martial arts and military swordsmanship. Lin Xiaolu heard this and immediately her eyes lit up, pulling up the guard's hand and running towards the house. This time the guard was nervous, but did not dare to break free, and could only allow herself to be pulled into the house by Lin Xiaolu. Come, uncle, sit here. After entering the house, Lin Xiaolu let the guard sit at a table, and then sat opposite him herself, probing her little brain and joyfully saying, what martial arts do you know, uncle? The guard was a bit confused and didn't know what Lin Xiaolu was asking for. He answered honestly, when I was young, I had roughly learned Harrier Flip, Ground Laying Fist, and Tai Chi Fist, and after joining the army, I mainly learned military swordsmanship and marksmanship. Wow, you have learned so many martial arts, Lin Xiaolu marveled, admiration written all over her small face. Uncle, your martial arts must not be bad, and you are long and so sturdy. In the future to fight and rob, no, is to protect the family and the country. You are certainly a good hand. Hearing this, The guard with his head lowered pursed his lips, wanting to laugh but not daring to. He could only force a smile and respectfully said, "Thank you for your compliments, Supreme Immortal." Lin Xiaolu giggled for a moment, then ambled over to the table, blinking her big eyes full of aura and pleading, "Uncle, I want to spar with you in martial arts." "Look, I wouldn't dare." The guard was shocked and got down from his seat. Then with a thud, he knelt down on one knee in front of Lin Xiaolu and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know what to say, but I'm sure you'll be happy to hear it. Immortal Lin, I'm just a martial artist. I'm surely no match for you. Immortal, please spare my life." Lin Xiaolu was startled by the guard's reaction and quickly explained, "Uncle, it's just an ordinary sparring session. You don't have to worry about it. I won't tell the Emperor Master. I swear." However, the guards didn't listen at all, and in horror said, "The upper immortal must not tease my humble servant." Immortal and mortal separated. My humble servant immortal, and how would be the upper immortal's opponent? The upper immortal, although young, but is a person who cultivates the immortal, life expectancy up to 1,000 years and 10,000 years long, casually perform a spiritual law, with a magic treasure, can make my humble servant dead without a burial place, which makes my humble servant how to dare to the upper immortal shot. After hearing the words of the guards, Lin Xiaolu was completely confused. He looked at the tall man in front of him in a daze, unable to say anything for a while. He was truly surprised that this uncle could be afraid like this. Why is he afraid? Why should he, a martial artist, be afraid? The 8-year-old boy couldn't understand how a martial artist, a clanking martial arts practitioner, could actually be afraid of an immortal cultivator to such an extent. Simple-minded. He suddenly felt so angry and looked at the guards and said angrily, "Uncle, what are you doing? You're a martial artist. Why are you so afraid of me? Because I'm from Ame? I've said it's just a normal cut. You don't have to be like this." Lin Xiaolu could not say why she was angry. She just felt suffocated for no reason. So suffocated. This is the first time since he practiced martial arts to see a mortal martial artist. Although it is in the mortal court serving as a police officer, perhaps not considered a complete martial arts practitioner, but after all, it is also practicing martial arts. How can you be afraid of this? Shouldn't a martial artist be fearless? He was only an 8-year-old child. Did martial artists have to grovel to him just because he was from an immortal cultivation clan? Is this worthy of the hard-earned martial arts? Inside the room, the guards did not answer in the face of Lin Xiaodu's question, and just kept kneeling on one knee as if it was only natural. Lin Xiaolu jumped off the stool and tried to help him up. He immediately shivered and opened his mouth. Supreme Immortal, please don't make things difficult for humble servant anymore." Humble servant wouldn't dare. I really don't dare. Chapter 75, I don't know what to name it. Lin Xiaolu couldn't understand the reaction of the guard uncle. The current him wasn't aware that to the martial artists in the mortal world, he was a god in the sky, an immortal bodhisattva that should be worshipped. That's why the martial artists amongst the mortals were in such awe of him. After all, martial artists were still mortals after all, and in the eyes of most mortals, the gods were meant to be exalted, as had been the case since ancient times. Just as good men and women will kowtow to bodhisattvas when they enter a temple. They kowtow naturally, with peace of mind, and without feeling the least bit humiliated. Lin Xiaolu indicated to the guard uncle that he wasn't cutting it anymore before helping the fearful man up, then skipped over the topic and proceeded to ask, "Uncle, you just said that you have practiced so many martial arts. Did you learn them all in Great Vietnam? Are there a lot of martial arts in Great Vietnam?" Reporting back to the Supreme Immortal, there aren't many martial arts in Great Yu's own country. The more famous one is Taiji, and the others are all rather ordinary. What kind of martial art is Taiji? Lin Xiaolu asked blankly. Tai Chi is unique to our country of Daiyu, a martial art that combines strength and flexibility to defeat strength with weakness. Weakness over strength? Lin Xiaolu immediately brightened up when she heard this and looked at the guards in front of her and excitedly said, "Uncle, can you teach me this Tai Chi? I recognize you as a little brother. You can go to the Ame Star picking peak of the meal hall to eat when you are hungry. As long as my name, you can eat as much as you want to eat, and do not have to pay. Oh, are you happy?" When the guard heard this, his face turned a little odd. He was a little confused as to why Lin Xiaolu, an Ame upper immortal, was so interested in Taiji, but he didn't dare to ask. He could only respectfully open his mouth and responded, "Upper immortal, my humble servant's Taiji is only something that I learned for a few years when I was young, and it can't rise to the top of the ladder." That's right. The teenager opened his mouth with an intelligent look of realization, then continued to pursue. "Then do you know any other martial artists who teach Taiji?" The guard thought for a while, then shook his head. "Supreme Immortal, my humble servant works as an official at the imperial court and is not a member of the Jianghu, so I'm not quite sure about the affairs of the Jianghu sects." Lin Xiaolu was a bit lost at hearing this, and depressedly didn't say anything else. Uncle Squire said that Tai Chi is a martial art that can defeat the strong with the weak. So can Tai Chi defeat an immortal cultivator? He fell into a not-so-intelligent contemplation. Second day. At the dawn of the morning, when the sky had just dawned, Lyn Xiaolu was already fully dressed and out of the house. Outside the house, the guards who hadn't slept all night were taken aback when they saw Lyn Xiaolu come out. Immortal Lyn is out so early? It's not even fully light yet. Uncle, you're exhausted from guarding all night. Go into my house and sleep for a while, Lyn Xiaolu said to him smilingly. The guards were startled, and busily said they didn't dare, indicating that they had a special room for rest. Lyn Xiaolu didn't persuade him any further when he saw this. Although he was young, he could see that this reverence that uncle had for immortal cultivators was engraved in his bones, and couldn't be changed overnight. He waved his hand at the guards, then went downstairs himself for his morning meal, ready to begin his morning exercises. 1 hour later, the golden yellow sun slowly rose, and the time came to the hour of the morning. Chen Yanyun woke up from one of the compartments, and after washing with the dust cleansing pill, he shouted to Yuchuchu to go downstairs with the morning meal. Tang Xin didn't follow. She was a foundation establishment stage cultivator who didn't eat mundane things, and was still meditating and practicing in her room at the moment. Brother Yanyun, I can't imagine that the food in the Great Yu country is quite delicious. No worse than what the meal hall makes. On the inexpensive Wali dining table, Yuchuchu laughed while picking at the runny yellow salted duck eggs with her chopsticks. Chen Yanyun's face had no expression. Silently drinking soybean milk opened his mouth. The Great Yu Kingdom treats us as honored guests, and the food they serve is naturally the best. And even though it doesn't contain aura, it's already delicious enough. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the salted duck egg in Yuchuchu's hand. Instead of saying that the food of the Great Yu country is delicious, it's better to say that the food of the Great Yu country's dignitaries is delicious. You're a salted duck egg that poor people can't eat. Oh, Yuchuchu nodded in confusion, then smiled adoringly at him. Brother Yanyun, you know so much. Chen Yanyun returned a non-committal smile. When I was a child, I often escorted darts with the elders of my family. Traveled to some places, saw some poor families and refugees, and had a bit of experience. The two were talking when a familiar figure suddenly burst in from outside. Chen Yanyun and Yuchuchu were both stunned when they saw this sudden intrusion. And then Yuchuchu let out a humph and turned her head away, eating her own breakfast. Chen Yanyun was curious to look at the boy in front of her. Seeing that his little face was flushed, there were fine beads of sweat on his forehead, and his body was still hot, so she knew that he had just finished working out. You went for a run? He asked. Lin Xiaolu, who had just finished running for half an hour, nodded her head and did a few stretches to relax her muscles and bones, then looked at Chen Yanyun and walked over, picking up the soybean milk in his hand and drinking it. Chen Yanyun was startled and hurriedly pressed his hand. Don't drink it. You just finished running. Your heart and lungs are still panting violently. Drinking soy milk directly is going to hurt your body. Lin Xiaolu's small hand holding the soybean milk stopped for a moment and looked at Chen Yanyun suspiciously. He was a bit confused. Why was this guy getting more and more human-like now? Is it hard to believe that you've punched him a few times and gotten him comfortable? And isn't this guy a swordsman? And he knows how to run? He looked at Chen Yanyun curiously. You still know how to run? The 11-year-old Chen Yanyun nodded his head and humbly said, slightly knowledgeable. Lin Xiaolu smiled at his words. I've drank tiger blood, and I also have to run twice a day, more than 30 miles at a time. My heart and lungs have long surpassed those of an ordinary martial artist. I can withstand it. With that, he gulped down the large bowl of soy milk in a single gulp. The gestures, the movements, the aura, all of them are first class and bold. Watching Chen Yanyun was a bit confused. How did this guy manage to drink soy milk with the aura of spirits? After drinking the soybean milk, the teenager hoofed it and continued to go to practice martial arts. Honglu Temple still covers a large area. There are a number of gardens suitable for practicing martial arts. Lin Xiaolu's martial arts practice had a characteristic that he liked to practice in a place where birds and flowers smelled good. He felt that it would be easier to reach the legendary realm of the unity of heaven and man. Inside the courtyard, the teenager finished the horse stance. After doing push-ups, it is wide-open swing stance playing the 8 extreme fist, because the body of the tiger's blood, coupled with his hard workout day in and day out, so that his martial arts growth is extremely fast, and at the moment all of the 8 extreme fist strokes, Frozen was given by him an 8-year-old to the intention of a patriarch. It wasn't long before some guards began to appear around Lin Xiaolu, and the guards were all looking at him curiously, wondering why he, a little immortal, would be practicing martial arts here. Seeing someone as an audience, the childlike Lin Xiaolu fought even more vigorously, wailing and shouting with amazing momentum. The air around him was crackling. This shocked the surrounding guards, and each of them could not close their mouths in surprise. How old is he? He can actually hit a sonic boom. If an ordinary person were to take a punch, they would probably be pulverized directly. Zhang Yong, is this young immortal the one you received? Why is he practicing martial arts? Several guards asked a taller man in confusion. This Hanyu was named Zhang Yong, the very same guard who was responsible for receiving Lin Xiaolu. This, I don't know. The rough-looking Zhang Yong was also puzzled. As he looked at the dragon and tiger in the courtyard, the teenager with amazing aura, and hesitantly said, this little supreme immortal I received doesn't seem to be the same. Yesterday he even asked me to spar with him in martial arts. Chapter 76, Beggars. Hiss. The surrounding guards were all startled when they heard this, and each of them looked at him with disbelief. It's not what you guys think. As soon as Zhang Yong saw the guards' horrified eyes, he knew that they had thought wrongly. This young immortal is quite good, not as arrogant as other immortals, just like a little brother. I was a bit uncomfortable at first, and he seems to be interested in martial arts. Yesterday he even told me that he wanted to learn Taiji. Ha! The guards listened with complete question marks. What the hell is a Mei Shangxian doing switching to Tai Chi instead of practicing immortality? Zhang Yong thought for a moment and looked at a few of his fellow officers and asked, do the brothers know where there is a master who teaches Tai Chi? This is not too clear. The guards were at a loss. They usually served in the palace and rarely dealt with ordinary martial artists. I know. One of the guards suddenly spoke up and said, there is an old man Gu in Pingyang Lane. When he was young, he was a personal disciple of Taiji sect. I heard that Taiji Kung Fu was out of this world. In addition to this, he also researched many kinds of martial arts. He is a complete martial arts nerd, and now that he is getting old, he went back to the capital city to retire. Zhang Yong was delighted at his words and asked excitedly, is that old man Gu powerful? It should be quite powerful. The guard touched his chin and recalled, I also heard it from someone. I don't know if it's true or not. I heard that old man Gu met the mountain bandits who robbed the road when he was young, and used one hand to move the blocking pounding and one hand to range the sparrow's tail, and killed more than 20 people with his bare hands. So he's unpredictable. I'll go. Zhang Yong's eyes widened in surprise. And the other guards also scared. This is really remarkable kung fu. That's not true. The guard continued to speak. I heard that those bandits are all armed with swords, while old man Gu was barehanded. So I guess if you look at the whole of Dai Viet, there aren't many kung fu masters better than him. When the other guards heard this, they all looked at Zhang Yong with envy. Yongzi, this is an opportunity. You take this little supreme immortal to see old man Gu, in case you make him happy, and he says a good word or two to his majesty. Then your increase in rank will be the nail in the coffin. You must seize it. Yes, brother Yong. Our Dai Viet has been under the shelter of a Mei and the country is in peace. Although it is very good, but for us military men, it would be too difficult to get promoted in the heyday. This is the big opportunity. Zhang Yong smiled happily as he listened to the words of his fellow officers, and his gaze once again looked at the teenagers practicing martial arts in the courtyard. In fact, even if he couldn't add to the list himself, he would still take this Lin Xiaolu to have a look. The thank you that this little immortal Lin had said to him yesterday was something that he had kept fresh in his memory. Little immortal Lin was truly the best immortal he had ever received. Really? Lyn Shalu stared with wide-eyed surprise. Uncle, you really found a Taiji grandmaster? Wow, uncle, you're too good. Go, let's leave now. He yanked Zhang Yong's hand and ran out. Zhang Yong couldn't even resist in time. He only sighed that this little immortal's strength was too great. He was just like a rag doll in his hands, and was almost carried away by him. Young supreme immortal, your senior sister has said that you are not allowed to leave Honglu Temple without authorization. Let's go and report to your senior sister first, he advised with a bitter smile. Lin Xiaolu smiled and said yes after hearing this, then couldn't wait to find Tang Xin. Arriving in front of Tang Xin's room, excited, he forgot to knock on the door and lifted his hand to push, his domineering strength directly pushing through the door grill before breaking in with a bold face. Zhang Yong was startled and didn't dare to go in, silently waiting outside the room. And the next second, the screams of Tang Xin came from inside the room. Selling candy canes. 3 cents a string. The brick streets, where people come and go, are lined with vendors and bustling with the atmosphere of the marketplace. Lin Xiaolu, whose face was highly swollen, with black eyes and 2 lines of nosebleeds, held a few strings of sugar gourds and held Zhang Yong's big hand, licking it as she said to him, Uncle, actually, it's not that I can't beat my senior sister. I just don't care to fight a woman. You can understand, right? Zhang Yong held him and nodded with an odd expression on his face. Ha. Lin Xiaolu laughed happily and took a candy cane into her mouth, puckering her face as she continued. In fact, there is another reason why I don't see eye to eye with her. Because my boss said that I'm too powerful. If I fight with people it's easy to cause resonance between heaven and earth, and when that time comes it's going to be life and death. And I don't want that to happen. So even though I was beaten to death by the Rakshasa ghost woman, I froze and didn't fight back. just because my heart is for the whole world. Zhang Yong took several deep breaths after hearing this, and only after a long time did the honest man nod his head again. A small group of 2 people walking on the street, heading towards Pingyang Lane. When passing by a lively restaurant, Lyn Shalu saw a group of dirty, smelly, messy beggars begging outside the restaurant. Among them was a dirty little girl, about his age, who was looking blearily at the candy cane in his hand. He looked at the little girl and didn't say anything. Holding Zhang Yong's big hand through, the sugar gourd in Lyn Xiaolu's hand was gone, and so was the 20 taels of grain silver Tang Xin had given him for pocket money. On the main street, many pedestrians saw a strange scene. A full dozen beggars kneeling side by side in the center of the official road, kowtowing repeatedly to the back of a young boy, shouting words of thanks. Among them, there was also a small yellow-faced girl who was standing alone, grasping a handful of sugar gourds in her left hand and holding a heavy silver coin in her right hand, looking away from the boy's back with her bright eyes open. Why is the Supreme Immortal doing this? Zhang Yong looked at Lyn Xiaolu in confusion, somewhat puzzled as to why he would give the beggars so much silver. Beggars throughout the ages are there. Although we are not a great country, but in the immortal Dorame under the shelter is also the wind and rain. The people, as long as the hard work of some of the people can be fed. So these beggars, in my opinion, most of these beggars are some of the laziness of nature, eating and waiting for death of the generation, obviously have hands and feet, do not go to work, do not go to planting, but out of the rice, really does not deserve the sympathy of the immortal. It is really not worthy of Shang Xian's sympathy. Does uncle mean that they are all liars? Lin Xiaolu raised her small face and asked. Not all of them, just probably a good chunk of them are crooks. That's fine. Lyn Shalu laughed, even if I meet 10 fake beggars, but as long as I can help one real beggar, then I feel it's worth it. We come out to mix. We should have been righteous and generous. Zhang Yong sniffed and froze. His face turned even more strange. Always feel that this we come out to mix is a little bit not right. He did not dare to ask questions, only made a decision in his heart. When he went back, let his men check. This gang of beggars received the silver of the immortal. Did not do anything treacherous things. If there is a fake beggar received silver is not satisfied, to rob the immortal alms to the real beggar of silver, then all arrested into the prison, severely punished. The large and small group continued to move forward. Lyn Xiaolu curiously asked this and that along the way, and Zhang Yong answered them all. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the so-called Pingyang Alley and saw a somewhat dilapidated mansion. Zhang Yong lightly knocked on the door of the mansion, and soon a green-clothed boy came out. This green-clothed boy was immediately startled when he saw the official uniform on Zhang Yong and shivered as he paid his respects. This official, may I ask who you are looking for? Zhang Yong didn't have much of an official demeanor and spoke in a muffled voice. This official, along with a May upper immortal, has come to pay a visit to old Mr. Gu. Chapter 77, Tai Chi. The immortal Sectame came to Dazhou to recruit disciples is not a secret matter. The whole Dazhou country is almost known to everyone. The green-clothed boy was shocked to hear that it was the Amei immortal who came to visit Mr. Gu. After informing him, he led Zhang Yong and Lyn Shaolu into the mansion. Walking into the mansion, the first sensation was that the mansion was a bit old. Many facilities were very old, and the surrounding walls were modeled everywhere. Of course, for Lyn Xiaolu has been considered very luxurious, and the house he used to live in with his sister was really broken. I remember when I was a child, on New Year's Eve, other people's families were laughing and eating New Year's Eve dinner, while he and his sister were often starving because they couldn't gather enough firewood, and several times they almost froze to death, and every time he held his sister tightly in his arms, using his own body to provide the weak heat to coax her to sleep. He also remembered that on that New Year's Eve, the snow blocked the village could not find food everywhere, the little jade starved all the time crying, and finally the tears flowed dry, crying cannot come out, just lying in his arms unconscious murmuring, "Brother, how come a mother is not back?" Xiao Yuer misses a mother. Lyn Xiaolu, who was only 7 years old at the time, did not answer her sister's question, but just stubbornly bit her lip, straight to the point where it was dripping with blood. He couldn't help it. His ability was too limited at that time. Finally he used the family's wood knife and cut off a piece of meat from his arm to feed his sister. Seriously, the firewood knife cutting himself didn't hurt at all. Anyway, the fawn at that time didn't feel any pain. On the contrary, when he saw his sister eating and showing a sweet smile, he felt quite comfortable cutting himself, and he couldn't wait to cut himself a few more times. And the funny thing was, after he cut himself that time, the wound actually got infected, giving him a high fever for a day and a night, and he used his hot brain to cover Xiao Yuer's hand, thinking to give his sister one last ounce of warmth. The result is like this. He all froze and did not die. He was hard to survive, which makes Lyn Xiaolu until now cannot figure out, how can he be so powerful? God cannot take away the kind. Inside the mansion, Lyn Shalu held Zhang Yong's big hand while walking and thinking back to the past. For a while the heart is still a little proud. Cannot help but let out a roar laughter. Zhang Yong startled. Soon, the green-clothed boy brought them to a modest tiled room and met an old man with a crutch and dressed in grey. The old man seems to be in good spirits, although a head of white hair, but his cheeks are still rosy. Walking is not like the unusual old man that trembling, walking stick in his hand is also more like a decoration. Grasshopper Gu Jiqing. Meet your excellency, meet the supreme immortal. Zhang Yong looked at the old man who was kneeling on one knee and rushed forward to help him up. Duke Gu need not be courteous. This official has come to pay a visit because this Lin Xiaolu Lin Shangxian has learned of Duke Gu's practice of Tai Chi Kung Fu. Lin Xiaolu was too young to speak Zhang Yong's kind of official language. At the moment he looked at the old man with bated breath and couldn't wait to say, "Old grandpa, can you teach me to play Tai Chi?" The old man was slightly stunned. Being caught off guard and asked to teach Tai Chi made him feel very odd. Looking at Lin Xiaolu in front of him was a bit indecisive. This is the immortal? Why does it look, well, younger than your own grandchildren? He was hesitant in his heart, but his face remained unchanged as he faced this Shangxian from Amei and asked hesitantly, "Shangxian Lin wants to learn Taiji?" Right. Lin Xiaolu blinked her big eyes and asked, "Isn't Tai Chi formidable? I've heard that you can defeat the strong with the weak, so can you defeat an immortal cultivator?" Hearing this, the old man's face was even more odd to the extreme. The Jianghu was very serious about teaching martial arts, and if he wanted to teach him Taiji, he would have to accept him as a disciple, according to the rules. But this little doll is an immortal again. Can he take him as his disciple? He himself still wanted to live for 2 more years. The old man made a mistake. Teach him. It's against the rules. It's not quite daring to not teach him. And the question he asked himself, can Tai Chi defeat an immortalist? Isn't that hilarious? Taiji can be 4 or 2,000 pounds is not true. Can be weak to win the strong is not true. But against the cultivators. This is not bullying. The old man hesitated for a moment and replied respectfully. Back to the supreme immortal. Taiji is a mortal art with an end. It cannot defeat an immortal cultivator. And the grass people have already entered their old age. Their physical strength is not as good as before, so they can no longer teach the supreme immortal. Lin Xiaolu was greatly disappointed to hear the answer, and depression was written all over her small face. When the old man saw that he was not happy, he was even more scared for a moment, fearing that he would be blamed by this little immortal. He quickly turned his head to the green-clothed boy at the side and said, "Go fetch the old man's pen talk." The green-clothed boy immediately ran into the study to the side and took out a bound grey booklet. After receiving the booklet, he then respectfully said to Lin Xiaolu, "Supreme Immortal, this is a booklet written by the old immortal himself, which contains detailed records of Taiji Kung Fu stances and practicing methods, as well as the old immortal's own understanding of Taiji, his feelings, etc. Very detailed. If the Supreme Immortal would like to learn, as long as one follows the booklet earnestly and carefully practicing, he can learn it by himself." Lin Xiaolu was delighted to hear this, and the depression on her small face was swept away, so she hastily took the booklet and flipped through it. Although the old grandpa said that Tai Chi can't beat immortal cultivators, but it also depends on who uses it. Right. He drank the tiger's blood. Strength is so big. If he is the one who uses this kind of Tai Chi which is weak to beat strong, the power should be even greater, right? The boy flipped through the book happily, and the old man was relieved to see it. He only gave him the booklet and didn't teach him personally. This shouldn't be considered a complete violation of the rules of the division, right? Within the center hall, Lin Xiaolu flipped the booklet over and over, and after seeing the detailed description of Tai Chi on it, she put it away lovingly, then once again looked at the old man with bated breath. "Old grandpa, uncle said you've studied a lot of martial arts. Is that true?" Gu Gong humbly nodded his head, reporting back to the Supreme Immortal. "When I was young, I was a martial arts nerd, and I did watch many martial arts. And I usually have the habit of collecting secret martial arts books. So is there one of those? Like, martial arts where you can rest on something and hit someone?" Lin Xiaolu raised her small hand and gestured to the old man, saying, "Let's say there's a golden ball that covers a person. And this ball is indestructible. The slate can't be broken. Is there any martial art that can rest on this ball and directly hit the person inside?" The old man was dumbfounded as he listened, looking at the hand-waving Lin Xiaolu for a while before he understood what he meant, and then the doubts in his heart increased. Hitting someone with something on the shelf? This should be possible with any immortal spiritual method, right? Why is this young immortal Lin trying to find a way to do it through martial arts? He peeked suspiciously at Zhang Yong, especially looking at the saber he held in his left hand and the token dangling at his waist. It is indeed the Kingsguard no less. Not a liar. Putting down his doubts, he looked at Lin Xiaolu and continued to speak. "Back to Shangxian. This kind of martial art that Shangxian is talking about. As far as I know, There is no such thing. Lin Xiaodu's small face stiffened, her heart instantly disappointed to the core. Instead, the old man in front of him spoke again. Although not, there are a few methods of strength in martial arts that are somewhat close to that of the supreme immortal. What method? Lin Xiaodu was ecstatic and looked at him with an expectant face. The old man looked at the teenager in front of him and slowly spoke. Inch strength, avalanche strength. Lin Shalu froze, confusion written all over her face. When Duke Gu saw that he did not understand, he once again said to the green-clothed boy, "Go, bring out all of the old man's books of pens and talks." Chapter 78, Fantasy Martial Arts. How come you have other martial arts secrets, old grandpa? Lin Xiaolu asked in surprise. The old man smiled, back to the supreme immortal. When I was young, I used to spar with quite a few famous martial arts masters, exchanging martial arts with each other, and I was impressed by this inch strength and collapsing strength. It's just a pity that I was practicing taiji, knowing that practicing martial arts is all about refinement and not about variety. I just recorded it and didn't practice it myself. He explains knowingly. Inch power, from Wing Chun, and Bang Jin, from Xingyi. The specific stances of these two martial arts are not available to the old man, but these two ways of power are actually found in quite a number of martial arts. Just as there is a method of power generation similar to Wing Chun's inch power in Dishang Fist, for example, and a method of power generation similar to Xingyi Fist's Bung Jin and Hungar Fist, and so it is not considered to be a rare thing. Lin Xiaodu gave a long "oh" and then nodded her head with a feigned understanding. The old man then laughed. Supreme Immortal, Inch Force and Avalanche Force. Both of these two unique force generation techniques have a certain amount of penetrating ability, but they are still far from being as good as Supreme Immortal's requirements. And the old man has an immature idea that if it can be done, it might really be possible to hurt someone through something. What way? Lin Xiaodu asked anxiously. This old grandpa always spoke with a big breath, and always failed to get to the point, and rambled on and 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 on. Inside the house, the old man leaned on his walking stick and thought unhurriedly, and after a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said, if I use the soft power in my Tai Chi as a pivotal balance, then my small arms catalyze the inch power in Wing Chun, and my lower body catalyzes the half-step collapse power in Xingyi Quan. Can we add Baji Quan to the list? Lin Xiaolu suddenly asked. The old man glanced at Lin Xiaolu in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to know the 8 Extremes Fist. He frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded his head and said, it can. The 8 Extremes Fist is rigid and fierce, just enough to be the foundation of Qi, so naturally it's possible. And if someone can really simultaneously catalyze the rigid force of the 8 extremes, the soft force of Taiji, the collapsing force of Xingyi, and the inch force of Wing Chun, and then finally explode out with the progressive moving and blocking punch of Taiji as a guide, then they should be able to inspire an unimaginable amount of penetrating power to achieve the effect that the Supreme Immortal is looking for. After saying that, the old man himself laughed bitterly first. What he had just said was simply theoretical. He himself had practiced martial arts all his life and understood the ways of it. Not to mention whether or not these 4 types of strengths could be learned at the same time. Even if an amazing person did learn them, it would be impossible to perform them at the same time because the body would not be able to carry them. The 8-pole rigidity as the foundation, Taiji soft power as the balance, for me collapse power and Wing Chun inch power as the outbreak, and then finally use the progress to move the blocking punch issued. If someone hits such a punch, I'm afraid that before the opponent is hurt, the person's body will be broken, seriously injured. The green-clothed boy came out from within the study, holding 2 books and volumes in his hands, and respectfully sent them to Lin Xiaolu's hands. Supreme Immortal, take these books back and read them. AI, it's a pity that I'm getting old. Otherwise I would have done my best to teach Supreme Immortal Taiji. Please understand. Lin Xiaolu held the 3 booklets. Grinning happily, he bowed to the old man and politely said, Old grandpa, you don't have to be like this. I can understand. These 3 books of yours should all be very precious. Turn around and when I go back to Ame, I'll have my boss give you a gift. The old man laughed a few times and arched his hand and clasped his fist at Lin Xiaodu, not taking his words to heart. Returning to Honglu Temple, Lin Xiaolu couldn't wait to go back to her room and start studying the 3 secret books. Although he wasn't very old, he wasn't stupid. He knew very well where his flaws were when facing immortal cultivators, and he also knew what his advantages were compared to ordinary martial artists. The first point is that you can't beat up a painful cultivator by yourself. There is also that Li Yaoshi, who can resist his flying dagger without opening his protective aura, only relying on the magic treasure Dao clothes on his body. Although now he drank the tiger's blood, all the qualities of the body are far more than ordinary martial artists. But in the end, still take the foundation stage or more cultivators have no way. Today he was beaten by the Rakshasa ghost woman when he tried. Simply can't resist. directly pressed to the ground burst hammer. The little brother was also bounced more than 230 times, and now it is still red and swollen. It hurts like hell. Grandma, when I learn Baji, Taiji, Wing Chun, and Xingyi, I will beat them back one by one, starting with Rakshasa Ghost Woman, and ask her whether she is happy or not while beating her up, and then beat her up if she says no, and if she says she is happy, ask her why she is happy, and then kill her to death. Zhang Yong, who was waiting outside the house, was startled when he heard this demonic laughter and almost couldn't hold back from pulling out his sword. Good lord! He thought there was some kind of demon coming. Time passed slowly. A few hours passed in a flash, and at Shenhour in the afternoon, Tang Xin detached herself from her initiation and opened her beautiful eyes, then comfortably stretched out her waist, and her entire body groaned in coziness. The sun had begun to dip in the west by now, and the warmth of the sunlight illuminated the house in a golden color. The young girl got up and out of bed after stretching, wearing her light green embroidered shoes to go out, ready to greet the three little ones together and go to the street to wait for the Lantern Festival to start. Supreme Immortal Tang. Greetings to Supreme Immortal Tang. Inside the temple, the guards all knelt down on one knee and bowed their heads in obeisance upon seeing Tang Xin. Tang Xin also responded with a smile one by one, then walked straight to Yu Chu-Chu's room door. Chu-Chu, are you there? She had just shouted when a response came from the girl in the room. Senior sister Tang, I'm here. Yu Chu-Chu opened the door and walked out, looking at Tang Xin in surprise. Senior sister Tang, are we going out to play? Tang Xin smiled and nodded, and after asking her about her afternoon's cultivation, he led her to find Chen Yanyun. Chen Yanyun was also in the house, and had been seriously meditating and practicing, never leaving. After picking up the two children, Tang Xin talked and laughed with the two of them and went to find Lin Xiaolu. Fawn, are you in your room? Outside the room, Tang Xin shouted, but no reply came from the boy. This guy's not back yet? Tang Xin was slightly surprised for a moment, thinking that Lin Xiaolu was still out there learning some kind of Tai Chi, and slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows. The three upper immortals. A guard appeared in time and respectfully said to Tang Xin and Chen Yanyun, Yu Chu-Chu, Junior Supreme Immortal Lin is practicing martial arts in the Maple Leaf Garden. Oh so. Tang Xin nodded her head and smiled at the two children. Let's go and call out for little dear together. Aya sister, we cannot take him well. Yu Chu-Chu tugged Tang Xin's arm and pouted. The three of us to play on the line. That guy is stupid. The Mid-Autumn Festival do not know. To take him out is not enough to humiliate. Tang Xin sniffed and looked at Yu Chu-Chu. Seeing that she was still young, she didn't say anything to blame, and only casually said, Senior sister has to be responsible for you guys. We have to be together in what we do. Be obedient. Yu Chu-Chu had no choice but to pout and follow Tang Xin and Chen Yanyun down the stairs towards Maple Leaf Garden with an unhappy face. Soon, the three of them came to the place, and from afar, they saw Lin Xiaolu practicing martial arts in the garden, and Tang Xin just wanted to call out to him, but in the next second, she was shocked by the sight in front of her. In the Maple Leaf Garden, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu was wearing a small Taoist robe, standing in the midst of the maple leaves that were flying all over the sky and slowly dancing her body, with Zhang Yong and a few other guards standing on the side. The climate of the Great Yu country was different from other mortal dynasties, and when it was mid-autumn, the maple leaves were already red and falling. At the moment, under the illumination of the golden warm sun, the 8-year-old boy looked focused, seriously swinging his posture. He slowly raised his hands, swinging his arms, moving steps. Every move is a beautiful and unusual, flowing water, surrounded by the fire-red maple leaves are swirling around him, as if to follow his movements together, dancing, like a dream, like a mirage. Chapter 79, Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Xin was a little confused at the sight. What was Fawn doing? Dancing? Chen Yanyun and Yu Chu-Chu were equally confused, saying that Xiao Deer was practicing martial arts, but his movements felt slow, saying that he was dancing. He would occasionally accelerate steeply between the swinging of his body, fast out of the stumps, straight to the air or waving splitting sound. At this moment, at the edge of the Maple Leaf Garden, Zhang Yong and a few guards were also looking at the boy who had become one with the maple leaves in admiration. It was really worthy of being an upper immortal from a May. It had only been less than 2 hours, but he had actually played the Taiji 24 styles in a flowing manner, and did not look like a beginner in the slightest. Moreover, Immortal Lin's body seemed to be so strong that he didn't even need to dial 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. He himself was 1,000 pounds. Therefore he was dialing 1,000 pounds in 1,000 pounds. In the middle of the field, Lyn Shalu finished the 20th form of Tai Chi, flash through the back, followed by the top foot, swinging, withdrawing, and leading the fist. The maple leaves around him then seemed to be firmly sucked in by his lead fist maneuver, and were taken away from him in a spiral, spinning around his small arms and fists. Then, The 8-year-old boy's eyes glazed over as he progressed to throw a punch. Wow! The rapidly spinning maple leaves seemed like spears that had sprinted out, spinning and flying out with the boy's punches, flying a full 5 or 6 meters away before drifting away. This scene could have taken everyone in the room by surprise. Zhang Yang is more understanding of Taiji. He knows that the boy just now this move is Taiji in the progress of moving blocking pounding. Just he did not think that only 2 hours less. The boy has been practiced so skillful. A fist of power fully demonstrated the rigidity and flexibility of Taiji. Is this an immortal tactic? Of course, they didn't know that Lin Xiaolu, because of drinking the tiger's blood, had all the qualities of her body so amazing that she could easily make movements that normal people couldn't do even if they worked out for several years. Coupled with his good understanding and quick-wittedness, that was why he was able to practice Tai Chi to a small degree within 2 hours. In the field, Lin Xiaolu got up to close the fist posture. Long exhaled a cloudy breath. Posture is not extraordinary. He felt that Taiji this kung fu was really a little different, completely opposite to the 8 extremes, especially at the end of his own move to move the blocking pounding. He did not use full force at all. If with the pig-killing fist together, the power is estimated to be able to expand infinitely. The pig-killing fist was the punch he swung with all his might under his anger, and it was his current masterstroke. When we go back and learn the inch strength and avalanche strength, and then try to fuse them, we should be able to punch through an immortal cultivator's defense, right? With his little chin on end, he stood in serious contemplation amidst the red leaves that filled the ground, not even realizing that Tang Xian's trio had already walked up to him. Kid, were you just dancing? It was quite pretty. Tang Xian lifted her hand to remove a maple leaf from his head and laughed softly. This is Taiji. Lin Xiaolu corrected with a bulging face. Rakshasa ghost woman, luckily you're still an immortal cultivator. Why are you so uneducated? Tang Xian laughed, not minding the boy's outburst. Her red lips lightly said, the Lantern Festival is about to start. Let's go out and play together. Play. Just know how to play. Can't you cultivate properly? He crossed his small hands and pouted his lips as he hummed. My boss said, an inch of time is an inch of gold. I have to work hard. Only later. Hey, what are you doing? Rakshasa ghost woman, you let go of me. You let go of me. Woohoo. In the maple leaf garden, the guards watched as Tang Xian clamped her arm around the boy's head and directly carried him away. Rakshasa ghost woman, I apologize to you for my lack of understanding just now. I actually didn't mean to be mean. I just wish I could have a little more time to exercise. Yo, I can't believe you're so diligent. Kid, right. After all, I'm a person with a dream. And young people are the ones who should be struggling and striving more, so that in the future, they won't be sad in their old age. Rakshasa ghost woman, you can understand that, right? Ha. Senior sister, I understand, but Yanyun and Chu Chu both want to come out to play. The minority agrees with the majority, so of course you have to come over as well. Alright, you are right, playing is fine, but can you stop pinning my head? I'm a hegemon of Donghua village, a bloody-handed manslayer, the leader of the virtue-convincing gang, and the supreme of Ame. I'll lose face if I'm walked on the street with my head clamped like this by you. How will you let me mix in the future? Can you think about things from my perspective? Early lights. People come and go in the middle of the lakeside streets. Tang Xian with armpits clamped Lin Xiaolu's head for a leisurely walk. The boy is not tall, so she clamped. 2 short legs swinging in the air, flinging away, as if a rag doll. Looks comical. Attracting the surrounding pedestrians have to pay attention to. Tang Xian said smilingly, it's fine to put you down, but you're not allowed to run around, or else I'll clip you all the way through the entire capital city. Senior sister. Lin Xiaolu heard a face of rawness, slanting his big eyes to glare at her, but he had no choice. He couldn't beat the Rakshasa ghost woman, so he could only helplessly nod his head in agreement. Mother ****** her. When I go back to Ame, I'll tell the boss that you bullied me and let him beat you up. Tang Xian let go of the boy, looked at the 3 children around her and smiled. Tonight is really very lively. I heard that in a while you can also put lanterns in the Luzhou lake. Let's go and put them too. Yeah. Yu Chu happily held Chen Yanyun and laughed, elder sister. I still want to go buy some knickknacks. Tang Xin was very generous, and casually took out a few gold ingots from her nascent sphere, distributing them to the 3 children to give them pocket money. Lin Xiaolu received the heavy gold ingot, then glanced around. At this moment, his location was in a lively and bustling street. The street was filled with people, bustling with activity. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, the streets are filled with pedestrians who come out to enjoy the moon, and the sounds of vendors hawking and jugglers beating gongs and drums are everywhere. Many children with rattles and candy canes were running wild in the streets. All around the carved beams and paintings hanging colorful lanterns. Roadside there is a lake. This lake is called Luzhou Lake. The lake is carrying a ship elegantly decorated. Decorated light boat. Lyn Xiaolu can also be heard from time to time on the boat came from the poems of talented people to the sound of the scene. A world of prosperity. And as he looked around, he was soon drawn to a vendor selling masked faces. Rakshasa ghost woman. I'm going to get a mask. Wait for me. After saying that, he took his short legs and ran all the way to the mask stand. Not caring whether Tang Xin agreed or not. The stall owner was an old man. And when he saw Lyn Xiaolu running over, he thought he had business. And immediately broke into a smile. Is the little doll buying a mask face? Lyn Shalu looked at the wide variety of masks and just wanted to nod. But somehow his brain twitched and he couldn't help but say one sentence, old man. It's time to pay the protection fee this month. The smile on the old man's face stalled. Looking at the 8-year-old Lyn Xiaolu look odd. Good thing Lyn Xiaolu also reacted in time. Awkwardly coughed and then laughed. Sorry grandpa, I'm used to being out for a long time. Grandpa, I want to buy a mask. The old man's face remained a bit odd as he listened. And hesitantly greeted. You pick it yourself. Lyn Xiaolu looked behind him, looking at the masks hanging on the wooden fence to choose one by one. Soon, he fell in love with a small yellow tiger mask, and then raised his chubby little hand to point. Grandpa, I want that one. After pointing he saw another white bunny mask and spoke again. I'll take that one too. 8 cents. Lyn Xiaolu gave the gold ingot out. The old man was shocked to see it. Then he looked embarrassed and said, This is too much. Old man, I can't find the money. It's okay. Old grandpa won't look for it if he can't find it. We're rich as hell in MA. The bridges are all made of jade. Old man? Chapter 80, Lanterns. Soon, Lyn Xiaolu returned to Tang Xin wearing a big golden-colored tiger mask. And with the mask on, he opened his teeth and claws at Tang Xin and Chen Yanyun Yuchuchu in an effort to scare. I'm a big tiger. I'm going to eat you all. Ow. Put. Looking at the boy's foolishness, Tang Xin lightly covered her red lips and smiled. Unexpectedly this brat was quite cute. A few people were chatting and laughing as they wandered around the Luzhou lake, blowing the refreshing evening breeze along the way and savoring various kinds of snacks. Kid, are the mooncakes good? It's delicious. The bean paste ones are sweet. Lyn Xiaolu lifted the tiger mask on her face to the top of her head, holding Tang Xin with one hand and eating the mooncake with the other. Yuchuchu and Chen Yanyun also took one each. Yuchuchu didn't seem to like mooncakes very much and didn't touch them after taking a bite. Chen Yanyun was fine. Her mouth was stuffed as high as Lin Xiaoshui. Tang Xin seemed to have prepared a lot of silver. Along the way she kept feeding Lyn Xiaolu. All kinds of snack stalls patronized one by one, and also bought quite a few to put into the nascent sacred ring, so that he could bring it back to Xiaoyuer to eat. The whole street of dim sum, even if Lyn Xiaolu appetite again, to the later also hard to eat propped up, can only look at Tang Xin's hands of fried sesame flowers heartache. I wanted to taste it, but he couldn't eat it. Senior sister, you can put lanterns over there. After strolling all the way, Yuchuchu suddenly pointed at the lanterns on Luzhou Lake and shouted. A few people see the fruit. Reflecting the moonlight on the Luzhou Lake, there is a lotus-shaped lantern slowly drifting, as if from a distance, as if a bit of starlight in general, poignant and moving. Releasing lanterns is a traditional feature of Dai Viet. Every year during the Mid-Autumn Festival, many people write their wishes on the lanterns and let the lanterns float with Lake Luzhou. People believe that the lanterns, which represent friendly wishes, will float down Lake Luzhou, all the way to the moon, so that the gods can see them and realize their wishes. Over time, this tradition has also created a game among the talented. Some single gentleman of the world would make a special trip upstream to Lake Luzhou, write down some exchange of greetings in the lanterns, tag them with something they could recognize, and then run downstream to wait. In the midstream area, there will be a lot of big girls and young ladies, picking up some lanterns from the lake, then reading the words on them, and choosing the preferred response from the words in handwriting. When the lanterns floated down from midstream, the sons of the world could pick up their own lanterns and see if anyone responded to them. This game is especially prevalent amongst the dignitaries and the talented. Many single gentlemen of the world like to leave what they consider to be brilliant poems on their lanterns, and then look forward to a beautiful lady of the world picking up their lanterns and leaving a date for them to have a beautiful mid-autumn encounter. And the single Miss Charming also hopes to use fate, through this mysterious and exciting way, to find her desired man. Lyn Xiaolu's silver tails were wasted by him when he bought the mask, and Tang Xin didn't say anything, casually giving him some more and taking him to buy lanterns. We can write down our wishes and put them inside the lanterns. Luzhou Lake, dedicated to writing wishes at the promenade. 3 children and other visitors together, lying on the table to write the wishes of the heart. Lyn Xiaolu did the same. He put the brush in his mouth and blew on it, then wrote his wish crookedly on the paper. At this moment there are already many tourists writing. Everyone is writing and also talking and laughing with each other while wishing that their own wishes and others' wishes will come true. Tang Xin didn't write it. She naturally didn't believe in this when she was a cultivator of immortality. But she respected the traditions of mortals and also found it quite interesting. At this moment the three children lined up and wrote their own. So Tang Xin gently walked behind them and peeked at the wishes they had written down. She looked at Yu Chu Chu first, and easily saw Yu Chu Chu write down her wish of getting prettier and prettier, and couldn't help but smile. It's true. All girls want to be pretty. Instead, the next second, she saw Yu Chu Chu continue to write down a second wish: Lin Xiaolu and his sister drowned in a cesspool. Tang Xin froze for a moment when she saw this wish, her beautiful eyes glancing at the girl in surprise. It seemed that after returning to Amei, he would have to talk to her master. Walking past Yu Chu Chu and coming behind Chen Yanyun, she realized that Chen Yanyun's wish was rather brief and concise, with just 4 big words on the paper: number 1 in the world. Tang Xin nodded with satisfaction, sighing that Chen Yanyun was indeed a natural sword cultivator. She then moved and came to peek behind Lin Xiaolu, and this glance made her entire being bad. The guy actually used a full dozen slips of paper and wrote a dense dozen wishes, and he seems to be fantasizing about his wish coming true while he writes, because he giggles a few times every now and then. As for the wish he wrote, it was even more so when Tang Xin's eyelids fluttered. My sister becomes the most powerful monk, lives forever, and is happy every day. I defeat all the cultivators in the world, except for my sister. I charged all the cultivators for protection, except for the boss, senior sister, the brothers in the gang, and Monkey Saner and the others. The Emperor Penguin was defeated by me, and then somersaulted me every day. Those 4-handed monkeys line up to show me chest-breaking boulders, golden spears for throats, and iron heads. The Rakshasa ghost woman has diarrhea, once every 6 months, for 6 months at a time. Li Yao, she was killed by me, died and swindled, then killed again, swindled again, and killed again, and so on, week after week, day after day. Looking at the long wish list, Tang Xin clenched her silver teeth. Her small fists were crunching, and she fiercely glared at the back of this dead kid's head. I really want to punch him. Boing boing. Soon the 3 children finished writing in turn, placed the notes in the lanterns, and then ran together to the river to drop them off. Lin Xiaolu bought himself a particularly spectacular lantern. It seems he also knows that he has too many wishes. Ordinary lanterns cannot put, so others buy lanterns are palm size, while he bought the size of a basin, stuffed with dense notes. At the moment, he was holding a lantern as big as a basin, running towards the river while letting out "ah-ooh" giggles. Seems to be very confident that his wish can be realized. And the surrounding tourists after seeing his lanterns also have a strange expression. One as if they have seen a ghost, squatting by the river, excitedly placing the basin-sized lanterns into the flowing lake, watching the large lanterns lead the countless small lanterns to flow with the waves as if they were the bosses of the lanterns. The boy was so happy that he crossed his small arms and looked up to the sky and laughed long and hard. And just as he was nearly dying of laughter with excitement, a small lantern floating down from the upper reaches of the stream stuck unhurriedly into the crack of the stone steps at his feet. The boy froze. The lanterns were coming down from upstream. They couldn't be the ones introduced by the Rakshasa ghost woman. The kind of dating lanterns, could they? His big eyes rolled, and then showed a hee bad smile. Picked up the lantern, curious to open the note on it. The note was written with a line of small words: I have a hard time sleeping tonight. I hope to have the company of a good person. And I went to Tsuwei Xian to enjoy the moon. The girl, picking up the lanterns in the next is also a kind of fate. Dare to ask the girl's name? Lin Xiaolu read the words on the note. He immediately understood the meaning of the lively mind. This Tsuwei Xian, he heard Uncle Zhang Yong said, is the capital city of a relatively high-level restaurant, and the owner of this note is in fact to show off their own family wealth. You can invite girls to eat in Tsuwei Xian. Really uneducated. Poems will not be able to do. He had wanted to throw it away after reading it, but just as he was about to raise his hand, he suddenly brightened up, then looked at the note in his hand and revealed an evil and impetuous smile. Downstream of Lake Luzhou, a group of worldly gentlemen were looking at the floating lanterns, each one eagerly waiting and excited. I really hope that my lantern can be picked up by a beauty, so that I can hold it. My lord is so literate that he has written a love poem that he can't pick fault with, and the girl who picks it up will definitely be impressed by my lord's talent. For this mid-autumn festival, my son specially went to the Hanlin Academy to ask the university scholar to ask for a pleasing superscription, so that he can surely meet a beautiful woman of both beauty and appearance. Many sons of the world's families scrambled to brag about their literary prowess, and just as the group, who were not convinced by anyone, almost fought, and arrogant to the core laughter rang out. Ha 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 ha, what is this you guys? Chapter 81. I don't know what to name it to. The crowd was stunned upon hearing this rampant laughter, and they all turned their heads in unison to see a rich gentleman who was gorgeously dressed, with inexpensive jade hanging from his costume. At this moment, This rich gentleman was looking at them with disdain. Laughing lightly under his breath, this gentleman didn't write any verses today, and directly inquired about the girl's name. Ismail stared with wide eyes and exclaimed, "Brother Lu, you're too direct. Aren't you afraid of being so blunt and being rejected by the other girl?" "Rejected? How could this Gongzi be rejected?" The rich gentleman surnamed Lu laughed disdainfully, lightly shook his folding fan, and said confidently, "You guys wait and watch. Even if this gentleman doesn't use your poor, stinking ink, he can still capture the heart of a beautiful woman." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief as they listened and stopped speaking, silently waiting for the lanterns to arrive. It did not take long. The lake appeared one after another a lantern. With the microwave gently swinging, the world's sons are also excited, shouting to salvage their own lanterns, individual floating far away. They will also use a long bamboo pole to salvage, fishing for the lanterns and opening their notes. The sons of the world's families then exchanged some joy and some sorrow. I can't believe no girl has left a message for this mail. Are they blind? This gentleman is such a good writer. Oops, I don't have one either. This batch of girls is truly the hardest batch I've ever seen to lead. Ha 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 ha. My lord did have a message. A girl replied to my lord's poem. And her handwriting is beautiful. And she smells faintly fragrant. She is a beauty at first glance. Wow, I'm really envious. Dare I ask this, brother? What did this beauty reply to you? Get out. Hey, why are you cursing? I'll go. A girl left a message for me asking me to meet her in the grove. Wow, brother Wang Wang. What did you write? Quickly show us. The group was noisy in detailed conversations. Words were constantly heard. And it wasn't long before the rich gentleman with the surname of Lu finally sought his lanterns. Ha 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 ha, my lord's lanterns have arrived. Lu surnamed Gonzi shouted to pick up the bamboo pole salvage. While salvaging while boasting, you wait to see. This Gongzi lanterns either not seen by the girl, but where to see will certainly adore this Gongzi. When these words came out, the sons of the world's families present were curious and came together in anticipation beside the male surnamed Lu. Duke Lu also intends to show off in front of the crowd in his spirited fishing lanterns. And then a hand to open his own note. On the paper, his words were being written. I have a hard time sleeping tonight. I hope to get a good companion. And I went to Tsuweiwei Xian to enjoy the moon. Girl, picking up my lantern is also a kind of fate. Dare to ask the girl's name? Folks saw us stunned. The original This Lu big family did not rely on literary talent at all, but came to show off their wealth to come. Folks then look at the responses below and good lord, I'm your dad? Looking at the note, I am your father. For big words. Lu's face stiffened, look as ugly as eating a fly, while the surrounding people immediately laughed. One or two happy. Let's get you loaded. On the other hand, the playful Lin Xiaolu by the Luzhou Lake took advantage of Tang Xian's inattention to take the brush and ran all the way to the middle of the Luzhou Lake. Here gathered a lot of salvage lanterns. Reply to the letter of the girls. At the moment they are squatting in a row at the lake, warbling and laughing and talking. A moment to say that this gentleman poem is well written. A moment to say that the gentleman word is beautifully written. Hilarious. The 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu didn't recognize life and ran right into the girls, ignoring everyone and happily picking up a bamboo pole to salvage the lanterns. The girls froze for a moment when they saw him. Where did this kid in a Taoist robe come from? Whose child are you? Little brother? Lin Xiaolu picked up a lantern from the lake while lightly replying, Woman, you are not qualified to ask me questions. Put. The girls couldn't help themselves. Where did this kid come from and why is he so interesting? They watched curiously as Lin Xiaolu opened the note. Then together they gathered around him to read the verse on it. Borrowing the tide of the ghost and the water of the river. How is it like the concubine's love and the king's heart? While this poem is not bad, hey, it must have been written by a learned gentleman. The girls were a bit surprised at how uncommon the poem was and complimented it. A girl with a pretty face and shapely figure even looked at Lin Xiaolu and asked with a smile, Little brother, are you going to answer the letter? Can you write? Lin Xiaolu blanked her and pouted her small mouth. Woman, are you questioning my strength? When he had finished speaking, he raised his little arm, and with great bravado he wrote on the paper, Sir, I can poop. Put. The girls almost spat out a mouthful of blood when they saw the words he had written down, and each of them looked at the kid with red faces and shame and anger. This in the end whose little doll? How this so rude and unbearable? A good lantern will let him spoil. Little brother, you're not doing it right. You're destroying the tradition of the lantern festival. Yes, 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 yes. If you do that again, sister, I'm going to catch you and tell your ayahuasca so they can spank your ass. Lin Xiaolu didn't pay any attention to them, dropping a sentence, my parents died a long time ago. After that, she continued to salvage the lanterns. The girls in the room were stunned when they heard about his life, and looked at the bear boy without another word of reproach. Little brother, did your parents die so early? How do you live then? Yeah, Sister sees that you can write at such a young age. You should have been from a big family before. The warbling Miss Jarin surrounded the boy in a burst of chatter, making Lin Xiaolu's brain hurt from the noise, and he continued to write all sorts of things on the lanterns and rare replies while slanting his white eyes at them impatiently. Soon he was writing again on a piece of paper, fiddling with his literary skills, saying, "My lord, how can my slave grow nose hairs as handsome as yours?" Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaolu was so happy that he couldn't help but let out a giggle of oh ho 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 when he thought of those gentlemen receiving the note, excitedly opening it and seeing the reply. And just as he was having a good time and the girls around him were laughing and joking, a man's voice came from behind him. "Little brother, it's not easy for you to live without a father or a mother. Why don't you come and join me? And I'll make sure that you don't worry about food and drink." The sudden sound of words caused Lin Xiaolu and the surrounding girls to freeze. They twisted their heads to seek a look, and they saw a middle-aged man with a short stature and a mustache. The man stood in the middle of the lakeside promenade, hunched over, twirling the mustache on his chin and laughing. "Look at this dress of the little brother. It should be a little Taoist, right? Because of the death of parents. Joined the Taoist temple as a Taoist boy? AI, what's so good about life in a dojo? The purity rules shouldn't be followed by a child like you. It's too bitter. I'll take you to a place to work if you're interested. There's big fish and meat at every meal." After saying that, the man seemed to be in order to unload Lin Xiaolu's heart's vigilance, and added another sentence, "Little brother and I have a destiny. You can first go with me to have a look. I'll treat you to something to eat, and then if you're satisfied you'll stay. And if you're not satisfied I'll send you back after." "Hey, what do you do?" A girl looked suspiciously at the middle-aged man in front of her, shielding Lin Xiaolu and shouting, "You hurry up and leave, or I'll call out to someone. This guy is a child abductor." "Right. Little brother, don't trust him. That's just it. This guy doesn't look like a good guy." The girls were murmuring to protect Lin Xiaolu, looking at the middle-aged man warily. "Ah ha ha ha, a few ladies are joking." The mustachioed middle-aged man smiled and explained, "This is the capital city. Which person dares to do the hook of a human toothpaste at the foot of the Son of Heaven? Truth be told, I am working in the Myriad Jade workshop, and would like to introduce this little brother to be a child molester." Chapter 82, The Myriad Jade Workshop. The girls were stunned. Being a child molester? Gigolo, which means male prostitute, is specialized in entertaining those guests who have the goodness of dragon and yang in the greenhouse. They subconsciously looked at Lin Xiaolu's face, and found that this little guy's selling looks were really good. His skin was glowing, his features were soulful, his lips were red and his teeth were white, and he was even more clear and flawless in his big eyes, and a glance could make people fall into it. It was really a face that was a perfect combination of handsome and cute, so no wonder it caught the attention of the Myriad Jade workshop. "How about it, little brother? There is no interest," the man pursued with a grin. The surrounding girls heard that it was Miao Yufang also did not say anything more. After all, child molester in their cognition is a profession, the same as the theater, footmen, merchants, high platforms and these professions, and even a little better than these professions. After all, the child molester to eat the suffering of other industries to be much smaller, and from childhood, not to mention the brocade clothes, will also learn a variety of skills, zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, everything, and then the child's looks. It is estimated that it is easy to be courted by the capital of the powerful and wealthy, to become the signboard of the Myriad Jade workshop, surely better than to do the austerity of the poor Taoist priest. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded as he listened to the girls around him talking. He had no idea what a child molester meant. He was just a little curious as he asked the man with the mustache, "You're going to treat me to dinner?" "Of course." The mustachioed man laughed. "Little brother can go and have a look around first, then have a nice meal, and after that, it's up to little brother to decide if he wants to be a gigolo." Wow! Lin Xiaolu was instantly surprised out of the blue, although he was not hungry at the moment, but things like eating a big meal for free were inherently attractive to him. Not to mention that he was quite curious and quite wanted to go and see what this Myriad Jade workshop was about and whether it was good or not. "Okay, uncle, then I'll go with you to see." Lin Xiaolu laughed without the slightest bit of fear. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't go with just anyone, but now, he's an 8-year-old who can tear tigers and leopards alive. Seeing him agree, the mustached man immediately showed delight and hurriedly greeted him. "Don't worry, little brother, you'll love the Myriad Jade workshop. It's glorious. The food, clothing and accommodation are all excellent, and there are many guests coming to play every day." On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, in the capital city of the Great Yu Kingdom, inside a greenhouse called the Myriad Jade workshop, Lai Fu Ah, where did you find such a good seedling? Look at this little face long. In the future will not be the guests to charm to death. Ha ha, Wu Ma. This child is called Lin Shalu. His parents are dead. He is working as a little Taoist boy in the Taoist temple. so he let me bring him back. You give your eyes a palm. How much reward money do I have to give for such good goods? TSK, 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 Long is really handsome. Turn around and I'll give him a look at his body and bones. If his body and bones are fine, Wuma guarantees to give you a satisfactory price. In the pink room filled with the smell of rouge, Lin Xiaolu faced a large table of dishes in front of him but didn't eat much. He had been fed too much with snacks by Tang Xin. But that didn't stop him from having fun watching. He thought it was kinda funny. The mustachioed uncle who brought himself here was called Lai Fu, and at the moment he was talking to a big fat woman. And at the door there were many other women with heavy makeup painting peeping at him, probably shocked by the masculine aura on his body. Wow, is this the new gigolo? It's so cute looking. It's better looking than the ones before. Yeah, look at him being as pink and tender as a porcelain doll. He can definitely become the head honoree of our myriad jade place in the future. A few prostitutes stood in the doorway, looking at Lin Xiaolu and whispering, every now and then saying something dirty and letting out bursts of flirtatious and delicate laughter. The big fat woman and the man with the mustache had a playful conversation. Then they twisted their fat waist to the table, squatted down and laughed at the seated Lin Xiaolu and said, "Little brother, Wuma will check your body." With that, she reached for Lin Xiaolu's collar, ready to undress him. Lin Xiaolu looked at her curiously and opened her mouth to ask, "What are you going to do, big fatty? Ha ha ha, don't be afraid. Wuma will help you look at your butt," the chubby woman said as she began to unbutton his shirt. Her tone was gentle but carried a hint of not allowing resistance. Lin Xiaolu looked at the chubby woman in front of her in confusion, smelled the disgusting rouge odor on her body, and then snapped her hand away. "Why do you guys have to take off your clothes here? It's a pain in the ass. I'm not going to be a child molester." After saying that, he jumped off the stool and was ready to go back, while the mustachioed man named Lai Fu stopped in front of him and stared at him with a leathery smile. "Little brother, the meal hasn't been eaten yet. Don't be in a hurry to leave." Lin Xiaolu raised her delicate little face and asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that I could leave if I wasn't satisfied?" Lai Fu looked at the little 8-year-old and grinned a cold smile. "Yes, but if you're not satisfied, we'll find a way to make you happy." Lin Xiaolu scratched his head at the words, while behind him, the fat-headed woman also stood up, propped up the table with one hand and crossed her fat waist with the other hand and laughed softly. "Little brother, Wuma won't hide anything from you. Our myriad jade place is a greenhouse, and you won't be able to go back today. From now on you'll stay here honestly and be our myriad jade place's gigolo." After saying that, she casually called out, "Lai Fu, tie this brat up for me. Let me come and teach him the rules." The prostitutes peeking through the door were startled. Wuma was fuming, and the boy looked like he was in for a severe beating. They don't dare to control it. Fang is the largest greenhouse in the capital city. The power is huge. No matter whether it's prostitutes, child molesters or tortoise, evil slaves, all by the hand of Wuma. No one here is not afraid of her, as if they had already determined Lin Xiaolu's fate. Each of them couldn't bear to look at them anymore and turned around, ready to leave. Just as they were about to leave, a pig-killing scream suddenly rang out, and the sound was so loud that it almost resounded through the entire myriad jade place. The prostitutes were all startled by the mournful, desperate screams, and hastened to look into the room again. At this moment, inside the pink-colored compartment, Lai Fu fell to the ground holding his arm. The whole person rolled all over the ground in pain, and straightly let out heart-rending screams. One of his arms seemed to have been twisted in its entirety as if it had been rotted, drooping to the ground in a weird twisted shape, while Wuma was also startled, shivering her fat face and looking at the boy in disbelief. The boy, however, had no expression, as if he had only done a small thing. With his small hands behind his back, he glanced at Lai Fu, who kept screaming and rolling around, and forcefully opened his mouth and said, "Life is so short and you don't know how to cherish it." After saying that, the 8-year-old raised his eyes to look at Wuma with a sweet smile. "Can I go out now, big fatty?" The prostitutes froze in their tracks at the sight, each surprised. How old was this little guy? "I can't believe I hit Raffles." "Good. I can't imagine that you little doll is still a practicer." Wuma immediately recovered after a short period of panic. She rolled up her sleeves and let out a scream with her loud voice. "Come on people, there are troublemakers." Her screams were loud and unmistakable, instantly spreading throughout the entire myriad jade workshop, and in the next second, countless club-wielding, strong-bodied thugs and evil slaves rushed out from the dark doors and chambers up and down the myriad jade workshop. These fighters are very large in number. There are 200 to 300 people, each cursing, fierce and vicious, as if the black wave rushing toward the direction of Wuma. Straight step on the floor or thumping sound, as if an earthquake in general. It didn't take long for them to scream and rush up, surrounding the room where Wuma and Lin Shalu were. Because there were too many of them, the narrow hallway couldn't even fit them. allowing the line of these fighters to go all the way to the outside of the building, a dark and intimidating swath. Inside the banquet hall on the first floor of the Myriad Jade Place, the Johns leisurely watched the action, and one of them, who was hugging a whore, drinking and eating, even looked up to see these beaters lined up all the way up to the stairway, and sked in wonder. How long has it been since anyone dared to cause trouble in the Myriad Jade workshop? That's not true. 300 evil slaves from the Myriad Jade Place, and all of them are practiced, daring to cause trouble here. They really are impatient with life. Chapter 83, Fighting in a Group. I don't care about him, I don't care about him. Let's drink. The two men raised their small glasses of wine and cozied up to each other with a crunch. Boom! At the same time as the glasses collided with each other and made noise, a loud boom exploded right above the heads of the two Johns, and several black-clad men crashed through the wooden fence, screaming in misery as they fell down from the upper floors. Clang! Boom! Dang! A full 4 or 5 big men fell down in pieces along with the wooden handrail beams, landing on the tables where the guests were drinking, on the floor, and on the stone platforms in a mess. Ah! In the spacious and huge, opulent banquet hall, the Johns who were drinking and enjoying themselves were startled, and the prostitutes in their arms were even more florid in shrieking. At this moment on the second floor promenade, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu leisurely walked out of the compartment, stretched her comfortable waist in front of the countless black-clothed fighters, and then revealed a kind and lovely smile to them. If you guys kneel down and call your father now, I won't beat you up. Oh. For a while, the stout men who filled the room were all slightly stunned, holding their sticks in their hands hesitantly. They were indeed taken aback, and simply could not understand how this 8-year-old child managed to send 5 or 6 big men flying. Just now a few brethren rushed in front of the first to enter the compartment. They did not see clearly. They heard a rumble, a loud noise, and then went into the brethren all flew out. At this moment, when they heard Lin Xiaolu's words, the remaining black-clothed thugs were a little uncertain for a moment, and the rows of sticks in their hands were trembling and swaying. Inside the compartment, the fat Wuma screamed loudly when she saw that they weren't moving. You guys get on me. What did I raise you for? As the woman's screams came together, the thugs in the hallway finally stopped caring about this much and, with a clench of their teeth, yelled and lunged at the boy in front of them. Asterisk 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 him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get him. Strong men holding sticks roared in unison. The sound was so loud that the entire Myriad Jade Place shook slightly, and there were quite a few Johns who were halfway through their room affairs, and when they heard the commotion, they even ran out of the small rooms unclothed to see, just in time to see the scene where Lin Xiaolu raised her hands to greet the countless black-clothed fighters. This big brother, may I ask if you have ever seen a small Taoist child of about 7 or 8 years old? About so high? In the promenade by the Luzhou Lake, Chen Yanyun asked passers-by about Lin Xiaolu's whereabouts while walking. Not long ago, senior sister Tang Xin realized that Lin Xiaolu was nowhere to be found, so the three of them split up to look for her. In fact, senior sister Tang Xin could cover the entire capital city with her divine sense, but her spiritual power was among the weaker group in the Foundation establishment, and she was more adept at pacifying demonic beasts and spirit beasts, so she let herself and Chu Chu help find it first, and when she really couldn't find it, she would then forcefully search with her divine sense. At this moment, the Taoist-robed Chen Yanyun inquired all the way along the edge of Lake Luzhou, yet there was no news about any of it yet. This brother, may I ask if you have seen it? Didn't see. The passerby impatiently waved his hand and left, leaving behind a confused Chen Yanyun. What's with this adult? You didn't even see what I said it was. The 11-year-old bristled and continued to inquire along the road. Where the hell did this guy run wild? When he is found, he will probably be beaten to death by senior sister Tang Xin. Chen Yanyun thought so while asking people. Wow, look, there's a little Taoist boy over there too. Wow, it's the same as that little Taoist boy just now. They can't be from the same Taoist temple, right? A few girls laughed and scolded as they passed by, pointing at Chen Yanyun. Chen Yanyun immediately came to spirit when she heard them talking and jogged to the girls. A few sisters, have you seen a little Taoist boy? 3 years younger than me. About this tall. Chen Yanyun compared his neck. See, is that little guy your senior brother? A few girls said smilingly. That little guy seemed to dislike your Taoist temple for being too bitter, so he ran off to the Myriad Jade workshop to become a child molester. Myriad Jade? Jigolo? Chen Yanyun's little face froze. What the hell is this? Seeing that he didn't understand, a girl blushed slightly and explained it to him. Chen Yanyun felt his brain explode after hearing the girl's explanation. Fan Lin actually went to sell her ass. Amaze inner disciple. I can't believe he went to a greenhouse to sell his ass. Gosh, the explosive news made Chen Yanyun instantly messy, and he felt like his 11 years of life's worldview had collapsed. After a long time, he came back to his senses and continued to ask with a shocked face. Several sisters. Did that guy go voluntarily? Yeah. He went as soon as he heard there was a free meal. Yeah. It was a lot of fun going, and I was bouncing around when I left. Chen Yanyun. A free meal? A Mei's inner disciple went to sell his ass because he got a free meal. What the is going on here? Clang. With a loud bang, a big man weighing nearly 200 pounds flew out a long way. His body smashed a wooden table. The sticks in his hands flew out, and the whole person even didn't know how many bones were broken. Lying on the ground in pain, the Myriad Jade Place's large first-floor banquet hall was filled with black-clothed fighters lying on the ground screaming and wailing in pain. Each one of them was bruised and swollen and miserable, and the cause of all of this was the 8-year-old little Taoist child standing in the center position. At this moment, the remaining black-clothed fighters then surrounded the little Taoist boy in front of them, each hesitantly not daring to make a move. Even Wu Ma on the second floor was looking at him in horror. What kind of monster is this? How old is he? To think he put down dozens of people all by himself. I just got done warming up. Do you guys still want to fight? Lin Xiaolu held out her small belly and smiled arrogantly at the black-clothed fighters. I've already shown mercy. Oh. The fighters had shivered in fear, but still slowly approached him. Seeing that they still wanted to beat themselves up, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little helpless, and could only shake her small wrists and twist her ankles. And then, boom! Before the crowd could react, the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu had already made a heck of a move with amazing speed, rushing out with an arrow step and blasting down a big man with his raised hand. Brothers, him together. Don't be afraid. Beat him. The fighters surrounding the field once again erupted into a roar of fury, chopping and beating Lin Xiaolu with their clubs. The terrified guest prostitutes screamed out in alarm, and one by one they ran out of the room in panic for fear of being caught in the fallout. The banquet hall has been completely chaotic. Everywhere is black-clothed fighters cursed out obscenities, and Lyn Shalu's small body and the countless black-clothed fighters in the midst of the up and down flight, left and right flash, fists and palms interlaced between the wind gusts. Surrounded by his black-clothed fighters is one after another by his flying knocked unconscious. None of them can carry him for a moment, as if the wind swept away the leaves in general pieces of the fall. Bang! High leap to a horizontal kick. Small short legs as if the sickle general sweep, directly kicked off the wooden stick, ruthlessly kicked in a black-clothed fighter's neck. That fighter is more did not hum a direct fainting and fly. Hold him, round him up and beat him, hit him in the head with a stick. Little brat, I'm going to kill your mom. In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu beat the crowd back with a set of flowing 8 extremes fist, while being surrounded by so many people. 1 or 2 wooden sticks also landed on him, but they were useless, the same as hitting on a hard mountain rock. Boom! A black-clothed fighter was directly kicked away by him, his entire body flying out diagonally and crashing into the wooden lanterns in the distance, unconscious on the spot. Bang! 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 After a burst of quick punches, Lin Xiaolu rose again and kicked at one man's knee, then hooked her small hand around his neck and used the inertia to fling it. Chapter 84. That fighter's body suddenly spun to the ground as if it were a rapidly spinning gyroscope. Aha! Lin Xiaolu laughed and shouted as he leaped up, and with the help of the Mandarin duck steps, he flew out of the encirclement in 1 step, and leaped up the spacious wooden staircase in the middle of the Myriad Jade workshop, and then bang punched down 2 fighters, and then grabbed the wooden stick that was swung by one of the black-clothed fighters, and casually waved it with a wave of his hand. Clang! The club-wielding fighter was instantly thrown up by his monstrous force, and his entire body flew and crashed out, knocking the other pouncing fighters to the ground. The hitman, who had already been knocked unconscious, was lifted up in the air with one hand by Lin Xiaolu and thrown. With a click, his body broke the handrail of the staircase, and his whole body fell down from the staircase upside down. Go! Brothers, don't wimp out. Smoke him. The fighters would rush up the stairs in droves, people everywhere up and down, blackening the area and blocking the boy in the middle of the stairs to surround him. Lin Xiaolu, however, froze with her superb resistance to blows and a horizontal qigong, her brain hard against countless wooden sticks without pain, and jumped up to slap the black-clothed man in front of her unconscious. One of the fighters held a stick and chopped his brain, but his tender palm grabbed the stick, then pushed it forward with his backhand, and the stick immediately bang. Sound. The person hit the nose, blood splattered, but fell to the ground, covering the nose that continues to bleed, wailed. The rest of the Myriad Jade workshop looked confused as to what this little Taoist child was. Obviously just a child, but can be 300 pugilistic men by himself, the whole person as if a tiger into the sheep, general ferocious to the extreme. Jaw-dropping. Phew! Another hurricane sound sounded. Lin Xiaolu leaped in the air. A beautiful horizontal kick once again flew a fighter. After landing on the front of the black-clothed people blocking him, fists and feet wildly dance. The fighters one after another from the stairs fell down, will be the stairs around the ornate tables and chairs have smashed crash smash. And finally Lin Xiaolu dare even feel so fight too slow. Breath is sinking. The small body violently forward a sharp dash. Baji, Iron Mountain leaning. Clang. Powerful impact directly in front of several beaters knocked apart. The beater's body flying apart and then hit the people behind them. So a wave after a wave of flying streak. Froze by Lin Xiaolu with an Iron Mountain leaning knocked down a large number of people. One by one. Lying in the staircase screamed again and again. Asterisk 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 him. Lin Xiaolu was in the middle of the staircase, and the dozen or so fighters in front of him had all fallen down wailing and screaming in pain, while behind him once again came up pieces of black-clothed fighters, rushing from the staircase and roaring in anger as they swung their clubs at him. 8-year-old boy turned around, looked downstairs, rushed up. The fighters are not the slightest bit afraid. The corner of his mouth slightly curved, revealing a self-professed handsome actually naive smile. Hands are also calmly inserted into the pocket, and then he was wow sound. Violently raised a small short legs. The little short leg kicked up a storm, raised his leg straight over his head, and then slashed down hard at the onrushing beaters. Ka-ching! Boom! With a loud sound, the wooden staircase was directly crushed by Lin Xiaolu's foot. The cracks spread quickly and then the whole staircase collapsed. The fighters who hadn't yet rushed up only felt a lightness in their bodies and fell down with the collapsed staircase, screaming miserably as they fell to the ground. And for a time dust flew about, and miscellaneous dust was rampant. The fight is not yet over. The boy yelled, flying from the stairs to leap down from the sky, and he knocked out a fighter. After landing as an arrow step out of the jump, to a few terrified fighters shot again and again. Palms and clubs collide. Constantly issued bang 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 bang. The muffled sound. In the next instant, he pawed away the swinging stick with one hand and spun around to deliver a slicing palm strike. Tai Chi, wild horse's split mane. One of the beaters fell heavily to the ground with a crooked neck. In the midst of the melee, one of the upstairs fighters didn't dare to tough it out, wailing and yelling and throwing up a wooden stick to smash against Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu in the melee directly after knocking out the opponent once again was a lifting of the leg, accurately kicking in the wooden stick. Dang! The wooden stick that just flew was kicked straight back, and a stick knocked the man unconscious. At this moment, the Myriad Jade Workshop's full 300 fighters have fallen countless. As far as the eye can see, there are fainting and screaming in pain fighters everywhere, and there are even quite a number of fighters hanging on the staircase handrails, banisters, and red lamps, and the main staircase of the banquet hall has collapsed, and the entire venue is covered with sores. The chubby Wuma had been too scared to stand up, her fat body shaking in horror. Drink! With a cold shout, Lin Xiaolu's small body leapt forward, and under the horizontal swing of her chubby little fists, the black-clothed fighters fell down in response. A strong fighter picked up an 8 imperial table and charged at Lin Xiaolu, and the teenager flew straight forward with a sharp spinning sidekick, shattering and kicking all of them with the table. Seeing this scene, Wuma completely despaired, crouching in the corner and shivering as she looked at this little bogeyman. Clang! In the next second, another black-clothed fighter was kicked away by Lin Xiaolu, his flying body smashing countless antique vases. Surround him! Surround him! My day! Before he could finish cursing, one of the thugs was sent flying out by a back-swinging leg kick from Lin Xiaolu, his body spinning and flying to crash into the vermilion-colored beams. The Myriad Jade Place's fighters fell in pieces, one by one, flying around the banquet hall, falling at an average speed of 2 people per second at a rapid pace, and everywhere there were screams and the sound of bodies crashing into things. "I'll you up!" The fighter waved his club, with the sound of wind ferociously chopping at the boy's head. The boy took a retreating step to avoid it, and then slapped his palm on the fighter's leg, grabbed his arm with his palm, and with his hands in a roundabout way, the fighter suddenly spun in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Tai Chi cloud hands, get the knife, get me a knife and chop him up. Under the panic, Wuma completely couldn't tense up, holding the handkerchief's finger pointing at Lin Xiaolu and screaming loudly, her 200-pound body jumping straight to her feet in a hurry. The remaining black-clothed fighters no longer hesitated upon hearing this, and drew out their bright machetes one after another. Lin Xiaolu saw dozens of machetes against himself, disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then shouted to meet the knife forward. Using the power technique in the Mandarin duck step, his speed was fast, and he even passed several people in a breath, cracking and snapping and directly knocking down a bunch of fighters, and even the machetes in their hands were bent. Cut him down! Cut him! Kill! Chop him! Chop his head! The black-clothed men have roared with a knife and rushed. 8-year-old boy is a breath show, flesh hard against the blade and not hurt, hands waving between successive holds several blades, and finally the whole together. Close-up fist, taiji, moving, interception, whack, kaber boom, a move of progress moving blocking pounding out, the tender little fist with the force as if it can penetrate the sky, Between the destruction of the shattering of several blades, sharp broken knives flying all over the sky, and even with the knives of the fighters or also have been the ancient beast of the general force shook out. Its violent screams as one after another resounded. By now, the team of 300 fighters had been beaten down to less than 100 left. In the midst of the banquet hall that was wailing in all directions, Lin Xiaolu was calm and collected. His big clear eyes swept the remaining fighters, and not a single one of them dared to look at him. All of them were silenced and shivered, not daring to come forward. Seeing this, the boy revealed a dejected smile and stood amongst the heavily injured and wailing black-clothed fighters all over the place, slowly striking a strange pose, with his left hand in a baji stance and his right hand in a taiji stance. His two short legs take a lunge and he flashes a heartwarming smile at the remaining fighters. Ame Supreme, Lin Xiaolu, please enlighten me. 11-year-old Chen Yanyun, after inquiring all the way, soon came to the so-called Miaoyu Square. At the moment, the decoration is gorgeous. Extraordinary style of the restaurant is full of pedestrians discussing. He squeezed out of the crowd, just want to go up to see. He heard clang. A loud bang was heard. Two black-clothed thugs with bruises and swollen noses crashed through the wooden hollowed-out doors and flew out from within the myriad jade workshop, both of them planting themselves on the brick street and fainting to death on the spot. This sudden scene startled everyone, including Chen Yanyun himself. He ran to the shattered gate and looked inside. Then his whole body was confused. Chapter 85, Chen Erong. Only to see that within the vast hall of the myriad jade workshop, there were black-clothed fighters screaming and wailing in pain everywhere, lying sideways, not to mention that there were quite a few that were hanging on various places. And in the very center of the field, Lin Xiaolu was riding on the back of a crying fat woman, patting her brain with her little hand while muttering, "Let you go wild, let you go wild, let you go wild." Chen Yanyun ran into the myriad jade workshop, and because there were so many black-clothed fighters lying around, he couldn't even put his foot down, so he could only be as careful as possible not to step on them. "Fawn, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaolu, who was patting her brain, saw Chen Yanyun coming and casually said, "I'm bullying." After saying that, he continued to shoot the fat woman's brain. Each time the force is not heavy, just enough to shoot her wailing kind. Chen Yanyun was dumbfounded. He looked at the greenhouse as if it had been robbed by bandits and asked in surprise, "Why did you bully them?" "This big fat woman wants to look at my ass." Lin Xiaolu puffed her face in anger. "My ass is so valuable. Is it something she can look at just because she wants to?" Chen Yanyun, with a considerable headache, he yanked the guy up and said in a nonchalant manner, "Why did I hear that you were the one who was going to come and sell your ass?" "How?" Lin Xiaolu jumped 3 feet high when she heard this. "I came to see what a gigolo does. And by the way, I came to eat. And the people here said I could eat for free." Chen Yanyun saw him say this before she came back to her senses, feeling that this guy does not know what the meaning of child molester is. Then why did you beat up so many people? He didn't have the good sense to say, "Let's see if senior sister Tang Xin goes back and doesn't beat you up." "Don't worry. I control my force very well. All these people were just knocked out." Lin Xiaolu hummed with her small hands crossed. Chen Yanyun was also helpless and didn't talk nonsense with this guy anymore, tugging him and running out of the door of the myriad jade workshop, rushing away from the crowd to leave. "Explain it to senior sister Tang Xin yourself in a moment. Senior sister Tang Xin gave you 1,000 instructions, yet you still ran blindly. Senior sister will definitely have to punish you this time." Two children walked down the brick street, talking to each other as they went. Would I be afraid of her? Turning a corner, Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes and bragged, "I'm just not willing to see eye to eye with her. It's not like you don't know how powerful I am." Chen Yanyun sniffed. He was 11 years old, not one of those kids like Dongfang Egg and Tang Yuan, so naturally he didn't believe Lin Xiaolu's bull *******. The two little guys shuttle in the people in the lantern street, overhead everywhere hanging colorful lanterns, exceptionally beautiful, and walking. Chen Yanyun suddenly looked at Lin Xiaolu, opened his mouth and asked, "Actually, I've been meaning to ask, can you really not cultivate immortality? Practicing martial arts all the time? What? You also look down on martial arts practitioners?" Lin Xiaolu raised his face while squeezing his small fists. As long as this guy dared to say yes, he was ready to give him a loving iron fist. "Of course not," Chen Yanyun said in a flat voice. "My family runs a dartboard, and my father is a martial artist." Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu froze for a moment. He looked at Chen Yanyun in surprise, not realizing that this guy's family actually escorted darts. In the lantern street where people came and went, Chen Yanyun led Lin Xiaolu to introduce his home as he walked. Their family is a dartboard family. The elders in the family are to practice martial arts. He was also originally going to embark on the path of martial artists, only halfway through some changes, only to worship under the abandoned martial arts from the immortal. As he was saying this, he suddenly stopped, looked left, looked right, then coughed awkwardly. Even though I'm an immortal cultivator, after all, I'm only 11 years old and I've been listening to your bragging along the way, so it's only reasonable that I'm lost now, right? Lin Xiaolu immediately glared at him at his words, her little mouth pouting as she said, waste. Chen Yanyun. On the side of the street, two lost little Taoist children bought 2 bunches of candy thins and licked them as they fumbled to continue walking. Chen Yanyun spoke confidently, although I'm lost, I won't be able to misrecognize the general direction. We can inquire along the road. Lyn Shalu stuffed the whole bunch of candies into her mouth, her cheeks bulging high as she asked, I shouldn't have believed your bull *******, but you're getting more and more like a human now, making me embarrassed to bully you. Bullying me? Chen Yanyun's eyes glared and said, you can pull it off. Do you know how fluky your win was in the last test? If it wasn't for the fact that I was too gullible and didn't have time to use the Twilight Snow Whisk, you would have been gone. What are you blowing off with your father here? Lin Xiaolu shouted in defiance, your master gave you the spirit sword, and you still have that Watsid mantle of Vajra. If I didn't have these, I would have beaten the out of you long ago. Chen Yanyun's small face flushed red and stared with wide eyes as she retorted, I'm a sword cultivator. Is it like I don't use a sword? Then you're still 3 years older than me, and if you were my age, you'd be long gone. You? You're a guy who can run 2 miles without wiping his ass after taking a. I don't care to talk to you. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu held the candy bar in her mouth and clasped her small hands with an arrogant twist of her head. Chen Yanyun was so angry with this guy that her sugar candy didn't even smell good anymore. Her little face turned red, and in her hand, there was even a flash of green light, and she took out a spirit sword from Renaissance sacred ring, and she glared at him with a huff of anger. Lin Xiaolu looked at this guy all lit up the sword, directly disdainfully rushed him to lift up the Taoist robe, revealing the white and tender little belly forward. Chen Erong, don't say I don't give you a chance. Come on, stab me. Come on, show me your guts. Stab me. Don't just hold your sword still. Aren't you tired? Come on, stab me. I'm awesome and handsome, young and begging to be stabbed. Looking at Lin Xiaolu's appearance, Chen Yanyun was so angry that his little face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he glared at him angrily. Then he put down his spirit sword and picked it up again, and put it down and picked it up again. In the bustling and prosperous Lantern Street, the two little ones continued to follow the crowd to find their way after quarreling. Lin Xiaolu swaggered in front of the straight line while humming dejectedly. Nian Yun Na, give you the chance you don't use it. AI. Chen Yanyun's cheeks bulged high in anger, and her voice contained anger. The upper limit of practicing martial arts is too low. You definitely won't be able to beat me in the future. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes and said, are you that confident that you can tell my fortune? My father is a martial artist. I know that in my own heart. Chen Yanyun spoke in a serious manner. Before I joined MA at the age of 8, my father and my uncles went out to bet on darts and took me with them every time. So I've seen many martial artists. Lin Xiaolu glanced at him and thought, no wonder this guy knows so much about running. So there is this story. In the Street of Lanterns, Chen Yanyun continued to hum. Do you know how I worship Tame? How will I know if you don't tell me? Lin Xiaolu said as she licked the candy cane. Chen Yanyun choked and continued walking while narrating to himself. I am not looking down on you, but I am very clear about the gap between martial artists and immortal cultivators. When I was 8 years old, my father took me out to escort the darts as usual, so that I can grow my knowledge so that I can inherit the family business in the future. And as a result, when I was passing through a small hill, I encountered a Devil's Way cultivator. Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu was stunned and looked at this dilettante with quite a bit of surprise. And then what? Chapter 86 Punishment. Chen Yanyun revealed a bitter smile that didn't match his age. Then my father, uncle, and uncles all died at the hands of that demonic cultivator. With all their martial arts powerless, Lin Xiaolu was shocked to hear this and looked at Chen Yanyun in shock. Why did the demonic cultivator kill them? Chen Yanyun clenched his own small fists, gritted his teeth and said, at first I didn't know. Only later I heard from my master. That devil cultivator's clan was at war with Amei at that time. After that, he was injured by my master, fled all the way, and then he bumped into us, and he had a grudge against Amei, and he knew that the country that we were in was under the Amei's patronage, and so he killed my father and uncles to vent his anger. And then, you were accepted as a disciple by Fang Wuxiu? Lin Xiaolu asked in surprise. At that time, that demonic cultivator was also ready to kill me, but luckily my master appeared in time and killed him with a sword before saving me. After saying that, Chen Yanyun looked at Lin Xiaolu and said, frankly speaking I don't like you very much, but after I learned that you can't cultivate and can only practice martial arts, I was still quite sighing. After all, if our family's dartboard hadn't encountered that demonic cultivator, I would have been a martial arts practitioner by now as well. So you've changed so much in this time? Lyn Xiaolu smashed her little mouth as she licked the candies and asked, "You're thinking of dad as soon as you see me, aren't you, Chen Yanyun?" He scratched his brain, feeling that there was something not quite right about Lyn Xiaolu's words, but he couldn't say what was wrong. It's true that you can't see people practicing martial arts in anime, so once he found out that Lyn Xiaolu was a martial artist, he would always think of his father who practiced martial arts in front of him when he was a child. But he didn't want to admit this directly. It was too shameful, so he opened his mouth and said, "Actually, it's not exactly considered. I was locked up by my master for half a year, during which time I read many books and learned some of life's truths, so I don't want to bother with you guys anymore. After all, in the future I'm going to become the world's one-sword cultivator, the man who will kill the world's devilish cultivators. Forget it, you're too stupid to be number one in the world. Then I'll be second in the world," Chen Yanyun retorted. Lyn Xiaolu didn't continue to be stubborn with him. She just chewed the rest of the candy cane and threw away the small wooden stick before going to buy another bunch of ice candy gourds. The two of them blindly chatting all the way. For a while seems to put down the past grudges, chatting with each other about the difference between practicing martial arts and cultivating immortality. And from time to time there are also a few sounds of childish laughter, until very late in the evening before finally touching the Honglu temple, Fang. Near the front of the temple, Chen Yanyun, who had been talking and laughing with Lyn Xiaolu all the way, suddenly looked serious for a moment and opened her mouth to him, saying, "The elders in my family died at the hands of demonic cultivators. All of them are martial arts experts. Their fists and feet are not bad, but when facing cultivators, they are just like chickens on a plate. With all the force they have, they can only wait for death in despair. This is my personal experience." Lyn Xiaolu glared at him after hearing this and asked rather irritably, "You want to persuade me to give up martial arts as well? That's not what I meant." Chen Yanyun, who was a head taller than him, explained, "I heard from senior sister Tang that you drank the blood of a Foundation establishment stage demonic beast, endured pains that normal people can hardly bear, and endured the pains of practicing martial arts, and suffered a great deal before you got back a profound martial art. If I actually hope that you can carve out a path in the future, a path that belongs solely to a martial artist. After all, I, an immortal cultivator, used to be a martial artist after all." The 8-year-old boy froze in disbelief and looked at Chen Yanyun in disbelief, seemingly a little surprised that he could say such a thing, and after a brief moment of reflection, the corners of his mouth began to turn up slightly in a heartless, badass smile. "We're all children, and what you're talking about should be something for them adults to think about, but if I grow up in the future, I'll consider what you said. Open up the sky for the world's martial artists, settle down, and step out on a path that only belongs to martial artists after all." The boy paused for a moment, his eyes flickering, his mind recalling the way big brother Yanyun looked when he was facing himself and kneeling down in terror. "After all what?" Chen Yanyun asked curiously when she saw that he didn't speak. Lyn Xiaolu returned to her senses and smiled. "After all, those who practice martial arts are not allowed to kneel." Night time, Ohio time. Inside the warm and cozy compartment that still gave off a faint body fragrance, Tang Xin sat at the wine table, looking at the sumptuous food in front of her without saying a word. 3 yellow chicken, carp and bean curd soup, spinach and egg soup, crispy elbow, ground sancho, deep-fried small meatballs, beef bone and sauce, roasted lamb trotters with wild peppers, braised prawns, mapo tofu, and a duck pear with a bunch of grapes. 8 courses, 2 soups, 2 fruits, sumptuous to the core. Tang Xin just sat quietly at the table. She didn't eat, she just looked at her meal with an expressionless face, her face as cold as frost. On the side, dark circles under the eyes. The little brother was bummed. Still hanging nosebleed, Lyn Shalu pitifully looked at the meal on the dining table. Straight to see the mouth and tongue. He has not eaten. The knight made a big fuss about the myriad jade workshop. The physical exertion is too great. And at night only ate a string of sugar thinning and a string of sugar gourds. At this moment has long been hungry in front of the chest to the back. Rakshasa ghost woman. "I'm hungry," Lyn Xiaolu spoke in a small voice, and his little stomach gave face to the sound, making a gurgling sound. Tang Xin didn't pay attention to him and remained cold, sitting motionless. Lyn Xiaolu see her like this suddenly more bottomless, blearily looked at the table fragrant meal, sniffing, and then gambled. "I do not know what the child molester is doing. That guy said you can eat for free before I went. This cannot be blamed on me." Tang Xin remained silent, as if Lyn Xiaolu didn't exist at all. Her entire being as cold as ice. "Those guys wouldn't let me leave and had to look at my ass. That's why I hit them. I've kept my hands off them. I just knocked them out and made them cry," Lyn Xiaolu explained again. When he finished speaking, he saw that Tang Xin still didn't respond, and he pouted in anger. To change into his previous character, he has long been directly hands to rob, but he promised the wonderful heart sister to be a child who is clear between grudges, and the Rakshasa ghost woman is barely good for herself, so she will give her face. After all, it is not a manly man to compete with a girl. As he reassured himself, his stomach rumbled again. It was only at this point that Tang Xin gave him an expressionless look and spoke in an icy voice, "Before coming to die you, what did you promise me?" Lin Xiaolu froze. Then her mouth flattened and she muttered, "Listen to you. So what did you do?" Tang Xin's voice rose slightly, glaring at Lyn Shalu as she coldly said, "Unauthorized actions, naughty and mischievous, and treating your senior sister's words as if they fell on deaf ears once you're out of the door." Lin Xiaolu continued to sulk and not speak, her little mouth pouting, and seeing this demeanor of his, Tang Xin knew that this dead kid was unconvinced, and once again spoke in a cold voice, "Your senior sister Miao Xin has a gentle character. An elderly doesn't ask for much, and they usually spoil you too much before they spoil you for life, but I won't spoil you." After saying that, Tang Xin picked up a plate of 3 yellow chickens on the table and handed it to Lin Xiaolu to shake it up in front of him, causing him to gulp straight. "Want to eat? Think clearly about what you've done wrong. Tell senior sister, and senior sister will let you eat, or else you'll just starve to death today. Senior sister won't even blink an eye." After saying that, Tang Xin directly left the table and sat on the bed and couch to start meditating with her eyes closed, leaving Lin Xiaolu to stand alone in the room. Inside the room, Lin Xiaolu pouted her lips, and when she saw Tang Xin meditating motionlessly as if she was asleep, she arched her nose at her angrily. "Humph, when I grow up myself, I'll make you stand in punishment too, then I'll feast in front of you, and I'll make you write afterthoughts," he thought in exasperation, looking blearily at the meal on the table, salivating at the fat, 3 yellow chicken. Chapter 87, Spanked. After watching for a while, Lin Xiaolu saw Tang Xin meditating motionlessly with her eyes closed, so she gently walked to the table and carefully picked up the 3 yellow chickens, then carefully ran towards the door of the room again. He's going to steal the 3 yellow chickens and eat them. When he reached the door, however, and gave a strong tug on the door of the room, he found that he could not pull. Lin Xiaolu did not move and increased the force, but the result was that her face was red but she still could not pull it, and she was a little confused. He was an 8-year-old boy who could carry a 1,000-pound rock, but at the moment he couldn't pull the door with all his strength. "I set up a formation in the room." Tang Xin, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. "This compartment can withstand a force of 5,000 pounds. You can't open it." Lin Xiaodu's cheeks puffed up in anger when she heard this. The Rakshasa ghost woman was too much, actually bullying herself like this. He was ready to just hug and nibble on the 3 yellow chickens, only to realize again that he couldn't open his mouth at some point. Tang Xin opened her beautiful eyes and sat on the bed looking at him with a smile. "Thinking about it? Where did you go wrong?" Lin Xiaolu couldn't open her mouth, and could only let out a whimpering sound of anger, glaring at Tang Xin, anxiously jumping straight to her feet. Tang Xin looked at him with amusement, sitting cross-legged with her snow-white arms propped up on her knees, then resting her chin on the palm of her hand. She teased and laughed at him. "Deadly child, you promised your senior sister that you would be obedient, and you ended up failing to do so. Do you know what's wrong with you?" After saying that, she raised her hand to temporarily release Lin Xiaodu's restriction. Lin Xiaodu was able to open his mouth, and just as soon as he did, he huffed and bit at the 3 yellow chickens. As a result, before he could bite into the chicken, he sadly found himself locked in another beak. "Do you know your mistake?" Tang Xin asked with a smile once again, before unlocking his restrictions once more. Lin Xiaolu was so angry that his whole body was bad. He put the 3 yellow chickens on the table and then his ghostly cry pounced on Tang Xin. "I'll fight you, Rakshasa ghost woman." "Ah, not in the face." "Whoa, ah." Inside the room, Lin Xiaolu was lying on the bed couch. His waist was clamped by Tang Xin's arm. His pants were half faded down, revealing his snow-white little butt, and Tang Xin just slapped his little butt straight in the white. The boy struggled desperately, wailing and screaming chaotically stomped his short legs but to no avail. He was dead controlled by Tang Xin's spiritual power. His strength could not be sent out. "Know what's wrong, Pop?" "I'm right," Lin Xiaolu shouted with a stiff neck. "Still talking tough." Slap. Another slap that made his little s quiver. Lin Xiaodu's tears were coming out from the pain, but he still held it hard and threatened loudly. "Rakshasa ghost woman, you'd better let go of my butt, or else when I grow up, I'll spank your butt too. You'll be very disgraced by then." Tang Xin's pretty face reddened when she heard this, and she scolded, "Little, I have to teach you a good lesson today." After saying that, she slapped Lin Xiaodu's butt again, which hurt Lin Xiaolu and made her suck in cold air. Soon after, a few more slaps went down. Lin Xiaolu couldn't hold on any longer and cried out, You can hit if you want to." but don't always focus on the left side of your butt. Can't you hit the right one too? Sister, I'm happy. After saying that, Tang Xin rose another slap, threatening as she did so. Today I'll beat your little ass asymmetrically, so that in the future you'll have a big ass on one side and a small ass on the other. Lin Xiaolu heard subconsciously brainstormed that picture, suddenly felt numbscalp, and hastily shouted, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Don't hit my butt. What's wrong? I shouldn't have been blind. I shouldn't have taken liberties. I shouldn't have promised you to be obedient and not kept it. Will it be committed again? No more mistakes. No more mistakes. Woo woo. Hearing this little guy's cries, Tang Xin then nodded in satisfaction and let go of him. Lin Xiaolu sprawled on the soft bed and raised her pants with tears in her eyes, looking like she had been spoiled. The thing that makes senior sister the most angry today is that you clearly promised to be obedient, but you ended up not doing it. That's not what a great man does. Understand? Lin Xiaolu pouted her lips, her eyes red and silent. Tang Xin continued to say to him, Mencius said sincerity is the way of heaven, and thinking of sincerity is the way of man. As the saying goes, it is not easy for a husband to make a promise of $1,000. Haven't you always wanted to be a big brother? To be a big brother you have to be honest. It's a good quality. Do you remember? Lin Xiaolu sniffled, a little unconvinced, but he didn't dare to fool around anymore and could only mutter softly, I'll remember. In fact, Lin Xiaolu was a man of his word most of the time, but today, he was so crazy about the Mid-Autumn Festival that he forgot about it. His stomach rumbling, he looked at the table and muttered in a small voice, Can I eat now? Tang Xin smiled and rubbed his head, Go eat. Only then did Lin Xiaolu cover her butt, grunt and huff as she climbed onto the dining table and ate the 3 yellow chicken as she wished. Tang Xin also got out of bed and sat across from him, smiling as she watched him eat. Lin Xiaolu eyes red, but still eat very fragrant. One hand chicken leg, one hand pig trotters back and forth switched in awe. Eat thief happy. Outside the window, the bright moonlight shone through the window on the wine table, and also illuminated his and Tang Xin's faces with more and more warmth and brightness. The next day, in the morning, in the compound of the Honglu Temple, Ka-ching, there was a loud bang. Lin Xiaolu shattered the 2 greenstone slabs in front of him with a single punch, confusion written all over his gaze. Beside him, the guard Yanyun marveled, Immortal Lin, your strength is so great. 2 lapis lazuli slabs this thick were actually shattered with a single punch. You are truly worthy of being an immortal. Hearing the compliment, Lin Xiaolu was not very happy, but gagged and said, What I was to learn to hit people through things, but it turned out that after learning inch strength it just became more destructive. What the hell is this? He looked at the shattered lapis lazuli plate in front of him, depressed. The whole person was not good. He obviously learned the way to generate power with inch strength, and the collapsed strength, but he froze and couldn't combine these 2 kinds of force with each other. In his original conception, his punch should have resulted in the lapis lazuli slab on top being fine and the one underneath shattering apart, but the fact that both pieces were now shattering together meant that he hadn't succeeded at all. Inch strength, collapsed strength, soft strength, and the rigidity of the 8 extremes, he has mastered, but just cannot be made at the same time, as if the body has any limitations. The feeling, as if the left hand draws a square, the right hand draws a circle, individually taken out can be successful, but at the same time is not able to do it. Simply anxious individual. Upper Immortal Shaolin is already very powerful. There's no need to be so hard on yourself. Zhang Yong, who was on the side, comforted. The boy shook his head in frustration, smiley face, Not enough, not enough. This level is not enough. After saying that, he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to continue practicing. But the voice of Dongfang suddenly came from outside the courtyard. Dear, I'm back. At the gate of Honglu Temple, the little fat man carrying a big bag, dashed over from afar, dust rolling behind him, ran to Lin Shalu and bowed. Eastern Egg pays his respects to the gangmaster. This sudden scene startled Zhang Yong, while Lin Shalu had already gotten used to it. He carried his small hands behind his back and put on a big brother demeanor as he casually nodded to the little fat man in front of him and lightly said, It's been a long time, Dan. You've lost weight. Chapter 88 Rigidity and Flexibility. In the courtyard, Dongfang enthusiastically unwrapped his cloth bag, which contained a bunch of goodies. Brother dear, I've brought many specialties for you and little you. Look, lotus leaf chicken, osmanthus cake, and snow lotus pastry. Wow. Lin Xiaolu's eyes looked colorful and praised Dongfang for knowing things. Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, Yu Chu 3 people heard the commotion also came out from the guest room. Dongfang generous, with the host of the friendship as if to bring their own snacks to the group to eat. Well, Chen Yanyun he only gave a twist. Yu Chu he gave a middle finger. Very knowledgeable. Brother dear I've asked. The large lapis lazuli slab. golden spear, and hammer are all ready. When we recruit disciples in 2 days at the mouth of the imperial temple where the capital city is worshipped, then you'll be able to perform chest-breaking boulders, golden spear stabbing the throat, and splitting bricks with your empty hands. Is there a big audience? Lyn Xiaolu asked while holding the ruffled chicken and nibbling on it. That's definitely a lot. Dongfang Egg laughed. His Majesty and the civil and military officials, as well as our outstanding sons and daughters of Dai, you will all be here at that time. It's guaranteed to be packed with people, and we'll be recruiting disciples for days. Tang Xin looked at Lyn Xiaolu and laughed, breaking a boulder in your chest. Do you want to practice first? Don't cry out in pain when the time comes. Lyn Xiaolu rolled her eyes. Do I still need to practice this? It's not like you don't know that I'm so powerful. Senior sister Tang, what kind of spirit magic will we perform then? Chen Yanyun curiously inquired to Tang Xin as he wondered if he wanted to perform a flying sword at that time. We don't have to move much, just cast some random gadgets when the time comes. After saying that, Tang Xin's beautiful eyes flashed, and with a wave of her raised hand, a long golden crack shone in front of her, and in the next moment, a deafening beast roar came from within the crack. Roar! A huge lion covered in reddish gold, with hair flowing like flowing clouds, tore through the crack and drilled out, leaping nimbly to the ground. The guards of Honglu Temple were all startled to see this huge golden lion. Lin Xiaolu and the other children were also shocked beyond belief, each one of them looking at this scene with disbelief. Mimi, come here, no running around blindly. Tang Xin lightly called out, and the big lion immediately squatted honestly behind Tang Xin, sizing up the child in front of him with a pair of eyes the size of a faceplate. Tang Xin touched its furry chin. The lion immediately squinted comfortably, straight issued a purr sound, as if a cat enlarged dozens of times. This is my psychic demonic beast, the yellow cloud lion. Its nickname is Mimi. It will also show up for display at that time. Once people see it, they will know how powerful RMA is. Wow, this is too cool for you. Senior sister Tang Xin. The 4 children tilted their heads to look at the lion, each envious, and Lyn Xiaolu even almost drooled. This mighty and majestic golden big lion is really too beautiful, especially on its neck, body, and tail constantly fluttering in trembling golden flowing clouds, floating between full of the king of the air. It would be great if I could write it out and collect protection money myself, and see who dares not pay. Tang Xin see the children like, also is quite joyful show off, you good cultivation. In the future to take over your eldest brother, become the chief disciple. Each vein of the chief disciple, are very powerful very means. Senior sister me this all belong to the weaker. Is my eldest senior brother strong too? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. He didn't directly call Li Yaoshi Li Shan Cannon, nor did he say that he had beaten him. Li Mingru had instructed him to do so. Li Yaoshi is definitely strong. Tang Xin laughed. He is able to rank in the top 3 among the inner disciples of the 9 veins. Much stronger than senior sister me. Lin Xiaolu blankly a little unimpressed. He felt that Li Yaoshi is far worse than the Rakshasa ghost woman. Although the Rakshasa ghost woman also beat himself, but better than that guy day after day. Like eaten. The 4 children circled around Mimi, teasing the 3-meter tall lion, and Lin Xiaolu even looked for her little brother, wanting to study it, but unfortunately, it seemed to be a female lion, so she couldn't find it. At noon, after the group finished their lunch, Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun and Yu Chuchu went back to their respective rooms, practicing what they practiced and napping what they napped. Lin Xiaolu didn't have the habit of taking a nap and continued to go to the courtyard to practice kung fu, with Dongfang Egg and Zhang Yong accompanying him. For good measure, Zhang Yong got him a good target, a big brass bell that was bigger than the others. This brass bell is 5 or 6 inches thick on the surface, weighs 10,000 pounds, and is nailed to the floor with thick iron nails, making it very strong. There was also a lapis lazuli placed inside the bell. As long as Lin Xiaolu could break the lapis lazuli inside the bell through the big bell, he would be considered practiced. Inside the wide courtyard, Lin Xiaolu, naked, blasted the large bell with one fist, constantly emitting a deafening roaring sound. He exhausted his entire body every time, relaxing his entire body with taiji, waving his chi with baji, and then his waist and legs cooperated to exert the avalanche force. His small arms catalyzed the inch force, and then he blasted out with the progressive moving blocking punch. But every time, he could not achieve the effect he wanted. He just couldn't do these forces at the same time. Either he missed the inch strength, or the collapse strength, or the soft strength stalemate couldn't be exerted. It's as if the body is instinctively resisting. For a full hour, Lin Xiaolu was practicing his fists against this large bell, and the impenetrable bell body froze as he made deep fist marks with a pair of small meat fists. Oriental Egg just started to cheer him up with excitement, but now he is already lying on the cool chair next to him, while lying also chewing watermelon. Do not know still think he is the big brother. Brother dear, Take a break. This watermelon is chilled and sweet. Dongfang Egg held his round little belly and greeted him with watermelon while spitting out watermelon seeds. Lin Xiaolu shook her head to show that she didn't eat, then rubbed her sore and swollen fist and continued to find the feeling and try to swing. You don't need to be so anxious. Practicing martial arts, this thing can't be rushed. Brother dear, you only practiced for 1 day. How can you practice it? Yanyun, who was on the side, also advised. Shaolin Shangxian. Dongfang Shangxian is right. You don't need to be too anxious. Take your time and wait for everything to fall into place. Lin Xiaolu still shook his head and wiped the fine sweat on his brain before stubbornly saying, my boss gave me demonic beast blood to drink. My body is already stronger than an ordinary martial artist. Then I can't hold myself to the standards of an ordinary martial artist. After saying that, he let out a loud roar and swung out a fist again, straightening the entire 10,000-pound bronze bell and shaking it. Seeing that they could not be persuaded, Dongfang Egg and Zhang Yong stopped persuading. Dongfang Egg shared 2 pieces of watermelon with Zhang Yong, and then ate while watching Lin Shaolu sweating in the yard. Throughout the afternoon, the Honglu temple was constantly ringing with the sound of a bronze bell, averaging 2 breaths and not stopping at all. Dongfang Egg and Zhang Yong looked confused at the back. They didn't expect Lin Xiaolu to be so desperate. It's almost as if she's gone off the deep end, practicing over and over again, then doing summaries, then analyzing, then continuing to try. Moreover, Lin Xiaolu also likes to mutter while practicing. Her mouth keeps saying something in a godly manner. The inability to perform is the body's habit of resisting. I want to restrain this habit of the body, so that the involuntary muscle becomes the arbitrary muscle. The body is moved by the mind, and the mind arises from the thoughts. Practice to the end. His fists, after thousands of bombardment, finally broke the skin. 2 white tender little fists are beaten bloody. The bronze bell on the fist prints are also covered with blood marks. Simply look at all the pain. But he seems to feel as if he cannot feel. Continue to swing at the same time the small mouth is still muttering. A moment to say what degree strong and soft in the conflict. A moment later, he said something else. The rigidity and flexibility have to be combined. It's not enough to strike rigidity and flexibility from one body. You have to catalyze both rigidity and flexibility in a single punch. Zhang Yong, who had understood Tai Chi, could not understand it, and Dongfang Egg could not understand it even more. In Zhang Yong's cognition, even if it is called rigid flexible Tai Chi, there is no punch can be hit at the same time. Rigid and flexible can only be a certain move for the rigid, a certain move for the soft. After all, the rigid is rigid, soft is soft. A punch in both rigid and soft? This is what people do. Finally, a full 3 hours had passed, the sun had set, and night had fallen before Lin Xiaolu stopped her training and went to the lobby with Dongfang Egg to have her evening meal. And when the 2 of them appeared in the brightly lit lobby, Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, and Yu Chu Chu immediately saw his 2 small, bloody hands. Chapter 89, The Great Gungbronze. What happened to your hand? Tang Xin was quite surprised as she looked at Lin Xiaolu. Come here. Senior sister will heal you. Rakshasa ghost woman, you can just help me clean my wounds. Lin Xiaolu walked over to Tang Xin and stretched out her small hand, speaking, if it's cured all at once, then I'll lose part of my senses and memories when I continue boxing tomorrow. Tang Xin looked at him with some incomprehension, wondering what was wrong with this little guy. Chen Yanyun also looked at his hand curiously and realized that the wounds on it were quite deep, and asked hesitantly, you're still going to fight tomorrow? Doesn't it hurt? Yeah, if you don't heal this hand, it'll hurt even worse tomorrow, right? Tang Xin said with concern. It's all just superficial wounds. It doesn't bother me. Pain can exercise willpower and deepen the impression. Lin Xiaolu showed a heartless smile and said. Once the group heard this, except for Yu Chu Chu, they all looked at Lin Xiaolu with some surprise. Chen Yanyun even had a flash in his eyes, and a trace of admiration rose in his heart. I can't imagine that you little guy is quite brave. Tang Xin used her spiritual energy to clean his wounds and brush away the blood while shouting to Dongfang Egg. Little fatty, go ask the guards for some fabric. I'll bandage the little dear. Dongfang Egg answered yes and left the door. Soon after, Tang Xin tenderly wrapped fabric around Fawn's hands, and he joined the group for the evening meal, talking and laughing. At the same time, in the divine land, a certain unknown deep forest, a middle-aged Taoist man wearing a long robe and carrying a wine gourd was walking unhurriedly through the dark dense forest. It was already late at night. The forest was dark and out of reach, but the Taoist was not affected, walking leisurely, carrying a gourd and drinking wine while walking, seemingly at ease. Walking over a suspension bridge and through a thick bamboo forest, he listened to the coo of the turtle doves and came to a small fenced yard. The small courtyard was not big, situated alone in the dark mountain forest. The 2 red lanterns hanging at the entrance seemed like the 2 scarlet pupils of a monster in the darkness, full of evil and eccentricity. Leaping through the lantern gate and into the small courtyard, the middle-aged Taoist surveyed the surrounding vegetable plots and chicken coops, walked over to the firelit hut, and knocked on the battered wooden door. Soon, an old voice resounded in the room. Old man Sha is not here. Your Excellency, please come back tomorrow. The middle-aged Taoist took a sip of the wine in his gourd, burped comfortably, and lazily laughed. Old ghost Sha isn't here. So who's talking in the house? When he finished, the room was instantly quiet. After a few moments, an exasperated roar suddenly came from inside the house, also completely breaking the silence of the dark night. Li Mingru, you're not allowed to come in. I'll kill myself if you come in. As soon as the words fell, Li Mingru nonchalantly pushed open the door of the house. At once, the lights snapped on. A one-eyed old man in a tattered black robe was sitting at a table with bowls and chopsticks, as well as a half-eaten fat chicken in fine wine. And when the old man saw that Li Mingru actually barged right in, he was furious and loudly reprimanded. You don't even know how to knock now. Li Mingru smiled. Aren't you going to commit suicide? I came in to inherit your legacy. After saying that, he sat down at the old man's dining table with a big grin, and very naturally took the wine jug in his hand and poured it directly into his mouth, making the old man look at him for a while, blowing his beard and eyes. Ha! Why don't you do it yet? Li Mingru plucked off one of the chicken legs from the fat chicken, and while eating and drinking, his mouth laughed softly and said, Sha, old ghost, you quickly do it. Do not feel embarrassed. When you die I can give you supernatural. You also know, IMA after all, is a Taoist sect. I also learned to follow the wish to go to the next life scripture, the level of supernatural level first class. Okay, you don't have to bull ****** me. The one-eyed old man known as Sha Laogui looked at Li Mingru with a bad expression, and gasped. There's nothing to do. You Li Mingru came to look for the old man ni. In the end, what do you want to do? No, why? Looking for you to catch up, Li Mingru said while gnawing on a chicken leg. The one-eyed old man snorted at hearing this and whispered a couple of curse words. Then he looked Li Mingru up and down, and a hint of surprise appeared in his cloudy one-eyed eyes. How did your strength regress so much? Li Mingru dropped the cleanly eaten chicken bones and ripped off another chicken leg, casually saying as he continued to gnaw. I think it's best if you don't get any wrong ideas. Even if my cultivation regresses to only one layer, you're not my opponent. The one-eyed old man bristled at the words, wanting to retort but having nothing to say. He could only turn his head to sulk and coldly snorted. What exactly are you looking for me for? I want your big gung-ho bronzer. What did you say? The old man stood up violently and glared at Li Mingru with that one remaining eye in death. What do you need that for? That thing is of no use to you. That's my coffin. A man like you needs a coffin? Li Mingru asked a rhetorical question, tore off a chicken wing, drank a mouthful of wine, looked at him and said, the grace of not killing is a great favor. If it were not for me, you could live until now? Hurry up and give me the Daijing bronze. I'll leave immediately. Don't you dare set me up here. You cheeky bastard. The one-eyed old man cursed in anger. What the hell do you want with the Dagung bronze? That is my lifeblood. I'm going to make a weapon. That thing is just a special piece of mortal material. It can't be a magic weapon. What I made is not a magic weapon. What I made is a weapon. Are you going to give it or not? Li Mingru glanced at him and directly opened his mouth to threaten. If you don't give it, I'll go back and tell the sect leader that I've discovered the remnants of the refined underworld sect from back then. And the sect leader will surely send other people to exterminate you. Then you're harboring me too. And you're hardly free of resignation. Once Li Mingru heard this, he nodded. You have a point, haha. When he finished speaking, his expression changed and he raised his eyes to the one-eyed old man in front of him, a hint of confusion showing in his eyes. Ha? Who are you? One-eyed old man. How did I get here? How did you trick me into coming here? One-eyed old man. An old man looked at Li Mingru, who was acting there, and watched this bastard drink his own wine and eat his own roast chicken, and then asked who he was one by one, and was so angry that he was trembling all over, and he really wanted to slap this pussy to death. Damn, how can this one be such a... It was only after a long time that the exasperated one-eyed old man finally sat down helplessly. Seeing his appearance, Li Mingru laughed, patted his shoulder, wiped the oil stains on him smoothly, and comforted, don't be angry, Sha, old ghost. At least I have saved you, and arranged you to spend your life here. You quickly give me the bronze, and I'll send you some other materials for making coffins. The old man took a few big breaths. His old face was ironic, and he fiercely glared at Li Mingru before getting up. Follow me. Li Mingru smiled and thanked him as he got up. You don't have to thank me. The one-eyed old man said in a cold voice. You're right. The old man, I was originally the one who was going to die. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have survived for so many more years. But what exactly do you want with my Daijing bronze? That you have to tell me, right? Li Mingru followed him and walked through a dark door, hanging on to a smile and said, I have a young disciple, a martial arts practitioner, who needs a mortal blade that can be used to behead immortals. The old man froze slightly and looked at Li Mingru in dismay. So, you and the old man want the Daijing bronze, and that's for the disciples? Exactly. Under the dim light, the old man looked at Li Mingru's face and moved his lips, seemingly a little surprised. And a moment later, he suddenly glared with one eye and cursed loudly and angrily. Damn it! Since you want to teach a martial artist, teach him well, and in the future, use this Daijing bronze of the old man's to hack to death the immortal cultivation sons of Es. Hearing the words of the old man, Li Mingru smiled and touched his nose in embarrassment. We are not also cultivating immortality, this sand-old ghost how to scold themselves into it. Chapter 90, Yoki. Drink. Clang. At noon, the deafening sound of a loud noise spread to every corner up and down Honlu Temple. The large bronze bell trembled, and a deep fist mark was sunk into the bell. Zhang Yong, Dongfang Egg and the two of them looked at Lin Xiaolu's fist in surprise. His fists were wrapped in clean white fabric, but at the moment they were red with blood. Upper Immortal Shaolin's punching power has improved again. Zhang Yong marveled. It's not an improvement in strength, but rather, it's the more skillful use of various kinds of strengths, which then explode into greater power. Holding a watermelon, Oriental Egg also looked dumbfounded, trembling with a big fat face and lamented. If Deer's punch had hit me, I might have died. As soon as he finished speaking, a good-looking teenager walked out of the house, looked at Lin Xiaolu in the courtyard, and said to him, Eastern Egg, I don't think you're confident enough. You should remove the maybe. Chen Yanyun, why are you here? Dongfang Egg handed him a piece of watermelon. Fawn was making too much noise practicing boxing, so I came out to check it out. Chen Yanyun took the watermelon and sat on the small stool next to him while eating it. I think little Deer might break the limits of traditional martial artists. I feel the same way, but it would be nice if Deer could get some more chances. Eastern Egg said. There was a talk that he wasn't very optimistic about martial arts. After all, the upper limit of martial arts was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. That's why he felt that Deer needed the kind of great chance that could change his destiny against the heavens. On the small stool, Chen Yanyun shook his head as he ate watermelon, looking at the 8-year-old boy in the courtyard with growing admiration in his gaze. Those who practice martial arts disdain chance. But didn't Deer drink tiger blood? That counts as chance, right? Eastern Egg asked. Tiger's blood? What kind of chance is that? Chen Yanyun laughed. That thing itself isn't a big secret. After all, there are so many demonic beasts in the world. You and I could have our master kill a demonic beast and go drink the beast's blood. But do you dare to drink it? Eastern Egg. Well, Chen Yanyun said also has a reason. People should have self-awareness. Dongfang Egg is very clear. He is now also just a playful child. Surely do not dare to drink the beast blood. On their own this willpower if you go to drink the blood of the demonic beasts. It is estimated that on the spot is gone. It's like Deer, obviously the youngest, but his willpower is so strong. He spends more time practicing martial arts every day than anyone else, and never complains of suffering. Who among his peers can compare with such perseverance? Oriental Egg ate watermelon, spit watermelon seeds, and boasted loudly. Just people like Deer deserve to be awesome. Chen Yanyun nodded in agreement. Lin Xiaolu is working so hard. If she can't become stronger, then it's simply that God is not long-eyed. And although it's said that cultivating immortality is concerned about chance, people practicing martial arts don't pay attention to this. People practicing martial arts only believe in their own hard work and sweat. I reckon. In the view of Xiaolu, people who use chance to seek growth are similar in nature to those who are soft eaters. Two children were eating watermelon while muttering and chatting. In the next few days, Lin Xiaolu went to exercise like crazy every day. He was the first to get up every day, earlier than many guards. After running, staking out his horse, and doing push-ups, he started to swing his fist at the bronze bell, and swung it all day long, and didn't stop until the sun went down. And this kind of hard practice did make his punches more and more powerful. Gradually, this bronze bell was all beaten out of a big pit, deflated into more than half. It was simply amazing. Just like that, in the midst of his moment-by-moment bitter cultivation, the day of recruiting new disciples was finally about to arrive. Tomorrow we'll leave in the morning and go to the mouth of the Imperial Temple to recruit disciples. At night, in the middle of the bright lobby, Tang Xin smiled at the 4 children who were having their meal in front of her and said, His Majesty the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom will send a lot of Imperial guards to help assist us, and there will be a lot of people at that time, so all 4 of you little fellows aren't allowed to run around, and you have to listen to what your sister says. Do you understand? I know. The 4 children responded in unison. Lin Xiaolu dealt with a charcoal grilled beef leg that was bigger than his brain alone, stuffing large chunks of beef into his mouth before puckering his face and saying vaguely, Rakshasa ghost woman, when we go to recruit disciples, won't we have no time to work out? Yes. Tang Xin laughed. Recruiting disciples usually requires recruiting for about 7 or 8 days. There is no time to cultivate. Whoa! Dongfang Egg cheered loudly. I'm most annoyed with cultivation. Ha 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 ha, it's so great. Lin Xiaolu sniffed and glared at Dongfang Egg. Depressed. I don't have the time to work out every day. This stopping for 7 or 8 days. I'll regress. Put. As soon as the boy's words fell, Yu Chu Chu, who was drinking kanji, burst out laughing. Lin Xiaolu, you're just like that when you're learning martial arts to death. You still care about regression? Lin Xiaolu glared at her and rolled up her sleeves. You think you're good? If you don't like it, let's practice. I can beat you up with just one hand, believe it or not. Seeing Lin Xiaolu get angry, Yu Chu Chu immediately blanched and pouted, not daring to talk to this guy again. Chen Yanyun, who was on the side, also felt that her words were a bit harsh. What do you mean learning martial arts and dying is just like that? Those words made him feel like Yu Chu Chu was mocking his own father. At the wine table, Tang Xin continued to laugh at the boy. If you're afraid that you'll regress, then you can always break a boulder in your chest, just as a way to forge your yokai chi. Lin Xiaolu froze as she listened, a little confused as to what it meant. Tang Xin patiently explained for him, we are in the enrollment. You work out well, lying over their non-stop chest broken boulders, a broken day. This is also a kind of exercise, right? Forest fawn? Damn. This Rakshasa ghost woman is pretty damn witty. Tang Xin continued. At that time, I'll arrange for a few hundred lapis lazuli slabs, and then a few hundred golden spears for you to slowly work out, and then have the guards of the Imperial Guards line up to help you swing sledgehammers and break boulders, to ensure that the workout is good. Lin Xiaolu did not say anything, lowered her head, and continued to eat the beef in silence. This beef smells really good. For a dinner, he ate a charcoal grilled beef shank, 3 yellowtail fish, 12 bowls of rice, and countless fruits and vegetables before he patted his little belly in satisfaction and waddled out of the lobby. Having just eaten, it was not advisable to exercise strenuously, so Lin Xiaolu carried 2 green bricks, raised her arms flat, level with her shoulders, and then took horse stances in the yard. Horse stance for half an hour to exercise the lower body and digest food in the process. Push-ups for half an hour. Strength workout. He ended up running around the Honglu temple for another half hour. The day's workout was just about complete. Finishing his workout, the boy moved his body alone in the spacious courtyard and cleaned himself up with the dust cleansing pill before preparing to go back to his room to rest. However, as he leisurely walked under the eaves of the house, a piece of horizontal wood in the eaves of the house fell down due to looseness from age. Lin Xiaolu reacted quickly, and without thinking, he raised his hand to throw a punch. Thud! With a soft thud, the horizontal wood flew out and fell to the ground. He didn't care. After all, it was just a small matter. There was no need to put it on his mind at all. Lifting his steps, he was ready to continue to the house. And just as he lifted his feet, Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right, and his figure lurched. A moment later, he looked furiously at the piece of horizontal wood that had been knocked away. In the bright moonlight, Yoki lay quietly on the floor, broken a bit but intact. Lin Xiaolu looked at Yoki, and doubt was suddenly written all over her small face. With all the power of his own fist, why didn't he break this piece of horizontal wood? He stepped forward and picked up the crosspiece, weighing it twice before holding it curiously in his hand and flicking out a fist, only to hear a click, a sound. The horizontal wood directly broke. He then tossed the remaining half of the horizontal log up into the air and then punched it as it fell. Thud! Just like earlier, the horizontal wood was only sent flying, not broken and cracked. Under the silence of the night, looking at the piece of horizontal wood that had been sent flying, the 8-year-old boy's mind moved as if he had thought of something. Chapter 91. Come on, show. Lin Xiaolu, who had come to a realization, was instantly not sleepy. He grabbed the board and turned around and ran into the maple garden. He felt that he could no longer dwell on whether a punch inspired rigidity or flexibility, but should instead try to see if he could make the force twice in one punch. In the garden, the boy threw the horizontal wood high, then raised his hand again and swung his fist. This time he didn't use brute force again, but accelerated his speed to the extreme, and his small fist made a whistling and breaking sound. Ka-ching! The horizontal wood shattered in response. Late at night, in the darkened maple leaf garden, Lin Xiaolu stood quietly, frowning and thinking alone. Speed coupled with power can break a crossbar without a support point, and speed comes from an explosion of inches, but it's still a dead-end approach. One has to use the soft force as well, and then add the collapsing force to give the explosion another sublimation. And did ever perform the rigid flexible attack in 2 separate attempts? He felt that he had done wrong from the beginning, that he should not have practiced with hard objects like lapis lazuli plates and bronze bells, but with soft objects. The night breeze was quiet. A maple leaf fell, and the teenager threw a punch. Without a sound, the maple leaf flew away in response to the punch, but it was not damaged in the slightest. His heart lurched. Even the incredibly strong copper bell itself could make dents, but the soft maple leaf itself was difficult to injure the slightest bit. Why was that? Because the maple leaf is soft. One's own fists if placed in a weapon, then it was a blunt weapon. Naturally it couldn't hurt the soft maple leaf. In the middle of the field, the 8-year-old boy's gaze grew brighter and brighter as he sensed a layer of window paper. A layer of window paper that stepped through the immortal martial level. That night, Lin Xiaolu did not sleep all night. 8-year-old him like crazy. A moment to the leaves of the tree practicing boxing. A moment in the garden back and forth across the steps. God muttered non-stop. At night, many of the guards saw this scene, and many of them were startled at first, thinking they had seen a ghost. Time just ticked by, and the boy spent the night in the maple leaf garden, practicing, thinking, improving his method of power generation, and then practicing again, week after week, completely losing track of time. It wasn't until the second day dawned, when the day broke and the first rays of the morning sun illuminated the maple leaf garden in a golden hue, that Lin Xiaolu, whose hair was disheveled and who sat cross-legged, woke up from her contemplation. He rose, lifting his shining gaze to the warmth of the sun, his stance stretching slightly as his small body punched a set of punches never before seen in the field. There was the softness of Taiji's stretching of the muscles and bones in this set of boxing, and there was also the rigidity of Baji's domineering and unrivaled power. The early risers of the guards gathered around the maple leaf garden, looking at the boy who performed the punch and talking, curious about what kind of punch was this that Kobayashi Shangxian was fighting. In the lobby, wearing a plain white dress, Tang Xin stepped out of the door with white embroidered shoes. She greeted the children to get up and have breakfast when she found that Lyn Shalu was not in the room, so she was ready to go to look for him. And just as soon as she went out the door, she saw the teenagers practicing martial arts in the maple leaf garden. Phew! In the garden, Lin Xiaolu lowered his stance to a low sweep in place, and suddenly the maple leaves all over the ground curled up and spiraled around his body. And then, Lin Xiaolu's spine tightened, and her body danced as if it had transformed into a whip, and after a burst of twisting, she fiercely lashed out at the maple leaves that danced and rose into the air in front of her. Wow! Silently, a maple leaf floating in the air was split in half by his palm. I'll go! All the guards were startled by the scene in front of them, and each of them stared with wide eyes. They saw with their own eyes the maple leaf neatly sliced in the flying swings. Moreover, there was not the slightest trace of shattering. It was as if it had been cut by a sword. That's a lot harder than breaking a rock with one punch, isn't it? And the next second, what made them even more surprised happened, only to see Lin Xiaolu's arms unfolded. Her body swung, and between the two small hands lightly danced all the surrounding flying maple leaves, sucked and pulled them together, and froze in front of her body to gather into a maple leaf cluster. Then, progress to throw a punch. Yanyun, one of the guards, blurted out when he saw this scene, progress moving to stop the whammy. Wow! The maple leaf group was blown apart. At the same time, a rolling wave of air spun and flew out sharply from the maple leaf, flying out a distance of 5 or 6 meters before exploding violently. Lin Xiaolu succeeded. Her strength was released, and her punch combined both rigidity and flexibility. At the entrance to the lobby, Tang Xin stared at this scene with wide, beautiful eyes. Incredulous. She could sense that Lin Xiaolu's punch just now didn't have any spiritual energy. But, there was clearly no spirit power. So how did that heat wave hit? The mouth of the Imperial Temple, the place where the Great Yu State holds its annual rituals, is located on the eastern side of the capital city of the Great Yu State, covering a huge area and extremely close to the Imperial Palace. And today, early in the morning, many subjects of the Great Yu country came here with their own children, and formed a long line early, simply because today was the day when the immortal sectame recruited disciples. The queue was very long, a sea of people. One could not see the end of the line. The scene was also very lively, the voices of the adults talking, the children playing with each other cross and rise. There are also many imperial guards around to maintain order, and from afar, the people lining up could still see the figures of His Majesty and the civil and military officials, who were on top of a huge circular high platform, where His Majesty was talking to a woman full of immortal aura, and behind that woman, there stood 4 small Taoist children, as well as a huge lion with golden-colored streaming clouds floating all over its body. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu was standing in boredom. He looked at a few eyes and Rakshasa ghost woman exchanges with the Emperor of the Great Yu State, and then lost interest. He felt that the Emperor is nothing special, quite ordinary, a big fat man, looks quite amiable, nothing to see, self-conscious, and the East Egg, Chen Yanyun chatting in a low voice. Amei recruiting disciples is quite troublesome. There are all kinds of ceremonies. At the end of the ceremony, His Majesty the Emperor has to go on stage to speak, a speech for a long time, and then another Rakshasa ghost woman went on stage to speak. A speech again for a long time. So that people feel very ink. The key to the bottom of the populace also listened to the thief seriously. 1-2 worshipped to death. Lyn Xiaolu realized that there were many other small children about her age on the stage, and the way they looked at her was very worshipful. He didn't know where these little children worshipped him, so he twisted his head to look at the Eastern egg, and realized that the Eastern egg didn't have much reaction to the public's adoration, as if it was a normal thing to do. On the side, Chen Yanyun was also standing with her eyes closed, her temperament out of the ordinary. Yu Chu Chu, on the other hand, proudly lifted her small chin, seemingly satisfied with the way people looked up to her. Lin Xiaolu felt strange in his heart. It was logical that he should be happy when others worshipped him, but he felt that these people worshipped him just because he was an inner disciple of Ame, and it had nothing to do with himself personally. Hey, forget it, I just practiced the strength that can hit people through things, and on the big day, it's better not to think about these messy things. Soon, above the exquisite and magnificent high platform, the Emperor of Great Vietnam and Tang Xin finished their speeches, and His Majesty the Emperor smilingly announced to the civilians under the stage that Ame's youngest disciple, Lin Xiaolu, and other children, would demonstrate Ame immortal technique, which for a while drew the excitement of the people, who were cheering and jumping, and their voices were as loud as they could be. For this multitude of people in the mortal world, immortal means are naturally rare to see, and the populace all brought their own children, each with wide eyes, looking expectantly at the 4 little Taoist children on the stage. Lin Xiaolu and the others were also prepared and went with the flow as they walked before the high platform and began to show their abilities to the people. Soon, Dongfang took the lead and stepped forward, only to see him flirtatiously raising his hand to cast a spiritual spell, dancing yellow dust with his hands in a dashing manner. Yu Chu then stepped out, sharply pointing in the air, and lime green streams of light blossomed out at her fingertips. Dazzling. Chen Yanyun, who had his eyes closed, finally stepped out, and when his eyes opened, the whole person was suddenly immortal, and a silver-white spirit sword even appeared in front of him slowly circling around. Mysterious and unpredictable, the crowded people under the stage were all cheering loudly and excited when they saw Chen Yanyun, Dongfang and Yu Chu's 3 children perform their maneuvers in turn, and when they continued to look at Lin Xiaolu expectantly, Lin Xiaolu gave a wickedly impetuous smile, and then, paralyzed on the ground. All, in the field, the enthusiastic cheers were like an appointment, instantly disappeared, and the atmosphere was quiet for a while, all a little weird. The populace watched as 2 big-bodied guards, grunting and panting, lifted 2 huge slabs of green stone and gently placed them on Lin Xiaolu's little belly. Chapter 92, The First Day of Disciple Acceptance. Drink! The powerful guard swung a sledgehammer and smashed it down hard, only to hear boom, a loud sound. The 2 layers of green stone plate on Lin Xiaolu's stomach shattered on the spot. The whole room was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the boy. Even Dongfang, Chen Yanyun, and Yu Chu forgot to continue the display for a moment and looked at him in a daze. Tang Xin in the background was even laughing and covering her small stomach. Come on man, get on the golden gun. Lin Xiaolu continued with a small wave of her hand, shouting with great bravado. Under the crowded entrance of the imperial temple, the civil and military officials, the emperor of Daiyu, and thousands of Daiyu people, the 8-year-old boy directly put the tip of the golden spear against his own little white neck, and then pushed the other end against a stone pier. Such a frightening scene put several people in a state of shock. Many adults even covered their children's eyes, while Lin Xiaolu was oblivious to the fact that his arms were raised flat and his whole body's horizontal training chi came together as he stepped forward and bellowed. Ha! The wooden body of the golden spear was instantly bent into a semicircle, and in less than a few seconds, it snapped. Snapped. All present. Sigma. Is this taught by the immortal sect Ame? This can't be a fraud. On the high platform, Lin Xiaolu's neck only had a red spot on it. No. With his hands behind his back, he came to the front of the stage with his head held high and looked down at the people with a kind smile. Then, Lin Xiaolu slammed her little chest and pointed at all the people and shouted, "A couple months ago, I was like you. In a few months, you'll be just like me, trying to brain hoe the out of it. Want a knife and gun awesome boom boom? Join the Ame. Ame with me." Lin Xiaolu. The day of recruiting disciples was actually quite busy. Tang Xin sat at a long table, holding a talent testing artifact and testing the children one by one, while Chen Yanyun on the side helped her record the children whose talent reached the standard. Not far from the side, Dongfang and Yu Chu were not idle, patiently answering the questions of the parents of the children, and from time to time, they also performed some small means to shock everyone. As for Lin Xiaolu, he was still performing martial arts such as breaking boulder in chest, stabbing throat with golden lance, and iron head kung fu, and a group of children gathered around him to watch. You see, my kind are mortals who have no hope of cultivating immortality, but they can also learn a martial art in anime. Lyn Xiaolu lying on the nail bed full of nails, holding a large lapis lazuli plate, turning his head to the children said, practice martial arts practice. Not worse than the cultivation of immortality. How much? I was only 8 years old. Has been practiced all the copper skin and iron bones, can be born to sizzle jackals, tigers, and leopards. How a tug word, the children exclaimed in wide-eyed amazement, each listening in rapt attention, while in the next second, the guard sledgehammers slammed down once again, and the thick lapis lazuli slabs shattered at once. Lin Xiaolu remained unharmed, and beside him, the smashed lapis lazuli slabs and countless golden spears with broken tops had piled up into a small mountain. I'm only 8 years old, and I've already become this divine. Do you guys dare to believe it? Lin Xiaolu sat on the bed of nails and showed off to the children in his serious manner. Among the children, a little girl asked blearily, little brother, you're so powerful at only 8 years old. There must be many people who envy you, right? That's not true. Just a few days ago, when I was still in MA, I slept on a pillow, and my neck was crooked for the whole day. But that still didn't stop me from being incredibly brave. I went to the deep forests, and by myself, I took out 10,000 big tigers, 10,000 big lions, 10,000 big bears, and 10,000 big wild boars. Wow, the children were dumbfounded by what they heard, each with their little mouths open. After exclaiming, a boy suddenly wondered, little brother, why do lions and tigers appear in one place? Lin Xiaolu froze. Then he smiled mysteriously. Young people, don't dwell on these details. As the saying goes, those who achieve great things don't bother with small details. You guys can understand that, right? Oh, the children nodded in shock. That afternoon, Lin Xiaolu bragged while chest broken boulder. Frozen broken afternoon. Not stopping at all. Evening back to Honglu Temple. Chest or some hidden pain. Throat also top gold gun top voice horse. It's been a hard day for everyone. So get an early night. On the dining table in the lobby, Tang Xin smiled and laughed at the four little ones who were having their evening meal, especially looking at Lin Xiaolu. Fang, you don't need to continue your workout today, right? It's been chest breaking all afternoon, and the golden spear stabbing your throat has toppled over 100 golden spears, right? Yeah, Deer stayed up all night last night figuring out his martial arts, so he can get some rest today. Dongfang Egg agreed as he ate his sweet potato. Lin Xiaolu smiled at his words and spoke with a somewhat raspy voice while gnawing on a chicken leg. I managed to execute the inch strength, soft strength, collapsing strength, and the 8 extremes of rigidity all at the same time, and I'll have to consolidate it tonight. Are you kidding me? You just practiced and let yourself go to rest? How can this be? Why do you still need to practice when you've practiced? Tang Xin asked without understanding. I've practiced but I'm not skilled yet. Lin Xiaolu blinked her eyes and said, I tried it today when my chest was broken. That punch I suddenly couldn't hit again. I don't know why. I guess it's because I'm not skilled yet. Brother dear, I heard senior sister Tang say that your punch can hit people through the air. You created it yourself. Do you want to give your punch a name? Dongfang Egg asked curiously. Chen Yanyun, who was drinking kanji at the side, also looked curiously at the teenager upon hearing this. I haven't thought of a name yet. For now the tentative one is still called the pig killing fist, but I should have invented a new kind of strength. I think I should call it the second dark strength. Second level dark power? A few people froze. Lin Xiaolu nodded as he showed off to Chen Yanyun. Chen Erong. Next time you use that what's it all Vajra mantle, I won't be afraid of you, and I'll be able to beat you to tears just by resting on the Vajra mantle. You are less bragging you. Yu Chuchu's face showed disdain. Brother Nyenyun's Vajra mantle is a protective artifact bestowed by his master. And you, a martial artist, still want to break it? How dare you think? It's not a matter of breaking or not. Lin Xiaolu corrected. When I make that punch, the softness of Taiji and the rigidity of the 8 extremes will overlap, sending out a kind of counterquake that shakes away the object, and then the inch strength and the avalanche strength will be split into a second blast. I can't say exactly. It feels as if it's going through the thin cracks of the obstruction. Once Chen Yenyun's Vajra bowl is used, it's airtight. So where's the slit? Tang Xian looked at him with some doubt. In fact, she was also very curious about how Lin Xiaolu managed to make a powerful punch across the air. This morning she felt strange. Lin Xiaolu obviously had no spiritual power. How did this happen? What was the principle? However, she could largely tell that the dead kid himself didn't seem to be clear about the principle, and she figured that Lin Xiaolu should have groped his way into a certain area that no one had ever touched before, and then although he was able to use it, he didn't know the principle himself. If that was really the case, then it meant that this little guy was really enlightened and diligent, so maybe he would really blaze an unprecedented path out in the future. At the table, The group continued to dine with laughter and talk around Lin Xiaolu's new jutsu. The first day of recruiting disciples also ended like this. The record of talented disciples, more than 20. Wait for a week to recruit disciples completely finished. They will take these new disciples back to Amei together. And at this time, they did not know that while they were talking to each other, outside the city gates of the capital city of the Great Yu country, there was a group of people wearing bucket hats and straw raincoats, driving carriages and arriving at the city gates just by the night color. Chapter 93, the second day. What a guy! Doing what? At the city gates, the guards standing guard were immediately alerted to the sight of this strange pair of people and came forward to question them. And under the night, the men and horses with bucket hats on their heads stood motionless as if they were statues, with only one horseman leading the horse lifting his steps to step out. He didn't look up, wore a bucket hat, and let out a pale laugh. Ha ha ha! My lord, we are here to participate in the immortal sect Amei's recruitment of disciples. You've come to join us at this late hour? Take off your bucket hats. We need to do a routine inspection. At the city gates, 7 or 8 guards surrounded the group, and one of them even looked at the carriage. Who's in the car? Come out and see. The horseman laughed and said yes. Everyone take off your bucket hats and show our faces to a few officials. When he finished speaking, he removed his bucket hat, revealing a wrinkled face. The guards froze, and in the next second, all the people in front of them removed their cocked hats, revealing various faces, and each of their eyes. All of them were pitch black and spewing out thick black mist in large strands. You guys, one of the guards was just about to open his mouth when he was surrounded by a thick black fog, inhaling it into his mouth and nose when he was caught off guard, and suddenly his entire body stiffened in place, as if he was a walking corpse. The leading guard was so alarmed at the sight that he hurriedly held his breath and drew the sword at his waist. The horseman whose eyes were constantly flowing black smoke was slightly surprised to see him in this state. Yo, a little kung fu. The lead guard bellowed angrily and threw a backhanded sword, then turned around and was about to shout for someone. The long blade sped away and exploded right as it was about to stab the horseman in the face. The guard looked like he was about to run into the city, but soon 2 black auras flew out from the left and right, instantly encircling him and completely blocking his path. The leader of the guards despaired at the sight and twisted his head in horror to look at the men. In front of him, more than 20 mysterious people with black eyes were standing in different forms, each with a teasing expression, as if they were cats and this leader of the guards was a rat. My lord, you are just a martial artist. How could you be our opponent? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow 2 times, and coax my master to be happy, and maybe he will let you go. The horseman sneered. The chief of the guards was sweating profusely, his stout body trembling slightly from fear, and his eyes were filled with blood. After a brief moment, he forced himself to hold back his heart's panic and indignantly yelled, "Evil devil, I'll fight you." After roaring, he took a step out. His muscles collapsed and his huge fist fiercely blasted at the horseman. Put, puff. The head of the leader of the guards flew up high and then fell down heavily, as if it was a rotten potato that had smashed on the ground, splattering scarlet blood stains all over the ground. Looking at the leader of the guards who was already separated from his body and head, the horseman showed disdain and said to the people next to him, "Clean up the body. Don't let anyone find out." Then he turned around and bowed to the carriage. "Family master, we have arrived at the capital city." Early the next morning, Lyn Shalu was again the first one to get up and start working out at Maple Leaf Gardens early. He was diligent and attentive, but how he couldn't throw that punch again yesterday made him depressed, and how to put it, he just couldn't find that feeling he had yesterday, that feeling of not sleeping all night physically and mentally, then seeing the first rays of the morning sun and having your heart stop. After practicing for a while and realizing that there was still no effect, Lin Xiaolu went back to the lobby to eat breakfast in a depressed manner. Because of his bad mood, he ate his meals without spirit, looking at the rice bowl with a dozen buns and a dozen eggs and 7 or 8 bowls of pumpkin porridge and sighed straight. "What's wrong with you, dear? Why don't you eat?" Dongfang Egg asked while stuffing dumplings into his mouth. Tang Xin, who was drinking kanji, and Chen Yanyun, who was eating siumai, also looked at him. "What's wrong with you, kid? Why don't you eat? Is today's breakfast not good?" Chen Yanyun gently tasted her own pumpkin porridge and said doubtfully, "It tastes quite good, sweet." On the table, the boy's small face collapsed. "The moving block whack that I could hit someone through the air yesterday suddenly doesn't work anymore. You're in too much of a hurry." Tang Xin laughed. "You can't be in a hurry. The more hasty you are, the less you can play." "Yes, yes, yes." Dongfang Egg in the side of a serious said, "Like I was constipated a few days ago, has been pulling out. The more anxious the more pull out. And finally I thought of open. It love to pull not pull. Can not spoil it. The results of you guess what? After a period of time it pulls out on its own." Tang Xin listened to a wave of revulsion, fiercely glared at Dongfang Egg. "Little fatty, can you be nice? We're eating." No, it's disgusting. I'm going to throw up. You guys eat. Chen Yanyun ran out of the lobby with a burst of dry heaving. Yu Chu also listened with a pale face, glaring fiercely at Dongfang Egg and running away after him. Tang Xin stiffened up twice, but in the end, she was also powerless. She didn't even eat breakfast to feel uncomfortable in the stomach, huffing and puffing to get up and leave. Only Lin Xiaolu and Dongfang Egg, the pair of crouching dragon and phoenix, were left on the dining table all of a sudden. These two goods looked at the departing Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, and Yu Chu, all of whom hummed their little noses in disdain. Lin Xiaolu, still practicing immortality. Young people don't have any determination at all. Eastern Egg, that's right. It's far worse than me and Deer. After the tirade, the two of them looked at each other and laughed and giggled. And Fawn was in a much better mood. Soon after their morning meal they took a carriage to the Imperial Temple. The next period of time, they have to continuously recruit disciples for a week. The busiest ones in recruiting disciples are naturally Tang Xin, who was in charge of testing, and Chen Yanyun, who was in charge of registering. And the three of them, like Dongfang Egg, Yu Chu, and Lin Xiaolu, don't have much to do, and they are relatively free. Come out to mix. The most important thing is a word of righteousness. Just like me, walking the Jianghu for so many years, all rely on three things: ruthless enough, righteousness, more brothers. A group of children squatted in a row, looking at Lin Xiaolu sitting on a bed of nails with adoration on her face, and occasionally letting out two exclamations of admiration. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, shook his two short legs and recounted with great bravado, "When I was 7 years old, I went to collect protection money and watch the venue, and I received 2 bunches of sugar gourds every day. Can you believe it? I was only 7 years old. 2 bunches of sugar gourds every day." The children's eyes glowed as they listened, and one of them, a little girl with a ram's horn braid, even said with a face of adoration, "Little brother, you're 7 years old and you have 2 strings of sugar gourds every day. Everyone else must be envious of you, right?" Lin Xiaolu smiled faintly, her expression bland as she said, "I still remember that time. There was a little guy in my village who was a little older than me. His father was a fisherman. His family had a fishing boat, and he was a big family in my village. Then we were hanging out at that time, and he saw my 2 skewers of sugar plums a day, one for me and one for my sister. And he was a thief, and I could clearly see the hatred of the rich in his eyes." "He must envy you?" a child exclaimed. "That's not true," Lin Xiaolu then bragged, "like me now. I don't even bother to eat candy canes anymore. Why? I'm tired of eating them." While the children listened with renewed sounds of admiration, looking at the dozen or so children in front of her, Lin Xiaolu revealed an inscrutable smile. "Young people, you must remember that when you are young enough to get 2 strings of sugar plums a day, you will realize that money is just a number to you. So, you still have to struggle more in the future, with your feet on the ground, one pitiful step at a time." The morning passed in such a leisurely and relaxed manner, and at noon, the recruitment of disciples was first paused, and Lin Xiaolu and the others began to have their lunch. Zhang Yang and other guards had already fetched the lunch made by the chefs of the imperial catering room. Originally His Majesty wanted to directly invite Tang Xin and the 4 children into the palace to eat, but every time she refused. Tang Xin had been intentionally maintaining a distance from the mortal royal family, including their spending in Daiyu, and the subsequent Ame would report the expenses, as far as possible, not to be tainted by karma. Chapter 94, Extra Chicken Legs for You at noon. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu was sitting on the bed of nails, holding a plate of white-cut chicken, using chopsticks to hold a piece of smooth and tender chicken meat, dipping it into a mouthful of spicy and savory sauce, and eating it with such joy that her little brain was shaking its head out of happiness. "Little dear, don't throw the chicken bones around." Tang Xin, who was sitting on the side reading a book, glanced at him and admonished. "Got it," Lin Xiaolu said vaguely with some impatience. He felt that the Rakshasa ghost woman was getting more and more verbose, just like a little old lady. There were not many people under the high platform at this moment, and during the noon hour, people could leave a mark on their place in the queue, such as a slate engraved with their name or something, and then they should go to eat their meals, and go to the toilet, which was very humane. In the afternoon, it was just as easy as in the morning, with the big guys hip-hopping together to recruit disciples. Day by day just like this, Lin Xiaolu every day is very idle, with some small children bragging tired to go to the chest to break a big stone a little bit, to move the muscles, and then every day back to the Honglu temple. The first thing is to practice martial arts. Although he could not be able to hit the last time that punch again, but he still did not give up. And after a few days of such fulfilling and joyful days, they came to the last day of recruiting disciples. Senior Sister Tang, there are currently 123 disciples on record. On the dining table, the crowd was eating breakfast, and Chen Yanyun said while checking out the booklet. Tang Xin smiled and nodded her head. It's over today. We can return to Amei tomorrow. And collecting over 100 disciples is saying something. How can we divide these 100 or so disciples? Lin Xiaolu, who was eating siumai, asked blearily, will I have a little senior brother and sister? Probably not. Tang Xin shook her head and laughed. The cultivation conditions of the star-picking technique are too harsh. Besides, elderly doesn't like to take in disciples. So all of these 100 or so new disciples will probably be assigned to a few other veins. Lin Xiaolu sniffed and beamed depressingly. Originally, he had thought that he and his sister would have little brothers and sisters to play with, but now it looked like that idea was going to go out the window. The people ate and chatted and laughed as they finished their breakfast, and then they set off together to the temple to continue the day's work. And at the same time, in the middle of a certain restaurant in the capital city, there was a middle-aged man with a serious and unsmiling face standing by the window, looking through the window far in the direction of the imperial temple. He looked out for a while and smiled gently at the crowded entrance to the imperial temple. What a hustle and bustle. Behind the man, the horseman who had killed the leader of the guards a few days ago was standing respectfully, while there were more than 20 cultivators kneeling on one knee behind him. Reporting to the family head, the spirit separating spells have already been set up. The cultivators from Amei who came to Daiwa this time will definitely not be able to contact Amei. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction when he heard the horseman's words. It's worthy of spending half of the family's reserves in exchange for a spirit separating spell. He smiled and asked, have you figured out the details of the cultivators coming from Amei this time? Checked it out. The horseman responded. There are a total of 5 people. The one leading the group is Tang Xin of the Tong demon lineage, at the foundation establishment stage, and there are 4 others who are all young disciples, the oldest being no more than 11 years old. How strong are those 4 little disciples? Seems like they're all pretty good. The horseman said. The strongest is a little doll named Chen Yanyun, who has already reached the 3rd level of chi condensation at the age of 11. Followed by Yu Chuchu and Dongfang Egg, both at the 2nd level of chi condensation, and there is also a Lin Xiaolu, who is strong. Speaking of Lin Shalu, the horseman paused for a moment, not knowing how to speak. When the middle-aged man saw that he didn't move, he twisted half of his face in some confusion. This Lin Xiaolu is very powerful? That's not true. The horseman hurriedly continued to respond. It's just that this Lin Xiaolu seems to be a bit odd. He's the youngest of these people, only 8 years old. Yet he, it seems, is not a cultivator. The middle-aged man froze at the words and turned to look at the horseman in disbelief. Not a monk? Right. He seems to be a martial artist. Some time ago our people observed that when these people from Amei were recruiting disciples, this Lin Xiaolu was demonstrating chest-breaking boulders, golden spear stabbing throats, and iron head gong. Middle-aged man? His whole body was bad for listening, and confusion was written all over his serious face. He looked at the horseman and spoke with anger in his eyes. Do you think you're in a good humor? My subordinate doesn't dare. The horseman was frightened and directly knelt on the ground, trembling all over. Family master, this is indeed the case. Our people have seen that Lin Xiaolu from afar, and indeed could not feel a single trace of spiritual energy, and he has also been performing a chest-breaking boulder, and breaking it with a thief's joy. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned tightly, his fierce gaze staring at the horseman for a long time before he averted his gaze and looked in the direction of the imperial temple once again. It seemed that Amei wanted to recruit some outer disciples this time, and this Lin Xiaolu, presumably, was an accompanying outer disciple. He thought like this for a while before regaining his composure and speaking again. This time, our by family, pouring out our family business, breaking the boat, is to capture the Amei's emerald ruyi, only allowed to succeed, not allowed to fail. You guys are clear about the seriousness of this mission. The horseman and the group of cultivators responded in unison, indicating that they knew. The middle-aged man continued, we'll strike at noon, and that Tang Xin, we'll leave it to this family head to deal with. Old Lu? Subordinate is here. The horseman known as Old Lu answered loudly. That Chen Yanyun at the 3rd level of chi condensation. I'll leave it to you. Make sure you kill him. Your obedience. The middle-aged man nodded, then gave the order once again. The others will be divided into 2 parts. One part will go to encircle the eastern egg Yu Chu, and the other part will go to deal with the Imperial Forest Army in the capital city. Yes, sir, everyone answered neatly, and when they had responded to the order, the horseman was suddenly a bit puzzled. Family master, that Lin Xiaolu? It's just a martial artist. Just eliminate him by the way by dealing with the brothers of the Imperial Forest Army. Yes, sir, after you go to Amei, all of you can join me to convince people by virtue gang. Oh, I am the gang master. In the future together dog rich and not forget each other. Lin Xiaolu sat on the bed of nails and laughed at a group of new disciples who had yet to be initiated. Dongfang Egg, who was on the side, also sold his propaganda. Brother Deer's convinced by virtue gang is the biggest force in RMA. It's very powerful. Everyone can join. Lin Xiaolu nodded his head. His face was not red. His heart did not jump. Then the topic bragged, originally, RMA's headmaster also wanted to make my virtue-serving people gang become the 10th vein of MA. Just that I'm a relatively low-profile person. I don't care to do this kind of competition for fame and fortune. So our virtue-serving people gang has become an underground organization. Lin Xiaolu blew all morning, straight blowing his tongue a little numb, and fooled a group of new disciples whose average age was less than 7 years old. And he was blowing a happy tune when Tang Xin suddenly called out to him, Fang, come here for a minute. What for? I'm busy giving lessons to the new disciples. Lin Xiaolu muttered impatiently, letting Dongfang give the newly joined disciples a few words about the rules of the gang before jumping off the bed of nails and trotting over to Tang Xin. Looking for me for what? Tang Xin sat down at the table and smiled shyly. There are a bit too many new disciples today. The spiritual energy in senior sister's body is a bit insufficient. You go back to Hongjun Temple and help senior sister bring the nascent sacred ring over. Senior sister wants the spiritual stones inside. Lin Xiaolu froze, subconsciously glanced at Tang Xin's white and slender, but empty jade hand, and said with a surprised face, Nano ring you can't even wear? Oops, senior sister, I forgot. Well, Tang Xin pinched his face favorably and smiled. Go quickly. At noon senior sister will give you a chicken leg. Chapter 95. Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth. For the chicken leg, running towards Honglu Temple with her two short legs. While running, she spat at the Rakshasa ghost woman for getting dumber and dumber. This kind of thing could actually be forgotten. The mouth of the Imperial Temple was still some distance away from Honglu Temple. Otherwise they wouldn't have come by carriage in the morning. And Lin Xiaolu trotted along because it was almost time for dinner, and he wanted to make it back before dinner. Running through the busy streets, the boy took a shortcut into an alley. Lightweight mandarin ducks stepped together, 2 times climbed up a 3-meter-high earthen wall, then a sideways landing. He then came to an alley, seeing that not far away was the back door of Honglu Temple, and was about to run over, when a person wearing a bucket hat and unable to see his face suddenly came out from the haystack in front of him. This person seemed to be specifically waiting to rob the road, as if he had walked out and directly opened his mouth with a cold smile. Me. Before the words were finished, the small Lin Xiaolu ran directly past him. While running, small mouth also muttered, how is this person like this? In broad daylight the road is blocked. The man in the hat? Is the boy suffering from some serious illness? Can't he see that he's blocking the road? How could he just run through it? Is he unable to see how evil he is? Hey! That brat! The man in the bucket hat twisted his head and shouted angrily, feeling slighted. Hearing the shouts, Lin Xiaolu finally stopped her running body and turned her head to look at the man in the bucket hat in confusion, strangely asking, you talking to me now? The man in the bucket. Why does this kid look so cocky? Doesn't he realize he's the bad guy? Somewhat depressed, the man in the bucket hat looked at the boy in front of him, and without thinking any further, prepared to just get rid of him and then go back to rejoin the head of the family. What the hell are you looking for me for? Lin Xiaolu snapped blearily. Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm leaving. He was in a hurry to go back and wait for dinner. Ha! The man in the bucket hat let out a cold smile and steeply raised his palm hand. A thick black gas immediately gushed out from his palm. In the alley, Lin Xiaolu looked at the black chi that was coming at her. Her small face was covered in confusion. On the other hand, at the mouth of the crowded Imperial Temple, Tang Xin looked at the sky after testing the talent of a child, and seeing that it was almost noon, he told the people in line to disperse to have lunch and wait for the afternoon. Beside him, Chen Yanyun also put down his pencil and stretched. Yu Chuchu thoughtfully pinched his shoulders, and Dongfang leisurely ate watermelon on the side. Several Shangxian. Lunch is here. Not long after, Zhang Yong and a few guards came over carrying wooden boxes and enthusiastically served out the meals one by one. Little dear isn't back yet. You guys wait for him to come back before you eat, Tang Xin said softly to the 3 children. And Chen Yanyun and Dongfang responded in kind. And just as the group was working feverishly to set up the dishes, the distant, depressed and unoccupied street, but at some point came a middle-aged man wearing a black robe. Behind the middle-aged man, there was also a hunchbacked old man, as well as more than 20 people wearing bucket hats on their heads, so that a group of people walking in the street. It seems very odd. A guard saw the visitors and laughed. Are you here for the talent test? Come back in the afternoon. The middle-aged man ignored the guard's words and instead smiled at Tang Xin from afar. It's been a long time, immortal Tang. Tang Xin heard someone shouting himself, surprised to raise his beautiful eyes, and then looked at the middle-aged man heart-puzzled. You are? The middle-aged man raised the corners of his mouth, his smile getting brighter and brighter. By family head. By Yao. Tang Xin froze for a moment, and only after a while did she remember. The Daiwei by family. That dispersal family. One of the dispersal families dependent on Ame. She got up and smiled. So it's the Bai family head. It's really been a long time. The middle-aged man lifted his steps while saying softly as if old friends were reunited. Yes, it has indeed been a long time. Is it true that the Bai family master has family juniors who want to pay homage to the Ame name this time around? Tang Xin inquired with a smile. The middle-aged man walked away while shaking his head with a smile, and with a group of bucket-hatted cultivators behind him, he kept walking until he was not far in front of Tang Xin. And then, these bucket-hatted cultivators suddenly surrounded them. Seeing this scene, Tang Xin frowned her beautiful eyebrows, and her expression gradually changed from the smile she had at the beginning to one of gravity. Chen, Yanyun, Dong Fang Egg, and Yu Chu Chu who were fiddling with the chopsticks and dishes. Although they were young, they also felt a hint of something wrong at this moment, and stood up with puzzled faces. Even Zhang Yong and the other imperial guards had their hands on top of the hilts of their belts, ready to draw their swords at any time. By family master, I don't think you should do anything that you would regret. The temperament of the dusty, stunningly beautiful Tang Xin's voice turned cold, and her beautiful eyes had also revealed anger. The middle-aged man laughed a little, his expression looking helpless. Immortal Tang doesn't know. My Bai family has suffered a great disaster and needs a large amount of spirit stones to fill the holes, so I had no choice but to come up with this plan. So I'm letting Immortal Tang make a joke of it. After saying that, he stretched out his palm and reached in front of Tang Xin, praying, "The Amaze sect leader's emerald ruyi. Can you lend it to this family head to take a look at it?" Phew! Black airwaves sped out and blocked the entire alley, curling and wrapping the earthen walls on both sides of the alley with cracks. The Dojia cultivator released all of the black airwaves in one breath, then turned his head and prepared to leave. He had already decided that Lin Xiaolu would surely die. An 8-year-old little martial artist was just that. It was impossible for him to receive his spirit method. He had this confidence. I don't know how it's going at the family head's place. I have to hurry over there. Otherwise it won't be good to be chastised by the family head. The man in the bucket hat raised his steps while muttering to himself. And as soon as he had finished this paragraph, he heard a wind sound coming from behind him. He froze. Bang! A muffled sound rang out from his crotch. The body of the fighting cultivator shivered. Incredulously lowering his head and looking at his crotch, he saw that his crotch, which was between his legs, had a small foot in a do-rag standing up there with its toe facing his face. Ah! In the alley, the bucket hat cultivator covered his crotch and wailed, the whole person rolling on the ground in pain. And Lin Xiaolu, who kicked his little brother, had no problem riding on his back at once, tugging at his back collar, lifting her little hand and slapping his brain, cursing while slapping. Let you be wild. Let you be foolish. Let you be great. How can you be so capable? An ing fart with your hands. Where do you get your confidence? Just now, after the black gas wave spewed out, Lin Xiaolu, who had superb physical qualities, relied on his strength to pick up a mossy rock beside him and block it in front of him, then charged against the black gas. With the added strength of the rock and his own horizontal chi, the black chi couldn't help him at all, which led to his later open gear kick. The bucket hat cultivator was slapped wailing, in a hurry to use the spiritual power in the body to struggle, directly over the body, to ride on his waist. Lin Xiaolu opened his mouth black gas thick. Eyes will be sprayed to Lin Xiaolu's face. Lin Xiaolu, however, did not even look at him, flung up her small hand and slapped him, directly dispersing all the black chi in his mouth, and smacking 2 of his teeth away. How dare you fart with your mouth? Who gave you the guts? After saying that, Lin Xiaolu will continue to beat violently, riding on the waist of the bucket hat cultivator. To his cerebral melon a burst of crackling chaotic pumping, straight to him out of the killing pig like screams. Chapter 96, I'm not your father. Go part of the brothers to evacuate the people. Part of them go into the palace and gather the other guards with swords. At the entrance of the imperial temple, Zhang Yong shouted at a portion of the guards, while he himself and dozens of other imperial guard congregations drew their sabers, and many of them had their bows and arrows at the ready. At this moment, in the air of the Great Yu country, Tang Xin had already faced off with the middle-aged man. Both of them were foundation stage cultivators. Both of them transformed into 2 light shadows and charged each other in the air, crashing out a circular wave of light. Tang Xin was also a bit confused at the moment, not knowing what kind of madness this Bai family head had gone through, actually daring to take action against himself and the others, only roughly knowing that he had come for the sect leader's emerald ruyi. To prevent the battle from spreading to the general population, she pulled the battlefield as far into the air as possible, riding Nimi and fighting her opponent. In the middle of the ground, the hunchbacked old man and a group of bucket-hatted cultivators looked at the 3 junior disciples led by Chen Yanyun, as well as the dozens of guards, and revealed a wrinkled smile. Kill! As soon as the light word kill came out, More than 20 bucket hat cultivators simultaneously removed their bucket hats, and large strands of black smoke emerged from their bodies, while the hunchbacked old man even flashed his body and went straight to Chen Yanyun. The 11-year-old Chen Yanyun also rushed out without hesitation, the clean white spirit sword extending up at his fingertips with a sharp and stern intent, heading straight for the hunchbacked old man. "Kill the duck!" Dongfang Egg wailed and shouted. His chubby body was wrapped in a layer of earth-colored aura, and with a loud scream, he ran towards the bucket-hatted cultivator in front of him. Because of his obesity, his little belly jiggled as he ran, rather comically. Without too many words for a while, both sides roared and growled as they rushed together, with Dongfang Egg, Yu Chu Chu, and dozens of Imperial guards exerting their skills against the fighting monks in front of them. Boom! White as jade spirit sword in midair flying back and forth, leaving a winding rugged narrow sword chi. The hunchbacked old man raised his hand between the condensation of black gas, transformed into two huge black claws, waving between the surrounding houses. Stores have been torn to shreds, and wherever they passed, a mess. At such a young age, to actually have a cultivation of the third level of chi condensation, truly worthy of being a Mei's pride. The hunchbacked old man laughed coldly as he and Chen Yanyun crossed several moves in a row, snorting coldly as he fought, his black chi claws defending Chen Yanyun's flying swords to the death, exploding into the air with sonic booms over and over again. Phew! The flying sword sped through the air with a long whistling sound, sword shadow after sword shadow, and the horseman's black chi claws swung wildly, rubbing against the flying sword with a metallic clashing roar. Soon, the old man and the young man were in the midst of a fierce tussle, and both of them flew off into the streets in the distance. Your flying sword is indeed powerful, but it's a pity that you're too young. Your realm is not as good as the old immortals, and your experience in killing is too little. So you're destined to be broken in the old immortal's hands today. The hunchbacked old man sneered, a pair of black claws holding Chen Yanyun's flying sword, a show of air waves. Even after fighting several rounds of fierce to find an opportunity to slap a palm on Chen Yanyun's chest, Chen Yanyun let out a muffled grunt, and his young body suddenly flew out, ruthlessly crashing into a stone bridge, collapsing half of the bridge with a loud bang, accompanied by large pieces of debris, and falling headfirst into the cold lake water. In the next second, the horseman also fell from the sky and landed on top of the broken bridge. He looked at the teenager in the lake and smiled slowly and said, "I am the horseman of the White family, surnamed Lu, first name Sen. You must remember this name." In the lime green lake, the soaked teenager struggled to stand up, holding his spirit sword in one hand and covering his chest with the other, gasping in pain. This horseman, a cultivator of the 5th level of chi condensation, was 2 whole realms higher than himself. He looked hard at the horseman on the bridge, his heart slightly bitter, and the palm of his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. As for the horseman, after looking down on him for a few moments, he let out a cold laugh and leapt up. His arms crossed and a pair of huge black chi claws immediately appeared as if they were 2 gigantic wings, viciously attacking Chen Yanyun. "Little doll, have a good trip." On the surface of the lake, the 11-year-old Chen Yanyun didn't dare to stay his hand any longer. His teeth clenched his eyes and his hands flew to pinch his sword neck. In the next second, the spirit sword automatically flew to hover in front of him, and the water of the entire Green Wave River instantly boiled up, with countless water droplets rising from the surface of the lake, transforming into the appearance of crystal-clear snowflakes, and then condensing on the sword as much as possible. Twilight Spirit Sword Technique, Twilight Snow Whisk. Facing the 2 huge black chi claws, Chen Yanyun's eyes lit up. The spirit sword in front of him rose steeply, a dive upward stabbing, rushing towards the horseman. The water droplet snowflakes on his sword also completely dispersed, transforming into a sky full of penetrating snowflakes, and pouncing towards the horseman as much as they could. The horseman was also undaunted, and with a cross swing of his condensed black claws, he hardened and tore through the snowflakes that filled the sky, blocking the flying sword. For a time, water droplets and snowflakes flew all over the sky, and the surrounding streets, houses, stores, bricks, and stone slabs were shot through and exploded by the water droplets that flew all over the sky, while the horseman also rushed to Chen Yanyun's front, and blasted and killed him with a claw. Vajra Bowl. Boom! Although the teenager's body was wrapped in a golden orb, it was still blasted out by the horseman, first floating in the air, then crashing heavily into the lake all the way back, setting off 2 giant waves of water while also cutting a long ripple in the water. Put! In the backward movement, Chen Yanyun, who was lying on the lake surface, coughed out a trace of scarlet. The golden orb that protected him dissipated, and the whole person covered his chest, looking powerlessly at the distant horseman. And the horseman just sneered, without the slightest intention to speak more. Raising his hand was a black gas, vowing to kill this future great sword cultivator. Completely. Looking at the black gas that was getting closer and closer, Chen Yanyun, who was swinging on the lake, revealed a hint of despair. Ta-da! A quick stomp sounded. On top of one of the houses by the lake, a small figure darted over the shingles and ran to the edge of the house and leapt. Fawn. Chen Yanyun saw that figure, instantly rejoiced, and Lin Xiaolu in the air after turning out a beautiful heel, accurately landed in front of Chen Yanyun, and then lowered his stance in the lake water a turn. The small short legs rode out a round water wave. Straight stimulation of the water splash flying rise, and Lin Xiaolu's hands will be full of water waves kneaded together into a huge ball of water, directly greeted to the front of the black air, wrapped in the water splash to the black air, and then wringing the waist to withdraw his steps, and then she threw it with all her might. Tai Chi range bird's tail. Wow! The black gas was wrapped in a ball of water and flung and rushed to the side of the bank, blowing a deep crater out of the mouth of the bank. The horseman who saw the scene was head shocked and looked at the 8-year-old boy in front of him a little confused. What was that? How did this guy remove his spirit magic? Chen Yanyun was also a little confused by Lin Xiaolu's one-handed maneuver, but it didn't affect him to be clear that it was Xiaolu who had saved him, and at the moment, seriously injured and floating in the lake. He looked at the not-so-tall figure of the boy in front of him and was filled with gratitude. Ta-da! Lin Xiaolu patted the wet splashes on her hands and looked at the horseman in front of her, revealing a "you're in a big mess" smile, before turning her head to look at Chen Yanyun, wanting to see if this guy was dead or not, and with this twist of his head, he immediately saw Chen Yanyun's imploring eyes, with 4 eyes facing each other. Lin Xiaolu was immediately startled by Chen Yanyun and hurriedly shouted, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not your father." Chapter 97, To Kill or Not to Kill. Chen Yanyun's cheeks instantly bulged when she heard this, and she looked at the teenager in front of her with a grimace. Lin Xiaolu didn't care about this simpleton. Anyway, being looked at twice wouldn't be a piece of meat less. She still had her own business to do. Half of his body was submerged in the lake water. He looked up at the horseman in front of him. His big eyes glared, and he snapped, "Which path are you mixed up in? May I cover?" The horseman, who was also in the water, looked at him twice in surprise, a hint of astonishment showing in his pale gaze. "You're the little martial artist?" The horseman couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Interesting. A mere martial artist, and he dares to be an enemy of old man. Lin Xiaolu was instantly unconvinced when she heard this, and with her small hands crossed, she followed his example and dejectedly said, "Interesting, a mere immortal cultivator dares to be the enemy of a martial artist. Horseman, Fawn, he's at the 5th level of Qi condensation. He's not easy to deal with." "You, the 5th level of Qi condensation? I've even beaten Foundation establishment." Lin Xiaolu interrupted Chen Yanyun's exhortation, and then rushed up with a loud ow, without the slightest bit of fear. Chen Yanyun watched this guy rampage like a little wild boar and hurriedly shouted, "Hey, you be careful." In the lake, looking at the little guy who lunged at him, the horseman's pale eyes narrowed, and then he flung his withered palms, and 2 black chi claws coalesced in the process, killing the little kid in front of him without mercy. The next moment, an old man and a young man rushed together. "Ayawa! Kill you! Asterisk 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 asterisk! Don't you dare tickle me! Stinky old man! Watch me splash you with water! Ouch! 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 Chen Erong, come and help! I can't do it alone!" Chen Yanyun's eyes fluttered violently as he looked at the boy who was pressed by the horseman and flopped straight in the lake. "What the hell is this guy? Aren't you brave?" Mafu dead with a pair of black chi claws pressed Lin Xiaolu, desperately pressing his brain into the water. At the same time the heart is also shocked. Not this little guy hard to carry their own so many times, actually alright. Skin is how thick. Chen Yanyun was seriously injured at the moment. His body bones hurt when he moved. He couldn't activate his spiritual power at all. He could only shout helplessly from afar, "Lin Xiaolu, you smoked him ah. Use your what taiji smoked him ah. I can't move now. He's scratching me with his big claws. I can't hit him with my short arms. I need a weapon." Lin Xiaolu yelled a few times, choking on the water as she did so. Her small short arms were locked behind her back by the horseman, and the back of her fateful neck was pressed down, so she couldn't hit the horseman at all, and could only stomp her legs feebly, stomping and splashing the water in all directions. Sharp-tongued, "Today old man will get you killed," the horseman said. The spiritual power in his hands increased by a few points again. This dead kid was particularly strong. He couldn't suppress him at all without using his spiritual power. Lin Xiaolu's anger rose from her heart, and her wrist that was locked by the black chi claws shook violently. Inch strength. In the next second, Lin Xiaolu broke free of his wrist with a burst of inch strength as soon as he could, and he no longer hesitated, drawing his flying dagger for the first time from the holster next to his legs. In the turquoise lake, the boy with the sky full of crystal water splashed body shape a fling, only to hear whoosh. With a sound, 2 silver-white flying daggers sped out. Flying daggers? A jungle sideshow. The horseman snorted and swung out with a claw, and the huge black air claw then directly plucked away these 2 silver-white flying daggers. Lin Xiaolu continued to dart at him, extremely fast, wailing and screaming as he ran. His 2 small short hands waved repeatedly, pulling out a hilt of flying daggers glowing with cold light from their holsters, wanting to use the flying daggers to stall for time and allow himself to get in close, whereas the horseman was not the least bit fearful, casually pawing away these flying daggers with a few claws before swinging his claws once again and blasting them at Lin Xiaolu's head. Looking at the black claws that were getting closer and closer, the boy didn't hesitate and took a deep breath before ducking head first into the water. Boom! The black chi claws fell short, splitting the lake's surface into rushing waves, while in the next moment, in the lake in front of the horseman, Lin Xiaolu violently rushed out and leapt up, her little short legs throwing up a crystal wave, kicking ferociously at the horseman's face under the sunlight. In the heat of the moment, the horseman hastily raised his black chi claws to block, and along with a muffled sound, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, and his body slightly retreated a few steps. What did this guy grow up eating? He's so strong. After drinking the tiger's blood, Lin Xiaolu exerted a full-force ferocious push, as if he was a humanoid ferocious beast. All kinds of martial arts strokes could explode with unimaginable power in his hands. Just like that kick just now, it was enough to bend an arm-thick adamantine iron pillar. At this moment the horseman who was close to him had a sore arm. It was hard to hide the panic in his heart. He hurriedly continued to fight with Lin Xiaolu, but Lin Shalu was already close to him and was not afraid of him in the slightest. His small body utilized the lightweight Mandarin duck step technique to fly up and down in the water, wave after wave, and constantly dodged the horseman's attacks. The horseman's pair of black chi claws, on the other hand, swung more and more sharply, constantly splitting the lake's water waves, and the riverbanks on both sides were strewn with claw marks from the splits. And Lin Xiaolu is like a little monkey, dodging around nimbly, forcing him to retreat, not to mention that the last is to sink to the bottom of the lake. An underwater sliding shovel from the crotch rushed to the back of his back, and then in the moment he turned around, ruthlessly inserted into his eyes. Ah! The horseman screamed in pain as he covered his eyes and backed away, unable to see anything for a moment. Hey! 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 The boy saw this and immediately gave the horseman an impish grin. You hit me! Aren't you a good fighter? Aren't you good at scratching? You're not fooling around. The horseman's eyes were in tears. He hadn't reached foundation establishment yet. He couldn't perform body protection aura. At this moment, he could only barely use his spiritual power to defend himself. But this defense was okay to resist ordinary martial artists. He couldn't carry Lin Xiaolu at all. Wahahaha. As soon as the teenager pounced on the horseman, he clamped his waist with his little short legs, and his two little short hands pressed down on the horseman's hands so that he couldn't exert his black chi claws. And then he condensed all the horizontal astral chi in his body with his brain, and ruthlessly slammed it into the horseman's head. Ironhead Kung Fu. Dang! A lilting metallic clang rang out. The horseman was hit by the full force of this iron brain that could easily smash 7 or 8 layers of lapis lazuli plates, and his body violently trembled. And then he felt a blackness in front of his eyes, and Lin Xiaolu seemed to have confidence in her iron head, and with a dashing overhead heel, she leaped off him and landed in the water and dejectedly clapped her little hands. Behind the boy, was knocked out of the horseman in the swaying a few times, finally body soft flopping fell on the water. Chen Yanyun in the distance was looking confused. His eyes were glazed over. He couldn't even fathom why the horseman who was so difficult to deal with for himself felt so unbeatable in front of Lin Xiaolu. Just because he drank tiger's blood and then could perform a power magically altered martial art? How was it awesome? Lin Xiaolu backtracked to pick the flying dagger back up while bragging to Chen Yanyun. Don't look at me with that worshipful look. For this kind of goods, I could have fought 7 or 8 of them before I was 3 years old. Chen Yanyun, the horseman having been removed, the two little ones fought each other for a couple of moments, and then climbed ashore together. After going ashore, Chen Yanyun covered his chest, which was still vaguely aching, and looked at the horseman floating on the lake. Is this guy still alive? Are you going to kill him? Lin Xiaolu, who was patting the water droplets on her body, froze at the words, then hesitated for a moment before pulling out her flying dagger and handing it to Chen Yanyun. It's better for you to do this kind of rough work. I'm not cut out for it. Chen Yanyun shook his head straight as his face turned white upon hearing this. I don't dare. I haven't killed anyone. After saying that, he looked at Lin Xiaolu doubtfully. Don't you chop people up every day? You should have a lot of experience. Just go and kill him. This guy is a bad guy and wants to kill us. You won't blame Sister Tang for killing him. Chapter 98. Lin Xiaolu thought for a while, then crossed her arms and pretended to be relaxed. I used to kill people all the time. I'm tired of it. Why don't we tie him up and turn him back to the Rakshasa ghost woman? Chen Yanyun heard a puzzled face, suspiciously looked at him. Are you Not afraid? Shadir, what you said before about chopping people all what? It can't all be bragging? When Lin Xiaolu heard this, she took a serious look at Chen Yanyun. Then she stood on the bank and began to pose slowly, shouting as she did so, Tai-san. Okay, okay, okay. Chen Yanyun hurriedly pulled his movements. His current state could not afford to lean on Iron Mountain. Just afraid to lean on himself for a moment and he would be gone. He didn't dwell on the issue of killing with Lin Xiaolu anymore, and sharply started to look for a rope. At this moment the populace had already been evacuated by the Imperial Guards, and the surrounding houses were basically empty, and the two of them quickly found a long piece of hemp rope in a farmer's house. This twine originally seemed to have been put on a donkey to pull a donkey cart, and it was very strong, and Lyn Shalu was so strong that he began to tie the horseman after pulling him up from the lake. Soon, an oddly shaped bundle appeared in front of Chen Yanyun. Well, my masterpiece. The boy cheerfully showed Chen Yanyun, it's very sturdy. Make sure he can't break free. Chen Yanyun looked at the horseman's bound position and always felt that something wasn't quite right. It just felt quite shameful. The horseman, who was passed out at the moment, had his 2 arms and 2 legs tied together separately, and his entire midriff was wide open, with his crotch still strangled, so it looked as strange as it could be anyway. He didn't have the heart to look any further after a few glances, and hurriedly urged Lin Xiaolu to help the others. Boom! A loud bang came. In the air above the mouth of the great temple, Tang Xin had begun to fall into a disadvantage in the fierce battle. She didn't have enough spiritual energy herself because of testing the children's talents all morning, and at this moment, facing Bai Yao's fierce offense, she had already begun to lose some of her strength. Hiss! The huge lion named Mimi roared madly, but it couldn't even hurt the middle-aged man dressed in black in front of him. Riding on Mimi's back, Tang Xin grew more and more uneasy. In the midst of the fierce battle, she had tried more than once to call for help from Ame, but the spiritual power sent out by the requesting spells would soon break off, as if it had been blocked by something. Phew! A violent whistling sound rang out. Riding Mimi's Tang Xin transformed into a golden stream of light, speeding through the high air, with a few strings of beads in his hands, streams of light streaking. Straight and Bai Yao swung out of the wind and waves exploded with a bang. Below, the battle situation is not good. The Great Yu State Palace has deployed all the Imperial Guards and guards with swords, nearly up to 1,000 people. Will be the entire temple mouth to stand full? Lances, swords and halberds have everything. The bow and arrow is full of the sky shooting, but these people after all, are mortals. The face of more than a dozen monks of the joint attack is also not able to withstand. At the moment there are a lot of people already suffered serious injuries. It couldn't be helped that there weren't many guards in the capital palace, and most of Dai Viet's army was stationed on the border, so there were only so many men at this moment. And Dongfang Egg and Yu Chu weren't much better. The two of them were also losing ground against the attacks of the other doja cultivators, especially Dongfang Egg, who was already being beaten up and crying while fighting them, and the more they fought, the more they cried. In the middle of the field, Yu Chu was completely unable to support herself after she continuously fought off a few attacks from the doja cultivator, and was soon hit by a black gas, and her small body flew out directly, falling heavily to the ground. Yu Chu, who was still a little girl, held up half of her body with difficulty and looked at these cultivators wearing bucket hats, her eyes filled with fear. Oh, I'm in so much pain. Dongfang Egg, relying on an earth spirit method that was resistant to beatings, fought hard against the black chi of several doja cultivators, and while crying, he took his big brain and hit them, straight to his nose and blood, and it didn't take long for him to be knocked away, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Are you alright, Eastern Immortal? In the melee, Zhang Yong took a break and tried to help him up. Who knew that the little fat man owl voice to pull away from Zhang Yong? You hide behind me. I'm an immortal. I'll protect you. When he finished, he wiped off his nosebleed as soon as he was done, and once again wailed and rushed on, crying as he ran, the same as if he had grabbed a cast. Yu Chu looked at Dongfang Egg's back that was fat but valiant. A struggle flashed in her gaze, and after a slight hesitation, she didn't dare to get up. Release the arrows. With a command from the Imperial Army congregation, countless generals heckled the dozen or so fighting monks in the distance and drew their longbows full. In the next moment, the rain of arrows that covered the sky poured out like a downpour of rain, and the dozen or so cloaked cultivators were not the least bit afraid, opening their black mouths and spewing out thick black smoke, blocking all the arrows with this smoke. The soldiers' scalps all went numb as they watched, but soon, they raised their swords and prepared to charge again. Zhang Yong also drew his saber and roared as he charged after his brethren. Bai Yao, why are you like this? In the sky, Tang Xin's body retreated violently for a while, cutting out sharp sonic booms. Her body's spiritual energy was already low, and at this moment, she was already at the end of her strength, and the whole person began to gasp slightly. and her forehead was drenched in fragrant sweat. On the other hand, the middle-aged man standing in the air across from him stood quietly, a bitter smile on his face. I have no choice. If I don't do this, what awaits me is only death. Betraying Ame is by no means what I wish for, so just go and die without fear, okay? Listening to the middle-aged man's seemingly polite, but actually horrible words, Tang Xin's face became incomparably pale, and she somewhat powerlessly glanced at the children below her, a trace of deep grief welling up in her heart. Oh, didn't take care of them. Mother asterisk 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 her. I blame myself for being careless. The nascent ring can be forgotten in the room. The middle-aged man on the opposite side continued. None of the people here today will survive, and after taking the emerald ruyi, this family head will leave the Ame realm, worship other sects, and remain incognito from now on. So, sorry. After saying that, the man turned into a huge black wave and flew towards the young girl riding the lion, and the young girl, with a determined look in her eyes, drove the snarling Mimi up to meet it with indignation. Below, Dongfang Egg collapsed on the ground, being frantically surrounded by a group of doja cultivators. He was holding his head in death and desperately trying to protect himself with his Earth Spirit technique, while the ball formed by the Earth Spirit technique was already shaking, looking like it was going to break at any moment. Ah! If you have the ability, you guys can hit a little lighter. Dongfang Egg let out a mournful cry, and just as the earth-colored spirit sphere in front of him was completely cracked by a black chi, and he was completely desperate, a rapid running sound suddenly came from the distance. An 8-year-old boy leapt and rushed out, his stance spreading in mid-air, lifting his arms and slamming them against the bucket-hatted cultivators who had surrounded the eastern egg. Baji, Iron Mountain leaning. Boom! 4 or 5 bucket hat cultivators were caught off guard, the whole by the boy's flood of strange force not depart. For a time they have backed up. Many were even directly knocked down to the ground. For a moment everyone in the arena was attracted by the commotion here. Tang Xin who was tangling with the middle-aged man in the sky. Zhang Yong from the Imperial Guards. Yu Chuchu who had fallen to the ground pretending to be dead, as well as Dongfang Egg who had a bruised nose and swollen face. Everyone looked at the boy in front of them with surprise. Kobayashi Shangxian, Fawn Lin, Fawn, Dongfang Egg, who had escaped death, looked at the back of the boy in front of him, blinked, and then hugged Lin Xiaolu's short legs with a wow. With a cry, he cried out, "Dear, they're hitting me, I'm so miserable, they're hitting me as hard as they can, woohoo." Lyn Shalu laughed and patted Dongfang Egg's chubby shoulder, then looked at the bucket-hatted cultivator in front of her, craned her neck, and squeezed her pink little fist. "Don't be afraid, little egg, Big Brother is here to back you up." Chapter 99, Are you a foundation builder? Not far away, Chen Yanyun, who had arrived late, covered her chest and looked at Lin Xiaolu's dashing back with a sad face. "I also want to pretend to be a wave. He. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu finished moving the various joints of his body before raising his hands and clasping his fists to the fighting monks in front of him. "Lin Xiaolu, please enlighten me." Wow! 4 or 5 bucket hat cultivator without words, directly out of the hand. Large strands of black smoke instantly raging spray, and Lin Xiaolu also fierce body movement on the ground a sliding shovel. Let the black smoke from the top of the head above the blowing, and then their own in the ground wiped all the way out of the dust close to the body, and then jumped up to turn around as a slap. Baji, chopping and hanging palm. Pop! A bucket hat cultivator directly by this slap to fly. Bucket hat are flying out. And close behind the Lin Xiaolu homeopathy is a flurry of beatings. These bucket hat cultivators are scattered cultivator family vassal. The strength of an average of less than 2 layers of condensed chi was close behind the opponent is not his opponent at all. Horizontal practice astral chi open. With the use of the pound of strange power to perform the 8-pole kung fu and tai chi quan, directly chased them a burst of beatings. This scene was seen by everyone, and all of a sudden the big guys were invigorated, as if they had seen the straw that saved their lives, and they were all excited. Fawn. Them. Kobayashi Shangxian charge. Beat them. Dongfang Egg looked at the valiant deer and marveled. It's really worthy of being my big brother. Too fierce. After he finished speaking, he turned his head to look at Chen Yanyun and said contemptuously, "Indestructible sword body? You can't." Chen Yanyun blushed and retorted, "I haven't grown up yet. Deer hasn't grown up either. Deer is 3 years younger than you." Chen Yanyun choked on his words and grumbled in anger without squeaking again. "Ha!" The boy leapt up and did a spinning whip kick, smacking a bucket-hatted cultivator in the neck, and the other party immediately let out a muffled grunt and fell headfirst to the ground. Lin Xiaolu has already put down 4 consecutive fighting hats cultivator. See, the last person open his mouth is about to spray black gas again. He used the force of the Mandarin duck step, toes stomped the ground violently. The small body with an extremely horrifying speed dashed close, instantly leaped to the front of the fighting hats cultivator, and then stepped on his shoulders. The whole person with the same posture as the mountaineering, condescending to the cultivator, raised his hand to cover the mouth of the imminent spray. The other small hand was raised high. Baji, mountaineering and horse scouting. Pop. Accompanied by a loud bang. The bucket-hatted cultivator was directly slapped down by a slap from the sky, and fainted on the spot between the flying dust. Yes. Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun watched with excitement, shouting out at the same time and applauding back and forth. In the field, because Lin Xiaolu had put down 5 doja cultivators alone, the battle situation immediately reversed, and the remaining doja cultivators were gradually outnumbered under the siege of Lin Xiaolu and countless guards with swords, and began to be put down one after another. Although they are also considered good in the scattered cultivation family, but in fact the cultivation is not high, basically are the first layer of chi condensation and the second layer of the realm of chi condensation, cannot do to completely pull apart the difference between immortal and mortal. At the moment facing the strength and defense are comparable to the foundation demonic beast Lin Xiaolu, simply cannot resist. The middle-aged man in the sky also noticed this scene after the unknown number of heated battles with Tang Xin, and his gaze suddenly looked downward at Lin Xiaolu. This little doll practicing martial arts is actually so strong. His pure combat power was probably comparable to the 7th level of chi condensation. The middle-aged man secretly said that he had made a mistake, and then looked at Tang Xin, who had passed dozens of moves in a row with himself in the distance, and a wave of panic rose in his heart. His original plan was for the horsemen to kill Chen Yanyun, and the others to kill Dongfang Egg, Yu Chu Chu, Lin Xiaolu, and these guards before they all came together to besiege Tang Xin. But at the moment, he didn't expect to be broken by a child. What kind of martial artist did May teach? It can't be delayed any longer. It has to be done quickly. The middle-aged cultivator named Bai Yao no longer stayed his hand. His arms spread out, and a surging black aura immediately emanated from his body, and his entire body seemed like a black meteor rushing towards Tang Xin, his speed fast to the extreme. Lin Xiaolu, who was picking at the bucket hat cultivator's pants below, noticed the scene and hurriedly let go of the wailing cultivator's pants, shouting at Tang Xin in the sky, "Rakshasa ghost woman, I've got the nascent sacred ring, come down and I'll give it to you." High in the air, Tang Xin brightened up at the words and rode the huge Mimi as she flew straight down, while the middle-aged man who had transformed into a black meteor let out a cold snort as his berserk body made a vicious turn in the air, cutting through a long black wave of air as he indignantly pounced on Tang Xin. Boom! Caught off guard, a loud bang exploded in the sky. The golden-colored Mimi roared in pain. Her huge body fell from high in the sky, and Tang Xin was also seriously injured. Her whole body fell as if she was a kite with a broken string. Lin Xiaolu was startled at the sight. Her 2 short legs chattered straight, her tiny body leaping over some scattered obstacles, and then her small hands reached out, accurately catching Tang Xin. Nini is not so lucky. Thick-skinned, it directly fell to the ground and then rolled all the way around several times, kicking up dust all over the sky, and finally the lion's eyes rolled over and fainted helplessly. "Rakshasa ghost woman, are you okay?" Lin Xiaolu put Tang Xin down, then pulled out a clear jade-colored ring from. "Nah, your nerf ring, don't you forget to wear it again." Tang Xin covered her chest and nodded with a pale face, and just as she was about to speak, she saw the middle-aged man in the sky, flying towards Lin Xiaolu. Too late to replenish her spiritual energy, she was startled and hastily took out a jade talisman from her nascent sack and slapped it on the ground. The jade talisman was slapped directly into the ground. Ripples filled the air, and a cyan-colored semicircular cover was immediately created. Boom! The middle-aged man's black chi fiercely bombarded the green-colored shield, inducing it to tremble wildly. But in the end, it was able to block this fatal blow. Lin Xiaolu twisted his head to see the middle-aged cultivator outside the hood and wailed before rushing out to fight him one-on-one. Tang Xin hurriedly pulled him back, holding his spirit stone to restore his spiritual energy while saying quickly, "Xiaolu, you're not his opponent. I can beat him with martial arts." Lin Xiaolu said in a serious manner, "Martial arts are very powerful. I am proficient in the 8 extremes in Tai Chi. Literature has Tai Chi to settle the world. Martial arts has 8 extremes to settle the world." Tang Xin glared at this dead kid in a helpless manner, and said, "Foundation establishment stage cultivators can fly. What do you do if he flies and then you can't hit him?" Lin Xiaolu froze, looking at the pale Tang Xin in front of her, scratching her brain in confusion, then hesitantly said, "How about I kneel on the ground and beg him not to fly?" Ahem! The weak Tang Xin almost didn't choke on a mouthful of it and glared at the guy angrily. Outside the green-colored circular shield, the middle-aged man looked at the little doll and the young girl inside the ball, and with a slight cold snort from the corner of his mouth, without any hesitation, he lifted his palm towards Chen Yanyun, Dongfang Egg, and the others in the distance. "Since we can't break this hood for now, we'll take care of the others first." Tang Xin inside the green circular shield was anxious at the sight of it. She also didn't expect Bai Yao to be so decisive. While Lyn Shaolu was anxious when she saw that this adult was going to kill Little Egg and the rest of them, she rushed out of the green circular shield without any hesitation. Little dear. Tang Xin was startled. Weak as she was, she couldn't pull the guy back and watched him run to the middle-aged man. The surrounding imperial guards were also taken aback by the situation and wanted to rush up to help, but the remaining bucket-hatted cultivators stopped them dead in their tracks. Fang Egg, Chen Yanyun, and Tang Xin were all seriously injured. Yu Chuchu was lightly injured and pretending to be dead. And at this moment at the mouth of the imperial temple, only the 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu was left to face the middle-aged man alone. Everyone looked at this scene nervously, while Lin Xiaolu looked at the middle-aged man in front of her and opened her eyes. Are you a foundation stage cultivator? The man nodded, his body churning with black aura as if he was about to strike at any moment. In the middle of the field, after Lin Xiaolu received a reply, she silently crouched down and began to untie the weights tied to her calves. While solving it, he grinned and said, "It's a good thing you're not a Jiedan or Yuaning cultivator, or else it would really be a bit overwhelming for the 8-year-old me to deal with you." Chapter 100, The Martial Arts Practitioner. When he finished, he untied the weights one by one, and then threw them aside on the ground, smashing out a small crater. After wearing this weight for nearly 2 months, he took it off for the first time, and immediately felt that his entire body was as light as a swallow. Soothing. Lin Xiaolu had had the experience of dealing with a foundation establishment once, the one with Li Yaoxi, and he understood very well how powerful a foundation establishment was for him, so he felt that this was the critical moment to unload the burden. Of course, he still had a bit of confidence in himself, compared to the last time he fought with Li Yaoxi. He had gone through 2 months of all-day weight-bearing exercise, learned the Yuanyang steps, learned to use flying daggers, and now he had also learned Taiji, inch strength and avalanche strength. So, even if you can't beat them, facing the foundation establishment and delaying them for a while to allow the Rakshasa ghost woman to recover, it's still possible, right? Remembering that the boss had said that the most powerful martial artist he had ever seen was a 1,000 household who could die with a foundation establishment stage demonic beast, this also showed that a martial artist facing a foundation establishment was not completely without a chance. Well, when facing a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, all a martial artist needs to do is a little bit of guts, a little bit of brains, and 100% all-out effort, and that should be enough, right? Inside the green-colored circular mask, Tang Xin looked at the boy worriedly, and had the presence of mind to get up, but Lin Xiaolu turned his back to her and laughed. "Rakshasa ghost woman, I should be able to hold out for a while, so hurry up and recover. Don't underestimate me. In fact, I'm very strong." When he finished, he moved his body a few times, doing ringing, stretching, and expanding his chest. His body had just been unloaded and needed to move around to acclimatize so he could play better. The middle-aged man watched this little guy warm up in a serious manner, and also sneered slightly. Interesting. In the distance, the seriously injured Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun shouted, "Go dear, him to death. Lin Xiaolu, don't him with your Tai Chi. Don't be a wimp. Dare you take a slide and go around behind him and poke him in the balls." "No, no, no, Lin Xiaolu, don't listen to him. Use your Tai Chi to throw him out. Chen Yanyun, you're annoying. Hey, don't bother me and dear studying tactics. Little fatty, what did you teach Lin Xiaolu? What, poking his balls? It's too embarrassing for RMA. Chen Yanyun, your hemorrhoids are better again, aren't they? Ah, look at the sword." As Chen Yanyun and Dongfang Egg began to fight in the nest, Lin Xiaolu's side had already finished warming up, and when he got up, he rushed at the middle-aged man and performed a standard cupped fist salute. "Lin Xiaolu, please enlighten me." Looking at that etiquette that only martial artists use, the man's eyes showed disdain. "Amaze tricks are really many, and I don't know which great power is actually teaching a martial artist to such an extent that he almost caused himself to fall in the gutter. But the good thing is, in front of a cultivator, a martial artist, meh, in the field, a large, a small, a cultivator, a martial artist, look at each other for a moment after. Boom! A huge sound exploded. The two ferociously rushed together. Bai Yao's berserk foundation establishment realm aura flew through the sky as gusts of wind gusted. And Lin Xiaolu was not bad. Unloaded 500 pounds of weight he froze with an out-of-this-world Baji Kung Fu, hard against the other party's spiritual power. The overbearing collision of spiritual power and martial arts. The violent air waves ran around and spread, blowing dust and sand shimmering in all directions. Tang Xin was so scared to see this scene that she lightly covered her red lips. She didn't think that Lin Xiaolu, who had unloaded her load, would actually have so much power. It could actually be hardened against the foundation establishment's spiritual force. Boom! There was another loud bang, and between the wild winds, Everyone saw that the middle-aged man in the middle of the field was exuding a dense black aura, as if he was a demonic cultivator who had entered the devil, while Lin Xiaolu was surrounding him, and with a speed that was so fast that it was astonishing. She was throwing blistering and dense punches and kicks at him. Roar! The middle-aged man let out a furious roar, continuously casting out one black chi after another, but it simply couldn't hit Lin Xiaolu. The boy who had unloaded his weight was fast to the extreme, coupled with the lightweight skill of the Mandarin duck steps, allowing his entire body to almost flash stumps in the air, circling around the middle-aged man while chopping his head off and violently hitting him. Boom! 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 One after another black aura shooting, will be surrounded by bombing out a mud pit, and Lyn Shalu was in the dodge when constantly bombard the middle-aged man with a variety of means of attack, but no matter how good his fists and feet, cannot break the other party that a body-like substance of the black gas. The jackhammer even hit a dozen punches. The other party does not bring shaking. The two most notable features of a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage were that one was that he could use his spiritual energy to soar into the air, while the other was that he used his spiritual energy to turn it into a protective aura. Wow! Black gas shooting. Lin Xiaolu turned to withdraw. Posture leapt into midair extremely fast to spin. Speed of the whole person turned clattering. A series of dodge, a number of black airwaves. At the same time 6 flying daggers were he poured out, turned into 6 silver light ruthlessly shot out. Boom! The flying knives collided with the black chi. The knives flew and the chi dispersed, while Lin Xiaolu also took a step forward, twisted his fists, crossed his arms and rotated them to strike. At the same time his legs were powered up, and he made a sharp dash at the middle-aged man. The 8 pole, the 5 mountains toward heaven cone. 8 extreme fist Vajra 8 styles and the most destructive power of the 5 mountains towards the sky cone full blast. Immediately exploded a muffled sound. Who knows, the other party is still motionless. A black gas completely resisted the impact, and the next second, the black color of his body is once again erupted. Shoo! Ear-piercing air-breaking sounds rang out, and several narrow black chi shot out madly like a black spear, sending everyone present into a state of shock. Swoosh! 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 Lin Xiaolu hastily retreated violently, his tiny body dodging frantically with an appalling speed, constantly turning over jumping heels, allowing the black gas to pass through the body's surroundings, blowing up a piece of scorched dust in the surrounding area. Boom! 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 Under the intensive bombardment of black chi, large swathes of dust flew and splattered, and the entire mouth of the imperial temple had almost been destroyed, with debris everywhere. Luckily, Lin Xiaolu hardened her speed to the extreme and finally managed to avoid all the black chi with a sharp backflip, and when the middle-aged man saw that all of his attacks fell short, his eyes also turned cold and he couldn't help but shout loudly and sternly, "Little doll, to be able to make it this far, this family head admires you." After saying that, he transformed into a black meteor once again and flew towards Lin Xiaolu, who was still in midair. The speed of this black meteor was simply faster than Lin Xiaolu, not to mention that he was in midair at the moment and could not avoid it. "Fawn, be careful!" Tang Xin shrieked out in horror, and countless people's hearts rose to their throats. Chen, Yanyun and Dongfang, who were writhing into a ball on the ground, also stopped their hands and looked nervously this way. Whoosh! The sound of a black meteor breaking through the air came out, straight away shocking everyone's eardrums with some hidden pain. The boy who was in midair was first confused after seeing the huge black wave that was getting closer and closer in front of him, and then, he slowly raised his hand and danced a Tai Chi stance in the air. In the next second, under everyone's tense gaze, the two faced each other in midair, only to see Lin Xiaolu violently raise her small short hand to meet the middle-aged man's black airwave, and hooked his knee with one hand, fighting to press his impulse downward. Tai Chi, straddling the knee and arguing the step, he brought the middle-aged man to the ground together, shaking up the sky full of dust. The small body is moored by the violent black giant wave all the way nudging. 2 small short legs stepped on the ground, raw wipe out 2 long ditches, and then forcefully endure the black airwave of the frenzy, borrowing force to bring him to turn around, at the same time shaking shoulder. Split palm. Tai Chi rang bird's tail, catch baji, split hanging palm, relying on his own chi strength, coupled with the Taiji range bird's tail's borrowed power to strike back, and the strength of the 8 extremes splitting and hanging palm. Lin Xiaolu counter-restrained the middle-aged man, and then swung his fist as he flew out of the room. Tai Chi flashed through the arms. A punch hit. Lin Xiaolu did not stop, but instead took a step further and raised his elbow to make another punch at the middle-aged man. Baji, top center elbow. Boom! 5 moves were struck in a row, and the middle-aged man's body, which was bubbling with black gas, directly flew out in its entirety. Good. Dongfang and Chen Yanyun both watched with loud screams, their little hands clapping straight, and Tang Xin also looked straight at her beautiful eyes, her heart crying out in disbelief. She had seen with her own eyes how furious the Bai family head's attack had been just now, and how this little guy had beaten him back. At this moment, after executing 5 moves in one breath, Lin Xiaolu, who had landed on the ground, was also panting slightly, striding with knees and knees, bird's tail, chopping and hanging palms, flashing arm, top elbow, so many moves in one breath. This guy should be hurt a little, right? It would be unconscionable if this didn't hurt. After all, he was so strong and powerful, and he would collect protection money, and to his relief, the middle-aged man was indeed injured, albeit only very slightly and lightly. In the middle of the field, the middle-aged man landed on one knee, rubbing a puff of dust on the ground before getting up and rubbing his chest that had been blasted by the top heart elbow, looking at Lin Xiaolu in front of him, revealing a face of amazement. Little fellow, your strength is as exaggerated as that of a demonic beast. Even though I used my body protection aura, I was shocked by you with a soreness in my chest. You really do have some tricks up your sleeve. You should be stronger than a lot of young cultivators of the same age in MA, right? After saying that, he looked at Lin Xiaolu and asked curiously, "Your kind, is it a new cultivator's path, specializing in body cultivation?" Lin Xiaolu sniffed, shook her head, silently stretched her body, then assumed a martial arts pose combining the 8 extremes in Tai Chi, and replied very seriously, "I'm not a cultivator of any kind. I'm just a martial arts practitioner." Chapter 101 Unearthly Fist. People who practice martial arts? The middle-aged man snorted. His body instantly moved, and his entire body suddenly soared into the sky, rushing high into the air, then raised his hand to wave several black chi at the eastern egg Chen Yanyun duo below. He also saw this little doll skin thick flesh resistance to beat up ruthless. Their own short period of time cannot take him, or first of all to the others in the distance. And this time he could scare everyone. Several black chi were swung out by him as if piercing through the clouds and arrows. The speed was extremely fast. Tang Xin immediately stood up from within the green circle, wanting to use the spiritual power that had just recovered some to block it, but at this moment it was already too late. She also did not expect Bai Yao to be so ruthless, suddenly striking out at Chen Yanyun and Dongfang Egg, so that no one reacted to it. In the middle of the field, Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun, who were quarreling, looked up at the same time when they heard the commotion. Then dumbfounded, they watched as the black chi rushed with a sharp sound, and froze in place on the spot in shock. Spirit sword. Rise. In a hurry, Chen Yanyun endured severe pain and wanted to drive the spirit sword, but he was seriously injured. The spirit sword trembled and trembled straight but froze and could not fly up. Dongfang Egg is even more desperate. Directly scared fell to sit on the ground wailing. Lin Xiaolu was also confused and turned his head to run towards them, but he was a bit far away. And even if he ran as fast as he couldn't be faster than the several whistling black chi. Ah! The boy shouted at the top of his voice, seeing that Chen Yanyun and Dongfang Egg were about to be drowned by the black gas. His anxious eyes were glaring out, and just in the nick of time, not far from Dongfang Egg Chen Yanyun, the guard suddenly rushed out of a strong and sturdy pugilistic man. Drink! Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Zhang Yong appeared just in time, blocking in front of the two children, Chen Yanyun and Dongfang Egg, the silver-white saber in his hand, facing the black airwaves directly. "Uncle!" Lin Xiaolu shrieked out in shock. Boom! Warm blood spilled on Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun's tender and green faces. They both watched in bewilderment as the tall man in front of them fragmented and then collapsed helplessly. Lin Xiaolu also stopped her pace, her big round eyes just open in disbelief as she looked at this scene. Zhang Yong, whose body was in pieces, was just lying in a pool of blood. His eyes were slightly open towards Lin Xiaolu's direction. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end nothing came out, and his chest stopped rising and falling. Lin Xiaolu stood there frozen, looking at the bloody image in front of her, the light gradually disappearing from her clear eyes. Quite suddenly, the uncle who was talking and laughing with himself and listening to his bragging in the last second, suddenly turned into a cold corpse at this moment, giving him an unreal sense of absurdity. For a moment, his mind recalled the brief acquaintance with Zhang Yong. This uncle was called Zhang Yong. He had very few words and was afraid of himself. He was arranged by the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom to serve him. The first time he met, because he wanted to see martial arts, he made a request for a sparring match, and the result was that the frightened uncle directly knelt down. He himself felt so ashamed of him at the time, thinking that as a martial artist, kneeling down to someone was too ugly, and was simply unworthy of practicing martial arts. But one is wrong. This older man was indeed a martial artist. Perhaps his thoughts, insights, and life experiences made him constrained. However, at critical moments, he could still bring out a martial artist's chi. Just like at this moment, he guarded two so-called immortals with his mortal body. Lin Xiaolu wasn't considered a particularly sentimental child. On the contrary, he was actually quite extreme. Because of his special childhood experiences, he would keep all the bad things that others did to him in his heart, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. But this also caused that he would cherish the good things that others did to him. He just didn't want to express them, thinking that would be uncool. And at this moment, the taciturn, honest uncle is dead, and his first impulse is to avenge his uncle's death. If you kill someone, you should pay for it. It's only natural, whether you're a human or an immortal. High in the sky, when the middle-aged man saw Lin Xiaolu's back turned to him, standing frozen in place and not moving, he was overjoyed, thinking that he should have been stunned by the bloody scene in front of him, and he directly turned into a black meteor to charge towards him. He wanted to blast Lin Shalu to death in one fell swoop. Little dear, Tang Xin exclaimed loudly at the sight, while the boy remained motionless, as if he was truly stunned, letting the middle-aged man who was whistling behind him rush towards him with a raging black wave. This hit the middle-aged man used all his strength, his body around the emergence of a large swath of black airwaves, under the sky flying, will be the surrounding air are torn apart, straight from the ear-piercing whistling sound. Dear, back there, the reactive Eastern egg yelled. Lin Xiaolu, get out of the way. Chen Yanyun also shouted anxiously. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, remained still and just stood there, foolishly looking at Zhang Yong's corpse. At that moment, he felt as if he were in Maple Leaf Gardens, seeing the first rays of the morning sun again. He felt the wild wind and waves getting closer behind him and closed his eyes as if he was waiting to die. Drink! The middle-aged man grimly bellowed. A vast as the abyssal sea of black airwaves as much as the bombardment, gusts of wind, black smoke. Everyone in the field showed fear. Tang Xin even scared not to open their eyes. And just as the middle-aged man was about to blast into Lin Xiaolu, Lin Xiaolu moved. He made 3 moves. A turn, a withdrawal, and a swing. The moment, the 8 extreme rigor is rooted and firm as a rock. The shapy avalanche is a vibration that destroys gold and breaks jade. Wing Chun inch power is explosive, breaking the surface with a point. Taiji soft energy is the pivot, rigid and flexible. That tender fist froze in the air and waved out a ghostly howl. It was as if heaven and earth had lost their colors in a flash. In mid-air, the middle-aged man who came whistling saw Lin Xiaolu swinging his fist at him, laughed disdainfully, and met him without hesitation. Little doll, you not. Boom, poof. Before the words were finished, there was a violent popping sound, and a piece of blood mist even blew out directly from his back. Tang Xin, Chen Yanyun, Dongfang Egg, and even Yu Chu Chu, who had been pretending to be dead, all looked at the scene in front of them with disbelief. The middle-aged man also looked at the little boy in front of him dumbfounded, and his entire body paused in place. The stormy black waves directly dissipated, as if they had never appeared. Not only that, the power of this punch also directly penetrated the black aura and blasted at the middle-aged man's chest. The crazy power scurried around, destroying his internal organs and shattering them, exploding a red mist of blood from his back. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of plasma flowed out of the middle-aged man's mouth and dripped onto the ground. He tried to hold it back, but he couldn't use his strength at all. He looked at the expressionless boy in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief, and then he staggered back a few steps, feeling the spiritual energy in his body like a tidal wave of dissipation. And finally his legs went limp, flopping sound, directly kneeling on the ground. He didn't know why he was defeated by Lin Xiaolu. Somehow his punch could penetrate his organs. He only felt that his consciousness was gradually blurring and his eyes were getting darker and darker. Eventually, the middle-aged man struggled to catch a few breaths, and then a wow, a sound, spit out a mouthful of black blood, fell headlong to the ground, slightly convulsed a few times, completely lost motion. In the distance, Tang Xin no longer knew how to describe her shock. The little boy in front of him killed the foundation building with one punch, although it was because of Bai Yao that he actively chose to attack in close quarters. And if he had been flying in the air, Lin Xiaolu shouldn't have been able to do anything to him. This was still amazing. She had witnessed the power of Lin Xiaolu's last punch. That was simply not like a punch on earth. Chapter 102, Returning to Amei. The next day, in the cloudless clear sky, the huge emerald ruyi slowly flew under the sunlight. Inside the jade-made house on Ruyi, Tang Xin, Dongfang Egg, and Chen Yanyun were urging Lin Xiaolu to eat together. Little dear, the Emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom has already stated that he will posthumously honor Zhang Yong and grant his family peace for the rest of their lives. And turning around, Amei will also reward his family, so you don't have to feel bad anymore. Right, brother dear? This time we have recruited more than 100 new disciples. Everyone is clamoring to join us in the virtue convincing gang. You have to cheer up. Otherwise how can you lead everyone? Lin Xiao dear, Although Uncle Zhang Yong sacrificed himself, you also avenged his death. And in the end, you even realized that heaven-destroying punch. And we're almost back to May. I think you need to pull yourself together. You haven't eaten for a day. Little dear, Egg and Yanyun are right. You haven't eaten anything since last night. Turn around and elderly. Meow xin. And your sister shall not blame me when they see you lose weight. Nah, this lotus leaf chicken has been stored in the nascent sister's nascent sacrifice, and is still hot up to this point. So eat it quickly. On the Jade House's pavement cushions, Lin Xiaolu sat cross-legged. Holding the lotus leaf chicken, Tang Xin had insisted on giving him in his arms. He has been moping around for a long time because of Zhang Yong's sacrifice, and the guys are comforting him. Perhaps it was because he thought that he was going to see his sister and the boss in a while. He finally let go of the sadness in his heart first, and with a sad face, he unraveled the lotus leaf, and saw the aromatic, smooth and refreshing lotus leaf chicken, and that look added to his already bad mood of grief. Why is this chicken missing a leg? He glared at Tang Xin. Tang Xin blushed, somewhat embarrassedly explaining. Senior sister saw that it smelled too good, and couldn't help but taste the flavor for you when I bought it. Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun on the side were also dumbfounded. Senior sister Tang, aren't you abstaining from eating? How can you still eat chicken legs? Yeah, I thought you didn't eat? Tang Xin was embarrassed and explained, pure valley is that my stomach won't be hungry. It's not like it means I won't crave for it. Dongfang Egg and Chen Yanyun were helpless. Well, it made sense. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu, who was already depressed, completely lost control of her emotions and hugged the ruffled chicken and wailed. Outside the Jade House, the 100 or so newly recruited junior disciples heard the cries inside the house, and one by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. What's going on with the gang leader? Who ate the chicken? Didn't you hear? Sister Tang stole the gang leader's chicken. Oh, the gang leader is crying so sadly. Hey, it's understandable to be sad when the chicken is incomplete. The children were talking. After a while, the emerald ruyi flying high in the air finally arrived at the boundary of May. Far away, the children on the ruyi saw the 10 vast and lofty majestic peaks. In the Jade House, Lin Xiaolu, Dongfang Egg, Chen Yanyun, Yu Chu Chu, as well as Tang Xin's 5 people also walked out together, looking at the May that was getting closer and closer with excitement. We're home. Tang Xin smiled at the 4 children and rejoiced. Lin Xiaolu held Tang Xin's hand and looked at the large mountains in the distance, the sadness in her heart finally dissipating a bit. He thought about his boss, elder sister, younger sister, and Monkey Sanner, who he hadn't seen for almost a month, and couldn't help but feel a little happy that he had arrived home as well. In the afternoon, May, inside the cave at the top of Picking Star Peak, Li Mingru carried a wine gourd and sat cross-legged on the cushion, drinking to himself while looking at the little boy in front of him with a smile. Li Miao Xin and Xiao Yuer were also there. The two of them were surrounding Lin Xiaolu and asking questions. Lin Xiaolu didn't show her sadness anymore and put on a big grin, telling her elder sister and younger sister what she had seen and heard in the past month. He also put the bunny mask he bought at the Mid-Autumn Festival on Xiao Yuer's face, and then held her in his arms and turned around several times inside the cave, which made Xiao Yuer giggle straight away. Alright, little dear, put little Yuer down and turn around and make a mess. Li Mingru smiled and chided twice. Only then did Lin Xiaolu put her sister down, and then sat down in a good and damn knowledgeable manner. Looking at this little disciple of his, Li Mingru was also helpless, and after drinking 2 more mouthfuls of wine, he opened his mouth. For the master, I heard from Girl Tang that this time you performed quite well, learned new martial arts and made innovations on your own, researched martial arts that don't belong to mortals, and in the end, you even saved the day by killing a Foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch. Saving everyone? When these words came out, Li Miao Xin immediately looked at Lin Xiaolu in surprise. Her own junior brother was actually all this strong. Killing a Foundation establishment cultivator with a single punch? It was so much stronger than even himself. It was awesome. Boss, what's actually true? Isn't like that, Lin Xiaolu said in a serious manner. Oh, and how true is that? The real situation is that at that time a total of more than 100 Foundation establishment cultivators appeared. A dozen Jiedan cultivators. And then there were also 3 Yuaning cultivators. At that time it could be dangerous. Everyone couldn't beat it. And in the end, it was me who stood up to save the day and saved everyone from the fire, killing them one by one. When Lin Xiaolu said this, Li Mingru was pouring wine into his mouth. But as soon as he said this, Li Mingru immediately couldn't find his mouth and poured the wine on his crotch. Li Mingru glared at the guy without any good humor. These people you're talking about combined, I'm afraid they're more powerful than the entire MA, right? Yeah, but I can't help it if I'm good. The boy had a matter-of-fact look on his face. Cough cough. Li Mingru almost didn't choke to death by this, and Li Miaoxin also had a face that couldn't help but cover her red lips and laugh straight away. Inside the cave, Li Mingru glared at Lin Xiaolu without any good breath. His disciple is now bragging more and more outrageous. He really cannot praise him. Once he praised him, he does not know what his surname is. Boss, I learned Tai Chi from an old man named Gu Gong, and there's another uncle named Zhang Yong who sacrificed his life to protect Chen Yanyun and Dongfang Egg. Can you have someone send some gifts or something to their families? Ah, Zhang Yong's matter is already known on the sect master side and will be arranged by himself. As for that Gu Gong you mentioned, Li Mingru looked at Li Miaoxin and said, Miaoxin, turn around and fetch 10 heart-nourishing pills and have the outer disciple in charge of the postal service send them over. The disciple obeys. Li Mingru nodded, then glanced at Lin Xiaolu and once again said to Li Miaoxin, Miaoxin, take Xiao Yuer back first. Master and Xiao have a few words to talk about. Yes. Li Miaoxin winked at Lin Xiaolu with a smile before leading little Yuer, who was wearing a rabbit mask, to leave the cave first. Lin Xiaolu was a bit confused. He looked at Li Mingru who was still drinking and asked urgently, Boss, what else do you have going on? I still have to go back to the catering hall and have a big meal with Monkey Saner and the others. Li Mingru put down the wine gourd and looked at him with a smile. Didn't you want a sword that can cut cultivators? Master has found it for you. Really? The 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu was immediately excited. The whole person directly jumped up from the padding, while Li Mingru also leisurely laughed. Naturally, it is true. Originally the teacher did not want to give it to you, but seeing that this time, your performance is not bad, so I will give you this object. Ha ha, thanks boss, Li Mingru answered, then raised his palm, and immediately, the entire cave was brightly lit with green light. In this blinding green light shining, a mouthful of huge objects condensed in the air, while the boy below the expectation of seeing this object is directly after a freeze. The tender little face is written full of confusion. The boy below the expectation of seeing this object is directly after a freeze. The tender little face is written full of confusion. The boy below the expectation of seeing this object is directly after a freeze. The tender little face is written full of confusion. Boss, is this the ING knife you found? Chapter 103, Casting a Sword. Boom! With a loud bang, the huge cyan-colored square body landed in the open space within the cave, its amazing weight pressing the ground into an entire depression. Lin Xiaolu, who saw the scene, was confused. Utterly confused. The object in front of us had an overall rectangular shape, a slightly darker, ancient greenish color, and was about 4 meters long and about half a meter wide and high. From a distance, it looked as if it was a huge coffin, but it was solid. Lin Xiaolu looked at the coffin-shaped solid artifact in front of her, bewildered and somewhat at a loss. This object is called Daging Bronze, is a very rare ancient copper material. Its texture is rigid with soft, excellent toughness, and great density. This small mouth will weigh millions of pounds. Is the teacher from the year the refining of the underworld sect of the first refiner Sha Old Ghost Hands. Saying that, Li Mingru complacently drank a mouthful of wine, seemingly very satisfied with this artifact in general. Lin Xiaolu walked around the huge square bronze vessel, touched it curiously again, and then said with a dumbfounded look, Boss, what kind of bronze artifact did you get me? And it doesn't have a hilt. This, how am I supposed to cut someone? Oh little dear, listen to the master as he unfolds the story to you. Li Mingru grinned broadly and took a seat on the thick bronze vessel, greeting him to sit up as well, and laughed. After thinking about it for a long time, my master has decided to let you make your own sword with this bronze vessel yourself. Ha! Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Mingru incredulously, doubts written all over her big eyes. A sharp blade that you have created with your own hands bit by bit is much more comfortable to use, and when the time comes, it will also be easier for you to reach the realm of the unity of the human blade, because you have created it with your own hands bit by bit and witnessed its growth, and no one will know it better than you do. After Li Mingru finished his explanation, he raised his hand and waved it, and a streak of light flew out. Look! Lin Xiaolu looked blankly toward the place where the stream of light was flying, and at this glance, his entire body was dumbfounded again, only to see the stream of light landed, immediately transformed into countless huge solid iron hammers. Hammer handle hammer body are cast iron, a handle stacked together, as if a small mountain, roughly one count. Good guy, at least hundreds of people high huge iron hammer. In the future, you won't have to fight the beasts, and those beasts are no longer your match at all anyway. Li Mingru laughed. In the future, every morning, you will come to my master. My master will use spirit fire to burn the bronze, and then you will use the hammer to beat this object with excellent toughness, so that it will be compressed little by little, and finally turn into an extremely dense daging bronze blade. Lin Xiaolu heard it and was a little disappointed in her heart, skimming her little mouth with a reluctant face. What the heck? I really thought that you got me a knife that could cut an immortal cultivator. Boss, but it turns out that it's just material. Li Mingru touched his brain and laughed. Letting you cast your own knife has two benefits. First of all, as the teacher just said, the knife you build with your own hands is more comfortable to master, and once you build it you can directly reach the realm of the unity of the human knife. Secondly, striking with a hammer is a very good exercise in itself. It can better build your core strength in your waist and abdomen, and the recoil from each strike can also be very good to grow your muscle groups and strengthen your body. Lin Fawn. So, then after this thing is made into a sword, can it cut down an immortal cultivator? Lin Xiaolu asked helplessly. Naturally. Li Mingru very patiently explained. The world's spiritual weapons, magic weapons, are all built with materials that can store spiritual power, because of this can be driven by spiritual power. And this mouth of Daijing bronze, although it is a dead object, but it is dead extremely deep, extremely heavy. Dear, you think, this mouth of bronze was compressed by your hammer into a knife. Even if it is said to be due to the burning of the spiritual fire, the hammer repeatedly hammered and so on, resulting in the weight of its weight will inevitably shrink some, but there are still at least 780,000 pounds, and such a huge blade weighing 700,000 to 800,000 pounds, being swung out by you with all your might. The destructive force generated by its own weight plus the speed of your swinging and chopping, is it something an ordinary immortal cultivator can withstand? A Jiedan cultivator's aura protection probably wouldn't even be able to resist it. Lin Fawn. He scratched what he thought was his witty brain, a little confused, and then slapped the big, thick coffin in a depressed manner. This thing weighs millions of pounds, and I can't carry it here. His current limit was almost able to carry 10,000 pounds of weight, and it wouldn't last long. This mouth of bronze was too heavy. Such a weight could directly crush himself, and he couldn't even move it. Li Mingru, however, appeared unworried, sipping his wine dashingly. Don't worry, before you make this bronze vessel into a bronze blade, Master will grant you a second beast blood. After saying that, he then looked at Lin Xiaolu and laughed. Although your cultivation talent is not good, your perception is excellent. You are able to endure great suffering and hardship, and your perseverance is even rarer in my teacher's life. So my teacher is prepared to hunt a Jiedan realm demonic beast for you at that time. Jiedan realm. Lin Xiaolu was stunned and turned her head to look at Li Mingru. Surprise written all over her face. Boss, aren't you going to give me the foundation establishment realm? Ha 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 ha. Li Mingru laughed out loud a few times, lifting his hand on his small shoulder and laughing. Little Yuer is about to break through the 6th layer of qi condensation. How can you, as an older brother, still use the foundation establishment stage? He also, I'm so good after all. Ha ha. Lin Xiaolu laughed twice with confidence, then looked at Li Mingru with some worry. Boss, you yourself are now a Jiedan. Can you beat a Jiedan realm demonic beast? Li Mingru glanced at him. You think Master can't? No, I'm just worried about your injury. When Li Mingru saw Lin Xiaolu say this, a trace of warmth appeared in his eyes, and then rubbed his brain and laughed and said, Don't worry, although my master's cultivation has regressed, but if it's just to hunt a mere single Jiedan realm demonic beast, then I don't need to do it myself. Just casually send a voice message to a few Yuaning realms deceased people, and they will help my master to go and hunt it. Boss, are you so powerful? Lin Xiaolu adored. What exactly was your previous cultivation? Li Mingru smiled without saying anything and just continued to pour wine into his mouth with the gourd. See, Li Mingru did not say. Lin Xiaolu also did not speak again. He swayed two small short legs, feeling the thick texture of the coffin under his buttocks. A moment later suddenly brain pump. Once again looked at Li Mingru asked, Boss, is this stuff rare? That is natural. Li Mingru proudly said, although the Daijing bronze is mortal, but it is very rare. The formation of harsh conditions. Your ass below this mouth has been the largest seen in the teacher's life. Then this thing is so rare. Boss, that what's his name refiner you mentioned. Why would he give this thing to you? Lin Xiaolu asked blearily. When Li Mingru, who was drinking, heard this question, he first coughed and then said in a serious manner, This is mainly due to your master's character. That old man Sha looks up to my master more. So as soon as he heard that my master was looking for mortal blades that could injure immortal cultivators, he immediately offered the materials he was going to use to make coffins. Wow. Lin Xiaolu's eyes opened wide and looked at Li Mingru with a face of adoration. Boss, you're too powerful. Actually even willing to give you your own coffin. Boss, you must have been a loud and powerful person in the past. Ha ha, that's not true. Li Mingru riding on Lin Xiaolu's shoulder couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as well. Back in the day, my master was a person who was famous throughout the divine state, and amongst the younger generation of the righteous sects, whether it be their temperament, cultivation, or appearance, it was a well-deserved number one. After saying that he couldn't help but burst out in joy, and Lin Shalu also followed the silly joy. An old man and a young man just sat on the coffin and laughed out loud, just like the two little cuties. The same. Chapter 104. That night, Lin Xiaolu in the dining hall in Xiaoyuer, Miao Xin's senior sister ate a big meal together. Seems to be in order to welcome Xiaolu triumph. Monkey Sanner in the dining hall of the outer disciples can be said to make every effort. All kinds of food one by one up, and then desperately to Lin Shalu food. Lin Xiaolu with them together south of the world bragging about blowing spit, hands and feet, blowing a full fast. 1 hour, the lips are blowing sour before finishing. It wasn't until late at night that this joyous evening meal came to an end, and Lin Xiaodir went back to her own little courtyard, and after parting with senior sister Miao Xin, her younger sister, she washed herself with the dust cleansing pill, and climbed onto the familiar little bed. And when he lay down, the smile he had forced on his face only faded. Late at night, it is always fascinating, after the bright lights and laughter, it is easy to think of something else in this quiet time before bed, either reminiscing about the past, or looking to the future, or just plain rambling. This is what happened to Lin Xiaolu tonight. He thought that tomorrow he would start swinging the sledgehammer and casting knives, with some small expectations, while at the same time, he remembered Uncle Zhang Yong's little spoken, but simple and honest smiling face. To be honest, he hadn't known Zhang Yong for a long time, less than a month, but every time he thought of Zhang Yong's elder brother, the image of him falling in a pool of blood, he would feel a sense of grief that was almost like suffocation. At this moment, the 8-year-old then rambled a bit uncontrollably, thinking that if Uncle Zhang Yong could have the same strength as himself, then he should not have to die. But Zhang Yong big brother practice martial arts time, add up is certainly longer than their own. Eat the suffering may not be as powerful as their own, but stacked up must be more than their own. But the face of immortal cultivators, but still seems to be as if a tiger made of paper. Unbearable. The fact that he was able to be where he was today, although it was also the result of his own hard work and struggle, the role of tiger's blood really had to be the majority. If Uncle Zhang Yong also drank the tiger's blood and withstood it and had super strength and body, then he should not have to die. But can Uncle Zhang Yong bear it? Lin Fan wasn't sure. He lay on his bed, looking at the beams of the room hidden in the pitch blackness in front of him, listening to the cicadas and frogs outside the house, fantasizing that he had invented a method to enhance his body without using the blood of demonic beasts, and then imparted it to the martial artists in the world, so that all of them would have the power of self-preservation. At that time, everyone, as long as they were not lazy, as long as they were diligent, down to earth, and willing to work hard, could break the monopoly of the immortal cultivators, and be on par with the immortal cultivators, obtaining a strength as powerful as theirs, and turning it into an era of equality between human and immortals. In that case, would be so nice. Young boy insomnia, lying in the soft bed tossing and turning, but just cannot sleep, as long as he closed his eyes to see the tragic situation when Uncle Zhang Yong died. Angry he gave himself a slap, and then milk fierce to himself scolded. Lin Xiaolu, can you still have some backbone? Uncle Zhang Yong died a magnificent death. A true man. You have to learn from him, to look forward and continue to work hard. Always dwelling on the past, what kind of manhood is that? When he was done, he grabbed a blanket and covered his head, forcing himself to sleep. And it wasn't long before Lin Xiaodir suddenly couldn't contain her crying. Not the kind of crying that slowly falls into tears, but the kind of crying that suddenly can't be controlled and instantly collapses out. He was alone, curled up in a blanket with his head covered, choking back sobs. The more he cried, the more angry he became, and the more angry he became, the more he cursed himself. What are you crying for? You've never seen a dead man. You're so timid. How can you go out and chop people up in the future when you're like this? Are you still a man? The more he cried, the sadder he became, cursing himself as he cried. In fact, he didn't know why he was crying. He only felt that it was a shame to shed tears, but he just couldn't control it. No matter how much he held back the tears, they were pouring out. The young one did not yet understand that the tears he was shedding at this moment were actually due to his despair at the fact that he would never be able to see Uncle Zhang Yong again, his humiliation at the fact that martial artists in the world were just like ants when they faced a cultivator, as well as his awe at the loss of life. Clang! The huge hammer swung down with all its might, fiercely bombarding the bronze that had been burned into red by the spirit fire. Sparks splashed everywhere at the same time, directly shocking Lin Xiaolu's palms were numb and his muscles trembled. Use your whole body with every swing of the hammer. Don't hold back. Work your muscles and whack your blade through this recoil. Inside the cave, Li Mingru carried a wine gourd and smiled as he looked at the boy in front of him, who was naked, wearing a weight, and sweating like a pig. He had placed several inexpensive fire crystals under the coffin-like bronze vessel, and the blazing spiritual fire was continuously heating the bronze vessel, reflecting the entire cave into a blaze of fire. Li Mingru sat inside the transparent cover that insulated the heat and leisurely supervised Lin Xiaolu's cultivation while drinking. At this moment in the cave, because of the spiritual fire burning, the temperature is very high. An 8-year-old Lin Xiaolu so bear the weight of 500 pounds, legs tied horse stance, over and over again to raise the sledgehammer, and then over and over again to smash down with all their strength. Every time to make a milk strength. Body sweat is like a waterfall, like a large drop. Always a look at any time to dehydration and defecation. And Li Mingru had been paying attention to his situation. And every time when he could barely hold on, he shot a water ball from his palm and hit Lin Shalu, replenishing him with water in time. Clang! There was another loud bang. The steel and iron handle of the hammer started to bend slightly because of the huge impact, but the bronze remained motionless. And Lin Xiaodir was even more tired and started to pant heavily. At his feet, a puddle of sweat had formed, and his small, palm-sized face was beginning to turn slightly white. This was the exercise program that Li Mingru had set up for him every morning. With a horse stance and weights on, he would swing the hammer 10,000 times with all his might within 2 hours, compressing the density of the bronze to create the blades while exercising Lin Xiaolu's waist and abdominal core strength and arm muscle groups. And through the counter-vibration of the hammer and bronze, shocking his entire body's muscles and internal organs as a way of improving his physique once again. Soon, again and again, deafening pounding sound. 2 hours of time gradually passed. Li Mingru looked at the front of the sweaty boy. His eyes are also written full of satisfaction. He could see that Lin Xiaolu did not steal a moment of laziness. 10,000 hammer blows, each time using the strength of his whole body. And his horse stance was also very stable, without the slightest bit of slackness. And the most precious thing was that during this period Lin Xiaolu froze without screaming a bit of pain, not even humming. Li Mingru is looking more and more satisfied and can't help but curse angrily in his heart. Damn, really, the more I look at this little guy, how can he be so capable of suffering? Too much like his own young time. His appearance is also a match with his own youthful handsomeness. In the future maybe he can really inherit his title of the first heart of the divine state. Not right, it's the title of the most handsome man in the divine state. At noon, the 10,000 hammer practice finally ended. Nearly undressed, Lin Xiaolu put on her clothes and took one step down from the top of the mountain. His small hands could no longer hold his fists tightly because of the constant shaking. His arms also became sore and swollen from the constant recoil, and it hurt to move them. His two small short legs, even more so because of a breath of 2 hours of horse stance, and became unbearable pain. Several times he walked halfway. Suddenly his knees were weak, almost kneeling on the ground. Anyway, there's not a good piece left in the body. It made him indignant as he walked. Boss's cultivation method is really getting more and more perverted. After hammering for a whole morning, that bronze is only dented a little bit. If he follows this level of hard cultivation practice every day, then won't he be even more powerful in the future? By then, when he is so young and invincible that he can't find a single opponent, then wouldn't he have no goal to strive for? AI, the troubles of the strong, it really hurts my brain. Chapter 105, 10-year-old birthday. Spending his time in harsh and lengthy austerities, with little time for play except for 1 day off a week, made him feel like he barely had enough hours in the day. Other than that, in the morning, zigzagging while taking 10,000 full swings of the hammer almost allowed him to hammer away at a hammer in 2 or 3 days. In the afternoon, he was free to practice whatever he wanted to practice, throwing flying daggers, practicing yuan yang steps, playing boxing, and so on. In the evening it was the same old 3 things, running, push-ups, and zigzagging for half an hour each, and it never stopped. Such a life lasted how long Lin Xiaolu was actually not clear, although tired, but he lived every day as quite happy and quite full. The thoughts of Uncle Zhang Yong also slowly put down. Every day on the practice, eat, sleep, rest time to take his sister to find the East Egg in Tangyuan, they touch fish and climb the tree, blindly run around the mountains. Life is also at ease. In this way, his body and bones day by day more and more robust. The big gung bronze gradually compressed by his pounding, from half a meter high thickness, hard hammering to a dozen centimeters thick. He didn't know how long he had been hammering. It should have been quite a long time anyway, until one day, when Lin Xiaolu was hammering down the 10,000 hammer in the cave, ready to end his morning cultivation. Li Mingru told him something amazing. He's 10 years old. That summer, Lin Xiaolu was 10 years old and Xiao Yuer was 8. Without realizing it, 2 years have gone by like a ing joke. And at this time, Lin Xiaolu practiced martial arts, and there was no realm to speak of. But Xiao Yuer was already at the solid 7th level of qi condensation. The Beijing bronze was whacked by him for 2 years, totaling 7,300,000 hammers, and had taken shape. And it's been over 3 years since both siblings came to Amei. Little Jade gradually forgot what the village was like. but Lin Xiaolu still remembers some of it, but it's also a little fuzzy. At this moment inside the cave, Li Mingru just looked at the bare-chested kid in front of him and spoke out the news. Little dear, you are 10 years old. According to the red dust, it is necessary to set up a banquet for you. What do you think? The 10-year-old boy, who was a bit taller than before, scratched his head and was a bit embarrassed. I don't remember my birth date, so how can I set up a banquet? This is simple. Li Mingru laughed as he carried the wine gourd. From the day you and your sister came to May, it will be counted as your birthdays. Lin Xiaolu froze, then happily nodded heavily. Inside the cave, under the guidance of Li Mingru, the boy wrote the invitation with one stroke of his hand, inviting others to come to the Pluck Star dining hall at night to attend his own birthday. Li Mingru watched him right next to him, and straight away his eyelids fluttered for a while. This disciple of his own didn't even write about birthdays. He wrote directly about great birthdays. Invite your best friends and come to your 10th birthday. 10 years old. Big birthday? Why does that sound so weird? That afternoon, up and down May, the young disciples who were in the same batch as Lin Xiaolu received invitations, except for Yu Chu Chu, the 9 infants lineage. Dong Fang excitedly shouted to the old man in front of him, Master, our gang master is celebrating his 10th birthday tonight. I'll be back later in the evening, haha. 9 infant elder Zhao Xianyi glared at his own fat disciple without any good reason and said, You're 13 years old, and you're still playing with that little kid Lin Xiaolu every day. Are you ashamed? Dongfang shook his head with tears in his eyes as he sniffed. Master, Deer saved my life 2 years ago, that time in Daiwei. If it wasn't for Deer's power to save the day, you probably wouldn't even be able to see me anymore. Zhao Xianyi rolled his eyes at the words and impatiently waved his sleeve. Don't play too late. Dongfang was overjoyed and dropped a sentence. Thank you, Master. Then he couldn't wait to leave. Pill Dollar lineage. Tang Xin, the alchemy prodigy who was known as the most talented alchemist in the past 100 years of Pill Dollar, was currently sitting on a cushion, blinking his big doe eyes, hanging his nose, and speaking to the old man in front of him in a serious manner. Master, I recently newly refined a pill. This pill is long as a pinch, a radius of 10 miles. All the Jiedan realm below the cultivator's skin will be strangely itchy. Maintained for 3 days. Must not wear anything. Naked to not itch. And now I'm going to participate in the gang master's 10-year birthday. You do not want to our medicine Yuan lineage of disciples. The next 3 days, every day, all over the mountains bare ass run it? When Elder Pill Yuan heard this, his eyes fluttered violently in anger, and he raised his hand to teach his ghostly disciple a lesson. But who knew that Tang Xin continued to blink his cockeyed wisdom and said, Master, I still have an elixir here. As long as it is crushed, all the female disciples of our pill element will come to their menstruation early. It is extremely effective when combined with the bare ass elixir. You don't want to see Yu Chu Chu and the others running around with their bare asses while bearing their blood everywhere, do you? Once the 1-year-old medicine Yuan elder son Tang Liang heard this, his face straightened with anger, while the 10-year-old Tang Hanqing was completely unafraid, still blinking his wise doe eyes. For a long time, son Tang Liang, who was furious to the extreme, suddenly revealed a kindly smiling face. Hanqing Master has always respected you for playing with that little brat Lin Shalu. Go now and remember to give him my regards for Master. Ha ha, thank you Master. Master is most sensible. The spirit sword lineage. The 13-year-old Chen Yanyun was sitting on the cushion, holding the invitation sent by the outer disciples, looking at the crooked handwriting on it quite a bit, crying and laughing. Afterward, he got up and walked out of the courtyard, and with a thought, his spirit sword flew out, so he stepped right onto it and rode it straight into the clouds. On this day, countless junior disciples up and down May used various methods to gather at Star Picking Peak, all to attend Lin Xiaolu's 10th birthday, and even Tang Xin appeared at Star Picking's meal hall. This also made tonight's meal hall lively and tight, people coming and going everywhere. Lin Xiaolu holding Xiaoyuer stood at the entrance of the meal hall, forcefully entertaining the guests who came to attend the birthday banquet. Eastern Egg pays his respects to Gang Master. I wish Gang Master a blessed life like the East Sea and a long life like the South Mountain. Ha 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 ha. Good. Come on man nah. Reward. Ho 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 ho. Under the magical laughter, the monkey Sanner on the side neatly gave Dongfang Egg a bunch of sugar gourds. Brother dear, this is a potion I just made. I'm giving it to you for your birthday. Oh, what's the use of this elixir? Ah, Tang Yuan? Back to brother dear. This elixir can make a person constipated for a year if eaten, so you can save time on toilet breaks and cultivate in peace. Brother dear. Ha 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 ha. Good. Someone come on. Hit me. Beat it to death. Ho 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 ho. Soon, Chen Yanyun also stepped on the flying sword came. This year 13 years old. He sells longer and more handsome. Extraordinary posture. Quite some sword fairy style. and he jumped down from the sword, directly went up and hammered Lin Xiaolu a little. True to form. You're afraid you're going to laugh me to death on your 10th birthday. Did you bring a gift? Lin Xiaolu asked blearily. Chen Yanyun froze, scratched his head, and laughed awkwardly. I didn't bring it. Our spirit sword lineage only has spirit swords, and you can't use them, so how can I give you a gift? Ha 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 ha. Good. Someone come na. Feed Mr. Chen the Shang. The entrance to the dining hall was full of people coming and going, and people were saying congratulations to Lyn Shalu, and only after a long time did they enter the dining hall in an orderly manner to prepare for the birthday banquet. Chapter 106 Boys to Teenagers. Sis, is that big fool Li Yaoxi still in seclusion now? The teenager asked happily to Li Miaoxin after leading his sister back to the small courtyard. Right. Li Miaoxian nodded her head and smiled. Your eldest senior brother is probably going to be in seclusion for a long time. AI, that's too bad. I was thinking of waiting for him to come out and beat him up. Lyn Shalu boasted. I single-handedly killed a Foundation establishment cultivator when I was 8 years old. And now, after another 2 years, I have completely integrated the second dark power, and can not only strike with my fists, but also with my legs, elbows, and knees with penetrating power. And Foundation establishment's body protection spiritual laws are already completely useless to me. Li Miaoxin laughed straight away as she listened, lightly covering her red lips and saying, your eldest brother will fly. Does brother have a way to deal with people who can fly? Little Jade asked, looking up curiously. Lin Xiaolu thought for a moment, then shook her head somewhat depressedly. This one is not available at the moment. He was also helpless. Right now, if he took off his weight, with his superb bouncing power and Mandarin duck step technique, he could jump 4 or 5 meters high in one jump. But he was also still a long way from the Foundation establishment stage cultivators who could fly. Neither could the flying daggers. Although the flying daggers could hit Foundation stage cultivators, they could not break through defenses. And the flying daggers that one threw out could not hit the second level of dark energy. Elder sister, what do you think I can do to beat a Foundation establishment stage cultivator who can fly? He looked at Li Miaoxin and asked blearily. Li Miaoxian sniffed and cocked her head to think, but she couldn't come up with any good ideas. Sorry little dear. Senior sister thinks that the odds are that you won't be able to hit a Foundation establishment stage cultivator unless you can keep them from flying in front of you. Li Miaoxian said casually. Making Foundation stage cultivators unable to fly in front of me? Lyn Shaolu froze for a moment. How could this be possible? The days after her birthday remained the same, and Lyn Shaolu continued to exercise so consistently every day. The large gung bronze compressed smaller and smaller in his persistent pounding, and the hammers he broke and knocked askew were piled up one small mountain after another. His body bones also grew taller and bigger, and eventually, in that hammer swing, he turned from a child, little by little, into a teenager. Time is a funny thing, and it passes differently in the eyes of different people. It's like forcing someone to do something he's not happy about. He'll feel like the time passes incredibly long, like years, whereas if he goes and does something he likes to do, the time seems to go by quickly, in a flash. And time tends to pass quickly when one is fully focused on something. Lyn Xiaolu was just like that. Day after day, year after year of bitter cultivation, so that he could always forget about the passage of time. And just like that, 3 more long years had passed since he had passed his 10th birthday. On this day, Li Mingru looked at the young man inside the cave who was constantly wielding a hammer, and very suddenly, he felt that there was something like a world apart. The kid suddenly grown so tall. Why did he feel like he was his old, short winter self a second ago? He put down the picture book in his hand and rubbed his chin inside. 13 years old. The little brat had finally grown into a teenager. Clang! With a popping sound, the last solid iron hammer was hewn and bent, and 13-year-old Lyn Xiaolu, bare of her distinctly lined upper body, excitedly shouted from within the cave. Boss, I bent all of your hammers, and this blade made it. Li Mingru carried the wine gourd and took a sip of wine with a smile, sighing in his heart. The person has grown taller, the body bones are stronger, and the body is full of teenage vigor. But, the heart still hasn't changed much. Also, after all, is only 13 years old, and a maze environment is relatively simple, not as dangerous as the outside world of immortal cultivation. The words of the heart is better to wait for the future to hone it. He smiled and got up, walking over to the bronze and looking at it, which had been compressed to the extreme, with a satisfied smile. 5 whole years of full force hammering, 10,000 strokes a day, 1 day without stopping, totaling more than 1,800,000 hammers. This large gung-ho bronze was finally compressed into an extremely dense and heavy mouthful. The next thing to do was to give the artifact a second condensation with the spirit method by himself, and make it into the shape of a sword, and that would be it. He patted the teenager's shoulder and looked at the 13-year-old Lyn Xiaolu in front of him, marveling for a moment. TSK, I have to say. This stinky brat after growing up some. The face is really good. Compared to the lovely appearance when he was 8 and 10 years old. 13 years old. His face has more than a few points of evil handsome. Is this face is still a little bit of childish not yet free from the baby fat? Can't help it. The age is still a little bit small. It is estimated that when he is 16 or 17 years old and completely grows up, he will be able to completely inherit his own year's handsome. Hey, then this little kid will have to be the same as his own year. Wherever he goes will be seduced by all kinds of female creatures. At any time there is the danger of losing their virginity. But there is no way out. The sky will be descending from the handsome people. This is the fate of Fawn. You don't need to work out again this afternoon. Go back and get some rest and relaxation. Ha! Lyn Xiaolu froze and looked at Li Mingru, who had an emotional face, puzzled. What's up, boss? Master is going to mold this blade for you this afternoon. Li Mingru smiled and said, but this sword is too heavy. The current you can't even carry it. Not to mention holding it. So you take a good rest this afternoon. And come over tomorrow. And Master and Sect Leader will use the bloodline of the Jiedan realm demonic beasts to give you the ability to strengthen your muscles and bones. The teenager immediately brightened up with surprise upon hearing this. Then opened his mouth and asked, Boss, I heard senior sister Miao Xin say that my sister is close to building her foundation? Li Mingru nodded his head, then couldn't help but laugh out with joy in his heart. Lin Xiaolu was 13 years old, and Xiao Yuer had already turned into an 11-year-old girl who was on the verge of building her foundation. 11-year-old foundation establishment, what kind of absolute great genius is this? It's really exciting to think about. He took Lin Xiaolu's shoulder and spoke. Little Yuer has excellent talent. It can't be wasted. In a few days my master will go and find her a few flavors of spiritual treasures, so that she can build her foundation in the heavenly Tao. When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu was taken aback and glanced at Li Mingru in surprise. Li Miaoxin had told him that there were 3 types of foundation building, namely the Mortal Path Foundation building, the Earth Path Foundation building and the Heaven Path Foundation building, and that all 3 types of foundation building represented the upper limit of the cultivation path in the future. As for the entire MA, almost all of the cultivators were Mortal Dao Foundation builders, and only the boss and the sect leader were Earth Dao Foundation builders. But now, the boss was actually going to personally protect his sister as a Heavenly Dao Foundation builder. In this way, what kind of awesome would you and your sister have to be afterward? It's really exciting to think about it. Inside the cave, Li Mingru put his arm around Lin Xiaolu's shoulder and watched him giggle there, revealing a smile himself, then looked at the teenager whose size was almost catching up with his own, and on a whim passed the wine gourd in front of him. Brat, you've grown so tall all of a sudden. Accompany me to have a drink? Hey, yeah. Lin Xiaolu although grew up some, but the character did not change, or so big and bold. After all, the dog cannot change to eat well. Born not know what is called polite, he took the wine gourd, learned Li Mingru's appearance without hesitation to pour into the mouth. Suddenly feel spicy. Cough cough. The teenager burst into a fit of coughing straight up and blushing. Li Mingru laughed out loud when he saw this appearance and spoiled him by giving him a pat on the back. Chapter 107, The Agony of the Death Penalty. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaolu once again went up to the top of the snow-capped star-picking peak, and almost as soon as he reached the top of the mountain, he saw the blade that had already been built by Li Mingru. Yesterday, he had compressed the Beijing bronze into a huge 3-centimeter thick copper cake, and at this moment, it had completely transformed into a knife, a huge heavy knife. In the midst of a huge mountain rock at the top of Snow Mountain, a huge rectangular ancient green-colored giant sword was quietly inserted there, as if it was a wall. This is a knife with a length far exceeding that of a normal person. The length of the blade is a full 3.5 meters long. The width is about 30 centimeters wide. The hilt is half a meter. Even the thickness of the back of the blade is a staggering 3 centimeters, sticking in the middle of the snowy mountain rocks as if it were the top of the sky and the ground. And this bronze-colored heavy blade at the end of the blade, but also before and after the respective rectangular piece of copper plaque each hung 3 thick round copper ring. A glance, straight to people, a kind of violent atmosphere. As if this knife is not at all for people, but for the ancient beasts used by the peerless giant blade. Good lord, this sword is too domineering. Just thinking about the image of herself carrying this big knife out to cut people in the future, Lin Shalu was thrilled. At this moment, Li Mingru was standing with Yi Qingwan. Li Mingru was drinking wine by himself, while Yi Qingwan was eating an apple. She saw Lin Xiaolu come up and immediately her beautiful eyes lit up. Her pink cheeks were stuffed with fruit meat, and she vaguely said, "It's been a long time, Fawn." Lin Xiaolu was also very polite when she saw Yi Qingwan and went forward to pay her respects. Disciple Donghua Village's first bully, bloody-handed human slaughterer, master of the convincing people by virtue gang, MA Supreme Lin Xiaolu, meets sister sect leader. Put. Yi Qingluan covered her mouth and laughed straight away, going up and touching Lin Xiaolu's brain. You've grown so tall. The last time this sect leader saw you, you were only 8 years old. As soon as you came out of seclusion, you were 13 years old. You've turned into a handsome young male. Time passes so quickly. Hey, I think so too. Especially the handsome bit. Giggling twice, Lin Xiaolu looked at Li Mingru, who was drinking, and realized that his face was a bit pale. Boss, what's wrong with you? The teenager looked suspiciously at Li Mingru, who at the moment was pale and had a faint sweat on his forehead. On the side of the Yi Qingluan, nature is anxious. Open mouth for Lin Xiaolu explained, this mouth big dung bronze by you to build too much density. Too hard. Mingru yesterday spent a lot of effort to carve it into a knife. His kidneys are weak. Lin Xiaolu was a little embarrassed when he heard it, and quickly paid his thanks to Li Mingru, and advised him to eat more leeks, which can be aphrodisiacs. Li Mingru was so embarrassed that he glared at Yi Qingluan before he smiled and introduced him saying, little dear, this current Beijing bronze has become much lighter than the original, weighing 800,000 pounds, which should be enough for you to use. Lin Xiaolu nodded his head. The current him still couldn't lift such a heavy blade. After repeated exercises over the past few years, he could at most carry less than 20,000 pounds. Of course, when one had used the bloodline of a Jiedan realm demonic beast, one should be able to use it. In the middle of the field, Li Mingru and Lin Xiaolu joked and laughed a bit before bringing him to the exact same earthen pit as back then. Soaking your body in the blood of a Jiedan realm demonic beast will be dozens of times more painful than that of a Foundation Establishment realm demonic beast, and it will last for a much longer period of time, making it extremely painful. You must hold on. Only by soaking your flesh first can you continue to take it internally. Understand? The teenager nodded heavily. Understood. Li Mingru nodded, and after setting everything up, he used his gaze to signal Lin Xiaolu to go down. The 13-year-old did not hesitate, directly took off his Taoist robe and jumped into the deep pit in his white pants, and after sitting cross-legged, Li Mingru raised his hand and from his nascent ring, sprayed out red plasma. This is the four-winged dragon Jiao that Master commissioned a few deceased people to hunt. Its bloodline is overbearing to the extreme. Hold on. The plasma that didn't carry a trace of fishy odor gushed out in a big way, touching Lin Xiaolu's skin in a matter of moments and flooding his chest position in just a few seconds. Lin Xiaolu closed his eyes and silently endured. He didn't make any noise. Only the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and his eyebrows trembled lightly. And when Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan felt that there was nothing wrong, the teenager in the blood pool suddenly opened his blood-red eyes. Hiss! An inhuman roar suddenly exploded, and the Lin Xiaolu within the pool of blood spasmed and twitched irregularly. His veins rippled, and he roared harshly in pain, while not long after, 2 channels of black blood gushed out directly from his nose and eyes. Yi Qingluan was startled when she saw this scene. Even Li Mingru was shocked and hesitated to fish this disciple of hers up. Aha! The blood pool within the teenager pained straight from the throat issued a hoarse hiss. Black blood from his eyes and nose continued to flow. The whole person pain tearing lungs, and finally even violently raised his hands, fiercely grabbed at their own face. Straight to the teenager's clean face grabbed the blood and flesh. Such a shocking scene. Watching Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan were both slightly uncomfortable. Li Mingru was even nervous and pinched his fists. Fawn, hang in there. You can do it. It may hurt more at first, but it gets much better later on as you get used to it. Hold on. Hold on. Think about your martial arts. Think about your dreams of bullying. By the blood pool, Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan cheered him on one by one, while what responded to them was still just hissing as if they were wild beasts. Li Mingru was instantly anxious at the sight of this, and hurriedly squatted down by the blood pool, sending the gourd filled with spirits toward him. Have some wine. It doesn't hurt as much when you have some wine. Hiss. Lin Xiaolu violently raised his hands, which had already begun to fester, and snatched the wine gourd, tilting his head back and pouring it into his mouth, drinking an entire gourd's worth of spirits in one gulp. Roar, 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 roar. Perhaps it was the paralyzing effect of the spirits. The teenager's hissing was indeed a bit smaller, and in order to prevent this guy from biting off his tongue due to the intense pain, Yi Qingluan gagged his mouth with a dry towel again and looked at him heartily. The teenager just kept soaking in the pool of blood, forcing himself not to go crazy with the last shred of sanity left in his body. This kind of pain is continuous, and will not become lighter because of soaking for a long time, and can only slowly let his body adapt to it. At this moment, the teenager only feels that every hour and every second seems to have passed an infinite length of time, and this kind of torment makes his whole body hurt so much that he straightly takes his fists and blasts his head. Li Mingru and Yi Qingluan guarded the blood pool the entire time. They didn't have the slightest way to do anything. They could only watch helplessly as the teenager convulsed, trembled, and struggled within the blood pool. In the blood pool, Lin Xiaolu's body was fragmented because of the plasma, then slowly repaired because of the plasma. then fragmented again, week after week, as if it was endless. No one knew when this torture would stop, only that in the midst of this torture, if Lyn Xiaolu slightly shook the beliefs in her heart, her sanity would immediately be devoured by her animalistic nature, and she would either completely turn into a crazy monster or explode and die. Li Mingru and Yi Qinghuan just kept on guarding him, not daring to leave for a moment. They were very worried. Every moment they were worried that the next second Lyn Shalu would explode or suddenly fall into a seizure. Day after day passed, and during this period, all Li Mingru could do was to feed Lyn Xiaolu a large amount of strong alcohol every day, so that he could use the alcohol to paralyze his nerves, which would make him feel slightly better. Many times, he looked at his disciple's miserable appearance, and to be honest, he couldn't help but feel some redness in his eyes. It was too cruel. For a teenager, such torture was too cruel. Good thing, he endured it, and endured it for exactly 33 days. After 33 days of being tortured worse than death, the blood water in the blood pool only began to gradually become turbid, and Lyn Xiaolu, who was no longer humanoid, finally slowly regained her sanity, and the blood color in her eyes began to fade away. Only after seeing this scene did Li Mingru heave a sigh of relief. Yi Qinghuan even couldn't help but cover her mouth and cried out. She was more sentimental in mind, knowing that the pain this child experienced was no less than the lynching of 1,000 cuts, and he actually just endured the pain of the lynching, hard to bear for more than a month. After a long time, inside the blood pool, the teenager who had recovered, weakly looked at the boss and sect leader in front of him, and with difficulty revealed a smile. Boss, am I good? Li Mingru nodded heavily and gave him a thumbs up. Awesome. Lin Xiaolu laughed and then spoke. Feed me beast blood. Li Mingru hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 108, The End of the Martial Way? He pulled Fawn up and raised his hand to brush the blood off of him, and a ball of blood coalesced in his palm. Fawn, after drinking this blood ball, immediately go and wield the Daigong bronze to work out, and keep working out until you are off your feet. Good. Although the teenager was a bit weak, he still didn't hesitate and swallowed the blood ball with an open mouth, then immediately ran towards the giant blade stuck in the mountain rock, and when he was halfway through his run, he suddenly went all twitchy. Roar! A roar that was even more violent than before rushed through the sky, and its enormous sound wave caused the snowflakes on top of the entire star-picking peak to start stirring. As soon as Li Mingru saw this, he immediately laid down a spiritual spell to control the sound wave that Lyn Xiaolu roared out, preventing it from causing an avalanche. Drink! The teenager whose eyes turned blood red again hissed and leapt in place, directly leaping out a dozen meters away, pouncing on the huge blade in front of him, and in the next moment, the 800,000-pound heavy Daijing bronze weapon rose up from the ground, and was plucked out of the mountain rock alive by him, revealing its full appearance. Under the sunlight, the 4-meter-long Daijing bronze was glowing with an ancient greenish pale light, revealing the neatly beveled tip of the blade, and the moment Lyn Xiaolu got his hands on the blade, he automatically reached the realm of the unity of man alone. After 5 years of handcrafting the blade hammer by hammer, no one knew the blade better than him, and at the moment, he was holding the huge half-meter-long hilt in one hand, and the long back of the blade was carried directly to his shoulder, revealing a peerless and domineering temperament in his entire person. The body of the blade was 4 meters, and the 13-year-old teenager was only 1 meter 6.5 tall, such that he was carrying such a huge blade, giving people an extreme sense of unreality. But this sense of unreality, but also with a kind of sheer dominance. Swing the sword. Swing it until it comes off. Li Mingru was the first to give the order, and Lyn Xiaolu didn't hesitate when he heard it, flinging up the 800,000 kilograms of Daijing bronze to swing the blade. In that instant, the terrifying weight of the Dagung bronze combined with the power generated by the speed at which he swung the sword almost caused the heavens and earth to lose their colors. It made even Yi Qinghuan in the distance's beautiful eyes slightly startled, and straight away, she felt a little heartbeat, and what was even more exaggerated was that with such a blade, Lyn Xiaolu could already hold it in one hand. On the top of the snowy mountain, the teenager, with his head in the sky and his body in the wind and snow, wielded a huge Daijing bronze weapon, whose violent blade wind whistled past, directly blowing a burst of violent wind, and he had clearly practiced the 8 swords of the Genie Way of the royal capital of the northern Liang kingdom. Li Mingru looked at the wind and snow constantly waving the blade of the teenager. The eyes are also colorful. Directly wine or not drinking. Turn your head to the side of the Yi Qinghuan arrogant senior sister. When you tentatively appointed Lyn Xiaolu as an inner disciple for a period of 5 years, now that the 5 years have come and gone, what do you think? Hearing this, Yi Qinghuan glared at Li Mingru and pouted. What am I looking at? He's still an inner disciple chanting. This little guy is already stronger than even your eldest disciple now, right? Ha 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 ha. Li Mingru laughed a few times. If Yaoshi were to take on Xiaodir, It's true that it would be hard enough to beat him, but Yaoshi is able to fly, so if he wants to run away, he can always run away. Yi Qingwan couldn't help but roll her eyes nicely at the words. Look at that. Is that ing human? Foundation realm cultivators facing martial artists can only run now? This ing. But although she was a bit unconvinced on her lips, she didn't say anything. After all, she just couldn't stand the sight of Li Mingru's dejected appearance. And to Lin Xiaolu, she really did have some fondness for her. How the boy had gotten through those 33 days was evident to her and Li Mingru. Imagine, a 13-year-old half-grown child, to bear the pain of Lingji such torture for a month. Actually froze not crazy. This was no longer a matter of trying hard or not. This looked at the entire MA. It was estimated that no one could endure. People like this deserve to be awesome. Perhaps Li Mingru was a good master and gave him some resources to practice martial arts. But which of these resources did not rely on 1,000 dangers to endure? Whether it was the 5 years of uninterrupted sword casting exercise, or the method of beast blood to strengthen the body. Looking at the entire divine state, how many teenage prides could do it? And to be honest, this method of exercising the body with beast blood wasn't a big secret, and cultivators could use it. But how many cultivators dared to use it? Can they, like Fang, endure over a month of lynching without breaking down? So, suffering, hard work is also divided into classes. Like Lin Xiaolu such extreme suffers. As long as there is a little opportunity, he will do whatever it takes to achieve the ultimate. Completely do not regard themselves as people to taste the pain. Is the real people who act against the heavens? Thinking of this, Yi Qingwan's gaze towards the teenager added a few more points of admiration. What a hard-working and strong little guy ah. It's just a pity that the lifespan of a martial artist is like a heavenly rift that can't be broken. On the peak of the picking star, Lyn Shalu, in order to completely absorb the beast blood in the body, endured the internal organs were burning fire, severe pain, desperately swinging the knife. Weighing 800,000 pounds of large gung bronze by him over and over again to perform the genie weigh 8 knives. And it was another 10 days of practicing. It took 10 days of wielding the giant blade day and night to finally allow him to absorb the essence blood of the Jedan realm demonic beasts, as well as thoroughly mastering the 8 blades of the brocade guard. Inside the cave, Li Mingru used his spiritual power to push the tray in front of him towards the teenager, on top of which was a whole charcoal roasted whole cow. You haven't eaten in over 40 days. Eat? Lin Xiaolu was also not polite. Grinning broadly, he put the big gung bronze to the side, picked up a cow leg and began to gnaw on it. Eat slow and slow like. Li Mingru held the wine gourd and looked kindly at the wolfing teenager. Take off your load after eating. Halfway through eating, Lin Xiaolu froze for a moment and queried, Boss, do I not need to wear weights anymore? No, it's just that 500 pounds of load is too light for you right now. After saying that, he raised his hand and wiped it, and a new set of weights immediately appeared in front of the teenager, all of which were not large, only that they were all inscribed with complex talismans. This set of weight-bearing for the master to add 10,000 pounds spell. 2 hand rings, each 50,000 pounds. 2 leg rings, each 100,000 pounds. Weight-bearing kanji 200,000 pounds. A total of 500,000 pounds. Lin Xiaolu was confused. For a moment she felt like the beef in her mouth didn't even smell good anymore. Bulging her face like a little meat bun. Glaring angrily at Li Mingru. Boss, you are also too good at playing right. I'm already 800,000 pounds with the staging bronze. Plus this set of loads. That's a full one. 300,000 pounds ah. I'm still growing my body ah. And with such a heavy load, walking will collapse the ground. Right? No. The charm on this load is only effective for the wearer. It is useless for dead things like the ground. Turn back for the teacher to find capable people to make you a good gadget, so that you can freely stow away the big gung-ho bronzes, so that you don't turn back to carry it and walk, and really step on the mountain paths of the picking star to collapse. When this word came out, Lin Xiaolu was even more angry, and he realized that he could not escape from this weight today. The boss was so damn well prepared. Inside the cave, Li Mingru looked at the teenager's puffed-up meatbag appearance and laughed straight through his stomach. He laughed for a few moments before voluntarily skipping over the subject and opening his mouth about something else. Smiley face. Little dear ah, you have already experienced the second beast blood. This road of martial arts has basically come to an end, because the third time you use the beast blood, the possibility of death or losing your mind is too great. Even for the teacher's book of the remnants of the book above is clearly written. The so-called third time to use the beast blood is just a theory. After all, the last perseverance teenager who used the third time to use the beast blood went crazy. So how you will subsequently continue to improve your martial Dao, I don't know anymore. Lin Xiaolu was a bit confused, and after a long time, he silently nodded and continued to eat the beef without a word. And Li Mingru continued, one way of martial arts. The teacher feels that you have gone to the extreme. How to go behind is up to you. It just so happens that in a few days Xiaolu is going to build the foundation. The teacher is going to help her to build the foundation of the heavenly way. She may have to shut down for a few years. That long? Lin Xiaolu was surprised. Isn't base building as little as a few days? Or as much as a month or two? That was ordinary foundation building. Li Mingru explained, Heavenly Dao foundation establishment is very difficult. Even if Xiaolu is more talented, it will take at least a few years. Of course, the greater the effort, the greater the gain. Compared to the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment and the Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, with the same cultivation, the Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment is more prone to break through to Yuaning, whereas the limit of the Mortal Dao Foundation establishment the majority of them can only go up to Yuaning. Chapter 109, Seeking Martial Arts? 2 days later, Lin Xiaolu received a small silver-colored bracelet, which was the organizer that Li Mingru had found a capable person to make for him. Received the bracelet. Lin Xiaolu was naturally very happy, although his mouth is reluctant to admit, but in fact has always been very envious of other cultivators have a nascent sacrifice ring. Even Chen and Yanyun have, but there is no spiritual power in his body. The nascent sacrifice ring to him cannot be used, and this bracelet is different. This secret silver bracelet does not need spiritual power to use. It and the Big Gung bronze together was under a complex connection spell. Only a single storage Big Gung bronze, other cannot be loaded, but it is not bad. Now Lin Xiaolu, as long as the bracelet to open the above secret silver buckle, you can manually turn on the inside of the spirit stone, and then from the independent secret silver space, pulled out 4 meters long Big Gung bronze. From a distance, it looks like a hand inserted into some other dimensional space out of thin air, and then slowly pull out a large knife from the middle of nothing. Very handsome. And after gifting the disciple with the secret silver bracelet, Li Mingru took little Yuer into seclusion. And the location of the seclusion was within the cave behind the waterfall on the broken cliff of Star Picking Peak. Before he left, Li Mingru also specifically instructed him to listen to Sister Miao Xin, not to be naughty, and to focus on martial arts. Thus, in the entire Star Picking Peak, only the young Lin Xiaolu was left, clinging to senior sister Miao Xin. His life hadn't changed much. He worked out every day as he should, and everything seemed to be the same as before. The only thing that made him more depressed was that he seemed to be practicing to the end, because all the body functions were far beyond normal people. This made him learn martial arts very fast. Many complex techniques he could do skillfully almost after watching them once. After his sister and master closed down, in less than a month's time, he had practiced horizontal qigong, 8-pole fist, tai jiquan, flying dagger, yuan yang step, and the 8 swords of Jinyui, all of which had been practiced to a great success. Then, his strength stopped here. Stopped. Perhaps it was just like what Li Mingru had said. All the way to the martial arts path. He had basically come to the end. This feeling made Lin Xiaolu feel panicked, fearing that in the future he would only be able to maintain this stage of stopping, and then slowly grow up, waiting until he was in his 30s or 40s when his physical ability declined, slowly becoming weaker, and ultimately dying helplessly. This kind of martial arts career where one could see the head at a glance was nothing short of torture for someone like him. At noon, inside the meal hall, the 13-year-old teenager was sullenly eating hot pot. He looked at the red oil hot soup mixed with peppercorns and ginger slices inside the hot pot, rolled with tender mutton and tripe. His eyes were lifeless. Elder brother Shaolin, beef meatballs. Monkey Sanner came in with a pot of beef meatballs and set them on the table for him with a smile, only to see Lin Xiaolu's crying little face. Monkey Sanner froze, somewhat surprised by the little guy's unhappiness, and asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior brother Shaolin? Is the hot pot not good?" Lin Xiaolu pouted her lips and shook her head, muttering, "I'm so bored eating alone, and I can't improve my martial arts." Monkey Sanner sniffed and sat beside him, comforting him with concern. Junior sister Xiaolu came out after 2 or 3 years. This is a very normal thing in the immortal cultivation world, like that eldest senior brother, who was in seclusion until now, and then like our sect leader, who has been cultivating for more than 200 years, and has been in seclusion for cultivation almost all of the time. Everyone is like this, but I'm not. Lin Xiaolu complained to Monkey Sanner, "Yesterday I wanted to go find Little Egg and the others to play, but they were all practicing and were locked up by the elders of each vein and couldn't get out. Even the Rakshasa ghost woman didn't come out. I was so bored." Monkey Three Children sniffed and scratched his head. For a time there is no good way. Cultivation. Everyone is basically so, into the cultivation of the right track. Very few people will be like Li Mingru all day nothing to do. Almost everyone is scrambling to work for the avenue, but Lin Xiaolu cannot. He has already put the conventional martial arts to the end. When other people cultivated, putting aside minor goals such as becoming stronger and revitalizing the clan, the ultimate goal was to live forever. But Lin Xiaolu was different. he was destined to be unable to live forever. Inside the compartment, the teenager sullenly picked up a chopstick of mutton roll, dipped it in the seasoning and stuffed it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as he said, "Monkey Sanner, do you think there's any other way for me to become stronger?" This, Monkey Sanner had a difficult face. How could he, an outer disciple, know about something that this elderly didn't even know about? The atmosphere at the table was a little quiet for a while. After a long time, Lyn Xiaolu sighed and lamented, "So lonely if Li Yaoshi that mountain cannon out of the slip or just take him to practice knife." Hey! Monkey Sanner sniffed a bit and couldn't help himself. He had seen that great gung bronze of senior brother Shaolin's, and at that time, after senior brother Shaolin had obtained that giant blade, he couldn't wait to show it off in front of himself and the other outer sect disciples. The gung bronze is really just scary to look at, and he still remembers the image of Lin Xiaolu stomping the ground down after playing a whole set of knife skills in the courtyard of the dining hall. Elder brother Shaolin, Monkey Sanner spoke with some hesitation. "If you still want to continue pursuing the martial Tao, I actually think that you are able to leave the sect and travel a bit." Lin Xiaolu glanced at Monkey Sanner in surprise, somewhat surprised by Monkey Sanner's suggestion. "Back then, you learned Taijiquan when you came back from Daiyue, as well as inch power and avalanche power, and then created your own twofold dark power. So I think you can go and travel the divine kingdom, learn all the martial arts in the world, and gather all the strengths of 100 schools of thought into one body, so that you might be able to improve your martial arts realm as well." Lin Xiaolu's eyes snapped open when she heard this. "Yeah, you can learn another martial art yourself." Although it was said that one's energy was limited, and it was best for the average martial artist to specialize in only one martial art, but one's own enlightenment and physical strength had already been awesome to an unimaginable degree, so it was definitely not possible to think in terms of common sense. When he created the second dark power, didn't his fighting power increase by a large margin? A single punch had eliminated that what's-his-name white family head. Then one could indeed go and learn other martial arts, and then make new innovations by combining the strengths of 100 schools of thought. At the dinner table, Monkey Sanner continued to voice his opinion, saying to the teenager, "Anyway, elderly and junior sister you are going to be in seclusion for a few years, and your physical body has already reached the so-called extreme, so it would be better to travel around and seek a breakthrough." After saying that, Monkey Sanner knew that he had slipped up and laughed a little. "Junior brother Shaolin, this is just my personal thought. In fact, you can go and ask senior sister Miao Xian or ask the sect leader. After all, this is something that I, an outer disciple, don't really understand." No, Monkey Sanner, what you said makes sense." As if awakening from a dream, Lin Xiaolu had an excited look on her face, and held Monkey Sanner's hand. "You're right. I'm having a hard time progressing with my current workouts anyway, so I really might as well go out and travel a bit and learn another martial art." After saying that, he then smiled and patted Monkey Sanner's shoulder. "Don't always look down on yourself. Although the sect master and senior sister Miao Xian's cultivation is higher than yours, but martial arts they don't know. In this piece they are all similar to you. Everyone is unique. The world is so big, there can't be a second you." Monkey Sanner's heart fluttered when he heard this, and looking at Lin Xiaolu's clean teenage face, the enthusiasm in his eyes increased a few more points. Yeah, everyone is unique. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu suddenly became happy, and suddenly felt that the depression of the past few days was much less. It's good to go down the mountain. You can meet new people, have a good time, and improve your experience and knowledge. It's just not too good. Monkey Sanner looked at the excited teenager and smiled bitterly, advising, "Junior brother Lin, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. After all, you're still too young. It's not safe for you to go down the mountain alone. Elderly is in seclusion. You must ask senior sister Miaoxin before asking the sect leaders." However, the excited Lin Xiaolu had completely lost his ears. The teenage heart could not wait to leave now, and directly smiled boldly. "I'm going to tell senior sister and sister sect master after I finish eating that I'm going down the mountain and I'm going on a martial arts quest." Chapter 110, I want to travel down the mountain. You're going down? May Peak. Inside the Green Luan Hall, Yi Qingluan was wearing a beautiful white long dress, sitting cross-legged on the cushion, holding a watermelon in her arms and was digging into it with a silver spoon. As she ate, she looked at the teenager in front of her with her beautiful eyes in surprise, a trace of crimson watermelon juice hanging from the corner of her mouth, and said vaguely, "Did you tell Myriad Heart?" "Not yet." Lin Xiaolu shook her head and laughed. "My senior sister can't let me go. She definitely won't agree. So I came to find sister sect leader first. As long as you agree, my senior sister should also agree." Yi Qingluan heard the beautiful eyes bent into two small crescents, looking at the young man. Young smile. "I was halfway to closing when you called me out. Now I'm in a particularly bad mood and can only eat watermelon to remove the fire." Why do you think this sect leader would agree? Moreover, your master's father is closed. The whole I am the biggest. How can I let you fool around? If your master's father and Xiaolu come out of the closed door, and find that you have disappeared, then they shall not beat me to death. I don't dare to let you go. Lyn Shalu listened in a daze and looked at Yi Qingluan in surprise. You're the sect leader, ah? Could it be that you're still afraid of my master? Of course I'm afraid. Yi Qingluan greatly admitted, if your master is in a good mood, the whole he is only under my one person. If he is in a bad mood, half of the divine states Yuaning standing in front of him, it is also one person. Like me, he can slap and cry for a long time. The teenager was confused. Is your boss so powerful? He's so powerful, can he know it himself? But, didn't my master's father suffer a very serious injury, and his cultivation level has dropped to Jiedan? Lin Xiaolu continued to pursue the question undeterred. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Not to mention that his strength has always been very mysterious. Hell knows how many cards he's kept. Back when he was still a foundation establishment, he violently beat up a Jiedan. Can you imagine? 3 Jiedan stage elders were hung up and hammered by one of his foundation establishment stage teenagers. After saying that, Yi Qingluan dug down a piece of watermelon and handed it to the teenager's mouth with a smile. Lin Xiaolu looked at the red watermelon in front of him, scratched his head without daring to eat it, and cautiously prompted, Sister Palm, I'm a boy. Oh yeah, I forgot. Yi Qingluan was embarrassed for a moment and stuffed the watermelon back into her mouth and continued to eat happily. Lin Fawn, I can't imagine that you understand the difference between men and women now. Yi Qingluan gave a cute smile and complimented. Little dear, you're quite smart. Unlike me, I'm still a bit confused until now. When I was a child, your master called me stupid senior sister every day. Lin Xiaolu rolled his eyes helplessly. He could feel that this sect master of his was not very smart. His brain was probably not much better than Tang Yuan. Mother asterisk her. Looks like he's met his match, but he didn't die, and continued to beg in a serious manner. Sister Palm sect, you let me go. I promise not to cause any trouble, and I'll be back soon. No, the devil knows how long you will disappear after you come down from the mountain. 3 years later the yellow sky mirage will be opened. I still have to arrange for you and Xiaolu to participate. What is the yellow sky mirage? Lin Xiaolu asked curiously. That's a secret realm that opens once every 10 years. And each sect in the divine state will send outstanding disciples under the age of 20 to participate, to go inside and seek out the opportunities left behind by the last 3 sects. After saying that, Yi Qingluan took the initiative to skip this topic and laughed. Since you can't grow in strength anymore, then stay in star picking. Isn't it comfortable for me, sister, to feed you with good food and drink? But that's so boring. Lin Xiaolu spoke blearily. I want to continue to get stronger to appreciate the world's martial arts. That doesn't work. Yi Qingluan once again rebuffed, put on a look of oil and salt, which could make Lin Xiaolu angry. His temper came up. Who did not hang directly to Yi Qingluan angrily. I'll definitely be back in 3 years. I don't believe it. Then I'll be awesome and I won't charge you protection money. I don't have any money. You can't take me. Sister Palm, I'll bring you something delicious. I can eat whatever I want. Lin Xiaolu's sad face. The teenager's angry cheeks bulged once again. He realized that Yi Qingluan's character was just like a child's. She froze and put up an I don't listen stance, so that Lin Xiaolu couldn't do anything at all. It was the first time he had encountered such an opponent since he had grown up, and it was really too much to handle. Inside the ancient temple, the teenager didn't speak again for a while, and Yi Qingluan just ate the watermelon leisurely, with a look that you can say whatever you like. Sister, I just don't listen. For a long time, the watermelon was dug clean. She also ate enough, patted a picture of the small hand cozy burp, and then looked at the sullen teenager in front of her and laughed. Really want to go down the mountain? Lin Xiaolu and said with a sad little face. Little egg, Tang Yuan, Chen Yanyun and the rest of them are practicing every day. My sister is also closed. I'm particularly bored alone in the sect, although I exercise every day. It's no longer of much use. In the words of the boss, the conventional martial arts path has already been taken to the head by me, and there's no way to raise it any further. Yi Qingluan smiled at his words. Then after a slight contemplation, he lightly said, it's not impossible to let you come down from the mountain, but this sect leader has 3 conditions. 3? So many. Lin Xiaolu flattened her mouth. This is still much. Yi Qingluan laughed and scolded, you're not going down the mountain for a day or two, but a year or two. This is already very little. Okay. She didn't have the good sense to say, the first condition is the yellow sky mirage. This is a big deal. Don't ask what the yellow sky mirage is. Anyway, you must come back within 3 years. Do you understand? What if I can't come back? Lin Xiaolu asked rhetorically. Can't come back? Yi Qingluan came up to Lin Xiaolu. Her red lips tilted, revealing a devilishly bad smile. Kid, your sister is still in the hands of this master. If you can't come back, do you believe that this master and your sister will die together? Lin Xiaolu. I. He was instantly enraged and blared at Yi Qingwan. If you bully my sister, my boss will beat you. You said it yourself. You can't beat my boss. Yeah, it's true that we can't beat it, but it's still possible to die with your sister. Yi Qingwan smiled badly and continued to scare Lin Fawn. He helplessly nodded his head in agreement. What other conditions do you have? Sister Palm. Go ahead and say it. It's not much. The second condition is that you have to convince Mythic, not hold me over her. As soon as Lin Xiaolu heard that the second condition was this, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. He had only come to convince the sister sect leader in order to have more confidence when mentioning it to his senior sister, and from the very beginning he had never thought of using the sister sect leader's oracles to pressure his senior sister. What's the third condition? The teenager continued to ask. The third condition is also very simple. Before you go down the mountain, you have to leave a drop of your essence blood to be your life lamp, so that if you encounter any great danger, this sect leader and your master will also be aware of it, so that they can go over to save you at that time. Lin Xiaolu was slightly stunned when she heard this, and her heart that was originally a bit resentful towards Yi Qingwan warmed up a lot. In fact, many of the people in MA were quite kind to themselves and really loved themselves and their sister. He agreed and then followed Yi Qingwan to a room filled with candles, allowing her to take a piece of her essence blood from her fingertip and light the so-called benthic lamp. Alright, go and convince Miao Xin. As long as you convince her, this sect leader will let you come down tomorrow. The teenager happily clasped his fists at Yi Qingwan. Thank you, sister sect master. That night, Lin Xiaolu went to Lin Xiaolu immediately after returning to Peking Star, informing him of his desire to travel down the mountain, and to his surprise, Lin Xiaolu directly agreed, without the slightest bit of hesitation of the kind. Chapter 111, Descent from the Mountain. Inside the room, Lin Xiaolu stood in a daze, confusion written all over her small face. He really didn't expect that his senior sister would agree to his descent from the mountain so easily, which made his originally prepared bellyful of persuasion unable to speak, and for a while he was a bit at a loss for words. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw him looking like he was suffering from a loss. Elder sister, see you have been moping lately. No, you can't sit still. Go down the mountain is good. More experience. But the mortal world is not compared to the sect. Be careful in all things. Meet people in trouble, try not to dispute with people. Cannot do it. Do not do it. After she finished speaking, she pinched Lin Xiaolu's face dotingly and said softly, after you go down the mountain, elder sister will be left alone in Peking Star. Remember to come back early. Aha. The teenager nodded his head heavily and looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was already 22 years old, in front of him, but her appearance had not changed at all, and said joyfully, senior sister, I will bring you a gift. Lin Xiaolu smiled gently and gave a few more instructions, and when the deer agreed one by one and went back to bed, she stopped practicing, lit a candle in the room, and then took out a few pieces of silk cloth, as well as streamers and silver needles, and silently sewed something under the quiet candlelight. Early the next morning, Lin Xiaolu was excited after waking up from her bed, and couldn't wait to wash herself with the dust cleansing pill before going to the catering hall to have her morning meal. He is going down the mountain today, which makes him inevitably a little excited. In the dining hall with the morning meal and monkey 3 children and their heavenly bragging around of cowhide, yelling that after he goes down the mountain will certainly learn the highest and deepest martial arts, do a career, fame, realize their own ambitions. Almost all of the outer disciples from the meal hall had also come. One by two they were urging Lin Xiaolu about what they would do after they left the mountain, and in their words many of them carried some reluctance. Junior brother Shaolin, if it's not fun outside, come back earlier, we have nothing else here, but enough good food and drink. Yes, senior brother Shaolin, you eat more today. You won't be able to eat the porridge I cooked outside. Senior brother Shaolin, come back earlier. Maybe by the time you come back, I'll have become an inner disciple. Lin Xiaolu listened to the group's words of farewell, and for some reason his nose was also sore, but he was so good at face-saving that he purposely pretended to be unconcerned, and smiled broadly. I'll be back to see you all soon, and I'll even catch you a big tiger to eat then. The crowd laughed out loud. The young teenager stayed in the meal hall for more than an hour, and after he had eaten and drank enough and said goodbye to the group and returned to the courtyard, he found Lin Xiaolu waiting for him. Senior sister, let's set off. The youngster laughed cheerfully, knowing that senior sister Miao Xian was going to send herself down the mountain. Lin Xiaolu smiled and didn't rush off, but took out a piece of sewn cloth bag and held it out, as well as a piece of blue tassel. The cloth bag and tassel were both sewn and woven by her last night, and she stayed up all night until morning. Lin Xiaolu tenderly hung the blue tassel for the teenager in front of her. The tassel was cute, bulging and round, with blue streamers dangling below, and embroidered with the 5 words Ame, Lin Xiao dear. The teenager loved it as if he had gotten a new toy. Elder sister, you're so powerful. I didn't realize you had this skill. Lin Xiaolu smiled, and let him carry the small cloth bag on his back again, and instructed, there are many countries in the mortal world, and the silver bills of each country are different. So senior sister didn't prepare any silver bills for you, and only a dozen or so gold ingots were put in it, as well as a box of dust cleansing Dan. The gold ingots are saved to be spent. Got it? Don't worry senior sister. If I run out of money I'll go collect protection money and make sure I don't starve. Lyn Shalu said heartlessly. Li Miaoxin sniffed and raised her hand to knock him a bit. Not good-naturedly said, all 13 years old into an adult. How is it still this kind of demeanor? To remember, to be a person, to do things, to do not walk on evil paths, not to deceive the dark room, accumulate virtues, compassionate heart in things, not ashamed of heaven and earth, not ashamed of the original heart. Lin Xiaolu froze, her eyes wide and puzzled. What does senior sister mean by that? Li Miaoxian looked at him and smiled. Being a human being can't take the path of evil. Everything should be done without hiding, without secret deception. Do more good deeds, accumulate more merit, send out compassion, not ashamed of heaven and earth, not ashamed of the heart. Remember? Too long to remember. Then copy it 10 times first, and after that senior sister will send you down the mountain. Lin Xiaolu. Soon, Lin Shalu carried a small cloth bag with a tassel on her waist and led Li Miaoxin's hand down to star-picking peak. Along the way, Li Miaoxin admonished him and asked him to recite the proverb he had just recited over and over again, and soon he managed to recite it backwards as well. And as the teenager followed Li Miaoxin cheekily through the turquoise bamboo forested mountain paths and was about to arrive at the mountain gates of star-picking, he saw several familiar figures. A bunch of teenagers as old as 15 or 16 and as young as 12 or 13 were standing in line waiting for him. Lin Xiaolu saw so many people at the entrance of the mountain, first startled, thought that he had encountered a fellow hijacker, and then saw the visitor clearly before he was surprised. Aren't you guys in cultivation? Why are you all here? You'll have to ask Tang Yuan about that. Chen Yanyun, who had been waiting for a long time, held his arms and laughed. He said that he watched the sky at night last night and realized that the Big Dipper had moved southward and the greedy wolf flared its green light, so he figured out that you were going to come down the mountain today. Lin Xiaolu glared at the cockeyed and runny-nosed teenager and complimented him with a leathery smile. It's really worthy of being the warlord of my virtue-convincing gang. You actually have this skill. You're damn talented. Tang Yuan wiped his nose and looked at Lin Xiaolu giggling. You're absolutely right about that. Gang master. That silly look made Li Miaoxin cover her mouth and laugh. Dear. The chubby Dongfang egg pounced over and hugged Lin Xiaolu, bawling, don't go. If you leave, we'll have no one to lead the virtue gang. Lin Xiaolu was uncomfortable being hugged by this little fatty, and was afraid that he would wipe his nose on himself, so she popped him in the head and asked Chen Yanyun, Chen Erong, do you want to join our convincing people by virtue gang? Me? Chen Yanyun was surprised for a moment, and the surrounding children looked up at him in unison. He froze for a moment, then shook his head. I'm not joining. I don't want to be your little brother. I'm several years older than you. It's too embarrassing to call you big brother. Fine. You'll regret it later. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu announced to her little friends, this gangmaster is going down to the mountains to search for high-level martial arts, and Xiao Yuer is also in seclusion, so during the time I'm not here, everyone will listen to Egg. Yes, the children responded. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head in satisfaction, then went up to shake hands, hug, and say goodbye to the small group of friends one by one, and when he finished saying goodbye to everyone and came to Tang Yuan, he realized that Tang Yuan was actually carrying a sack. Lin Xiaolu's heart immediately tightened. This one's not going down with him, is he? No. This stuff is young and witty to such a degree. If you go down the mountain with yourself, then whether you can live out of the MA boundary is only a problem. At the moment, the fearful teenager, in a cold sweat, looked at Sourdough's intelligent doe-eyed eyes and gave a kind smile. Sourdough, what are you? Chapter 112, Goodbye, May. Dear, this is my gift for you. Tang Yuan giggled as he flung the sack behind him to the ground. And once he opened it, it was full of densely packed black pills. Hiss. Looking at the full sack of pills, everyone present was a little numb. Even Li Miaoxian was slightly surprised. Lin Xiaolu looked at the witty teenager in front of him in horror, unable to speak the words of fear, hesitant to take him for sword practice. What kind of pills do you have here? He decided to give Sourdough another chance and didn't draw his sword right away. Brother dear, I asked my master, and my master again asked the sect leader under my coercion. Oh no. Good words, and learned that you brother dear, are going down the mountain to seek martial arts. So I prepared these. While saying this, Tang Yuan took out 3 black pills from inside the bag under the surrounding children spectators and proudly introduced them. These are the only 3 kinds of pills in here, which are very useful and can save lives at critical moments. Oh, Lyn Xiaolu curiously looked at the 3 rounded pills. Soup dumplings also did not ink. Picked up one and began to introduce, this kind. After eating it, you can directly poop. The kind that can turn out to be poop even if there is no poop. Lin Fawn. Others. What the hell is the use of this? Lin Xiaolu exasperatedly shouted after a brief moment of stagnation. You can change even if you don't have it yet. You're afraid I'll starve on the road, aren't you? You're so witty, you know. Tang Yuan was startled to see Lin Xiaolu get angry and quickly explained. Brother dear, this elixir is used in this way. Listen to me explain it to you. That is, if you meet a very powerful enemy then you eat this elixir and then you will have diarrhea. But this diarrhea isn't from the ass. Where is that from? Eastern Egg asked curiously. Sourdough grinned with pride, from the pores. Think about it, when so many people are about to hit deer suddenly shakes his tiger and reveals an evil impetuous smile. Then the next second he is covered in. Then who dares to get close to deer? I estimate that the Yuaning can be scared away. It's simply not too powerful. Everyone in the arena was confused, and Li Miaoxin even instantly covered her mouth and almost didn't vomit. Are all kids so good at this nowadays? It's crazy. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu listened to Tang Yuan's introduction in a daze, while Tang Yuan asked him with a face full of joy, brother dear, such a good elixir, do you like it? Lin Xiaolu looked at Tang Yuan, and after a moment, he suddenly grabbed a handful of his own hair and yelled like a madman, I'll kill you today, don't even live. Help! Tang Yuan gave a ghostly cry of fright and turned around with his short legs and ran. The group also dissuaded the fuming Lin Xiaolu, and it was not easy to persuade him to stabilize. Sourdough. This elixir is too costly, isn't it? Covered in. I can't even imagine what that must look like. Chen Yanyun said to the teenager with the runny nose, and many cultivators have long-range attack spirit spells. What do you do when people are far away and hit you with their spells? This is the time to use my second elixir. With snot hanging out of his nose, Tang Yuan glanced fearfully at Lin Xiaolu, whose chest was heaving violently, fearing that he would beat himself up, and hurriedly pulled out a second elixir. Brother dear, this elixir is specialized for long-distance spirit magic. After eating it, brother dear, you'll briefly have the ability to, so you'll be able to escape at that time. In the middle of the field, a few children couldn't hold on completely, covering their mouths and running to the side to vomit. Even as strong as Chen Yanyun felt a little nauseous. Their stomachs fluttered and it was hard to bear. Tang Yuan, however, as if he hadn't noticed their reaction, continued to boast. Think about it, brother dear. If you use the first elixir and the second elixir in combination, first automatically spraying and then performing the art of escape, you'll definitely catch the enemy off guard. And by then, not to mention the Jiedan realm, the Yuaning realm will probably be confused when they see it. I don't want to catch anyone off guard right now. I just want to hit you. Lin Xiaolu finished through clenched teeth, then looked at the snotty nose of the soup dumpling in front of her and those intelligent doe eyes, suddenly feeling a little tired. He sighed with difficulty and stepped forward to pat his warlord on the shoulder. Tang Yuan is dear brother wrong? Dear brother back then or too young? Have eyes to not recognize Taishan? A slip of the tongue. Let you such a great ghost talent to do my morality to convince people to help the master of arms. Do not blame you. To blame, can only blame my own. After that, he asked feebly, what's the last elixir? As long as it's not related, just tell me. Dear, the last one has absolutely nothing to do with. Tang Yuan took out the last elixir and smiled. This elixir is my latest work. Although I haven't fully researched it yet, it's already begun to bear fruit. Brother dear, you can give it a try. It's a disguise elixir. Transfiguration? When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu and the other children, including Li Miaoxin, were slightly taken aback, and each of them looked incredulously at the elixir in Tang Yuan's hand. It's possible. Tang Yuan, you've even mastered disguise? Awesome. Not bad. Finally one that works. Lin Xiaolu was also surprised. He joyfully patted Tang Yuan's shoulder and laughed. It's okay Tang Yuan, you finally did something great. After that he asked, how does this thing disguise itself? Tang Yuan was praised at this moment and was also a bit pleased with himself, showing off and holding the elixir. He said, this elixir can make you handsome after you eat it, and your appearance changes with your thoughts. For example, dear, you can take a mirror after you eat it, and then use your thoughts to adjust your appearance in the mirror. This is too powerful, the children exclaimed. It's indeed awesome, and it can be used to make yourself handsome and to escape. So many uses. Yes, when the time comes to disguise yourself in various ways, you can go to any place under the sun. One by one, the children surrounded Tang Yuan and begged, Brother Yuan, you can give me two too. I want it too round. I want it too. I want to be handsome too. Ha ha ha, don't rush everyone. It's all there. The guys were all interested in the easy-faced Dan. Even Chen Yanyun was a bit moved when she heard it and asked curiously, Tang Yuan, does this thing have any side effects? I've tried it, and there are no side effects whatsoever, just a small limitation. Sourdough laughed. Lin Xiaolu took the elixir and carefully observed it while casually asking, what restrictions? Hey, it's nothing, it's just using this elixir to make yourself handsome. It can only be useful in places where no one is. When there are people it will automatically expire. Everyone? In the middle of the field, the group was silent for a moment. Tang Yuan looked at the group as an afterthought, rubbing his head and blinking his doe eyes in confusion. Why are you all silent? Until noon, Lyn Shalu left Amei in the send-off of Sister Miao Xin, as well as all the little friends, sending off a lot of people. Many people are in tears. 1,000 instructions for him to come back early. Sourdough was there too, only his snot was gone, replaced by 2 lines of nosebleed, and his clothes were gone. All he wore was a pair of pants, and a line of large letters had been written on his stomach. The wisdom of the warlord, dazzlingly transmitted throughout the ages. Lyn Shalu. At the entrance of the mountain, Lyn Xiaolu, who was carrying a small cloth bag, waved at the group and said goodbye to everyone. After that, the group watched him go away until the tiny back completely disappeared at the end of the horizon. And it was only after Lyn Shaolu had left a long way away that she finally couldn't help herself and turned around to look back at the towering 9 veins and 10 peaks, before sniffling and revealing a smile. Goodbye, Amei. Chapter 113, I'm a bandit. I want to rob. Late at night, the bright moon hangs high. In the northern part of the state of Qin, some unknown dense forest, there is a group of people gathered around a bonfire to keep warm. Swaying firelight, 8 men and 2 women are talking and laughing. These people wearing coarse cloth and linen clothing are not gorgeous. Many of them are still stained with dust on the face of the Hanzi. It seems to be a year-round people who live and work in the streets. Although it was summer, the temperature at night in this wetland dense forest was still very low, so a campfire was needed to keep warm. And on the campfire there was an iron pot set up, and right now someone was pulling a strip of bacon out of a pouch, and then using a knife to cut a few pieces and throw them into the pot. Not far away, in the open area, there were 2 wagons parked. The brownish-red 4 high horses were tied to the thick tree trunks, leisurely eating the stacked horse grass, and the wagons were loaded with a few large wooden boxes tied with hemp ropes. At this moment, among these people, a middle-aged man with the longest face and wrinkles all over his face was taking small sips of the broth and urging a 14 or 15-year-old girl beside him to say, Yunur, there are a lot of mosquitoes in the old forest. Go and light the mugwort, and then take out the andrographous wine as well. Don't just eat it. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Lei, and he was the leader of this team. The name of the young girl he called out was Wang Yun, his daughter. The people around this bonfire basically also have some blood relatives. They are a special traveling between the Qin country and the Tang country merchants, wandering back and forth between the 2 countries, selling things backwards and forwards to live. It is a family-style small merchant team. The young girl who was also drinking broth by the campfire heard his urging and reluctantly said, Father, you should let her go. Ah has eaten more than I have. Hey, I say you this girl, old brother I do things so hard every day. Eat more meat, what's wrong with it? Which is like you a little girl. Day after day don't properly learn the craft with father. Net think blind play. Her elder brother urged her, quickly go and light the mugwort, or else my elder brother will sell you to the bandits as a maid. Wang Yun sniffed and pouted, continuing to drink the broth on her own, putting up a stance that you can say whatever you like, but I won't move anyway. When the elder brother saw that his sister didn't pay attention to him, he wanted to press him a few more times, but a middle-aged woman beside him laughed and said, Tiger, don't keep scaring your sister. Our family has been traveling this road for so many years. Where did the bandits come from? After saying that, the middle-aged woman was ready to get up and go to light the mugwort by herself. When Wang Yun saw that her mother was going to get up, she immediately put down her chopsticks and rushed to the young man and hummed. And while getting up, she pouted her lips and muttered, I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if you're going to do it. That's right. I'm still scaring me as a child. So many uncles and uncles of our Wang family merchant team are experts in martial arts. Which bandit ate the leopard's gall and dared to come? At this remark, the other Hans who were drinking the soup laughed and praised the young girl for her ability to speak. Seeing that she was praised by the group, Wang Yun also tilted her head happily, as if she was a proud little swan, and dejectedly walked past her own brother. She came to the wagon and nimbly prepared to light the mugwort with the fire folders. but the sound of stepping on a dead branch suddenly came from the darkness in the distance. This startled Yanyun, as she drew the dagger at her waist and drank. Who? Wang Lei and the others by the bonfire also reacted at the first time. One by one, they stood up vigilantly and looked at the young girl's side in unison. Soon, in the dark, dense forest, accompanied by a few chirps of nightingales, a little Taoist priest wearing a navy blue Taoist robe, carrying a cloth bag, and wearing a pilled head walked out of the darkness. Seeing that it was a small Taoist priest, the group froze for a moment. Wang Yun was even more curious to measure the face of this small Taoist priest. Somewhat surprised that the appearance of this small Taoist priest was actually so good-looking, she sized him up once, then couldn't resist sizing him up again, then finally just stopped sizing him up and just stared at him, not bothering to blink. What are you? The father's cold drink woke up the young girl's infatuation, and back to her senses, she also immediately gripped the dagger and drank. Who are you? What are you doing? The little Taoist also seemed to be a bit confused as he blinked his wide eyes at the young girl in front of him wearing cloth clothes, with a bright red face and a twisted braid. He also looked at the group of big men gathered around the bonfire, and then inhaled his nose, his gaze resting on the aromatic broth. Finally, he reluctantly averted his gaze from the broth and looked once again at the young girl and the group of Hans before him before giving a kind smile. Greetings, I am a bandit and I am going to rob. Lin Xiaolu felt quite unlucky. After he left Amei at noon, he ran all the way towards the east in the direction that his senior sister had said. She had said that with his speed, as long as he kept running towards the east, he would be able to arrive at the nearest country to Amei, Jin, before night. However, tragically, in the afternoon, when he was halfway through his run, it suddenly turned cloudy, and the sun was completely invisible in the sky, which caused him to get completely lost, and he could only blindly wander around according to the direction he remembered, and somehow ended up in this deep mountain forest. The whole afternoon, he was dripping. Water did not enter, a mouthful of rice did not eat. The whole time the light backpack of gold ingots ran, froze and did not find Jean, only in this deep forest blind wandering. Perhaps it was because he used to collect protection money and bully people. God knew how hard it was for him, and specially arranged for him to meet this caravan, and every one of them was a good person, knowing that he was hungry, and took the initiative to make all the broth, so it was only natural that he robbed them. Beside the warm campfire, the teenagers sat cross-legged, feasting on a pot of cooked bacon. The taste, naturally, is not comparable to the food in the dining hall, but it's not bad at all. While he was eating, he was comfortable and giggling straight away, while by the campfire, Wang Yun was glaring at him indignantly, her eyes filled with anger. Her father and mother, brother, uncles and uncles also stood with a face that did not know what to do. A moment to look at this 12 or 13-year-old teenager. A moment to look at the big tree that fell not far away. One face in shock with ignorance. This little Taoist also do not know what to open the way. The night suddenly came out of the mountains and old forests. Came out after the first sentence is to rob. The guys then wanted to pull out the sword to resist. The results of this little Taoist without saying a word next to the sky-high giant tree is a punch. The power of the fist directly will be the waist-thick giant tree blasted to pieces. This can put them scared. Directly scared, flabbergasted in place. And then, this little Taoist in everyone's shocked eyes, strutting to the campfire, sitting cross-legged, to a large pot of bacon began to eat, while eating also while the kind of mouth. Oh, it's a sin. Hey, is there any more? The crowd was helpless when the little Taoist priest suddenly pointed at the empty soup pot and shouted, "The bacon is finished. Uncle, bring me some more." Wang Lei, the leader of the caravan, forced by the obscene power of his fist to break the tree, did not dare to say anything, took a large piece of bacon, and silently went up to cut it for him with a small knife. As soon as Wang Yun saw that this little Taoist monk, who was even smaller than himself, actually made dad serve him, he became even more angry, glaring and cursing in a low voice, "Golden jade outside, but not in the middle. Scum!" The night was windy, the broth was bubbling, and with her deliberately lowering her voice, Lin Xiaolu didn't even hear it. The middle-aged man, Wang Lei, cut him a few more pieces of bacon, so Lin Xiaolu flashed a smile at him. Hey, thanks a lot, uncle." When Wang Lei heard him thanking him, his face was a little odd. He didn't say anything and retreated back to his family and friends without saying a word. He then greeted his relatives and sat down. He realized that the little Taoist in front of him, who smashed the big tree in the sky with one punch, was actually not as ferocious as he imagined, and he seemed to be just hungry. Chapter 114, The Jianghu. Soon, Lin Xiaolu once again finished the bacon, then asked them to add more bacon to themselves, and one by one urged for more. The one who added bacon to him this time was Wang Yun, who pouted her lips and reluctantly added all the rations for the next 3 days of their caravan into the pot. Lin Xiaolu did not feel the slightest bit wrong. Hot boiled bacon straight ate his little face red. With 3 days did not eat the same as the little wild boar devouring. Quickly once again will be these bacon all eaten. Yanyun on the side was confused. She simply couldn't even understand. This little Taoist doesn't look fat. How can that stomach hold so much bacon? Ah, finally. I'm full cool. Lin Xiaolu patted her little belly with intent, then unhurriedly removed her cloth bag and took out a gold ingot in a crowd of surprised eyes and threw it into Wang Yun's hand. Wang Yun immediately filled his head with question marks. Isn't this guy a robber? Why did he give himself money? She didn't dare to ask, and looked to her old man before taking the gold ingot. And until this moment, their group of people had finally reacted. It turned out that what this little Taoist said about robbing was robbing for food, or the kind that pays. So, now the rules of banditry have changed? Robbery has become this style? Dawn Guard. Wang Lei, the leader of the merchant caravan, looked at Lin Xiaolu with an odd expression on his face and got up to say, the bacon you just ate is not worth so many silver taels. It's okay, you guys keep it. Lin Xiaolu patted her stomach and looked at the group of people and curiously said, who are you people? Why are you in this deep forest at this late hour? The crowd sat around the campfire for a while speechless, and couldn't help but spit in their minds, we should be asking you this. Wang Yun saw that Lin Xiaolu wasn't really that kind of bandit and her senses towards him were slightly better. Of course it was mainly due to his good looks that made her blurt out directly, we are a merchant caravan that goes to the country of Tang to sell cloth, traveling between the country of Chen and the country of Tang. Lin Xiaolu gave a long O sound, with a look of sudden realization. He knew about the Chen and Tang countries. They were also 2 countries dependent on anime, and senior sister Miao Xian had told him about them. Can you guys take me with you if you're going to Tang? I'd like to go, but I don't know the way. He straightened up and opened his mouth. Wang Lei sniffed with some difficulty, frowned and said, it is possible. It is that our carriage traveling is relatively slow. To go to the Tang country still need to walk up to 2 or 3 days of travel. Your food is too big. The rations that we brought are not enough. Yeah, you're also too edible. Wang Yun said with a big grin. I can hunt for you guys. I'm very good at hunting. Lin Xiaolu said while dancing and gesturing with her small hands. I just don't know how to cook, and then I don't have the tools to make a fire. How about this? You guys take me to Tang. I'll hunt every day. I won't eat your dry food. You guys will just cook it for me. Isn't that gold ingot to buy your preserved meat just now still more than enough? The extra will be the cost of you guys cooking for me and taking me on the road. How about it? A group of people looked at each other after hearing this and didn't speak again for a while. Wang Lei also pondered. In fact, when he saw Lin Xiaolu just now shattering the skyscraping tree with a single punch, and also saw that he was wearing a Taoist robe, he had some suspicions that he might be an MA immortal, but only because of his sound of robbery. It made him a little uncertain again. After all, he had never heard of any MA immortal who would rob mortals, and also only rob for food. At this moment, after some consideration, he looked at the teenager and began to cross-examine him. May I ask the name of the Taoist master yet? My name is Lin Fang. Where did the Taoist master come from? Wang Lei asked again. Lin Shalu wanted to say that she was from Ame off the top of her head, but on second thought, she felt that it was better not to say anything. He didn't really like the attitude of ordinary people towards immortal cultivators. If he were to reveal his identity as Ame, these people would probably immediately kneel down and kowtow, and then call out to him with a mouthful of Shang Xian. That would make him very uncomfortable. So he blurted out, I have come from a Taoist temple far, far away in search of high martial arts. Martial arts? Wang Lei and the surrounding Hans all froze for a moment. It turns out that this little Taoist is a martial artist. I said, which Ame immortal ran to the mortal world to rob mortals, but this little Taoist fist blasted the sky tree. This is also martial arts? Wang Lei and a few other Hans had also learned some martial arts for self-defense, so they were all a little curious. This little Taoist looked just 12 or 13 years old, but he was able to shatter a sky-high tree with one punch. What kind of martial arts must it be to be able to do that? Puzzled, he spoke again. From what Taoist temple did the Taoist master come? Lin Xiaolu continued to blurt it out, directly spitting out a sentence, awesome view. All. Wang Yun directly laughed out loud, covering her mouth and said happily, how is this little Taoist monk of yours such nonsense? Which Taoist temple is called by this name? He woman. Don't look at the world with your shallow perceptions. Lin Xiaolu said in a serious manner. There is nothing strange in the world. I've even seen penguins that speak human language. How the hell I'll believe you? Wang Lei saw his daughter's look of shyness and waiting to be bubbled, slightly frowned, and then opened his mouth and said, since Taoist master wants to follow us to the Tang kingdom, then I will give Taoist master a ride. My name is Wang Lei, and I am the leader of the Wang family's merchant team. My name is Wang Yun. Wang Lei is my father. The young girl also smiled and introduced herself to Lin Xiaolu. Wang Lei looked at his own daughter's look that hated to sell herself. Couldn't help but cough a little. The result was that Wang Yun didn't react in the slightest, still staring at the little Taoist priest with one eye. It made him depressed, and it felt as if the little cabbage he had cultivated so painstakingly for so many years had suddenly met a little pig. And the piggy is also lazy, not interested in their own cabbage. But the cabbage is a strong desire to let the piggy arch active. There was no choice but to turn around and admonish this silly daughter of hers again, telling her not to get too close to this kind of little Taoist priest of unknown origin. It's getting late. Taoist master, get some rest. Wang Lei clasped his fist at Lin Xiaolu and then greeted his side of the clan members as they gathered around the campfire to rest. Under the night, Lin Xiaolu ate and drank enough and also felt a little sleepy, casually threw a dust cleansing Dan imported, and then lay down in the pile of grass next to the campfire to rest. And in a short while, he completely fell asleep, without the slightest defense. When Wang Lei saw his appearance, the last trace of hesitation in his heart was put down. By the looks of it, it should just be a kid with an empty force. Dad. He was thinking about things when his oldest son cautiously came over and lowered his voice. Should we wait until he's asleep and leave? Wang Lei frowned and didn't say anything. Ryoga shook his head, rejecting his son's idea. The night wind was picking up, the cold wind was gusting, and in the darkness, under the light of the campfire's embers, these people of the merchant team also fell asleep one by one, and soon they were snoring in high and low tones, and it was only after they had all fallen asleep that Lin Xiaolu opened her eyes and looked at them with a smile, and then rolled over and fell asleep completely. Mr. Storyteller said, Jianghu is a road of no return, out of the mix. In addition to having an overly bold, but also have a rough heart, to beat people's hearts every day, the heart of defense, only then can really look out of the world. Laughing and proud of the Jianghu. Chapter 115. Master Fang. Fang Taoist. Here, steamed buns. Oh, thanks. The merchant caravan marched on unhurriedly. Lin Xiaolu was sitting on a carriage loaded with boxes, while Wang Yun with two twisted braids accompanied him at his side, her big eyes staring straight at him. The teenager took the steamed bun and carefully took a bite, not quite daring to look at Wang Yun. He felt that there was something wrong with this woman, always staring at herself. It had been like this since the morning when she woke up. Strange. Taoist Fang. Your martial arts can blow up a tree that thick with one punch. That's awesome. The teenager nodded confusedly at her compliment and returned nonchalantly. I know. Can you teach me martial arts, Taoist master? Wang Yun continued to ask with a smile. Lin Xiaolu casually responded. It's hard. You'll have to suffer a lot if you want to learn. It's fine. You teach slowly. Wang Yun looked at the teenager in front of her and continued to chat awkwardly. The more she looked at Lin Xiaolu, the more she really liked him. In her 14 years of life, the teenager in front of her was the best-looking person she had ever seen. Yuner, come here for a moment. As she was thinking of topics to prepare to continue learning about this mysterious teenager, her father Wang Lei's voice came from the carriage in front of her. Coming, father. The young girl answered with some impatience, then looked at Lin Xiaolu and laughed. My father is calling me. We'll talk later, ha. After saying that, she jumped down from the traveling carriage and ran to the front of the caravan with a flushed face to look for her father. As soon as the girl left, Lin Xiaolu skimmed his mouth. He didn't want to talk to this young lady called Wang Yun at all. She was chattering non-stop all the way. It was simply noisy. At the carriage at the head of the caravan, the young girl hurriedly ran to Wang Lei and asked with her mouth open. What's wrong, father? I'm discussing martial arts with little dear Taoist. Wang Lei glanced at her and handed the horse rope to her without any goodwill. You drive the wagon. Wang Yun, who was anxious to go back to continue watching Lin Xiaolu, exasperatedly said, I don't want to drive the carriage. You don't want to drive a carriage, so you want to chat with a little Taoist priest of unknown origin? Wang Lei glared at his nymphomaniac daughter and said fiercely, Girls, can't you be a little more self-respectful? Where am I being indiscreet? It's not like I'm doing anything out of the ordinary. Wang Yun, who had been going in and out of the green forest with the merchant team since she was a child, was not as timid as an unusual little girl, but instead was unusually spirited, and directly opened her mouth to explain. I am asking little dear Taoist master to teach me martial arts. The young man on the side couldn't help but laugh at Wang Lei. Father, just leave your little sister alone. She's pining for spring, ha 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 ha. When Wang Yun heard his elder brother say that he was pining for sex, he immediately blushed and glared at the young man in shame. What did you say, you annoying brother? You're talking nonsense. Wang Yun's face turned even redder as she stammered and couldn't speak. Middle-aged Wang Lei couldn't help but cough when he saw his own daughter's appearance. Lin Xiaolu's origins are unknown. You two little ones should have less contact with him. We're only responsible for bringing him to the Tang kingdom. Wang Yun's heart tightened when she heard this, and she busily asked, Father, then after arriving in the Tang kingdom we will have to separate from Taoist master little deer? Wang Lei nodded. At noon, the caravan came to a relatively flat woodland and opened up to prepare something to eat. While Lin Xiaolu jumped out of the carriage and went into the mountains to hunt, he didn't dare to run too far for fear of not being able to find his way back. He only dared to scour the peripheral area, and soon caught 2 plump rabbits with his bare hands. Rabbits, a thing that typically had more bones and less meat, were definitely not enough to eat, so he had to walk a little deeper into the dense forest, and as luck would have it, he soon saw a few plum deer grazing from afar. When the young man saw the plum deer, his eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he pulled out the flying dagger on his leg and casually swung it, only to hear a swoosh. The sound. One of the fattest mergansers was killed instantly, while several others fled in terror immediately. When Lin Xiaolu came back carrying 2 rabbits, as well as a plum blossom deer, everyone was shocked by the speed of his hunting. From the time he left to the time he came back from hunting, hardly much time had passed, and the firewood used to build the campfire had not even been picked up. Taoist Fawn, do you know how to do light kung fu? Someone asked adoringly. I know a little. The Yuanyang steps of the Peach Mountain School of Chuan, the teenager explained as he handed the rabbit and deer to the fellow cooking. What other kung fu do you know? Taoist little deer? Yanyun asked as she squatted next to him. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head and honestly said, I also know Bajiquan, Hunjian Qigong, Taijiquan, the 8 swords of the brocade guard, and the flying dagger technique. While so much Wang Yin stared at the teenager's face, a moment cannot move away. Eyes in the essence of the light is also more and more even. In such a gleaming attention, the teenager straight to feel uncomfortable. He also saw out. This Wang Yin young lady's sister throughout the whole process is to have no words to find words to say. Give a person a feeling as if the big like. He didn't pay attention to Wang Yun anymore and blearily watched the merchant team fellows handle the ingredients. Watching them nimbly handle the rabbits, the plum deer, and then threaded them with thick willow roots and put them on the campfire to roast. The fire burned very brightly, and in a short while the rabbit and venison were roasted with nourishing oil. Lin Xiaolu just looked at the roasted meat with bated breath, while Wang Yun followed alongside and looked at him with bated breath. It didn't take long for the 2 rabbits to be roasted first. The meat of the plum deer was thicker and bigger. It needed to be roasted for a while longer, so Lin Xiaolu took these 2 roasted rabbits to pat her stomach first. With the amount of food he was eating now, 2 rabbits could not even be considered half full, and soon the 2 roasted rabbits were finished by him before he ate the fragrant roasted venison. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, the teenager lay down on the wooden box of the wagon and took a nap, and in the evening, when it was getting late and night had fallen and the caravan began to camp in place, he snuck off to practice his kung fu elsewhere. Wang Yin stood by in boredom and watched the merchant's uncles lighting bonfires and preparing the evening meal. Depressed. In the afternoon herself, she had wanted to go and play with Taoist Fawn, but her father wouldn't let her, which depressed her for a long time. Brother, you said that Taoist Fawn is so powerful. Shouldn't it also be beneficial to our family if I go and get in touch with him? With a puzzled face, she asked, why is father so opposed to me getting close to him, when it's clear that little dear Taoist is so good looking? The young man cried and laughed as he looked at his sister, then looked around and saw that Lin Xiaolu wasn't there, so he lowered his voice to explain to her. Dad's been traveling the world a long time, and he's very sophisticated in reading people. He laughed softly and said, if you get close to a young man who is a bit more powerful than you, or than our Wang family's merchant team, and whose character and behavior are also justified, then naturally, father won't say anything. But if you are going to get close to a character who is too powerful than our family, this won't work, because it will easily lead to disaster. Not to mention that little dear Taoist's origins are unknown, so who knows what will happen if you get too close to him. After saying that, he continued to explain to his stupid sister in a serious manner. Xiao Yun at any moment, our Wang family, as a merchant team, should know how to be wise and protect ourselves, to fight for small wealth and not to be greedy for big wealth. And we should be able to do so without being an enemy of anyone or getting too close to anyone. Only then can we realize long-lasting riches and wealth. Wang Yun pouted, while the young man, seeing his sister's appearance, knew that he hadn't listened, and could only smile helplessly and bitterly. In the camp, the bitter Wang Yun squatted for a while, and saw that in order to prevent the dampness of the night, a dad and a nyang were draping the goods with a cover cloth, and their backs were to themselves, and the rest of the merchant team was busy with their own business, so she turned her eyes, and sneaked into the dark forest. Chapter 116, The Kingdom of Tang. At this moment, not far from the campsite, Lin Xiaolu was lying on her back in the grass doing quick push-ups. He was bearing 500,000 pounds of weight flying up and down his body, sweating like a pig, and while doing so, he lamented that it was good that the boss had the foresight that the weight on his body was only useful to himself, and had no gravity on the ground. otherwise he guessed that he would have sunk the whole thing into the mud as he was doing it. As he did so, he thought about how much food he would eat and how many fun things he would buy when he went to Tang, and he couldn't help but burst out in joy at the thought, and his push-ups just did half. The dark forest suddenly came humming ching-ching sound. By the sound of interrupted thoughts of the teenager's heart suddenly a joy. Often hunting he knows very well. This is the sound of wild boar. Looks like I won't have to go hunting specifically for a while. The boar came to me on its own. So knowledgeable. The teenager cheekily continued to do push-ups and silently waited for the boar to come to his door. And it wasn't long before a huge boar with black hair and an arched back waddled and slithered out of the bushes, and then looked curiously at Lin Xiaolu, watching him do push-ups one on top of the other. Big brother pig. Wait a bit. I'll come and beat you up after I finish my workout, huh? Lin Xiaolu snorted at the boar as he worked out, and it wasn't long after he had finished speaking that pattering movement once again came from the darkness not far away. This time Lin Xiaolu finally froze and looked in the direction from which the commotion came, a little puzzled as to what this was again. It wasn't long before he saw Yanyun. Fawn Taoist, I've come to play with you. The young girl excitedly greeted Lin Shalu when she saw him, but as soon as her words fell, she saw the boar beside Lin Shalu. Fawn Taoist, boar. The young girl who saw the wild boar instantly screamed out. Her scream was extremely loud and startled both Lin Xiaolu and the wild boar, and the frightened wild boar also wailed out, inverted its thick hooves, and charged at Yanyun hissing, faced with a boar as huge as a small mountain. The young girl was directly stunned and fell on her butt in fear, screaming as she watched the boar rush towards her, terrified to the extreme. She directly forgot to escape and subconsciously covered her eyes, screaming loudly in fear. Lin Xiaolu saw the scene and rolled her eyes breathlessly. This girl was so annoying, making herself not want to save her. He mentally spat for a moment before the mandarin ducks stepped together, instantly blocking in front of her before looking at the boar running and charging at full speed in front of him, one hand in his pocket while the other was slowly raised above his head. Hiss! The roar of the boar was deafening and resonated through the night, while Lin Xiaolu stood quietly, and the moment it rushed in front of her, she moved casually and with a dashing gesture, she gently knocked downwards. Boom! The wild boar's full-force charge was directly interrupted alive by this. The huge pig's head was knocked to the ground in its entirety, and the ground directly sunk a few inches, while its huge body weighing 700 to 800 pounds also followed the pig's head, and smashed heavily on the ground. The entire ground shook slightly, lifting up a thick layer of dust. The full-force charge of the 700 to 800 pound boar was completely interrupted, and the boar was knocked out, while Lin Xiaolu was still just standing so quietly, as if he had done a very easy and trivial thing, and the hand that he had inserted into his pocket had never been taken out from the beginning to the end. Behind her, Yanyun, who covered her eyes, sensed the movement and cautiously opened her eyes, peering out from the cracks of her fingers, and this look directly froze her entire being. In front of her was the huge boar that had collapsed to the ground, and the back of a teenager. Little Fawn Taoist, how did you do that? It's so awesome. Lin Xiaolu didn't answer. He looked at the wild boar foaming at the mouth under his feet, and was a little pleased in his heart. His strength seemed to have grown a little bit more. It's really good. Only after stealing his joy did he pick up one of the boar's hooves before dragging it over to Yanyun, glancing at her and asking, "What are you doing here?" At this moment, Yanyun had just regained her senses from the shock. She looked at the huge boar being dragged behind Lin Xiaolu, her eyes reddened with fear, and she softly said, "I came to find you to discuss martial arts." After that she asked curiously, "Daoist Fawn, are you going to use this wild boar as food?" "Right." After saying that Lin Xiaolu thought for a moment and continued to laugh. "I can't finish such a big boar by myself. Let's all eat together." "Daoist Fawn, this is too powerful for you." Yanyun got up and looked at the fainted boar. The words of admiration will not say. A strong praise. "You, how did you put down such a big boar?" "It's simple," Lin Xiaolu said with a wink. "Just when it was going to hit you, I blocked in front of it and then knocked it on the head." "Brain crash?" She looked at the teenager in front of her with a confused expression. Then she looked at the boar, and sure enough, she found that the boar's head, there was a clear dent mark. A brain crash knocked a 700 to 800 pound boar unconscious? The young girl was completely confused. She looked at Lin Xiaolu. Her admiration was simply beyond words. Her brain was blank, and she directly blurted out and asked, "Daoist Fawn, do you have a marriage?" "Ha?" Lin Xiaolu looked at the shy-faced young girl in front of her in confusion, not quite understanding the meaning of marriage, and Yanyun finished his own also startled. Feel that some of their own this is too abrupt, a time stunned in place, stammered do not know what to say, because the night was darker. Lin Xiaolu didn't see her blush, and when she didn't say anything, she didn't bother with this silly girl anymore, dragging the boar straight away. The next 2 days, Lin Xiaolu has been following the merchant caravan traveling, 2 days down, he and the merchant caravan and the people basically mixed a familiar face. Everyone get along with is also quite good. And 2 days later, that is, to the 4th day of the morning, the merchant caravan finally came to the border of the Tang country. The teenager was sitting on the carriage, and from a distance, he saw the huge city gates ahead of him. Feeling new and strange, he immediately began to look forward to it, and couldn't wait to ask Wang Lei, who was accompanying him beside the carriage, "Uncle Wang, are there any powerful martial arts sects in the Tang dynasty?" Back to Taoist Master Lin. "I haven't spent much time in the Tang kingdom, and I usually come here to do business, so I rarely come into contact with martial arts. But I've heard that there's a temple called the Manhwaedit temple, which has some martial arts monks practicing martial arts, so if Taoist Master Lin is interested, he can go and take a look." After saying that, Wang Lei raised his head and looked at the teenager sitting cross-legged on the carriage and laughed. "Taoist Lin, the city gates of the Tang kingdom are in front of us, and if we go in through the gates, we will arrive at the Yuzhou city of the Tang kingdom, and we are going to be parting ways there." Lin Xiaolu laughed. "Still, thanks to Uncle Wang for sending me this way. Taoist Lin is polite." In front of the caravan, Yanyun twisted his head somewhat fondly and stared straight at Lin Xiaolu, crying to his elder brother beside him as he did so, "Brother, I don't think I'll ever meet someone as good-looking as Taoist Master Xiaolu again." "You, don't be such a nymphomaniac." The young man's face was helpless, admonishing, "We and little dear Taoist originally just met in passing. Both sides are just a passerby in each other's lives. Just like some people once they miss it will never see each other again, completely forgetting each other in the rivers and lakes." The sentimental young girl suddenly became even more sorrowful when she heard this, and the whole person had a look of lost love. Her eyes were all red, and her inner drama was full of drama. The young man also sighed when he saw her in this state and didn't say anything more. Soon, the caravan arrived at the entrance of the huge and majestic city. Wang Yun had an even harder time, frequently turning back to look at Lin Xiaolu's face, as if she wanted to memorize his appearance to death in her mind. Her father, Wang Lei, as the leader of the merchant caravan, on the other hand, lightly went up and went to interact with the guards at the city gates. "My lord, we are a merchant caravan from the Qin kingdom, coming to the Tang kingdom's cloth villa to transport cloth." A few soldiers looked at the people and the large crates next to the caravan, then asked, "From Qin?" "Exactly," Wang Lei said respectfully. "That won't work," surprising Wang Lei and everyone in the caravan. The guard rejected him straight away and spoke of the old ancestor of the Zhu family. "Our cultivator family in the Tang kingdom came out of the gate the day before yesterday, and even His Majesty is celebrating this old ancestor. In accordance with the custom of the Zhu family, all traffic from other countries is suspended during this time, and all mortals from other places are not allowed to enter except for the subjects of the Tang kingdom." Chapter 117, Mr. Zhu. Listening to the guards say so, Wang Lei first froze for a moment, then saw that there was no one else but his own caravan in the four directions, so he took out a silver ingot from his sleeve and respectfully said, "My lord, our Wang family's merchant fleet is a frequent visitor to Tang to do business. See if you can be accommodating. We've set up a time with the Tang's fabric house, and our family members are all counting on this shipment to eat." The guard eyed the silver nugget, but didn't dare take it. This is the rules of the Zhu family. The Zhu family are all immortals with their hands in the air. I wouldn't dare to let you in. You can come back in a few days." The color of difficulty on Wang Lei's face became heavier, and he froze in place for a while. If the order of 2 carriages was not delivered to Tang on time, they were required to pay a high amount of claims to the fabric house, which made Wang Lei either go or stay at the moment, and he directly froze in place. And the guards, seeing that he was not moving, were somewhat impatient and urged, "You guys leave quickly, don't block here. You can't enter as you can enter. It's not up to me to say." When these words came out, Wang Yun and other uncles were somewhat at a loss for words. The guys one by one had little to do. The so-called people don't fight with the officials. They naturally didn't dare to get into an argument with the guards in front of them. They could only shake their heads grimly. "My lord, can you see if you can help me say hello to the shopkeeper of Yuzhou cloth shop? After all, it's not our fault that the cloth didn't arrive." Saying that, Wang Lei handed the silver taels in his hand towards the guards. "What are you doing?" The guards still didn't dare to ask for it, and said directly, "The Shu family's old ancestor is out of the gate. I wouldn't dare to do anything slippery on such a big day. Get out of here. Don't force me to drive you away." As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp voice came from behind Wang Lei. "Uncle, why don't we go in yet?" Lin Xiaolu jumped down from the carriage and came to the city gates, looking at them and the guards curiously. Wang Lei could only helplessly tell Lin Xiaolu about the situation, and Lin Xiaolu was also directly confused after hearing it. The ancestor of the immortal cultivation family is out of the gate? What's it to ordinary people? Why can't they go into the city? He looked at the guards and wondered, is the immortal cultivation family so powerful? Uncle Wang has signed an order with the Tang country's cloth house. Why can't he enter? If you can't enter, you can't enter. What are you wasting your words, you little Taoist? The guard was completely impatient as he looked at Wan Lei, Lin Xiaolu and this large group of people and urged, hurry up and get out. Seeing the guards angry, Wan Lei, who had always abided by the principle of peace and harmony, could only lose his temper for a moment and give Lin Xiaolu an apologetic smile. Taoist Fawn. It happened suddenly. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. I'm sorry for not being able to bring you into the Tang Kingdom. I'll return the gold ingot to you. No. Lin Xiaolu waved her hand and smiled. Uncle, I can take you guys in. You don't even know how good I am. After saying that, he looked at the guards and the puzzled gazes of Wan Lei, Yanyun, and the rest of the merchant team, and intentionally showed a sighing expression, deigning to show off and said, I wanted to get along with you guys as mortals, but what I got in return was estrangement. Okay, I'm not pretending. I'm a Mei Shangxian and showing my cards. When these words came out, everyone present was a bit confused. Wang Yun was even slightly bright in her eyes. She almost instinctively believed Lin Xiaolu's words. The guards at the city gates were also stunned when they looked at Lin Xiaolu, and for a moment, they were a bit unsure. He knew that an identity like a Mei upper immortal was something that almost no one dared to pretend to be, and pretending to be an immortal was a major crime that would punish 9 clans. Thus, he then looked at the youngster in front of him with a hesitant face. You said you are an Mei Shangxian. Do you have any proof? Here. Lin Xiaolu nimbly untied the tassel of the scented pouch hanging on her waist, then tugged and waved it in front of the guards, revealing the 5 large characters of a Mei Lin Shalu on it. The guard's expression immediately changed when he saw these 5 words, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. I'll go and inform. You wait here for a while, Supreme Immortal. After saying that, he hoofed it into the city gates and told the other guards to keep an eye on Lin Xiaolu and Wan Lei and those people first. And as soon as he left, Wan Lei, Wang Yun, and the people of the merchant fleet immediately looked at Lin Xiaolu in amazement. Wang Yun was the first to be impatient and looked at him with an excited face and asked, Little dear Taoist master, are you really the Mei immortal? That's natural. Lin Xiaodir carried her small hands behind her back and said with a proud face, in the entire Mei, I'm ranked 3rd, the first is my boss, and the second is the Mei sect leader. I'll go. The group was even more shocked when they heard this, and each of them looked at Lin Xiaolu in disbelief. It turns out that little dear Taoist master is really an Mei immortal. I told you, how can an ordinary martial artist break such a thick tree with one punch? Right. 2 days ago, Taoist Fawn even knocked out such a large boar with a single brain crash. I realized at that time that something wasn't right. A martial artist couldn't possibly have that much power. This could only be an immortal ability. At the entrance of the city, everyone was praising the teenager. While the teenager listened to the words of compliments and adoration from the people around him, a trace of doubt flashed in his big eyes. Originally, he was quite happy to be praised, but when they said something about how it was impossible for a martial artist to have this kind of skill of his own, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart again. He couldn't say why he was uncomfortable, so he stood in a daze. After standing for a while amidst the ingratiating compliments of many members of the merchant caravan, the guards of the party walked over with a middle-aged man in brocade robes, who was followed by a number of short-sleeved house slaves. As soon as the guards came back, they introduced Lin Xiaodir and the others. This is our Yuzhou city's member Zhu, a distant relative of the Zhu family, a cultivator of the first level of qi condensation. As soon as the people of the merchant team heard that it was a cultivator, they immediately nodded their heads and lowered their eyebrows, as if they had seen some big person generally kneeling down, especially Wang Lei, who seemed to have heard of this officer Zhu's name, and at this moment, he was even kneeling on the ground, shouting loudly, Degree Grasshopper Wang Lei, a person from the Ruzhou of the Qin Kingdom, has seen Officer Zhu. His attitude was very respectful, but the middle-aged man in front of him didn't pay any attention to him, but instead walked straight to Lin Xiaolu and looked him up and down twice. The only one who was still standing, Lin Xiaolu, also looked at him in a daze, and couldn't help but spit in her heart. A qi condensation layer could make so many people kneel to him, feeling even more forced than herself. How annoying. The middle-aged man first looked at him twice, then suddenly bellowed. How bold, to actually dare to pretend to be an Mei immortal. Forest Fawn? When did I fake it? Lin Xiaoxue shouted with a confused look on her face. Humph. Still a dead duck. The middle-aged man in front of him directly snorted coldly at Lin Xiaolu. Truly you can't even pretend. A hallowed Mei immortal enters the kingdom of Tang, and you still need to follow a merchant caravan of such pariahs? Besides, this officer just looked at you for a few moments and realized that you don't have any spiritual energy in your body at all. You are simply a pariah. I have evidence. Lyn Xiaolu pulled out the tassel of the scented pouch that senior sister Miao Xian had embroidered for herself and retorted in a loud voice, I really came from a Maya. Don't believe me. However, the arrogant middle-aged man with his hands behind his back didn't even look at him, and directly snorted out a laugh. How can you call this kind of casual embroidery evidence? Do you think this officer is a pig? After he finished speaking, he directly scolded the guards on the side. What are you guys still standing there for? Why don't you arrest this little bastard impersonating a May upper immortal? The moment the three words little bastard came out, Lin Xiaolu directly froze in place. Originally, he still wanted to listen to his senior sister and reason with this officer Zhu, but this bastard actually called himself a little bastard? In the middle of the field, the teenager looked at the arrogant and domineering Zhu Wenwei, and his voice steeply sank. I gave you an ing face, didn't I? Chapter 117, Who are you? As the angry words were uttered, Officer Zhu was slightly stunned, as if he didn't expect that this pariah in front of him would actually dare to speak to himself in such a manner. Feeling offended, his gaze turned cold and he directly raised his hand to kill this little Taoist on the spot. Everyone in the arena was startled and horrified, while Wang Yun, who was standing behind Lin Xiaolu, happened to hear a birdsong coming from the sky. She first subconsciously raised her head and glanced at the flying birds in the sky, and when she turned her eyes back, she saw that Zhu Wenwei had already collapsed on the ground, with crimson plasma flooding his forehead, and completely fainted to death. Everyone was confused. Wang Yun even covered her mouth in surprise, looking at this scene in disbelief. She didn't know what had happened, but even the others, who never took their eyes off of her, didn't see what had just happened. It was too fast. There was no sound at all. People only vaguely saw residual shadow. And then Zhu Wenwei, who possessed the strength of the first level of qi condensation, directly collapsed, without even a hum. How did Fawn Dog do it? In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu carried his small hands behind his back, not bothering to look at the mountain cannon child who had already been crippled by himself, and casting his gaze towards the guards and those house slaves who were constantly sweating coldly. He grinned a kindly smile. A few uncles, may I ask what the strength of that Zhu clan's old man is? The guards broke out in a cold sweat as they looked at the teenager in front of them in horror. Old ancestor Zhu is a foundation builder, and has not yet succeeded in conjugating Dan. Upon hearing that it was foundation building, Lin Xiaolu immediately felt relieved and said with a more and more amiable smile, I'm going to enter the Tang kingdom. A few uncles, please inform that whatever Zhu family ancestor, or the emperor's elder, whatever, of what's happening here, and tell them to come and meet me. I'm going to play for 2 days in this Yuzhou city. Oh yeah. Uncle Wang's merchants and other civilians can freely enter and exit the Tang kingdom as long as the formalities are complete. Just like before. No problem. The guards were horrified and replied in a trembling voice, Taoist, this is the rule of the Zhu family, and His Majesty can't say anything about it. Oh, then you notify the Zhu family's old ancestor to come and see me. I'll ask him if he wants the rules or his life. I'm not going to lie. I kill people a lot. I average over 200 a day at this level of Tsukiji, and I'll have to kill as many Tsukiji as I can when I shush a few times a day. All, Taoist, I have an immature confusion. One of the guards asked tentatively. You say, does the Taoist priest have to shush more than 200 times a day? Lin Fawn. He coughed awkwardly and explained very seriously. I mean, how many Tsukiji do I kill if I boo-boo pee a few drops? So it's reasonable for me to pee more than 200 drops a day, right? Oh, everyone suddenly realized that it was reasonable. Soon after, Lin Shalu led the Wang family's caravan into the city, and no one dared to stop them again throughout. And after entering the city gates, this group of people came to the Yuzhou city of the Tang kingdom. Wang Lei immediately said goodbye to Lin Xiaolu. He seemed to be in a hurry, for fear of delay, causing Lin Xiaolu to be a little confused, and did not know why this Uncle Wang was so anxious. Now he doesn't understand. Wang Lei is afraid that the cultivation family and the government will come to find Lin Xiaolu, and at that time, this family of his own will get too close to him and get into trouble. That's why he wants to deliver the goods quickly and then leave. The two sides parted in a lively and prosperous street. Wang Yun looked at Lin Xiaolu reluctantly, while Lin Xiaolu clasped his fists at them, smiled broadly and said, see you in the Jianghu, and did not leave a color on that love-struck little girl. In the end, the people of the merchant team watched Lin Xiaolu's back disappear into the traffic of the street, and the curtain fell on this play of meeting each other in passing. What Lin Xiaolu didn't know was that for a long time afterwards, that young lady called Wang Yun, all still remembered herself and couldn't forget herself. Sir, do you want to eat or stay? Both. Okay, look customer. Then you. First eat? Okay. I'll just eat in the lobby. And give me an upper room when I'm full. Yes, sir. What would you like to use? What's so special about your place? Guest. Truth be told, I'm just extra horny. Inside the lobby of an elegantly decorated, antique inn, Lin Xiaolu sat at the table and looked at the store assistant in a daze, feeling speechless at his answer. Do all the shopkeepers in this Tang country speak so wildly? It shook himself, an amazed supreme being, to his core. With an exasperated look on his face, he continued to shout, I'm asking you what's good to eat, what's particularly colorful, why are you so smart? Oh guest sorry The store assistant hurriedly apologized and enthusiastically introduced. Our store is most famous for its beef buns and dog meat stew, which is known far and wide, and so many people are particularly fond of eating it. And then there is also Lidu wine, which is a fine wine that doesn't open up the altar to its own aroma. I'm not a drinker. Then would you like some rice wine? Our family's rice wine is put on ice in the well. It's sweet and delicious, and a bowl of it in this summer won't help relieve the heat. That's fine, Lyn Shalu said with a smile. Give me 2 servings of that dog meat. Let's start with 20 beef buns. Give me a jar of rice wine. And then do you have any vegetables or anything? Give me a few more plates of vegetables. The store assistant ate a shock when he heard the meal Lyn Xiaolu ordered, and advised with an odd expression on his face. Guest, my family's dog meat bar is an altar of a stewed dog meat. You want 2 as 2 altars. The amount of meat alone will be 4 or 5 pounds, and that beef-filled buns, thin skin and thick meat, each one can have a palm size. You ordered 20 in one breath. Cannot eat it all letting you get on you. You're afraid that you don't know how rich I am. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu took out a gold ingot from her bag and slapped it on the table with a pop. The store assistant immediately smiled at the sight of the gold nuggets and hurriedly smiled respectfully and said, Customer, you wait a moment, we'll be ready for you right away. Seeing the store assistant running away in a fart, the teenager smiled, cozily poured himself a cup of tea and sighed with a couple of emotions. Hey, it's good to be rich. While he leisurely sipped his tea, which was not at all good and bitter, and waited silently for his food to be served, a girl in a tattered gray and linen-colored dress with a dusty face stole a glance at him from the next table. The girl's eyes are very bright, although her face is full of dust so that people can't see the appearance, but still can't block that pair of eyes that seem to glow with fluorescent light, and at this moment, she is staring at the gold ingot on Lin Xiaolu's table. I don't know what she is thinking about. Sir, your bun. The store assistant came over with 20 fragrant beef buns, enthusiastically set the buns up for him, and took out the cold, summer-relieving rice wine, greeting him with, the dog meat and vegetables are being made. Please wait a moment. Guest. Hey, don't you go yet. Lin Xiaolu tugged on the shopkeeper's arm and opened her mouth to ask, Little brother, do you know where the Manhwareccommendations temple is? You're going to the Manhwareccommendations temple, my guest? Yeah, I want to go there to learn kung fu, Lin Xiaolu said. In that case, sir, the Manhwareccommendations temple is in Yanyun Pass. It's not too far away from our Yuzhou city. I guess I can get there in 3 or 5 days if I ride a horse, but I guess it'll take a month if I walk. Oh, thanks haha. After asking the location, the teenager will happily start to eat the bun. This hot big bun portion is very sufficient, and a mouthful of oil is very delicious. He almost ate one in 3 mouths, and then eat a bun to drink a mouthful of cool rice wine. Happy to die. And just as he was getting his kicks, the girl at the next table, who was eating a savory bun, suddenly opened her mouth at him. You're going to the Manhwareccommendations temple? Hearing the cool and cold young girl's voice, the mouth-stuffed bulging Lin Xiaolu looked curiously. Then, saw her eyes like autumn water eyes. Lin Xiaolu first froze for a moment, a little surprised that this dark girl's eyes are good-looking, and then they bulged their faces and asked vaguely, Who are you? Chapter 119 Ning. The girl at the neighboring table gave him a very jaded hug and gave her name Anan. She then continued, If you want to go to the Manhwareccommendations temple, I can show you the way. Lin Xiaolu was first delighted at the words, then she gave the dark girl a puzzled look and hesitantly said, I don't know you. Why are you showing me the way? Aning smiled, seeing that you are rich and generous and ordered so much food in one go. I wanted to beg for a meal with you. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head in confusion. His eyes rested on the girl's dining table, on which, in addition to steamed buns and pickled vegetables, there was a long black cloth bag, and he wondered what was inside. And this Aning looked as if she wasn't too old, about the same age as herself, just 13 or 14 years old, and then looking at her clothes she should be living a pretty average life. The only place worth paying attention to was her hands. Her hands were very pretty, white and long, but the sharp-eyed Lin Xiaolu still found that there were delicate calluses on the belly of her fingers and the location of her tiger's mouth, and this generally came down to 2 possibilities. Either she might usually use hoes and other agricultural tools like that to do farm work on a regular basis, or she was a martial artist as well, and she grasped and gripped her weapon all year round. The teenager pondered, didn't agree or refuse for a while, just as the store assistant came with the dog meat and set the hot dog meat on the table. He was immediately attracted by the dog meat stew, didn't think anymore, and directly ate it. Aining then smiled faintly at him. I happen to be going to Yanyun Pass for a few days. I can lead the way for you if you go to the Manhwareccomendation temple, and you can just give me a few taels of silver reward afterwards. Okay. Lin Xiaolu, who is bold in his art, has nothing to fear. He feels that the girl in front of him, even if she is a martial artist, cannot be his opponent, so he directly agreed to do so, but he also added an extra sentence. I guess I'll be here for a few more days, because an old ancestor of some sort might be coming to me to teach him how to behave, and I'm not going to be ready to go on my way until after I've taught him. The girl didn't think much of it and smiled. After a brief acquaintance, the two didn't speak again, eating their meals in silence. Ning was a girl and didn't eat much. She was full after eating one steamed bun. She picked up her black cloth bag and rushed Lin Xiaolu to greet her. Then she followed the shopkeeper to her guest room, and Lin Xiaolu took longer to eat. After all, he had a big meal but only one mouth. After a while, he finished all the buns and dog stew, then cozy patting his little belly, staggered up to the guest room, and staked out his horse stance in the guest room. The afternoon passed quickly. The night descended. The teenager who had been exercising in the guest room all afternoon consumed all the food almost, bounced down from the stairs, and then realized that the lobby of the inn was empty, still not many people, only that mysterious Aining. She was still dressed in the same tattered linen clothes as at noon, her long hair tied with a straw rope and hanging down at her waist, and she was taking small sips of porridge. Lyn Shalu curiously went over to take a couple of glances at the dinner she had picked up and wondered, "Are you full from just porridge at night?" "Poor," Annan replied naturally. Lyn Xiaolu sat down in front of her table, looked at her dust-covered face, and asked, "Ah girl, what do you do?" "My last name is not Ah." Aining, who was drinking kanji, looked up and glared at Lyn Xiaolu, and corrected with an exasperated voice, "Aining is just a shortened version of my name. We're just meeting each other in passing. We don't need to give our full names." "And didn't you tell me what your name is?" "Ha, seems like oh." Lyn Xiaolu just remembered that he hadn't told people what his name was, and smiled apologetically, opening his mouth to say his name, but who knew that Annan had stopped him? "The name is just a code name. You don't have to tell me. Children of the Jianghu are not formalized, and when we get to the temple of Manhwareccomendation, we will go our separate ways, so even if you tell me, I won't necessarily remember it." Lyn Xiaolu was a little embarrassed for a moment when he heard her say that. He thought that this girl was kinda cool. Her every move carried an unspeakable aura. Seeing that Ning didn't seem to be very talkative, Lyn Xiaolu didn't say anything else, and rushed to the shopkeeper to greet him. "Little brother, give me another portion of the noon meal. Add 2 extra portions of beef, and instead of rice wine, give me a sweet soup." After ordering, he looked at Aining's kanji and laughed. "You shouldn't be able to drink enough kanji alone. You eat mine. I have more money." The young girl glanced at him at his words and hummed softly, "I can't afford to eat food as expensive as yours, and after I turn around and bring you to the Manhwareccomendation temple, if you don't give me the reward money on the basis of treating me to a meal, tell me where to reason with you." That said, it's not just money. Lyn Xiaolu, rich and generous, pulled out a gold ingot from his pocket, dejectedly showing off, "My elder sister can love me. Such a big gold ingot, I still have more than a dozen in my bag. Dang." Before he could finish his sentence, Aining tapped the tea bowl in front of him with her chopsticks and warned in a low voice, "Keep your voice down. Don't you understand the principle of not revealing one's wealth? How did your family dare to let you out like this? Aren't you afraid of being robbed?" "Rob?" Lyn Xiaolu, who had always been a stroke of bravery, was instantly angry and happy, and spoke eloquently to the young girl in front of her. "Who dares to rob me?" "Ah Ning, you're afraid you don't know how powerful I am. Do you know about Amei?" Yeah, I know. What's up?" "I robbed the elders of Amei when I was 7. The young girl rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it, and directly decided that this guy was bragging. Lyn Xiaolu, however, did not find her contempt in the slightest, and continued to laugh proudly. "I can tear tigers and leopards alive at the age of 8, and I've also killed a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, and I've also created a gang. Whoever snatches me is simply grasping the fruit of offerings from the table of Yama, and is tired of living a lone life." The young girl listened to his words and felt a raw pain in her brain, even regretting a little the decision to send him to the Manhwareccomendation temple. This guy is full of, really, the more you listen to it, the less it's in tune. 8 years old kills the Foundation? Why don't you go to heaven? She didn't pay any more attention to Lyn Shaolu, letting him brag on and on. It wasn't long before the shopkeeper brought the meals up one by one. Lyn Xiaolu continued to talk while eating, his little mouth blathering, and the young girl finally couldn't help but interrupt him again. "You went to the Manhwareccomendation temple to learn kung fu?" "Right." Lyn Xiaolu stuffed buns into her mouth, stuffing her whole little face into a bulging ball, and said vaguely, "I heard that there are a lot of powerful martial arts monks over there. so I want to go and see them. Ha! The young girl smiled disdainfully. Seeing that she seemed to look down on the Manhwaedit temple, Lin Xiaolu asked suspiciously, "Is the kung fu there bad?" The young girl finished the last mouthful of porridge, picked up the black cloth bag she was carrying, and got up to go upstairs while dropping the words, "You'll have to see for yourself if it's any good." After saying that, she thundered back to the guest room, leaving the confused teenager alone. That night, Fang ate and drank his fill, and after washing himself with the dust-cleansing Dan, he slept beautifully, and by the time the next day dawned, he got up and went out sharply, ready to go out for a run. And just as he left the guest room, he saw Annan, who was also preparing to go for a run, which surprised him slightly, because he got up earlier. He didn't expect Annan to get up so early as well. Chapter 120, The Ancestor of the Shu Family. Morning, Annan. You're up so early too. Annan nodded and ignored him, going downstairs to run alone. And even when she went for a run, she had that long cloth bag tied to her back with a cloth string. Yuzhou City wasn't exactly a bustling big city. After all, it was built on the border of the Tang Kingdom, so there weren't many people in the city early in the morning, except for a few vendors who got up early to sell breakfast and vegetables, and very few other people. Lin Xiaolu was running alone in the brick streets. While running, she was wondering why that Shu family old man was so slow. All the night had passed and still hadn't come to Yuzhou City to find herself. She couldn't wait for him all the time. Depressed teenager ran for a while. The streets gradually began to more people. He bought a string of sugar gourds, while running while eating, not afraid of intestinal difficulties. Flying around Yuzhou City for a few laps and sweating a bit, he went to a breakfast store to eat breakfast, ate 40 or so bean paste buns and drank 12 bowls of soybean milk in a single breath in front of the breakfast store, straightening up the surrounding passers-by, causing the breakfast stall's business to be a lot better than it used to be. When he patted his belly back to the inn, the time has come to the morning tea hour. The inn lobby is empty, a person are not idle. He came to the counter side, and is counting the shopkeeper chatting up, listening to the store assistant. This inn was originally doing quite well, because Yuzhou City is considered a transportation hub and is located at the border. In the past, every day there would be civilians from other countries coming here to stay, either to do business or to play. But now that the Zhu family's ancestor is out of the country, the gates of Yuzhou City have been closed, which has also made the inn not have a single guest lately. Lin Xiaolu smilingly patted the shopkeeper's shoulder after knowing this, promising him that soon this matter would be resolved. And the shopkeeper didn't take his words to heart, only responding with a polite smile. At noon, he didn't order those foods from yesterday, but simply ordered a dozen plates of homemade food, as well as a hot pot, because Lin Xiaolu was generous. Every time he ordered a dozen people's meals by himself, the store assistant and the innkeeper were also all getting more and more respectful to him, treating him as a grandpa to be provided for. After all, during this period of time, when the business was not good, Xiaolu was their god of wealth. Are you sure you don't want to eat? At the dinner table, Lin Xiaolu took a pig's trotter and gnawed on it while saying to Ning, who was eating steamed buns at the next table, "Pig's trotters are fragrant. I don't eat contempt." Ning ate his own steamed bun and declined his invitation. Then after thinking for a moment he spoke, "If you have any enemies, or if someone bullies you and robs you of your gold, I can protect you. Of course, for a price that isn't low." "Oh, that won't be necessary. I'm strong enough to scare myself." Ning saw that he was still bragging. The contempt in his eyes became a few points heavier, and he had already classified this child in his heart into the category of second-rate people, because she had observed Lin Xiaolu a long time ago. Lin Xiaolu's hands did not have calluses, and her skin color was more white and tender, not at all like someone who practiced martial arts. Of course, she does not know is that Lin Xiaolu and the ame food used are full of spiritual qi things, although he cannot be absorbed by the spiritual qi, but the nutrition it contains on the skin texture, the body is very good, so he looks like a good-looking beautiful young man, rather than other martial arts practitioners that kind of bladdered stout man. "Ning, do you know Kung Fu?" Lin Xiaolu couldn't be bothered to ask as she ate. "A little bit." The young girl didn't hide it. Instead, as if she had discovered a new business opportunity, she gave a rare smile. "If you want to learn Kung Fu from me, I can teach you as well. Of course, not for free." Lin Xiaolu decisively shook his head to indicate that he didn't need to learn. Through the contact of the past 2 days he could sort of see that this Ning was actually a money addict in essence. It's just that she seemed to be more principled. For example, she wouldn't agree if she invited her to dinner or something. Anyway, it's just a pretty strange person, presumably a bit of a glitch. The two stopped talking and each ate their own lunch until it was near the end of the day, when Annan finished her steamed buns and then asked after her, "When are we going to leave for the Temple of Manhwaedit?" "Soon." Lin Xiaolu, her mouth stuffed with freshly scalded tripe, turned around and responded vaguely, "Don't be in a hurry. I guess it's just these 2 days. I'm waiting for someone. Just as he finished speaking, noisy voices suddenly came from outside the inn's main door. And soon, several people aggressively walked into the inn. Each of these people had an extraordinary temperament and were dressed in gorgeous clothes, while the one at the head was a white-haired old man with crane hair and a serious face. Lyn Xiaolu guessed almost at first glance that this old man was that what's-his-name Zhu clan ancestor. He smiled at Aining with surprise on his face and said, I think we can set off tomorrow. Look Aining, this old man came over to me. The young girl curiously looked at the white-bearded old man who came in, and then looked at the group of imposing middle-aged men behind him, and soon noticed the jade tags on their waists, and was startled. A pair of beautiful eyes were shocked beyond measure. Her red lips pursed tightly, and she didn't dare to make a sound in the slightest. These people were the great Tangzhu family. It was not something that a martial artist of his own could deal with at all. Damn it, what the hell was this brat who bragged all day long? And how did he get into trouble with the immortal cultivators? Her hand fidgeted as she gripped the black cloth bag, contemplating whether or not she should run away first. And unlike the young girl's fear, Lin Xiaolu's side was much more leisurely. At this moment he was looking at the old man in front of him who looked like a worldly superior inside. Other not to mention, just to say that people this selling appearance, that is indeed immortal style, full of force. Walking on the street is estimated to let a person feel a glance as the kind of old gods. While giving his evaluation in his heart, he absently fished out a chopstick of beef roll from the hot pot, dipped it in the seasoning and carefully blew on it before stuffing it into his mouth and savoring it, as if he didn't even notice the unkind gazes of these people. At this moment, inside the inn, the white-bearded old man led a large group of middle-aged men, striding up to Lin Xiaolu, who was concentrating on eating the hot pot, and condescendingly looked at him, and with just one glance, he could tell that Lin Xiaolu didn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy in his body, which also caused a trace of coldness to flash through his eyes. A pariah who doesn't kneel when he sees the old man, and eating hot pot so freely. It's just treasonous. As the old man's face became more and more grim, the panic in everyone's heart increased. The in-store assistant and the shopkeeper hid behind the counter and didn't dare to squeak. The atmosphere of the entire inn lobby became incomparably weird for a while, as if it was the quiet before the storm. Only the sound of the teenager eating hot pot and baring his mouth still echoed in the inn. And in the next second, a middle-aged man beside the white-bearded old man suddenly opened his mouth to Lin Xiaolu with a cold voice. You're the one who injured my cousin, and pretended to be a Mei Shangxian? The teenager unhurriedly blew on the piping hot beef and nodded, then shook his short legs in dejection while eating, his small hands resting on his head, and glared at them with slanted eyes, with a look that said, if you have the ability to get me killed, you can do it. His appearance naturally made this line of cultivators feel furious. Being used to being looked up to by ordinary people, they simply couldn't accept that they dared someone to look at them like that. That middle-aged man even shouted loudly and asked, Bastard, do you know who is standing in front of you? The white-bearded old man also grunted angrily, staring at Lin Xiaolu and sneering. The old man has only been out of customs for a few days, but he actually encountered a yellow-mouthed child like you who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. It's really interesting. In the face of the old man's sarcastic words, Lin Xiaolu continued to shake her legs and eat the hot pot, humming as she ate. I say you all have a big old why a little eyesight is not it. Did not see me eat it. First line up to go to the corner over there squatting to go. Wait for me to finish eating and then pick your pants. Chapter 121, Are you taking off your clothes? The moment such rampant words came out, the atmosphere within the inn instantly fell to freezing point. Not far away, Aining tightly gripped the cloth bag, a look ready to withdraw at any time. She really has a heart. This little cute must find death. One cannot control. Bad things would have been enough. Cannot dare to casually expose the identity. At this moment, the middle-aged people around the white-haired old man all had murderous looks on their faces, and this old man even revealed a horrifying laughter. Good. Even His Majesty doesn't dare to talk to me like that. After saying that, the white-haired old man turned around and left in a heck of a way. He wasn't prepared to take a shot at a little doll. It undermined his Zhu clan ancestors' compulsion. So the moment the old man turned around, the few middle-aged people around him directly turned on Lin Xiaolu. Why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? How strong is Lin Xiaolu now? Because martial artists did not have a specific realm division, so it was not very good to judge, but Little Deer himself probably knew. After experiencing the second beast blood, his battle power had completely exceeded the foundation. To say that a sentence to crush the foundation is not too much, unless they fly. Otherwise, as long as a melee occurs, the foundation realm is almost always only the part of being completely abused. And these several middle-aged men in front of him, simply just chi condensation realm cultivators. To put it mildly, even if he stood and let them fight, let them hammer his little brother by all means. He did not bring panic. Also for this reason, when these middle-aged cultivators exerted their means, Lin Xiaolu only did two things. First, with a flick of his wrist holding the chopsticks split into two, transforming into two streams of light that ruthlessly pierced into the small abdomens of the two middle-aged cultivators. Secondly, his short legs flew towards a middle-aged cultivator's feet. The force was so great that it directly stomped the cultivator's feet into the ground, and the cultivator also instantly bent over. And just when he was about to cry out in pain, Lin Xiaolu poured a piece of boiling hot beef meatballs from the bowl into his mouth, choking him so much that he directly collapsed to the ground and coughed one after the other. These two things were made at the same time. The speed was fast. The time only took less than 2 breaths, so fast that Aning barely saw it. 3 chi condensation stage cultivators fell directly at his feet, either covering their stomachs or throats, screaming in pain. Everyone was dumbfounded. Aning's entire body was given a stare down and froze in front of the table, while the originally forced white-haired old man also turned around in shock, looking at this scene with disbelief. Within the inn, the 3 cultivators were rolling on the ground in pain, while Lyn Shalu continued to calmly drink her soup. It's not just about being more aggressive. Who's afraid? I'm the best at pretending to be a big shot. The teenager's forced and calm appearance stunned everyone for a moment, and the white-haired old man also looked at Lyn Shalu in disbelief, a hint of scorn in his gaze. Are you a cultivator? The teenager shook his head and smiled inscrutably. Immortal cultivators are so vegetable. How could I be one? I'm an awesome and bombastic martial arts practitioner. These words were uttered, leaving the white-haired old man speechless for a moment. He could indeed sense that the teenager in front of him didn't have a trace of spirit power, but if he was truly just an ordinary martial artist, it would never be possible to put down 3 chi condensation realm cultivators in an instant, at least not in his perception. He stood blankly while Lyn Xiaolu didn't pay any attention to him, still eating the hot pot by herself. The old man was unable to sit or stand for a while, an old face as ugly as smeared with. Only after a while did he awkwardly squeeze out a smile. This little friend. Everything that happened just now, old man thinks it was just a misunderstanding, because Lyn Xiaolu had a blithe look on his face. The old man was a bit unsure of this teenager's strength, so his tone softened and he said kindly, the old man would like to make a friend with the young friend and turn a war into a war. What do you think, young friend? The white-haired old man thought that his words were not a problem at all. The meaning of his words has been softened, and is a senior. In front of this little doll, even if it is a bit of strength, should be seen to be a good thing. But whoever thought that Lyn Xiaolu didn't intend to give him face at all, with his mouth stuffed with beef meatballs, he directly shook his head and then vaguely responded, Old grandpa, this matter is originally what you guys did wrong. That uncle at the city gate that I knocked out, I was going to reason with him, but he indiscriminately scolded me, so I taught him a lesson. The fault is not mine, and you guys are coming after me today without distinguishing between right and wrong. If I didn't have some skills, you guys wouldn't let me go, right? You'd definitely kill me. So I can't possibly let you guys go when I'm capable. That makes sense, right? But don't worry, my senior sister doesn't let me just kill anyone, so I just need your pants. After saying that, he carried a small bowl, stretched his little legs, and looked at the white-haired old man while eating the mutton rolls with chopsticks, puckering his face and saying, Are you going to take it off yourself or should I do it for you? The white-haired old man's face changed at his words, and the wrinkles on his brows were all tangled together in death. This little doll actually made himself a cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm, take off his pants in full view of everyone. Is this a human thing to do? Lyn Shalu, these words not to mention the white-haired old man and the surrounding cultivators, even not far away from the Aning, are some slightly confused. This picture how to look at, as if this little cute, it's the villain who's the one who's the big bad. She blushed oddly and tried to purse her red lips to keep from laughing. Hiccup. A few moments later, Lyn Xiaolu finally ate his fill. He wiped his mouth and looked at the motionless white-haired old man in front of him in surprise. Old grandpa, do you really want me to help you take it off? Ah? You're so lazy. Come on, pucker your ass up. He said this paragraph easily and casually as if it was a matter of course, causing the white-haired old man's chest to heave with anger, his eyes glaring at the teenager in death. The white-haired old man, who had never suffered such a great insult, glared at Lyn Xiaolu and said coldly, Little doll, as the saying goes, where it is spared, it is spared. You don't want to think that the old man is really afraid of you. Lyn Xiaolu laughed and lifted her teenage face to look at him, revealing a smiling face with small dimples. If I didn't have some skills, and I told you that I have to spare people, would you spare me? The old man glared at him menacingly and didn't say a word. Look, you won't spare me either, right? Lyn Xiaolu spread her small hands and laughed. My senior sister said, don't do unto others what you don't want them to do unto you. Since you won't even spare me, then what face do you have to beg me to spare you? Come. Take off your pants and obey. You're a bully. The white-haired old man roared out violently. His spiritual energy was greatly displayed as he swung out his palm, blasting out with blinding streams of light. Aining was startled to see the white-haired old man suddenly lash out, and hurriedly picked up the black cloth bag and prepared to get up and run. But in the next second, she saw Lin Xiaolu grabbing the old man's withered wrists, and stiffly curbing the raging aura. Aining was instantly stunned in place, staring at the scene in bewilderment. "Grandpa, why are you guys being so unreasonable and calling me a bully?" Lin Xiaolu laughed cheekily, and then with a burst of force from his palm, the old man's wrist suddenly clicked. A sound. "Ah!" The old man screamed in pain. His wrist was pinched off and he was in immense pain. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground with one knee, cracking the floor alive. He hastily opened his body protection spiritual energy and tried to counterattack, but Lin Xiaolu remained undaunted and pinched his already deformed wrist and continued to speak. "Actually, if you flew away just now, I really couldn't do much about you, but unfortunately, old grandpa, you were too generous." After saying that, he slowly raised his small hand and slapped it against the old man's brain. Clang! The tender little hand with a monstrous force shot out, accompanied by a loud sound as if a bronze bell was hit. Invisible round airwaves immediately from the old man was shot at the forehead spread out, and was the old man with the knees of the floor is also once again click. A sound, directly crumbled. Put! The old man whose brain was slapped viciously sprayed out a mouthful of blood. If not for the fact that his wrists were still being pinched by Lin Xiaolu, he would have been paralyzed on the ground at this moment. This scene gave everyone another shocked look, and Aining was even more surprised as she lightly covered her red lips. This little cutie, it actually did defeat the Tsukiji in one move. How did he do it? In the middle of the field, Lin Xiaolu looked down on the severely injured old man and continued to ask kindly, "Old grandpa, are you taking off or not?" The old man spat blood from his mouth, looked up at him resentfully, and yelled, "Not off!" Clang! With another slap, the old man's body shuddered violently. His kneeling legs were slapped and sunk into the ground, and plasma gushed out of his nose. "Take it off or not?" I won't take it off." The old man continued to yell, tears spilling out of his eyes. The old man was in tears, and the whole person looked pitiful to the extreme. Clunk, clunk, clunk. Lin Xiaolu, but no mercy, caught the old man's melon as a storm of wild shooting. The old man's melon immediately, with a chicken pecking rice-like, was shot up and down straight upside down, body also inch by inch straight to the soil, and finally he could not stand, tearing his lungs crying, I take off, you do not shoot, I take off." Seeing him begging for mercy, Lin Xiaolu then stopped her hand and sat down at the dining table, teetering on her legs and resting her chin in anticipation, saying, "Take it off, I'll watch." Chapter 122 Bought a duck. In the Yuzhou city in the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly, the breeze was clear, and on the streets where people were coming and going, a white-haired old man with a Taoist bone and immortal style was leading a group of middle-aged cultivators with handsome faces, running and jumping gracefully on the streets. Their upper body, all brocade clothes, elegant, while the lower body, they all revealed the naked buttocks. At this moment, they are taking a licentious and unrestrained pace in the street to indulge in youth, and their movements are also very beautiful. Running at the same time, the jade stalks are upside down. The small dragons dance chaotically, perfectly highlighting the elegance and vitality of the immortal cultivators, so that the pedestrians on the side of the road have been full of praise, shouted loudly. Lin Xiaolu was also standing at the entrance of the inn, looking at the backs of these cultivators leaving and sighing. It's really worthy of being an immortal cultivator, so old and still has such a round, delicate and shiny butt. It's really extraordinary. AI, if only I could have such a handsome butt like them. Behind him, Annan stood quietly, and only after the teenager had been looking at him for a while did Annan interrupt his admiration to ask, "How did you do that?" "Ha?" Lin Xiaolu twisted her head in confusion and looked at Annan. "What how?" "Just that old Zhu family ancestor." Aining looked into his eyes and asked, "How did you break his protective aura?" Lin Xiaolu laughed, "You want to learn? Think." Annan nodded and said expressionlessly, "Name your price, and I'll see if I can afford it." Lin Xiaolu gave a cute smile to the young girl in front of her, smiley face. "The price I'm offering is 1,000,000 taels of gold." Aining was stunned after hearing this and looked at him incredulously, then lowered her head and said bitterly, "I can't afford it." Lin Xiaolu gave her a curious look. He thought that the Annan at this time was quite cute. He grinned broadly and said, "The method to break the protective aura is something I created myself. It's called the second dark strength, but the cultivation conditions are very harsh. You need to have experienced at least one beast bloodbath and have a strong physique to be able to do it. So I'm sorry, there's no way I can teach it to you." After saying that, Lin Xiaolu greeted with a smile, "Tomorrow we can go to the Manhwareya temple. Do you want to go buy some dry food and save it for the road? Or go buy a horse to ride?" "Do you know how to ride a horse?" Annan asked. "No. Would you?" "I would." But I'm a poor man. Then why don't I buy a horse and then you take me? Lin Xiaolu asked in surprise. I don't want to. Then you'll be too close to me. After saying that, Aining suggested expressionlessly, you can go buy a carriage and I'll drive it for you. It's also much faster than walking. Lin Xiaolu's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he and Ning hit it off right away, painfully going to buy a carriage. He was worried that he had so much gold with no place to spend it. In the afternoon, Lin Xiaolu went to buy a carriage with Ning. At that time, the store owner asked for 2 ingots of gold. Lin Xiaolu was also very generous, directly ready to pay, but the result is that Ning stopped him, and then the store owner a burst of crazy bargaining, directly cut the price cut in half, and finally with the money of 1 ingot of gold on the purchase of a big date red horse and a sturdy carriage. On the street, Lin Xiaolu was sitting inside the carriage, curiously poking his head out of the window to look at the street scene outside, while Ning was at the front of the carriage holding the horse for him. If I hadn't helped you cut the price today, this carriage would have cost you 2 ingots of gold. I saved you 1 ingot, and you'll have to give me some silver as a reward. While leading the horse along, Ning said to the teenager inside the cart, I don't want more. Just give me half of the ingot of gold you saved for you. Lin Xiaolu was also generous, sitting in the car and smiling. When we arrive at the Manhwareya temple, I'll directly give you an ingot of gold. What do you think? Good. Anin agreed succinctly. The two of them, one driving the carriage and the other sitting in the carriage, soon arrived at a grain store. Lin Xiaolu spent money without any heartache, and there was no concept of it. Directly asked for a dozen pounds of fried rice. All of these contraptions can be preserved for a long time, and they can be eaten directly or boiled with water, which is very suitable to be used as dry food. Ning, do you think we should go and buy something else? There's nothing good about just eating fried rice. In front of the store, Lin Xiaolu tasted the dry fried rice and said. The young girl was staring at the owner of the rice store loading the rice, preventing him from substituting the best for the best or missing caddy. When she heard Lin Xiaolu's question, she couldn't help but give him a cross look and said casually, we'll be passing through other cities on our way to Yanmen Pass. We won't be able to stay in the wilderness for very long, so the fried rice will be enough for us. Oh, okay then. Lin Xiaolu was helpless, feeling a little depressed that he had no place to spend his money. He stood by the rice store and looked around idly, and in a short while, he was attracted to a store that sold poultry. Inside the stores selling poultry are many small pens made of fences containing small chickens, ducks, geese and other poultry. Store owner is an old man more than half 100 years old. This moment is holding a bushel fan, lying in the cool chair dozing. I do not know so many chickens and ducks noisy he is how to sleep. Lin Xiaolu came to the store door and looked curiously, then squatted in front of the store door, touching the little chickens, touching the little ducks, thinking about whether to buy a poultry. On the way to eat fried rice, tired of eating can change the taste, and he hadn't been picking for long when he suddenly noticed a big white duck that was lying in the dry straw, glaring at him with big, intelligent eyes. Lin Xiaolu thought it was interesting and raised his hand to touch the duck, but it lifted its white wings and snapped. The duck lifted its white wings and snapped, and pushed his hand away, very spiritually not letting him touch it. Lin Xiaolu was shocked at the sight, and hurriedly shouted to the shopkeeper, Old man, your protection fee this month. Ah no. Grandpa, how do you sell this duck? The old man on the cool chair was awakened by the noise and said casually after skimming Lin Xiaolu, 61. Ah, thanks Grandpa. Grandpa, you give me a cage, or I'll get someone to burn down your store. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu grumpily took out the change she had just found from buying fried rice and bought this strange big fat duck. When Lin Xiaolu returned to Aining with the white duck in her arms, Aining's entire being was bad. What are you buying ducks for? There's too much money for me to carry heavy. Lin Xiaolu was like a child who got a new toy, hugging the duck and letting out a roar laughter, and got into the carriage with her head. Aining shook his head helplessly and put the purchased fried rice into the carriage before leading his horse back to the inn. That afternoon, Lin Xiaolu returned to the inn, cannot wait to carry the duck back to the room, unlock the door, and then with the same as raising pets to take something to the duck food. However, the duck is very personalized, crawling there, not moving, and do not quacking. Lin Xiaolu through the food is even more scornful. Why don't you eat? Lin Xiaolu curiously opened the cage, the big fat duck out. The duck is still the same as in the afternoon. Simply do not want to let him touch. But Lin Xiaolu's strength is not a duck can be blocked. Directly forced to take control of it, will carry it out and then put it on the table. And then they also crouched on the table, blinking wide-eyed curiosity looking at it, with it against the eyes and revealed a bad smile. Brother duck, are you a spirit animal? Suspecting that this duck was a spirit animal, Lin Xiaolu bluntly asked, are you able to understand me? Can you speak? Say something if you can. Seeing that the duck still didn't take care of itself, the teenager grabbed it, then raised his small hand and patted its head one by one. While patting it, he urged, don't pretend. I can tell at a glance that you're not a serious duck. Speak up. Speak up. The duck was slapped straight fluttering, but can't resist at all. Instead the feathers fell straight off. In the end the duck finally can't help it, glaring at Lin Xiaolu, opened the small flat beak shouting, asterisk 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 asterisk, try slapping me again. Chapter 123, Handsome Duck. Lin Xiaolu was scolded by the duck for a moment, and then it suddenly rejoiced, and grabbed it and laughed out loud. You really are a spirit beast. Ha 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 ha, I actually bought a spirit beast. Ha 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 ha, I'm so discerning. The big white duck fluttered and struggled in his hands for a while, but it was useless. Lin Xiaolu's strength was amazing. Even granite could be easily crushed. Stinky, you let go of me. If you don't let go of me, no good fruit to eat. Duck while being rubbed brain while quacking straight. Lin Xiaolu but simply do not listen, tugging its brain to fling over and fling over, while flinging while laughing and asked, Duck, what realm are you in? Usually only spirit beasts in the Foundation establishment realm can speak, right? Then wouldn't you be in the same realm as Emperor Penguin? Stupid human. You're in big trouble. The duck stomped its short legs and quacked angrily, if you let me down now, I can still give you a whole body. Otherwise Before it could finish its sentence, Lin Xiaolu mischievously grabbed its two little orange duck paws and then flung them around the room, its brain being slammed hard against the closet before planting itself upside down on the floor again. The duck was knocked dumbfounded. After getting up from the ground dizzily shook his head for a while before he reacted. Angrily opened his small wings and pounced on Lin Xiaolu with his short legs, quacking and yelling. A soldier can be killed, but not humiliated. Stinky, old son, fight with you. I was, originally, just an ordinary duck, living happily with a group of female ducks every day. Until 2 years ago, when I was swimming in the village, I inadvertently found a bright crystal floating on the lake. I was instinctively attracted to it, and swam over to take a look at it, and found that it was a crystal clear bead, which I swallowed, and after that I became spiritually intelligent. Later, I lurked in the mortal world and learned many things, and had guessed that I was the kind of spirit beast you are talking about, but I didn't have any other abilities besides being spiritually intelligent, talking, and handsome. I knew that a handsome duck like me wouldn't be accepted by the world, so I spent most of my time hiding, getting caught, then getting sold, then sneaking away, then getting caught again, then getting sold, then sneaking away, and so on and so forth. This may be my destiny, a handsome duck destined to wander the world. Of course, I met you now, by you with a pair of eyes, from the vast sea of ducks to find me, and even handsome as I am, I have to admit that your face value, than the peak of the time of me, but also a little bit higher, so I decided, Shwai duck, am willing to follow you for the rest of my life. Lin Xiaolu, big shwai bastard. Inside the room, Duck finished his speech with a sincere look on his face as he knelt on the floor with a 4-meter bronze-colored machete around his neck. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, sat in front of it, holding an apple in her left hand as she ate and listened to it. Teenager holding an apple in his left hand and a large gung bronze in his right, his short legs one on a chair and one hanging naturally, looking down at the duck in front of him. So, your name is Handsome Duck? Yes, more handsome than me, master, Duck said in a well-behaved and damn knowledgeable manner. But you're not handsome either. Lin Xiaolu held her knife in one hand, her mouth stuffed with fruit meat, and vaguely queried, you look almost as long as Chen Yanyun. Who is Chen Yanyun? A teenager who thinks of his father every time he sees me. Oh, Lin Xiaolu continued to ask, do you really have no other abilities besides talking? Duck's brain shook straight up and said very seriously that he lived by his face. Big handsome Lin, I'm really soft and useless. I'm nothing but handsome, just let me go. Okay, the duck begged pitifully. Lin Xiaolu heard but let out a roar laughter. Comforted, don't look down on yourself so much. You're not still able to praise me. In the future, you'll mix with me. Praise me 20 times a day. I guarantee that you'll eat good food and drink sweet food. After saying that, the 4-meter-long Daijing bronze in his hand then flashed a blinding green light and disappeared. Then dropped the apple core and revealed a lovely smile and said, I advise you not to think of running. Although I'm not an immortal cultivator, I'm very good at light kung fu. If you dare to run, I'll castrate you, handsome duck. At night, when Lin Xiaolu walked out of his room and went to the lobby to eat dinner, the handsome duck with a clean white duck feather followed him and went downstairs with him. In addition to the shopkeeper and store assistant in the lobby, there was still only one person, Ning, who was eating steamed buns and drinking kanji. Annan glanced at him, naturally noticing the ducks following at his feet, her gaze revealing a hint of doubt. The teenager smiled and showed off. Handsome duck, show my friend. Aining heard Lin Xiaolu say that she was his friend, and was just about to retort when the duck in front of him suddenly mouthed the following words. Chick, pretty handsome nah, Aining? The girl was so startled that she grabbed her black cloth bag and jumped out of her chair, looking at the duck in horror. Not this one. Lin Xiaolu puffed up her face and gasped. Rephrase it. The duck froze and humanely scratched its brain with its wings, then sputtered again. My name is Shui Shui Duck. Meet MS. Anin. Lin Xiaolu then nodded in satisfaction and smiled at the constantly shivering girl. Ah Ning, this is my new little brother. Awesome, right? The young girl's face turned white with fear, and the innkeeper and store assistant also hid behind the counter, not daring to move. After a long time, when Ning, who was holding the black cloth bag tightly, saw that the duck didn't seem to be a threat, he spoke with a trembling voice. Is this demon? No, 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 this is a spirit animal. Lin Xiaolu greeted handsome duck on the dining table, then slapped the table and shouted, little brother, bring me another serving of rice. It's the same as at noon, a hot pot. After shouting, he then continued to smile at the still scared Aning. Don't be afraid. Spirit beasts don't hurt people, and the handsome duck is a very weak spirit beast. Nothing but handsome, so I guess it can't even beat you. Anin sniffed and looked at the duck's appearance, then skimmed her small mouth, not really feeling how handsome the duck was herself. She watched the handsome duck with white wings clip up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, and then used the wings to hold up the cup of tea and took a sip. After drinking also like a human being, let out a long suddenly even more puzzled. This Lin Xiaolu, what kind of person is she? This is clearly a demon, isn't it? Isn't Lin Xiaolu scared? Where, exactly, did you come from? She asked the teenager the question on her mind. Lin Xiaolu laughed. Didn't you say you don't need to know my name? The young girl pursed her lips and didn't say anything, frowning as if she was thinking about something. And when Lin Xiaolu saw that she didn't say anything anymore, she thought that she was embarrassed by being hit in the face, so she dejectedly bragged. My name is Lin Xiaolu, Doublewood Forest, the Xiaolu of the little plum deer, from Amei, and I'm the intended next sect leader of Amei. Aning was shocked to hear this, looking at the silly teenager in front of her, and for a moment she was a little confused as to whether it was true or not. Amei. If it's Amei, it should be able to help, right? Chapter 124, Small Mountain Villages. Inside the lobby of the inn, Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shui Duck surrounded a red oil hot pot in front of a fast-eating nonsense. This person and a duck while eating and bragging loudly. The picture looks how bizarre and thrilling, while Ning looks a little preoccupied, seems to be entangled in something. Lin Xiaolu had already told her identity and made it clear that she was a martial artist whose combat prowess far exceeded that of an immortal cultivator, as well as saying a lot of things about Amei. And after that, Aning had never said another word. Little brother, 2 more plates of lamb. By the way, your red oil hot pot is a bit spicy. Give me a bowl of soybean milk with extra sugar. Handsome duck eats a beef ball with those little flat beaks, then schemes over the spicy teenager who's spitting his little tongue out in contempt, and says, you can't stand this much spice? Rubbish. At the dinner table, Aning quietly watched Lin Xiaolu pinch handsome duck's neck and watched him pick it up and fling it, straight to the duck feathers flying all over the sky. That night, Aning ate his own steamed buns and drank a bowl of thin porridge. Then he went back to his room alone. While Lin Xiaolu and handsome duck were different. Lin Xiaolu was taking a long time to eat, while handsome duck asked the store assistant for an altar of wine to drink. And this thing actually loved to drink, and a whole altar of Juyingkun was drunk by it. And it was only until late in the night that it drunkenly returned to the room with Lin Xiaolu, and all the time until the second day when he woke up. Handsome duck was walking 1 step and wobbling 3 times, looking like a drunk. After finishing the last breakfast at the inn and settling the expenses for these few days, Lin Xiaolu, Ning, and Shui Shui Duck said goodbye to the shopkeeper and the store assistant, got on the carriage, and together they went to Yinmen Pass. Ning drove the carriage for them, while Lin Xiaolu stayed in the carriage with handsome duck, and a large bag of fried rice and a few bundles of horsegrass, and leisurely went on the road. And on the way, the teenagers and duck's brains were still sticking out of the carriage window from time to time to watch the scenery outside with great interest. Lin Xiaolu was more like this kind of feeling, sitting in the comfortable carriage, through the window, looking at the ever-changing stores, restaurants, and pedestrians outside. He feels very cozy. Shui Shui Duck also said that riding in the carriage is very fun, but it has not completely sobered up yet, and from time to time, it will say a couple of nonsense words. They set out in the morning and didn't leave the city gates until the unsettled hour of the afternoon, and it would take about 10 days by carriage to go from Yuzhou City to Yanmen Pass. By the time they left the city gates in the afternoon, Lin Xiaolu fell asleep in a daze, with handsome duck following suit in his arms, and when they woke up again, they realized that the carriage had stopped. And where are we? Lin Xiaolu hugged handsome duck, her brain peeking out of the bamboo curtain of the carriage, and realized that it was already a moonlit night outside, and Ning was building a bonfire not far away. Lin Xiaolu jumped down from the carriage, And when she saw that the horse was tied by a rope to the side of a tree and was eating horse grass, and that Ning was eating dry fried rice by the campfire, she walked over with Shui Shui Duck. Awake? Aha! Aiming through the water bladder to Lin Xiaolu, who thanked him, drank some water, and fed Handsome Duck some more, and then sat down beside Aiming and grabbed fried rice from the sack to eat. Have a say. Fried rice is not much to eat. Once in a while to eat is okay. To eat this all the time will be very dry, swallowing people easy to sore throat, and there is not much flavor. But Lin Xiaolu is also eaten bitter, did not pay much attention to it, and still ate a lot of flavor. As he ate, he surveyed Annan, and was a little curious when he saw that the black cloth bag she had was resting across her lap. What's in your bag? I see you carry it around every day. Secret, Annan responded indifferently. Lin Xiaolu skimmed her mouth and said disdainfully, I'm from Ame. What kind of powerful things haven't I seen before? I'm guessing this is your weapon. Is it a sword? Aining shook his head, still with that cold demeanor. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. I'm only responsible for sending you to the temple of Mithraea, and after that we'll have nothing more to do with each other. You have to be so cool. Lin Xiaolu muttered twice, then looked to the side at the duck eating fried rice. Handsome Duck, is the fried rice good? Not good at all. Handsome Duck spat. It's not delicious and you're still eating it so flavorfully. Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck felt a little bored as they ate the fried rice while having a blowjob. After a while, Lin Xiaolu was full from eating 5 or 6 pounds of fried rice, so she got up and staked out by the campfire, while Ning watched with interest. After watching for some time and adding some firewood to the bonfire, she saw Lin Xiaolu not moving at all, not moving like a mountain, and in a rare moment she complimented her, the horse stance is quite stable. That's not true. Lin Xiaodir laughed, I've been doing horse stances since I was 7 years old, and I've been doing it for years, and I've never stopped. You're from Ame. Why do you practice martial arts? Shouldn't Ame be all immortal cultivators? Aining asked. Lin Xiaolu did not say that she was not talented enough to practice martial arts, but bragged, immortal cultivation is outdated. Practicing martial arts is the right way. At these words, Handsome Duck laughed outright, one little wing covering his belly and one pointing at Lin Xiaoxue with a loud laugh. This is the first time I've heard this theory. Who doesn't know that those who cultivate immortality are all gods, and those who practice martial arts even better are still mortal flesh? Lin Dishui force you're also too capable of pulling your punches. Lin Xiaolu was immediately unhappy when she heard this, and loudly retorted, I can be much more powerful than an immortal cultivator. Last time that Zhu clan ancestor was beaten by me without any power to fight back, he said very seriously, and I hadn't taken off my load at that time, and I didn't use the Dagung bronze weapon, or else I could fight dozens of ordinary foundation establishment stages as long as they didn't fly up. As soon as these words came out, Aining, who was sitting cross-legged by the campfire, suddenly saw his eyes light up. Fawn, is that true? Of course it's true. Lin Xiaolu stiffened her neck and argued, Ning, you saw it with your own eyes, right? I can almost kill the foundation establishment realm in seconds. Then if it's the Jedan realm, can you deal with it? The young girl asked with a blazing gaze. Lin Fawn, his small face reddened, and he muttered softly with some hesitation, I haven't fought the Jedan realm. It's hard to say. After he finished speaking, he looked at Ning curiously. Why are you asking that? Ning, do you have enemies in the Jedan realm? Lin Xiaolu was a bit puzzled. He didn't quite understand why Aining, a mortal, would ask about Jedan realm cultivators. Beside the bonfire, the wood burned splintering in the flames, and every now and then a few sparks would float out, and in the face of Lin Xiaolu's doubts, Ning did not explain anything. She just sat silently, staring at the fire without saying a word, and the light of the fire was reflected in her eyes, as if it were a stunningly beautiful painting. On the second day, the carriage continued to drive and arrived at a small mountain village at noon. The two of them went to the village to eat something together as soon as they ducked, in which Lin Xiaolu even ate more than 20 bowls of noodles in one breath. He was in a good mood because he hadn't been to this kind of small village for a long time, and at this moment, seeing the familiar countryside fields, the cook stove again, and listening to the sounds of children playing and laughing, he couldn't help but be reminded of the winter melon village. Squatting at the edge of the field, the teenager held a large cyanotype bowl and took a big bite of the 29th bowl of noodles. His noodle bowl was full of greens and thin noodles, with 2 yellow-orange eggs on top of it, the aroma of which was overwhelming, and it could be described as a superb delicacy. Lin Xiaolu's cheeks were stuffed and bulging, and while eating, she watched with interest as a group of children released paper kites in the emerald green fields, her heart overwhelmed with emotion. Hey, I don't know if old man Zhang is dead or not. Why don't you go back to Donghua village to take a look after you go to Mithraea temple to learn new martial arts? But he didn't recognize the road. He was too young when he left, and didn't know which country Donghua village belonged to. I guess only the boss who picked him up knew. It was hard to do. How many bowls have you had? The teenager was thinking about his hometown. Aining's voice suddenly came from behind her. She came and squatted down next to the teenager and looked at him angrily and said, "The village headman is terrified of you, and you're too much of an eater." Lyn Shalu was not happy when she heard this, and angrily shouted, "I've only eaten the 29th bowl. Why is he so stingy? It's not like I'm not paying for it." Chapter 125, False Monk. Annan gave him a helpless look, crouching beside him and crying a little. "Is this a question of being stingy? They're afraid you'll die." Lyn Xiaolu stuffed the poached egg in the noodle bowl into her mouth, puckered her cheeks and looked around, and asked, "Where's handsome duck?" Aining blushed, as if remembering something embarrassing, and said in a thin, mosquito-like voice, "It went to preach to the female ducks raised by the village chief's family." Oh. Lin Xiaolu didn't think too much about it, holding the noodle bowl and continuing to feast. Soon the noodle bowl was at the bottom, so he got up and shouted to the thatched hut behind him, "Grandpa village chief, another bowl." The mountain village was only a small stop, and after a light meal, the two men and their ducks continued on their way. In the days that followed, the carriage passed through many villages and crossed 2 or 3 Tang cities. Lin Xiaolu just sat leisurely in the carriage every day, bragging and fighting with Shui Shui duck, while Aning was as usual a man of few words, quietly driving the carriage for the two of them, during which there was nothing special that happened. And after a few days of leisure time, they arrived at the so-called Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass was the westernmost city of the Tang Kingdom, and Aining said that beyond the pass was both the desert, and that the so-called Manhwaedit temple was built in the midst of this frontier city. At this moment, the carriage drove into the Guan city, slowly traveling through the streets of this small frontier city. Lin Xiaolu had never seen a desert before. He poked his head out curiously from inside the carriage and immediately felt the climate. It was very arid and the air seemed to be mixed with sand. The houses here were also built lower, and Aining told him that because the desert was more windy and often swirled with sandstorms, there were no tall buildings in Yanmen Pass, which could easily be collapsed by the fierce winds. One side of the water and one side of the people. Because of the different geographic environment, so the city and the construction of the city, naturally, will be slightly different. The teenager held handsome duck in his arms, probing the surrounding houses and pedestrians, while Aining drove the carriage and arrived in front of a grand, magnificent, earth-colored temple with a large number of incendiary visitors. "This is the temple of Manhwaedit." Carrying a black cloth bag, she turned and held out her hand at the teenager. "Let's part here and pay." Lin Xiaolu painfully put an ingot of gold into Aining's hand and asked, "Ning, are you leaving now? Why don't you and I go to the temple together? We've come all this way." Handsome duck nestled in Lin Xiaolu's arms and also called out at Ning, "Woman, my big brother invited you to wander around the temple, so don't be ungrateful." Annan tucked the gold into the belt around her waist with a grimace, then shook her head. "There's no such thing as an unending feast under the sky. You and I were never meant to be on the same path, so let's part ways and see each other again when we have the chance." After saying that, this cold little girl turned around and left without the slightest intention of dragging her feet. Lin Xiaolu looked at her back as she left and scratched her head. Although she had known that this day would come, she did not expect that Aining would actually be so dry. In his arms, handsome duck sighed and sighed, "Linda handsome pussy. In the future there will be only the two of us left to depend on each other." Lin Xiaolu nodded depressedly. He felt that once Aining left, the small team all started to turn cold, so he still quite couldn't let go of Aining, but there was no way around it. He could see that Aining was a girl with a stubborn character. "Alright, we'll see her and her again sometime." After saying that, Lin Xiaolu hugged handsome duck and got off the carriage. On the official road of Yanmen Pass, Aining carried a long black cloth bag on her back, marching forward alone in the streets where people were coming and going. She walked very fast and in a hurry, as if she was being chased by something, and while she was running fast, she did not move and took out a small round mirror from her waist and secretly shone it behind her. She then immediately saw through the mirror that in the crowd behind her, there were two men in light gray long shirts who were standing left and right, and Aining was also startled after seeing these two men, and immediately sidestepped and ducked into the side alley. She gasped violently, leaning nervously against the wall, her petite body beginning to tremble uncontrollably even from fear. Well, after a long time, there was no more movement coming from outside, so she was relieved and carefully lifted the mirror, ready to check out the situation. And when she had just poked the small mirror out of the mouth of the alley, an icy laugh came from behind her. "As a princess of a deceased country, you're not bad for being able to maneuver around us for so long. Is the young monk also here to offer incense at the temple? Please come with the poor monk." "No, I'm here to learn martial arts. I've heard people say that there are many powerful martial arts monks in the Manhwaedit temple," Lin Xiaolu said in a serious manner. Inside a certain courtyard of the temple, Lin Xiaolu gazed at the group of fat monks in front of her, while at the same time being somewhat puzzled. Why are all the monks in this temple so fat? At this moment, when the big fat monk heard Lin Xiaolu's words about wanting to practice martial arts, he burst out laughing a few times, revealing a kind smiling face. The young monk has a good eye. My Mathreya Law Temple is well known throughout the entire divine state, with a wide variety of martial arts secrets under its doors, and countless powerful martial arts monks. While Lin Xiaolu's eyes lit up when she heard the fat monk's words, and she hurriedly shouted, "Big monk, you quickly let those martial arts monks come out and show them to me." "Yes, but..." The fat monk paused for a moment, rubbed his fingers together toward Lin Xiaolu, and said with a smile, "We still need you to donate some incense money." "Oh, well, I'm rich as hell." The teenager grandly removed the small backpack and unzipped it before revealing the dozen or so gold ingots inside. The fat monk immediately looked shocked. A pair of triangular eyes sunk into the meat, staring straight at the gold. The hala almost flowed out. Lin Xiaolu took out a piece of gold ingot from the pile and threw it to the fat monk, asking, "Is that enough?" "Enough is enough." The fat monk forcibly hid his smile, put his palms together at Lin Xiaolu and respectfully said, "Little monks are kind and generous." All of a sudden donated so much incense money to poor monks. Poor monks in the future when they go out to whore. Oh no, they go out to help people. They will definitely proclaim the great kindness of the little monks. This will let the martial monks come to show you the martial arts. After saying that, he called out to an even fatter big fat monk under Lin Xiaolu's joyful gaze. Lin Xiaolu was confused on the spot when she saw this big fat man who was panting even when he walked, pointing at him and shouting to the monk, "This big fat man is a martial arts monk?" "Right." The monk in the temple nodded his head in a serious manner and shouted to the big fat man, "Yangju, come and show this little master your hand." The big fat monk smiled at his words, and then he performed an empty-handed brick-splitting act for Lin Xiaolu, only to see him bellowing, lifting his big chubby hands and splitting a red brick. The surrounding monks saw it also very cooperative and shouted loudly. Only Lin Xiaolu looked speechless. "You call that kung fu? This split is still red brick." Splitting red bricks as long as a healthy adult basically can do it, right? Even if it is a common martial artist like Zhang Yun's big brother, this kind of burnt red brick, that can also break 2 or 3 pieces with one fist. You split a red brick so dejected. This is serious? Lin Xiaolu, although just started walking the Jianghu, inside is not a lot, but not stupid. He has now reacted to this. What the Mathreya temple is simply a group of fake monks? One of them to raise the fat head and ears, bladder and waist, but also said to the outside world that they eat vegetarian. Which who can believe? Chapter 126, Good work. Rewarded. How about it, little monk? Is it awesome? If you hand over 2 more gold ingots, young monk, the poor monk will take you on as a disciple and pass on this iron sand palm mastery. A group of fat monks gathered around Lin Xiaolu and laughed, while Lin Xiaolu's little face changed and she clenched her little fists, glaring angrily at them. "Are you guys fooling me just because you see me as young?" After saying this, he reached out with his little hand and shouted, "I'm not donating incense money to you anymore. Give me back my gold." A few fat monks froze, looked around, saw that the perfumers were in the front yard. No one was around here, so they didn't move and surrounded Lin Xiaolu. The leader of the fat monks even smiled and looked at this only 13-year-old boy, unabashedly threatening. "Little monk, this incense money has already been paid. There is no way to get it back. The Buddha will be blamed." "Yes, and you've seen our Mathreya temple's mastery, so this amount of money is not enough. Young monk, you have to leave your backpack as well." Lin Xiaolu instantly became furious, pointing at the gang of fat monks and shouting, "Do you believe that I will report to the police, officer?" A couple of fat monks laughed out loud. "Can an official be bigger than Buddha? Even if the emperor came to see our Buddha, then also have to kneel down and kowtow." Lin Xiaolu, I. In the afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and everywhere was golden. Lin Xiaolu stepped on the high stone steps and walked out from the Mathreya temple, and before she left, the temple was still constantly ringing with the screams of pain from the monks. Handsome Duck follows at his feet and marvels as he laboriously descends the stairs. "I can't believe you're so strong, knocking them all away in such a short time." Lin Xiaolu had a wrathful face and gasped, "I thought there would be real kung fu here, but I didn't expect it to be full of crooks. It's really infuriating. I'll never trust monks again." "Come on, you're so handsome. What's the point of meeting with them? And there are good guys and bad guys everywhere. Their kind can only be considered the scum of the Buddhist sect." A man and a duck chatted idly and came outside the temple, took away the carriage, and then a man, a duck, and a horse came to the official street, not knowing where to go for a while. "What do we say now? Where are we going?" Handsome Duck raised his duck head to look at him. "I don't know." Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, and his eyes were a little confused for a moment. "I'm here to look for martial arts, but there doesn't seem to be much in this country." After saying that, he glanced at the handsome duck at his feet and asked, Don't you often wander the world? Do you know which country has martial arts? I'm a duck who lives off my face. How can I possibly care about martial arts? The handsome duck said while taking a dip in the duck poop on the ground. And after doing so he said in a soothing manner, Lin Shui pussy, I've finished taking a dip. And now my stomach is empty again. So let's go eat. Lyn Shaolu laughed, okay, I just saw a roast duck restaurant when I came here. I'll take you to eat, haha. Handsome duck sniffed and looked at him with an angry face. Do you think you're funny? One person and one duck talked for a while, without discussing the idea. They were ready to go to eat first, and then feed some horse grass to the horse. And just a few steps away, they saw that not far away from the street, the second floor window of a restaurant suddenly shattered, and a young girl carrying a black cloth bag flew out from it, with a graceful gesture, and caught the broken wood shavings all the way up to the mid-air. A man and a duck both froze for a moment after seeing this scene, and then Lin Xiaolu looked at the young girl, revealing a puzzled expression. Handsome duck, don't you think this girl looks a bit familiar? The handsome duck lifted his small wings and folded the tips of his wings, placing them on a pair of duck eyes to block the sunlight, then squinted his eyes at the young girl who was still spinning and flying, and said in a serious manner, it seems to be a bit familiar. Lin Xiaolu held the horse, stood in the center of the official road, looked at the young girl, continued to doubt, do you think she looks a bit like Ning? A little, but there's no red water on Annen's forehead, said the handsome duck standing at the teenager's feet. Lin Xiaolu hummed for a moment, and then asked, that reddish water, could it be this girl's blood? Her head was broken? It's possible. Handsome duck continued to comment very seriously, but her face seems to be bigger than Annen's as well. That's true. Lin Xiaolu watched the young girl start to fall down from high in the air, stroking her small chin and thinking for a moment before continuing to guess, smiley face? Her face is bigger than Annen's. Is it possible that it's because her face is swollen? Well, this one might have as well. The handsome duck continued to nod its head, and when it finished it suddenly froze for a moment, raising its duck head in surprise and looking towards Lin Xiaolu to ask, so is it possible that this female is Annen? Well, there is this possibility. Lin Xiaolu's brain, which slowly lowered as the young girl fell downward from mid-air, then pondered and said, if we don't save her, is there any chance she'll die? Handsome duck sniffed and thought very seriously for a while, then said, it's hard to say, in case it's just crippled from the fall. Also right. Lin Xiaolu nodded in agreement, and her heart, which had been a little tense, relaxed, and just as the young girl was about to fall heavily to the ground, two men in light gray long shirts suddenly rushed out from the store next to her, simultaneously pinching out their magic spells, and then two blazing fire snakes spun out, pouncing fiercely at the half-fallen Aning. One person and one duck continued to stand in the center of the street and watch, while the handsome duck was finally a bit surprised to see this scene and patted Lin Xiaodu's calf with his little wings. Hey, cultivator rug. Well, I saw it. When you say that Annen meets this situation, I guess he won't need to be disabled, right? It should just die. Well, that's what I thought. Lin Xiaolu finished nodding, then suddenly reacted and shrieked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ning is going to die. Wow. Two narrow fire snakes coiled up, the blaze shivering wildly in the wind, sweeping in with a raging heat wave, and pouncing straight at the already fainting Annen. And right at this moment, Lin Xiaodu rushed out at full speed and directly performed the Mandarin steps, flying in an arrow step, while the silver ring on her right wrist shone brightly, and her palm fiercely reached out into the air beside her. In the next second, an amazing scene appeared. His hand was clearly reaching into the air with nothing on the side, but at the moment, it was as if he had plunged into the surface of a pale green lake, and his palm even disappeared into the green ripples, which swirled all around him, setting off a burst of ripples. Then, the right hand that reached into the green lake backhanded out a bronze-colored hilt. In an instant, a bronze giant blade with a full length of 4 meters and a width of more than 30 centimeters was drawn and pulled out from the green ripples as a whole as he ran, the whole time as smooth as silk. Countless pedestrians screamed and fled in the center of the official road, the teenager backhanded holding a huge blade all the way. The cold wind blew away the broken hair in front of his forehead, revealing the tender teenage face. At the same time, a pair of short legs will be stepped on the green stone floor inch crumbling, as if a long ditch like dust flying. Boom! The power of one step. The green stone violently shattered. The teenager flew to leap to the scene, did not hesitate to kneel on one knee, and then the left hand a hand to catch the drop from the sky of the Aning. At the same time, the right hand tugged the hilt of the knife to the front of the body. Directly the large gung-ho bronzes throughout the oblique in the side of the body in a block. The next moment, the two whistling fiery fire snakes will be ruthlessly crashed in the as if the shield like a large gung-ho bronzes. Only heard stabbing a sound. Fire splashes and the green smoke bursts. The two cultivators who saw this scene were both stunned for a moment, looking at the giant blade in front of them that was constantly smoking in a daze. What is this thing that just came out of nowhere? At this time, the streetwalkers, out of fear, have long since run out of sight, and a few moments later, the huge green blade that was protecting the young girl slowly moved down, revealing a young teenager's side face. Snap! Behind the teenager, the handsome duck who saw the scene flapped his little wings and quacked. This saving action is so handsome, but it has the style of this duck back then. Good work! Win the reward! Chapter 127, I don't know what to name it 3. In the middle of the street, Lyn Shalu blinked her eyes and took a look at the weakening in her arms, then carried her on her shoulder, stood up with her sword, and turned her head to look at these two cultivators of unknown origin, with some dorkiness hanging in her expression. Why are you guys fighting? Or immortal cultivators beating mortals? It's too much. Look, Ning has been fattened up by you guys. Two cultivators stood side by side, their eyes looking at the teenager with grim eyes. After a long time, one of them smiled coldly. No matter what you are, leave that girl behind, and then get lost. Lyn Xiaolu was instantly annoyed when she heard this, puffing out her cheeks and gasping, I promised my senior sister before I went down the mountain that I wouldn't fight, so don't force me. Senior sister? The other cultivator almost laughed out loud at the words. Kid, do you know who the woman on your shoulder is? I advise you to better put her down, or else not to mention your senior sister. Even if your senior mother came, it would be a dead end. Hearing these two people curse their senior sister, Lyn Xiaolu's face turned completely cold. What if I don't let go? No release? Oh, the friar sneered and grimaced without saying anything. The two sides were facing each other on the empty official road. A cold wind swept through, and after a soft whistling sound, the cultivator on his left suddenly bellowed, and in the next second, he and the cultivator beside him simultaneously strangled and shouted, Inflamed serpent. Boom! They just shouted halfway. Lyn Xiaolu a clean side kick, a kick in the huge big gung bronze. The huge big gung bronze suddenly the sound flew out horizontally, as if a horizontal wall, with a violent hurricane directly into the two cultivators into the mud, and then continued forward, has been flying into the rear of the restaurant. The restaurant was also hit by the 800,000 pounds of daging bronze with a bang. Brick walls shattered, wooden beams flying, tile flickers. In an instant, the entire restaurant was collapsed, accompanied by a sky full of gray dust. The two Foundation establishment realm cultivators' bodies completely submerged, turning into a ruin. And all this happened in time, almost in an instant. From an onlooker's perspective, it seems that the teenager beautifully raised his leg and kicked it, and the flying out of the daging bronze was destroyed and pushed all the way forward horizontally, crashing into a pile of fragments even with the people with the restaurant. At this moment, in the middle of the official road, Lyn Xiaolu carried the unconscious Ning, looked at the dusty ruins in front of her, disdainfully skimmed her small mouth, and then lightly pretended to be a pussy. I, Donghua Village Ichiban, love to strike out at those who think they have outstanding abilities. In the distance, Handsome Duck watched the scene in shock, straight away feeling skeptical of Duck saying, this big brother of his own actually instantly killed two Foundation stage cultivators, and these two Foundation establishment stage cultivators didn't even have the time to grunt until they died. It looked at this not tall teenager, and then looked at the ruins, and immediately made a decision in his heart. He will have to mix well with this big brother in the future. This is a big backer. The first thing the young girl saw when she woke up was the wooden skeleton roof. She blinked, and it took her a while to remember everything with a bit of a headache, then immediately sat up and surveyed her surroundings warily. She realized that she seemed to be in an inn room, and her black cloth bag, sitting quietly at the head of her bed, which was a slight relief, though still a bit puzzled as to why she was here when she had obviously been found by them. However, it is always good not to be taken back by those people to force them to ask for the password. Not to mention that the red tassel of the submerged dragon is also still there. It is really blessed by the father and mother. The young girl joyfully picked up the black cloth bag and lifted the covers just to get out of bed. Then she realized something that made her whole body almost go crazy. The rough linen dress on herself was gone. It had turned into a long, green, floral dress. She touched her face in further horror, and sure enough, the dust that she had purposely put on her face to avoid them in the first place was gone. What has happened to you? To yourself? The young girl was in a state of alarm when, coincidentally, a familiar voice spoke from outside the room. The sugar gourd sold by that uncle just now is not sweet at all. Wait for me to turn around and collect his protection money. Yeah. When the time comes, big brother, you cover his eyes to keep him from looking, and then I'll go and empty his house. Wahahahahaha, whoa ga 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 ga. Accompanied by the arrogant laughter of one man and one duck, the door of the room was pushed open at once, and Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shui Duck walked in a wolfish manner. Ning stood in the room wearing a green-colored floral long dress, her bare little white feet, her beautiful eyes reddening as she glared at Lin Xiaolu. And when Lin Xiaolu and Shui Duck saw Aining, they were also simultaneously overjoyed. "Ah Ning, you're awake?" Lin Xiaolu said with a smile. "Aining, don't ask me who saved you. I'm never going to tell you that I saved you. So don't ever thank me or invite me to dinner." Roar 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 roar. Handsome Duck also helped out at the side. "Woman, I will also definitely not tell you that the moment we saw you being sent flying, my big brother flew and rushed up. That's right, we definitely won't tell you that after I beat those 2 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to death, more than 4,000 more Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came. Brother, how do I remember it being 40,000? Oh yes, it's 40,000 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators, with an additional 4,000 Jiadan and 400 Yuaning. That's right, at that time, my big brother pants off. Oh no, is the clothes a lift? To the sky of the black pressure of a cultivator, boldly a pat small belly, directly shouted, "This girl I Wintermelon Village a bully cover, which is not afraid to die on the step forward to try." Lin Xiaolu was so happy that she crossed her arms in the room and laughed. Handsome Duck is absolutely right. At that time, so many cultivators were stunned by my majestic appearance. Quite a few of them directly pooped in fear. Ah Ning, can you imagine that scene? More than 40,000 cultivators hovering high in the sky, sparsely pooping down. That scene, it was just like ing rain. My clothes, who changed them? Inside the room, the young girl's cool voice shuddered out, interrupting Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck's 1-2 punch. Lin Xiaolu froze for a moment and looked at Anan in front of her with some confusion. "The clothes were picked out for you by Handsome Duck, and the change of words was given to you by the innkeeper of this inn, an older woman who was very fond of gossip." "Yeah, what's wrong with you, woman? Are you disappointed that my big brother didn't change your clothes?" "Woman, don't give an inch." Hearing that it was an older woman who had changed her clothes, Aining was relieved. She had really died in that moment just now. She wasn't stupid. She naturally knew that she was saved by Fawn, but she couldn't face it if her body was seen by him just because she was saved. The good thing is, boys grow slower than girls, and so do their minds, and Fawn doesn't seem to know much about men and women yet. Inside the room, Lin Xiaolu continued to look at Aining and laughed. "Aining, why you always painted so much ash before the shopkeeper auntie to give you medicine? Wipe your face clean. I realized that the original you grow, but also quite a special mother like a person." Aining, she glared at Lin Xiaolu without any good reason, then felt a gust of weakness. She was still injured, and hurriedly sat back on the bed holding the table. Chapter 128, The Dharma is Mindless. "I am immaculate." "Ah Ning, why did those people beat you up? I see that they're all cultivators of the Foundation Establishment Realm." Yeah, it's too much to actually hit you, a mortal." The teenager and the duck squatted in front of the young girl's bed and spoke in a 7-word conversation. The girl pursed her somewhat pale lips and didn't say anything, and after a long time, she said softly to Lin Xiaolu, "You saved me today, and I will repay you later." What's this?" Lin Xiaolu laughed. "I'm a martial arts practitioner. Our group of martial arts practitioners was to be chivalrous, not to mention that we are friends." Out of the mix to talk about righteousness. After saying that, he then asked, "Ah Ning, are you in some kind of trouble?" "Say it, I'll help you out." Handsome Duck nodded his head repeatedly from the side. "My big brother is especially powerful. He can kill cultivators of the Foundation Establishment Realm in seconds. Woman, if you have any trouble, just speak up and let my big brother be happy." Anan looked at the teenager and the duck in front of her, pursed her lips, then opened her mouth expressionlessly. "I'm in a lot of trouble. I can't afford to pay you for saving me once, and I don't like to owe favors." Hearing this, Lin Xiaolu froze, and Handsome Duck froze as well. The room suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and after a few moments, Lin Xiaolu suddenly exhaled, revealing a smiling face. "All right, the doctor said that you're quite badly injured and need to recuperate. I'm also not an immortal cultivator and don't have the means to treat your injuries. So Ning, you'll just stay here and recuperate for a while." When he finished speaking, he got up and left with a smile on his face. Handsome Duck watched the teenager leave, then looked at Aining sitting on the edge of the bed, scratched his head with his wings, and finally gave her a furious hum. "I don't know what you're so proud of all day long. Thanks to me and my boss still treating you as a good friend and telling you about righteousness in the Jianghu, but it turns out that you're actually talking about payment to your boss. Can righteousness be measured by payment? I should have known that I shouldn't have let my boss save you. It's really infuriating." With that, Handsome Duck left the room with a wiggle of his duck butt and a small step. After both of them left, the young girl was left alone in the room. She sat silently, then her eyes went to the black cloth bag placed at the bedside, tears rolling straight in her eyes. After a long time, She picked up the black cloth bag and held it in her arms for dear life. Big brother, are you angry with that woman? It's too much. You saved her and she's still acting like that. I can't stand to watch even a duck. In the middle of a certain marketplace in Yanmen Pass, Lyn Xiaolu was wandering through the crowded streets while listening to handsome duck whine. You keep your voice down, so people can hear you talking and others will be frightened. No, big brother, you're not even angry? I was a bit angry at first, but now I'm not. Lyn Xiaolu said while squatting in front of a stall to pick out fruits. Uncle, how do you sell this watermelon? A penny a pound. Sweet? It's definitely sweet. Don't pay if it's not. Oh, then give me 2 unsweet ones. Vendor? Lyn Shalu picked 2 unsweet watermelons and carried them in a basket in her hand, and said to handsome duck, Ning is just deliberately distancing herself from us because she's afraid of getting us involved. Handsome duck froze and looked at the teenager in surprise. Boss, how did you know? Guess. Handsome duck. So do we still have to care about her? Handsome duck continued to ask. For the time being, regardless of it, if she insists on leaving we cannot stop but if we meet her, she is in danger, certainly still want to save. Practicing martial arts people, do not see the road is also not to say. Well, big brother, you're quite the bearer. Hey, that's. One person and one duck continued to leisurely wander around the street, and not long after, Lyn Xiaolu suddenly saw that among the crowded pedestrians in front of him, a big shiny bald head appeared vaguely, glittering in the sunlight. Conspicuous. He was taken aback on the spot. The vultures of the Manhwaedit temple have a bit of something after being beaten by me to that state, they actually managed to come out and skulk around so quickly. After saying that he couldn't wait to greet handsome duck and said, none of these dead vultures are good. Go, let's go beat him up again. Ha, okay boss. In the midst of the bustling marketplace, Lin Xiaolu and Shui duck squeezed through the crowd and headed straight for the eye-catching big bald head. But this big bald man seemed to have discovered them as if he had. Obviously did not turn his head to look at them, but at the moment, he walked faster and faster, and in a short while, he slipped into a deserted mud alley. The dead bald donkey is quite a chicken thief. I guess he found us. It's just a pity that he met me, a bully from Donghua village. Lin Xiaolu turned into the alley with Shui duck, and then she saw the monk's back. This mud alley was a dead end, and at the moment, this monk was wearing a clean white monk's robe, with his back to Lin Xiaolu and Shui duck, standing peacefully within the alley. Lin Xiaolu first froze when he saw his figure. He was a little surprised that this bald donkey in front of him didn't seem to be as fat as those bald donkeys from the Manhwaedit temple. On the contrary, he was skinny, and a little bit shorter. It felt like he wasn't as tall as he was. Handsome duck was also stunned, blinking his duck eyes at the monk and then at Lin Xiaolu. Big brother, this doesn't seem to be the gang of vultures from the Manhwaedit temple? Well, I guess it's not the group that I beat up. Lin Xiaolu hesitated for a moment before yelling out directly. Hey, are you those vultures from the Manhwaedit temple? The words fell, and a moment later, a clear teenage voice rang out. 2 monks. I'm afraid you've recognized the wrong person. With that said, the monk turned around, revealing his full face. This was a rather handsome teenage monk, about Lin Xiaolu's age. He looked to be about 11 or 12 years old. His appearance was very clean, but there was a black lump on his brain, which seemed to somewhat detract from his aesthetics. At this moment, he turned around and looked at the navy blue Taoist robes on Lin Xiaolu. He was also slightly stunned, and then very nicely folded his hands and said, so it's a Taoist master. I'm sorry for the little monk's impoliteness. Lin Xiaolu looked at him in confusion and asked, you're not a bald donkey from the Manhwaedit temple? The young monk shook his head with a smile. The young monk is from the Heartless temple. Heartless temple? Where is that? Lin Xiaolu looked at him in surprise for several moments, then impatiently waved her hand. Forget it or not. In any case, I'm not happy when I see a bald donkey. When he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at the little monk, shouting angrily, little bald donkey, take off your pants. The young monk was startled at the words. His face went white. He looked at the fierce Lin Xiaolu. After hesitating for a moment, he shivered and said softly with a shivering voice, no, don't do it. Handsome duck once heard him say don't. Suddenly not happy, standing at the feet of Lin Xiaolu, wings a forked waist, quacking shouted, let you take off. You again ink old son get dead, you believe it or not. The young monk was once again stunned when he saw that the handsome duck could actually talk. Then he looked at Lin Xiaolu in surprise. So the monk is also a cultivator. The young monk is rude. Lin Xiaolu was slightly stunned. Also, can't it be that you're a Buddhist monk? The young monk smiled and said, yes. Lin Xiaolu was a bit interested in what he heard. This was the first time he had seen a Buddhist monk. So he looked the little monk up and down several times before introducing himself. My name is Lin Xiaolu. I'm from Amei. What do you call yourself? Little bald donkey? So it's the amateur master. Disrespect. With rosary beads hanging from his palms and his back to the mud wall, the young monk once again clasped his hands together at Lin Xiaolu, showing great compassion and respect, saying, "The Dharma is mindless. I am immaculate." The poor monk's Dharma name Immaculate. Chapter 129, The Great Tang. Schloss Lin. Schloss Duck. The young monk's Dharma name is Immaculate. Originally a monk of the Heartless Temple, he went to Johua Mountain 2 years ago to pay homage to the Dharma of Earthstore Bodhisattva, and is now ready to return to his original temple. Inside the muddy alley, the little Taoist priest, the little monk, and a little duckling squatted in a circle on the ground, chattering together. Lin Xiaolu curiously looked at the black lump on the unsullied little monk's forehead and queried, "Were you beaten up here?" The young monk laughed softly. "Master Lin is mistaken. This is what the young monk out. He explained. The young monk left his master's school and went to Johua Mountain to pay homage to Earthstore Bodhisattva, and it was a line of 3 steps and a knee, 5 steps and a bow, 7 steps and a kowtow, all the way kowtowing and knocking out. That's why you walked for more than 2 full years. You have a strange hobby. You actually like to kowtow." Handsome Duck marveled. Unsullied folded his hands together. The duck scholar has misunderstood. This is an expression of the young monk's respect for the Earthstore Bodhisattva. It's faith. Lin Xiaolu continued to look at him curiously and asked with a bad smile on her face, "Little bald ass? I see you're about my age. What's your cultivation level?" Back to Abbot Lin. The young monk's current cultivation level is the 3rd level of qi condensation. "Hehegia, you're too weak for this." Lin Xiaolu had a disgusted look on her face. "You're simply weaker than Chen Yanyun. You're also about the same level as the Eastern egg in Tang Yuan. My sister is only 10 years old this year, and she's all ready to build her foundation." His words were thick with pride when he mentioned his sister. Seeing that his cultivation was despised, the young monk awkwardly touched his naked brain and coughed. The young monk is a monk. His cultivation is different from many monks, and most of his time is spent on studying Buddhism. "So what do you study in Buddhism?" Lin Xiaolu continued to curiously inquire. He himself is a Taoist priest, but in addition to learning the word, is never read the Taoist scriptures, although Ame has a special Taoist scripture hall, but he never went to see. But the boss seems to be quite a lover of books, holding a picture book all day long to read. That is presumed to be a very learned Taoist scriptures. Seeing Lin Xiaolu's curiosity about what Buddhism is the study of, the young monk knew what he was talking about and very happily publicized. The Dharma of Buddhism, when taken apart and pronounced, is 3 dots and a coming and going of going. So to study the Dharma is to teach people to remove the 3 dots. Which 3 points? Inside Mud Alley, the little monk raises 3 fingers to Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck, smiley face. Greed, anger, dementia. At noon, Lin Shalu warmly invited the young monk to come and stay at the inn where he was staying, and said that food, clothing, housing and transportation were all covered. Of course, there is naturally a reason for this, and the reason is because Lin Xiaolu didn't know where to look for martial arts, so he told the young monk about his confusion, and the young monk told him that in his Heartless Temple, there are 2 volumes of true scriptures and scrolls left behind by previous generations, and that these 2 volumes are highly profound and are somehow related to martial arts. It was said that it was the young monk's master, an old Zen master named Heartless, who had acquired it from a martial arts master when he was young, but since both he and his master were immortal practitioners, the 2 volumes of scriptures, though ingenious, had not been studied much, and had only been used for collection, and the names of these 2 volumes of scriptures are called Mindfulness Pudding and I Jing Jing respectively. Therefore, Lin Xiaolu received the little monk warmly, and said that he is the person who practiced martial arts, and wanted to go to the Heartless Temple to see, and the little monk was also very happy, a mouthful of agreement. After all, he is in the Heartless Temple is actually very small, inside only 2 people, he and his master. There are not many people of the same age to play on weekdays, this time to find a playing companion, and also feel quite good. Little monk, you'll hang out with me from now on, don't worship Buddha, worship me. Yeah, I'll worship my big brother every day. He won't let me worship, I'm still upset. I can't even eat. Handsome Duck chimed in from the side. Shyly, Unsullied folded his hands and recited the Buddha's words, saying softly, the young monk learns Buddhism with his master, and is not worshipping the Buddha. Don't worship Buddha? Then who do you worship? Lyn Shalu was surprised. We worship the Dharma. Unsullied explained with a smile. Master taught the young monk that the Dharma of the Buddha cannot refer to a particular person or incarnation, but rather a concept of great compassion. So it is this great compassion that the young monk and master worship. Wow, I can't imagine that you and your master are quite special. Not at all like the bald donkeys I've seen before. Lin Xiaolu stared in wonder. The two of them entered the inn with a duck talking and laughing, and when they entered, they saw Aining sitting in the lobby drinking kanji. Her face was pale, and her entire body was also haggard, with the appearance that she was about to fall down when the wind blew. Fang greeted her cheerfully when she saw her. Ning, let me introduce you to my new friend. This young monk is called Unsullied, and is from a temple called Heartless Temple. Little monk, this is my half-friend. Her name is Ning. I don't know what her exact name is. She didn't tell me. Hearing that Fang's name for herself had changed from friend to half-friend, Ning's face turned a few shades whiter. Good day, female cultivator. Unsullied politely did the Buddhist method of paying homage to Ning. Ning nodded in response, his voice weak as he said, Good day, little master. She then looked once again at the cheeky Lin Xiaolu and hesitantly opened her mouth. You, come with me for a minute. Ha, Lin Xiaolu was an afterthought, and when he saw that Ning had already gotten up with great effort and picked up the black cloth bag and headed for the backyard of the inn, he had no choice but to put the watermelon down and follow with some confusion. Little monk, let's continue the chatter later, ha. I'll treat you to a chicken leg tonight. Inside the lobby of the inn, the immaculate little monk in white monk's clothes and the handsome duck stood side by side, looking at the back of the two of them, leaving one after the other, are a little bewildered. Afterwards, the handsome duck moved its wings a few times, pouted its fat duck buttocks, and sighed with eyes showing the vicissitudes of life. A woman's heart can't be seen through, only because the chest meat is too thick. The unsullied little monk also put his palms together beside it and bowed his head and said, Amit Ba Buddha. Lin Xiaolu followed Ning all the way to the empty backyard and opened her mouth to ask, Ning, what are you calling out for me for? Inside the courtyard, the young girl turned her back to him and paused for a moment before opening her mouth with a slightly shaky voice. My last name is Zhang. My full name is Zhang Ning. Ginger. Ning? Lin Xiaolu nodded doubtfully. You called me here just to tell me your name, ah? The young girl didn't say anything, as if she was struggling with something. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, bristled. He didn't like people who always stammered when they spoke and did things, so he impatiently bristled. I'll go back if there's nothing else. I bought watermelon that doesn't cost a fortune. Come along and eat. Wait! Zhang Ning shouted and turned around, carrying the long black cloth bag in his hand, and looked very seriously at Lin Xiaolu. She looked at the teenager in front of her quietly for a moment, and then, with a slight opening of the mouth, Fawn, have you ever heard of Big Dawn? I've heard of it. Aren't we in Datong now? The young girl shook her head. This is the Tang Kingdom, not the Great Tang. The Tang Kingdom is just a vassal state of the immortal sect Ame, whereas the Great Tang is a powerful country that can be equal to the immortal cultivation sect. Take Ame for example. The Great Tang is not exactly weaker than Ame. Can you understand it when you put it this way? Lin Xiaolu was a bit surprised. Are you saying that this what's her name Datong, as a mortal country, can be compared to Ame? Well, Zhang Ning mused for a moment, then nodded with a frown. If Ame didn't have Li Mingru sitting on it, it would indeed be comparable. Chapter 130 Cloud Bone Sect. Hearing Aining call out his boss's name, Lin Xiaolu was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Aining, an ordinary person, to actually know his boss. However, he didn't move on his face and didn't say that Li Mingru was his master. Instead he decided to save this for his next pretense. So Lin Xiaolu continued to ask, I haven't heard of the Great Tang that you're talking about. Why are you telling me about this? Haven't you always wondered where I came from? Zhang Ning revealed a rather pale smile. I am the only princess of the Great Tang. Forest Fawn? In the courtyard, the teenager first froze after hearing this, and then his two small hands were spread out, and he drummed his face and said, So what? Are you showing off your background to me? I'm the next generation of Ame's sect leader. I'm not afraid of you at all in terms of status, right? Zhang Ning, I don't mean that. Zhang Ning cried and laughed a little, helplessly explaining, the Great Tang has been destroyed, and I am now a deceased princess. After saying that, Zhang Ning elaborated on his past to the teenager in front of him. Datong is located in the eastern part of the divine state of a country. This country all people martial arts. The army is brave and good at fighting. Folk martial arts sects are many. Once very prosperous, is the mortal world first-class big country. And Zhang Ning is the eldest princess of the Great Tang. That is also since childhood martial arts. From childhood will be practiced a good hand of gunplay, and learned the Great Tang national arts Bagua Palm and White Crane Fist. And there was only one immortal cultivation sect around the Great Tang, the Cloud Bone Sect. That was a strong clan with a heritage no less than Ame. There were several Jiadan realm cultivators within the clan. Countless foundation establishment cultivators, and its patriarch and elder ancestor were both Yuaning realm powerhouses. Even when facing Ame, they were definitely not weak. Except for Li Mingru, of course. But while the Cloud Bone Sect was powerful, the Great Tang was still not weak. And for hundreds of years, the two had been on an equal footing. And the people of the Great Tang never believed in the Cloud Bone Sect's immortals. The main reason for this, Besides the fact that the Great Tang was a country where all people practiced martial arts, was a red-tasseled spear called the subterranean dragon red tassel. It was rumored that Jiang Ning's ancestor, Jiang Taiqing, the founding emperor of the Great Tang dynasty, had also been a great and powerful cultivator, with astonishing talent and renown in the divine kingdom, but his descendant had no talent for cultivation, so he had used an ordinary red-tasseled spear to bind a mighty Sanglong and subdue its dragon soul within the spear. Afterwards, when Jiang Taiqing broke through the Yuaning and reached a higher realm, he left this gun to his descendants and left behind a recipe that could summon a dragon's soul, and only the bloodline of Jiang's descendants could use it, which allowed the Great Tang to completely have the qualification to be on par with the immortal cultivators. Inside the small courtyard, Lin Xiaolu was lying on the millstone, holding her little brain and listening to Jiang Ning's story, and her eyes also glanced curiously at the black cloth bag in Jiang Ning's hand. "This can't be the red-tasseled spear that hides the dragon's soul?" he asked curiously. Jiang Ning nodded his head, while smiling bitterly. "It's a pity that I'm a daughter. Even if I know the recipe, this submerged dragon red tassel within the dragon soul is not willing to serve me as the main. Cannot be like the year when the great-grandfather, facing the Cloud Bone sect of the gang of robbers, froze by virtue of the red-tasseled gun, stood under the gates of the Great Tang dynasty, in a body of flesh and blood, the long lance to guard alone the soul of the Great Tang dynasty. The lance alone guards the soul of the Great Tang?" Lin Xiaolu recalled the words and felt kinda cool. "And after that? For what reason was the Great Tang destroyed?" He continued to ask. When Jiang Ning heard this question, her petite body suddenly trembled, as if she had thought of something sad. Her beautiful eyes contained monstrous anger as she gritted her teeth and said, "Because of our Jiang family, there is a traitor." "Who?" "My twin brother, Jiang Yuanan." Originally, when the submerged dragon red tassel reached this generation, there were two heirs. One was the crown prince, my elder brother Jiang Please Light, and the other was my younger brother, Jiang Yuanan, but quite unexpectedly, my younger brother had the talent to cultivate, and was not a bad natural talent, and reached the 4th level of qi condensation at a young age. 4th level of qi condensation? Lin Xiaolu froze for a moment. With this strength, the talent did seem to be a little stronger than Dongfang Egg and Tang Yuan and the others, and then a little weaker than Chen Yanyun, but it was indeed quite okay. In the small courtyard, Jiang Ning continued to speak in grief. That traitor, in order to find the method of longevity, willingly became a traitor to the Cloud Bone sect and learned that his elder brother was the crown prince, and that he was unable to obtain the subterranean dragon's red tassel, killed his elder brother and killed his father, and then forced his father to ask him about the location of the subterranean dragon's red tassel and its recipe. Wait a minute. Lin Xiaolu suddenly interrupted Jiang Ning, blinking her big eyes in confusion. Your brother doesn't know the password? Don't know. Jiang Ning shook his head. The ancestral training of the Jiang family is that only when the crown prince inherits the throne can he learn the password from his father. Neither Jiang Yuanan nor I know the password, and my elder brother hadn't yet succeeded to the throne at that time, so he didn't know it either. That's why there was a scene of him killing his brother and killing his father later, when father and elder brother were poisoned by that father, and then father was forced by him, and it happened to be that I bumped into this scene, and that fled back to the Cloud Bone sect, and my elder brother was the first to die of poison, and my father, before he died, told me the password and the location, and told me to take the subterranean dragon red tassel and go to my uncle, who was the king of a small vassal state far away in another place, and tell him about the subterranean dragon red tassel and the password. Lin Xiaolu listened in confusion, and he probably seemed like he might have gotten it right. So, you're actually going to your uncle's restoration? Yes. The people of our Great Tang originally never worshipped the gods and immortals, only the ancestral emperors, but now that there has been a death there, the people are even more like slaves, with every household worshipping the cultivators of the Cloud Bone sect, and my younger brother, because of the piggish act of killing his brother and killing his father, has completely established himself as a great hero, and has a superb position within the sect. After saying that, Jiang Ning exhaled deeply and calmed his mind, then raised his reddened eyes to the teenager and lightly said, Fawn, I'm glad you can take me as a friend, and I'm not going to hide anything from you. The Cloud Bone sect has always wanted to get the subterranean dragon red tassel, and to get the password that only I know about at the moment, which means that they want to use immortal means to draw out that Sanglong's soul inside, the faith-chanting power of the people of the Great Tang, the soul of the crow dragon of the submerged dragon red tassel they all want. So they'll keep sending cultivators to capture me. Right now there's already 2 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators looking for me, and I'm afraid that there'll be more powerful cultivators coming over right behind me. Jiang Ning paused for a moment and said with determination in his eyes, I reckon it will be hard for me to reach the vassal state where my uncle is. You can't help me. Although your skills are strong, you are ultimately limited by your age. You can't deal with cultivators above the Jedan realm, so I'm sorry little dear. We met in passing. I don't want to drag you down. Lin Xiaolu smashed her mouth in embarrassment. Jiang Ning sat down by a well in the backyard and pulled out a gold ingot from her waistband and threw it to the teenager, who caught it and looked at her suspiciously. She, on the other hand, gave Lin Xiaolu a rare tearful smiley face. Before, when I escaped from the palace with the subterranean dragon red tassel, I didn't have any money on me because I left in a hurry, so I'm actually quite poor as a deceased princess. I was so greedy to ask you for money so that I could make it to my uncle's place, but the Cloud Bone sect already has cultivators who have found me, and although they are dead, there will definitely be stronger cultivators following to capture me, so I shouldn't be able to make it to my uncle's place. So this gold ingot, I won't be needing it anymore. Lin Xiaolu sniffed and hummed disdainfully. Chick, there is no taking back the gold that was given out. Are you looking down on us out here? When Jiang Ning heard his off-key words, she first froze, then broke into laughter with a pft and glared at him. Who dares to look down on you? You're so powerful that you can fight tens of thousands of cultivators by yourself. The young man in front of him proudly hummed, laughed dejectedly. How trivial. You are not far from your uncle's vassal state. I will send you all the way, to ensure that you are safe and sound. Little dear, don't try to be blindly strong. Jiang Ning said with tears in her eyes and a smile. The Cloud Bone sect is a very large force. There are strong people within the sect, even if your backer is a Mei. That's not something you can deal with. What about my boss, Li Mingru? Lin Xiaolu suddenly asked with a grin. Li. When Jiang Ning heard the three words Li Mingru, her originally soft pupils instantly shrunk, and her entire body excitedly stood up directly from the well, looking at the teenager with disbelief. Is your master really Li Mingru? The Li Mingru who has been upholding the righteous path on earth for 300 years? Chapter 131, Li Mingru's past. Lin Xiaolu just wanted to nod her head arrogantly, but she was also confused for a moment after hearing Annan's name for her boss. Holding fast to the righteousness of the world for 300 years? What the hell is this? Didn't the boss claim that he lifted his hand to pick the stars and disturbed the people in the sky? When did he ever have that title? And while Fawn was bewildered, a bright light of hope flickered completely in Jiang Ning's gaze. To be honest, she never thought that little dearest master would be Li Mingru. After all, in her opinion, a high person like Li Mingru would not easily accept a disciple, let alone a disciple like little dear who looks a little unreasonable. But if Fawn's master was really Li Mingru, then all the problems would not be a problem. She still remembered that when she was young, her father had told her about the most powerful cultivators she had seen in her life, in which there were quite a few mighty cultivators mentioned, but there was always only one that was the most powerful, and that was Li Mingru. Father said, many years ago, Li Mingru once came to the Great Tang to tour the country. At that time, father was still a child, and the late grandfather, as well as a full of civil and military officials met him. At that time, the Cloud Bone sect's patriarch and their old ancestor also came. They are all Yuaning realm practitioners, but when they saw Li Mingru, they were on their knees for the whole time, and it is not Li Mingru forced them to kneel, is their own to kneel. Pull cannot pull the kind of, one by one happy. Mouth also said one by one thanks to Li demigod to my Cloud Bone cultivator kneeling to see the opportunity, and a long time after that Cloud Bone sect of the ancestor of the people bragged about their own kneeling to see Li Mingru, proud of a few decades. Therefore, if Li Mingru made a move, then all the problems would not be a problem at all. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Ning looked at Lin Xiaolu with great excitement. Her pretty lips lightly opened and said, Xiaolu, can you invite out Immortal Li? My boss is in seclusion. Lin Xiaolu laughed loudly, but don't worry Aining. I left my life lamp when I went down the mountain. If that what's-her-name Cloud Bone sect sends some Jiedan realm Yuaning realm cultivators to bully me, I'll just cripple myself first so that Sister Sectmaster will sense it and have my boss come to save me. Jiang Ning. She looked at Lin Xiaolu with some tears and laughter. Crippling yourself first? You're really a ruthless person. Lin Xiaolu, however, was oblivious to the fact that she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her method, but instead, she swore and continued to laugh, saying, so Ning, you don't need to worry at all. There's my boss. Turn around and we'll go check out the route to see if that little vassal state of your uncle's and the route to the Heartless temple are on the same piece of land. And then we can get on the road together and play together. How fun. Jiang Ning pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. I'm already a deceased princess. There's nothing I can return to you. Small matter. What is there to return or not? We who practice martial arts are to help the good people and then bully the evil ones. Only after saying that, Lin Xiaolu looked at the young girl and asked her doubts with a blear-eyed expression. My boss, Li Mingru, is he really that powerful? What you said about sticking to the righteous path of the earth for 300 years, how come I've never heard of it before? Ah, you haven't heard of it? Jiang Ning also looked at him with some surprise. Never heard of it at all. Lin Xiaolu shook her head and said, I probably know that my boss is quite powerful, known as lifting his hand to pick stars and disturbing people in the sky, but I didn't realize there was such a title. Jiang Ning was sitting by the well, and her delicate little face was also a little confused. Lifting her hand to pick the stars, disturbing the people in the sky is a phrase that she has never heard of either. And it turns out that Immortal Li can still pick the stars? For a while, the atmosphere between the two turned a little quiet, and Lin Xiaolu, who had always been witty as hell, gradually realized something. He himself actually knew nothing about the boss, and it was likely that the entire MA, including the sister of the sect leader, knew nothing more than the tip of the iceberg about the boss. The quiet atmosphere lasted for a while before Jiang Ning opened his mouth and softly said, Immortal Li should be quite famous. Isn't Little Master Unsullied that you brought back also a cultivator? You can ask him if he's heard of Immortal Li. Good. I'm going to ask. Lin Xiaolu turned his head and ran towards the inn's hall yard without saying a word, and after he left, the young girl sitting by the well sat still for a while before wiping away her tears, revealing a lovely smile, and carrying a black cloth bag to the hall yard. At this time, the inn hall courtyard, Scale-free as handsome duck together to taste the outside green inside white, colorless and tasteless watermelon. The two of them are eating happily. Lin Xiaolu suddenly came over. Small face serious, mysterious to a sentence. My master is Li Mingru. Unsullied? Handsome duck? One man and one duck both froze for a few seconds at the same time. And then they both exploded. Master Lin, your honored teacher is actually Li Mingru. Big brother, your master is actually Li Mingru. Lyn Shalu was completely confused as she looked at the shocked reactions of the little monk and the handsome duck in front of her. It's okay for the little monk to know, but even a duck knows his boss's name? He looked at Unsullied in surprise, then at Handsome Duck, then asked tentatively, do you guys know what my boss's title is? Handsome Duck is so excited at the moment that he's waving his little wings and quacking on the table, smiley face. Of course I know. Who doesn't know Li Mingru? Many cultivators have said so. If you don't see Li Mingru in your ordinary life, even if you are a celestial being, it's all in vain. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded. What the hell was this title again? He turned his blazing gaze back to Unsullied, and the shiny-brained Unsullied replied with an excited look on his face. Abbot Lin, the young monk has been studying Buddhism in the temple with his master for many years, so I'm not too sure about Senior Li's title, but I've only heard my master comment on Senior Li. Oh, what did your master, Master Heartless, say about my boss? Lin Xiaolu asked with interest. Inside the hall courtyard, the unsullied little monk clasped his hands together and smiled coyly. Master said that there are two types of cultivators in the world. One is Li Mingru and the other is other cultivators. Hiss. Lin Xiaolu immediately sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing this comment, and straight away she felt her entire scalp tingle and goosebumps all over her body. This little monk's master was also too good at bragging about his boss. You're a ing monk. Monks can't lie, right? Is his boss really that powerful? Why do you think he only drinks? Read picture books? The young Lin Xiaolu couldn't even help but conjure up an image in her mind of the boss carrying a broken wine gourd and smiling cheaply at herself with a dejected face. Silly apprentice, you know nothing of your master's greatness. Ooh ho 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 ho. The moment he thought of this image he felt a brain ache, and directly made a decision in his heart that after he returned to MA, he must go and ask his boss about how many things people and gods had done in the past to obtain so many dangling titles and evaluations. It was just too much. The pusher is actually higher than himself. Then can he still surpass him before he becomes an adult at the age of 17? The pressure is so great. Time was slowly postponed, and soon after it was night. Jiang Ning, Unsullied, Fang, and Handsome Duck ate dinner together in the lobby. Because Yanmen Pass was close to the desert, the supplies here were relatively scarce compared to the central belt of the Tang Kingdom, and it was not possible to eat hot pot. So Lin Xiaolu spent a gold ingot on a roasted camel and set up a long, large table. Unsullied is a monk. He can't eat meat. Even though Fawn and Handsome Duck tried their best to persuade him, he still didn't eat it, served himself a portion of thin rice, took a cucumber as well as a carrot, and then gulped as he watched them eat and drink. Lin Xiaolu loved to be lively, and now this sight of a group of people gathered around to eat made him feel happy. His appetite was wide open. The whole person was like a little wild boar. A camel was almost finished by him alone, and after dinner, they planned the route. Because the small vassal state where Jiang Ning's uncle was located was in the middle of the necessary route to the Heartless Temple, so everything was logical, and the three teenagers and a duck decided to send Jiang Ning to his uncle's place first, and then to go to the Heartless Temple to search for martial arts. Chapter 132, The Desert Journey. Dun 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 dun. Guanzi Zai Bodhisattva, when practicing deep prajnaparamita, sees that the 5 skandhas are all empty, and eliminates all suffering. Shariputra. Color is not different from emptiness. It's noisy. Little monk, you be quiet. Oh, I'm sorry, Lin Master. On the second day, early in the morning, before even dawn, Lin Xiaolu was woken up by the sound of scales banging on the wooden fish reciting the scriptures. He sat up from his bed with an angry face and glared at Scale. Do you believe I'll beat you up? As soon as the sound of the wooden fish stopped, the little monk held the small wooden mallet with a shy face and stammered. No, don't do it, Lin Fawn. He sighed helplessly, got up and put on his clothes. It seems that he can only get up early today to go for a run. This little monk doesn't know what kind of madness. Actually got up earlier than he did. The sky outside the window was still dark when he got up to recite the sutra. He is really diligent enough about the Dharma. I'm going for a run. Are you coming? The little monk has to do his morning lessons, so he won't go. The little monk said with a red face. After he finished, he gave Lin Xiaolu an embarrassed look. The enchanter Lin, this inn of ours, are there no other rooms? No, I've asked the shopkeeper's wife. Yanmen Pass is less crowded. Except for the garrison, very few people usually come, so there are only 2 rooms in the inn. What's wrong with you? Don't want to sleep in the same room with me? No, no, no. Monks just. Seeing the little monk stuttering, Lin Xiaolu immediately felt impatient and urged while putting on her shoes. Big old man, just say what you want to say. The young monk held his tongue for half a day, but could only say with a red face. The young monk just thinks that it's a bit strange for Scholar Lin to sleep without clothes. What's so weird about that? We're all guys, what are you afraid of? Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes, thinking that this little monk was good at everything, but was timid, and always had a little daughterly disposition, estimating that Jiang Ning's guts were bigger than big. After saying that, he stopped paying attention to the little monk and dragged the still soundly sleeping handsome duck out of the room. These 2 days they were not able to leave directly. Jiang Ning's injuries still need to recuperate for 2 days, so it was set to leave Yanmen Pass the day after tomorrow to go to the desert. Last night after eating the roasted camel, Lin Xiaolu told Unsullied about Jiang Ning's matter. The clean and simple-minded immaculate little monk is also very righteous, directly indicating that my Buddha is compassionate and willing to assist, and also swearing that his skills are not bad. Then after Lin Xiaolu pulls out the Dagung bronze to show him, he immediately said that the most important thing for monks is to have a humble heart, and that he needs to exercise more. At dawn in the morning, Lin Xiaolu returned to the inn after running for an hour and found Jiang Ning and the little monk eating breakfast. Fawn, did you finish your run? Jiang Ning asked with a smile. Yeah, I noticed that the grandfather who sold me a watermelon yesterday is missing, Lin Xiaolu said as she sat down and greeted the shopkeeper to serve herself 20 meat buns, 10 siumai, 10 eggs, and 10 bowls of porridge. In a while, why don't you accompany me on a trip out and go sell the horse and carriage? Jiang Ning drank kanji while saying, we need to change camels before we enter the desert. Just go straight for the camels, right? So troublesome, Lin Xiaolu said. Jiang Ning glared at him. What about the horse? Give the horse away. I'm too lazy to toss it, and I'm thief rich anyway. Jiang Ning couldn't help but kick him at his words. Don't you know how to save your money? Young girl, you don't understand the world of the rich. The handsome duck on the side helped. That's it. Still a princess of the great Tang. A look of not having seen the world. That's right. Li Mingru is my boss. Do you think I don't deserve to spend money frivolously? Lin Xiaolu had a beat-up look on her face. The quiet Unsullied on the side struggled to hold in his laughter for fear of being hit for laughing out loud. Jiang Ning, on the other hand, glared at this man and duck without any good reason. She felt that Lin Xiaolu was getting more and more arrogant after knowing how powerful and mortal he was, and really owed it to him. After breakfast, the 3 teenagers as well as handsome duck went out of the inn together to replace the camels, and their appearance caused many people on the street to stare. A small Taoist priest with a slight baby fat and a bad smile everywhere he goes. A young monk with a clean look, a warm smile, and always blushing. A little girl with a dusty air, carrying a narrow black cloth bag as if she were a warrior, as well as the duck that followed the trio, striding along at a duckling pace with his head held high and a tugging look on his face. It was just so strange to watch. Jiang Ning led the carriage, went to a horse farm to sell, froze and pulled the owner of the stable for a while to fool around, and finally sold a gold ingot of 5 taels of grain silver price, more than the original sale of 5 taels of silver. This operation to the Lin Xiaolu shocked as a heavenly being. Jiang Ning, you're too good. You're actually so good at doing business. The young monk was also marveled. Scholar Jiang is so business-minded at such a young age. If you want to get rich in the future, it will be really easy. Jiang Ning prettily threw the money from the sale to Lin Xiaolu and proudly smiled at him. How's that? This princess is still somewhat useful, right? Well, the use is on a par with sourdough. Who's sourdough? A resourceful teenager who also makes pills. Wow, Fawn, are you complimenting this princess on her intelligence? I can't imagine you're quite discerning. Hey, thanks. The three teenagers chatted and giggled all the way to the place where the camels were sold again. The whole process is still Jiang Ning bargaining, and finally bought a fat camel at the price of 15 taels of silver for a gold ingot. In addition, because it is to go to the desert, Lin Xiaolu also bought a lot of water and dry food. And then unsullied little monk is able to use the nascent sacred ring. Only his nascent sacred ring is in the rosary beads on his hand. Lin Xiaolu will buy water, dry food and other supplies clear into the unsullied's rosary beads. After a few days' time, a few small friends have been living in the inn. Every day play around. A moment to listen to the immaculate talk about Buddhism. A moment to listen to the deer talk about the experience of robbery. A moment to listen to Shui Shui Duck recounted their own years of vertical duck world of the affair. Over the kinda leisure. After that, they finally waited for Jiang Ning's injuries to recover more or less before they set off again, riding camels, crossing the Yanmen Pass city gate, and entering the endless desert. On this day, the blazing sun was high and shining in the sky, illuminating the whole desert into a golden color. Lin Xiaolu rode on a tall camel, being sandwiched by two soft piles of humps one after the other, holding a water sack in her hand and drinking happily. Handsome Duck, on the other hand, rides at the neck of the camel, which is small enough to lie halfway down on its back, facing the hot sun, just like sunbathing. Jiang Ning and the unsullied little monk then followed beside the camel. Jiang Ning and Little Deer were taking turns riding the camels, each riding for an hour's time. Unsullied did not ride. He did not want to strain the camels. Jiang Ning, we've already been into the desert for 2 days. How much longer until we get to Yuangua? On the camel's back, Lin Xiaolu shouted in boredom. He felt like he was getting sunburned. Soon, about 3 or 5 more days before we can get out of the desert. After saying that, Jiang Ning turned his head and admonished him again. The Yuan kingdom is not a country dependent on Amei. Their side is dependent on Xuanzhen. So you have to collect yourself when you get there. Would a full-fledged monk beat me? That won't happen. After all, it's also a righteous sect, Jiang Ning said. Then if I meet them and tell them that my boss is Li Mingru, will they treat me like a father? Lin Xiaolu continued to ask. This is not very clear. Lin Xiaolu felt that his purpose for coming down the mountain had changed. From the beginning of earnestly searching for martial arts, to saying to everyone, my master is Li Mingru. He thought it would be fun to look for his boss's awesome past. Fawn, an hour is up. It's my turn to ride the camel. Oh good. Lin Xiaoxua rolled over and jumped off the camel, then watched as Jiang Ning climbed up on his hands and knees. As soon as Jiang Ning rode up, she immediately felt that the poisonous sun in the desert was really hot. It was August again. The air around her couldn't stop trembling because of the high temperature. Still a mortal, she wasn't as physically perverted as Fawn, or as full of aura as Unsullied. She could only yell at Unsullied below. Master, Unsullied is so hot. Will you beg for rain? Chapter 133. Jiang Ning sneezes. Hearing Jiang Ning's request, Immaculate's small face blushed as he responded apologetically. Monk Jiang. The young monk is only a cultivator of the 3rd level of qi condensation, and has not learned the art of seeking rain. Lin Xiaodir heard this very polite words from Unsullied and looked at him with a smiley face. You can do it, little monk. I can't believe you're so polite to a mortal girl like Aining. You really have the demeanor of a virtuous monk. I like playing with you more and more. That's true. Little Master Unsullied is the most polite, unlike some people who talk dirty every day. Jiang Ning hummed adorably as she rode on the camel. Lin Xiaolu first froze when she heard her meaningful words. Then she despised the handsome duck on the camel who had fallen asleep. Look at you. Letting you brag every day. Being disliked by Yan Ning. Sleepy handsome duck sneezed and flattened his hardened beak. In the boundless desert, Unsullied was praised by Fawn and Jiang Ning, feeling a little embarrassed. Her face was also red and hot, and her voice was even finer as a mosquito. Founder Lin. Founder Jiang is too kind. The young monk just has a good master, who once taught the young monk that no matter whether it's an immortal cultivator or a mortal, all of us are living beings in the heavens and earth, and there is no difference in their nature. Perhaps each person's birth, talent, and ability will be high or low, but there is no difference between the nobility and the lowliness of each person's soul. Lin Xiaolu immediately looked at him highly once she heard this and patted his shoulder in praise. You can do it, young monk. I think your master, Zen Master Heartless, should also be a person who deserves to be honored. After saying that, he continued to smile at Unsullied. I suddenly realized that the two of us are quite playful. At least our concepts are very close. I am a martial arts practitioner, and I feel that martial arts practitioners are no worse than those who cultivate immortality, and mortals are no worse than those who cultivate immortality. And you, a young monk, feel that all beings are equal. Not bad, not bad. After that, Fawn asked with a grin. Little monk, did your master, Zen Master Heartless, say anything else classic to you? Come on and tell me. Wash my awesome bombastic soul. Aining on the camel was also interested. holding his chin and coaxing. Right, little master. Tell little dear about your master's philosophy, and enlighten him more, so that he won't be out of tune all day long. Unsullied scratched his little bald head, too shy to even look at Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning, and could only stammer and open his mouth. There are quite a lot of things that master has said, and all of this sudden, the young monk can't think of anything but one sentence. Which sentence? Fang trailed off. A sage seeks the mind but not the Buddha. A fool seeks the Buddha but not the mind. When these words came out, Jiang Ning, who was notoriously talented, immediately brightened her beautiful eyes and loudly praised. Great wisdom. Hey, 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 what does this mean? Lin Xiaolu had drummed her face in confusion. I don't understand. Fang, you're stupid. Jiang Ning laughed and explained. I think this sentence should mean that people with truly excellent character are able to do things according to their own hearts and don't need to seek God and worship the Buddha because they have no shame in their hearts. On the contrary, those foolish people who have done bad things are the ones who need to seek God and worship the Buddha even more, using this as a way to expound on their own evil thoughts and guilt, and to find peace of mind and liberation. Unsullied smiled at his words and complimented, Mistress Jiang is very wise, but the meaning of this sentence is still answered wrongly. Oh, Jiang Ning blinked his eyes in curiosity. Little Master Unsullied, what does that really mean? Immaculate Conception laughed and responded. The deeper meaning of this statement is that learning Buddhism is actually cultivating the mind, and the Buddha is only the external appearance of the mind, or that the Buddha has already cultivated the true mind, and the sages are of great wisdom. They understand the true meaning of studying Buddhism, so they look inward, so they cultivate the mind. They don't have to cultivate the Buddha, and since the wisdom of fools is not yet enlightened, they think that the Buddha is the source of all that is sovereign, so they look outward, and so they seek the Buddha. A Buddhist discourse on Zen. Lyn Shalu listened to the dizzying clouds, but this does not prevent him from feeling that the little monk is actually quite powerful, and in his heart, he also has a few more points of respect for this little friend who just knew less than 3 or 4 days. After all, although the little monk was young, he was a true monk worthy of respect. If he had been older, a compliment to the living Buddha would not have been too much. Compared to those mountain canons of the Manhwaedit temple, the 3 teenagers were walking and chatting joyfully, and without realizing it, it only felt like the heat in the air had faded a few points, and a few hours later, as the originally clear sky gradually darkened, the originally hot temperature began to plummet. The desert is like this. The temperature difference between day and night is extremely large. The first 2 days is okay, not so cold. Tonight somehow the temperature is much lower than before. A few people no longer rush, but began to prepare for camping. Unsullied took firewood for burning and mats for resting from the rosary, as well as Fawn's dust-cleansing dan, dry food and water. It didn't take long for the 3 of them to light a campfire and cook dry food on a relatively flat beach floor. Achoo! Beside the campfire, Jiang Ning still let out a big sneeze. Freezing clear water snot dripped out, and the whole person was even wrapped in Lin Xiaolu's Taoist robe and shivered straight. At this moment has completely to the night. The whole desert is a little starlight and white moonlight illuminated into a silver gray, although good-looking, but because of the endless and seem a little desolate, give a person a kind of poignant sense of beauty. And tonight's desert is also really cold. Jiang Ning herself did not expect it to be so cold. After all, she has never been to the desert. Insufficient preparation. Only thought of buying a camel but forgot to bring more clothes. This time even close to the burning campfire are freezing straight sneezing. Ha 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 ha. Annan, you need to stop getting snot in your mouth. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jiang Ning hanging clear water snot look, Lin Xiaolu happy to death, while laughing at her while flipping up by the campfire. Shui Shui duck also quacked and laughed beside him. It collapsed on the ground, small wings holding belly, laughing straight stirrups. One person and one duck looked to be more owed to how much owed. Lin Fawn. You wait for me. Wait. Achoo. Jiang Ning wrapped in Lin Xiaolu's Dao robe simply wanted to cry. She could no longer speak well with her cold words already. Unsullied, who was cooking fried rice, was helpless and looked at Lin Xiaolu and said, Lin sure master, do you have any more clothes? It won't work if Scholar Jiang goes on like this. Ha 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 ha. I don't have any more either. Look at me now, I only have underwear left. Lin Xiaolu pointed at her white underwear and laughed. Unsullied sighed at his words and smiled apologetically at Jiang Ning. I'm sorry. Monk Jiang is sorry. The spells I've acquired are too few and there's not much I can do to help you, so I'll lend you my monk's clothes to keep you warm. Master Unsullied doesn't have to be polite. I'm already grateful to you. Unlike some people who just know how to gloat on the side. Jiang Ning said while blaring angrily at Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu, however, looked indifferent and made a face at her with a cute stick of her tongue. Jiang Ning grunted even more in anger at this, then couldn't help but sneeze again. She was actually quite thankful to Fawn for lending her the Dao robe to wear. but she just couldn't help but be angry at the sight of his look. She really wanted to kick him twice. And that handsome duck, with a doggy look, she would have to pluck all of its fur sooner or later. In the desert, Unsullied looked at Jiang Ning, who kept sneezing, felt the slightly cold breeze in the air, and sighed. It's just a pity that there are no walls in the desert to block the wind, or else Scholar Jiang wouldn't have suffered so much. Lin Xiaolu, who was playing around with Handsome Duck, suddenly brightened up when she heard this. There, I've got an idea. Chapter 134, Paradise. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu grabbed a handful of sand in front of Jiang Ning and Unsullied, then slapped her hands together. What are you doing, little dear? Tightly wrapped in his Taoist robes, Jiang Ning was puzzled, and Unsullied and Handsome Duck looked at him with some bewilderment. Lin Xiaolu laughed loudly. I'll use the sand on the ground to make a wall for you to block the wind. You don't toss, Jiang Ning said helplessly. We don't have enough water. The sand is, achoo, it's not going to gather. Facing the young girl's skepticism, Lin Xiaolu showed a bad smile. Woman, you know nothing of my power. After saying that, his hands snapped together, and then only a soft sound was heard, and a hard piece of sandstone was born in Lin Xiaolu's hands. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. Unsullied was also dumbfounded, and even Handsome Duck had his little flat mouth open, unable to close it for half a day. My God, what kind of strength is this? Jiang Ning shrieked out in shock, his nose stopping running. Unsullied watched as Lin Xiaolu continuously compressed the fine sand into solid sandstone and was also shocked, tuteing in wonder. Godly skill. It's a divine skill. Although Lin is not an immortal cultivator, but by virtue of the strength of his body, he is already far superior to many of his peers. What an angry Vajra! After saying that, he looked at Jiang Ning enviously and said, I'm so envious of Enchanter Jiang, to be able to meet such an affectionate and resourceful young man like Enchanter Lin. When Jiang Ning heard this, her little face turned red and she didn't bother to squeak. In the field, Lin Xiaolu speed, constantly using both hands to squeeze the sand shimmering, soon pinched out countless pieces of sand brick sandstone, and then stacked it up a bunch of chaotic shot, froze by virtue of all the strange power to shoot out a small sand wall, just enough to help Jiang Ning block the cold wind. Jiang Ning also stayed under the wall of sand full of joy, wrapped in his Taoist robe, thanked him and complimented him with, You're so strong. Lin Xiaolu, a dejected little brain. This is just the tip of my iceberg Yugongshan, have you heard of it? Jiang Ning and Unsullied nodded at the same time. Then Unsullied's eyes lit up with surprise and adoration. Can it be that Abbot Lin has also moved mountains? No. How can I do what Yugongo did again? What I did is much more impressive than Yugongo, Lin Xiaolu said proudly. What have you done? Jiang Ning asked curiously as he sat by the campfire, leaning against the sandy wall. Under the curious gazes of Unsullied and Jiang Ning, the corner of Lin Xiaolu's mouth curled up, revealing a wickedly impetuous smile. I moved the fool. Jiang Ning? Unsullied? Pa. Handsome Duck applauded profusely, quacking with his little flat beak open. Are you hanging or not? Let's ask you whether you are hanging or not. The world only knows that Yugongshan moved the mountain, but they don't know that my big brother moved Yugongshan. This is a real man. Jiang Ning. Unsullied. At night, several people ate dinner and chatted for a while before going to sleep one after another. And Unsullied also began to meditate and cultivate. And when the time came late at night around midnight, Lin Xiao Deer, Jiang Ning, Shui Duck, Camel, all of them were asleep after meditation, and the Unsullied suddenly felt something in his heart, opened his eyes. He first glanced at the rosary beads that turned vaguely on his wrist. Then he glanced at the teenager who was sleeping soundly beside him, holding the handsome duck, and the young girl who was lying on her side. And seeing that both of them were sleeping soundly, he gently stood up from the cushion and cast his clear gaze into the desert distance. The desert at night was desolate and accompanied by gusts of cold wind, and 5 cultivators wearing light gray long shirts were stepping deep and shallow in the soft sand, heading towards a place lit with the glow of a campfire. They didn't fly, but moved on foot without moving, not making a sound along the way, as if they were afraid of disturbing someone in their dreams. And as they traveled on for a while, getting closer and closer to the campfire campsite, they saw in the distance, coming a frail teenager. It was a young monk with a clear and handsome appearance. He was wearing a white jade-like monk's robe, with a gentle smile on his face. His head was full of stars in the sky. His eyes were as quiet as water. His temperament was dusty, and he was walking alone in this silver-gray sprawling desert, as if it was a picture of the world. None of the 5 cultivators moved again for a while, but instead raised their hands coincidentally, looking like they were ready to strangle each other at any moment. The little monk, however, as if he couldn't see their movements, took one step at a time, until he came to them and stopped. then put his palms together, closed his eyes, and silently recited the scriptures in his mouth as thin as a mosquito's voice. He just stood quietly, and the corners of his mouth always hung with a free and gentle smile. Although his strength was low, only the third level of chi condensation, but also made the 5 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators a bit bewildered, not knowing what the meaning of this little monk who suddenly appeared out of nowhere was. The leader of the 5 cultivators swept his eyes at his accomplices on the left and right, and the spells in his hands had been taking shape for quite some time, but he was a bit hesitant to kill this little monk of unknown origin, and just when he was about to hold back from making a move, Unsullied finally opened his eyes and took the initiative to speak in a gentle tone. 5 monks, the young monk would like to ask you to spare Scholar Zhang Ning. 5 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. Unsullied reveals a gentle smile, softly said, little monk's friend, Zhang Ning sure master, is just a mortal woman. Now the country has been broken. In fact, it is a bitter life. Heaven has the virtue of a good life. The little monk asks the 5 to let her go, but also to let go of themselves. The little monk kowtowed to you all. After saying that, he actually did kneel down and kowtowed 3 times respectfully to the 5 people, knocking out a deep pit in the sand. The 5 cultivators looked at each other for a moment, somewhat at a loss as to what to do. After kowtowing, the little monk did not get up, but just knelt there, palms together, and continued to speak softly to them, saying, 5 monks, another friend of the young monk, the Lin monk, has the mighty power of the angry eyes of the Vajra. 5 monks are not his opponent, and to advance further would only be asking for death. The young monk knows that the 5 are just following orders, and are not really great evil people, and so he came here to rescue you all. I also asked the 5 masters to let Master Zhang live, and let yourself go, too. After saying that, Unsullied once again sincerely kowtowed 3 times. Ha! Looking at the little monk who kept kowtowing, the leader of the 5 cultivators couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a living hell! Looking at you, we are bound to die if we go further? Yes, with Caster Lin here, a few of you will surely die. Dirtless, who had finished kowtowing, said without hesitation, then why are you still here to die? A Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator continued to snicker. Anyway, from what you're saying we're all going to die if we continue forward. Aren't you afraid that we'll kill you? Or kidnap you to threaten that what's her name Lin Shalu master? The young monk is naturally not afraid if he wants to free you all. Unsullied said with a sincere face, the little monk's strength is low and is not a match for the 5 of you. So the little monk has already silently recited the Earth Treasury Sutra to do the transcendence for all of you and for the little monk himself. So if all of you are still insisting on moving forward, then please kill the little monk. The cultivators all looked a bit odd when they heard this. This little monk is too well prepared, isn't he? He's actually prepared himself? In the middle of the field, some people sneer out in disdain. Amazing. What a Buddhist monk. Actually not even afraid of death. Damn. Laughing my ass off. I don't know where this tiny cutie comes from, and wants to die with us. It's hilarious. Little monk, you quickly roll for Grandpa. Don't think that Grandpa really doesn't dare to kill you. Our mission is only that Datong princess and the subterranean dragon red tassel. So hurry up and leave. The leader of the cultivators also frowned and said, little monk, please leave quickly. I don't know if you are a real fool or a real living Buddha, but those of us, whose lives are given by the sect, and who don't do a lot of dirty things on a regular basis, are doomed to go to hell after we die, whereas you, whether you're a real fool or a real living Buddha, will surely ascend to the ultimate bliss early after you die, so we're not all the same way at all, so please hurry up and leave. Unsullied knelt on the ground and shook his head firmly. Don't worry, the young monk will go to hell with all of you. When these words came out, the cultivator leader froze, and everyone froze. Why? The leader of the monks asked. Because only by going to hell can the young monk see the suffering of all beings and relieve them. Unsullied looked sincere. Even though he was kneeling, his gaze was cleaner than many standing, clean and pure to the extreme. He said, the so-called ultimate bliss, the truth is that it is within each of us. It is just that each one is different, and instead of all beings suffering, it is better to let the little monk suffer alone. And this is the ultimate happiness of the little monk. So the young monk is not afraid of death. What he is afraid of is that the 5 monks are unwilling to let go of the Zhang monks, and unwilling to let go of themselves. The cold wind stopped at some point in the middle of the silver-gray desert. The 5 Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators stood in the middle of the desert, looking at the young monk who knelt and kowtowed to himself before them, no longer able to say anything derisive. They stood quietly, not saying a word, and, in the hearts of many even gave birth to an absurd thought. Even the legendary Buddha Rudra, compared with this little monk, I'm afraid it's just the same. Chapter 135, Physical Cooling. The next day, early morning, the scorching sunlight arrived as promised. waking up the desert's desolation with its temperature. And the sleeping Lyn Xiaolu was also stabbed awake by this sunlight, holding the handsome duck who had also just woken up and sat up from the mattress. Good morning, Sifu Lin, Sifu Duck. Unsullied, who was cooking fried rice on the side, smiled at them both and greeted them, and handed him the dust cleansing pill. Lin Xiaolu let out a long yawn, then waved her hand at him handsomely in response, and handsome duck quacked twice, taking the dust cleansing pill. The teenager saw that Jiang Ning beside him had not yet woken up, so he squatted down next to the campfire and eyed the pan of fried rice. Isn't Enchanter Lin not going to exercise today? Ruthless asked softly while fanning the bonfire with a bushel fan. I'll go after I finish eating, Lin Xiaolu said as he gulped while looking at the food. After he finished he glanced at Unsullied and realized that Unsullied had a smile on his face the whole time as if he was very happy. What's wrong with you, little monk? Smiling so arrogantly? Ahem. Unsullied was embarrassed for a moment, then pursed his lips to keep quiet. Seeing him with a constipated expression, Lin Xiaolu felt something was wrong and immediately asked sternly, are you so happy that you're hiding something from me? Speak. Unsullied choked on Lin Xiaolu's words, somewhat afraid to look him in the eyes, and stammered with his head lowered. The little monk did a good deed last night, so he is happy in his heart. Oh, did what good? Tell me so, handsome duck, and I can hear it. The young monk does not speak. Immaculate smothered his brain and said, if little monk said that, Sifu Lin would definitely blame little monk for meddling in his own business. When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu first froze for a moment, and then with a thought in her mind, she immediately guessed what was going on, and directly glared angrily at, are you so happy? Are you going to collect protection money by yourself? Unsullied, I was wrong about you. Let's cut ties. Handsome duck also on the side with small wings forked fat waist, quacking yelled, that is, so fun things you actually do not call me big brother. Brother, not do it. Seeing that the two of them misunderstood her, the 13-year-old Unsullied felt aggrieved in her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. And just as Lin Xiaolu disliked Unsullied with vigor, Jiang Ning on the padding suddenly let out a hard groan. In the afternoon, in the middle of the golden desert, Unsullied led the camel, while the camel carried handsome duck on its back and marched unhurriedly. Lin Xiaolu followed behind Unsullied, carrying the unconscious Jiang Ning on her back, and asked questions as she walked. Ah Ning, aren't you also a practiced martial artist? How can you still be infected with the worm disease? In the face of Lin Xiaolu's question, the hot-brained Jiang Ning simply couldn't muster up the strength to answer, and could only lie softly on Xiaolu's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, silently enduring the dry heat and unbearable heat in her body. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is too great, and even though you are a practitioner of martial arts, you are a daughter after all, and your chi and blood are not as good as a man's, so contracting a warm illness is inevitable. Unsullied sighed. Lin Xiaolu was helpless. His neck was tickled by Jiang Ning's hot nostrils, and he muttered as he carried her along, grow up so big, only my sister was carried by me. You are the second. Turn around if you restore the country successfully. When the great Tang Empress, you have to remember my good to you, to me and my sister to leave too big official position. When I don't want to hang out in May we'll go to find you to play, and then specialize in bullying those corrupt officials, landlords and old money. Jiang Ning had a hard time not wanting to speak, so she twisted him with her small hand, but unfortunately, this kind of strength Lin Xiaolu couldn't feel it at all. Throughout the day, Little Deer carried Jiang Ning on her back the entire time, but Jiang Ning's body temperature still didn't go down, and her entire body was confused. Which was why Little Deer and Unsullied didn't dare to put her on a camel for fear that she would fall off again in a daze. Soon, the night came again, the cold wind rose again, and the temperature dropped once more. Unsullied lit a large bonfire to warm Jiang Ning, while Lin Xiaolu wasted a good deal of effort and froze, relying on a pair of small hands, to pinch out a semicircular wall of sand to shield her from the wind. Jiang Ning just sat by the campfire, leaning against the sand wall with a flushed face, the whole person unconsciously murmuring in a low voice. Unsullied and Lin Xiaolu see this are anxious, afraid that she will go on like this will be stupid. Folk because of the infection of worm disease, hot flashes do not go away and become stupid. Poor people are not a few. Jiang Ning this if it becomes a little cute. If Jiang Ning becomes a cutie pie, how will she restore the country? Master Fawn, the porridge is ready. Unsullied handed Lin Xiaolu a bowl of porridge made from fried rice, and Lin Xiaolu noticed the change in how he addressed himself and smiled at him. Then he went to feed Jiang Ning with the rice porridge first. Although his mouth is not in tune, the words outside the words to Jiang Ning dislike, but the action is very gentle, each time the hot rice porridge first blowing cool, and then gently fed to the girl's mouth. The girl is wrapped in his robe, the face of the flushed, small mouth to eat. The two people are sitting in the desert night under the stars, reflecting the light of the fire. A feed porridge, a drink porridge. quiet and speechless. Seeing this scene, Immaculate smiled and gave Handsome Duck a bowl of kanji, laughing and said, "Little Fawn sure is actually a very gentle person then." Handsome Duck quacked and fanned his wings after hearing his words. "I can tell just by looking at my big brother's skillful appearance that it's definitely not the first time Big Brother has fed someone porridge like this." "Oh, is Castor Fawn good at taking care of people?" Unsullied asked curiously. "Don't ask this duck. This duck doesn't know about Big Brother's past." After saying that, Handsome Duck danced his little wings and feasted on the rice porridge. Soon, a bowl of hot porridge was fed as much as it could be. Lyn Xiaolu touched Jiang Ning's forehead and realized that it was still hot, and after thinking about it, she rolled up her sleeves and lifted her hands into the ground. Put! With a soft sound. Under his raging strength, his entire small arm then plunged directly into the depths of the sand, before pulling out the cold sandy soil from within. "What is the reason for this, little dear Castor?" Unsullied, who saw the scene, inquired in puzzlement. Lyn Xiaolu smiled and explained, "Ning's brain is too hot. If it goes on like this it will surely scald her brain. My sister also had a temperature sickness when she was a child. It was a snowy day. The village storyteller went to fetch some ice cubes from the frozen river, and then wrapped it in a cloth and put it on my sister's forehead, saying that it was called something like physical cooling." "Physical cooling?" Unsullied froze. "What was this?" "I'm not really sure, but it works pretty well anyway." Lyn Xiaolu continued to explain. "The desert is hot by the sun during the day, but not at night. Especially these underground sands and soil, which are as cold as ice, can cure Ning." When he finished speaking, he took out the handkerchief that Jiang Ning carried with him, wrapped the frozen up sandy soil and put it on the young girl's hot forehead. Seeing this scene, Unsullied folded his arms and marveled at the campfire. "Fawn Castor is really good at wisdom. Ha ha, this is nothing. Little monk, your Buddhism is the powerful one. That's the great wisdom." Lyn Xiaolu gave a rare moment of modesty and came to sit down by the campfire, drinking kanji while smiling. "Compared to your Buddhist teachings, this is just a small path for me." Chapter 136, Panda Princess. "Little dear sure is too modest." Unsullied responded very seriously. "Wisdom doesn't really have a difference between big and small. Just like at this moment, when the Jiangning sure is suffering from her illness, the little monk's Buddhist teachings and wisdom can't help her, but the method that the little dear sure is thinking of can. Thus, at least at this moment, this method of the fawn scholar exceeds all the dharma in the world." Hearing these words, Lyn Xiaolu instantly had a happy face and looked at him blearily. "Are you serious, little monk? Are you saying that I am, at this moment, more powerful than even Buddha?" Unsullied nodded with a smile. Lyn Xiaodir was so happy to hear this, holding the hot porridge and letting out a roar laughter. Seeing him so happy, Wu Diao couldn't help but show a smile too. Two 13-year-olds of the same age, a Taoist priest and a monk, form a deep friendship in front of a warm campfire. After dinner, Lyn Xiaolu gave Jiang Ning a new sandy soil. Every time the cold sandy soil was muffled by her forehead, Lyn Xiaolu dug the sandy soil out again to help her cool down, and kept feeding her hot water, making Jiang Ning break out into a fine sweat in her sleep, and waiting until her forehead finally became gradually cooler before she could rest assured that she would sleep. For a long time, in the depths of the night, Handsome Duck was already asleep. Immaculate was also in meditation and settled down, and Jiang Ning, whose condition had improved, did not know when she opened her beautiful eyes and looked around curiously. She realized that Lyn Xiaodir was lying beside her, belly up, with a big bubble on her nose, growing bigger and smaller with her even breathing. She looked over at the sleeping teenager and cocked her head in some confusion. She had been in a daze during the day, and her consciousness was sporadic, and even more so at night, but she vaguely remembered that it was Lyn Xiaolu who had taken care of her all the way, carrying her on her back on the road, feeding her porridge, water, and putting something cool on her forehead. At this moment, the young girl then looked at the sleeping teenager with some gratitude and muttered softly, "I can't imagine that you still have such a warm-hearted side." After she finished speaking, she looked at the bubbles that topped Lyn Xiaolu's nose with some curiosity. It was the first time that Jiang Ning had seen such a large bubble appear when someone was sleeping, so he couldn't help but curiously get closer to take a look. After a moment, she lifted her finger and jabbed it at the bubble. Boo! The bubbles were gone, and Lyn Xiaodir was awakened with a start, opening her eyes in a daze, just in time to meet the young girl near her at eye level. Bang! Ah, I admit, I just hit a little heavier, but you also know, for a person like me who pursues speed, hands faster than the brain, that is the basic operation. Not to mention that I also reacted in time. Otherwise you think that with your small body, can withstand my punch? You can even give you out. Okay, and besides, who do you blame for scaring me by leaning so close yourself? It's not like I did it on purpose, so it all boils down to you. You can't blame me at all. The bonfire trembled in the night wind. Jiang Ning covered her swollen eyes, biting her lips, looking at the highly talkative Lin Xiaolu in front of her red lips tightly biting, a look of hate to bite him to death. She knew that she really didn't blame Fawn for the injury to her eyes, but this was still very irritating, and the thought of seeing her eyes in the morning once unsullied little master and handsome duck woke up made her want to find a crack in the ground. How can I see myself tomorrow? Jiang Ning was actually more mature. Unlike the average princess, practicing martial arts from a young age, she was not as pretentious as many princesses, but instead was more stable and knowledgeable than many of her peers. But a girl's mind was still delicate after all. To put it mildly, her parents and elder brother who loved Jiang Ning had all left her, and she herself was being hunted down by the Cloud Bone sect's cultivators, facing a life and death crisis at any moment. So now Lyn Xiaolu was the only person who could give Jiang Ning a sense of security, not only because he was Li Mingru's disciple, but also because of the time they had spent together. Both of them were now treating each other as their partners, and because of this, as the only girl in the team, Jiang Ning sometimes wished that she could be pampered a little bit, so that Lyn Xiaolu could occasionally spoil herself, like a close family member, so that she could make a little fuss. After all, it had been a long time since she, the deceased princess, had experienced the feeling of being pampered. But who knows? Lyn Xiaolu, this hanging hair actually not the slightest habit of their own. Just now that punch he is indeed in time to stay his hand. But it is not a 14-year-old girl she can carry off. And what's even more outrageous is that this guy is still here lecturing himself one after another. After that, he swore that he deserved it. You reason with girls. Are you sick? Would it kill you to apologize and comfort me? Ning, please stop glaring at me with your one remaining eye. I know you want to refute me but have nothing to say. But have you ever wondered why you have nothing to say? Isn't it because I'm right? So you are indeed to blame for all this. And if you don't believe me, you can let the little monk judge tomorrow and see if he helps me or you. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu hugged her small arms and proudly raised her head with a hum, with an air of the old man taking up the right to be invincible. Seeing his beaten look, Jiang Ning's chest heaved with anger, and her entire body gritted its teeth in anger, covering that swollen eye and glaring fiercely at him. You be careful when you sleep at night from now on. We'll meet in the mountains. Lin Xiaolu looked at the young girl's milky and fierce look and directly disdained it, rolling her eyes and humming. I, Lin Xiaolu, love to strike out at those who think they have outstanding abilities. Woman, I advise you not to use your personality to challenge my brother's patience. Brother, your ass. You're a year younger than me. Hey, you can only find confidence above your age? Poor woman. Asterisk 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 you. Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of sand on the ground and ruthlessly smashed it at him. Lin Xiaolu was very confident that he didn't flash. Then, ouch, 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 ouch. Watching him rubbing his eyes vigorously, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh a little, and then arrogantly hummed. No longer pay attention to this guy, lying down to sleep. The next 2 days were a calm and peaceful journey through the desert for the small team of 3 men and a duck. Of course, Jiang Ning's eyes have not been good, the whole time black, as if pandas, look quite a bit funny, and Lin Xiaolu, also with handsome duck, mercilessly ridiculed her for 2 whole days, and also gave her a panda princess nickname. Angry Jiang Ning 2 whole days did not talk to Lin Xiaolu, until the 3rd day. They finally walked out of the desert to arrive at the Chuanjian realm, and this situation only ended. On this morning, in a small town in the country of Yuan, Uncle Shopkeeper, this camel of mine is fat, thick and docile. Your offer of 30 taels of silver for 1 ingot of gold is indeed low. Before in the Tang Kingdom, someone offered me 20 taels of silver for 2 ingots of gold and I didn't even sell it. Uncle Shopkeeper, I see that you are also a peaceful businessman. Truth be told, this friend of mine has recently contracted madness and needs silver to treat it. That's why he sold the camel cheaply. So the price of the 2 ingots of gold can't be reduced by a single penny. Inside the camel farm, an old man looked at the 3 children in front of him suspiciously and asked Jiang Ning in a puzzled manner, which one of your friends has the madness? Little girl? Jiang Ning raised her small white hand and turned to point at Lin Xiaolu, who was concentrating on licking the sugar gourd. Him. Chapter 137 Chuanjian. Thank you so much, Ning, for being able to give me this opportunity to show my talent, and for making me realize that I actually have such a strong talent for acting, although it's to be expected. Ha ha. Yuan Country Border City. A store lined with green stone brick road. Lin Xiaolu, 3 people sitting in the newly purchased carriage. People hand holding a string of sugar gourds, eating while driving leisurely forward. Xiaolu eat the most joyful. Cheeks or rounded sugar gourds propped up a small bag. Jiang Ning, who was driving the horse with one hand, was also wearing a smile all the time, and she now only had to think of Lin Xiaolu's party glaring doe-eyed and playing the little cutie in the camel farm. She couldn't help but laugh out loud again. This guy is a real character, and I don't know where he learned it. Perhaps Lin Xiaolu played a little cute. 2 forced the reason. The camel was successfully sold 2 ingots of gold, and then Jiang Ning used another ingot of gold to buy a new horse and a brand new carriage. So buy and sell the operation of the empty glove white wolf straight to see the 2 teenagers scalp numbness. Even the handsome duck are admired not. Lin Xiaolu even somewhat sighed that Jiang Ning would definitely be a speculative and treacherous businessman in the future if she didn't become an empress. The small team of 3 people just talked and laughed as they traveled forward. And Lin Xiaolu, who thought the car was too stuffy, even ran out and sat on the driver's platform of the carriage, while enjoying the local customs of the Yuan kingdom, chatting with Jiang Ning, who was driving the horse, without a beat. Gradually, as the day drew to a close and the dark night descended, Jiang Ning drove his carriage to a rather luxurious inn, and then smiled at Lin Xiaolu and scentless and said, "After 5 or 6 days in the desert, I can finally get a good night's sleep today. Yeah, I'm going to puke from eating fried rice." Lin Xiaolu laughed out loud and picked up Shui Shui Duck and jumped out of the car, followed by Unsullied from the car. In front of the inn, the fellow running the hall saw the guests coming and was the first to come forward to greet them. Jiang Ning gave the fellow the horse rope and instructed him to feed the grass, then led the 2 teenagers who were talking happily behind him into the inn. 3 guests. Are you staying or eating at this late hour? Let's get us 3 upper rooms first, then prepare some food for us, Jiang Ning said. Chang, 3 of you inside please. The young girl came to sit down on an empty table in the inn's lobby, and seeing Lin Xiaolu and Wu Diao still whispering and whispering, with 1 or 2 light laughs coming out from time to time, she prodded with a glare of her beautiful eyes. You guys are not ordering any food. Oh, coming. Lin Xiaolu pulled Immaculate into a seat, then hugged Handsome Duck and smiled at the shopkeeper and asked, "What kind of food do you have here?" Guest, our store's soy sauce beef is known far and wide, mellow and delicious. Do you think we'll give you 2 pounds? 2 pounds? So little is enough for whoever eats it. Let's start with 20 pounds. With that, he then pulled out an ingot of gold and the shopkeeper's dumbfounded gaze and continued to ask, "Got any meatloaf?" There is guest. The store assistant was intimidated by Lin Xiaolu's wealthy and generous aura, and enthusiastically recommended, "Guest, our famous dish also includes white-cut chicken, which many guests also quite like." Then give me 10 buns first, and 2 chickens of whatever that is. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu looked towards Jiang Ning and Immaculate. What are you 2 eating? Just a few more fasting dishes. The meat you ordered is already enough. It's not like Immaculate can dip it. After saying that, Jiang Ning smiled at the store assistant and said, "Serve us a few fasting dishes. 3 bowls of rice." "Oh yeah, does your store make sweet and sour pork? I want to eat sweet and sour pork." Will do. Then 10 meat buns, 20 pounds of beef and sauce, 2 white-cut chickens, 1 sweet and sour pork, and a couple of seasonal lentils, another spinach and egg soup. Lin Xiaolu greeted. "Okay customer, you wait a moment." After the store assistant finished speaking, he went to the kitchen with a smile. After the store assistant left, Jiang Ning used the tea from the teapot to swish the tea bowls for the 3 of them. Even Shui Shui Duck's tea bowl was swished together, and then poured tea for them one by one. Tonight, this girl is going to have a big meal, and after eating, she's going to take a nice bath and then have a beautiful sleep. She laughed as she poured the tea. "Didn't I give you the dust cleansing pill? What's the point of taking a bath?" Hearing this, Jiang Ning glared at Lin Xiaolu. "You don't have a few dust cleansing dan left, and we don't know how long we'll have to stay in the middle of nowhere behind us. Don't you know how to save them?" Lin Xiaolu was startled when she heard this and hurriedly looked at Unsullied who was sipping tea. "Little monk, how many of my dust cleansing pills are left?" He's got all his dust cleansing pills in Unsullied's rosary beads. Unsullied put down his teacup and responded, "Little dear cultivator, there are still 3 dust cleansing pills left." "Ah?" Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded. "The dust cleansing pills that senior sister gave me actually only have 3 left. What should I do?" Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at him. "Let you usually spend money and use things in a big way. Now you're dumbfounded." Lin Xiaodir scratched his ears anxiously, not knowing what to do for a while the handsome duck in his arms suddenly looked up and suggested to him, "Big brother, do not need to panic. This is not the realm of the real. We can go to the real grab." "Oh no, is to borrow." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xiaolu's eyes instantly lit up and he slapped the table and laughed. "Right, I can go to Chuanjin to borrow a few sacks of dust cleansing dan to come back. Ah, handsome duck, you're so smart." Looking at Lin Xiaodir there holding handsome duck and giggling, but Jiang Ning's face changed. With a hint of panic in her tone, she said, "Fawn, you're not serious, right? You don't want to cause trouble. Chuanjin's heritage isn't worse than a maze, but my boss is Li Mingru." Lin Xiaolu smiled broadly with great confidence. "At that time, I'll tell the all-true cultivators that my boss is Li Mingru and see how they react." "No, Jiang Ning kicked him under the table in anger. You're not allowed to cause any trouble. We'll just pass by nicely in the Chuanjian realm, and try not to make any more trouble. Why? Lin Xiaolu looked unconvinced and twisted her head to look at Unsullied. Little monk, what do you think? Unsullied folded her hands and gently responded. Little dear scholar, little monk also thinks that it's better not to cause trouble. After all, the dust cleansing pill isn't exactly considered a necessity. And most importantly, little monk has heard people talk about how this sect leader of Quanjin, and the previous sect leader, were both beaten up by elder Li Mingru. Lin Fang, Lin Xiaolu immediately faced confused. Jiang Ning also do not feel some surprise, only handsome duck but as if accustomed to the general, while continuing to drink hot tea, while quacking light laugh. It's normal, Li Mingru, it's an honor to be beaten by him. Lin Xiaolu looked at Shui Duck suspiciously, then looked at Unsullied, then asked with a puzzled expression, this sect leader and the previous sect leader? Were the master and disciple beaten together by my boss? It seems to be the case. Little monk isn't too sure. That seems to be something that happened a long time ago. Unsullied responded. In the lobby, just as Lin Xiaolu was once again deeply shocked by her master's greatness, handsome duck suddenly came and said, in fact, it is not long, just more than 100 years ago. This thing in my wandering duck life had heard people talk about. It is said that at that time the Chuanjian anime have a conflict, and then the front and back of the two masters took turns to be smoked by Li Mingru, and Li Mingru is the whole of a hand in the pocket, only one hand to smoke their master and disciple. That scene, TSK, have not seen the people estimated to think about it all dare not think, but then again, it's not that the Chuanjian sect leader is weak, but Li Mingru is too perverted. Chapter 138 Uninvited Guests. After saying that, handsome duck then raised his head and advised Lin Xiaolu, big brother, I take back what I just said, let's not go to Quanjin. If they know that you're Li Mingru's disciple, you might not be very pleasant. Hearing handsome duck's euphemistic words, Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a little depressed, and at the same time her heart became more curious about her boss who was cheeky all day. Just how strong was the boss back then? The push was just a little too high. The teenager is curious for a moment, then gives handsome duck an offhand glance, smiley face. Duck, you know quite a bit. Handsome duck froze, then laughed awkwardly, thanks for the compliment, big brother. Soon, aromatic dishes were served, including beef with rich sauce, big meat buns with thin skin and big filling, smooth and flavorful white-cut chicken, and soft and crispy sweet and sour pork. There are also several fresh and refreshing seasonal vegetables and spinach and egg soup. Set up a big table full. The group will first forget about the matter of the dust cleansing Dan. One by one, eat up. Jiang Ning and Unsullied didn't eat much. They both only tasted a few shallow bites, and it didn't take long for the two of them to finish their food before they watched Lin Xiaolu and handsome duck eat it together. And no matter if it was Jiang Ning or Unsullied, every time they watched Lin Xiaolu eat they would be shocked by the amount of food he ate. Especially Jiang Ning, she simply couldn't even fathom it. This guy wasn't one of those big fat guys with a particularly large body. How on earth did he manage to put so much food into his stomach? It was amazing. Lin Xiaolu let out a long trailing sound and her mouth opened wide before she stuffed a palm-sized meat bun hole into her mouth. Jiang Ning and Unsullied just stared at him left and right, then both fell silent. After dinner, Lin Xiaolu and handsome duck before quite a stomach to go back to the room. He also listened to the words of Jiang Ning, did not use the dust cleansing Dan, but in the room and handsome duck together with a comfortable hot bath. Not to mention, a long time not soak in the bath. This suddenly soak once is quite comfortable. Soon the whitewashed teenager was cuddling handsome duck under the covers together and then both fell asleep. Night, C.M. Unsullied, who was meditating in the room, suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a rosary that was slowly rotating on his wrist. Then he smiled bitterly and prepared to get up again. But just as he stood up, he realized that the rosary that was halfway rotated suddenly did not move. His brow tightened, a hint of doubt rising in his mind. The cultivator of the Cloud Bone sect is leaving? At the same time, outside the city gates of Yuan Kingdom, in the dark and desolate desert, a little girl wearing a colorful, fluffy little dress with a pill head, as delicate as a ceramic doll, was standing playfully in the desert, holding her little arms, and with a seemingly harmless little face, she sneered at the cultivator kneeling on the ground in front of her. At this moment, around the cultivator, there are still several corpses lying around. All of them are his companions, and all of them are clear Foundation realm. This young lady just wants to ask for directions, and you bunch of immortal cultivation plebeians actually dare to tell this young lady to get lost? Oh, there's guts. The girl arrogantly laughed softly. The cultivator's horrified eyes showed a hint of bewilderment when he saw that he was being referred to as a commoner. Plebeians are usually the name immortal cultivators call mortals. Who else in this world would call immortal cultivators plebeians? The terrified cultivator was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something, and then his eyes snapped shut, not daring to look at the girl again. Seeing his surprised look, the girl narrowed her curved eyes and laughed adorably and said, "Know who this lady is?" The friar nodded in fear. He, the young girl smiled sweetly, revealing a pair of cute little tiger teeth. "Since you know who this young lady is, do you think you can still live today?" The cultivator's entire teeth were chattering in fear, and as he looked at the girl in front of him, who was clearly only at the second level of chi condensation and around younger than himself, he immediately felt incomparably stifled. He is not at all unable to beat this girl, just this girl's body magic treasure is really too much, and all incomparably precious and rare. Casually a piece of value is enough to be worth a small sect of the kind. There are 8 Foundation Establishment realm cultivators on their side, actually froze by such a small girl of the second level of chi condensation with a magic treasure to pile up 7 alive. How can this be accepted? He looked at the girl in front of him who seemed to be like an imp, and he was not surprised and angry. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The girl clasped her little arms and let out a silvery giggle. The cultivator's face went white when he heard this, while in the next second, he hissed and pounced on the girl. "Since you can't escape, you might as well put up a fight. Die for me." Dang! A deafening roar sounded. The cultivator's palm that was full of spiritual power hit the young girl's face, but frozen was blocked by a halo that was as substantial as it was, not having the slightest effect, and the girl was still in that haughty manner, holding her arms and smiling, as if she was looking at a bereaved dog. At this moment, the cultivator saw that his attack was useless. He felt sad and angry. At the same time, he also completely gave up resisting, directly turned around and flew away, while the girl did not stop, just quietly watched him fly, and so on he flew out of the distance of 1,000 meters. The girl only revealed an evil smile, and then unhurriedly took out from the nascent ring an oddly shaped slingshot, and pulled it against the cultivator who was about to disappear into the sky. The orange leather band instantly collapsed. Shoo! Under the illumination of the cool moonlight, the girl put away her slingshot and turned around, humming a little song towards the city gates of Yuan Kingdom, while in the next second, more than 1,000 meters away behind her, the cultivator who flew halfway and thought that he had escaped from life suddenly let out a mournful to the extreme scream, accompanied by a loud bang. The whole person was directly blown up into a sky full of blood rain, and the lovely girl, with her back to the roiling rain of blood and the moonlight and stars, bounced into the Yuan Kingdom. Lin, little, dear. The next day, early in the morning, Jiang Ning's scream rang out in the inn without warning, and then she hugged Lin Xiaolu, who had just gotten up, and beat him up, as if she wanted to die with him. Unsullied and handsome duck looked on blearily from the side, not knowing what to advise. The thing is like this, not long ago they get up one after another, ready to eat breakfast. Lin Xiaolu was the last one up. He said he did not sleep well last night, had a very horrible nightmare, so today to get up so late. Finished. Jiang Ning asked him what nightmare. Lin Shalu then says that he dreamed that Jiang Ning was eating, and then he advised Jiang Ning not to eat it in his dream. But Jiang Ning didn't listen and beat him up while eating it, and so it came to this. How this princess has to get you killed today. White crane fist. Jiang Ning choked Lin Xiaolu's neck while hammering his head as hard as she could. Lin Xiaodir's neck was locked and his brain was slapped, but he was not affected at all. He didn't even mess up his hair. Instead, he very disdainfully snorted coldly. "Woman, I'd advise you to let go of me, or you'll be disgraced when I do a sliding shovel later." "You shovel? Who's afraid of who?" Jiang Ning yelled as she continued to hammer him. She decided that she was going to teach this guy a lesson today no matter what, so that he would bully her like that again. Not far away, a face of helpless and scrupulous and watching the handsome ducks are silently concerned about this shocking contest, and just as Jiang Ning beat Lin Xiaolu to beat the handpain, ready to take a chopper to chop this when, but outside the inn door suddenly rang a silver bell like a young girl's voice. "Plebeians, what are you doing?" Chapter 139, There's a butterfly in town. Lin Xiaodir, Jiang Ning, Unsullied, and Shui Shui Duck. The three of them looked towards the front door of the inn as they searched for the sound, and there was a very strange girl standing, a really strange kind. The strangest thing about this girl, first of all, was her attire. She was wearing a colorful floral dress, which appeared to be very fluffy and looked like a colorful wineglass turned upside down from the waist down. Very different from the kind of long dresses that normal girls wore. Then her body hanging a variety of exquisite jewelry, like what sapphire necklaces, pearl bracelets, emerald rings, jeweled earrings and so on everything. Some like the bracelet to wear one is not enough to wear a string of 5 or 6. A wide range of hanging on the body straight to give a person a kind of the world of the feeling of the tycoon. And so on, and so on. After that, the line of sight moved down to the girl's shoes. The girl was wearing a pair of pink embroidered shoes depicting embroidered butterflies. and the embroidered shoes seemed to be inlaid with something shiny as well. In short, under the reflection of so many colorful jewelries, the girl's whole body was glowing with various colors, standing like a butterfly. Plus she herself is also quite good-looking, hair tied into 2 small round pills, tied with a red ribbon. The ribbon is very long, hanging down to the shoulder, palm-sized, a small face, thin eyebrows, round eyes look very relatable. Just this moment lifting the small chin, the look is very arrogant, instantly let that relatable look not very conspicuous. In terms of prettiness, she and Jiang Ning were kind of different. Jiang Ning was the kind of pretty that could be gentle or handsome and somewhat valiant, while this girl was a kind of cute style that was a bit quirky, except that her cuteness was tinged with arrogance, and because of her strange attire, it also made her prettiness seem a bit pompous. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu and other 3 people a duck after seeing the girl's dress are a little confused. They do not know who this girl in front of them, and the girl waited for a while to see no one to answer their own. Then once again proudly raised a small chin, smiley face. Plebeians, answer my lady. What are you doing here? Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning exchanged a glance. Then Jiang Ning asked hesitantly, you are? This young lady is the 3rd young lady of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Shihuang. You may call me Lord Shangguan. The moment the proud words came out, Lin Xiaolu instantly froze. What the hell, Lord Shangguan? Who are you? He is a bully in Donghua village. May Supreme Father didn't let anyone respectfully call him Lord. You, a flower butterfly, is also worthy of it? Both he and Jiang Ning felt that there might be something wrong with this girl, while Unsullied and Handsome Duck on the side similarly froze after hearing the girl's name, and it was clear that neither of them knew what this girl was. Little Monk, Handsome Duck, do you guys know who she is? Lin Xiaolu asked with his face toward Immaculate. This woman is so arrogant, even more arrogant than me, it's really infuriating. Unsullied frowned his clear eyebrows and seemed to be thinking. After a while he shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. On the side of the Handsome Duck on the other hand seemed to have remembered something, and hesitantly said with his chin on the end of his small wings, the Shangguan family. Sounds somewhat familiar. It thought for a moment and then lightly said, Big brother, it seems to be some kind of pretty powerful immortal cultivation family. I don't remember too well, but it shouldn't be a righteous cultivator. Not a righteous cultivator? Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning were both stunned. Handsome Duck nodded. It seems to be a certain immortal cultivation family of the Devil's Way, but I know relatively little about the people of the Devil's Way, and it's the first time I've seen them, as they basically operate around the western regions and the southern borderlands, and it's very difficult to see them in the hinterlands of the Divine Realm. So is this what's his name Shangguan family powerful? Jiang Ning inquired. This one is not so clear, Handsome Duck said while flapping his head vigorously with his 2 little wings in a strung-out manner. I have a bit of an impression, but I just can't recall. After all, it's been a long time since they appeared in the hinterland of the divine state. Alright, it looks like it should be some spoiled magical road miss, Jiang Ning commented. The 3 people and a duck were talking to themselves there. Shangguan Shihuang was a bit angry, feeling that these people were so uneducated. They didn't even pay attention to themselves. She directly lifted her hand that was hung with colorful beads and pointed it towards Jiang Ning. This lady is asking you a question. Why do you keep hitting this boy? What mistake did he make? The questioning words were asked. Lin Xiaolu was instantly a bit curious. So this flower butterfly is holding a grudge for me? He instantly felt that this flower butterfly seems to be not bad, while the pointed at Jiang Ning is not happy. She felt that this girl is so rude, and immediately grunted, also proudly lifted up the small chin. We're friends. He didn't even say anything when I hit him. What's it got to do with you? Just mind your own business. Don't worry about others. Shangguan Shihuang was even more upset at this. Her little chin lifted even higher. How dare you speak to me like this? Why wouldn't I dare? Jiang Ning was not someone who was afraid of anything. As the eldest princess of the great Tang, she had practiced martial arts since she was a child. Although she was not as good as an immortal cultivator, she was still a master of martial arts. She hadn't even rampaged through the folklore. Where was it her turn for others to be arrogant in front of her? And at this moment, in the face of Jiang Ning's rebuttal, Shangguan Shihuan crossed her small hands. Her chin was practically tilted up to the sky, proudly saying, My father is Shangguan Shang. Jan Nin, Forest Fawn, Unsullied, Jiang Ning, Unsullied, Lin Xiaolu. The 3 of them are all at a loss after hearing the girl's words. So, is this girl meant to be more than a father? Unlike their confusion, the Handsome Duck on the side was a duck face after hearing the name the girl uttered, looking at Shangguan Shihuan with a shocked face. It remembered the 3,000 Devil's Path Shangguan family. Inside the inn, Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning did not notice Handsome Duck's shock, especially Lin Xiaolu, who felt incredibly angry when he saw that the girl in front of him was reporting her father's name at the drop of a hat. How can this flower butterfly be so pretentious? Your boss is still Li Mingru. Are you proud of yourself? He gave a disdainful humph and rolled his eyes a little as he hugged his arms. So? Shangguan Shi Huang also froze for a moment, thinking for a while and asked, what so? My friend is asking what you're doing giving your own father's name. Is it because you think it will scare us? Zhang Ning, who was on the sidelines, explained. Shangguan Shi Huang was even more surprised when she heard this. Opening her big round eyes in surprise, have you not heard of my father's great name? Lyn Xiaolu didn't notice the handsome duck at her feet desperately scowling at herself, holding her arms and shaking her head with a disdainful face. No. Zhang Ning also nonchalantly chimed in. Never heard of it. Uneducated fellow. Shangguan Shi Huang got upset again. She felt that everyone here was silly and stupid, but immediately felt that she shouldn't be bothered with mortals. So she graciously said to Lin Xiaolu, forget it, seeing as you're just a mortal. This young lady forgives you. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded when she heard this. With her little mouth open, she raised her hand and pointed at herself, looking at Hua Butterfly in disbelief. You, forgive me? Yeah, grateful? A commoner? Not all immortal cultivators are as willing as this young lady to be grateful for mortals, and only we from the Shangguan family would do so. Shangguan Shi Huang had a haughty look on her face. So you know now, right? This young lady is the third young lady of the Shangguan family. You have to maintain respect for this young lady. Inside the inn, Shangguan Shi Huang once again proudly introduced herself, and then she looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was sitting on the ground and starting to take off her weighted equipment, with some confusion. Plebe, what are you doing? Oh, I'm going to teach you to be human. Lin Xiaolu gave her a kind smile while removing the weights from her calves. Chapter 140, I don't know what to name it for. Lin Xiaolu will not care about your devil path and righteous path. Directly ready to do it. And his actions and words also made Shangguan Shi Huang froze in place, looking at him with disbelief and said, you're not even an immortal cultivator, and you're actually going to fight with this young lady? Where did you get the courage? I can't help it. I've been good since I was a kid, and I like to take shots at people like you who think they're capable of something. Handsome Duck was terrified and hurriedly pulled Lin Xiaolu and advised, big brother, don't get excited yet. This girl's background is a bit impressive. So what? Lin Xiaolu grunted as she took off her weights. It's not like I haven't fought anyone who's powerful. Handsome Duck shook his head with a quick shake of his duck neck and said urgently, big brother, this is not the same. I just heard her say that her father is Shangguan Shang before I remembered. They are the Shangguan family, a cultivation family over in the southern border, and they are the commander of the 3000 Devil sect. This is a very powerful Devil Path cultivator family. Rumor has it that there are 3000 Devil Path families in the world, and Shangguan alone accounts for 2009. The Shangguan family is the top giant among the Devil Path sects, and its strength and heritage is even quite a bit stronger than Mei. And her father, Shangguan Shang, is the master of the Shangguan family. Rumor has it that only the Shangguan family of the Devil's Way would address cultivators as commoners, because in their eyes, there is no difference between cultivators and ordinary mortals at all, and only the strongest of the Yuaning realm can be respected by them a little. After Handsome Duck's words were finished, Unsullied and Zhang Ning were both a bit surprised, looking at this arrogant little girl with disbelief. Lin Xiaolu, however, remained disdainful and gave Handsome Duck a blank look while removing the weights from her small arms. So this girl is great, Handsome Duck said sharply. Is it as powerful as my boss? Lin Xiaolu asked. Handsome Duck, who had been horrified 1 second, choked on the spot, then blinked his duck eyes. Also, the Shangguan family is indeed very powerful, as the actual leader of the world's demonic sects, has always been separated from the 6 great immortal sects of the divine state Taoist sects, and if the Shangguan family leads the 3000 demonic sects together, maybe it can really be comparable to the heyday of the Li Mingru. Of a few hundredths of a percent of the time, it is indeed enough to be able to do so. Forest Fawn? He glared at Handsome Duck without any good sense. Together with the fact that you made this little girl's father so strong and her background so powerful, but it turned out to be only a few hundredths of what his own boss was in his heyday? And what's that look on your face? Why do you look like you're already awesome and powerful if you can match my boss by a few hundredths of a percent? He glanced at Handsome Duck and thought he'd have to ask this guy later. After all, this guy knew too much, more than a little bit unusual. As he took off his weights one by one, he continued to hum to Handsome Duck. I care who this flower butterfly is. Actually dare to swear that forgave me. Simply do not put my Donghua village a bully in the eyes. This if I do not even smoke her to cry that I later how to come out to mix. How dare you don't make a scene. Let's just ignore her. Zhang Ning pulled him to gently persuade him. She didn't want to cause trouble. On the side, Wushu also urged with folded hands. Little dear sure master. It is better to resolve grievances than to tie them up. We can sit down and talk with this Shangguan Shi master. He, it's fine. Lin Xiaolu looked careless and said cheekily, when I beat her to tears, I'll come back and sit down with her and reason with her. Let her know that it's not desirable to be so arrogant. And that's considered teaching people to be good. Jiang Ning and Unsullied were both helpless after hearing this. They also understand that Lin Xiaolu temper up like a stubborn donkey. So let him make a fuss. Anyway, he has his master Li Mingru to give him a backing. Indeed also have the courage to make a fuss. Early in the morning, there weren't many people in the lobby of the inn, and Shangguan Huang just stood in a daze at the entrance of the inn, as if she was a colorful little tiny cutie, looking in amazement at Lin Xiaolu, who had gotten up after taking off her weights. After being surprised, she lifted her small snow-white chin with a haughty look and said, Commoner, I have to say that you are very courageous, but if this young lady strikes out, you will surely die, and this young lady doesn't care to bully you as a mortal. Watch the move. Before she could finish her sentence, the girl saw the teenager in front of her draw a 4-meter-long bronze giant blade from the air with nothing beside her, and then couldn't wait to run towards herself. In the late afternoon, the warm sunlight, which left no stone unturned, shone on this modest border town of Yuan, and also illuminated the devastated, tileless old stone street outside the inn in an incomparably eye-catching manner. Jiang Ning, who had received the list of compensation from the yamen, walked past one deep circular pit after another that had been blasted out by Lin Xiaolu and Shangguan Huan, passing by one building after another of houses and buildings that had been affected by the two of them and were only left in ruins, and helplessly returned to the inn. Luckily, you two still have some sense and deliberately avoided the crowd when fighting, and Little Master Unsullied desperately followed you, helping you wipe your asses and protect people along the way, or else you really are going to have corpse marks all over the place today. She glared at the two guys in front of her, wrapped up in big white dumplings, and flashed the list in her hand and slammed it down on the table. This is the compensation that the yamen ordered. You two watch out. Was wrapped into white dumplings Lin Xiaolu half lying in a taisher chair bawling, straight crying a handful of snot and a handful of tears, with the death of his own father. Simply do not have the heart to pay attention to Jiang Ning. Oh wow. This young lady actually didn't beat a single martial artist, and got over 80 pieces of magic treasures broken. Woo woo. On the side, Shangguan Huang, who was also wrapped into a dumpling and lying on another taisher chair, also cried loud and clear, and the tears it shed were even heavier than those of Lin Xiaolu. The jewelry on her body, with the exception of very few, were actually various types of naginata, like what bracelets, necklaces, rings, earrings are a dozen, each storing different magic treasures and supplies, and one of them is specially used to load healing pills, and the result is that in the process of the brawl was directly broken by Lin Xiaolu, and then the whole 6 big boxes of elixirs, heavenly treasures inside were smashed by this overwhelmingly great knife. That's why it led to his own can only be bitter like him, wrapped into a big white fat dumpling, or else he would have eaten pills to heal his wounds. In the lobby of the inn, looking at these two immobile crouching dragon phoenix chicks, Unsullied and Handsome Duck both looked helpless, and Jiang Ning was even more exasperated by these two guys and had a headache. The situation they probably all know. This size cute called Shangguan Huang, was the most favored youngest daughter of the Shangguan family, then for some reason ran away from home and sneaked to come to the hinterland of the divine state to wander and travel, and by chance, she bumped into them, and at the beginning, Jiang Ning was still a little afraid of the so-called devil cultivator, but after contacting down she found that in fact, it is not so scary. This Shangguan Huang is simply a spoiled little girl. As long as you don't mess with her, then there is nothing more to her besides speaking badly to cause people to hate her. Just like this time when she was passing by the inn, she saw that she was beating up Lin Xiaolu, and thought that she was bullying him, so she wanted to come out to do justice. It's a pity that this girl's IQ is really not very high. At home she was accustomed to being capricious, relying on her hundreds of magic treasures, completely disdainful of human feelings, and Lin Xiaolu was a dynamite barrel, so that's why she did it at the drop of a hat, and in doing so, it destroyed several streets, more than 60 buildings, as well as a stone bridge and a camel farm. It was really an eye-opening and breathtaking experience for Jiang Ning, Unsullied, Handsome Duck and the others. Lin Xiaolu force can open up the sky, body like a dragon, a weight of 800,000 pounds of daging bronze was his dance. Tiger wind, froze from the street has been chopped to the end of the alley. Countless houses were his wave into ruins. Do not know thought that an earthquake occurred here. Shangguan Huang is a luxury. To sacrifice a treasure per second speed to Lin Xiaolu bombardment, all kinds of strange and precious treasures as beans. What automatically protect the master of the glazed mirror, can be turned into a giant puppet doll, catalyze the tornado of the talisman, the rattlesnake of the soul, etc. Everything, the whole is a human-shaped treasure house. Such strong two people fought from the city's tavern to the theater, and from the theater crashed into the people's houses, destroying all the way across the road. the whole hard contact, and finally the small half of the city were both rippled into ruins by the two of them. At this moment, Jiang Ning just looked at the two seriously injured people and exclaimed, "You two stop howling first. Half of the city has been destroyed by you two still have the face to howl. Can you settle the bill first? You're not going to be ready to owe money to mortals, are you?" "I'll settle it," Lin Xiaolu asked angrily with tears in her eyes. "How much?" "All the losses add up to a total of 93,032 taels of silver, which translates to 93 ingots of gold and 2 taels of silver. Unsullied, take the money," Lin Xiaolu shouted arrogantly. Unsullied looked at Lin Xiaolu and folded his hands, embarrassment showing on his clear face. "Master Fawn, you have only 12 ingots of gold left." Lin Xiaolu froze, then her neck stretched out and she said loudly and angrily, "I'll owe it first. When I'm healed I'll go out and sell my art to pay back the money." After saying that, he turned red with his little face and roared at Shangguan Huang next to him, "Wait for me, flower butterfly. In a moment, I'll cut myself and summon my boss out, then rob your magic treasure and teach you how to be a human being." Shangguan Huang was also not willing to show weakness and responded loudly with big red eyes, "Stinking newbie, you're finished. Turn around and I'll contact my father and have him come over and beat you up violently, then control your soul and make you my lackey. Try asking your father to touch me. Do you know who my boss is?" Lin Xiaolu defiantly continued to shout angrily at her, and her neck stretched out longer and longer. "I don't care who your boss is. Do you know who my father is? My dad is Shangguan Shang." Without hesitation, the girl once again angrily shouted out her own father's name. Both of them were injured and their bodies were bandaged so they couldn't move, so they just paralyzed each other on the eunuch chairs, stretching their necks and shouting at each other as if they were competing to see who had the loudest voice. Soon after, Lin Xiaolu finally went completely berserk, glaring at her eyes and hissing with a red face, smiley face, "I'm telling you, my boss is Li Mingru." Shangguan Huang just wanted to continue to retort, but when she heard the 3 words Li Mingru she swallowed her retort back, and then blinked her red eyes and looked at Lin Xiaolu somewhat dumbfounded. After a short silence, she suddenly shouted again, "Impossible. There's no way Li Mingru would have a little brother as stupid as you." Chapter 141, Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism and Magic. After some time, inside the lobby of the inn, wrapped into a large white dumpling, Shangguan Huang took a lot of effort to raise her arm and take off one of her sapphire earrings, then reluctantly pouted her little mouth, and in full view of the public, she used her earrings to continuously spew gold ingots onto the ground as if it were a fountain. A piece of gold ingot fell to the ground rolling around, soon piled up into a small gold mountain. Straight to Lin Xiaolu and others to see the smacking of the tongue. Even Jiang Ning, such a country's princess, was also so much gold, shaking eyes dizzy. "This is real dirt. First things first, this young lady isn't afraid of your boss Li Mingru. After all, my father isn't bad either. I just don't want to stir up the relationship between their older generation because of a personal grudge between the two of you and this young lady." Shangguan Huang muttered her mouth while depressingly continuing to spread gold. Seeing that she took the initiative to bear the compensation, Lin Xiaolu reluctantly forgave her, paralyzed by her side, and grunted, "Don't brag. My boss is a prestigious sect. Your father is the head of the Devil's Path. What kind of relationship can the two of them have?" Shangguan Huang glared at her words. "You can pull back. Other people this lady does not know. Your boss this lady or listen to father mentioned. He robbed my father's small yellow that year. Oh no. Is borrowed my father's secret codex. All decades have not returned." With that said, she proceeded to spray nuggets while depressingly muttering in a voice that only she could hear. "What's so great? Li Mingru is not just a little bit powerful, tough, invincible, and then beat the sky. Those breakthrough Yuaning cultivators do not dare to come down to earth. Well, humph, wait for my father to cultivate for a few more years. Maybe. Muttering to the end, Shangguan Huang himself cannot mutter, suddenly even more depressed, small face suffocated red, straight gas his stomach ache, although the mouth is not willing to admit it, but defeating Li Mingru's own father is estimated to be hopeless in this life. After scattering the gold nuggets, she put away the earrings and said to the few people present, "This gold should be enough to compensate the commoners here. Let's clear the air." When she finished speaking, she twisted her head laboriously and looked at Lin Xiaolu beside her, glaring with wide eyes, revealing a ferocious look of gnashing teeth. "It's not right to bully people based on power. My father taught me that being a person shouldn't always be compared to your family's background, but rather to your own skills. So don't you dare to bully this young lady with Li Mingru. If you have the ability, we'll see, and when we meet next time it'll be the time for you to die." She then struggled to get up under the worried gazes of Jiang Ning, Scentless, Handsome Duck and the others. She wanted to leave this place that had humiliated her, and come back to settle the score with this Lin Xiaolu dear fellow when she grew up later. "Do you want to wait until your injuries heal? When Jiang Ning saw her humming and puffing like a sow on a bed, he couldn't help but feel a bit pitiful. No! Shangguan Shi glared at her beautiful eyes and shouted angrily. My Shangguan family remembers you. Let's meet again when the mountains don't meet. See you again. When she finished speaking, she raised her short, tightly bandaged legs in a magnificent manner and took the first step with determination. Then his foot slipped, and he gave everyone in the room a splat. The sun is setting and the bright moon is lifting high. By night time, Lyn Xiaolu had already removed half of his bandages. His physical fitness was strong and his recovery was not weak. Now he was barely able to move down to the ground, but both of his arms were still too painful to lift. At this moment, Unsullied was feeding him gently, one bite at a time. Not far from the side, Jiang Ning is also feeding Shangguan Shi who was paralyzed in the eunuch's chair. This girl split in the morning, causing the wound to tear some more. It is estimated that without 7 or 8 days is not able to get out of bed. So that bull cloud bone sect has been chasing after you. A mortal? Shangguan Shi asked Jiang Ning while eating with bulging cheeks. Jiang Ning nodded, speaking softly with the tone of a coaxing little sister. Miss Shangguan is amused. What's so funny about this? This young lady can't stand to see cultivators bullying mortals. You tell me the location of that cloud bone sect. I'll have my father go and get them killed, and directly slaughter their entire family, and also drain their souls, so that they can't be allowed to transcend their lives for all eternity. Oh, really can blow. Lin Xiaolu on the side of the same mouth containing rice, while eating while despising, I have heard Shui Duck said. So many righteous cultivators are there. Your father simply cannot enter the divine state, but also to get them killed. Really? More stupid than the soup dumplings. Who's sourdough? Shangguan Shi whose neck hurt when she moved, asked him with squinted eyes. A big. Lin Xiaolu just wanted to say a big. Suddenly saw that the feeding Jiang Ning was looking at himself suspiciously, suddenly scared out of a cold sweat, and hastily changed his words, an alchemy wizard, nicknamed the absolute great cleverness. After saying that, he saw Jiang Ning's gaze move away. Only then did he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately he was resourceful and reacted in time. He is now unarmed. If Ning at this time found out that he had snubbed her in the first place, and then went berserk and beat himself up or learned to play his own little brother like the Rakshasa ghost woman did, then he would be very faceless. On the other hand, the not very resourceful Shangguan Shi didn't think much more after hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, but very enthusiastically thought of a solution for Jiang Ning, as she sucked the green vegetables into her mouth while giving her advice. Your name is Jiang Ning, right? You don't have to worry too much. Even if my dad can't come through, you can still get that guy's master to come. That guy's master is so powerful. Little dear's master is in seclusion, and will only sense when he has a life or death crisis. Jiang Ning laughed as he fed her. There's no need for Miss Shangguan to worry about it. So get well first. Jiang Ning didn't think much of Shangguan Shi now, because after getting to know her, she realized that this girl was actually quite interesting, and that this girl's childhood should have been well protected by her father, and that she was a very simple devil cultivator. And Shangguan Shi was also really warm-hearted, as she ate the rice Jiang Ning fed her, and cheerfully continued to laugh. That's how it is. So if it wasn't for the help of my dad and that guy's master, that little bald ass wouldn't be here too. Unsullied, who was in the process of feeding the fawn, suddenly lurched in his movements when he heard the words little bald ass, and with a puzzled expression, he twisted his head to look at Shangguan Shi. Shangguan Shi master, the young monk is only at the 3rd level of chi condensation. I know, but your master can also come and help. Shangguan Shi revealed a small fox-like cunning look to him. This young lady has been with you for a day. Do you think that this young lady doesn't see it yet? This young lady has already recognized the Moonflower monk's clothes and the Jeji 13 monk's power Sabaha rosary beads on your body. So you are the only disciple of Zen Master Heartless, aren't you? That legendary new Buddha? Unsullied gentle eyes froze, and then, he blushed once again, revealing a shy look of being seen through his heart. Shangguan Shi pair of round eyes curved into 2 small crescent moons, smilingly looking at the group of people in front of her. She continued to laugh lightly. The disciple of the great demon king Li Mingru, and the disciple of Zen Master Heartless, are you the strongest 2nd-generation immortal cultivation team? When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu froze, and Jiang Ning froze as well, both of them looking at Unsullied with some confusion. Dirtless carrying the porcelain bowl that feeds Lin Xiaolu. Every move is very clean, out of the dust. He is always like this. No matter what he is doing, will make people feel inexplicably comfortable. Harmony. Perhaps this is the cause of the high level of Buddhist teachings, but his character is very easy to be shy, and the cultivation level is indeed a solid 3rd layer of chi condensation. Lin Xiaolu has also always thought that his master, Zen Master Heartless, is just an ordinary Buddhist cultivator, The study of Buddhism is powerful a little bit, but now it seems to be not simple. It is estimated that it can be compared to their own boss in his heyday 1000th. Well, really powerful. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the inn was temporarily quiet, but soon it once again resounded with Shangwan Shurawang's silver bell-like laughter. This young lady has changed her mind. I'll join you and accompany Ms. Zhang Ning, escorting her to her uncle's place. This way the Buddha, Taoist, and devil will be one Confucian short. Haha, it's really fun to think about. She just took a closer look at Unsullied and Lin Xiaolu, and suddenly felt why she had to leave. Originally it was to sneak out to play, and stay with these people is not bad when one day to go home. With their stupid dog second brother and ice big sister bragging have capital I fought with Li Mingru's disciple. I've nagged the heartless Zen master's disciple. Haha, it was so much fun to think about. And she was already fantasizing about the shocking images of her second brother and big sister. Inside the inn, Zhang Ning was still a little confused. She was a little unable to keep up with this Shangwan Shurawang's brain circuit. One second she swore to leave to take revenge, and the next second she wanted to join these people of her own? What kind of absolute dirtbag little wonder is this? Moreover, listening to this girl, Unsullied's master, is also a big shot on one side? At this moment, being told through the backstage of the Dirtless, showed a trace of both shyness, but also helpless expression, and then they blushed and put their palms together, and softly recited, Jodi Jodi, Polo Monk Jodi, Bodhi Sava. The solemn and clear sound of chanting and Shangwan Shurawang's delicate laughter echoed in the inn, and no one noticed that when Shangwan Shurawang said that after Lin Xiaolu's team was added to her, Buddha, Taoism, and demon were just short of Aru, the handsome duck, who was concentrating on eating barbecued fish in the corner. His duck eyes violently shrunk. Chapter 142 Zhang Ning's Gun Dance. Handsome duck, tell me, how do you know so much about the cultivation world? At night, Lin Xiaolu asked as she lay in the warm duck-down quilt, cuddling the duck in her arms. Big brother, I'm sorry I lied to you in the beginning. Handsome duck also stopped pretending and said directly with a bitter duck face, actually, I didn't eat the mysterious beads 2 years ago, but 200 years ago. Lin Fawn, mother asterisk 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 her, a duck is actually bigger than himself. He felt a sudden brain ache. It was enough to blow his brains out during the day when he didn't fight the flower butterflies, and then at night he was blown out by his own little brother. Moreover, now that Unsullied also showed his cards, his master, Zen Master Heartless, was an old acquaintance with his own boss, and the two of them used to discuss the concepts of the Buddha's way together when they were young. So his master was very powerful. So powerful to what extent? To the extent that when his own boss smoked his master, he felt like he was smacking Buddha Rudra. This is horrible, isn't it? Smoking Buddha. This who can go down? Well, their own boss under the hand. It is said that the thief also smoked a damn happy. Smoked to the emotional point cannot help but recite poetry, wine and song. Big brother, really not I want to deliberately cheat you all. In the nest, handsome duck crying face quacking straight, I was bought back by you as not always want to escape well. Thinking of their own said some useless. You will let me go. Who can think you so powerful? The old will be Li Mingru well. So do you have any other skills besides speaking human? It's really gone. Shui duck shouted, I really only speak human words I swear well. If I shui duck in addition to speak human words, there is any other ability. Let all the feathers on my body to fall off. Become as naked as you. As ugly as you. Lin Xiaolu. I. That night, the miserable screams of handsome duck kept coming from Lin Xiaolu's room until late at night. On the second day, Lin Xiaolu woke up when the body has recovered some. He still get up very early. Has become a habit. Of course, today he certainly cannot work out. And flower butterfly battle he used his life's work. Means, the flower butterfly is also really rich. The magic treasure is as much as the rice in the tank. As if all the world's magic is her family. Fortunately, their own skills are hard enough. And ultimately she fought a lose-lose, who also did not take advantage of. Looking at handsome duck, who was lying softly under the covers, Lin Xiaolu got up alone and washed herself with the dust cleansing pill. The dust cleansing dan was also given by flower butterfly. Last night she expressed that she wanted to join her small team and escort Jiang Ning together. So he collected some of her entrance fee. Not much, miscellaneous added up to just an emerald bracelet. Well, bracelets hold 8 large boxes, the kind you can fit yourself into each. After washing and rinsing, the teenager waddled out of the guest room. He couldn't work out today, but walking would be fine. After all, it was a habit from childhood, and it was uncomfortable not to move around twice. It was also still very early in the morning, and the lobby of the inn was empty, but Lin Xiaolu could still hear the sound of Dirtless chanting and knocking on a wooden fish as she walked past the door of Dirtless room. he found that the immaculate and other immortal practitioners are different. Other immortal practitioners will be in order to long life hard cultivation, but the immaculate does not seem to care much about long life. Most of the time every day is spent on chanting the scriptures. Lyn Xiaolu cannot understand the chanting of the scriptures. What good chanting? You memorize the scriptures on the line, but every day also to turn over the back and over the past memorization. It is really strange. Is not it cannot be memorized to a flower? But he also did not disturb the unscrupulous. People have their own aspirations, not to mention the unscrupulous is their own people. Then surely can only be spoiled. Otherwise what else can be done? Can't rush in and stuff 2 bricks into him. Going downstairs and skulking around the inn's lobby, Lin Xiaolu leisurely went to the inn's backyard, and just as soon as he arrived at the backyard, he heard a cold and harsh petulant cry. In the mud field in the backyard of the inn, Jiang Ning was wearing a crimson color practice clothes. Her long hair was tied with a red ribbon that hung down to her waist, and the whole person appeared to be very competent, and at this moment, she was holding the mysterious black cloth bag in her hand, dancing straight with a tiger-like wind and amazing momentum. Lin Xiaolu was a martial arts nerd, so she watched Jiang Ning's gun dance with interest. He watched for a while and was a bit surprised. Jiang Ning really did have some skills. Although he himself did not know about gunplay and stick skills, he could tell that Jiang Ning's martial arts was not a flowery one, because each of her launches was very standard, and the lance that was wrapped in the black cloth was gripped very steadily, no matter if it was a cleave, a sweep, a squib, a block, or a stab, it did not wobble at all, which was hard to do without long hours of exercise. Generally ordinary people who are not trained to hold a sword, raise their hands to stab straight. The sword body in the air will be unnatural shaking. It is easy to stab crooked, stabbing the phenomenon of inaccuracy. This is because the muscles and the uncontrolled twitching spasms. And Jiang Ning hands this more difficult to master than the sword-long spear but did not have the slightest occurrence of such a situation. So it is said that her shot at a glance is to practice hard for many years. As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway, outsiders look at the scene. Lin Xiaolu, who had practiced martial arts since she was young, could see at a glance that Jiang Ning's kung fu wasn't soft. Of course, she hadn't used the blood of the beast, she certainly couldn't be compared to herself, but her martial arts skills were already no less than that of a general of the imperial army like Uncle Yanyun, which was not easy to do for a princess indeed. Drink! In the courtyard, the girl let out a crisp ding-dong. Under the combination of the human gun turned around and threw the gun head backwards, the long ponytail with the red ribbon together with the swing, valiantly stabbed out a fast and accurate horseback shot. Ah Ning, you're really good at playing with guns. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but marvel out at this scene. Jiang Ning was startled by the teenager's sudden voice. She had just finished dancing with her gun at this moment. There was still a layer of crystal sweat beads on her bare forehead, and 2 piles of redness rose on both sides of her cheeks, making her look cute. Smiley face, you're going to die. You don't even make a sound when you walk. Lin Xiaolu, why are you peeking at me practicing? What's wrong with that? We're so familiar with each other. What's wrong with taking a look? Lin Xiaolu inserted her pockets, dejectedly shaking her short legs. Jiang Ning heard this, the blush on her face instantly spread to the root of her ears. Somewhat afraid to look at him, so she arrogantly carried her small hands and raised her eyes to the sky, pretending to look unconcerned and humming softly, shame on you. Who is familiar with you? Ha, don't we know each other well? The teenager asked with a confused look on his face. Jiang Ning lazily ignored this guy and looked at his body and lightly asked, how's your injury? It's not bad, it's pretty much recovered. I guess I'll be able to do somersaults in a few days. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu looked at her curiously and asked, Ah Ning, why are you up practicing today? You weren't this diligent before. After the question was asked, and before Jiang Ning could reply, Lin Xiaolu revealed another look of dawning realization and speculated, is it because you think that me and Immaculate, as well as the new flower butterfly, all have backgrounds that are too impressive and powerful, and then you're under pressure? How? Jiang Ning gave him a blank look. The stronger your background strength is, the more hope I have in dealing with the Cloud Bone sect in the future. Okay? And I couldn't be happier that I, a mortal, have so many awesome best friends. Hey, that's true. Lin Xiaolu crossed her arms and laughed very confidently. Ah Ning, I don't think we need to go to your uncle's place. Let's just go directly to the Cloud Bone sect's location, fight our way into their lair, and then let me in scentless. Flower butterfly, go from person to announce ourselves, and let the Cloud Bone sect's cultivators line up to call their dads. No. Jiang Ning waved his hand decisively. Why not? Lin Xiaolu was puzzled. My boss is Li Mingru. Flower butterfly her father is the head of the devil's way, and Unsullied's master is also very powerful, so I can scare them to tears. You're silly. The lively-minded Jiang Ning glared at him in a bad humor and said, Shangwan is only 12 years old. Younger than you. She is crazy and brainless. You also have no brain. Think carefully. She came to the divine kingdom as also met us. If she met a certain righteous sect, such as the Chuanjin like that, and then she ran to the Chuanjin shouted, my father is Shangwan Shang. What do you think will happen to Chuanjin? Lin Xiaolu frowned at his words for a moment in thought, and then his eyes snapped open. Although he had little knowledge, he wasn't stupid, and he reacted as soon as Jiang Ning reminded him. Just like what Jiang Ning said, although his own boss was a righteous cultivator, his own boss was originally different from other righteous cultivators. He was still on good terms with Flower Butterfly's father and had borrowed his father's books, but that didn't mean that other righteous sects were on good terms with her father. What's that saying? Since ancient times, good and evil are not mutually exclusive. And what would happen to Flower Butterfly, as the devil's head's own daughter, if she were to really foolishly run to some righteous sect and declare herself? It was estimated that there was a high probability that they would be put to death or captured alive on the spot. Inside the clean small courtyard, Jiang Ning saw that he had responded, so he continued. There's also Little Master Unsullied. The fact that people haven't mentioned their master's awesome past before, and only talked about some Buddhist principles, means that Little Master Unsullied doesn't want to brag about his master at all. You wouldn't be unable to see that either, would you? Lin Fawn. His mouth opened, and when he couldn't come up with a retort, he could only ask, somewhat awkwardly, well, there's still me. I can scare the piss out of them by saying my boss's name, right? You? Jiang Ning cried and laughed a little, shaking his head helplessly. Little dear, you told Shangwan yesterday that your master was Li Mingru. What reaction did she have that you didn't see? Lin Fawn. Jiang Ning held his arms and taught the teenager in front of him as if he were a child. Although Shangwan is spiteful and capricious, her mind is actually shallow and very simple. She almost didn't believe you when you told her that your boss is Li Mingru. Do you expect those great cultivators to believe you? It's only me and Immaculate that will believe you after getting more familiar with you, right? When she finished speaking, she hugged her arms and said, let's go to my uncle's place honestly. Don't get any wrong ideas. Chapter 143, My Lady Doesn't Like Fried Rice. Seeing Jiang Ning say this, Lin Xiaolu nodded her head and reluctantly agreed. He then took a curious look at Jiang Ning's black cloth bag. Ning, last time you said that the subterranean dragon red tassel could summon some kind of crow dragon soul with its mantra. How powerful is it? Can it beat me? Of course it can be beaten. Jiang Ning laughed very proudly. My father said that if the descendants of our Zheng family use this gun, they can directly summon the soul of the Tsanlong and let it possess them, after which they can have a strength comparable to that of a Yuaning cultivator for a certain period of time. Real fake? Lin Xiaodir's eyes were round, looking at the black cloth bag with disbelief. Comparable to the Yuan Ing realm? Wouldn't that be directly on the same level as Sister Sect Master? Inside the courtyard, Jiang Ning hugged the black cloth bag and laughed somewhat self-deprecatingly. It's just a pity that I'm a daughter's body, and even though I have the Zheng family's bloodline, that Sunlong's soul doesn't recognize me. After finishing with a slight bitterness, the young girl, however, said with determination in her eyes, when we arrive at my uncle's vassal state, let him use this gun to charge up the Cloud Bone sect, severely punish my brother, and restore the great Tang. Aha! Although Lin Xiaolu only understood a general idea, it didn't stop him from being able to see Jiang Ning's determination, and with a face of approval, he said, Jiang Ning, you will definitely restore the country. Mr. Storyteller always says that where there's a will, there's a way, and what his old man says is never wrong. On a dark, windy night my lady was alone, walking in a mass grave. It was pitch black there and you couldn't see anything, and as this young lady walks through a graveyard, suddenly, a white palm reached out from a piece of the graveyard. A hand grabbed my lady's foot. Oh wow, that's scary. Oh, wow. Mother, there's a sister who scares me. Woohoo. At the entrance of the inn, wrapped in white dumplings, sitting on the stone steps, Shangwan Shihuan looked at the several children who were scared away by themselves and laughed happily. She laughed while shouting, hey you guys don't run sister tell you a story ha 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 ha. After laughing for a while, Jiang Ning inside the inn came over to help her with a helpless face. Pomegranate, it's time to eat. Oh, the girl was assisted by Jiang Ning's struggle to get up. Pouting little mouth dissatisfaction, Miss Jiang told you how many times to shout this lady Shangwan adults. Pomegranate pomegranate hard to hear dead. Jiang Ning pursed her lips and smiled. Your father named you. What can I do? Yeah, why did your dad name you Pomegranate? Does he love pomegranates a lot? Lin Xiaolu, who was nibbling on a chicken leg at the dining table, asked. Because my mother loves to eat fruits chanting, so he gave me this name. It's really annoying. Shangwan Shihuan came to the table and sat down, arched her little nose and hummed rather dissatisfiedly. Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning both paused for a moment once they heard that Shangwan's father loved her mother so much. Both of them suddenly missed their late parents a little. A few people ate their meals quietly, and Immaculate suddenly blushed after eating a piece of corn, and looked at Shangwan Shi Huang with some embarrassment. Shangwan Shi Master, the young monk has a favor to ask. Oh, tell me about it? Shangwan Shi Huang held her small snow-white chin to look at him. Ruthless spoke slowly and methodically. In the morning, the shopkeeper told the young monk that you were wrapped in gauze and sitting in front of the inn in the sun, scaring the guests away. So he wanted the young monk to persuade you to go back to your room to rest. Why didn't the shopkeeper come over to talk to me himself? It's not like this lady is going to eat him. How dare people talk to you all? Jiang Ning did not have a good temper. You and the deer fight, half of the city are broken. See, you cannot even avoid it. Once Shangwan Shi Huang heard that it was so, she also hummed xing and didn't say anything else, skimmed her mouth and raised her hand to take out a palm-sized gold ingot from her bracelet's nascent ring. Little monk, go and tell the shopkeeper that this inn has been bought by this young lady, and tell him to lessen disturbing this young lady's sunbathing. At the dinner table, several people were once again shocked by her wealth, and Jiang Ning even gave Lin Xiaolu a snide look. You see, this girl is more of a thug than you are. After a few days, a few teenagers continue to live so in the inn, every day chanting sutra chanting, practicing martial arts practice, but also live a leisurely. Shangwan Shi Huang loved to play with children, sitting in the sun at the door every day, telling stories to the children around her, and when her injuries had healed a little, she led a group of children to play shuttlecock and hide-and-seek every day, and the children all loved this sister in the flower dress, and this appearance of hers did make the group get a little closer to her, because she didn't look like a rumored devil cultivator at all in front of the children, but instead looked like an ordinary girl next door. This situation waited until 7 or 8 days later, when Lin Xiaolu and Shangwan Shi Huang completely recovered from their injuries, before they were ready to set off again, and before they left, Shangwan Shi Huang also bought many candy snacks for those children before bidding them farewell with a cheeky smile. A few days later, at the foot of a certain mountain in the Yuan kingdom, you didn't take the big road when I told you to, you favored the small road. Lin Xiaolu, are you brain squeezed by the door? Flower butterfly, try talking to me like that again. Do you believe I'll cut you? Come on you cut. You really think that this lady is not afraid of you? At the foot of a modest hill, Shangwan Shi Huang, barefoot, stood in the clear and turbulent shallow stream, lifting the hem of her skirt and looking angrily at the teenager carrying the carriage on the side. At this moment, scentless, Shangwan Shi Huang, and Jiang Ning, who was leading the horse, all stood beside her, and Jiang Ning, like Shangwan Shi Huang, carried her skirt and stood in the ice-cold water with her white, snow-like feet exposed. This stream is a shallow, below is a colorful, rounded pebbles. In addition to this there are a number of larger stubborn stones. The carriage cannot pass. Lin Xiaolu can only carry the carriage forward. There is no way. Here only he carries. There's no need for Shangwan Shi to be in a hurry. Unsullied stood aside and folded his hands, saying, the main road takes a long way around. Not to mention that it's understandable that the little deer Shi master didn't know that taking the small road would bump into a stream. That's right. If you keep fooling around, my big brother will have to get you killed. Handsome Duck quacked and shouted as he stepped on Lin Xiaolu's shoulder. Shangwan Shi Huang's small mouth pouted, fiddling with her drenched skirt in a rather impatient manner. So what now? There's no village in front of us here, and my lady hasn't eaten for several meals. Unsullied still has quite a bit of fried rice stored in his savings ring. Make do with some. Jiang Ning laughed. This young lady doesn't like fried rice, Shangwan Shi Huang said in a depressed manner. Love to eat or not? Spoiled all over. Lin Xiaolu, who was carrying the carriage, directly cursed. This flower butterfly thing is really much. Then their own also picky eaters. Their own although also do not like to eat fried rice, but their own at least can eat. This flower butterfly is not the same. Yesterday they went out of the city into the wilderness, camping in the wilderness, and then unscaled boiled the fried rice she does not eat, were smacked this smacked that, but also said that this is not a human being to eat, if it is not unscaled and aiming stop. Their own early to her stuffed bricks. It is really angry people. Originally before to see her like children. Their own senses of her also slightly changed some. Did not expect or this kind of virtue. Jiang Ning was formerly the princess of the great Tang. She can happily eat fried rice. You cannot eat? Unsullied. Make a fire and cook. This one doesn't like fried rice, let her starve. Chapter 144. Flower butterfly was angry and cried. After saying that in a domineering manner, Lin Xiaolu, who had walked to the shore by dripping water, put down the carriage and did not even look at Shangwan Shi Huang, who was glaring angrily at her. Seeing this, Unsullied and Jiang Ning didn't say anything else and silently began to build a fire to cook, leaving Shangwan Shi Huang standing alone on the riverbank. She looked at Lin Xiaolu. Jiang Ning, and Unsullied sitting around the lit campfire, boiling and soaking fried rice with stream water, ignoring herself, and immediately felt aggrieved in her heart, and her pink dead a little mouth flattened like a handsome duck. A few moments later, the fried rice boiled in the pot, the aroma of food bubbled up, and Shangguan Huang, who hadn't eaten since last night, sniffled but didn't want to open her mouth, so she went to the edge of the stream and prepared to catch a fish. Humph, you guys wait for me, this lady catches fish for herself. On the bank of the river, Lin Xiaolu's trio watched dumbfounded as Shangguan Huang bombarded the stream with magic treasures, blowing up water splashes straight away. What's she doing? This guy wants to fry fish. Lin Xiaolu immediately guessed what she had in mind and spat out as she ate her fried rice. This stream is so shallow. It should be the stream that flows down from the waterfall on the hill over there. How could there be fish? At most there are a little bit of small fry. By the stream, it was just as Lin Xiaolu said. Shangguan Hua bombed a good circle. The result did not see the fish being bombed up, but was instead drenched by the rushing waves of water, dripping wet like a second little cutie. The same. Smelling the fried rice behind her, she involuntarily gulped again. No, they would surely laugh at me if I bowed my head now. I have so many magic treasures. I'm still afraid of not being able to find food. Thinking of this, she turned around and gave Lin Xiaolu a fierce glare before heading off to the woods to the side, ready to go find some food for her stomach. Unsullied saw the scene and was a bit puzzled. Shangguan sure master this is? She was trying to go hunting. Lin Xiaolu continued to spit as she chewed on the dry fried rice. What a lack of common sense in life. This isn't a deep mountain or a forest. It's just a field and forest close to a village or town, and then there's a small hill. She'll be damned if she'll be able to find big game. And even if she does, she won't be able to do it. Seeing that Lin Xiaolu seemed to be able to perfectly guess Shangguan's next move, Jiang Ning couldn't help but give him a meaningful look. Fawn, I didn't realize you knew about girls. No, I just know her better. The teenager, his mouth stuffed with fried rice and his cheeks bulging, slurred. Flower butterfly's stubbornness is still a bit like mine when I was 8 or 9 years old, except she hasn't suffered. Does Castor Fawn suffer often? Unsullied was curious. It's not exactly suffering. Lin Xiaolu sat cross-legged and spoke. My father and mother left early, and I've been living in the village with my younger sister since I was 7 years old. 7 years old? Jiang Ning was taken aback. At 7 years old he himself was still being pampered by his parents, not knowing anything and being carefree every day, while little dear was already bringing his sister to make a living in a small village. Is there no one to take care of you? She asked. The village storyteller would pick up some of our slack, but he was pretty poor, and going to town to tell his story was never very well listened to, as if because all the books he told were pretty strange, and a lot of people couldn't understand them, and they were just told to me and my sister. In the teenager's arms, Handsome Duck tilted his duck head up curiously and looked at him and asked, Big brother, what kind of books is that storyteller talking about? This, I don't remember much. Lin Xiaolu scratched his head and tried to recall. I think it was called something like Sunny, and then there was some kind of window or something. So long ago I've almost forgotten. A few people chatted idly while eating fried rice, and soon lunch was over, and when Scentless saw that Shangguan Huang hadn't come back yet, he laid her share out in the sunlight so that she could eat it when she came back. Shangguan Huang did not come back. The group is not good to continue on the road. Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Ducks in the stream side of the water rafting. Jiang Ning is squatting on the side of the smiling to see the two play. Yee-haw! Accompanied by a childish shout. The flattened stone instantly flew out with the sound of a hurricane. Boom! The powerful force exploded the entire stream, lifting up waves of water in the sky, and the rocks directly shattered because they couldn't withstand the impact. Handsome Duck used its beak to hold another stone. Small wings fluttered straight, jumped up and violently flung the long duck neck. The stone suddenly flew out dexterously, as if it were a living thing. Jumping on the surface of the creek jumped out for 8 times. Lin Xiaolu was immediately depressed when he saw this. How could he not beat a duck in a water fight? He immediately picked up the stone and threw it again in defiance. The sun was blazing in the afternoon. The Shangguan Huang never came back. A few people didn't worry much. That guy was awesome. The guys just played and waited. And this moment is also the best time for sunshine. Bright afternoon sunshine will shine the clear stream sparkling. Not far away, the horses in the grass leisurely eating horsegrass. This environment is very pleasant, refreshing, no matter it is playing water rafting, playing vigorously Lin Xiaolu and Handsome Duck, or aside to watch the battle of the Jiang Ning, or in the bank meditation chanting scriptures of the Unsullied. We all feel very cozy, and it was only when it was getting late and several people were preparing to camp here tonight that Shangguan Huang showed up again. Unlike at noon, the Shangguan Huang who reappeared was dirty. Her soaked flowery dress was full of sludge, and she who hadn't eaten for a day also looked as if she was going to pass out from hunger at any time. Her whole body looked miserable, like a little cat that had been abandoned. Lin Xiaolu, Zhang Ning, Immaculate, and Shui Shui Duck were all startled upon seeing her in this dignified appearance, while the aggrieved Shangguan was red-eyed and pouting as she stood in front of them, with a look of this young lady is going to cry. Come and coax me. Lin Xiaolu, who had been playing with water all afternoon, came up and looked at her for a few moments, and hesitantly asked, robbed by a hijacker? Shangguan immediately glared at this big glance with hatred, but she is now hungry and completely powerless, and she is even too lazy to be stubborn with him. What took you so long, Shangguan? Jiang Ning and Unsullied also came forward to inquire about the situation with concern, and Jiang Ning, with the appearance of treating her like a younger sister, softly asked, what did you encounter? Yeah, say something. Are you scared? Woman, my big brother is asking you again. If you don't answer, my big brother is going to take you for a ride. Shangguan, sure master. There's no harm in saying what you have to say. Several people surrounded Shangguan Shihuang and asked questions. While facing them, the 12-year-old Shangguan Shihuang suddenly had red eyes and her small mouth flattened. Whimpering sobs hummed out of her mouth as she muttered tearfully to the few people in front of her. I don't like fried rice. Whoever of you goes and hunts for me, I'll give him the manna. This. Jiang Ning and Unsullied were both stunned. They were truly surprised that this girl would actually be made to cry because of this. She didn't even cry when she fought with Lin Xiaolu, but she actually cried because of fried rice? It's unbelievable. Both of them didn't understand, but Lin Xiaolu had a familiar mind, and having grown up in the countryside, he immediately guessed what Shangguan Shihuang's situation was. Not loving fried rice was a small matter, mainly because she felt humiliated. She couldn't catch any fish. She hadn't been able to hunt all afternoon, and by the look of the mud on her, it was a good bet that the bastard had fallen. At this moment is nothing more than the heart is aggrieved. The stomach is still hungry, so it cried. Many children are like this, the kind that can make themselves angry to cry. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu then looked at the stubborn and capricious Shangguan Shihuang, and grunted in an unkind manner. Do you know how many people still can't eat fried rice like this? You know what I ate when I was a kid? Dislike this and that, love to eat or not. Don't use your missy name to pressure us. It doesn't work here. After saying that, Lin Xiaolu turned around and left. He wasn't going to spoil this flower butterfly. Everything seemed to be the same as it was at noon, and Jiang Ning and Unsullied glanced at each other before also leaving one after the other, once again leaving Shangguan Shihuang alone. Chapter 145, Throat Choke. Soon, night fell and the sky darkened, and Unsullied lit a clear incense that could repel mosquitoes and insects by the campfire, then looked at the rosary beads on his wrist. Strange, did the Cloudbone sect's cultivators give up on chasing after Caster Jiang? It's been how many days since they sent another assassin? Puzzled, he recited the scriptures silently in front of the campfire by the light of the moon, looking at his little friends as he did so. Not far away, Shangguan Shihuang was red-eyed, wolfing down fried rice into her mouth. Because she stuffed it too quickly, she would choke every now and then beat her chest for a while there. Little dear Master did not let them go to talk to the Shangguan Master, but let the Shangguan Master himself alone to eat in peace. Little dear Master said, he was a child very do not like others to talk to him about the big theory, so think the Shangguan Master certainly will not like it, so there are some things to caution over. Should turn the page in a timely manner. After all, we are all good friends. Under the firelight, Unsullied looked at the teenager who was talking to Jiang Ning, his eyes full of admiration. Fang Schizo is really gentle, and a man of great wisdom. Today's incident, although the little dear Master looks fierce, but in fact did the right thing. He really told the Shangguan Master, everyone is equal. No one will let anyone. Making friends is also the same. Only by treating each other honestly can we make real friends. And when Shangguan finally couldn't hold on and started to eat fried rice on his own accord, he didn't let Jiang lecture him, let alone taunt him, but gave Shangguan the maximum amount of dignity. A very sweet and gentle teenager indeed. Unsullied, with a smile on his face, mirroring the firelight, folded his hands to the cheeky teenager and kindly murmured, may you always be happy and well, my little giver. Well, cough cough. Shangguan suddenly choked on the dry fried rice and couldn't help but cough again, this time coughing heavily, raising her small hand to pat her chest straight away. When Jiang Ning saw this, she hurriedly handed her the water bladder. Drink some water, you're eating too fast. The young girl, her cheeks bulging and her eyes wide like a small hamster's, hurriedly took a sip from the water bladder, and after catching her breath, said fiercely, what's the big deal? Turn around and Lin Xiaolu will bully this young lady again. This young lady won't play with you anymore. This young lady will go home. At this time Lin Xiaolu had just fallen asleep with Handsome Duck in his arms. He slept quickly, laying by the campfire, belly up to the sky, and snored a little in less than 10 breaths. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh lightly when he saw Shangguan Huang puffing out her cheeks and gritting her teeth. Fawn didn't mean to bully you. It's just that you didn't eat the meal that Unsullied made yesterday and said that it wasn't human food, which is indeed a bit excessive. It's not like this young lady did it on purpose. The young girl huffed, and the little monk didn't even say anything. What qualifications does he have to be angry with me for the little monk? Because he and Unsullied are good friends ah. Jiang Ning continued to laugh. And you don't respect food. And Fawn dislikes that about you. Shangguan Huang sniffed with her small mouth pouting. If you don't like it, you don't have to make him like it yourself. I have never eaten this kind of loss since I grew up. That guy is really obnoxious. On the basis of his master being the great demon King Li Mingru, he bullied himself as a kind-hearted, cute and well-behaved female demon. So shameless. After getting angry, she stuffed another mouthful of fried rice into her mouth, then curiously glanced at the sleeping Lyn Shalu with a twinkle in her eye. Jiang Ning, you said it should be hard to wake up when this one is sleeping so soundly, right? Jiang Ning froze for a moment when he heard this, and then he saw Shangguan Huang suddenly reveal a devilishly bad smile as she lifted her skirt and darted over to Lyn Shalu. She was startled and hurriedly tried to stop it, but it was already too late. Shangguan Huang, who was carrying a small skirt, had already dashed up and lifted her foot to kick Lyn Xiaolu's face, which was covered in snot bubbles. Damn fool, actually caused this lady so much misery. Give me death. Beside the warm campfire, Jiang Ning looked at Shangguan Huang, who was wailing and crying from Lyn Xiaolu's chokehold, and burst into some tears. It seemed that Lyn Xiaolu had already gained experience from fighting with her last time, and after waking up, she first pressed down on both of this girl's hands, then she used iron head power to knock her out with a swift movement, then she used one arm to firmly pin both of her hands so that she couldn't get the nascent sacrifice ring, and finally executed a standard one-handed choke hold from the back. At the moment, looking at these two as if they were fighting like wild boars disliking each other there, Jiang Ning straight away felt that she was having a hard time holding back her laughter. Fawn, I'm going to sleep first ha. You two should rest early too. Jiang Ning waved her hand at the two of them with a smile. Oh okay, I'll lock her up for another hour and then go to sleep. Lyn Xiaolu responded with a smile. Lyn Xiaolu, you hurry up and let go of this young lady. If you don't let go, this young lady will have to get you killed. I swear, I will break you into pieces. Jiang Ning shook his head with a bitter smile and went to rest alone. Soon, half an hour's time passed. Immaculate had already settled down. Handsome Duck and Jiang Ning were both thoroughly asleep on their pads, but Shangguan Huang was still being locked by Lyn Xiaolu's throat, and while she was being locked up, she righteously said, Lyn Xiaolu, Ame has been a famous sect since ancient times, and its benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom, and faith are renowned in the divine state. So you, as a disciple of Ame, shouldn't bully such a cute little demoness like me. Are you cute? Lin Fawn asked. Am I not cute? Are you as cute as I am? Lin Fawn asked again. Shangguan Pomegranate. Aoa Lyn Xiaolu, do you still want some face? Dog thief, let go of me. Shangguan Huang stomped her short legs while splashing around. But what kind of person was Lyn Xiaolu? He didn't have the slightest intention of pitying her, letting her make a scene and showing no mercy. After a while, Shangguan Huang finally admitted defeat on her lips with hatred. Only then did the teenager let go of her with disdain and assumed a posture of elder, shaking her little legs and humming. You don't sleep at night. You have to force me to teach you how to be a human being. He. Under the illumination of the campfire, Shangguan Huang sat on the sidelines covering her locked and swollen throat, angrily retorting. You're a male, bullying a little girl like me. What kind of a good man are you? You're so rich. What kind of girl are you to sneak up on a poor guy like me while I'm asleep? Shangguan Huang listened to pick up a stone to throw him, but Lyn Xiaolu was not afraid in the slightest. Do not even bring to avoid, directly with the brain with the stone hard, to break the stone, and then shaking legs while fooling around. It's called the iron-headed waif. Shangguan Huang was so angry with him that she had no choice but to pout her lips and then glare at him with her own big eyes. And after such a mess, Lyn Xiaolu was no longer sleepy. He saw Shangguan Huang look like she hated to eat herself, and disdainfully said, What are you looking at? Never seen anyone so talented and handsome and good at mugging? Ugh, how shameless. Shangguan Huang huffed and puffed and said, Yesterday's matter was this miss was wrong. This miss shouldn't have insulted the grain, but you're not allowed to bully this miss in the future either, or this miss won't play with you anymore. Lyn Xiaolu shrugged her shoulders in a manner, without the slightest intention of keeping her, and Shangguan Huang was so angry that her brain almost smoked. In the campsite, the campfire crackled and the embers scurried up into the air. The young girl was sulking alone, sitting wide-eyed with Lyn Xiaolu, and just as she was about to scold the guy a couple more times and go back to sleep, Lin Xiaolu's gaze suddenly crossed over to look straight behind her and said, "Who? Are you trying to scare this young lady in the middle of the night?" Shangguan Huang grunted in contempt. This kind of scare tactic is also too childish. This young lady is not a child. And you still don't know, right? The rosary in the little monk's hand is a very powerful magic treasure. It has many functions. One of them is to sense the hostility of the 10 miles in the circumference. If there is really someone who wants to sneak up on us, the little monk will wake up as well. But now, before she could finish her words, Lin Xiaolu, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, suddenly stormed up. Brush! Leaping over her head with a sound, she raised her arms and viciously made a forward dash. Baji, Iron Mountain Leaning. Chapter 146, May you rejoice always, and all suffering be gone. Clang! A loud noise broke the tranquility of the night, and a humanoid figure covered in pitch black was directly blasted out by Lin Xiaolu, falling heavily into the dark stream. Shangguan Huang was confused, and Jiang Ning and Unsullied were also awakened. At this moment, under the illumination of the campfire, a strange man with a pitch-black body and an iron-green face was lying motionless and flat in the stream, while Lyn Shalu maintained the posture of the Iron Mountain leaning and stared at him vigilantly. Seeing this scene, Unsullied subconsciously looked at the rosary beads on his wrist, only to find that the one representing the Bodhisattva's power to hear many things had not moved. He froze for a moment, looking at the strange man in confusion, and in the next second, the man lying flat on his back in the stream suddenly rose straight up, water dripping freely as if a statue had been picked up straight, and stiffly raised his hands full of black sharp claws to lunge at the nearest Lin Xiaolu. Lin Xiaolu is also slightly surprised to see the situation, and then do not stay in the hand. Into the body of the high swing up the right fist, he swung out a ghostly howling sound of the shrill, second dark strength, moving blocking punch. Boom! There was another loud bang that directly shocked people's eardrums hurt. The moving block pounding hard blasted in the man's chest. The man's body slightly trembled. His back is through an invisible heat wave. Will be behind 5 or 6 meters away from a sky-high tree bombardment of wood debris flying. Soon, the giant tree slowly fell with a click, click sound. Ah Ning, is this another cultivator sent by the Cloud Bone sect? Looking at the motionless man, Lin Xiaolu curiously got up to collect her fists and turned to the group to ask. He felt that the strange man in front of him was already dead. After all, the second dark force had broken the tree through his body, so his internal organs must have been stirred up as well. And just when these few teenagers also all felt that they were done, the strange man behind Lin Xiaolu suddenly raised his arms once again and ruthlessly plunged them into the back of Lin Xiaolu's head. Little dear, be careful! Jiang Ning screamed in fear, and Unsullied and Shangguan Shurawang's pupils also shrunk violently as the two of them prepared to cast their means on the spot, and Lin Xiaolu was startled when she felt the sound of a hurricane whistling behind her. This one's still alive? He couldn't turn his head in time. Directly mobilized, the body's true chi gathered in the back of the head. A horizontal hard qigong unfolded, only to hear when the sound froze with the back of the head to carry down the man's sharp claws. At the same time, the silver ring on Lin Xiaolu's wrist shone brightly as she raised her hand into the air in front of her where there was nothing in front of her, and green ripples appeared once again, and Lin Xiaolu didn't hesitate to yank the hilt of the Daijing bronze from it, turning and chopping horizontally. At midnight, the four of them were gathered around the corpse that had been separated from its head. There was only one reason why they were confused. This strange person in front of them was not an immortal cultivator or a martial artist, but just an ordinary mortal, and moreover, a mortal who had already died. Unsullied checked the condition of the body and stated that the guy should have been dead for a long time, and wondered why the flesh hadn't decayed. And when Lin Xiaolu learned that she had just been fighting a corpse, her little face turned white with fear, and an intense discomfort welled up from deep within. Shangguan, you're a member of the Devil's Way. Do you know what kind of being this is? Jiang Ning asked. Neither does this young lady. Shangguan Huang squatted beside the corpse and said with some embarrassment. This young lady has always been locked up at home by father and rarely comes out to play. This shouldn't be a living thing. Unsullied hesitated. When this corpse attacked the little deer, sure. The little monk's duo when Li rosary bead never rotated. It's very strange. Grandma, what the is this? Lin Xiaolu kicked the corpse twice. With a puzzled look on her face, I should have killed him with that moving blocking whack just now. But as a result, this bastard is still able to make a move on me. How capricious. Jiang Ning and Shangguan Huang were both a bit speechless when they heard this. Is this a matter of capriciousness or not? If you don't know how to use words, don't use them blindly. A couple of teenagers were at a loss, none of them knowing what this thing in front of them was, and after Lin Xiaolu thought about it, she suddenly brightened up, got up, walked over to the still sleeping handsome duck, and happily gave it a kick. Get up! Handsome duck was kicked awake from sleep. Suddenly duck eyes across. Who the hell kicked you, duck master? When it saw that it was Lin Xiaolu, it immediately rattled and laughed. It's really worthy of being my big brother. This kick gives me comfort na. Jiangning. Unsullied. Shangguan. Humph. It's true that what kind of owner raises what kind of pet. Shangguan Shihuang glared at the two of them with contempt. Fawn dragged Handsome Duck over to the body. Check it out. What's this? Handsome Duck looked at the corpse and yawned. This thing is a zombie. What else could it be? After saying that, Handsome Duck stroked his chin again with his little wings and contemplated, strange. How can there be zombies in this place? Several people present were hearing the term zombie for the first time, and were curious to ask what a zombie was. By the bright campfire, Handsome Duck then introduced himself to these teenagers who had just entered the jungle. Zombie is a kind of thing that doesn't enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. They are like stones. This kind of dead things can't be reincarnated. Most of them are human corpses changed, possessing the characteristics of body as hard as iron, with infinite strength, good at eating human flesh and blood. It's hard to be killed for mortals. They have to cut off the head to do so. There are many causes for the formation of this thing. Most of them are due to the natural factors. It doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. It does not belong to any kind of known living being. Hearing this, Unsullied was surprised and said, no wonder little monk's rosary beads can't sense it. So it's not in the 6 paths of reincarnation. After saying that, Unsullied sighed a big world. But aren't people supposed to turn into ghosts when they die? Then isn't this thing very similar to a ghost? Lin Xiaolu asked. Big brother, this thing has absolutely nothing to do with ghosts. Handsome Duck explained, ghosts have a soul but not a spirit, while most zombies have a spirit but not a soul. To put it simply, ghosts will have a portion of their sanity while most zombies don't, unless they are flying stiff-level zombies. And these days zombies have been very few. This thing itself is not strong, unless it is the kind of flying stiff-level, but that kind of are already a legend. Like this ordinary zombie general chi condensation 3 or 4 layers or so of the cultivator can deal with it. Of course, for mortals, this thing is a disaster, because zombies' claws and teeth all carry corpse poison. After being scratched and bitten by them, a person will die in a very short period of time and then also turn into a zombie. And they are strong enough to carry a zombie, with a long jumping distance and invulnerable to knives and spears. And there is almost nothing that mortals can do to deal with them other than using fire and glutinous rice. After saying that, Handsome Duck then looked at the few people in front of him with a hesitant face. You guys, this zombie, is it possible that it wandered in from somewhere else? Like some village up ahead? When these words came out, several people's hearts were shocked, and they turned their heads to look at the corpse. This zombie is wearing black rough linen clothes, so, he should originally be an ordinary villager. So that means a lot of ordinary people have encountered zombies? Go not sleep. We pack up on the road. Anxious to go to the rescue of Lin Xiaolu directly greeted the group on the carriage. He is practicing martial arts. Encountering injustice must be out, or sorry for their own body of martial arts. Alright la. The whole truth is not here. Cultivation sect well. They will control all. Shangguan Shihuang said lazily. It's too late. Unsullied, who was adding wood to the bonfire, advised, if the zombies appeared in the city, then we can indeed ask Quanjin for help. But many of the small villages in the countryside have one surname for each village, and are relatively far away from each other. So there is no way to make effective contact. The young monk had passed by a village before, where a plague occurred. A whole village of people all died, and it took a few months before it was discovered. So we have to move quickly. This zombie wandering over like this means that the place where the accident happened shouldn't be far away from us. After saying that, Unsullied picked up the body and put it into the burning flame. And then she put her hands together and lightly chanted. All sentient beings who have not been liberated, whose nature is undefined, whose bad habits produce karma and good habits produce results, who are good and bad, who are born according to circumstances, and who rotate through the 5 paths. In front of the blazing fire, wearing a white monk's robe, Immaculate Conception lightly recited the Earthstore Bodhisattva's Benediction Sutra, and then leaned back against the night, giving the zombies, who were gradually dissipating in the firelight, the most beautiful smile in the world. Guru, may you always rejoice, and none of your sufferings remain. Chapter 147. The Zhou Family Village. Zhoujia Village, a very remote village in the territory of Yuan, was located in the middle of Altar City and Bianzhou City, nestled in a deep mountainous depression. The villagers of Zhoujia Village, many are first cousins. Most of the villagers are surnamed Zhou. The village elders used to say, Zhoujia Village feng shui is good, because surrounded by mountains outside the river. It is typical of the east of the purple gas, the dragon in the abyss of the ground. Such a place, in the future, is going to be emperors. Whether Zhoujia Village had ever produced an emperor, Bolt didn't know. Bolt only knew that his village was famous for being a village of bachelors, and many of the adults in the village were bachelors. who had mentioned more than once that they wanted to leave this place and go to the city to live. And both those 4 large mountains and the winding, rugged, chicken gut-like mountain passes have deadlocked the villagers and their minds, because of the inconvenience of the mountain roads, making the place very poor, coupled with the village patriarchal thinking is deeply rooted. Over time, it has created the Zhoujia village. Hundreds of villagers cannot get married to the bride of the tragic situation. It was late at night, and Bolt, who was only 10 years old, was watching the adults digging a trench outside the village overnight. It was a huge trench that surrounded the entire village, while above the trench, at 3-meter intervals, a constantly burning torch was inserted, illuminating the entire outskirts of the village. It happened 5 days ago. The village pork seller Zhang Butcher was found tragically dead in his home. The cause of death is unknown. At that time his relatives howled and prepared to take care of his aftermath. But it turned out that Zhang Butcher came back from the dead in full view of the public, and then went crazy and bit people. At that time, Zheng Tuohu was so powerful that the strong young men in the village holding kitchen knives and sharp axes could not hurt him. And finally the village chief, who had seen a lot of knowledge, thought of a way to let the villagers throw him with the little glutinous rice left in the house. Strangely enough, after being smashed by the ordinary glutinous rice, Zhang Butcher, who was invulnerable to knives and spears, immediately began to zigzag with black smoke, and in a short time, he was turned into a pile of black slag amidst the miserable screams. The village chief said that Zheng Tutu was turned into a zombie. Bolts do not know what a zombie is, only heard that this is a person who will change things after death, will eat people. 10-year-old Bolts know that instead of being afraid, but every day are looking forward to that was killed alive by his father's mother can also become a zombie, crawling out of the earth, so that they can be like a child to go up and hug her, even if she bites himself to death or not. And after Zhang Tu's strange story ended, the village was in complete chaos. First, one villager after another disappeared, then the sky never lit up again. By the end of the day, no matter in the morning or in the afternoon, the sky is always dark as if it were the middle of the night, and it was the kind of late night with no stars, no clouds, no moon. It was a pure blackness that gave people the ultimate oppression and despair. Over time, the Bolts felt like they were forgetting the color of the sun. Bolt, you help Uncle dig on 2 shovels. Uncle, rest a while. Don't be afraid. There are torches shining. Zombies don't dare to eat you. The boy responded with a wooden yes and took the shovel down to the trench. In the past 2 days, almost all the firewood and trees in the village have been used to make torches for defense against the zombies, while the adults have been working day and night to dig trenches around the village for second-hand defense. Zombies are afraid of glutinous rice, but Joe's village is very poor. The people are not rich. Glutinous rice is naturally less. Zombies are also afraid of fire, so the first firewood as a torch. The village will be surrounded by a group of people, so that it burns moment to moment. At the same time dug trenches overnight to prevent the village of firewood burned out after the village. There is something to continue to defend, as a way to delay the time, waiting for the Chuanjian immortals to save them. But unfortunately, it was the 5th day, and all those adults who had gone to the city to ask for help from the immortals were nowhere to be found, and none of them had returned. Yesterday, the village tailor even secretly talked to people, saying that when he was digging a trench by the torch, he saw a zombie. And that zombie was the 4 old men who had gone outside earlier to ask for help and report. He said it was scary, saying that at that time the 4 old men's bodies were hidden in the darkness, illuminated by the blur of firelight that wrinkled old face, and then looked at him with empty eye sockets without eyeballs, as if to ask, why force yourself to a son and daughter dead? No support for an old farmer to go to the air. Why not someone else? Why not you? Is it just because you're a foreigner? The people who went out to look for rescue have turned into zombies, which makes every adult in the village worried. All kinds of talk is also more and more. Bolts from time to time will hear some talk. After all, he is still a child, and no one avoid him. And what he had heard others talk about the most in the past 2 days was that the village he had grown up in was not at all a blessed place for submerged dragons. Instead, it's a place of downright evil. As for that so-called mountains surrounded by water on all sides, such a terrain is simply a natural coffin. At this time, outside the village, under the light of 3 meters of a torch, Bolt jumped down into the trench with a shovel that was taller than his own person and dug hard. At this moment there are other villagers in the trench struggling to swing the shovel. They did not have much expression after seeing the Bolts jump down. The expression are a little wooden, dull, digging their own, as if digging is not used to trap the zombie trench, but their own grave. Bolt young, digging not a while will be tired. The whole person also began to dry mouth. They are ready to climb out to find a drink of water, but he just climbed out of the trench. He saw the darkness in the distance. Appeared a few slightly blurred silhouettes. The 10-year-old was lying on his back by the side of the trench, peeking his little head out from inside the trench and looking curiously at the figures. He wasn't worried about it being a zombie. After all, Behind him was the constantly burning torch. The zombies wouldn't dare to come close. Soon the figure came nearer and a clear speaking voice came. I'll never buy a carriage again. It's just too inconvenient to climb the mountain. Sitting on the front yoke of the carriage, Lyn Xiaolu complained to Zhang Ning, who was driving the horse beside her, and said, when I was carrying the wagon up the hill, this horse was so happy that he walked in front of me exclusively, and spent the whole time with his butt to me, and every now and then he turned his head to look at me teasingly, and I saw a word in his eyes. What's the word? Zhang Ning asked softly. Kiddo, you've had your day. Put. Zhang Ning covered her mouth and laughed her ass off, then gave the guy a blank look without any goodwill. Come on, you've been complaining all the way here. She shook the reins in her hands, lifted up her lips, and let out a long phew before shouting softly to the carriage. Lord Unsullied, we've arrived. The carriage stopped in front of the trench, and Lin Xiaolu, who was sitting on the front yoke, jumped down with a single stride of her short legs, and then surveyed the strange village in front of her. A long array of torches illuminated the equally narrow trench in front of him in orange, and many of the villagers who were digging the trench were peeking their heads out of it, looking at him with either horror, puzzlement, or excitement. The teenager also looked at them for a few moments, then crossed his arms and grunted dejectedly. What? Now the one who is the boss doesn't come out and let the little one come up to take the top? Let your big brother come out. Chapter 148 Strange Villagers. Have you heard? There's a few little dolls here, and it's rumored that they've killed a lot of zombies along the way to our village. Ooh, it can't be an immortal from Chuanjin, can it? Seems not. Seems to be passing immortals. Found our village has zombies, so they came over to help us. At present they are all in the village chief's house. A lot of people have gone to see. Go. Let's go too. Inside an earthen house in Zhoujia village, Lin Xiaolu hugged the handsome duck and sat around an 8 imperial table with Zhang Ning, Immaculate, and Shangguan Huang, listening to the kindly old man in front of him talk about the zombies. Zhang Ning and Immaculate were listening attentively, while Lin Xiaolu and Shangguan Huang had little patience. The two of them looked east and west, perking up their ears to listen to the villagers who were peeking through the door discussing themselves. Shangguan Huang realized that there were quite a few villagers gathered outside the door, and each one of them was looking at themselves and Zhang Ning with very strange eyes. Only Zhang Ning had his back turned to them as he was talking to the village head and didn't notice. Lin Xiaolu also noticed the situation. This village seems to be mostly men. At the moment are all looking at Hua Butterfly and Zhang Ning with green eyes. He thinks that these people are quite discerning, so quickly found out that the two of them are ugly. A few of the immortals can stay here first and wait until tomorrow to deal with the zombies. On behalf of the villagers, the old man will express his gratitude to a few of the immortals. There is no need to be polite. Old man. Zhang Ning hurriedly helped up the village headman who was bowing on his crutches and lightly said, the three of them are the immortals. I am just a mortal like you. As soon as these words came out, the villagers gathered outside the door stirred once again, and many of them placed their eyes on Zhang Ning's shapely back, repeatedly looking up and down. All of this Lin Xiaolu naturally took in. He felt that Ning was still too honest, did not know how to pretend. Once he said he was immortal, these villagers immediately looked down on her a little. The village chief's place was still quite large, and although it was simple, it was clean and tidy, so the few teenagers stayed like this, with Lin Xiaolu and Wu Diao in one house, and Zhang Ning in one house with Shangguan Huang. A few people had been running around all night and hadn't slept much, and soon after using the dust cleansing pill, they fell into a deep sleep, and there were no words for the night. On the second day, the sky in the village was still dark. Lin Xiaolu was woken up early in the morning by the sound of scales chanting. Exasperated, she raised her hand and wanted to slap him on the head, and then after seeing Scales' slightly red-eyed little face, she didn't have the heart to slap it again. Outside the village headman's earthen house was a small courtyard. The teenager who was woken up had no intention to sleep again, so he simply got up and got out of bed, used the dust-washing elixir and went out of the door, and staked out a horse stance in the small courtyard. However, not long after the zap, he saw a villager dressed in rough linen and around 30 years old appearing on the side of a dirt road, curiously looking towards himself. He glanced at the villager, ignored him, and continued to tie his own horse stance, but after a while, two more villagers came and looked curiously toward him. He gave the adults an unfavorable look and said fiercely, "What are you looking at?" A few villagers seemed to be a little curious about him as a little immortal, without much awe on their faces, and one of them opened his mouth directly. "Supreme Immortal. Yesterday I watched Supreme Immortal talk to the village chief, and there was a girl who said she was also mortal." "Oh, you mean Anon?" "Yeah." "What? Supreme Immortal, where is that girl from? We look up to her," another villager asked impatiently. Lin Xiaolu didn't feel that there was anything wrong, and directly responded, "Ah Ning is from Datong, a very far away country, and I've never been there. Seeing that Lin Xiaolu didn't seem to be as scary as he had imagined, and that she was young, several villagers became excited and once again opened their mouths to ask, "Little Supreme Immortal, does that girl have a marriage?" Marriage? Lin Xiaolu froze for a moment, confused. Ah Ning is only 14. That's only a year older than me. Where is the marriage? 14? Not so young, not so young. Yes, a lot of girls in my village marry at the age of 13 or 14. On the dirt road, the villagers gathered more and more, and one by one, they began to talk, which made the doubts in Lin Xiaolu's heart deepen. After a moment, he looked at the many villagers in front of him who were 2 or 3 rounds older than himself and hesitated slightly, saying, "You don't want to marry Aining, do you?" The villagers did not deny. One of the bearded man rubbed his hands, laughed, "Hey, small fairy, no wonder. Our village is known as the village of bachelors. Everyone cannot marry a daughter-in-law. It is rare to come to the 2 heavenly fairy girl." Everyone naturally looked at the heart of the itch. The crowd looked at Lin Xiaolu's temper seemed to be very good, and the conversation box was completely opened, and one by one, they chatted about it. There is a man in the field who is old enough to be Lin Xiaolu's father, but he smacked his lips and said, "I have lived for more than 40 years, and for the first time I have seen such a watery girl. It would be good if she could give birth to a baby for me. No, it's so much better looking than those girls abducted by the dentists." When these words came out, Lin Xiaolu immediately felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. The first few sentences he heard were still barely acceptable, but at this moment the words these villagers said had become more and more unpleasant to the eye. Based on the principle that she shouldn't bully ordinary people, Lin Xiaolu reminded these people, "We're here to deal with the zombies to save you, and after dealing with the zombies we'll leave. Immortal this and nothing ah." A villager laughed, "That girl is not immortal. You take her also useless?" Back to the villager will go to ask her to marry, her requirements are not high. "Yes, immortal. How can that girl doll stay with you as immortal? Is she your servant?" Lin Fawn. He was really a bit fired up. These people are sick. Are they crazy about getting married? Anan is not my servant. He is my friend. You guys need to stop talking. We're just here to deal with the zombies. 2 somewhat impolite words were released, but the villagers still didn't take it seriously, as if they only regarded him as an ordinary child with a little bit of a problem, and continued to discuss Jiang Ning's figure to themselves. There was even a man who said, "If I could sleep with such a good-looking girl for one night, it would be worth dying for. Better than being cut off from my children and grandchildren here." Lin Xiaolu was completely dumbfounded by what he heard, and he, who had never been exposed to this kind of thing before, froze directly in place for a moment. He can see that these people seem not to be very reverent at all for the immortals. They seem to be only concerned about whether they can get a daughter-in-law or not, and whether they can have a descendant or not. And just when he was dumbfounded beyond words, inside the house, the petite Shangwan Huang, who was wearing 2 pilled heads and a colorful floral dress, suddenly walked out. As soon as she appeared, she immediately attracted all the men's gazes, dozens of men staring at her as a 12-year-old girl, a scene that made Lin Xiaolu feel uncomfortable no matter how she looked at it. Shangwan Huan playfully walked to Lin Xiaolu's side, skimmed him, and hummed disdainfully, "You're so arrogant with powerful cultivators, able to draw your sword at the drop of a hat. How come you're so weak with these commoners who don't know how to die?" Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, embarrassed and somewhat at a loss for words, and after Shangwan Huang grunted lightly, she faced the group of villagers with green eyes and revealed a devilish sneer. "From now on, if any guy ever slights this young lady in Jiangning again, even if it's just by looking at them or talking about them, this young lady will gouge out his eyeballs. After digging out the eyes and cutting out the tongue, after cutting out the tongue and chopping up the hands, after chopping up the hands and chopping up the legs, after chopping up the legs and chopping up the little brother, after chopping up the little brother and extracting the soul. Didn't you guys say it was worth dying for? Well then, this lady will make your lives worse than death, so that you can't even reincarnate." After the ruthless words, she lifted her small chin and swept a domineering glance at all the villagers. "Which one wants to try?" Chapter 149 Boys. After the serious and terrifying threatening words were released, the villagers all lowered their heads and stammered as they dispersed, not daring to act recklessly in front of this fierce little fairy in front of them. And once they were gone, Shangwan Huang gave Lin Xiaolu a contemptuous look. "You're such a wimp, Lin Fawn." "I'm not a wimp. You don't even know how many people I've killed. I'm afraid of myself when I'm fierce, whether it's an old man, a woman, or a child. I won't let go of any of them." "Okay." Shangwan Huang nudged at a small country boy sitting on the far bank of the river. "Here, there's a kid over there. Go take his head off and give it to my lady. Who'll kick it as a ball?" Lin Xiaolu. Sigma. Lin Xiaolu choked for half a day, and then loudly retorted with a reddened face, "I'll go if you tell me to go." How disgraceful that would be for me. I prefer not to go. Che Shangwan Huang rolled her eyes arrogantly, not bothering with this tough-talking guy, holding her arms and twisting her head back to the house. Lyn Xiaolu also huffed and puffed and continued to tie the horse stance, while tying the side of the heart to comfort themselves. They are a murderous mode feelings of children. The reason why they do not want to do it is just afraid of blood splattered on the body is not good to wash. At the stroke of the hour, the horse stance was finished, and the deer ate breakfast with the group, and then went out of the village to get rid of the zombies at the behest of the village chief. Before setting out, Fawn inadvertently glanced at the river not far from the village headman's house, and realized that the little boy had not yet left, and was still sitting alone by the side of the river with his back to himself. He was slightly puzzled and didn't think any more about it. The sky was still dark at this time of the day, giving off a depressing feeling, as Lin Xiaolu, dressed in Taoist robes, hugged Handsome Duck, and together with Unsullied, who was dressed in a clean white monk's robe, the quirky Shangwan Sherwan, and the calm and collected Jiang Ning, they went out of the village, crossed the trench, and marched forward into the darkness. Why is it all dark here? I can't even see the road. Little dear sure master. This is something that the little monk is not too sure about. Don't look at this lady. This lady doesn't know. Unclear. Handsome Duck. Aren't you an old duck who has lived for over 200 years? Come and tell us why the sky is dark here. Brother, can you change your name? That sounds like duck cursing to old duck. That's what I'm going to yell. Old duck, old duck, old duck, old duck. In the darkness that could not be reached, Lyn Shaolu held Handsome Duck in one hand and stepped on a zombie under her feet. He walked at the front of the group and had already killed 7 or 8 zombies in a row, causing Shangwan Sherhuang to have no chance to make a move. And Unsullied followed behind them, hands clasped together along the way, silently chanting the scriptures, transcending these miserable beings. There are 2 possibilities. Handsome Duck sat down in the teenager's arms and said, either it's because a cultivator purposely refined zombies out and then set up some kind of formation here, like refining everyone in this village into zombies or something like that. Either that or there have been extremely tragic cases of injustice here, where someone turned into a severe ghost after death, and their grievances were so heavy that they turned into substance, eventually blocking out the sun. Which one would be more likely? Jiang Ning, who was carrying a black cloth bag, asked. It's hard to tell at this point. The knowledgeable, old-fashioned looking Handsome Duck continued to speak. This village is very strange. No one knows how the zombies are formed. Yesterday asked that village chief. That village chief seems to be unclear. And if natural factors produced zombies, it wouldn't darken the sky. Well, this village is indeed abnormal. Shangwan Sherhuang thought of those villagers in the morning and very much agreed. Those villagers are all weird and strange. This young lady has long wanted to get rid of them. Handsome Duck, are you saying that the zombies here are artificially created? Wouldn't there be other enemies then? Jiang Ning inquired. Handsome Duck nodded, I suppose so. If there's an enemy, there's an enemy. And anyway, I'm so powerful. Who's going to cut who? A few people walked and chatted, relaxed as if they were out for an autumn excursion. Not long after, another zombie jumped over on the face. Lin Xiaolu at the front of the team without saying a word, very skillfully started a horizontal kick, driven by an unusually violent force. A foot will be zombie's head flying. He's experienced now, hitting zombies straight to the head and killing them in one hit. Behind him, Unsullied continued to chant scriptures for the fallen zombies, while Lin Xiaolu laughed on his shoulder and said, Immaculate. The 2 of us are really getting better and better together. From now on, this is how we'll do it. You'll be responsible for universalizing all beings in the world, and I'll be responsible for swatting away all the world's injustices. Unsullied blushed at his words and gently nodded his head. Little dear, you're quite good at biting off more than you can chew. It's not that you're in charge of beating people up and Master Unsullied is in charge of superseding them. It's actually said in such a meaningful way by you. Jiang Ning and Shangwan Sherhuang were in tears and laughter. He. The teenager giggled and mouthed high. I was a good reader when I was a kid, and was praised by our academy's teacher as a May's little Confucian saint. At these words, the 2 girls shook their heads together in disbelief, and even the Handsome Duck in his arms looked up at him. Big brother, you have absolutely nothing to do with Ru at all, okay? Ru is not the way you are. Oh, what was that like? I can't say. The morning passed quickly. As several people went deeper into the darkness, the zombies that appeared outside the village became fewer and fewer. And when they really couldn't find any zombies, they had to go back to the village again. Although the zombies are almost eliminated, the sky is still as black as ever. Several teenagers discuss for a while and then decide to stay in the village for a while longer to observe. At noon, the village chief warmly entertained them. Lin Xiaolu and Shui Duck in a burst of eating and drinking. It's unreasonable amount of food straight to the village chief over half 100 years old to see the old tears. and it was only after they had eaten and drunk enough that the few people dispersed, with Unsullied going back to his room and meditating on the scriptures alone, and Shengguan Huang stating that he was going to take a nice nap. Jiang Ning went to the courtyard to practice her marksmanship, while Lin Xiaolu went for a run with Handsome Duck. Now that the zombies have been removed, the villagers' faces are gradually restored to their usual smiles, and the group has temporarily returned to their usual peaceful days. Outside the village, Lin Xiaolu ran around the village over and over again. Handsome Duck is laborious to follow behind. Its legs are even shorter than Lin Xiaolu's. Straight to follow the breathless. Barely ran a circle will be completely unable to hold on. Directly paralyzed on the ground, no longer move. Big brother, I'm not running. You run yourself. Handsome Duck flattened his beak and shouted. Then watch out for yourself. And when you meet a zombie you fly. Got it. Handsome Duck shouted. Then looked at the fading teenager and spat impotently at him. Smiley face. This duck fly is still not as high as the zombie jump. The distance is not far. Encounter zombies simply useless, could not. After saying that, it was paralyzed with fatigue, so it got up and came to sit in front of an aspen tree, leaning against the back of the tree, holding its small wings and thinking, if it really meets a zombie accidentally, what should this duck say, so that it will be ashamed and not bite this duck? This one isn't within the 6 paths of reincarnation, so it's not good to say anything, is it? Outside the village, Lin Xiaolu ran for another small half hour before stretching freely. That's awesome. It's been a long time since I've felt this good running. When he couldn't finish his run, he walked slowly along a stream to move his freshly exercised body and, as he did so, watched the villagers resuming their labors in the fields. Seems to be the morning. Shengguan Huang put the hard words of the reason. The villagers working in the field do not dare to look at him. One by one are hitching their heads to do their own work, which makes Lin Xiaolu feel a little bored. Strolling for a while after feeling no fun is ready to go back to the village head's home, but just want to turn around. But he found that the stream in front of the edge of the stream is sitting alone with a little boy. It's like the kid's been sitting there since this morning, right? Feeling that something was wrong, Lin Xiaolu walked up suspiciously and drank. Kid, which way are you? Chapter 150, The River. The boy turned around and saw that it was Lin Xiaolu. He was startled and immediately wanted to kneel down and kowtow, but Lin Xiaolu raised her toes and pressed against his kneeling knee to prevent him from kneeling. What do you want, kid? I want to pay my respects to the immortal brother. Immortals have nothing to kneel for. Lin Xiaolu sized up the little boy for a few moments. He should be around 10 years old, only a little bit younger than himself. His face was also dirty. He was wearing clothes full of patches, and at the moment he was standing barefoot by the river full of mud. Lin Xiaolu didn't mind the dirt, and sat down beside the boy, both hands propped up on the ground, greeting him with a smile. Sit. The boy sat down a little fearfully, keeping his head down and not saying a word. I see you've been sitting here all morning. What are you doing? Lin Xiaolu asked with a smile. I'm looking at the river. The boy said. What's so great about the river? Are there any fish in it? Lin Xiaolu curiously close to the dark river. Want to see if there are any fish, but found that the river is very turbid, but also with a trace of fishy smell. If not, I guess the villagers did not throw a lot of garbage into the river. What's your name? He asked. Bolt. Oh, my name is Lin Xiaolu. How old are you? 10. Ha ha. You're younger than me. Call big brother. Big brother. He. You'll be the person of my virtue convincing gang from now on. In the future you can go to a May when you're hungry. Report my name, and you don't have to pay for your meal. Lin Xiaolu laughed cheekily, and then wanted to take off his shoes to dabble in the water and play, and Bolt was shocked to see the scene and hurriedly stopped him. Fawn, the water is dirty. Lin Xiaolu froze slightly at his words and looked at Bolt in surprise. 2 boys, one 13 and one 10. And the atmosphere was quiet for a moment. A few moments later, Lin Xiaolu's small face that was originally wearing a smile began to become serious, and its delicate eyebrows gradually frowned. Is there something in this river? Bolt suddenly scared face white, the whole person even because of the extreme fear, and began to stop trembling. He shook his head repeatedly, opened his mouth to shout no, but Lin Xiaolu suddenly a hand covered his mouth. He realized that those villagers who were originally doing farm work in the fields were now standing up in unison, looking towards himself and Bolt. Bolt, turn around. If someone asks you what we talked about, just say that I asked what specialties your village has. In addition, if there are any people who want to bully you, you just yell out. You trust Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely save you. After saying these words in a low voice, Lin Xiaolu changed his serious expression, laughed loudly, and patted Biaozi's shoulder, saying, when my brother was your age, he already went to learn Kung Fu every day. That said, you don't just shake your head. Your village is so difficult. Really do not have any souvenirs? The villagers in the distance seemed to be relieved when they heard this, and after a while, they continued to lower their heads and do their farm work. Unsullied had praised it more than once, saying that Fawn was a youngster with great wisdom. It was also true that, while he was often out of tune, he had a power of observation, perception, and perseverance far beyond his years. So whether he was literate in the literacy hall back then, or learning kung fu, comprehending tai chi, and creating his own twofold dark power, he was able to do it all in a transcendent way. Of course, because Lin Xiaolu's current age is still relatively young, resulting in its own insight is not much, but Lin Xiaolu was definitely not stupid. He clearly remembered that Mr. Storyteller said there must be a demon when things go against the grain. In the afternoon, he just chatted with Bolt by the river, then worked out on his own, and taught Bolt some self-defense techniques, and had a great time playing with him. And at night after dinner, Lin Xiaolu went back to the riverside alone, taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, and plunged headlong into the cold and fishy river water. At night time, inside the small courtyard of the village headman's house, Shangguan Shihuang sat at the stone steps of the entrance with her handsome duck in her arms, boringly watching Jiang Ning dance with his gun in the courtyard. She looked and touched the white soft duck feathers of the handsome duck. Straight to the handsome duck squinted. It's so boring. Duck, what did your big brother do all day today? He couldn't be seen all day, except for a little while during dinner. I don't know. Big brother is probably off working out. Handsome duck comfortably responded. What's so good about exercising? My father used to force this young lady to practice every day, and this young lady was lazy every time and never listened. She said in a depressed manner, that little monk, immaculate, is bored to death every day. He just knows how to recite sutras in his room, and Jiang Ning also practices that gun every day. There's no one to play with this lady. Inside the courtyard, Jiang Ning, who had just finished dancing a set of gun techniques, smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. Shangguan, you have such an illustrious family lineage, so many cultivation resources, and talent. Mortals like me and little dear, of course, can't compare, so we can only use sweat to practice martial arts. Come on, if that guy Lin Xiaolu was immortal, the mortals under the sky wouldn't be treated as grass by the immortal cultivators. She hugged the handsome duck, pink little mouth pouted high, although that guy is very obnoxious, but it is indeed very powerful. Among people of the same age can carry this lady so many magic treasures, and this lady fight evenly. He is the first one, and he is actually still a bit of cultivation talent is not immortal. On the basis of this lady in the future no longer believe in the talent of a saying. After Shangguan Shihuang's words were finished, Unsullied walked out of the room at an unknown time. He held his palms up in front of his chest and smiled gently. Shangguan sure. Little dear sure is actually very talented. After all, everyone's talent varies, and cultivation isn't the only thing that counts as talent. Seeing that she had been refuted, Shangguan Shihuang, who was sitting on the steps, instantly looked up at Unsullied with an exasperated look. But after a while, instead of freaking out, she grunted in depression in a rare moment. Little bald donkey, what you said is also a bit reasonable. My father said that your master, Zen Master Heartless, has a mediocre cultivation talent, and his cultivation is not that high, only the Jedan realm, but his Buddhist teachings are unfathomable. My father has always hated monks the most, and he doesn't even care about Buddha ruyi, but he is the only one who has nothing but praise for your master. Hearing the praise, Unsullied smiled, folded his hands, and said, Amit Ba Buddha. And while a few people were talking, the sound of eager footsteps came from not far away, and before long, a water-stained Lin Xiaolu appeared. He was soaked to the skin, with a bit of a fishy odor, and behind him was a boy of about 10. A few people were stunned when they saw the teenager's appearance, and just when they were about to go forward to inquire about the situation, the teenager clenched his fists, and his face turned blue as he shouted in a stern and furious voice, Holy, we shouldn't have cared about these guys. We should have let them be bitten alive by zombies. Several people were shocked after seeing him in this state, whether it was Jiang Ning, scentless, handsome duck, or the quirky Shangguan Shihuang. All of them had never seen such an angry Lin Xiaolu before, with eyes full of murderous intent as if they hated to kill everyone in the village. Chapter 151, The River of Women. Villagers in the countryside generally sleep early, especially during this period of time. The villagers of Zhoujia village day and night digging trenches to defend against zombies. Tired enough, and now the zombies have been removed. The villagers will start resting early, while Jiang Ning, Unsullied, Shangguan Shihuang a few people, in the village head of the home of the small courtyard, listening to the eyes of this little boy named Bolt, to tell the story of a story called The River of the Women. Bolt said, as long as he can remember, the village adults are very keen to buy abducted women from the hands of people's teeth. Most of these women came from the various cities of Yuan, and they were not cheap. Villagers often needed to use 10, or even 20 years of savings to afford a woman. There are no women in the village, and everyone needs a woman to carry on their family's name. So after purchasing the women, the villagers would have children with them, and if a girl was born, the girl would be thrown into that river and drowned. In everyone's perception, a girl is of no use, and when she grows up she will have to be married off, neither as a descendant nor to provide for her own old age, but just an extra mouth to feed, which is burdensome for the already poor village. And if a boy is born, the women who are abducted are beaten alive and still end up being thrown into the river. The reason is because the whole village is buying women, and the number is so large that the villagers are afraid that the officials will find out and ask questions, so the villagers will destroy the bodies and destroy the traces. And over time, the river that had drowned countless women became known as the Women's River by the people of the village. In Bolt's childhood, he once witnessed a cousin's uncle spend half of his life savings to buy a lady from a big family, and as a result, he gave birth to 3 consecutive babies, all of which were female, and the cousin was very indifferent and threw all 3 baby girls into the river. The lady from the big family that cousin uncle bought finally gave birth to a baby boy when she was already crazy, and then she was beaten to death by her cousin uncle with a pickaxe for hoeing on the day she gave birth to the baby boy. As a result, the boys in the village have never seen their own mothers. The day they were born was the day their own mothers died, so they appear to be indifferent to this thing called their mothers, without a trace of attachment. They were brought up with the same worldview as the other villagers, believing that a woman's role is only to vent and pass on the family line, and that there is no further role for a woman after giving birth to a child. But the Bolts are an exception. Bolt said that after his mother gave birth to him, his father could not bear to kill her, so he hid her in the family's sheepfold and raised her daily. That's why Bolt is the only boy of his age who remembers his mother. But unfortunately, in the Bolt 6 years old one day, his father from the field worked back, do not know for what reason. A change in the past to the mother's warmth, crazy with a piece of iron weight, the mother smashed to death. Mother in the death has been bitterly pleading, but the father is as if simply do not hear the general. Beating mother did not say a word, just hysterical roar, as if the beating is not even their own mutual wife, but has a blood feud enemy. The story of the woman's river with many loopholes was not long, and was quickly told by the bolster, but this short story made several teenagers all feel chills at the bottom of their hearts. How many women are buried in that river? Unsullied asked, looking at the bolter in front of him. Bolt bowed his head, his fingertips fiddling with the corner of his coat, and after a long time, he gave a rough figure. Over 1,000. The village elders say. The few people present had sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this number, while Shangguan Shi, who was holding Handsome Duck, had already begun to pick out a guy from her nascent sacred ring, and while she did so, she said angrily, "Let's slaughter the village at night?" Shangguan, take it easy for now. Jiang Ning, who was also very angry, calmly advised, "We can report it to the officials and let them take care of it." After being silent for a while, Unsullied looked at Lin Xiaolu and asked softly, "Master Xiaolu, what do you want to do?" "What else can I do? I'm going to make a killing." Lin Shalu was enraged to the extreme. He angrily rebuked, "I went down that woman's river and saw countless corpses and bones at the bottom of the river. What these villagers did was worse than zombies, but we still don't know where the zombies came from." Unsullied's face was calm as he said, "Little Monk feels that there are still a lot of doubts in this matter." "There can be no doubt," Shangguan Shi shrewdly said. "Jiang Ning, Little Monk, if you two can't lay your hands on her, let this young lady and Lin Xiaolu do it." When this young lady thinks of those innocent women who were abducted and what happened to them, she feels a cold chill straight behind her back. Such a place of ignorance and indistinguishability between good and evil is simply more horrible than the devil's path, and the villagers here are not worthy of death. After saying that, she picked up a slingshot, got up and looked at Lin Xiaolu and said, "I'll start killing from the end of the village. You start killing from the head of the village. Except for Little Bolt and that village chief. Everyone else, no matter how old or young, will not be spared. It's time to play the match." Yes, the two joyful lovers were surprisingly in agreement at the moment, and they agreed at once, and they were going to take action at once in the wind, making both Scaleless and Jiang Ning feel a bit helpless. And when Unsullied wanted to stop the agitated two, an old and slow voice suddenly sounded in the courtyard. "A few of you are in no hurry. The story of the little bolter is not complete." The crowd heard the voice and froze slightly, turning their heads in surprise to look at the owner of the voice, the village chief, who was over 100 years old and had gray hair. Under the dark night, the village chief, leaning on his crutches, quietly stood in front of the door of the earthen house, his gaze quiet and far-reaching, and was looking at them with a smile or a laugh. Moreover, on his body, there was also an iffy aura emanating from him, an aura that Lin Xiaolu and Jiang Ning couldn't feel, but only Unsullied and Shangguan Shi could feel, and after Unsullied and Shangguan Shi felt that aura, their gazes towards the village headman condensed at the same time. "Friar?" Little Bolt, when you see Grandpa Village Chief, why don't you come up and ask for candy like you did when you were a child? The old man said smilingly to Bolt. Bolt shivered in fear and looked at the village chief in horror, as if he had seen the most terrifying evil spirit in the world. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu stepped in front of Bolt, facing the village chief's amiable eyes directly. In fact, no matter if it was the cynical Lin Xiaolu or the Shangguan Shihuang who liked to fight for justice, they all still felt good about the village chief. If there is like a normal person in this village, it can only be this old and weak village chief. But obviously, the village chief, at this moment is not normal either. At this moment, the four teenagers were lined up, facing the kindly old man in front of them. Their gazes were all slightly moved. The village chief, however, was not the slightest bit surprised, but instead said smilingly, "Several people, the Bolts are only 10 years old this year." To a 10-year-old child perspective, said the story. Not perfect enough. The old man is willing to for several people. To tell the truth. Oh, so you're in a hurry to get reincarnated? Shangguan Shihuang grunted in a domineering manner. Plebeian, do you know who my father is? Do you know who my boss is? Lin Xiaolu also hummed in the same domineering manner. After humming, he also glanced at Unsullied. Seeing that Unsullied didn't say anything, he helped him to hum in one piece. Do you know who his master is? The village chief smiled without saying a word, and when the few teenagers in front of him finished speaking, he smiled to himself. The kindly laugh that seemed like an elder's to a younger one was harsh in the never-ending darkness of the night. No matter what a few little dolls are and how powerful their backgrounds are, the old immortal can tell you that with your strength, you will not be able to walk out of this village. Today, Chapter 152, Corpse Ghost Fajing. Ha! I love to take on those who think they have outstanding abilities. Lin Xiaolu looked at the village chief with a disdainful expression and drank. The zombies here, did you refine them? The village chief smiled and nodded his head. There's no way. There's no talent in cultivation, so you can only find another path to longevity. He smiled and introduced himself to the few people. My name is Zhou Pingan, a native of Zhoujia village, and I was once an outer disciple under the Chuanjin sect. A few people were stunned to hear this. Quanjin? Unsullied frowned. Chuanjin is one of the 6 great Dao sect immortal sect. How could it do such a nasty thing? The old man's wrinkled face squeezed out a grim smile. Indeed, Chuanjin is a Daoist immortal sect, always acting in a bright and open manner. The old man has disgraced the sect, but I can't help it. I don't have the talent to cultivate. I didn't have the talent to cultivate. I entered the Chuanjin at the age of 6, and I have been an outer disciple for 13 years, but I can't even cultivate the first level of qi condensation, let alone enter the inner sect. I can only be repatriated back to my hometown, and I ended up being the village head of this Zhoujia village. In the middle of the field, he leaned on his crutches, bowed his waist, and said with reminiscent eyes, I vaguely remember that before I left Chuanjin that year, my senior brother in the miscellaneous service office said that people with no talent like me, who were born as stupid as a pig, should resign themselves to their fate, and shouldn't covet the road to immortality, and that going back to the countryside to wait for death in silence would be the best possible ending. Lin Xiaolu frowned slightly at this, suddenly thinking of herself. Inside the courtyard, the old man laughed happily and continued. The old man used to hear people say that on the divine state, there have been ordinary, untalented people who have received great opportunities, and then soared to the heavens, letting those who used to look down on themselves, those who boasted of their heavenly wonders, to see how blind their eyes were. And very coincidentally, the old monument has obtained such a chance. A spiritual law called the corpse ghost dharma positive technique was inadvertently obtained by the old monument. You guys, such an unavailable chance. Can the old monument not take it? Hearing this, Shangguan Shihuang already didn't bother to listen anymore and said with an impatient face, so you refine zombies? Can you say your last words quickly? This young lady can't wait to get you killed. The old man didn't pay attention to her words, but continued to reminisce to himself. Counting this year, the old man just happened to be the head of the Zhou family village for a year. And over the years, in order to seek longevity, I have used the villagers here to cultivate the necromantic ghost method of orthodoxy, subconsciously controlling their minds, giving them necromantic poison, and controlling them to mutilate women, until a few days ago when it finally came to fruition. 1 armor. For the sake of longevity, the old immortal has spent a full armor's worth of time before mutilating more than 1,000 women and harvesting this huge resentment that is so thick it can blacken heaven and earth. It is truly a painstaking effort, he exclaimed with a proud face, as if touched by his own perseverance and persistence. Ghoulish fa zhang jutsu. What is it? Unsullied asked with a frown. This is a secret art that can change one's fate against the heavens. The old man smiled and answered. People have a human path. Ghosts have a ghost path. And the corpse and ghost method of orthodoxy is the secret method of refining oneself into a zombie and enslaving a stern ghost within oneself. while achieving longevity. Having said that, he once again looked straight at the 4 men and a duck in front of him. Cultivators of my generation should keep their promises. The old man said that you can't leave this village, and when you say it, you should do it. Hiss. As soon as the words fell, a mournful and extremely miserable scream suddenly rang out. His body slowly soared into the air. While not far from the woman's river, the naked eye could see countless screaming, spiteful female ghosts rising out of the river, twisting into a huge spiral of black waves that crossed the air and drilled into the old man's head as much as they could. Several people were stunned by this scene. They saw those female ghosts transformed into a woman's face that was extremely resentful, hissing, cursing, screaming, crying in pain, cursing, all kinds of voices mingled together, and all kinds of faces converged in a spiral, and a steady stream of them drilled into the old man's brain. Immediately after that, the villagers in the village flew out from one field house to another at some point, all of them mute to the extreme, with empty eyes, only instinctively letting out bursts of screams, and likewise flew into the old man's body as much as they could. Between Lin Xiaolu's shock, she suddenly realized that the bolts behind her also flew up violently, heading straight into the old man's body. He hastily lifted his hand and tugged on the bolter's calf. Only at this moment did the crowd realize the truth of it all. Here the villagers in fact has long been half human and half zombie, just they do not know, and the woman in the river female ghosts should also be the old man with that what the corpse ghost method of positive art under the spell mark. At the moment, this old man will be these female ghosts and zombies combined, all melted out of their own body, as a way to achieve the purpose of immortality. Lin Xiaolu grasped the bolster's calf, surprised to feel this strong to extreme suction force. Actually even his own chi is vaguely a bit unable to grip. In mid-air, the old man inhaled thousands of female ghosts on top of his head, and his old body was filled with the flesh and blood of countless villagers, while he remained the image of a kind elder. Condescendingly smiled and said, "Zombies have a vampire but no soul, and the stirring ghosts have a soul but no vampire. And when the two are combined, they can be the corpse and ghost fa zhang. There has never been more than one way to longevity. Those who cultivate immortality steal the aura of heaven and earth. So the old man seizes the aura of the corpses of all the people, the aura of grievances, in order to forge my path to longevity. Asterisk 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 you're stinking. You're not even cultivating immortality like this. You can't even be a human being in the end like this." Lin Xiaolu gritted his teeth and roared loudly. At this moment, in order to pull the bolts, his body's veins were rippling, and all his milk strength surged out, but he was still somewhat unable to pull, and his 2 short legs stepped out deep pits on the ground. And in the midst of the hissing and screaming of countless severe ghosts and living corpses, the old man looked at Lin Xiaolu, who was painstakingly pulling on the bolts, and let out a loud laugh. The old man only wants to live forever, no matter if I'm a human, a ghost, or a corpse, as long as I don't die, I'll do whatever I'm told to do. Ah! Why don't you do? Lin Xiaolu's little face was suffocatingly red, and she tried her best to tug at the bolts that had already lost their senses, and yelled sternly, "Don't be afraid, Bolt! You'll have Big Brother to cover you if you join the Virtue Gang." As soon as his words fell, the bolts that had been constantly screaming in misery suddenly stopped crying, blinking their red eyes and looking towards Lin Shalu, who was painstakingly pulling herself along. "Fawn, I miss my mother." Lin Xiaolu froze, and her tight grip on the bolster unconsciously loosened a bit. "Lin Xiaolu, this child is already half human and half corpse. There's no way out." Changwan Shirawang's tone was filled with helplessness. She was more knowledgeable about cultivation and knew that this kind of secret method that had been prepared for as long as a year was destined to be unstoppable once it was fully opened, or at least powerless to return to the heavens by virtue of the people like them. When the bolster's father hit his mother, it means that the bolster's father also had a rebellious mentality, or perseverance is stronger, but after all, it is only a mortal, and in the end, it should be discovered by this old undead, and only then will be uncontrollable to kill his own wife. After a whole armor, the corpse poison in these villagers' bodies had already reached the bone marrow, and their twisted minds were so deeply rooted that they could not be stopped at all. "Brother little dear, let go. I want to go hug my mother like when I was a child." Bolt reveals a child's clean smiling face and smiles at Lin Xiaolu, who did his best to save him. "Thank you Fawn for playing with me by the river this afternoon and teaching me martial arts. I haven't had this much fun in a long time." Lin Xiaolu bit her lip and didn't say anything, her eyes slightly red, and in the end, she finally couldn't pull herself together and watched as the 10-year-old bolts flew away from her hands, drilling headfirst into the old man's body. At this point, all the living beings in the Zhou family village were completely transformed into zombies to be absorbed by the old man. More than 1,000 stirring ghosts of the woman river were also absorbed by it. The old man's so-called chance, the corpse ghost dharma positive technique, which had been prepared for a long time, had come to great fruition. Under the dark as ink night, Shangguan Shihuan looked at the kindly old man who slowly fell from the air. A rare seriousness, the beautiful eyebrows tightly frowned. This old monster, overnight, actually went from being a bottom cultivator with only a little bit of spiritual power to an existence close to a Jiedan. At this moment, the old man took a deep breath freely, then dropped his walking stick. His head of white hair rapidly turned black, and his hunchbacked body stood upright, and within 3 breaths, he turned into a middle-aged man with a good appearance. He then looked at the few teenagers in front of him with a joyful smile. I've finally lived a long life. Ah, chance plus my own efforts have finally brought me to today. God is really fair. Give, work hard, and you will be rewarded. After saying that, he looked at Unsullied, who was dressed in a clean white monk's clothes in front of him, and opened his mouth with a smile. Young master, you are a monk with profound Buddhist teachings. Can you answer a question for the old man? Unsullied's face was expressionless as he silently folded his hands at him. Old master, please speak. The old man's smile held mockery as he opened his mouth and asked. Inside the old man's body, there are now more than 1,000 stern ghosts that died with grievances. There was also the essence and blood of hundreds of villagers from the entire Zhou family village to nourish their bodies. Little master, so many living dead souls. You as a monk, you fairy? Unsullied thinks for a moment and shakes his head. The young monk is limited by his age and cannot ferry the old master at the moment. When the old man heard this, the smile on his face suddenly became even more complacent. But, Unsullied suddenly spoke again, slowly and methodically saying, although the young monk can't ferry the old master, others can. Oh, who can ferry the old man? Fawn caster. As soon as the words fell, the old man saw a teenager leaping out from behind Unsullied, holding a 4-meter-long bronze giant blade, ruthlessly slashing at himself. Chapter 153 Angry Lin Xiaolu. Kaber boom. The soil in the courtyard was broken open by the big gung bronze, a huge deep pit. I do not know when to take off the weight of the Lin Xiaolu, a knife missed. Then to the old man who flew into the air. Did not hesitate to start the knife a kick. Directly this 800,000 pounds of weight of the big gung bronze kicked out. The old man stood high in the sky, looking at the oncoming bronze giant blade, snorted, raised his hand to condense a black sphere full of severe ghost faces swung down. Accompanied by a huge spatial explosion sound, the black wave of air burst open, and the rude big gung bronze was also knocked down by this outburst. And just as the old man was about to rise again, the Shangguan Shihuang below leapt violently, her small and delicate embroidered shoes flashing with golden light, allowing her to fly up in the air, while holding a crimson short dagger in one hand and a light blue round mirror in the other. Her body lit up with a set of golden armor, and a huge green snake's silhouette coiled around her torso. The old man who had originally wanted to taunt Lin Xiaolu for her lack of self-importance froze when he saw Shangguan Shihuang. What the hell is this? So many treasures? In the next moment, the two were facing each other in the air, and the black ghost chi flew around with all kinds of streams of light, illuminating the pitch-black night. Below, Lin Xiaolu, who was furious to the extreme, looked at Shangguan Shihuang, who was in a fierce battle with the old man, and shouted, Flower butterfly, I can't cut him. You get him down so I can chop him. High in the sky under the night, the waves generated by the fierce battle between Shangguan Shihuang and the old man made the surrounding fields and houses break into ruins. And while she fought with all her might with all her magic treasures and the old man, she shouted urgently, what can I do? My magic treasures are either to beat people or to protect me. And the only magic treasures that can fly are this pair of cloud-treading boots on my feet, so figure it out yourself. When she finished speaking, she dropped the Dharma spirit realm that had been smashed by the old man, and took out another small flag from her necklace, and once again wailed and flew towards the old man. Lin Xiaodir could not fly, and was in a hurry down below, and just when he could not do anything at all, he suddenly saw a well in the yard, and there was a thick sisal rope used for pumping water by the side of the well, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ha! With the sound of a tender and delicate voice, Shangguan Shihuang, who was located high in the sky, flung her small flag and immediately threw out several flaming birds and finches, spreading their wings and pouncing towards the old man. While the old man, who had absorbed more than 1,000 stern ghosts, was incredibly strong and was not the least bit fearful, as countless resentful stern ghosts and undead sprang out of his body, transforming into a huge orb made up of countless women's faces wrapping around himself, blocking the pouncing firebirds as much as he could. Two people in the air fighting, a variety of means frequently. Cultivation directly to the Jiedan of the old man, actually hard to suppress the Shangguan Shihuang. A few exchanges down, the Shangguan Shihuang beat back and forth. Female doll magic treasure is quite a lot. You are also from a famous family. Right, it's just as well. Old me hates you, bunch of heaven's pride. After saying that, he turned his stance around and once again flew towards Shangguan Shihuang with a sardonic smile. Already slightly tired, Shangguan Shihuan lost her face in fear and hurriedly prepared to pull out a new magic treasure to block it. But just when the old man was only a few inches away from her, a breaking sound suddenly came from below. On the ground, Lyn Xiaolu left hand holding a few meters long thick hemp rope, all the way to run wildly after the small short legs indignation. Its violent force directly on the ground will be stepped on the broken, and his whole person also jumped to 5 or 6 meters high in midair, and then threw up his left hand rope. To the old man swung. Hemp rope immediately whoosh. The hemp rope immediately whoosh. Sound flying swing out. Directly rolled the old man's ankle. Who told you to fly? Get down here. The teenager roared with vigor and yanked. The amazingly strange force pulled the hemp rope right through, but it also pulled the old man in the sky down alive. In the next second, Lin Xiaolu landed on the ground together with the old man, and then without hesitation, he ran towards the old man with his sword, not giving him the slightest chance to take off again, and directly swung his sword across the ground. Clang! Although the old man's body is shrouded in a black ball full of women's faces, but also simply cannot resist his amazing force, directly by this domineering and unparalleled knife flying, body blatantly flying in a field house, the house will be the whole burst, and then by the inertia brought by the force of the horizontal push all the way out of the ruins of the house, with countless sand and soil debris flew a dozen meters again, and then a backward flip to land on the ground. Kneeling on one knee in the middle of the field again moved all the way back in the field and moved a few meters out of the ditch, then a backflip landed on one knee and moved all the way back again in the middle of the field, and moved out of the ditch in the field for several meters. The power of the blade caused everyone present to smack their lips as they watched. Lin Xiaolu turned her head to the unsullied Jiang Ning behind her and said urgently, "You two back away a bit, don't get hurt." Immaculate nodded shyly, and Jiang Ning also looked at Lin Xiaolu somewhat nervously and said, "You, don't try to be strong. If you can't beat them, run away first yourself." Run? Lin Xiaolu held the large gung bronze that was dragging on the ground in one hand and hummed disdainfully. This old man has done so much evil and eaten so much. No, he has harmed so many people. If I don't hack him to death today, I'll be sorry for my new little brother. Bolt! When he finished speaking, he dragged the narrow, large gung bronze with one hand and darted toward the old man with a wailing, angry cry. At this moment Lin Xiaolu was really want to kill this evil bad old man. The whole person rushed into the field house that was broken by him, and then rumble, a sound, with his own brain smashed the already crumbling earth wall, dragging the big gung bronze, with rolling dust and smoke rushed into the field, straight to the old man rushed. The speed is amazingly fast, and the sky Shangguan Shihuan also at the same time a dive to fly to the old man. In the endless emerald green fields, the old man looked at this one flying in the sky, a small doll running on the ground. His heart was a little surprised at the strength of these two people, and then violently raised his palm, and in the palm of his hand, a resentful and incomparable woman's eyes were erected. In the next moment, countless densely packed black airwaves blasted out from that vertical eyeball as if it were a dense rain of arrows, flying straight towards Lin Xiaolu, who was coming with a knife. Old thing, you're awesome, your mom. Lin Xiaolu looked at the old man who was unleashing black airwaves at him and indignantly yelled, "Eat you!" With one hand, he picked up the 3 bronze rings on the Daijing bronze and angled the entire blade across his body, as if he were holding a huge rectangular shield over his head, and continued his charge. The black airwaves that shot out were all blocked by the indestructible Dagung bronze all the time. Lin Xiaolu's short legs chattered fast, against the dense black airwaves all the way across the road. Dusty, unstoppable. The sky Shangguan Shihuan also with a narrow airwave, holding a broken blade magic weapon flew to cut and come, and finally the two sides completely in the field to clash in a fierce collision together. Boom! Berserk loud noise accompanied by the impact of the 4 waves and diffuse. The distant Jiang Ning and Unsullied both covered their ears. Thousands of acres of fields because of the collision between the two sides and trembling, howling winds, the good land crumbled. Whether it is Shangguan Shihuan or Lin Shalu, or the old man were all shocked by the powerful concussion to fly out dozens of meters. The 3 bodies as if the 3 arrows, in the emerald green fields friction out of 3 straight mud ditches, falling all the way to the soil splashing and rice flying. An exchange of words ended, and the old man lay in the deep pit of mud that he had fallen out of, covering his sore chest, somewhat surprised at the power of these 2 little guys. He had originally thought that only Shangguan Shihuan and the little monk were cultivators among these people, and both were only at the 2nd or 3rd level of chi condensation, and he had completely never expected that the strongest one would actually be Lin Xiaolu, who was a mortal. He was just about to get up when the angry roar of a teenager suddenly resounded in the distance once again. Asterisk 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 in old bastard. You are just kneeling down and kowtowing to me today, recognizing me as your grandfather. I'm still going to chop you to death. Grass mud horse. The old man who hadn't yet caught his breath looked at the teenager who was once again charging towards him angrily not far away, and was instantly dumbfounded. This waif is sick. He killed a lot of people, but it has nothing to do with him, as to be so desperate. On the other side, Shangguan Shihuang, who had also fallen in the mud pit in the field, was also a bit puzzled. At this moment, her face was stained with a lot of mud and bright green patty, and her whole body had just sat up from the mud pit, watching the back of the teenager darting towards the old man with a knife. Shangguan Shihuang spat out mud in bewilderment. Did Lin Xiaolu not even feel any pain? He should have been blown away by the impact just now. Just like himself, right? Although his body is strong, but he still has body protection treasure. As usual, the pain is not light. How this guy with the bull like a turn of the eye and rushed up. Do not need to take a break? Chapter 154, The Great Good. Doesn't Lin Xiaolu hurt? Of course it hurts, but this bit of pain was really nothing to him. The pain of lynching was something he could carry for more than a month without collapsing, and this bit of pain was not worth mentioning to him at all. At this moment, full of anger, Lin Xiaolu, carrying a large gung bronze, dashed to the old man in front of the sentence without a word of ass. Waved the knife, began to cut. The large gung bronze, as if a bronze iron pillar was danced in his hands, one knife after another, as if from a high place to pour down the flood waterfalls. A steady stream of the old man's hood-splitting head and face as a burst of chopping, and for a time it was the cultivation of infinite close to the jiedan of the old man was forced to constantly backward. The old man's cultivation was close to the jiedan, and he was forced to retreat. Look at the knife. Top heart elbow. Look at the knife again. Moving blocking whack. Also look at the knife. Chopping and hanging palm. Always look at the sword. Iron mountain leaning. Lin Xiaolu wailed and shouted. The whole time he was punching and kicking the old man while chopping, completely giving up his own defense, fighting the old man with this kind of injury for injury fighting method. And finally, he was even staring at his eyes and wailing, Malagasy, you spit out the lives of those mortals. Mud bloods. In the middle of the field, the angry teenager raised his huge bronze blade, slashing with anger and indignation, and straight away, the old man's head clattered and soon had a tendency to collapse. The old man was also completely flustered. He had already been beaten up by this life-threatening teenager in front of him. After resisting several knives at this moment, he didn't dare to tangle with this ancient beast-like little doll any longer, and with a single movement of his stance, he was about to fly away, but he had just flown up, when the furious Lin Xiaolu grabbed him by the ankles, and yanked him down once again. You fly a hammer. With an angry tug, the teenager grabbed the old man's leg and slammed it into the ground, straight up, causing the entire ground to shake. He wailed, will be the old man upside down in the hands? From the left to the right, and then from the right to the left, will be smashed around the field of the rumbling, dirt flying, the entire ground were smashed, constantly sinking, and finally once again up the knife against the old man's head, a chaotic hacking. The whole process does not give him the slightest opportunity to catch his breath, straight to the hole of his hacking into the ground. Clang, 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 the gung bronze and the old man's round cover collided with one after another iron roar, each time deafening. Straight to the distant Shangguan Shihuang are heartbreaking. Good guy. This does not seem to need their own help. This guy full out actually so strong. It seems that the last time he fought with himself or stayed in the distance. Zhang Ning was equally horrified as he watched the scene, his entire being stunned by Lin Xiaolu's rampage. The fawn, now, looks so fierce and scary. Little deer caster, is really a very gentle person. Unsullied at the side folded her hands and blushed slightly. Zhang Ning gave him a blank look and said breathlessly, where's the tenderness in this? Why can't I see it? Unsullied smiled slightly. You don't know, Mr. Jiang, that to have a heart of compassion for the tragic deaths of uninvolved people is a Buddha. This is the way of the heart's burning anger for the tragic death of an unrelated person. On the other hand, the little deer caster can lay down his own life for the sake of an unrelated person, and pour out all his strength to make the wicked pay. Do you know, Enchanter Jiang, what this is? Zhang Ning paused at his words and didn't say anything. There's one thing to be said for saying that she thinks it's actually kind of stupid to put her life on the line for someone who doesn't want to do it. While it was true that Fawn was doing the right thing, and the world probably needed more people like Fawn, it was just a bit silly in light of what she'd been raised to believe. Beside her, after seeing that she didn't say anything, Unsullied smiled and was just about to say something when Handsome Duck, who was focusing on the battle on the side, suddenly opened his mouth with a calm face. The world only knows that there are 4 philosophies of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, and Demonism in this world, but it does not know that there is another philosophy, one that was once recorded in ancient texts and has disappeared in the river of history. Zhang Ning gave Handsome Duck a puzzled look and curiously said, what philosophy? The quiet Handsome Duck looked at the angry, sword-wielding teenager in the distance, his gaze ghostly for a long time, then his throat rolled and he slowly spat out a word, chivalrous. Little doll, you seek death. Under the successive swings of the great gungbronze, the old man was also completely on fire. His entire body sunk into the ground, and between his raised hands, he erupted several mournful and extremely grievous and poisonous spirits, which were born to resist Lin Xiaolu's downward slamming blade. More than 1,000 severe ghosts seemed to cover the sky and surrounded Lin Xiaolu, crazily infesting his body and resisting his falling blades. But Lin Xiaolu was oblivious and still pressed down on the huge daging bronze, not letting go at all, and one vein after another continued to burst out on his arms. Seeing that the thousands of severe ghosts were somewhat unable to resist this teenager's sword, the old man completely panicked. Little dolls, the old man is letting you go. You and I don't know each other, and you don't need to fight old man over those civilians. They're just mortals. You have your sunny road. I have my one-wood bridge. Let's each take a step back. May be good. Lin Xiaolu snickered at the words in his constant power, as if he didn't care that his body had been devoured and tattered by the surrounding ghosts. And when he saw that he couldn't cut down the dagung bronze in his hand, he didn't hesitate to lift up one of his short legs and stepped on the back of the blade ruthlessly. Ka-ching! Holding the blade with both hands, he slashed downward and pressed down on the back of the blade with his feet. The ground once again sunk, and the circular shroud made up of countless women's faces began to crumble inch by inch, while the huge bronze-colored blade once again descended by a few inches, directly resting against the old man's skull. Dead old man, you've done many evil deeds, brutalized living beings, killed innocent women, and refined mortals into zombies alive, and the heavens are angry with you. Today, if heaven does not destroy you, I will destroy you. The words that were full of force fell. The teenager who was towering over him once again exerted his strength. The entire body leaned forward. His small short legs stepped dead on the back of the knife and pressed down, and the blade instantly chopped through the hood, directly cutting on the old man's head, and for a time, the plasma surged. I'm right. The blood-covered old man stared at his unwilling eyes and hissed in a harsh growl. I just want to use my own efforts and chances to show those who look down on me that I can surpass those so-called heavenly prides with my own efforts. I want to live forever. I want to cultivate immortality. I've been trying to plan for a whole armor. Who are you to ruin my dream? That's my lifelong dream. I just want to prove to those towering geniuses, as long as one is willing to work hard and seize opportunities, even without the so-called talent, one can still do what a genius can do and live forever. You shouldn't have killed the old man. Hearing these somewhat familiar words, the angry teenager slightly drifted off for a moment, and the monstrous anger in his eyes gradually faded a bit. But a moment later, his condescending gaze then once again looked at the reluctant-faced old man, a hint of determination flashing in his gaze. In your next life, eat less. It hurts your stomach. Old man? Put. The great gungbronze weapon chopped down with all its might, and with a soft sound, the old man's head completely disintegrated, and was chopped into two halves by its blade. The old man is dead. The bruised teenager stood silently in the middle of the turquoise, sprawling field. Zhang Ning, Shangguan Shihuang, and Immaculate had just wanted to go up and ask Lin Xiaolu how she was doing and if she was injured, when they saw a wisp of female ghostly apparitions floating out from within the old man's cracked head, flying into the air, and bowing down silently to the young man who was standing with a sword. Enough more than 1,000 female ghosts side by side in the air to a young man kneeling in worship. This bizarre and spectacular scene, so that all people have moved. Dirtless his hands together. Gentle smile. Thousands of ghosts pay homage. It is truly the 6 paths of compassion. Fang cultivator, great goodness. Lin Xiaolu carried the knife and looked with some surprise at the female ghosts who knelt down to her, then watched them dissipate one after another. He also saw Bolt, the little brother he had just taken in, following a fresh-faced woman, smiling and waving at him before finally disappearing with the woman. Although Bolt became a ghost, it seems that he can't speak, but he smiled quite happily. He must be, somewhere in this world, thinking happily of me as his big brother, right? The teenager who thought this way broke into a joyful smile. And after all the female ghosts had disappeared, the endless darkness overhead finally dispersed, and the sunlight that had not been seen for a long time sprinkled down once again, shining on this sinful land, as if it was washing away the history of blood that had once taken place in this land. Finally, the teenager looked at the old man who had turned into a corpse at his feet and spoke with an expressionless face. A sinful person like you should go to hell and eat in peace. As for what you want to prove, I'll prove it for you. Chapter 155, I want to eat. 3 days later, at night, in the middle of a bustling city street, an old man in a short shirt and lab coat is performing a light and shadow play with his wife and son in front of a bustling riverside. This is their ancestral craft, and they are particularly good at interpreting the classic story of the Genkaku, White River General. At the moment, the old man manipulated a number of shadow people. His wife and son are in charge of the sound, voice, its interpretation of the wonderful. Shadow people do the work of the god, so that the white screen in front of a group of squatting children to see the breathtaking. And in the midst of this group of children, there was a squatting young boy with a clear brow and a duck. Big brother, that old man's home to find out the ghoul Asian jutsu you actually give to throw the woman river. Also too wasteful. Handsome duck looked at the teenager who was constantly shouting and applauding, said with a face full of helplessness, a spell that good, though it is indeed evil, but there is something to be said for the records within. A chance. The teenager watched the shadow play intently while responding disdainfully. What's so great about chance? That thing has harmed so many people. Let it reincarnate with those innocent dead. Having said that, the light and shadow play was performed right up to the highlights, and the teenager cheered loudly once again, his little hands clapping straight, his whole face red with excitement. Soon, a swashbuckling, lifelike white river will be interpreted. The teenager to see the intention is not yet finished, just want to shout to the old man to play again. But behind them came the pleasant sound of a young girl. Lin Xiaolu dear, come and see if the new clothes bought by this young lady in Jiangning look good. Aha! Nice and nice and nice. Old grandpa's good at it. One more. When Shangguan Huang saw that Lin Xiaolu didn't turn her head in the slightest, but instead concentrated on watching the light and shadow play, she was so angry that her nose went askew, and she immediately lifted her short legs and kicked the teenager's buttocks. Tai. On the street where people come and go, Shangguan Huang, wearing a white plain dress, sucked in her breath as she held her kicked and hurt feet, and tears were rolling in her eyes. How does this guy even have such a hard ass? Is he really made of stone? Jiang Ning and Unsullied on the side were also happy to see this scene, but the two of them were facetious enough not to burst out laughing, holding back the unusually arduous pain. It has been 3 days since they left the Zhou family village, and this small team escorting the princess of the great Tang dynasty has also arrived at Danyang, the most prosperous city of the Yuan kingdom, and coincidentally, when they heard that there is a Sky Lanterns Gala in Danyang tonight, several teenagers decided to have fun here for one night. At this moment, on the street beside the river, an endless stream of talented people passing by, pedestrians and vendors, all kinds of jokes, jostling sounds, vendor shouts mixed together, rendering tonight's night color extraordinarily beautiful. Shangguan Sherwan dragged Lin Xiaolu to drag away, but the goods refused, so Shangguan Sherwan stripped his pants, and finally Lin Shalu had no choice but to go shopping with them. I've heard that the city will release Sky Lanterns tonight at Ohio time, so let's go buy a few to release them then. Yes, 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 when the sky is full of Sky Lanterns, it must be especially beautiful. Shangguan Sherhuan and Jiang Ning, two girls chirping away in front of Lin Xiaolu and Wu Diao, weaving through the crowds of people coming and going, discussing the actions to be taken in a while emitting a pleasant dainty laugh, while Lin Xiaolu, who wasn't in the least bit interested in this kind of thing like releasing the Sky Lanterns, was saddened and angry. Write down your wishes and put them in the Sky Lanterns. This is not the same as the nature of the lanterns in Dayoshi in the first time. I have already played once, completely uninterested in it. As he walked, he looked around idly, and it wasn't long before he saw a gorgeous, brightly lit restaurant up ahead. The second floor of the open-air platform and the door are clustered in front of many warbling women. One by one, 1,000 charming greetings to the tourists to go in for a rest. Lin Xiaolu curiously took a look at it and was surprised. Why was this restaurant so much like the Myriad Jade workshop back then? He blinked twice before giving a wicked grin and sneaking up on the Unsullied beside him and asking, "Unsullied, do you know what lies ahead?" Unsullied sniffed and looked curiously at the tavern before shaking his head with a blank expression. The young monk does not know. He. Big brother will take you to see the world in a while. Lin Xiaodir said to Unsullied with a bad smile. Shopping with a girl is no fun at all. The two of us should go and have some fun on our own. Don't you think so? Wuxia face confused, just hesitant to say, but below the handsome duck slapped his legs. Contemptuous, but what but? Little monk, you need to learn more from my big brother. Shopping with girls can have a future. Yeah. Lin Xiaolu nodded her head repeatedly from the side. We're not kids anymore. It's time for us to go and do a little bit of grown-up stuff. Unsullied sniffed but was still a bit hesitant. He looked at the women with revealing clothes and blushed and said, Master Fawn, Master Duck, these women are all dressed in strange clothes and have evil smiles, so I'm afraid they're evil people. That's why you have to ferry them. Handsome Duck mixed up the urging. Didn't Buddha say, if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Unsullied. That's not what the Buddha said. It's what the Earth Store Bodhisattva said. From the Earth Store Bodhisattva's Benjamin's Wish Sutra. He explained in a serious manner. Alright. Jizo is Jizo. Little monk, big brother and I are going to ferry the women who are in deep distress. Aren't you going to go? Unsullied was silent for a moment, then nodded hesitantly. The duck scholar has a point. The young monk is willing to go and ferry them. After saying that, He would like to greet Jiang Ning and Shangwan Huang, but Lin Xiaolu was quick on her feet. While those two girls were chatting vigorously in front of him, a hand covered the mouth of Unsullied, and directly carried it up to run. Shui Duck also followed along at his feet, 2 wings spread out behind him, and his neck rushed forward, and his little duck paws chattered straight. Kidding aside, if he told Jiang Ning and Flower Butterfly, then he wouldn't be able to play anymore. In the streets, many pedestrians who were roaming around saw a strange scene. A little Taoist boy carrying a little monk with red cheeks running fast, followed by a little duck with a serious face. Soon, the two of them arrived at the luxurious restaurant called Yanyun by Shuilu. Looking at the crowd of crispy and soft jewels in front of the door of the tavern, Lyn Shalu had a look of excitement on her face. Little monk, tonight is the night we prove ourselves. Show your courage, show your compassion, ferry them hard. Unsullied's face looked odd when he heard this. He always felt that there was something wrong with it, but he couldn't tell, and after a moment, he could only nod his head helplessly. The young monk does his best. Ha ha, good. Lin Xiaolu patted his shoulder, and then he swaggered into this Yangchun Baishued building with him and Handsome Duck, and the two of them, with the identities of a Taoist priest and a monk. As soon as they appeared on the scene, they instantly attracted the gazes of countless women swimmers, and straight away, the people around them were talking about it. Soon, the two teenagers came to the door, a fan in hand, dressed in rose-red palace dress of the beauty of the woman noticed them. The beauty of the woman was first surprised to look at the dress of these two people, and then not surprised to go forward to warmly welcome. Yo, hello two young masters. Seeing the heavily made-up woman in front of her salute herself, Unsullied instantly turned red, and the whole person lowered his head and didn't dare to squeak. Lin Xiaolu in fact is not much better, but he can pretend to be a familiar guest, and constantly comfort himself. In his heart said to himself, Lin Xiaolu, don't be afraid. This kind of place you've been here since you were 8 years old. Familiar, don't let people laugh, or it will be very disgraceful. After giving himself encouragement, he looked at the beautiful woman in front of him with a big grin, and with his small hands crossed, he directly shouted with great pride, I want to eat. Chapter 156 Yangchun Beiju House. Beautiful woman? Upon hearing this strange request, the iconic smile on the beautiful woman's face froze slightly, but she quickly reacted, thinking that Lin Xiaolu was a Taoist priest with a thin skin, and was too embarrassed to say that she wanted to prostitute herself in front of so many people. Don't worry, Taoist master. We're here, we'll make sure you get enough to eat. After meaningfully finishing her sentence, she looked at Unsullied again and asked with a smile, is this little master also here to eat? Unsullied's face was already red to the point of smoking, and after half a day of humming and hawing, he spat out in a low voice, the young monk has come to ferry people. Put. The surrounding girls who heard this laughed out loud, and the beautiful woman was also amused by the little monk, and directly laughed at the two dainty young women beside her. Dong Yu Chun Chin, serve the two little masters into the room. Okay mom, little master, please come with slave. Then he hugged the excited Handsome Duck and entered the opulent restaurant with Unsullied. Walking through the long staircase of the hall, the two teenagers were soon brought to a warm room by each of the two girls, and Lin Xiaolu shouted to Unsullied, Unsullied, ferry her properly. Unsullied also responded to him, don't worry, little dear scholar, the young monk will do his best. The duo's remark once again caused the two girls to burst into laughter. Lin Xiaolu then followed the girl named Chun Chin into her room. The layout of the room is not bad. The table is also prepared in advance of the wine and food. Lin Xiaolu did not say a word. After entering the room was attracted by the meal, directly began to eat and drink with Shui Duck, and the woman responsible for serving him Chun Chin. See Lin Xiaolu after this appearance also did not say anything, a slight smile and said, is this the first time for a Taoist master to come? Do you need my slave to pinch the young master's shoulders first? No need. Do you have any talents? Lin Xiaolu asked as she held a chicken leg in one hand and ate it. Back to the words of the Taoist master. Since my childhood, my slave has studied poetry and song, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting, and in terms of sound and rhythm, I also know a little. Wow, you know quite a lot. Lin Xiaolu puckered her face and said, then flip me over first. When these words came out, Handsome Duck, who was eating the cassoulet prawns, instantly raised his duck's head and looked at Lin Xiaolu with the gaze of a skeptical duckling. We're not here for prostitutes? What the hell is a cartwheel? The girl named Chun Chin also had her entire being bad after hearing this request, and froze directly on the spot. On the other hand, the shy Unsullied followed Dong Yu into the room, and before he could slow down, the coolly dressed Dong Yu was about to come up and take off his clothes. Unsullied was startled and hastily raised his hand to stop it. Female cultivator. Wait. Winter Moon pursed her lips and revealed a look of not being surprised. Smiling charmingly, little master doesn't need to be nervous. Look at little master's appearance, it should be the first time for him to come. Slave will serve little master well. There is no need to serve. The young monk is here to ferry the female monks. Yuki froze for a moment when she heard this, and then she laughed outright, and the entire room was filled with the sound of her petulant laughter. She laughed for a while, then poured herself a glass of wine, drank it and then sat on the pink bed, winking her eyes and murmuring softly, "Little master, how are you going to ferry my slave?" Unsullied contemplated for a moment, then said, "Female monks sit cross-legged first, the young monk will come and ferry you." At the same time, inside Lin Xiaolu's room, Lyn Shalu was eating a chicken drumstick while urging Chen Xin, who was frantically somersaulting in front of her, repeatedly, "Faster, faster, faster, you can't even turn the wind, faster." Handsome duck on the sidelines to see the whole duck is not good. The heart straight scolded himself, this big brother waste. At this moment it has completely understood. This big brother of his own does not know what brothels are for. He is only because as a child was snubbed into a brothel, almost as a child molester. From then on there is a roughly vague impression of brothels, and in his impression, prostitutes are all to learn a lot of talent from a young age and then accompany the guests to have fun. So he really came to look for prostitutes to accompany them to play and let the prostitutes turn the cartwheels to show himself the. In addition, the reason why he brought Unsullied along was simply that he didn't find it interesting to come out and play on his own, and wanted to find someone to fool around with. At the moment, the handsome duck watched Lin Xiaolu there in a serious manner with the spring chin about the key points of the somersault movement, straight to see the duck's eyes a burst of violent jumping, and wanted to hit ahead to die. Your waist flexibility is not bad, but your strength is not enough. You can't flip your arms a few times before you can hold them up. This won't work. You need to exercise more, Lin Xiaolu commented in a serious manner. After tens of somersaults in a row, the fragrant, sweaty, panting Chen Xin collapsed onto the flannel blanket, her face filled with helplessness as she lifted her bright little face and pouted at Lin Xiaolu, "Taoist master, let's get down to business. I'm so tired. There's no rush. I had a couple bowls of ice cream before I came here and I'm not very hungry yet." The teenager who interpreted doing the right thing as eating said, "Let's do it this way. I'll give you a demonstration of a few somersaults. You have to memorize the essentials of the movements, and after the demonstration I'll have to take a test." After saying this, he did not wait for Chen Xin to stop him. Directly in the room Wao turned up the heel, while turning over but also dejectedly laughed loudly. "How is it? Hang or not? Just ask you to hang or not. This is what I call a somersault. Ho 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 ho. To be free from illusion is to be free from it without orientation. To be free from illusion is to realize it, and there is no gradation. Does the female cultivator know? What is the truth of this Zen saying?" In the other warm room, Unsullied was speaking Buddhist doctrine with a gentle face to the clueless Dongyu on the bed. Winter Moon sat cross-legged on the bed couch with a look of hopelessness on her face. So Unsullied patiently explained for her. This Zen saying means that if one knows that these are illusions, then these illusions are naturally far away and there is no need to practice. If one keeps an obsessive mind, knowing that they are illusions and still not forgetting them, then one must endeavor to cultivate them. After saying this, Unsullied then said to Dongyu with a sincere face, "Female sure master, have you realized it?" Winter Moon looked at the serious little monk in front of her, shivered her red lips a few times, and for a long time, 2 lines of tears fell silently. What a ing guest! What a sin! And seeing her shedding tears, Unsullied immediately thought that she was touched by the great compassion of Buddhism, and immediately felt immensely gratified and complimented. Female monks are so wise. Next, the young monk will formally explain the Yanhua Sutra to female monks, ferrying them out of the sea of suffering. When Yuki heard this, her fragile nerves finally couldn't hold it together and collapsed straight away. "Hello, have you seen a little Taoist priest, a little monk, and a little duck? Oh, sorry to interrupt. Hello, have you seen a little Taoist priest, a little monk, and a little duck? Oh, sorry to interrupt." On the crowded and bustling streets, Jiang Ning went around asking people about the whereabouts of Lin Xiaolu and scentless, anxiety written all over her delicate face. On the other hand, Shangguan Shihuang, who was wearing 2 small pill heads on the side, was very angry, holding her arms and grunting. The 2 of them must have gone off to do something fun and bad, and then purposely didn't take the 2 of us with them. It's really infuriating. How? Jiang Ning tugged on Shangguan Shihuang's pink arm and laughed, although little dear is usually out of tune, but at most she's just a bit playful. What bad things can she do? After saying that, she continued to anxiously ask the passers-by for news about those 2 teenagers, and not long after, there was really a pastry stall owner who had seen Lin Xiaolu and Dirtless. When you say little Taoist priests, little monks, aren't they all quite young, about 12 or 13 years old? Yes uncle. Did you see where they went? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. The mouth of the stall owner who was wrapping the pastries twitched, and he faced towards an opulent restaurant in the distance. I saw them, they just went into the Yangchun Beiju building. The 14-year-old Jiang Ning froze upon hearing this. What was Yangchun Baishua House? Chapter 157, Lighting the Heavenly Lantern. Night time. Ohio time. Lin Xiaolu and Scentless walked out of the room almost simultaneously, and the two of them looked at each other and smiled, both of them full of spring and dashing. The girl in my room has mastered all the essentials of somersaulting, and I've had so much good food and fun. The female abbess in the young monk's room has also gained a preliminary understanding of the wonders of the Yanhua Sutra, and her entire being has been sublimated. From the grateful look in her eyes, the young monk can see that she aspires to the Dharma. The little Taoist priest and the little monk happily told each other and then gave a joyful and cheerful high five. Yeah. Walking down the stairs, the beautiful woman and the other women came up smiling to see them off. The two young masters are leaving? Little master, remember to come back next time it will be your slave serving you instead. Lyn Shalu paid a gold ingot for the whoring and giggled at the crowd of warblers and swallows. Okay, I'll come back to play with you guys later if I have the chance. Female monks, in the future, when there is fate, the young monk will come back to ferry you. The two little guys walking in company, talking and laughing in a crowd of thousands of charming, euphemistic soft voice out of the Yangchun Baishua building, and just stepped out of the door. The two of them saw the main door. Stood two playful silhouettes. One was Jiang Ning, who had her eyebrows furrowed and her red lips pursed. One was Shangguan Huang, who had a bad smile on her face and was holding her little arms. The two women looked at the two teenagers who stepped out from the hundreds of flowers with different expressions. Lin Xiaolu froze when she saw them both, then laughed loudly and stepped forward. What are you two doing here? It's fun in there. What the little dear monk said is very true. The female monks here are all very wise, and the little monk had a great time ferrying them. On the bustling street, Jiang Ning, wearing a green pigmented dress, looked at Scentless, and then at the little red-faced Lin Xiaolu, with a hint of clear coldness in her voice. The two young warriors are truly elegant. After saying that, she turned around and left directly with a cold face. Lin Xiaolu looked at Jiang Ning's distant back and scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with Caster Jiang? Unsullied asked suspiciously. I don't know. Lin Xiaoxue responded blankly, probably sleepy. Shangguan Huang looked at these two unseen bumpkins. Her round eyes narrowed into a crescent moon, holding her arms and hummed, you two are really a perfect match. And you Lin Xiaolu, at the expense of Ning still trusting you so much, and swearing to this lady that you are just greedy for fun and won't do any bad things. I didn't think that you'd actually take scurrilous to visit a prostitute. After she finished speaking, she looked at Unsullied again and said with a bad smile on her face, how about it, little monk? Does it feel good to break your fast? Unsullied looked confused. Breaking the precepts? The young monk didn't break the precepts. This lady has seen you come out of the brothel, and you still say that you haven't broken your precepts. Monks don't make delusional statements. Oh, he really didn't break his fast. The handsome duck below looked helpless, flattened his mouth and explained. One of the two of them was in there making prostitutes do somersaults, and the other one was giving prostitutes the Dharma talk, and never touched any prostitutes at all. The moment handsome duck's words came out, Shangguan Huang was directly confused, looking at Lin Xiaolu and Unsullied with a stunned expression, wanting to ask what kind of overwhelmingly large oddball you two are. Tonight's night in the Yuan Kingdom's Danyang was destined to be brightly lit, and when looking down on Danyang from high above, one could see an endless array of thousands of lights, as if they were fireflies in the darkness, only instead of a lime green color, they were orange. Jiang Ning, who was not in a very good mood, took the fire, pencil and paper, as well as the sky lanterns that had not yet been lit as if they were cloth bags, to the roof of the inn, and sat on the edge of the roof. The inn they were in was one of the more luxurious ones in the city, with higher floors that allowed them to take in the scenery of the entire city. At this very moment, Jiang Ning was carefully writing her wish on a piece of paper, preparing to release the sky lanterns with everyone in the city at that time. She wrote about her desire to restore her country, and when she was done, she was silent for a moment, ready to write another one. Anin. Before he could put pen to paper, there was the voice of some nuisance behind him. Lin Xiaolu ran up to the rooftop at some point and came to her side looking at her with a puzzled face. Are you writing a wish? None of your business. Jiang Ning didn't look at him and gagged. I'll put up my sky lanterns. You stroll around your brothel. We don't interfere with river water. It's fine. I can go to the brothel while watching you set off the sky lanterns. Lin Xiaolu grinned broadly and sat down beside her, probing at the pen and paper in her hand. What kind of wish are you going to write? Please stay away from me. Jiang Ning was so angry that he couldn't wait to kick the shameless one down, and his body moved to the side, in a manner that he wanted to keep his distance from Lin Xiaolu. Ning, you don't have to be so petty, or else next time I can teach you to somersault. But it seems like you would have been able to. After all, you have practiced martial arts. Yanyun? She turned her head and gave Lin Xiaolu a puzzled look. What somersault? I taught the girls in the brothel to do somersaults. The girls there are not bad, right, but they have very little strength. They can't do more than a few somersaults before they get tired and out of breath. Lin Xiaolu replied. You went to a whorehouse to teach someone how to do cartwheels? Why? I was going to have the girls there do somersaults for me, but they were too stupid, so I had to do it myself and patiently show them. Jiangning. After Lin Xiaolu finished speaking, she looked at the girl beside her and pouted her little mouth and spat. Flower Butterfly said that wuxia and I wasted her money. Went to the brothel and didn't do the right thing, and after she finished she didn't tell us what the right thing was. It's really good to be angry. Put. The young girl who heard the explanation suddenly broke into tears, and her originally depressed mood became swept away. She glared at the guy, skipped the unhappy topic of brothels and put the pen and paper in her hand into Lin Xiaolu's hand. Smiley face. Fawn, why don't you join me in releasing the sky lanterns? And you write a wish and put it in the lanterns. Don't want it. Lin Xiaolu sat lazily on the edge of the roof, both arms propped up behind her back. I played this kind of game when I was a kid, when I wrote dozens of wishes, and none of them came true. And the Rakshasa ghost woman didn't have diarrhea. Who is the Rakshasa ghost woman? Jiangning asked curiously. Upon hearing this question, the teenager's small face instantly became incomparably sad. She is the most ferocious woman in this world. She likes to flick other people's little brother. She also likes to beat other people's asses. She is extinct and heartless. I don't know if she is dead now. At the same time, May, the top of Tong Demon Peak, Spirit Beast Valley, Tang Xin, who was feeding the cooing chickens the spirit grain, suddenly sneezed. Strange, I actually sneezed. Can I still catch a cold with my cultivation? Tang Xin looked around suspiciously and realized that there was no one, but for some reason, that little brat with a bad grin on his face popped up in her mind. How to think of that little again? Hey, I don't know how he's doing now, Tang Xin muttered with some longing. On the roof of the inn, under Jiangning's tireless demands, Lin Xiaolu only agreed to the request to write a wish, and with a grandiose wave on the paper, she wrote down a wish. Jiangning came up next to him and tried to look, but Lin Xiaolu covered the paper. You're not allowed to look. I don't. There's my wish on that paper too. You've seen my wish. Jiangning was unforgiving. No, if you don't show it, you don't show it. Lin Xiaolu stuffed the paper into the basket underneath the sky lantern, and then began to light the lantern with the fire folders. Fang were not even close to time. Ha ha, you have to be the first one to release the sky lanterns for your wish to come true more easily. The teenager smiled and lit the sky lantern, watching the small tent slowly bulge before lifting it up and gently pushing it out of the eaves, watching it slowly fly into the night sky. Chapter 158, Celestial Realm. The sky lanterns were illuminated by the candle flame into an orange color, as if a golden cylinder, slowly rising, drifting away, and not long after the sky lantern soared, the official lighting of the sky lanterns of the hour arrived. A time the whole city, countless with people's good wishes of the golden sky lanterns quietly ascended into the sky, as if a golden elf general, will be the dark night are illuminated. Seeing the scene, Jiangning joyfully pulled Lin Xiaolu from the eaves to stand up, gentle watery gaze reflected in the endless sea of golden lights in front of him. Wow, it's beautiful. Little dear, when I become the Empress of Great Tang in the future, I will also spread this tradition so that all my people will light sky lanterns on this day every year. On the roof of the inn, she watched the spectacularly poignant scene in front of her, forgetting all her worries for a moment. Lin Xiaolu, on the other hand, tilted her head and looked straight at the heavenly lantern she had lit, which at the moment had transcended the crowd of lanterns and soared to the highest place. Back then, in Dai Viet, he had written dozens of wishes, and one of them didn't come true. This time, he had only written one, so it should always come true. The wish he wrote was Annan's wish comes true. For a long time, the two sat down together, side by side, on the edge of the high eaves, swaying their little legs, laughing and joking as they looked out over the endless sea of lights. The next day, early in the morning, hello. Lin Shalu held the noodle bowl that was bigger than her brain in one hand and stuffed the noodle soup into her mouth with a big gulp, while the other hand held chopsticks and rapidly chattered noodles into her mouth. Clang! The noodle bowl was put down, and he shouted out with great intention, "Man, 8 more bowls of beef noodles, more meat, more scallions, more garlic, less noodles." On the opposite side, Shangguan Shihuang, who was eating red date dumplings, saw this and fiercely kicked him. "Can you keep a low profile? Shame on you." Lin Xiaolu dejectedly raised her small chin with completely ignoring her. She took the full of beef noodles by herself, and then continued to make a sound huffing and puffing sound. Shangguan Shihuang looked straight annoyed, complaining to the side of the small mouth of Kanji Jiangning. "Annan, look at him, you don't care. Jiang Ning's kanji drinking action stopped, and gave Lin Xiaolu a rather fond look, pursed her lips and smiled lightly. What do I care? I can't let Xiaolu go hungry. Unsullied, who was sitting next to Lin Xiaolu, also laughed and advised. Although Scholar Xiaolu has a large amount of rice and eats rather rudely, he is very grounded. That is. Handsome Duck bit into his fries and said vaguely, how does my boss need you to be in charge of his meals? Then when he grows up in the future and needs something, are you going to be in charge of that as well? Changguan Shihuang? Unsullied? Jan Nin? Lin Xiaoxue, hello. Being disliked and angry, Shangguan Shihuang didn't bother to pay attention to these guys anymore, and looked at Jiang Ning and asked, we should be able to leave the Yuan kingdom in the next 2 days, right? Ah Ning, how far is it to your uncle's place after we leave the Yuan kingdom? It's not much farther. We should be there in another month of traveling. Jiang Ning held his chin and laughed. I'll have my uncle entertain everyone when the time comes. Ha ha, no need to be polite. Shangguan Shihuang, just as if she had already taken Jiang Ning as her bosom friend, and laughed in a very righteous manner. It's actually quite fun for our gang to rush together every day. This is nothing. When your uncle takes that what's her name subterranean dragon red tassel, if she still can't deal with that cloud bone sect, this young lady will personally cripple Lin Xiaolu and summon the great demon king Li Mingru. Lin Xiaolu, who was eating noodles, had a movement and looked at her with a confused face. On the side, Wushu looked at Shangguan Shihuang and asked with some curiosity, Shangguan sure. The stories left behind by the master of Little Deer Sure in various places have different titles. Do you? The 3,000 devil paths of the southern border. Call Sure Li Mingru as the great devil king? Yeah. Shangguan Shihuang nodded her head vaguely as she ate the dumplings. Dad said, Li Mingru's character in some aspects is actually quite like the devil Taoist monks. Arbitrary, unrestrained, so with my father relationship is also quite good. When they were young, often together with the blow powerful, together with the fight, together with the kiln, and sometimes even on the toilet often a piece of. And then Li Mingru was always in the toilet to ridicule my father short. My father angry a few days do not take care of him. He was so angry that my father didn't talk to him for a few days. And his strength that's not to mention. In his heyday the whole world there is no that cultivator can hold up to his slap. So by our devil cultivators called the great demon king Li Mingru. Listening to Shangguan Shihuang's exaggerated words, Lin Shalu was confused and put down her already empty noodle bowl. After this period of contact, he realized that Shangguan Shihuang seemed to be the one who understood his boss the most among the several people. After all, her father had a good relationship with his boss, and as the daughter of a big brother of the devil's way, she would naturally be able to understand more than the others. At this moment, Lin Xiaodir then asked with some curiosity, Flower Butterfly, did your father ever say what realm my boss was at his peak? Said my father said that at his peak, your master could possibly be at the celestial realm. Days, people? Several of the people present froze, and Handsome Duck paused slightly. Whether it was Scentless or Lin Xiaolu, the immortal cultivation realms they knew were Qi Condensation, Foundation Establishment, Jiadan, Yuaning, and what was this celestial? At this moment, Shangguan Shihuang, who had seen a lot of things since she was a child, saw that both Unsullied and Lin Xiaolu were looking at her with blank eyes, and she instantly proudly tilted her little head up. Ha ha, you guys haven't heard of it, you're so ignorant. Is a celestial being the realm above Yuaning? Lin Xiaolu asked impatiently. Right, Shangguan Shihuang explained. Above Yuaning is the celestial realm. After she finished speaking, she disdainfully glanced at Lin Xiaolu. How dare you claim to be Li Mingru's disciple? Not even knowing your own master's realm. My boss didn't tell me that either. Lin Xiaolu was dumbfounded, and then couldn't wait to continue asking. I only know that my boss is very powerful, and then suffered a very serious injury. Realm fell down. You tell me about it. This celestial is what? How did my boss get injured? On the side, Unsullied, and Jiang Ning also looked at her with bated breath, revealing curious expressions. Yo begged this young lady Shangguan Shihuang hummed prettily. You beg me I'll tell you if you beg me. Lin Xiaolu paused for a moment, and then began to prepare to draw her sword, and it was only when Shangguan Shihuang saw this that she hastened to speak. In fact, my father doesn't know much about Li Mingru, only about a little. She explained to the few curious babies in front of her. In our divine state, the top of the cultivation level is the Yuaning, and if you break through the Yuaning, you will become the celestial realm, and you will ascend to another world, which we call the heavenly realm, which is often referred to as the sky, and it is only when you have reached the celestial realm that you are considered to be a true divine immortal. So my boss used to go to heaven too? Lin Xiaoxue pursued. No, he didn't go. Shangguan Shihuang shook her little brain and said softly, my father said that it seemed like he didn't want to ascend for whatever reason. and then the heavenly Tao tried to bind him and force him to ascend. And as a result, the heavenly Tao failed. Lin Xiaolu, I_I. Unsullied. This is too damn powerful. Tendo has failed. On the dining table, Shangguan Shihuang slowly continued. The specifics of this young lady is not clear. I just listened to my father's miscellaneous words. After all, this was a very long time ago. Those few elders of your MA probably don't know about your boss's past, because Li Mingru seldom stayed in the MA in the past, and every day he was either in the middle of a fight or on his way to a fight. It's only in the past 2 years that he has gradually returned to the mountain fields. Then why haven't we heard any rumors about cultivators of the celestial realm? Lin Xiaolu turned her head to the Unsullied at the side and asked, have you ever heard of the celestial realm? Unsullied shook his head with a confused expression, indicating that he had never heard of it either. Of course you guys haven't heard of it. It's been a long time since anyone has ascended to become a celestial, and celestial realm cultivators haven't descended to the earth for over 300 years. Shangguan Shihuang explained, the celestial realm is now only remembered by some of the old ancestor-level figures of various sects. My father said that 300 years ago, those celestial realm gods in the sky actually occasionally descended to the earth, and they would ruffle up the rights and wrongs of the world of man as they pleased. And then it seems that Li Mingru was so offended that he brutally beat all of them up with his own strength. Until today, although Li Mingru has been seriously injured for some unknown reason, and his realm has regressed to Jiedan, as long as he doesn't die, the gods in the sky won't dare to come down to earth. Chapter 159, Japanese Swordsmanship. Hearing this flurry of introductions from Shangguan Shihuang, Lin Xiaolu's few people were all a bit confused, one by one being surprised and not knowing what to say. The amount of information was too much for the still young ones to take in for a while. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu was even more astonished. He suddenly recalled that year when he was 7 years old. He was Mr. Storyteller a fool, said what the mouth of the village came to a poor Taoist priest. As long as they go to rob him, they will surely be able to obtain the benefits, the results of their own really believe. Stupidly took his sister to run to rob, and then met Li Mingru, and then, himself became the disciple of the world's number one Li Mingru's great handsome man. Lin Xiaolu suddenly felt that everything was just as arranged, pondering that she really had to go back to the village when she had the chance to go back and ask the gentleman properly. After breakfast, several teenagers set off once again, with Jiang Ning driving the carriage, Lin Xiaolu holding Handsome Duck sitting next to her, and Unsullied and Shangguan Shihuang sitting in the carriage, leisurely traveling down the official road. At mid-morning, the carriage left the gates of Danyang City and traveled all the way, finally arriving at the border of the Yuan Kingdom, a city named Fufeng. Before nightfall, after passing through the city gate sentry post, Jiang Ning then said happily to the teenager beside him while setting up the carriage, Fufeng is known as the home of the sword arts. Haven't you always wanted to learn martial arts, little dear? You can take a look at the knife skills here. The teenager who was drowsy on the side holding Handsome Duck instantly woke up as soon as he heard about the sword technique. Wow, what kind of swordplay is here? Jiang Ning smiled faintly, I'm not too sure. I only remember that it was once a sword technique that specialized in dealing with Japanese pirates from the east. Japanese? Lin Xiaolu, who had heard this term for the first time, was a bit confused, while the Handsome Duck in his arms explained to him, Easting is an island country, outside of Shenzhou, where there was once a war with Shenzhou, which they later lost. Are there immortal cultivators there too? Lin Xiaolu asked. There must be back then by Li Mingru with a chicken duster beat straight screaming father of the Easting cultivator well. Handsome Duck said casually. Lin Xiaolu, I_I. Well, he was now completely numb to the level of his boss's awesomeness, and nothing was rippling inside. Even if the next time Handsome Duck told him that the boss wasn't actually human, he probably wouldn't find it unusual. The Handsome Duck in his arms continued to introduce the flat mouth said, many years ago, the East Japan and the Divine Kingdom countries were at war. Whether it is the East Japan's cultivators or the East Japan's martial arts mortals all collectively invaded the Divine Kingdom. And the two sides also set an agreement before the war started that immortal cultivators were not allowed to intervene in battles between mortals and mortals. Mortals against mortals and immortals against immortals. So at that time, the mortal martial artists of the Divine Kingdom also poured their hearts out to fight against each other with the mortal martial artists of the Eastern Japan and this sword art of the Yuan Kingdom, which was born specifically for the purpose of restraining the Eastern Japan's Bushido, is presumably created by the martial arts masters of that time? Wow, that's really cool. Lin Xiaolu shouted out directly as he listened, thinking that it was a very cool thing to have all the martial arts sects in the Divine Land come together. The teenager hugged Handsome Duck and asked excitedly, are the cultivators from the East Japan powerful? Did all the cultivators from our divine state come out too? It's kinda awesome, right? There are all sorts of weird means of ninjutsu yin and yang techniques over in the East, and the East cultivators are very united. Unlike our Shenzhou which is scattered, As for the Shenzhou cultivators, the knowledgeable handsome duck flattened his mouth and hummed. Our divine state's cultivators didn't even know about their invasion, because they hadn't even crossed the East China Sea yet. And Li Mingru took a chicken feather duster and stood proudly at the top of the East China Sea's oceans and seas, and smoked all of the East China Sea's cultivators in a full-scale collapse all by himself. After saying that, handsome duck tilted his duck head up and looked at Lyn Shalu and said, "Your boss smoked for a long time at that time. Even the emperor over there," and spat at them for having thick faces afterward, saying that his own hands were giving him sore. Lyn Xiaolu, I. As soon as handsome duck's words were finished, Shangwan Shihuang inside the carriage grunted defiantly. Li Mingru has gone too far. Shangwan Shihuang peeked out a small face from within the car curtains and puffed out. At that time he went to the East China Sea. My father sent a message to him. Let him leave a few for my father to also smoke. The result is that when my father rushed to the East China Sea, he had already finished all of them. None of them stayed for my father. My father was so angry that he almost cut off his friendship with him. Ha 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 ha. The group burst out laughing, and even Unsullied, who was chanting, couldn't hold back his laughter. Amidst the cheerful laughter, the carriage drove into Fufeng City and arrived at a rather luxurious inn. As usual, a few teenagers had a full meal by laughing and joking. And then Lyn Shaolu said that tomorrow he was going to visit the martial arts sect here to have the other side teach him the sword technique specialized in dealing with the Japanese invaders from the east, so he had asked the group to stay with him for 2 more days. Everyone naturally had no problem with it. After all, although Fawn was out of tune, but at some point she became the backbone of the group, and one by one, with a smile, she agreed. That night, nothing special happened again, and everyone slept soundly, except for Jiang Ning and Unsullied, who both felt it was a bit strange that somehow so much time had passed, and no new assassins had been sent from the Cloud Bone sect side. The next day, early in the morning, several people ate breakfast together, especially tasting a specialty of Fufeng called raw fried buns. This thing is delicious, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. A mouthful of squeaky oil. Lyn Xiaolu ate more than 120 in one breath. Will be the innkeeper and fellows are scared to beg him to raise your mouth. Ha, 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 ha. At the hour of the morning, outside the famous Qi family Taoist hall in Fufeng City, there were dozens of strong and sturdy men wielding iron swords, all of them with tiger backs and big waists, sweating under the early morning sun, making countless pedestrians passing by give them frequent side glances. Qi family Taoist hall is the most famous martial arts hall in Fufeng. Here the martial arts disciples of each strong martial arts extraordinary hands, the most rare is the good character, often help the people in the city, the past city flood, or encountered horse bandits. They are always the first to come forward. The action is simply faster than the Yaman's officers and soldiers, loved by the local people. And that was because there was an unwritten rule for the owner of the Qi family martial arts school to accept disciples. Worship fee is not much, is not the material to practice martial arts. These are secondary. The main still seems to worship the teacher's character. How? Only after a year of inspection, determined to be a person of good character, can be formalized in the Qi family Taoist hall to worship the teacher to learn the art. At the moment, this pavilion master, who was over 50 years old and wore a big black beard, was just like usual, holding a teapot and leisurely watching his disciples practicing at the entrance of the dojo. Use some force, a little louder, little arms straight, stabilize your horse stance, and when you swing your sword, pay attention to the stomping force. He inspected them one by one, and was quite pleased with the diligence of his disciples, and was just about to go back to his seat when he inadvertently realized that at the street beside the Taoist hall, at some point in time, there stood a childish young Taoist priest, probably around 12 or 13 years of age. At the moment, this little Taoist was watching his disciples practicing martial arts with those big round eyes without blinking. The pavilion owner didn't care. He wasn't afraid of people watching. On the contrary, he felt that the people of the city would feel more secure if they saw his disciples from this Qi family martial arts pavilion practicing martial arts diligently on a daily basis. Martial artists is to protect the peace of the party. This is also the teachings left by the ancestors. Take care, there's a little Taoist over there looking at you. Show some real skill to them. Let them know that with our Qi family Taoist pavilion, no one can bully the people here. The owner of the pavilion, who treated Lyn Xiaolu as the people, shouted to his disciples. When the Hans heard this, they immediately practiced more vigorously as well, each one roaring with fervor and swinging their swords, showing Lyn Xiaolu how strong in martial arts they were. And the owner of the pavilion just started yelling, "That's all for practicing the basic movements. So let's start training in the Japanese sword art. Koji striking sword stance. Up." Chapter 160, The Bearded Pavilion Master. The Hanyu in the arena moved with a simultaneous lurch, and then all of them held their training iron blunt swords and violently executed the first style of the Japanese sword art. The Kuju strike blade stance. Lin Xiaolu, who was peeking from afar, froze when she saw the movements of these Hans. There was actually something like this about this sword technique? He himself had only mastered the Jin Wei 8 swords with their wide open and concise moves, but he had never thought that there was such a way to make a sword. Second stance, returning bayonet stance. Begin. After the first maneuver, the pavilion master, who was not afraid in the slightest of having his jutsu learned, once again droned. Although the Japanese sword art moves were not too tedious and practical, they could not be used without years of hard practice as usual, so he was not worried about that little Taoist learning in the slightest, and at this moment, he was directly interested in showing off, letting the little Taoist know that Fufeng City had its own Taoist temple guarding him. Third stance, palm-breaking blade stance. Begin. The Hans in the field continued practicing, one by one shouting to the heavens, while Lin Xiaolu watched with unblinking eyes. Fourth stance, Chaotian blade stance. Begin. When it came to this style, not every Han in the field could make it. The first three styles were fine and simple, but this one required extremely strong body coordination and speed combined with each other, and had begun to belong to the superior blade techniques. At this moment, only 2 of the dozens of Hanyu were relatively good at performing this blade style. 5 or 6 barely made it, while the others all failed, and the pavilion master smiled, not moving as he glanced at Lin Xiaolu. Ha ha, little doll. You're scared by the Japanese sword art of my Chi family dojo. How is it? Doesn't it make you feel safe to live in the same town as this pavilion master? Ha 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 ha. The bearded librarian, who was in full inner drama, giggled for a moment, and then yelled sternly once again. Fifth stance, Fushu Jiejie blade stance. Begin. This stance shouted out. All of the Hans in the arena then brushed down on one knee in unison. One hand pressed down on the ground. Their posture has been lowered to the extreme, and then the backhand holding a sword raised high behind them. At the next moment, all of them fiercely made a smooth and swift sideways flash with the help of their palms pressing on the ground and their toes stepping on the ground. In that instant, there were many Hans who couldn't get their balance because of poor practice and fell straight to the ground, and the rest of the digits are sideways flash after an arrow step forward. Use the momentum of the sinking body, lead the knife up to lift, but unfortunately, although the movement was barely made, it was caused by various factors that caused it to have no sense of power and was just a flowery gesture, and the bearded pavilion master instantly scolded them when he saw this scene. Each and every one of you, you usually know how to be lazy when practicing, you've been learning for a few years now, and you still can't use the Fuhu Jiejie sword force. Shame on you. After the scolding, the bearded pavilion master couldn't wait to roll up his sleeves and drink to the crowd. Come here, all of you. Come here to see this pavilion master de. As he said that, he also glanced at the little Taoist priest intentionally, happily starting to get ready to show off. Hey, little Taoist, I'll show you the martial arts skills of this curator today. He was just about to show off an iron blunt blade when the little Taoist priest at the side of the dojo suddenly moved. Lin Xiaolu did not take the large gungbronze, but her small hand was in the shape of a knife, and she started practicing the several sets of knife stances just now with her empty hand. In front of the eyes of the bearded curator and dozens of Hans, he very smoothly made the first style Cu striking sword posture, then the return stabbing blade stance, palm breaking blade stance, and toward the sky blade stance were executed one by one. In the end, he even directly performed the Fushu Jedi power. The whole thing was as smooth as silk, without any delay. All. Bearded librarian. Double exclamation mark, dash. Uncle Bearded. What other blade stances are there in the back? I can't wait. Lin Xiaolu, who had finished performing the 5 sets of blade postures, stood up and blearily asked him. At noon, inside the Chi family dojo, the strong and mighty bearded pavilion master stood on the wooden floor, looking down at the small, bitty Lin Xiaolu in front of him, frowning as he asked, "You don't want to worship me? That won't do. I can't let you go with a martial arts practicing wizard like you. Either you spit out what you've learned, or you obediently worship me as your master." Saying that, he really stretched out his big bushy hand and asked Lin Xiaolu for it like a child. He was really in love with talent, not to mention Lin Xiaolu's young age. In the future, he just need to teach him more. Will definitely make him become a good character and conduct of martial arts wizards. He has already thought about it. In the future, he will teach his own mastery to him, and then let him become the next master of the pavilion. However, Lin Xiaolu could not disagree at all. At this moment, her small face was suffocating red, and she stretched out her neck and shouted, I have the boss now. I can buy your sword technique. This pavilion master doesn't want money. You must worship this pavilion master or I won't let you go. Lin Xiaolu. The young man was unwilling to use his immortal status to pressure the brash bearded uncle in front of him, and could only beg in a serious manner. I didn't mean to learn. It's obvious that your blade techniques are too simple. I'll know them after watching them once. Simple? The bearded curator gasped in amusement and casually removed a practice iron dull knife from the knife rack. Little doll, don't underestimate the art of the Japanese sword. If you don't want to know what's behind the Fu Hu Jia Dao stance, this pavilion master will perform it for you to see. Watch this. The 6th style of Japanese sword art, chopping Arisher Rong Jade Blade. In the middle of the field, the bearded curator fiercely raised his sword. His speed was fast, and the iron blunt sword in his hand even brought out a gust of sword wind. Just saw him violently a backward lean, one hand on the ground, posture inverted a sharp turn, iron blunt knife then around the body of 2 weeks of wild dance, and then one-handed force an empty rise, one knee landing between the knife back stab. Lin Xiaolu looked dumbfounded. This action was too cool, right? Hey, how's that for awesome? Looking at Lin Xiaolu's surprised look, the bearded curator laughed conspicuously. There are a total of 7 styles in the Japanese sword art, and this chopping post Rong Jade sword is the 6th style, a superior sword technique that specializes in defeating more than one person with one sword. As for the 7th style, the blast treading swallow chop, and the whisking shedding blade that only exists in theory. Empty. Even this pavilion master hasn't mastered it yet, but if you worship this pavilion master as your teacher, then this pavilion master will naturally teach you in the future when he has mastered it. Lyn Shalu froze in confusion for a moment, and after a few moments shook her head again. Sorry Uncle Beard, I've got the boss. After saying that, he pulled out a gold ingot under the bearded curator's astonished gaze. I'll buy your first 5 styles of swordsmanship, and I won't learn the next few. Putting the gold ingot down, Lin Xiaolu turned around and left without hesitation. After he left, the bearded curator suddenly sighed, put the iron blunt knife away, turned around and went into a small room filled with spirit seats, and put incense on the tokens inside one by one. Father, I met a martial arts practicing wizard today. At a small age, he was able to flawlessly execute the Fu Hu Jia Jia sword stance just by looking at it once, but he was unwilling to worship me as his master, because the boy already had a master. As he looked at the spirit seat in front of him, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes, and his rough expression became like that of a child. Father, our family's sprinting treading swallow chop, counting my generation. No one has practiced it for 3 generations, and neither Grandpa, nor you, have been able to master it, let alone the whisking shedding knife that only exists in our ancestors' theories of emptiness. That child I saw, quite a good child. I can see that he wants to learn, but he is not willing to give up his own division to worship me as a teacher. Moore did not lie to fool me, is a good boy of good character. Father, you think, do I want to give him the secret book? Father, my qualifications are too stupid. 40 years of hard practice sword still cannot perform the 7th style of the speed of the stampede swallow chop, so I am a little moved. That child is too talented, may really be able to learn the long-lost speed of the stampede swallow chop, when the time comes to let our Chi family Japanese sword art of the mastery of the martial arts, back to the Shenzhou martial arts, specializing in the killing of the Easting thieves and invaders. Chapter 161, Happy or Not? At noon, when Lin Xiaolu returned to the inn, everyone was there. Jiang Ning and Shangguan Shihuang were muttering and talking together, and they didn't know what they were talking about. Unsullied, on the other hand, as usual, held a rosary, old and calmly reciting the Buddhist scriptures in silence, putting the handsome duck lying on the table to sleep, and as soon as Lin Xiaolu entered the door, she winded up commiserating to the crowd, saying, that bearded uncle is really powerful, but he's not willing to teach me all the Japanese sword techniques. He'll only do it if I worship him. You show him your strength. Shangguan Shihuang, who was discussing with Jiang Ning about where to go to play in the afternoon, came up with a suggestion. Just let him know that you're a martial artist who can defeat immortal cultivators. I don't like that. Lin Xiaolu muttered and came to the table and sat down, picked up the teapot and began to drink, and after drinking it said with a heartbroken face, that bonobo sword art is really powerful. If I can use the Daijing bronze to perform it, the power must be able to be doubled. When he had finished speaking, he opened his mouth to the group and thirsted, saying, let's stay here for 2 days, and then I'll go back to uncle and beg him to please teach me. The crowd didn't have much of an opinion and nodded their heads in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Xiaolu earnestly thanked everyone, and then got up and ran outside the inn again. Fawn, what are you doing there again? That Japanese sword art is so awesome to watch that my blood boils. I'm going to go out and run for a few hours to get rid of the fire. After saying that, the energetic Lin Xiaolu ran out of the inn, dashing all the way far away. For the next few days, Lin Shalu would go to the dojo every morning on time to watch the dojo disciples practicing martial arts, and the bearded director didn't stop him. Instead, sometimes he would even make a point of showing him the 6th style, chopping post Rong Jade Blade, and it didn't take long for Lin Shalu to completely learn the move and demonstrate it once in front of everyone, shaking everyone in the dojo to their core once again. Little dear Taoist master, you are really fast at learning martial arts. I've been practicing for 3 years now and I haven't even learned the 5th style of the Voodoo Tiger Absolute Blade style yet. You're so young and have only been here for 2 days and you even learned the 6th style. You're really a heavenly prodigy. Yes, Taoist Fawn. You really should worship our pavilion master. I can see that the pavilion master likes you very much as well. Right. I didn't believe in geniuses in this world before. Since I met Taoist Fawn, I believe. At noon, the disciples of the dojo were laughing and gossiping with Lin Xiaolu in their spare time from practicing. People who practiced martial arts were all fairly simple-minded. Not to mention that the excellent character of the martial artists of the Qi family Taoist Hall was well known. And each of them was a righteous man who could be called a good man. Therefore Lin Xiaolu was happy to deal with them. And every time he came in the past 2 days, he would bring some raw fried buns for these good men to enjoy. He liked to deal with such good character. Manly, brash, good men, unimpeded. Brothers, truth be told, I started practicing martial arts in my mother's womb. I could do somersaults right after birth. I could do one-handed push-ups at the age of 1. I automatically learned to do lightweight feats at the age of 2. And at the age of 3 I was able to fight all over the village without an opponent. In the past, people often asked me how I managed to be so hung. It's actually quite simple. I was especially well behaved since I was a kid. I also damn well know how to behave. I never swear, and I respect my teachers. And those who know me say that I was born with an extraordinary destiny, and that I have a martial arts saint's stature. The teenager bragged about himself one by one. The more he bragged, the more outrageous he became. Not to mention the dawning of the Hans, even the bearded dawning of the dawning was bluffed. In the end, he said on the rise, but also grinned broadly. The old saying has a cloud, the dog rich. Do not forget each other. Tonight after practicing, I invite everyone to go to the kiln. All to ha. Who does not come is not to give me Lin Xiaolu face. Roar 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 roar. Ahem. Behind him, the bearded pavilion owner was thoroughly unable to listen to him and slapped him on the head without any good reason. Smiley face. How old are you to visit a kiln? Do you have that function? Nonsense. Hurry home for lunch. The Hanyu burst out laughing and watched the depressed Lin Xiaolu pout and leave. Back at the inn, Zhang Ning, Shangguan Shihuang, Unsullied, and Shui Duck. The 3 of them were all sitting in the lobby with nothing to do, chatting away, with a sumptuous meal in front of them, all of them waiting for Lin Xiaolu to eat lunch with them. Seeing Lin Xiaolu come back, Shangguan Shihuang immediately exasperatedly urged, "Why are you back so late today? Everyone is waiting for you to start dinner." "I can't help it. It's so popular that my brothers in the dojo won't let me leave, crying for me to take them as my little brothers." After saying that, Lin Xiaolu took a seat next to Zhang Ning with a big grin, picking up a soy sauce elbow and preparing to start eating it. "Fawn, have you washed your hands?" Zhang Ning slapped him. "There's a well in the backyard. Go wash your hands. Annan is fine. I don't mind you guys getting dirty." Everyone? In the end, Lin Xiaolu was forced to wash her hands and then huffed and puffed as she ate her meal. At the dinner table, Shangguan Shihuang asked as she ate, "Lin Xiaolu, are you still going to work out this afternoon?" "Go on. What else would I do? This young lady is going to go out for a stroll with Anning, Unsullied, and Handsome Duck. Do you want to join us?" "Yeah, boss. Let's go out and play for a while." Handsome Duck flattened his mouth and advised, "Practicing every day. Aren't you bored?" "Not boring." Lin Xiaolu's brain shook straight. "An inch of time is an inch of gold. I want to practice martial arts." Pop. Shangguan Shihuang was wealthy enough to auction off a string of bracelets. "There's enough gold inside this string of bracelets to buy you a couple hundred inches to accompany this lady out this afternoon." Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes in disdain. "Has self-righteous woman." The words. Instantly the Shangguan Shihuang angry willow eyebrow up. She just wanted to send a bit of rage. Zhang Ning timely laugh. "Practice martial arts is not wrong. But the dear you also want to combine labor and leisure. Just today a time. The night you practice again." No. Lin Xiaolu was soft and hard, not giving face to anyone, and continued to shake her head. "At night, I'm going to take Unsullied to a kiln." As soon as Zhang Ning heard this, she was also on fire, and her originally gentle beauty eyes instantly became stern. "If you dare to go, I'll. You're on what?" "I will. Bite you to death." Zhang Ning huffed. "Right, bite you to death. Aining can't bite this young lady to help her." Shangguan Shihuang helped from the side. "It's not right for you guys to be like this." Lin Xiaolu had food in her mouth, stuffing her cheeks and puffing them out, then vaguely said to Zhang Ning, "Ah Ning, we're good friends. You should support Wuxia and I. For example, in the future, Wuxia and I will go out to visit a kiln, and after we come back from shopping, you shouldn't be mean to us. Instead, you should smile and ask us if we had a good time shopping. That's what you call a good friend." Zhang Ning, Unsullied, Shangguan Pomegranate. Next to him, Handsome Duck shook his head helplessly while eating. This boss himself, really the most courageous man he has ever seen, really worthy of being Li Mingru's disciple, simply out of the blue but better than blue. Let the girl ask himself if he is happy with prostitutes. This mother asterisk is simply more than Li Mingru has the balls off. In the afternoon, Lyn Xiaolu didn't end up going shopping with the group, but first took an hour of horse stance, and then went out for a run without stopping, running around the whole Fufeng city until the sun was about to go down before stopping. Although it had become increasingly difficult for him to continue progressing in the martial arts path now, it didn't mean that he could stop exercising the basics. Boss said, the foundation of the exercise, for the martial arts that is like the foundation of a tall building. The stronger the foundation, the taller the building can only be built higher, more stable. In the afternoon, before the sun went down, the teenager who had finally finished his run moved his muscles while aimlessly skulking around the city. As he passed a leafy hill on the edge of town, he saw a tea store doing good business and went up to it, ready to buy a bowl of herbal tea to quench his thirst. Ma'am, how do you sell herbal tea? 2 cents a bowl. Ooh, ma'am, give me a bowl. Soon, the teenager received a large bowl of herbal tea and was just about to drink it, but he inadvertently glanced at a teenager wearing a black power suit who was walking not far away from him in the entrance of the city gates. Originally, Lin Xiaolu didn't pay attention to it, but when the teenager walked straight to the herbal tea store and came to his side, he accidentally realized that this teenager, it seemed, was also a martial artist. This teenager was straight-backed, with an outstanding temperament, and although he was not very old, one of his hands was full of fist calluses, and Lin Xiaolu also found a very strange thing stuck on his back waist. It seemed to be a weapon, only this weapon was very strange. It was 2 cylindrical black iron rods, and then there was a chain attached in the middle of the rods. Lyn Shalu had never seen anything like this before and couldn't help but drink the sweet herbal tea while curiously sizing up this teenager who was 2 years older than herself. Chapter 162, Tang Long, the strange teenager, like him, asked the lady selling herbal tea for a bowl of herbal tea and drank it with gusto. Lyn Xiaolu drank 2 mouthfuls, then could not hold down the curiosity in his heart, and wanted to go up and ask him where he mixed, but not far away from the haystacks came a light sound. Shoo! A sharp arrow flew out without warning, and with a sharp cracking sound flew towards this strange teenager. Lyn Xiaolu's gaze condensed, just wanted to help, but the teenager instantly raised a hand, fast and accurate to hold the arrow that shot at his side face, and the other hand, still in no hurry to hold the tea bowl to drink tea, as if nothing had happened. The sharp arrow that kept trembling was only 2 inches away from the side of his face, but it could no longer pierce. The civilians in the tea store who saw this scene froze. A few breaths later, ah! Murder! Help! Someone's shooting arrows! Everyone is almost the same time screaming out. Crying father and mother began to run everywhere. A time around the tea store in chaos. The tea store lady is even stalls are not, wailing and screaming on the run. Lyn Xiaolu was holding the tea bowl with a dumbfounded look on her face, and hurriedly shouted at the older woman's back. Ma'am, I haven't paid yet. The old lady did not reply, but only kept making the sound. Help! 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 Lin Fawn! Soon, all the tea guests have run out. Helpless Lyn Xiaolu turned his head to look at the young man still gulp booze. After a moment of stagnation, also picked up his own bowl of tea to continue to drink tea. Gobble gobble gobble. Together, the 2 teenagers clutched tea bowls larger than their faces and drank from them in front of the empty tea store. And before long, 7 or 8 big men with curved swords and cold faces jumped out from the haystacks on the side, and each of them looked at the black-clothed teenager who was drinking herbal tea as if he was a formidable enemy. Tang Long, you can't run away. The black-clothed teenager pinched and folded the arrow with one hand, finished the herbal tea with ease, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, then placed the empty bowl on the tea stall, dropped a few copper coins in the bowl, and glanced at Lyn Shalu, who was still gulping the tea, before finally turning around to face the knife-wielding dudes. As a martial arts scholar personally certified by the court, do you guys think I need to escape? He looked at the nervous few swordsmen in front of him and laughed lightly. You guys you might have gotten one thing wrong. It's not that you guys chased me down, but I'm in a bad mood and I'm specifically here to drink tea and wait for you guys to chase me down. When these words came out, the several Hans immediately became even more nervous, each one looking at the teenager with a bad expression, but they were hesitant to make a move. Lyn Xiaolu this time has finished drinking. He is not satisfied to look around. See, the eldest mother is not there, so he used the water ladle in the teapot with a bowl of tea, and then sprinkled some mint leaves and honey, sitting on a small bench, while holding a large bowl to continue to drink tea while watching the black-clothed teenagers and the swordsman confrontation. He also saw that these knife-wielding knifemen were not ordinary people. All of them were martial artists, and their kung fu was not bad. On the other hand, this guy called Tang Long was even more powerful than them, and the scene of catching an arrow with one hand just now had honestly stunned him for a moment. After all, it was often said in the Jianghu that it was easy to dodge the open spears and difficult to prevent the hidden arrows. While this guy was easy and pleasant to prevent the hidden arrows, and he took the hidden arrows with a cup of tea. So as far as martial artists were concerned, he was definitely the strongest one he had seen so far. Although the sword may not be as good as the bearded pavilion master, but overall it is estimated to be stronger than the bearded pavilion master. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu just looked on expectantly while drinking tea, eager to know how strong this Tang Long was. In the middle of the field, the teenager Tang Long finished his words with the swordsman, and then slowly and methodically drew the strange-looking weapon from his back waist, holding one end of the iron rod, and shook it up. The chain was connected to another iron rod, which was thrown in the air one by one, creating shadows and constantly emitting the sound of hoo-hoo-hoo wind. The knife-wielding swordsmen became even more nervous when they saw him in this state, and none of them dared to utter a single breath. The teenager, on the other hand, was very calm, his right hand unhurriedly flinging a strange stick, his left hand lifting up at these 7 or 8 swordsmen in front of him, and then arrogantly waving, his attitude arrogant to the extreme. The leader was sweating coldly as he looked at the teenager in front of him, and after hesitating for a moment, he violently swung his sword and rushed out. Cut him! As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-clothed teenager violently let out a strange cry. I'll fight! Lin Xiaolu, who had just finished her second bowl of herbal tea at the back, was instantly surprised when she saw the black-clothed teenager's movements and spat out asterisk, only to see him let out a strange cry. Using that strange weapon to instantly pivot away from the scimitar slashed out by the swordsman, and turning around with a fast stumping backward swinging leg he directly put down the leader. The whole thing was less than half a breath. Immediately after that strange weapon was clattered by the black-clothed teenager's juggling, transforming into a piece of stick shadows, flying up and down around his body, flexible to the extreme. The blade swung out by the knife fighters could not cut into it at all, and that iron stick connected by the chain seemed to have eyes, directly bouncing the chopped blades one after another, and then counterattacking again one after another. Lin Xiaolu looked confused. What the hell kind of weapon is this? Offense and defense not to mention irrational. You say it's stiff, but it's as soft as a whip. You say it's soft, but every time it draws out, the power seems to be greater than an ordinary iron rod. There is simply no knife fighter who can block it for a moment, and in the twinkling of an eye, he is seriously injured. In the middle of the field, this black-clothed teenager called Tang Long danced with a strange weapon, and with the extremely fast leg technique, he put down several people in front of him almost in an instant. Lin Xiaolu was shocked. This brother is so fierce. Although it couldn't be compared to his own self who had gone through the second beast blood, it was infinitely close to the state he was in when he had gone through the first beast blood. Lin Xiaolu could tell that his speed, strength, reflexes, and resistance to blows were almost close to the limits of mortals, and that strange weapon in his hand was used like a fire. Out of this world. I fight. With another strange roar, the black-clad boy put down the last swordsman with a stick, ending the battle once and for all. Snap. Beside the tea store, Lin Xiaolu didn't begrudge her applause, applauding while exclaiming, "You're awesome. You're the strongest martial artist I've ever seen. I guess you're not even close to that 1,000 households lord that boss was talking about." The black-clothed teenager who put down all the swordsmen, glanced at Lin Xiaolu, who was 2 years younger than himself, ignored him, put the stick back to his back waist, turned around and was ready to leave, while Lin Xiaolu followed him up and curiously inquired, "What kind of weapon is this you're using? It's so special. Why don't you say something? Are you shy? Why are those people after you? Are you a bandit? In that case we're peers. I see that you have a skill at a young age. Why don't you be my little brother? I can protect you in the future when others are chasing you, but you can't commit crimes. At most you can rob a landlord's money." The black-clothed teenager was annoyed, cursing where this little child came from, and finally turned his head impatiently to look at Lin Xiaolu. "Where did you come from, you little Taoist? Leave me alone." Lin Xiaolu first froze when she heard the smug words, then inquired in puzzlement, "You're not much older than me, right? Why are you talking like an adult? I am the youngest martial arts scholar in Qin. I'm also an Ame immortal. Have you heard of Ame?" The black-clad boy froze for a moment, then shook his head in confusion. He had practiced martial arts since he was a child and did not know anything about immortal cultivators. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu looked at the black-clothed teenager in front of him and laughed loudly. "I see that your kung fu is good. Are you interested in hanging out with me? I'll teach you Tai Chi, and you can teach me the leg work that you used just now, or that stick will do." "You know Tai Chi?" The black-clothed teenager who was also a martial arts nerd finally stopped and looked Lin Xiaolu up and down. At night, inside the inn's lobby, Zhang Ning, Shangguan Shi Huang, unsullied, handsome duck, All of them and Duck looked upstairs at Lin Xiaolu's room, revealing contemplative gazes. They could clearly hear, at this moment, the sound of Lin Xiaolu and the black-clothed teenager talking and laughing in the upstairs room. The two of them seemed to be talking to each other, and bursts of laughter would come out from time to time. I really didn't expect that Li Mingru's disciple would actually be good at this. Shangguan Huang hugged her arms and laughed with an odd expression on her face. Not bad, we'll have fun. The Unsullied and Jiang Ning on the side both blushed when they heard her words, but it was handsome Duck who revealed a very normal look. Young people, it's understandable that they sometimes seek a little excitement. Chapter 163, Whisking Sword Empty. Until late at night, Lyn Shalu and the black-clothed teenager named Tang Long walked out of the room, and the two of them even went downstairs with a look of talking, laughing, and sympathizing with each other. And finally, in the strange gazes of Jiang Ning, Shangguan Huang, and the rest of them, Lyn Xiaolu reluctantly watched him leave. Just as Tang Long's front foot left, Shangguan Huang inside the inn held her arms and hummed, "Yo, this young lady saw you chatting with someone else, and thought you'd pull someone into our team as well. Ah Long doesn't want to." Lyn Xiaolu turned around and shook her head regretfully in the face of her companions. "Although we met at first sight, we didn't go by each other's way. He just taught me a set of leg techniques called Li San Kick, and then I taught him about Taijiquan and beast blood forging. That's all." "Fawn, where is that man from?" Jiang Ning asked. "Of the Qin country, a more distant country." Lyn Xiaolu explained, "His name is Tang Long. He is a martial arts scholar from the Qin country, makes an amazing hand of nunchucks, and like me, wants to combine the best of 100 martial arts. It's just that he seems to have messed with a very powerful person, and that's why he's being hunted down. And then his friend is outside of the Divine Kingdom, so he's going to go check it out." "Outside of God's country? Where is that?" Shangguan Huang asked. "I'm not too sure." Lin Xiaolu scratched his head, then giggled with excitement. "When I turn around, I'll go and practice Li San Kick, and then I'll learn the Japanese sword art, so I'll definitely be awesome by then." Roar 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 roar. A few people looked at the teenager who kept laughing with his arms crossed, and all of them pursed their lips to reveal a smile. Although Lyn Xiaolu had only known Tang Long for a short while, he felt that he and Tang Long were very chatty, because the two of them were actually very similar. Both were the type of people who were very proud and also very hard-working. He felt that he and Tang Long would definitely meet again, and by that time, he would definitely become a very powerful martial arts master, even beyond his own imagination. The next day, inside the Qi family dojo, the young man in the Taoist robe sat cross-legged, looking at a small pamphlet laid out in front of him, his mouth nearly dripping out. "This is a copy of the Japanese sword art. Do you want it?" The bearded pavilion master sat cross-legged across from him and asked with a smile. "Aha, want." The teenager nodded his head like garlic, excitedly saying, "Uncle Beard, I can give you whatever you want, as long as you don't make me worship you as a teacher." "Anything." "Humph. So what if I ask you to kneel?" the bearded curator asked with a smile. Lin Fawn. He looked at the bearded pavilion master in confusion, and a hint of difficulty flashed across his small face. In fact, according to reason, to learn other people's things is to perform the ritual of worship, and within the ritual of worship there is kneeling and kowtowing this item, but one cannot worship another master. So naturally, one cannot kneel. Inside the room, the bearded pavilion master couldn't help but smile as he looked at the hesitant-faced Lyn Xiaolu. Then he put away his smile and said seriously to Lyn Xiaolu, "The art of the Japanese sword was created by my ancestors specifically to restrain the Bushido of the East, and as such this sword art is fundamentally different from other martial arts. Other martial arts, at the time of their creation, were either for self-preservation or for killing the enemy. Unlike the Japanese sword art, it was created to protect the people of Shenzhou from being bullied and humiliated by the Japanese invaders. Therefore, it is a sword art of justice." After saying that, he looked at the 13-year-old Lyn Xiaolu in front of him and said, "Little one, this pavilion master is 52 years old. In his prime, not the kind of old man who is pedantic. You have extraordinary talent and are indeed a good candidate for martial arts. If you want to take this book of Japanese sword techniques, you can. The master of this pavilion will not take a penny. But you must make 4 poisonous vows. 1. Never use the sword to bully others. Secondly, we will stand up for ourselves when we see injustice. Third, whoever violates our divine land will definitely draw his sword against us. 4. If anyone asks in the future, you must proclaim that this sword art was created by my ancestors of the Qi family. If you violate any of the above 4 rules, you will die a horrible death under 10,000 swords. Would you like to?" Lyn Xiaolu thought for a moment in confusion, then nodded her head very seriously. "I'm willing." With that, he raised his hand and said the oath as it was. The bearded curator couldn't help but show a hint of a smile even as he looked at the teenager who swore venomously in front of him. When Lin Xiaolu finished her poisonous oath and asked with bated breath if she could take it, he laughed and said, "This Japanese sword art was created by the ancestor of this curator. If you don't worship this curator as your teacher, this curator can accept it. However, you have to go and kneel and kowtow 3 times to my ancestors to inform them. Are you willing to do so?" "This is fine." Lin Xiaolu directly nodded her head in agreement. If one learns someone else's sword art, it would be embarrassing not to pay homage to the master. And it's only natural to pay homage to the ancestor who created this sword art. So Lin Xiaolu felt that he should kneel down to pay homage to the master and kneel down with peace of mind. Without hesitation, he got up and followed the bearded pavilion master and went to pay his respects to the spirit seats of the Qi family, offering incense to them one by one, and then respectfully kowtowing 3 times. After that, Lin Xiaolu said goodbye to the bearded pavilion master, very respectfully clasped his fists and bowed to him, then took the pamphlet as if it were a treasure and left the dojo. After returning to the inn, the teenager didn't pay attention to anyone, and even didn't bother to eat, hoofing it back to his room to start studying the Japanese sword art. He would be setting off again tomorrow, and he wanted to master the art of Japanese swordplay in the shortest possible time. Compared to the Japanese sword art, he had completely mastered the Lisan kick that Tang Xin had taught him, but the Japanese sword art wasn't that simple, and he had read the pamphlet in his room before realizing that the 7th style of sprinting, treading, swallow chop and whisking, shedding knife empty were quite a bit more difficult than the Lisan kick. Sprinting, treading, swallow chop, strictly speaking, was a combination of a light skill and a sword technique, except that this light skill was different from the Mandarin duck steps. It was a different kind of light skill that required one to borrow a sword to move. Lin Xiaolu also realized only after watching it. No wonder the bearded pavilion master couldn't perform this stance even after practicing the sword for 40 years. This was simply not something that an ordinary martial artist could practice. This style not only requires the knife maker to have extremely perverse explosive strength in the legs, but also needs to perfectly combine the knife and the person to achieve the effect of gliding in the air with the knife. Lin Xiaolu was confident that this was something he could achieve even if he practiced for 2 or 3 days. After all, his physical quality was there. But when he turned to the last page of the pamphlet and saw that about the whisking sheath blade empty, he was completely confused. The pamphlet describes that the whisker blade was originally the whisker ichiban chop in the Eastern Ing Bushido, which belongs to a kind of sword art called Juhyo chop, and then the whisker blade empty is the result of the Qi family's forefathers' research on sword arts, fusing and improving the whisker blade with the traditional Miao blade knife skill of the divine state, and incorporating a kind of health improvement gongfu called the 8 Duan brocade into it, and ultimately creating a kind of sword art that only exists in theories. And to put it bluntly, the so-called whisking shi blade air was actually a swinging chop with one's own second dark power. According to the theory in the pamphlet, by integrating the strange chi power similar to the second level of dark power into the sword and swinging it with full force with the whisking shi one knife slash, an invisible blade chi could be formed, thus achieving the effect of cutting people through the air. Of course, if this is for mortal martial artists, it is indeed delusional, because human physical strength is so big, no matter how fast you swing the knife, how much strength, the human body's limit is there. It is impossible to achieve the effect of chopping people through the air. Not to mention that the unusual blade can't support you to play like this. It is very likely that you have just swung the knife. The knife will not be able to hold on to the collapse of the first. But now, Lin Xiaolu, who possessed both the great gung bronze weapon and the second dark power, would be an exception. Chapter 164, Arrival at the Lord's Country. Fawn, it's time to eat. Outside the door of the room, Jiang Ning picked a flat stretcher, and the baskets hanging on both sides of the stretcher each held dozens of meat sandwiches. Panting, she wiped the fragrant sweat from her forehead and helplessly continued to knock on the door. Thanks to the fact that he is a martial arts practitioner, otherwise he would not be able to carry so many meat sandwiches. After a long time, the door was opened, and Lin Xiaolu, who had disheveled hair and a disheveled face, appeared in front of Jiang Ning. Looking at the unkempt teenager in front of her, Jiang Ning froze for a moment. "What's wrong with you? I can't make the whisker blade empty." Lin Xiaolu blinked her skeptical gaze and said with a bitter, aggrieved face, "I thought I could learn it straight away. The sprinting, treading, swallow chop I'm now sure I can make it, but the whisking she blade empty I can't make it." Jiang Ning, who hadn't greatly understood, was a bit confused. She didn't know what Lin Xiaolu was talking about with the whisking knife, but she could tell that this guy was sad in his heart right now. What the hell? This guy was a hipster all day long, but he's actually upset like this because he can't perform martial arts? At the doorway, Jiang Ning helplessly put down her stretcher and covered her mouth and laughed. "You're already strong. Don't suppress yourself too much. Eat first." With that, the sweet maiden carried the basket full of meatloaf to the wine table in his room. The moody Lin Xiaolu skimmed the meat sandwich, sniffled, and then began to take the meat sandwich and stuff it into her mouth without saying a word. Is it good? Aha. The teenager puffed out his cheeks and nodded vaguely. Wait for a few more days. When we arrive at my uncle's vassal state, I'll have my uncle prepare so many delicious treats for you. Jiang Ning held his chin and laughed. Then after you restore your country, Ning, you're going to leave? Lin Xiaolu asked as she ate. Right. Jiang Ning nodded his head and laughed. I'm definitely going back to the Great Tang. So you'll have to come see me more often then. He. Good. Once you're gone, we'll be left with me and Unsullied and Flower Butterfly in our team. And then I'll bully Flower Butterfly every day. Put. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh out loud and glared at him in a bad mood. How cute Shangguan is. You think about bullying people every day. She's cute as hell. She's so tuggy every day. Lin Xiaolu said vaguely. Ning, you don't worry. In the future you go back to Datong. I'll be your backer. You can come to Amei to look for me if you have any problems. Forget it you. Jiang Ning rolled her arrogant eyes at him. Datong is very far from Amei. And we don't need a backer at all since we have the subterranean dragon red tassel. Don't I need it even if I'm this good? Lin Xiaolu asked in a serious manner while eating. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh again as she looked at him with a serious look on her face. Row. Need. You'll be the great backer of our Great Tang from now on. The next day, the group continued to set off unhurriedly, and soon afterward finally left the Yuan Kingdom, following the green water and green mountains, and the paths of good fields, all the way south. They passed through village after village, enjoying the stunning scenery of each place, laughing, joking and bickering along the way, bringing them closer together. And after a month of long and cheerful traveling, the few people finally managed to arrive at the small vassal state where Uncle Jiang Ning was located amidst the laughter along the way. It's just up ahead. We'll go in and go straight to the capital. I guess we'll see my uncle the next day. On the carriage, Jiang Ning, who was driving the horse, said cheerfully to a few companions. She was very happy at the moment. Her face was full of smiles. Wandering all the way for more than 3 months, one is finally going to see the only relatives. The heart of the young girl can be described as a lot of emotions. The eyes cannot help but gradually wet, as if covered with a layer of water mist. On the carriage, Lin Xiaolu hugged Shui Duck, looking curiously at the tall city gates that were getting closer and closer in front of her, and said in surprise, "This is a small vassal state? The city gates are simply bigger than those of the Yuan Kingdom, right?" Yes. It's much more grand than the city gates of Fufeng back then. Shangguan Shihuan also poked her little head out from within the car curtains, looking around and commenting, "Although my uncle's vassal state is small, it is very rich. There is hardly a single beggar in the country, so the city gates are naturally built more luxuriously." With a joyful heart, Jiang Ning smiled and explained for the two of them. "Alright, then I'm going to eat a lot of good food later," Lin Xiaolu said while twisting her head to look at Unsullied, who was silently chanting scriptures to the carriage. "Immaculate. How about we ask Ning to arrange for us to go to the most luxurious brothel here tonight? Let's go and show the girls there what it means to be pure men." When Jiang Ning heard this, she instantly glared at her beautiful eyes and scolded with an unkind smile. "Screw you." After a few people chatted blindly for a while, the carriage came to a stop at the city gates. The guard officials and soldiers checking at the gates immediately came up to inspect the carriage, and after seeing Jiang Ning, who was driving the horse, he immediately shivered in fear, and immediately kneeled down on one knee. "Unit city guards, meet your highness the princess." The other guards were also startled, and one by one, they paid their respects to the young girl on the carriage, shouting, "Unit city guards, meet your highness the eldest princess." On the carriage, Jiang Ning was just about to tell these people to get up, but Lin Xiaolu next to her suddenly got up holding Handsome Duck, and stood on the carriage laughing loudly. "There's no need to be polite. Children, all get up. Ha 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 ha." Jiang Ning, after wringing the guy's hands in a bad mood, Jiang Ning jumped off the carriage and asked the crowd of obeisance guards in front of her, "Has Imperial Uncle already received the palace's letter? Back to your highness. His Majesty received a letter from your highness 3 months ago and has been waiting for your highness to arrive in the capital city ever since." Jiang Ning nodded at his words. Her own uncle's vassal state was not large. After all, it was guarded by the Great Tang, and although Unit City was a border city, it was only a day's journey away from the capital city, so she gave a direct order. "This palace will not rest here tonight. It is a matter of the safety of the Great Tang, and we will travel to the capital city overnight." As the words fell, the guard at the head immediately lowered his head and loudly responded, "Subordinate will go prepare a good carriage and have the guards escort your highness forward together." On the carriage, Lin Xiaolu looked at the dignified and majestic Jiang Ning in front of her, hugging the handsome duck and muttering in a low voice, "Ah, Ning is so handsome. Usually you can't tell. Now all of a sudden you have the sense of majesty of a princess." Handsome Duck laughed and responded, "Big brother, Your oldest is Li Mingru, who dares to have a sense of majesty in front of you, like Shangguan Shihuang. Her coming is unknown how many times bigger than Ms. Jiang Ning, and now every day in front of you, she is like a second little cutie. Like now. Ha ha, also ha, handsome duck, you say that with such wisdom. Lin Xiaolu laughed happily. Soon the guards brought in 2 majestic high horses, which were followed by an unusually large and luxurious carriage. Lin Xiaolu and the others then directly switched and sat inside the comfortable and luxurious carriage. Jiang Ning also sat inside, while the carriage was driven by 2 mighty soldiers in armor, with a pair of majestic cavalry guards following on each side, forcing the situation to the extreme. At this moment, sitting on the spacious, cozy velvet soft collapse, Lin Xiaolu was happy as hell, rejoicing with excitement and saying, "Ah Ning, you're amazing, it's the first time I've ridden in such a comfortable carriage." The young girl pursed her lips and laughed lightly, and said to the 3 people in front of her, "Scentless, Shangguan Shihuang, and Lin Xiaolu, together, this is nothing. When we arrive at the capital city tomorrow evening, I'll let the Imperial Uncle treat you well." Chapter 165, Imperial Uncle. That night, the carriage rattled on through the night, and Lin Xiaolu hugged handsome duck and slept directly in the carriage with Jiang Ning and the others. Although it was said that the spaciousness of this royal carriage was not enough for them to lie down directly, but the several little ones were not ordinary people. Even if it was Jiang Ning that was a mortal, that was a martial artist that had suffered, so the sleep was not too bad. And on the second day, just as the sky dawned, the guards served them a variety of ingredients, which straightaway made Lin Xiaolu eat to her heart's content and exclaimed, "It's better to be the emperor's lord." Inside the carriage, Lin Xiaolu was half lying on the cushions, patting her little belly and comfortably humming ching ching to Jiang Ning. "Ah Ning, turn around and I'll tell my sister that if we can't make it in MA, we'll go to the Great Tang together to join you. And based on our relationship, why don't you give me a big official?" Jiang Ning laughed and fluttered, while Shangguan Shihuang on the side hummed disdainfully, "When the time comes, I'll give you a position as a grand eunuch, so that everyone else will call you Eunuch Lin." "What's a eunuch?" Lin Xiaolu asked with a curious expression. "A great official, specializing in serving the emperor." "Then I won't do it, I don't like serving people." Lin Xiaolu had a haughty look on her face, and then she opened her mouth to Unsullied and said, "Wushu, you turn back in the Buddhist sect cannot mix, also come to the Great Tang. Let Ning to build a temple for you. Then you will sit in the temple every day to recite the sutra. Then let the people of the Great Tang all come to worship you, dozens of times a day to worship, so that you can directly stand on the ground to become a Buddha." But, ha 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 ha, the few people in the carriage burst out laughing, and Unsullied also looked at Lin Xiaolu in shame, trying to stifle her laughter. The whole day today, they spent in such a pleasant atmosphere of gossip, until the afternoon at the hour of 5 o'clock, the carriage gradually arrived at the capital city. At this moment, the sun had already set and the sky had darkened. The carriage arrived at the imperial palace in the capital city, and Jiang Ning immediately jumped down from the carriage with excitement, carrying a narrow black cloth bag, while Lin Xiaolu and the others followed along and got out of the carriage. At this moment, the entrance of the majestic and opulent palace was very lively, with countless guards welcoming them, while Jiang Ning's uncle, a middle-aged man whose appearance bore a slight resemblance to that of Jiang Ning, was clad in majestic black robes and stood at the entrance of the city to greet him with a tear-stained face. Jiang Ning was also completely unable to control herself the moment she saw the middle-aged man, and her crystalline tears swirled straight in her eyes. In the 3 months since both of her parents had died, this was the first time she had seen a familiar relative. At the entrance of the palace, Lin Xiaolu, holding her handsome duck, stood with unsullied Shangguan Shihuan and the others, watching the middle-aged man talking to Jiang Ning, during which the middle-aged man, who looked as if he was quite nice, cursed Jiang Ning's younger brother, that is, the great Tang trader named Jiang Yuanan, several times. Perhaps it was the fact that there were so few royals left in the great Tang dynasty. The two of them met and chatted for a small half-hour before they remembered that the three of them, Lin Xiaolu, were still standing. "Several of you are Ninger's friends, aren't you? And I'm really very thankful to several of you for taking care of Ninger on this journey." The middle-aged man, whose eyes were red and swollen from crying, expressed his gratitude to the several people with some apologies, and said with a sincere expression, "This king has already prepared a dinner party. A few young warriors can move in and enjoy it, and a few of you can rest assured that when this king recovers the great Tang, he will surely give a few of you a heavy reward." Lin Xiaolu nodded blankly, then hugged handsome duck and looked towards Jiang Ning, who was standing behind the man. "Ning, aren't you coming to dinner with us?" Jiang Ning nodded and spoke to the middle-aged man. "Imperial uncle, I'm also a bit hungry." "Or I." The middle-aged man interrupted her with a smile. "There's no rush. Subterranean dragon red tassel is the right thing to do. Let your friends eat first, and you'll go back to them later." After he finished speaking, He patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and said in a very small voice, "Ninger, don't blame Imperial Uncle for thinking too much. You know how important the subterranean dragon's red tassel is to our great Tang, and you can't use it with it in your hands. It's indeed too dangerous." But, the middle-aged man patted her, "Don't worry. Imperial Uncle knows in his heart that he won't treat your friends badly. They are all benefactors of our Jiang family." After saying that, the middle-aged man turned around and continued to smile at Lin Xiaolu. "A few young warriors eat first. This king and my poor little niece haven't seen each other for a long time. Naturally, we also have to say something. A few people understand. In a moment, this king will let Jiang Ning go to you." Looking at the imperial uncle in front of her, Jiang Ning was slightly puzzled for a moment, but she didn't say anything else after thinking about it. After all, the submerged dragon red tassel is the only hope for the restoration of the great Tang. The imperial uncle to be careful and cautious some is indeed understandable. She wiped the tears from her eyes and squeezed out a smile, waving adorably at Lin Xiaolu. "I'll catch up with you guys later." Lin Xiaolu sniffed and flattened her mouth, unhappily saying, "Oh, that's fine." Shangguan Huang has a big grin and no heart, smiling and waving her hand with Jiang Ning, laughing and saying, "Ah Ning, come quickly. I'll leave you some food or else Lin Xiaolu will eat it all in a while." Immaculate held the rosary beads, his fingers squeezing the bead that represented the Bodhisattva's power to hear many things, and stood motionless for a long time. And when he saw that the bead did not rotate, he tenderly nodded his head at Jiang Ning. Soon, several people followed the personal guards within the palace to have their meals, while Jiang Ning turned his gaze to the middle-aged man in front of him and said respectfully, "Imperial uncle, let's go into the palace." "Good." The middle-aged man led the young girl into the palace. Along the way, he was on his own, this little niece constantly booing, and carefully asked about the situation of the 3-month journey. When he heard that Jiang Ning, in order to arrive here, had several times encountered the Cloud and Bone sect of the cultivators, chased and killed, then suddenly sighing, "Ninger, it's really bitter for you. Your royal brother and sister-in-law were killed by that evil son Jiang Yuanan, and such a great burden fell on the shoulders of a little girl like you." He compassionately patted Jiang Ning's shoulder and comforted him. "Ninger, don't worry, you can rest for these 2 days, and when Imperial Uncle completely masters the subterranean dragon's red tassel, he will kill the Cloud Bone sect, and personally execute that sinful son, in order to offer up his elder brother's heavenly soul." Jiang Ning nodded silently at the words. Perhaps the mention of her father and mother had made her mood a little low. Soon, the two of them arrived at a palace called the Palace of Nurturing Heart, one after the other, and at the entrance of the palace, the middle-aged man waved his hand at the guards. "Stand down, all of you. No one is to come in without the king's orders." The guards called out, "Here," and then retreated one by one. Once everyone had left, the middle-aged man led Jiang Ning into the empty hall. He kept walking into the depths of the great hall before he stopped, turned around and smiled and said, "Ninger, this place will be completely deserted. Let's discuss things here so that Imperial Uncle is at ease." Jiang Ning nodded at his words and softly said, "Aha." The middle-aged man took another look at the black cloth bag in her hand and continued to smile gently. "Is that the legendary subterranean dragon red tassel you're holding? Come, show it to Imperial Uncle." With that, he extended his hand towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded her head obediently. Raising her hand, she was ready to hand over the subterranean dragon red tassel to her own imperial uncle, whom she had respected since childhood. But when she was carrying the black cloth bag and was about to put it into the middle-aged man's hands, she suddenly thought of something, and her movement stopped violently. "Imperial uncle, the submerged dragon red tassel you and father have seen since childhood. Why did you say, in legend?" In the great hall, Jiang Ning hesitantly looked at the amiable elder in front of him and asked with a slightly trembling voice. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall completely froze, and the smile on the middle-aged man's face became incomparably stiff. And the next moment, the alert Jiang Ning then violently turned around and ran towards the outside of the grand hall, while the middle-aged man silently watched, until she was about to run out, and expressionlessly lifted his hand. A strong suction force was suddenly issued, which directly led to all of the hollowed-out wooden doors on the grand hall all shutting, and rawly blocking Jiang Ning's way. He looked at the panicked Jiang Ning and smiled teasingly. "I'm really sorry. This is the first time I've played someone else. I don't have much experience, so it's inevitable that I'll fall short. Moreover, this seat didn't expect you, a 14-year-old girl doll, to be so vigilant that you could actually find a break in this seat from such a casual remark. Not bad. Worthy of being the eldest princess of Great Tang, who was known to be both a scholar and a warrior." Chapter 166, I'll be your backer from now on. At this moment, Jiang Ning kept knocking on the closed door with her brute force, but the door had been arranged with a spirit law, so she couldn't push it at all, and she could only hold the black cloth bag tightly and look at the middle-aged man in front of her in horror. "Who are you?" Where's my royal uncle? The two questions were asked tremblingly, but the middle-aged man didn't rush to answer, but continued to smile amiably, and a moment later, his body flashed through a stream of light, and in an instant, he changed from a tall and powerful middle-aged man to an ugly man with a thin figure and a mole on his face. This seat, Cloudbone Sect Elder Lin Xiaolu, meet Princess Jiang Ning. He looked at Jiang Ning, his eyes playful, and laughed softly. Princess, don't be anxious. Your royal uncle was chopped up and fed to the dogs by the seat 2 days ago. When these words came out, the young girl felt a thunderbolt from the clear sky. The whole person opened her unbelievable eyes, powerlessly paralyzed on the ground, and her 14-year-old delicate face also became ashen, completely losing its living color. Looking at her like this, the man who called himself Lin Xiaolu smiled contemptuously. This seat doesn't want to lay hands on a mortal either. It's just a pity that scumbag is a hardened person who doesn't know any better. So I had no choice but to send him down to the Yellow Springs. I'll kill you. Jiang Ning hissed harshly and climbed up, brandishing a black cloth bag before pouncing on the man. But the man didn't move at all, his body automatically emitting an aura that directly blasted Jiang Ning back. Clang! The long-skirted Jiang Ning slammed heavily against the gate before falling headfirst to the ground. Your Highness might as well not humiliate herself. Looking at Jiang Ning, who had fallen to the ground and was unable to stand up, he continued to laugh. Just now, this seat has already stayed its hand, or else just this one blow would have caused Her Highness to perish. After saying that, he hugged his arm. A kind smile advised, Your Highness, this seat is not a person who was addicted to killing. Just some time ago, my Cloudbone sect sent out all the assassins did not return. This seat had no choice but to be ordered by the Patriarch, to come to this small country in the mortal world, stage to play, but it is to let Your Highness make fun of it. After saying that, he slowly stepped forward and looked down at Jiang Ning with an evil smile. Your Highness, in fact, if you think about it from a different perspective, you can totally live a good life. You are a daughter's body. The soul of the Tsung dragon within the subterranean dragon's red tassel won't recognize you, so why don't you think about it? Your younger brother, Jiang Yuanan, is now an inner disciple within the Cloudbone sect, with a supreme status, and your father, mother, and what's his name's uncle, all died. You're a daughter who wants to shoulder the great Tang on her own? It's not realistic. By comparison, your brother is the smart one. Although the subterranean dragon red tassel is incredibly powerful, in the end, it is only force, and naturally it is not worth mentioning when compared to everlasting life. Wasn't it for the sake of everlasting life that your brother preferred to give up the great Tang and join my Cloudbone sect in the first place? So Your Highness, now as long as you obediently listen to this seat, you can naturally gain benefits as well. Although you can't cultivate and live forever, but this seat casually grants you a few pills, allowing you to live for 100 or 80 more years. Prolonging your life a bit or something is not a problem at all. He looked at Jiang Ning, who was struggling to get up in front of him, and a hint of lechery flickered in his eyes. Originally, this seat didn't want to come, but I didn't realize that Your Highness was actually a little beauty of national color. You're so beautiful and young. What a pity to die. What will you do now that all your relatives are gone and you're alone and without support? It would be better to be this seat's concubine. That way you have both your brother to back you up and this seat to back you up. It's better than this submerged dragon red tassel that's useless to you, right? Finally, he looked at the young girl in front of him who had tears in her eyes and was pitiful, and laughed. One is prolonging one's life, a real benefit, and the other is a submerged dragon's red tassel that is of no use to you. How to choose? Your Highness should know in your heart, right? Inside the empty and luxurious hall, Jiang Ning cried silently and painfully, her entire body convulsing slightly from extreme grief. The last of her family, too, is dead. She really tried her best. As the eldest princess of the Great Tang, she alone shouldered the mission of protecting the submerged dragon, red tassel, and restoring the Great Tang. But at this moment, with the passing of the last of her loved ones, it made the firmness in her heart completely collapse. And at this moment, Cloudbone sect elder Lin Xiaolu also didn't put her as a mortal in his eyes at all, but continued to hold his arms as if he was watching a joke as he threatened. How's it going, Your Highness? Have you thought about it yet? It shouldn't be too hard to choose, should it? Either that, or this seat sends you down to be reunited with your parents, and then take the red tassel of the subterranean dragon. Either that, or you become this elder's concubine and continue to enjoy the glory and wealth and the elixir that can prolong your life. In the future, there is also this elder, and your last relative, your brother Jiang Yuanan, coming together to be your backer. When you are immortal, but you can have two immortals as your backer. Its status is only higher than now. How's that? My little princess thinking about it? With a hint of impatience on his features, he looked at the tear-stained, ICU maiden in front of him and excitedly said, Little princess, you don't have a backer anymore, so you need to get a grip. Inside the empty hall, Jiang Ning tightly held the submerged red dragon in her arms, tears falling like rain while struggling to get up. She watched the ugly man in front of her approach her step by step, and could only move backward helplessly. Finally leaning against the forbidden door, completely falling into despair, the man smiled and stretched out his palm, reaching out to the young girl in front of the tears. And just as Jiang Ning was ready to use the red tassel of the submerged dragon to end her own life, the closed door behind her suddenly clicked, and at the same time opened to the outside. Who says she doesn't have a backer? This young lady is here, isn't she? Crisp and tender words as if a sound of thunder on the ground. Huron rang from outside the main door. Originally grief-stricken Jiang Ning heard this familiar voice as also a heartbeat, blinking reddish eyes to look outside the temple, and the Cloud Bone sect elders are also together with the eyes of the cold to look outside. Outside the main hall, the 12-year-old Shangguan Huang was standing proudly and playfully with her arms wrapped around her as she tilted her little brain and flashed Jiang Ning a cute smile. On her side also stood a pure white monk's clothes of dirtlessness. Dirtlessness rattled the rosary beads in his hand, silently reciting the Buddhist scriptures. A few moments later, he stopped his movements, and rushed to Jiang Ning with a gentle smile. Don't be saddened, Sister Jiang. The young monk is willing to overtake this Cloud Bone sect's monk and help him out of his misery. Looking at her two partners, the young girl reddened her eyes, tightly covered her nose and mouth, and kept choking back her tears, and couldn't stop them from sliding down the sides of her cheeks. But the only thing she didn't notice was the shadow of that nuisance. She looked around nervously for a moment. Well, it wasn't long before she saw a familiar teenage figure running in the distance. The teenager hammered his chest as he wended his way here, followed by a duck with its wings folded back and its little duck paws chattering straight. Seeing that teenager, Jiang Ning, who originally had a sad heart, immediately seemed to see warm sunshine, but her tears also flowed down even more unstoppably. Mother ******* her. The dim sum in the palace is different. It's too damn tasty. I'm choking on it. Lin Xiaolu and Shui Shui Duck flew to the middle of Unsullied and Shangguan Huang, and then complained to both of them with an exasperated look on their faces. I heard you guys all the way over here talking about leaning on the mountain and leaning on the mountain, and you didn't even wait for me. Shangguan Huang blankly glanced at him. Who do you blame for your own gluttony? You can't even pull it away. Lin Xiaolu sniffed hee and giggled for a while. Then he looked at the young girl who was crying into tears inside the palace and revealed a smile that he thought was very handsome but was in fact silly. I don't know what to say. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it, but I'm going to do it. Anan, don't be afraid. In the future, I'll be your backer, and you'll claim the throne for my great Tang. Chapter 167, The 13 Forces of the Buddhist Sect. Seeing the three little friends in front of her, listening to the slightly silly words of the teenager, Jiang Ning hid a trace of warmth in her heart. She blinked her eyes red and couldn't say anything, but the cultivator behind her couldn't help but laugh. Somewhat interesting, two little dolls at the chi condensation stage, and a mortal without half a bit of spiritual power, actually dare to speak loudly about being a backer. But this seed is a bit curious. How did you know that the little princess was suffering? Unsullied was more honest, and seeing that this monk asked for guidance, he wanted to tell him that his own Bodhisattva's many hearings power rosary bead had sensed it after he revealed his true form. Yet beside him Lin Xiaolu had already monkey-shined and started to take off her weights, and as she did so, she muttered to the monk, "Really convinced you such a stupid fork, every time before the fight to grind to say a lot of words. Finished also deliberately slow down the speed of speech disgusting people, day by day think they are how powerful. In fact, you are a big." He removes the arm and leg loops, then gets up and bounces around a few times. Anyway, we've already dispatched all the mortal guards in the palace before we came here, so there's nothing for us to hesitate about. After saying that, he looked at Shangguan Huang who was also rubbing her fists beside him and asked with a smile, "Flower butterfly, what about this hillbilly bullying Aining?" Shangguan Huang revealed a devilishly bad smile, "Chop him." As soon as the words fell, Lin Xiaolu and Shangguan Huang did not hesitate to rush out at the same time, the two of them walking side by side. Their speeds were both fast out of the stump. Behind him, Wushu was confused when he saw the two of them rushing out at the drop of a hat, and it suddenly occurred to him that he didn't seem to have told Lin Xiaolu that this old master was at the Jiedan realm. Lin Xiaolu was a mortal and couldn't see his cultivation. Shangguan Huang's cultivation was only at the second level of chi condensation, and he couldn't even see through the depths of this cultivator. But he was able to use the rosary beads bestowed by his master to sense that this cultivator in front of him was a true Jiedan realm. "Jiang Ning, get out of the way. Look at the knife." Lin Xiaolu leapt into midair in one step, holding the Dagung bronze with both hands and leaning back high, as if his entire body had transformed into a powerful bow drawn into a full moon. "Watch this lady burn you to ashes." Shangguan Huang similarly flew into midair, A small flag appeared in her hand, and with a wave several firebirds spread their wings. Both of them attacked the cultivator at the entrance of the palace at the same time. Instead, the cultivator just watched with cold eyes, and after half a second, he let out a cold snort, and his body steeply transformed into a wild wind, instantly impacting with the pair of teenage girls. Exhortation: Jiang, quickly avoid it. Be careful of getting hurt. Unsullied watched as the two sides fought furiously in the compound in front of the Palace of Nurturing Heart, with streams of light and blades flying, and hurriedly picked up Shui Shui Dut before pulling Jiang Ning back. This cultivator is at the Jiedan realm. I'm afraid that little deer cultivator and Shangwan cultivator won't be able to deal with it. He pulled Jiang Ning backward into the far corridor while turning to look at the field. At this moment, the two sides had only been fighting intensely for a few seconds, and Lin Xiaolu and Shangwan Shihuang had already begun to be suppressed. It couldn't be helped. The realm was still too much different after all. Even if Shangwan Shihuang had more magic treasures and Lin Xiaolu's physical body was stronger, it was almost impossible for them to take down a Jiedan realm at their current age. At this time, the cultivator took a step to leap into the air, and the power of a palm broke Shangwan Shihuang's more than 10 protective magic treasures in a row, and froze her back, and then swooped down to the bottom, and waved his hand to fling out a curved spirit knife, and blasted back Lin Xiaolu, who was blocking it with her great gung bronze weapon. 1 against 2, easy as pie. Seeing this scene, Unsullied did not hesitate any longer, and after instructing Jiang Ning to be careful, he directly flew towards the location of the fierce battle between the two sides, coming into the middle of the field, and as soon as he flung down the Jiesheim 13 monk power Sabaha rosary beads in his hand. Although my monk's master is not as wealthy as Shangwan Shihui's father, neither is it as invincible as the master of Little Deer Shi's, but the young monk's master is also in his element. He shouted at Shangwan Shihuang and Lin Xiaolu, who were in the middle of a fierce battle. Little Deer Cultivator, Shangwan Cultivator, protect the little monk. When he finished speaking, he violently raised the palm of his hand that was wrapped around the rosary beads and fiercely slammed it to the ground. In the next moment, the 13 Sabaha rosaries representing the 13 powers of the Buddha sect violently dispersed. A blinding golden light instantly filled the air from beneath the palm. The 13 powerful compassionate great bodhisattvas of the Buddhist sect have extensively practiced the 10,000 joys formation. Causal power, the power of the good roots of the past life. Karmic power, the teaching power of the good intellect. The power of intention, the power to act as one should. The power of aspiration, the power to seek bodhi. The power of convenience, the power of skillful practice according to the law. Standing power, the power of always practicing according to the law. The power of goodness, the power of the good roots of positive practice. The power of fixation, the power of practicing stopping and achieving. Wisdom power, the power of cultivating the koan for achievement. The power of hearing many things, the power of hearing and believing in the right dharma many times. Precepts, endurance, refinement, and meditation power. Right mindfulness, right viewing of the 6 passages and 3 brightnesses, i.e., the realization of the power of right mindfulness and right viewing of the 6 passages and 3 brightnesses. The power of subduing all sentient beings in accordance with the Dharma, i.e., the power of subduing rigid sentient beings in accordance with the Dharma. The blinding golden light spread out rapidly, and within the golden light, 13 golden bodhisattva silhouettes of various shapes and sizes appeared. This exaggerated scene confused everyone. Even the Jiedan cultivator who was originally victorious was startled. Lin Xiaolu, who was standing with a sword, looked at the golden light all over the ground, listened to the gusts of Buddhist sounds coming from his ears, and his jaw dropped in surprise, and the Daijing bronze in his hand fell to the ground, smashing out a deep pit. And Shangwan Shihuang, who had suffered some minor injuries, saw the scene and hurriedly shouted at him, Lin Xiaolu, protect Unsullied, make him invite the bodhisattva to his body. Lin Xiaolu was confused by what he heard, although he wasn't quite sure what exactly was the operation of this set of Unsullied. He saw that the cultivator's gaze had been placed on Unsullied, and that the 13 golden shadows were combining with Unsullied. Oh my god, you're too handsome, Unsullied, you're really going to become a Buddha. He hurriedly picked up the Daijing bronze with his toes and caught it in the air with one hand before blocking in front of Unsullied along with Shangwan Shihuang. And at this moment, in the midst of the golden light all over the place, immaculate, dressed in pure white monk's clothes, closed his eyes and slowly chanted the Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra. This formation of his, performed by his rosary beads, could summon bodhisattvas representing the 13 powers into his body, inheriting a sliver of their divine power for a short period of time, giving himself the power to resist the power of the Jiedan. However, it was also quite restrictive, such as the fact that it could only be used against enemies within a certain range when it was up, which was why he had specifically run here to cast it. Another example is that this method must not be killed after it is uploaded, or it will cause a backlash, etc. And right now, the golden shadows of the 13 bodhisattvas were gradually drawing closer to him. However, the Jieden cultivator who saw this scene was not the least bit flustered, and directly grinned coldly. This seed is really lucky that I was able to obtain such a Buddhist sect dharma treasure this time. With an instantaneous body he was about to pounce on Unsullied who was silently chanting the Buddhist scriptures. Lin Xiaolu and Shangguanshi Huang who were protecting Unsullied were immediately ready to meet them while roaring in anger and attacking at the same time. Japanese blade technique, Chaotian blade stance. Black and gold lupin. Lin Xiaolu flew on the squatters with his sword as he ran, and the huge Daijing bronze weapon shattered the ground and chopped out a rushing momentum. Shangguanshi Huang, on the other hand, held a black and gold colored delicate fan and fought to make several black arrows fly out at the same time. The Jieden cultivator frowned slightly. With his arms raised, the surging aura transformed into two arcing waves of fury, directly blocking the attacks of these two people, and its violent might even swept all the way across, hardening the two people to rush away. Pop! Shangguanshi Huang fell headfirst into a lotus pond in the distance. Lin Xiaolu flew out backwards just the same, but as he flew out, he froze and endured the pain of his injuries, taking out 3 flying daggers from his holster and waving his hand to throw them.